Pokémon, commonly abbreviated as Pokémon. They are truly astonishing creatures that inhabit this planet, found in forests, skies, and seas. Their presence can be observed across the globe. Subsequently, humans forge various bonds with these Pokémon, coexisting harmoniously in this world. Chapter 1. Transcending into the world of Pokémon. I have become Ash Ketchum. Have I truly transcended? And into the role of Ash Ketchum, the protagonist of Pokémon. A 10-year-old boy clad in pajamas gazes at his reflection in a mirror. Indeed, the boy standing before him, though visually indistinguishable from the original Ash, is not the genuine Ash Ketchum. His true identity is that of a time traveler from the modern world named Xiaoji. Xiaoji is a seasoned Pokémon enthusiast with over 20 years of experience. His fervor for Pokémon can only be described as an obsession. Just as he finished his bath and comfortably settled down to watch the latest episode of Pokémon Journeys, a particular scene within the plot became unbearable for him. Upon witnessing a certain character capture a legendary Pokémon like Suicune, Xiaoji was instantly incensed, hurling vehement insults at the screen, condemning the writer's incompetence. However, in the midst of his emotional outburst, an unexpected event transpired. Completely absorbed in the storyline, he failed to notice the exposed electrical wires beside him. When his hand inadvertently brushed against one of the wires, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through his body in an instant. Xiaoji felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, causing him to lose consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. After a period of exploration and understanding, he realized he had transcended into the world of Pokémon. Since I have arrived in this world, I shall rectify Ash's regrets, Xiaoji resolved, recalling that it was the very day Ash was set to embark on his journey. So he gathered his belongings and headed to Professor Oak's lab to receive his Pokémon. Professor Oak, where is my Pokémon? Ash anxiously inquired at the lab's entrance. Professor Oak emerged from the laboratory and, upon seeing Ash, smiled and replied, "Your Pokémon? Oh, I was informed that 4 individuals were scheduled for today, so please follow me." Ash felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing this, and quickly followed Professor Oak into the lab. Upon entering, Ash was captivated by the myriad of research equipment and various Pokémon. Yet he did not forget his purpose and remained closely behind Professor Oak. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander have already been taken by those who were not tardy. Now only one Pokémon, which seems to have some issues, remains, Professor Oak said, looking at Ash with a hint of resignation. Ash promptly replied, "Oh dear, Professor, my tardiness is indeed my fault, but regardless, please grant me a Pokémon." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if that remaining Pokémon were the partner he had always yearned for. Professor Oak hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, saying, "Very well. Since you were so insistent, I shall entrust this Pikachu to you." With that, he picked up a Pokeball from the table and handed it to Ash. "Wow, this is just too adorable. Pikachu, I look forward to our future adventures together." Ash exclaimed, his face radiating joy as he reached out to embrace the charming Pikachu. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Pikachu, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu, striking Ash like a bolt of lightning. "Ah!" Ash screamed in agony as his body jolted, rendered numb by the shock. His hair stood on end, his face contorted in pain, and wisps of smoke escaped from his mouth. "Oh dear, I forgot to mention, its name is Pikachu, also known as the Electric Mouse. It can be somewhat shy and reserved, not overly fond of humans. If you touch it without permission, it may retaliate in such a manner," Professor Oak explained with a chuckle. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ash complained, rubbing his painfully shocked hand. "I've been electrocuted like this." All right, no more complaints. Aren't you eager to set off? Here, take this Pokédex and these Pokeballs," Professor Oak said, handing Ash a red Pokédex and several Pokeballs. Ash accepted the Pokédex and Pokeballs, then hoisted the still smoldering Pikachu and staggered out of the lab. Just outside, he spotted his mother, Hanako, standing at the entrance, holding a backpack and beaming at him. "Take good care of yourself while you're out there. Remember to brush your teeth in the morning and evening, and wear your pajamas at bedtime," Hanako advised, clutching the backpack as she looked at Ash. "I understand, Mom. I'm 10 now, considered an adult. I will definitely become a Pokémon master," Ash declared, setting off with a reluctant Pikachu. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a Pokémon trainer. The battle system has been awakened," a cold voice echoed in Ash's mind. "What capabilities does the system possess?" Ash inquired mentally, realizing that a time traveler must indeed possess a golden finger. This system can view Pokémon levels, skills, attributes, traits, potential, and intimacy. It can also modify Pokémon traits and features a shop that requires battle points for purchases. Battle points can be acquired by capturing rare Pokémon and engaging in battles. Open the shop. Ash silently commanded in his mind. With his thought, a crisp notification sounded. Ding, the shop is now open. Instantly, a vast virtual shop interface materialized before Ash, filled with an array of dazzling items. He focused his gaze and found the shop stocked with an abundance of TMs, held items, evolution stones, mega stones, Z crystals, pokeballs, and the tantalizing rare candies. However, upon viewing the prices of these items, Ash couldn't help but gasp. The cheapest TM cost a staggering 1,000 battle points, while the most expensive Master Ball reached an astonishing 100,000 battle points. Ash inwardly gasped at the exorbitant prices. He couldn't help but lament how challenging it would be to acquire formidable power in this world. Ding, the newbie gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring an Electroweb, 10,000 battle points, and 10 Ultra Balls. Ash stored the Pokeballs and proceeded to examine Pikachu's attributes in the system. Pikachu. Category: Mouse Pokemon. Type: Electric. Gender: Male. Ability: Static. Pokemon that make contact with this Pokemon have a 30 chance of being paralyzed. Potential: Blue Dot. Strength: Mid-level Normal Dot. Moves: Thunder Shock, Volt Tackle, Quick Attack, Agility, Thunder Dot. Held item: None. The classification of Pokemon Strength: Normal level 1 to 20, Elite level 21 to 40, Gym level 41 to 60, Near Champion 61 to 65, Champion 66 to 75, Near God 76 to 80, God 81 to 90, Near Legendary 91 to 100, Level 3 Legendary 101 to 110, Level 2 Legendary 111 to 120, Level 1 Legendary 121 to 140, and Creator God 150. The classification of Pokemon Potential. Pokemon Potential is categorized into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with red being the lowest and purple the highest. Green and above are high potential, while purple potential is legendary, achievable only by integrating the resources of mythical beasts. Chapter 2. The Everlasting Forest. At the entrance of the Everlasting Forest, a figure dashed in like the swift wind, closely followed by a small yellow mouse. Behind them, a horde of aggressive Spearows relentlessly pursued their trail. Ahead lay a crystal-clear stream, obstructing their path, with the river blocking their way and the Spearows in hot pursuit. The figure made a swift decision, unhesitatingly scooping up the yellow mouse and leaping into the water. The rushing current swiftly swept them away, carrying them downstream. Indeed, this figure was Ash, and the yellow mouse was none other than his steadfast companion, Pikachu. Ash had initially intended to capture a Pidgey, but Pikachu had stubbornly refused to heed his commands. In exasperation, Ash resolved to take matters into his own hands. He picked up a stone, aimed at a nearby Pidgey, but miscalculated and accidentally struck a Spearow instead. This action incited the wrath of the entire flock, and a thrilling chase ensued. Fortunately, Ash reacted quickly, jumping into the river with Pikachu in his arms, temporarily evading the Spearow's pursuit. However, their adventure was far from over. As Ash and Pikachu floated down the river, a sudden cry echoed from the riverbank. It was Misty, leisurely fishing for water-type Pokemon. Feeling a tug on her line, she excitedly pulled, only to inadvertently reel in Ash and Pikachu. "Hey, who are you?" Misty exclaimed, astonished at the drenched Ash. "And why is Pikachu so badly hurt? What kind of trainer are you?" Her tone was laden with dissatisfaction and reproach. Ash glanced back to see the Spearows closing in and felt a pang of anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped onto Misty's bicycle and placed Pikachu in the basket, shouting, "I'll borrow this bike. I promise to return it." Misty, taken aback and furious, shouted, "Hey, how could you do this?" Yet Ash paid her no mind, his focus solely on the approaching Spearows. Just then, the sky darkened ominously. Heavy clouds rolling in, and a torrential downpour began. The rain fell in sheets, turning the path into a treacherous mire. Ash pedaled through the muck, struggling to maintain speed. Suddenly, his bike skidded, and he and the bicycle tumbled to the ground. Ash felt darkness envelop him as he crashed hard, pain shooting through his body. In that moment, the Spearows, like hungry tigers, bore down upon him. Seeing no escape, Ash gritted his teeth, placing Pikachu's Pokeball before it. Then extending his arms protectively in front of Pikachu, shouting, "Pikachu, get in the Pokeball." He was determined to shield Pikachu from the Spearows, buying it time. "I am destined to become a Pokemon master. I will not be defeated by you." Bring it on. Pikachu, touched by Ash's unwavering resolve, understood he was protecting it, and a glimmer of determination sparked within its eyes. In an instant, Pikachu dashed back to Ash's side, leaping onto his shoulder and unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. With a resounding crash, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Spearows with precision and scattering them in disarray, their cries echoing in the air. The beleaguered Spearows, clearly intimidated by this sudden assault, took one last terrified glance at Ash and Pikachu before taking flight in a frantic retreat. As the threat dissipated, Ash and Pikachu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Pikachu, having expended all its energy in that last effort, swayed unsteadily and finally collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, Misty's bicycle had suffered collateral damage from the unleashed electricity, rendered utterly unrecognizable and beyond repair. At that moment, the sky cleared, sunlight breaking through the clouds, bestowing a glimmer of hope upon the world. Yet, amidst this fleeting tranquility, an unprecedented Pokémon streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Its ethereal form evoked awe, and as it passed over Ash, it dropped a feather, which floated down like a fateful omen, landing perfectly in Ash's hand. Both Ash and Pikachu were captivated by this unexpected sight, but Ash quickly realized time was of the essence. Without a moment's delay, he scooped up the injured Pikachu and sprinted towards Pallet Town. When he reached the outskirts of Pallet Town, he was utterly exhausted, his body battered and bruised. Yet, a singular thought consumed him: to get Pikachu the help it so desperately needed. Just as he was about to enter Pallet Town, a stern young woman named Officer Jenny blocked his path. "Hey, outsider, please present your identification. Otherwise, you will be treated as a Pokémon hunter," she said with a serious demeanor. Ash's heart raced with urgency, but he managed to suppress his anxiety. Swiftly retrieving his Pokédex from his backpack and handing it to Officer Jenny, pleading, "Please hurry. Pikachu's injuries are severe." After carefully examining the Pokédex, Officer Jenny confirmed Ash was not a Pokémon hunter, returning the device to him. "Follow me. I'll ride you to the Pokémon Center." Before she finished speaking, Officer Jenny had mounted her motorcycle, signaling Ash to hop on. Ash quickly secured Pikachu in his arms and climbed onto the back of the bike. With practiced ease, Officer Jenny revved the engine, and they sped away like an arrow, a whirlwind of wind trailing behind them. As they raced along, Ash's heartbeat quickened in tandem with their speed. He held Pikachu tightly, praying for its survival. Before long, they arrived at the Pokémon Center. Officer Jenny called out to Nurse Joy before dismounting. "Nurse Joy, we have a critically injured Pokémon that requires immediate treatment." Nurse Joy hurried over, concern etched on her face. "All right, please come this way," she responded urgently. Ash, filled with anxiety, dashed forward, cradling Pikachu closely. Finally, he stood breathlessly before Nurse Joy, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Nurse Joy, please help." Ash's voice trembled with urgency, his gaze fixed on her as if she held the key to Pikachu's survival. Nurse Joy smiled reassuringly, her gentle tone instilling a sense of calm. "All right, leave it to me." A weight lifted from Ash's shoulders as he watched Nurse Joy and her Happiny gently carry Pikachu into the treatment room. With heavy footsteps, Ash walked over to a nearby phone booth. He dialed Hanako's number, reassuring her that he was safe and not to worry. Then, he called Professor Oak, excitedly sharing that he had encountered a Pokémon never seen before. However, Ash's joy was short-lived. No sooner had he hung up than Misty stormed in, lugging a charred bicycle, her expression furious. "Hey you." The voice of Misty resonated with thunderous intensity, her face etched with fury. "Look what you've done to my bicycle. How do you intend to compensate me for it?" "I apologize, but this is not the time for such discussions. My Pikachu is still undergoing treatment, and I truly do not know what to do," Ash replied, glancing at the treatment room with a worried expression. "Is it really that serious?" Misty inquired anxiously. No sooner had she spoken than Nurse Joy emerged, pushing Pikachu out of the treatment room. Ash hurried forward, asking, "Nurse Joy, is my Pikachu all right?" "Rest assured, there is no Pokémon that cannot be saved by the Pokémon Center. Now, let Pikachu have some time to recuperate," Nurse Joy reassured him with a smile. "Thank you, Nurse Joy," Ash expressed gratefully. At that moment, the alarm in the Pokémon Center blared, and a thick cloud of smoke began to rise. "What is happening?" Ash asked in confusion. "Since you have sincerely inquired," Team Rocket's Jessie declared, "I shall graciously inform you," James added. "To prevent the world from destruction, to protect world peace." Jessie continued, "To enact love and truth, we are the charming yet nefarious villains," James chimed in. "I am Jessie," Jessie proclaimed. "I am James," James echoed. "We are the Rocket Team, traversing the galaxy," Jessie exclaimed. "A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us," James added. "Just like that, Meow," Meowth concluded. Weezing, Arbok, attack. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Pokémon Center. Weezing released a thick fog, while Arbok sabotaged the power lines. Ash, Misty, and Nurse Joy quickly escorted Pikachu to the room where the Pokeballs were stored. Just as they entered, the Pokémon Center plunged into darkness. Don't worry. The Pokémon Center has backup power, Nurse Joy assured, heading to activate the device to generate electricity for Pikachu. Once power was restored, she began transmitting Pokeballs to Pewter City while Ash remained by Pikachu's side. Just as Nurse Joy was sending the Pokeballs, Team Rocket burst in. We will take the Pokémon here, Jessie announced. Go, Arbok. In this dire moment, the Pikachu from the Pokémon Center gathered around Ash's Pikachu to channel electricity. Observing this, Ash quickly commanded, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt towards Team Rocket, resulting in a loud explosion that left a gaping hole in the ceiling, causing Team Rocket to vanish. What an annoying feeling, came the voices of Team Rocket from the sky. Ding. As the host has defeated Team Rocket for the first time. Rewards are doubled. 1,000 battle points, 10 basic candies, 1 Steel Wing TM, and an additional reward of awakening the wave guidance power, a form of mental energy allowing the user to sense others' waves, investigate the environment, see through objects, and manifest the waves for attack or defense. Seeing that the situation was resolved, Nurse Joy invited Ash and Misty to rest at the Pokémon Center for the night before continuing their journey the next day. Chapter 3. The Golden Pidgey. Early the next morning, Ash bid farewell to Nurse Joy and June Shaw, setting off for Pewter City with Pikachu, followed closely by Misty. Outside of Viridian Forest, Ash turned to Misty and said, Hey, why are you following me? I'm Misty, the world's #1 beauty. And you still owe me for my bicycle. As soon as you return it, I'll stop following you, she retorted. At the mention of the bicycle, Ash fell silent, conceding to allow Misty to accompany him on his journey. Suddenly, a startled scream echoed, and Ash turned to see Misty terrified by a caterpie. What is the big deal? It's just a caterpie, Ash remarked nonchalantly. But it's a bug. I'm terrified of bugs. Get it away from me, Misty pleaded, clutching Ash's shirt tightly. All right, Pikachu, let us catch it. Quick attack, Ash commanded. Pikachu emitted a bright light, sending the caterpie flying. Go, Pokeball. The Pokeball struck the caterpie perfectly, and after a few shakes, it successfully captured the creature. Yes, I caught a caterpie. Well done, Pikachu, Ash exclaimed. Misty, now calm, replied. You can let go of my shirt now. Thank you. I didn't mean to grab your shirt, she said, slightly embarrassed. Ash was about to respond when a golden flash darted past, landing on a nearby branch. Upon closer inspection, it was a shiny Pidgey. Pikachu, let us go catch that Pidgey, Ash shouted, sprinting towards it, with Misty and Pikachu following closely behind. Upon reaching the tree, Ash looked up at the Pidgey and declared, Pidgey, prepare for battle. If you lose, you'll become my Pokémon. Pidgey, it responded. Great, it's decided, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu readied itself as Pidgey charged with quick attack. Pikachu evaded and unleashed a thunderbolt. With a flick of its tail, Pikachu released a powerful bolt that struck Pidgey, causing it to cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Ash threw a Pokeball. Go, Pokeball. The ball hit Pidgey perfectly, shaking vigorously before settling down. Awesome, Pikachu. I caught a Pidgey. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing a shiny Pokémon for the first time. Rewards are doubled. 1,000 battle points, 1 Irontail TM, and an additional reward of awakening the power of the forest, capable of healing Pokémon injuries, enhancing natural affinity with Pokémon, purifying the essence of Pokémon life to elevate their potential, and enhancing their combat strength. As the lush forest stirred, leaves rustled, and beams of green light began to coalesce, flowing into Ash's body. The power of the forest? Ash, you've awakened the power of the forest? Misty exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, just luck, Ash chuckled, scratching his head. Come forth, Pidgey and Caterpie, he thought, mentally commanding the system to check their details. Caterpie, classification, bug Pokémon, type, bug, gender, male, ability, shed skin, protected by shed skin. It is not affected by additional effects of moves. Potential, yellow, strength, normal early stage, moves, string shot, tackle, held item, none, Pidgey, classification, bird Pokémon, type, normal, flying, gender, male, ability, keen eye, thanks to keen eye, the accuracy will not be lowered. Potential, blue, strength, elite early stage, moves, quick attack, wing attack, gust, whirlwind. Tornado, held item, none, the system opened the shop. Ding, shop opened. Ash browsed through the system's shop, ultimately purchasing a sharp beak, a learning device X1, 10 Ultra Balls, and 5 basic candies, expending all 12,000 battle points awarded by the system. The system then equipped Pikachu and Pidgey with the electric ball and sharp beak, respectively, and applied Iron Tail and Steel Wing to them as well. Ding! The task is complete. Subsequently, I reached into my backpack, retrieving a basic candy from the system's space and placing it before Pikachu, Pidgey, and Caterpie. Here, each of you take one and enjoy, I said. As the 3 Pokémon consumed the basic candy, each experienced a level up, and Caterpie was enveloped in a radiant glow of evolution. When the light faded, a vibrant green Metapod stood proudly between Pikachu and Pidgey. Congratulations, Caterpie, you've evolved into Metapod. Ash exclaimed excitedly. All right, you all return for now. It's getting late. Ash remarked, glancing at the sky. He withdrew Pidgey and Metapod into their Pokeballs, while Pikachu scampered onto his shoulder. Misty, it's getting dark. We should find a place to rest. He turned to Misty. Yes, let us go, Misty replied, stepping ahead. As they searched, they eventually discovered a tree hollow before nightfall. A suitable shelter for the two of them. This tree hollow will do. If we search further, it'll be dark, making it harder to find something. Ash suggested to Misty. All right, but do you have an extra sleeping bag? I didn't bring one, Misty said, feeling embarrassed. I don't have an extra sleeping bag, but I do have a tent. You can sleep inside the tent, and I'll use the sleeping bag outside, Ash said kindly. Thank you, Ash, Misty replied, blushing slightly. After sharing a meal, they began to rest. The night in the Viridian Forest was punctuated by the calls of bug-type Pokémon, while the silvery moonlight filtered through the treetops, creating dappled patterns on the ground. The next morning, Ash, Misty, and Pikachu were awakened by the calls of bird Pokémon. After freshening up and having breakfast, Ash released Pidgey and Metapod. Pikachu, Pidgey, your task today is to defeat any wild Pokémon we encounter to solidify your strength. If you come across weaker Pokémon, let Metapod share some experience to hasten its evolution. Let us go. As they journeyed, Misty was frequently startled by bug-type Pokémon, clutching Ash's shirt in fright, prompting Ash to have Pikachu and Pidgey clear the area of nearby bug Pokémon. Thus, Pikachu and Pidgey engaged in battles with wild Pokémon along the way, fully adapting to Iron Tail and Steel Wing, with Metapod now just a step away from evolution. At that moment, a shiny sword appeared behind Ash. Misty, noticing it, quickly pushed Ash aside and shouted, "What is wrong with you? Do you realize how dangerous that is?" The person wielding the sword replied, "I apologize. I am a bug-catching trainer from this area. I challenge passing trainers. I'm truly sorry for startling you." "All right, I accept your challenge. It's you and me, Pidgey," Ash declared confidently. The bug-catching trainer responded, "Come forth, Beedrill." Pidgey unleashed Quick Attack. A golden streak of light surged towards Beedrill, striking its chest with incredible speed. "Beedrill, are you all right? Use Fury Attack." The trainer commanded as Beedrill charged at Pidgey, its stingers poised for the strike. Pidgey ascended rapidly with Quick Attack, then executed Steel Wing. A flash of white light appeared as Beedrill collapsed, unable to continue fighting. At that moment, Metapod radiated with the light of evolution, breaking free from its cocoon. When the light dissipated, a stunning Butterfree with deep blue-purple coloration and large white wings adorned with black patterns emerged. The system prompted a notification. Butterfree. Category: Butterfly Pokémon. Type: Bug. Flying. Gender: Male. Ability: Compound Eyes. Increases the accuracy of moves. Potential: Yellow. Strength: Intermediate. Moves: String Shot. Tackle. Confusion. Stun Spore. Sleep Powder. Item: None. After bidding farewell to the bug-catching trainer, Ash and his companions set forth towards Pewter City, finally reaching the outskirts by evening. Chapter 4: Pewter Gym, Gray Badge. As Ash and Misty arrived at the edge of Pewter City, they encountered a middle-aged man selling stones. "Would you like to buy some stones? I have all kinds," he exclaimed. Misty waved her hand dismissively. "No, thank you. We're just passing through." Ash inquired, "Excuse me, do you know where the Pokemon Center is? We'd like to rest a bit." The middle-aged man replied, "I can take you there. I'm on my way to the Pokemon Center for a meal." "That would be much appreciated," Ash responded, following the man to the Pokemon Center. Along the way, Ash asked about the Pewter Gym. "Do you know where it is?" The man replied, "Ah, the Pewter Gym? Are you looking to challenge it? I can show you tomorrow." "Really? That is so kind of you," Ash exclaimed with excitement. "By the way, do you know what the gym leader is like?" Misty's curiosity piqued. She asked, "What is he like?" The man replied, "The gym leader, Brock, has 10 younger siblings to care for. His father abandoned them to pursue his dreams of becoming a Pokemon trainer and has been missing ever since. His mother left out of disappointment in her husband's irresponsibility, leaving Brock as the most reliable one." "Seriously? How could parents be like that?" Misty exclaimed indignantly. I know. It's truly unfortunate for Brock. Ash agreed sympathetically. All right. Weavy arrived at the Pokemon Center. You both rest now. I'm off to eat. See you bright and early tomorrow, the man said. Goodbye. They replied in unison. The next morning, Ash and Misty waited at the entrance of the Pokemon Center for the middle-aged man. You're quite punctual. Let us head to the pewter gym, he said leisurely as he emerged from the center. Under his guidance, Ash and Misty quickly arrived at the pewter gym. Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym. Is anyone present? Ash called out at the entrance. As soon as he spoke, the lights of the pewter gym illuminated, revealing a young man with a dark complexion standing deep within. I am the pewter gym leader, and there are rules for challenging the gym. Do you understand? Brock stated. Rules? Ash questioned. Indeed. The pewter gym's rule is a 2-on-2 Pokemon battle. Whichever side's Pokemon can no longer battle loses, Brock explained. All right, I understand, Ash replied. Then the gym challenge begins now. My first Pokemon is Geodude. Go. Okay, I choose you, Pikachu, Ash declared. As the challenger, you have the right to attack first. Let us begin, Brock said. Pikachu, quick attack, Ash commanded. A flash of white light surged as Pikachu charged towards Geodude. Geodude, use rollout, Brock instructed. Geodude rolled into a ball and barreled towards Pikachu. The two collided, and Geodude's powerful force sent Pikachu soaring into the air. As Pikachu fell, he executed quick attack followed by Iron Tail. Pikachu, Ash called out. Just as Geodude was about to evade, Pikachu, propelled by the speed of Thunderbolt, appeared right before Geodude. An Iron Tail struck directly at Geodude's face, raising a cloud of thick smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Geodude lay on the ground, eyes spiraling, having lost its fighting capability. Brock, come back, Geodude, you performed admirably. Challenger Pikachu has been well trained by you. Now, for my next Pokemon, I choose Onix. The colossal serpent, composed entirely of rock, materialized in the center of the arena. Pikachu returned. It is time for you, Pidgeotto. As Onix initiated bind, Pidgeotto swiftly dodged with Thunderbolt and then unleashed Hurricane. At the very moment Onix's tail approached, Pidgeotto utilized Thunderbolt to dart behind Onix, flapping its wings to create a fierce wind that howled towards the rock serpent. Brock declared, Challenger, flying-type moves pose no threat to Onix. Onix, use Rock Slide. In an instant, a shower of stones appeared above Pidgeotto, hurtling down towards it. Pidgeotto nimbly evaded by using Thunderbolt, weaving swiftly through the barrage of rocks, unharmed. Now, Pidgeotto unleashed Steel Wing. As Pidgeotto flapped its wings, a silvery metallic sheen glimmered along the edges, as sharp as tempered steel. It traced elegant arcs in the air, each flap resonating with a sharp crack, sending sparks flying as the steel wings sliced through the atmosphere, as if cleaving the invisible currents into fragments. Due to Pidgeotto's incredible speed, Onix could barely react, continuously losing stamina. Brock commanded, Onix, use Harden. Pidgeotto could not allow it to execute Harden. It swiftly used Thunderbolt followed by a full-powered Steel Wing. In a split second, Pidgeotto accelerated dramatically, striking Onix with Steel Wing just before it could harden. Onix let out a pained cry and collapsed, defeated. Wonderful. We've won. Great job, Pidgeotto and Pikachu. Brock congratulated Ash, saying, Congratulations, Ash. This is proof of your victory at the pewter gym, the gray badge. Please accept it. Fantastic. I've obtained the gray badge, Ash exclaimed, striking a victorious pose, while Pikachu and Pidgeotto celebrated alongside him. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first badge. Rewards have been doubled. You have received 5,000 battle points, 1 Earthquake TM, and 10 small candies. Brock remarked, This battle has showcased the bond between you and your Pokemon. It was a splendid match. Ash replied, Thank you, Brock. This battle taught me so much. Brock continued, Honestly, I believe nurturing Pokemon holds more significance than battling others. To be frank, I never aspired to be a gym leader. I dream of becoming the world's foremost Pokemon breeder. However, I must care for my younger siblings, so I see no need to leave. Thus, Ash, could you fulfill my aspirations? Did you all hear that, Uncle? To this day, you still refuse to acknowledge your identity? Brock's father, Mr. Wu Nong. Upon hearing the details of Brock's family, and upon meeting him, I began to suspect the resemblance in your auras. I turned to face Mr. Wu Neng in the audience. Misty gasped, You're actually Brock's father? Wu Nong responded, So I've been discovered? Brock, pursue your dreams. You need not worry about your siblings. Fulfill both our dreams. Brock said, Dad, thank you. Ash, I look forward to your guidance. Of course, Brock, Ash replied. Wu Nung urged, Go on, Brock. Can Misty and I stay at your home for the night? It's quite late. And you likely have much to discuss with your father, Ash inquired. Brock replied, Of course. I'll let you taste my cooking tonight. Misty cheered, hooray. No more bento for me. Thank you, Brock. That evening, Brock personally cooked a sumptuous dinner. After the meal, Ash and Misty followed Brock's younger siblings to rest, while Brock reminded his father of their preferences and favorite foods. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Ash, Misty, and Brock bid farewell to Mr. Wu Nang and his siblings, setting off towards Cerulean City. On their journey to Cerulean City, they arrived at Moonview Mountain, where they rescued a researcher surrounded by Zubat at a cave entrance. Guided by the researcher, Ash and his companions ventured into Moonview Mountain, encountering Pokémon suffering due to Team Rocket's excavation of moonstones. A Clefairy, clutching a shard of moonstone, appeared before them. Just as Ash prepared to capture it, the researcher intervened, allowing Clefairy to escape. As Ash and his friends prepared to leave, they heard Clefairy's call. Clefable. Ash and his group hurriedly followed Clefairy's path, encountering Meowth from Team Rocket. Meowth remarked, "What are you doing here so early?" Ash replied, "That is what I should be asking you, Team Rocket. It's you causing trouble in this cave." Jessie declared, "To protect the world from devastation." James added, "To unite all peoples within our nation." Jessie continued, "To denounce the evils of truth and love." James chimed in, "To extend our reach to the stars above." Jessie introduced herself, "I am Jessie." James followed, "And I am James." Jessie proclaimed, "Together, we are Team Rocket, soaring through the galaxy." James concluded, "White Hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us." Meowth added, "That's right." Ash retorted, "Honestly, can you three change your script? I'm tired of hearing it." Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Misty echoed, "Exactly. Your opening lines are so dull." Pikachu leaped into the air, launching a yellow bolt of lightning towards Team Rocket. Brock commanded, "Geodude, come forth. Use rollout." Geodude curled into a ball and charged towards Team Rocket. Under the assault from Pikachu and Geodude, the trio had no chance to react before being sent soaring into the sky. "What an annoying feeling," they exclaimed in unison. After dispatching Team Rocket, Ash and his friends followed Clefairy deeper into the cave, witnessing a gathering of Clefairy dancing around a moonstone under the moonlight. They also observed Clefairy evolving into Clefable due to the moonstone's presence. As Ash and his group prepared to leave, one Clefable approached Ash, expressing a desire to join him. "Are you truly willing to accompany me?" Ash asked, puzzled. Clefable extended a paw towards the Pokeball at Ash's waist. A red light flashed, and the Pokeball shook slightly before a 3-star indication signaled successful capture. "Yes, I've captured Clefable." Ash and Pikachu rejoiced. A notification chimed, "Congratulations, host, on capturing Clefable. Reward, 500 battle points." Afterward, Ash and his companions bid farewell to the researcher and the other Clefairy, continuing their journey towards Cerulean City. Chapter 5, Cerulean Gym, Blue Badge. Ash and his friends traversed Moonview Mountain, arriving at Cerulean City. Upon reaching Cerulean City, Misty suddenly vanished. Just as Ash and Brock entered the city, they encountered Ms. Kunsa investigating a theft of a large engine and thick water pipes from a shop, nearly being mistaken for thieves themselves. Fortunately, Ash and Brock presented their Pokédex and gym badges to verify their identities. After this minor incident, Brock separated to purchase supplies, leaving Ash to navigate the map in search of the Cerulean Gym. Ash arrived at the Hualan Gym, only to discover that a captivating performance of underwater ballet was taking place, with every seat in the venue occupied. As Ash wandered around the area, he encountered the 3 sisters who had just performed. "Hello, may I inquire where the trainers of the Hualan Gym are?" Ash politely asked. The eldest sister, Sakura, replied, "Do you not understand? We 3 are the trainers of the Hualan Gym, collectively known as the Floral Basket Beauties." You are the gym trainers? Then what was the purpose of the performance?" Ash inquired, puzzled. Peony chimed in, "That performance was merely a pastime, a way to showcase our beauty." Iris added, "Indeed. A beautiful woman frolicking in water is a sight to behold." Following the 3 sisters to the battle arena, Ash declared, "All right, please engage me in a gym battle." Sakura responded, "We have lost all motivation to fight." "How can that be?" Ash questioned. Peony explained, "Before you arrived, we were thoroughly defeated by 3 trainers from Shinshin Town." Sakura continued, "Moreover, nearly all of our Pokémon are currently hospitalized." Iris added, "At this point, we have only one Staryu capable of battling. If it evolves into Starmie, it might prove useful. For now, it can only fight using its horn." Sakura concluded, "Now you understand why we cannot battle." "But," Ash began. "I know," said Sakura, clapping her hands. At that moment, a small seal emerged from the nearby pool, leaping onto the platform and sticking out its tongue, revealing a water drop badge, which Sakura picked up. "This is the water drop badge. Do you desire it? If so, take it," she offered. But wouldn't it be inappropriate to receive a badge without a battle? Ash replied. Enough with the hesitation, Peony urged. Ash prepared to take the water drop badge from Sakura's hand when a voice interrupted. Ash, wait, called Misty from the stands. Misty? Ash responded, confused. Misty leaped down from the stands, landing in front of the three sisters. Sakura, I will assist you in this battle, she said, looking at Sakura. Ash, perplexed, asked, what is happening? Misty explained, I am the youngest sister of the Hualan Beauties. Ash exclaimed. Indeed, we are the Hualan Beauties 4, she confirmed. Iris interjected, actually. It should be the Beauties 3 and the Ugly Duckling. Sakura dismissed the comment. That is irrelevant, Misty. What brings you back so soon? Peony teased. Who was it that boasted they would never return home without becoming a great Pokémon trainer? Misty retorted, it was because that brat and I had issues. In any case, to preserve the honor of the Hualan Gym, I must step into battle. Sakura agreed. That is true. Your Pokémon are the only ones still capable of fighting. Ash, you understand now. You will battle me, Misty declared, pointing at Ash. Sakura announced, let the gym battle between the trainers and the challenger commence. The rules of the Hualan Gym dictate a 2-on-2 battle. Whichever side's Pokémon all lose their fighting capabilities will be deemed the loser. All right, I choose Butterfree, Ash decided. Come forth, Staryu, Misty called. Butterfree ensnared Staryu with String Shot, launching a white thread towards it. Staryu, dive into the water, Misty commanded. With a splash, Staryu submerged, evading Butterfree's String Shot. Excellent, Staryu, use Water Gun while in the water, Misty directed. A jet of water shot from Staryu's top point, hurtling towards Butterfree, which swiftly dodged and ascended into the air using telekinesis, avoiding the water gun. Subsequently, a psychic force enveloped Staryu, rendering it immobile. Perfect, just like that, Ash instructed Butterfree. Control Staryu and lift it into the sky, then use Sleep Powder. Butterfree, manipulating the restrained Staryu, soared above the water before hovering above it. With a flutter of its wings, a cloud of powder descended upon Staryu, which, unable to move due to the psychic hold, was forced into a slumber. Now, while it sleeps, use String Shot to whip it against the wall, Ash commanded. Staryu, wake up, Misty urged, but alas, Staryu remained in its dream state, succumbing to Butterfree's String Shot, which sent it hurtling towards the wall with a resounding crash. In a final strike, Butterfree charged at Staryu, resulting in a loud thud as Staryu fell, unable to continue fighting. Staryu, you did wonderfully, Misty praised. Ash, you won't obtain the Water Drop badge easily. Come forth. My Pokémon, Gemstar. Return, Butterfree. I choose Pidgeotto, Ash declared. Pidgeotto, unleash Hurricane, Misty commanded. A powerful gust swept towards Gemstar, who quickly dove into the water to evade. How infuriating, this move again, Ash exclaimed, directing Pidgeotto to use Hurricane on the pool, stirring the water and revealing Gemstar's form. Gemstar, utilize Rapid Spin, Misty ordered. Golden stars appeared from Gemstar's center, rapidly approaching Pidgeotto. Dodge with Quick Attack and close in on Gemstar, Ash strategized. Pidgeotto darted through the stars, drawing near Gemstar. Now, grab Gemstar and throw it into the air, then use Steel Wing, Ash commanded. Pidgeotto swiftly seized Gemstar and tossed it skyward, its wings gleaming with a metallic sheen as it charged towards Gemstar. In a decisive clash, Gemstar fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Return, Gemstar. You performed admirably, Misty acknowledged. Congratulations, Ash, Sakura proclaimed. Misty's two Pokémon have both lost their fighting capabilities, thus the challenger Ash is victorious. Ash, the Water Drop badge is now yours. Just as Ash was about to take the Water Drop badge from Sakura's hand, a machine crashed through the wall of the Hualan Gym. What is happening? Iris exclaimed. Since you have so sincerely inquired, Musashi began. Then I shall graciously respond, Kojiru added. Not you again, Team Rocket. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pidgeotto, Steel Wing, Ash shouted, launching his attacks at Team Rocket. Hey, kid, we hadn't even finished our introduction yet, Musashi protested. Show some respect, coughing, it's your turn, Kojiru commanded. Who cares about your nonsense? Pikachu, Pidgeotto, attack, Ash ordered. Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck coughing, sending it flying towards Musashi, while Pidgeotto's Steel Wing hit Ekans, propelling it towards Kojiru. Now, Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Ash commanded as Pikachu released a powerful Thunderbolt, igniting an explosion that sent Team Rocket flying. How annoying, they exclaimed in unison. With Team Rocket dispatched, Ash successfully retrieved the Water Drop badge from Sakura. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Water Drop badge, along with a reward of 2,500 battle points. The Water Drop badge is now firmly in hand, as Ash, Pikachu, and Misty strike a victorious pose. Misty, Congratulations, Ash. I, Sakura, wish to accompany this little rascal on his journey. I am determined to become a master of water-type Pokémon. Sakura, absolutely, we shall support you. The gym shall be guarded by the three of us sisters. Peony, indeed, Misty, you must give it your all. Misty embraced Sakura and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Sister Sakura. Ash and Misty bid farewell to the three sisters and stepped out of the gym, only to encounter Brock awaiting them outside. Brock, Ash, how did it go? Did you obtain the water drop badge? Ash proudly revealed the badge, replying, of course. Brock, then let us set off. With that, Ash and his companions bid farewell to the three sisters and ventured towards the next gym. Chapter 6, the Pokémon region. After Ash secured the gray badge and the water drop badge, the group embarked on their journey to the next gym. Ash, where should we head for our next gym? Misty, how about we visit Leaf City? We could see the luxurious cruise ship, the Saint, and Brock. And Leaf City also has a gym, Ash. Ash, all right. It's settled then. We shall go to Leaf City. Thus, Ash and his companions set forth on their journey to Leaf City. Along the way, they encountered numerous trainers, each battle contributing to Ash's battle points and experience. A passing trainer exclaimed, wow, you are truly impressive. Perhaps you could defeat Xiaoming. Ash inquired, Xiaoming? Who is that? The trainer replied, Xiaoming has established a personal gym just ahead. He is known as the Beast Tamer Xiaoming and has never lost a match. Ash, is that so? I must meet him. The group arrived at the location of Xiaoming's personal gym. The banner read, unofficial gym of the Pokémon League, boasting 98 consecutive victories. Misty observed, it's rather secluded here. Otherwise, this gym would surely be shut down for operating without permission. Brock added, indeed, establishing a gym so brazenly is quite audacious. Hello? Is anyone there? I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge you. Ash announced while knocking on the door. Xiaoming, come in, I accept your challenge. The wooden door creaked open, revealing the battle arena and training equipment within. Xiaoming smirked, prepare to be the fertilizer for my 99th victory. Ash retorted, anyone can boast. Let us see your true power. Xiaoming scoffed, once I achieve 100 victories, I will embark on my journey for badges. Go, Sandshrew. Ash, then I choose you, Pidgeotto. Let us initiate the attack. Pidgeotto, use quick attack. Pidgeotto soared forth in a flash of golden light towards Sandshrew, but Xiaoming struck the ground with his whip, prompting Sandshrew to burrow underground and evade the attack. Brock remarked, is he using the whip to command his Pokémon? It seems he has a great deal of trust in Sandshrew. Pidgeotto ascended into the sky, carefully observing, and when Sandshrew emerged, it would strike with Steel Wing. After a prolonged wait, Sandshrew finally surfaced. Now Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto dove in with Steel Wing, catching Sandshrew off guard and sending it flying off the battle platform. In that instant, as Sandshrew landed outside the arena, Pidgeotto glimmered with the light of evolution. Golden feathers sprouted from its head, its magnificent wings expanded wider, and its claws became more formidable. Finally, the light dissipated to reveal a majestic Pidgeot, towering at 2.3 meters, with piercing eyes and grand wings that exuded an aura of royalty. Pidgeot. Congratulations, Pidgeotto. No, Pidgeot. Ash exclaimed with excitement. The system provided details on Pidgeot. Pidgeot. Classification, bird Pokémon. Type, normal. Flying, gender, male. Ability, keen eye, ensures accuracy is not reduced. Potential, blue. Strength, elite mid-tier. Moves, quick attack, wing attack, hurricane, whirlwind, steel wing. Item, none. Excellent. Pidgeot. Let us celebrate your evolution with this battle, wing attack. Pidgeot surged with newfound strength towards Xiaoming's Sandshrew. Due to its evolution, Pidgeot's speed was unmatched by Sandshrew. And in an instant, it was upon Sandshrew, its powerful wings poised to strike. Xiaoming, in a panic, shouted, Sandshrew, dodge quickly. Sandshrew attempted to move but was met with Pidgeot's wings, resulting in a resounding thud as it collapsed, unable to continue the fight. You are truly formidable, Xiaoming conceded. However, I shall challenge Sandshrew anew and strive for 100 consecutive victories. We shall meet again at the League Conference. Ash replied, I shall await your return. Ash and his companions bid farewell to Xiaoming and Sandshrew, continuing their journey to Leaf City. On their way to Leaf City, Ash and his friends passed by a Pokémon school, where they intervened to defend a bullied student and taught a lesson to a theoretical purist named Side-Eye. After departing from the school, Ash and his companions found themselves lost in the mountains. According to the map, they should soon encounter a fork leading to Leaf City. Brock examined the map closely when suddenly, a quivering purple figure caught his attention. Look, it's Oddish. Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly retrieved a Pokeball from her waist, exclaiming, Oddish is quite a rare grass-type Pokémon. I must capture it. As she prepared to throw the pokeball, a green figure burst forth from the bushes, standing protectively in front of Oddish. It was a Bulbasaur, its red eyes alert and its limbs poised for battle. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Misty frowned. I merely wish to battle Oddish. I mean no harm. Bulbasaur remained silent, but let out a low growl. Bulbasaur. Its tail swept across the ground, shielding Oddish behind it. Ash, sensing Bulbasaur's intent through his intuition, approached gently and said, "We bear no ill will. We simply wish for a fair battle with Pokémon. If you are concerned, I can first battle you to demonstrate our sincerity." Bulbasaur tilted its head, seemingly contemplating, then nodded in agreement, assuming a battle stance. Ash turned to his airborne Butterfree. Butterfree, it's your turn. Use Sleep Powder. Butterfree took to the air, scattering fine purple powder from its wings towards Bulbasaur. Unexpectedly, Bulbasaur was prepared. It inhaled deeply and exhaled a gust, sending the sleep powder back towards Butterfree. "Watch out, Butterfree!" Ash shouted urgently, but Butterfree was caught off guard. Inhaling some of the powder, its wing movements noticeably slowed. The Bulbasaur seized the opportunity, leaping upward with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, hurtling towards Butterfree with a forceful tackle. With a resounding thud, Butterfree was violently slammed against the trunk of a tree, gradually descending to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. However, Bulbasaur chose not to pursue its advantage, merely shaking its head at Ash, seemingly conveying that they were still insufficiently strong. It then turned, accompanied by Oddish, and swiftly vanished into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. Misty, somewhat vexed, stamped her foot in frustration. How infuriating! We were outsmarted. Brock promptly checked Butterfree's injuries, relieved to find only minor scrapes. He applied some ointment to Butterfree's wings, saying, "Don't fret, this Bulbasaur is quite responsible. Perhaps we should first establish a rapport before discussing a battle." The group continued onward until they arrived at an old suspension bridge spanning a stream. The bridge appeared somewhat dilapidated, with gaps between the wooden planks revealing the turbulent waters below. "Everyone, tread carefully and proceed slowly," Brock advised. He was the first to step onto the bridge, but as he reached the midpoint, a plank suddenly snapped with a crack, causing him to lose his balance and tumble towards the river. "Brock!" Ash and Misty exclaimed in unison. Without hesitation, Ash commanded his Fiero to dive down. "Fiero, grab Brock's clothes with your claws." Fiero swooped down with incredible speed, its sharp talons securely grasping Brock's backpack strap, pulling him back to safety at the riverbank. Brock, shaken but relieved, sat on the ground and looked at the broken bridge with a wry smile. "It seems we'll have to take a detour. But the terrain nearby is quite complex, so we must be extra cautious." Indeed, not long after, Ash suddenly felt his feet give way beneath him as he plunged into a pitfall. He quickly summoned a transparent barrier using his aura to cushion his fall and shouted above, "Be careful, there's a trap here." But as soon as he spoke, Misty and Brock inadvertently triggered adjacent mechanisms, and a colossal net cascaded from the trees, ensnaring them and hoisting them into the air. "Whose trap is this?" Misty struggled against the tightening net. Just then, a rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, and a girl in a green dress with twin ponytails appeared. Upon noticing the three trapped individuals, she quickly halted. "Are you all right? I'll get you down." The girl adeptly located the trap's mechanism, freeing Brock and Misty from the net, and then reaching down to pull Ash from the pit. "I'm Xiaotsue, the guardian of this Pokémon paradise," she introduced herself, gesturing to the surrounding forest. "These traps are meant to deter poachers and ill-intentioned trainers from capturing Pokémon. I apologize for the misunderstanding." "Ah, we misunderstood you." Ash quickly waved his hands. "We're merely passing trainers on our way to Leaf Town. The incident with Bulbasaur was just a misunderstanding." Upon hearing the mention of Bulbasaur, Xiaotsue's expression softened. "You mean the Bulbasaur with the large seed on its back? It is the guardian of this paradise, abandoned here long ago. And I took it in. Since then, it has vowed to protect all the weaker Pokémon living here." Ash felt a stirring in his heart, sensing Bulbasaur's emotions through his bond with nature, which held both a desire to protect Pokémon Paradise and a yearning for strength. He turned to Xiaotsue and asked, "May we visit Pokémon Paradise? We promise not to capture any Pokémon. We only wish to befriend those who reside there." Xiaotsue hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well. But you must uphold your promise, for Bulbasaur will be quite upset if you do not." Following Xiaotsue into Pokémon Paradise, the sight before them was breathtaking. By the crystal-clear stream, Rattata and Pidgey frolicked, while beneath a large tree, Paras and Oddish basked together in the sun. Even the Oddish they had encountered earlier was munching on leaves alongside a few Caterpie. Bulbasaur lay perched on a rock, vigilantly observing its surroundings. Upon spotting Ash and his companions, it immediately stood up, but was halted by Xiaozui. They are my friends and will not harm anyone. Only then did Bulbasaur relax, though it maintained its distance. Ash approached it, speaking softly. I can sense your desire to grow stronger, am I right? Remaining here allows you to protect everyone, yet it also limits your own growth. Bulbasaur looked up at Ash, astonished, as it had not expected a human to understand its innermost thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar, arrogant laughter echoed from the sky. Since there are so many Pokémon here, we shall not be polite. Ash looked up to see the infamous Team Rocket trio, descending in a hot air balloon, with a massive net dangling beneath, ready to ensnare the Pokémon. Team Rocket. Ash gritted his teeth. Fearow, use Hurricane to destroy that net. Fearow soared into the sky, flapping its wings to create a powerful gust, yet the net, specially crafted, remained unscathed. It's futile. This is our custom-made capture net. Even Fearow's Hurricane cannot harm it, Jesse boasted, as James pressed a button on the remote control, causing the net to tighten and ensnare several Pidgey and Rattata. Seeing this, Bulbasaur dashed forward, unleashing Razor Leaf against the net, the blade-like energy slicing through with a sizzling sound. How dare that Bulbasaur interfere with our plans? Meowth leaped down from the balloon, attempting to claw at Bulbasaur, but it nimbly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to attack the balloon's propeller. Pikachu leapt onto a rock, its tail erect, unleashing a stream of golden electricity towards the propeller. With a crackle, the propeller emitted black smoke, causing the balloon to sway dangerously. Jesse and James scrambled to control the balloon, but inadvertently crashed it into a tree, causing the net to fall to the ground. Bulbasaur immediately rushed over, using its body to break open the net and free the captured Pokémon. Team Rocket, unwilling to concede defeat, sent out Arbok and Victreebel. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Victreebel, use Vine Whip. Arbok shot out sharp poison stingers while Victreebel extended its thick vines towards Bulbasaur and Pikachu. Fearow, use your wings to deflect the poison stings. Ash shouted, as Fearow dove in, flapping its wings to send the stingers flying. Simultaneously, Bulbasaur countered with Razor Leaf, severing Victreebel's vines into segments. Taking advantage of the chaos, Pikachu jumped onto Arbok's back, delivering a quick thunder shock to its head, causing it to writhe in pain. Now is our chance. Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam. Ash sensed the energy building within Bulbasaur through their connection with nature and issued the command. Bulbasaur inhaled deeply, its seed glowing, and a brilliant green beam shot forth, striking Arbok and Victreebel with precision. With a resounding impact, both Pokémon collapsed, unable to continue the fight. Curse you. Another failure. Jessie seethed, stamping her foot. James and Meowth quickly pulled her away as the trio hastily retreated from the forest. You little brat, we'll remember you. Next time, we'll capture all your Pokémon. Thank you, Ash, for protecting the Pokémon here, Xiaozui said gratefully. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it, Miss Xiaozui? Ash inquired. Could you take this Bulbasaur on a journey? It has sacrificed itself to protect the Pokémon here, but if it remains, it will become stagnant, like a frog at the bottom of a well. If it continues to stay, it will not grow, and the plant on its back will never flourish. Therefore, I hope you can take it into the outside world. Xiaoxia, but what shall we do now that Bulbasaur has left? Xiaojing, indeed, what should we do? Xiaozui, you are right. Bulbasaur has indeed contributed immensely to protecting this area. However, Pokémon cannot remain here forever. Some of them have long completed their rehabilitation. Yet, due to the comfort of this place, they are reluctant to return to the outside world. I hope that once they regain their health, they can return to their original habitat. And I wish for the Pokémon here to return to nature. Alright, I understand now. So, Bulbasaur, what is your choice? Do you wish to travel with me or stay here? After contemplating for a long while, it finally nodded at Ash, only to suddenly assume a battle stance. Through the power of Aura, Ash understood its intent. You want to battle me, and only if I win will you be willing to accompany me? Bulbasaur nodded vigorously. Ash chuckled, lifting Pikachu into his arms. No problem. This will be a fair match, and I will give it my all. Pikachu, prepare for battle. Pikachu jumped down from his embrace, striking a pose before Bulbasaur, its tail flicking slightly. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Bulbasaur initiated the attack, sending energy blades towards Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge with Quick Attack. In a flash, Pikachu skillfully evaded all the assaults while closing in on Bulbasaur. In response, Bulbasaur charged forward with Tackle. Pikachu leaped up, avoiding the impact, and charged up electricity in its tail. Use Thunderbolt. A golden current shot toward Bulbasaur, which could not evade in time and was struck by the electricity, causing its body to tremble violently. However, it did not fall. Instead, Gritting its teeth, the seed on its back began to glow once more. Solar beam. Pikachu used thunder. Ash shouted, and Pikachu inhaled deeply, gathering dark clouds in the sky, as a thick bolt of lightning descended upon Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, with a defiant cry. Bulbasaur was struck by the lightning and slowly collapsed to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Ash rushed over, using aura to heal its wounds. You were amazing. I will not betray your trust. Bulbasaur opened its eyes and smiled at Ash, nuzzling its head against his hand affectionately. Xiaotsue watched this scene with a content smile. Wonderful. Bulbasaur has finally found a suitable trainer. She took a Pokeball from her pocket and handed it to Ash. This is what I prepared earlier. Use it to catch Bulbasaur. Ash accepted the Pokeball and gently tapped Bulbasaur's forehead. The Pokeball emitted a white light, enveloping Bulbasaur within, and after 3 gentle shakes, it clicked shut, signifying a successful capture. Hooray! I have captured Bulbasaur. Ash exclaimed excitedly, raising the Pokeball high. Pikachu, Butterfree, and Pidgeotto gathered around to celebrate the addition of their new partner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the first starter Pokemon. Rewards doubled, earning 1,000 battle points. 10 Ultra Balls, 10 basic candies, and 10 universal healing potions. System check. Bulbasaur. Category, Seed Pokemon. Type, Grass, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Chlorophyll, speed increases in sunny weather. Potential, Blue. Strength, average late stage. Moves, Tackle, Quick Attack, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Leaf Blade. Held item, none. Ash stood up with the Pokeball in hand. Come forth. Bulbasaur, let us say goodbye to Xiaotsue. Bulbasaur walked over to Xiaotsue, calling out softly before returning to Ash's side. Xiaotsue, take care, Bulbasaur. After bidding farewell to Xiaotsue and the other Pokemon, Ash and his companions resumed their journey towards Leaf Green City. Ash's team, Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Butterfree, Bulbasaur. Chapter 8, Capturing Charmander. As the morning sun dispersed the mist lingering in the forest, Ash and his companions treaded on the dew-kissed grass towards Leaf Green City. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, occasionally swaying its tail and sniffing the wildflowers by the roadside. At this pace, we should reach the next town before evening, right? Xiaoxia mused, rubbing her slightly sore legs. Xiaojiang, with a backpack filled with supplies, surveyed the fork in the road ahead, speaking calmly. There are 2 paths ahead. One is the shortcut around the mountain, while the other is the longer route through the valley. However, I've heard that wild Pokemon might gather near the shortcut, so we must tread carefully. Just as Ash was about to speak, a faint hissing sound emerged from the grass by his feet. He immediately halted, instinctively expanding his aura. It was a weak energy wave, laced with a hint of unease. Wait, something's amiss up ahead. Ash raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. The power of aura spreading across the ground, swiftly pinpointing the source of the sound, which appeared to be a Pokemon in distress. Pikachu perked up its ears, emitting a low pika before jumping to Ash's side, nuzzling his pant leg and softly saying, Ash, there seems to be an injured Pokemon behind that rock over there. The group followed the direction and discovered a small Charmander curled up beneath a large rock. Its orange-red scales were caked in dirt, and the once vibrant flame at the end of its tail was reduced to a feeble orange flicker, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Charmander, sensing their approach, weakly lifted its head, its golden eyes filled with wariness, yet it lacked the strength to stand. It's a Charmander. Xiaoxia gasped, covering her mouth. How could it be so severely injured? Its tail flame is nearly extinguished. Xiaojiang crouched carefully to examine it, but was halted by a growl from Charmander. He immediately froze, softly reassuring. Don't be afraid. We mean you no harm. We just want to check your injuries. Ash also crouched down, gently placing his hands on his knees, channeling his aura as a gentle energy that slowly reached out to Charmander. He could clearly sense its pain, its limbs bore scrapes, and a shallow bite mark marred its abdomen. More critically, its stamina was nearly depleted, and it was on the verge of extinguishing the flame on its tail. You are waiting for someone, aren't you? Ash's voice was barely above a whisper, and the power of aura allowed him to directly perceive Charmander's thoughts. You are waiting for your trainer to come back for you, right? Charmander abruptly lifted its head, surprise flickering in its golden eyes before fading into despondency. It nodded gently, the flame on its tail flickering as if expressing its grievances. Pikachu hopped next to Charmander, lightly nudging its head with its cheek and softly saying, Don't worry, Ash will help you. Seeing this, Xiaoxia immediately rummaged through her backpack for healing supplies. We should take it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. If we wait any longer, its tail flame will go out. However, when Ash reached out to pick up Charmander, it gently recoiled, emitting a stubborn growl. its eyes filled with determination. It still wanted to wait for that trainer. It was unwilling to leave this place. Ash withdrew his hand, letting out a sigh of helplessness. It was still clinging to the hope that the trainer who abandoned it would return. Xiaojing frowned, anger lacing his tone. How could someone abandon such a lovely Charmander? If I ever meet that trainer, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson. After a discussion, the group decided to stay with Charmander for a while, Xiaojing went to look for some berries and clean water nearby. After Xiaogang departed, Xiaoji sat by the rocks, channeling a faint wave of energy through his aura to sustain the stamina of Charmander while engaging in conversation. What is your trainer like? Does he treat you well? In Charmander's mind, the image of a boy clad in a blue coat surfaced. Initially, the boy would tenderly feed it and accompany it in training. However, after Charmander suffered defeat against a tadpole Pokémon, the boy's demeanor shifted drastically. He berated it for being useless, abandoned it in the forest, and declared, "Return when you are stronger. That individual is utterly unworthy of being a trainer." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia was incensed, exclaiming that he merely viewed it as a tool for boasting, lacking genuine affection for it. Pikachu, too, furiously waved its tiny paws, squeaking indignantly at the air, as if reproaching that trainer. Before long, Xiaogang returned, carrying a basket brimming with berries. Accompanied by distressing news, "I just encountered a group of trainers by the nearby river. They mentioned a trainer named Diyu, who abandoned his Charmander here yesterday, claiming it was too weak to even defeat a tadpole." Diyu? Xiao Zi's gaze hardened. It seemed he was the one who had forsaken Charmander. "First, let's take Charmander to the Pokémon Center. If I encounter this Diyu, I shall not let him escape." Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and torrential raindrops fell without warning. Charmander, terrified of water, began to tremble uncontrollably upon contact with the rain, its flame flickering weaker. "This is dire. The rainwater could extinguish its fire." Xiaoji swiftly removed his coat and carefully wrapped Charmander within it. "We must find shelter from the rain and head to the Pokémon Center." The group sprinted through the rain, cradling Charmander, when they suddenly heard a cacophony of chirps ahead. A flock of Spearows charged toward them, evidently agitated by the downpour. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt," Xiaoji commanded loudly. Pikachu leapt forward, its tail raised high. Golden electricity coursing along the raindrops, striking at the advancing Spearows. "Pika Pika!" With a resounding cry, several bolts of electricity accurately struck the foremost Spearows, sending them crashing to the ground, shrieking. The remaining Spearows hesitated, reluctant to approach. "Now is our chance, run," Xiaoji urged, clutching Charmander as he followed Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang toward a nearby cave. Once inside the cave, Xiaoji immediately checked on Charmander. Its fur was drenched from the rain, and the flame on its tail had dwindled to a mere spark, its body shivering incessantly. "We need to reach the Pokémon Center at once," Xiaoji exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he utilized his aura to dispel the chill enveloping Charmander. He turned to Xiao Gang and inquired, "Do you know where the nearest Pokémon Center is?" Xiao Gang nodded. "If you head east for about 2 kilometers, there is a small town with a Pokémon Center." As the rain began to lessen, the group set off once more, finally arriving at the Pokémon Center in the evening. Nurse Joy, upon seeing the weakened Charmander, immediately rushed it into the treatment room, her expression tense. "Its condition is critical. It has severely depleted its energy, and the flame on its tail is nearly extinguished. I need to treat it immediately." Xiao Gang volunteered to wait outside the treatment room, occasionally peering through the window to check on the situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia rested in the lobby. Not long after they had settled, a boy in a blue coat entered, flanked by several robust-looking Pokémon. "Isn't that Diyu?" Xiao Xia recognized him instantly and stood to confront him. But Xiao Ji grasped her arm to restrain her. "Let us first observe his intentions." Diyu approached the front desk, speaking arrogantly to Nurse Joy. "Nurse Joy, please restore my Pokémon. They are a bit exhausted after winning a recent battle." Nurse Joy frowned, her tone icy as she addressed him. "You must be Diyu. I have heard that you abandoned your Charmander in the forest." Diyu shrugged nonchalantly. "That Charmander was too weak, unable to even defeat a tadpole. Keeping it is merely a waste of time. It will come back when it grows stronger." "How can you say such a thing?" Xiao Gang, upon hearing this, rushed over from the treatment room door, grabbing Diyu by the collar. "Charmander believed in you and waited for you in the rain, and you are so heartless." Diyu forcefully pushed Xiao Gang away, dismissing him. "What does it matter to you? How I treat my Pokémon is my own affair." As the two argued, the treatment room door swung open, and Nurse Joy emerged with a relieved smile. "Great news. Charmander's condition has stabilized, and its tail flame has revived somewhat. However, it still requires rest, so please do not disturb it." Just as Xiaoji intended to check on Charmander, he noticed it had already emerged on its own. Upon seeing Diyu, Charmander's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but as it registered Diyu's indifferent expression, it gradually lowered its head. Diyu looked at Charmander with disdain. I thought you might be dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive. But you still look so weak. Charmander's flame flickered uncertainly as it turned to leave. It had finally recognized Diyu's true nature and no longer wished to wait for him. Xiaoji quickly caught up, gently saying, Charmander, come with us. We will take good care of you. However, Charmander shook its head, longing to return to the rock by the forest and put its past to rest. Reluctantly, the group followed Charmander back to the forest. Upon reaching the rocks, they were greeted by a familiar laughter. Haha, who would have thought you'd come back? This saves us the trouble of searching for you. Xiaoji looked up to see Jessie, James, and Meowth standing atop the rocks, flanked by several fierce Pokémon. Team Rocket. Xiaoxia immediately retrieved a Pokeball. What are you up to this time? Jessie, hands on her hips, grinned triumphantly. We are here to capture your Pikachu and this valuable-looking Charmander. James eagerly chimed in. Once we sell them, we'll become millionaires. You think you can steal my Pokémon? Not so easily. Xiaoji swiftly threw a Pokeball. Butterfree, go. Use sleep powder. Butterfree soared from the ball, its wings flapping to release white powder toward Team Rocket. But Meowth was prepared, pulling out a fan and blowing the powder back. You think that little trick will stump us? Arbok, use Poison Sting. Jessie commanded, tossing a Pokeball. Arbok opened its mouth, spraying poison stings toward Butterfree. Butterfree, evade with Whirlwind, then unleash Hurricane. Xiaoji ordered. Butterfree adeptly dodged the poison stings, flapping its wings to create a powerful gust, sending Arbok reeling. Seeing this, James threw another Pokeball. Weezing, use Tackle. Weezing charged toward Pikachu. Pikachu leaped in front of Xiaoji, electricity gathering in its tail. Pika, Pika, Thunderbolt. The golden current struck Weezing, causing it to crash to the ground, incapacitated. At that moment, Meowth launched a surprise attack from behind, claws gripping Pikachu. Haha, got you. Just as Xiaoji was about to call upon his Fiero, an orange figure dashed forward. Charmander, though still not fully recovered, seeing Pikachu in peril, it summoned its courage and unleashed a fiery blast at Meowth. Ah, my tail. Meowth yelped in agony, releasing Pikachu. Seizing the opportunity, Charmander rushed to Pikachu's side, shielding it with its body, its tail flame roaring with fierce intensity fueled by its anger. Dio had unknowingly followed along at some point, and upon seeing the little Charizard, his eyes lit up. I never anticipated that this little Charizard had grown stronger. It seems my patience was not in vain. He stepped forward, feigning sincerity as he addressed Charizard. I acknowledge my mistakes, little Charizard. I should not have abandoned you here. I have come specifically to retrieve you. Come with me. Charizard gazed up at Dio, disappointment evident in its eyes. It had seen through Dio's facade. He had clearly witnessed it being attacked by Team Rocket, yet chose to remain a bystander until it had grown strong enough to emerge and play the hero. With a fierce cry, Charizard turned and took refuge behind Ash. Dio's expression darkened as he retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. A toast unaccepted is a punishment accepted. If you refuse to accompany me willingly, I shall capture you by force. He hurled the Pokeball, only to have it deflected by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. You dare to harm Charizard? Ash interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Charizard, his gaze icy. From the moment you abandoned it, you ceased to be its trainer. Dio's face flushed with anger as he threw another Pokeball. Curse it. If that is the case, I shall first defeat you and then capture Charizard. Come forth, Tadbulb. The Tadbulb leapt from its ball, croaking at Ash and his companions. Charizard immediately stepped out from behind Ash, growling defiantly at Dio, as if to assert its readiness for battle. Ash nodded, softly encouraging, be careful, I believe in you. Charizard, use Ember. Ash commanded. Charizard inhaled deeply, unleashing a fiery burst towards Tadbulb. Dio scoffed, such a weak move. Tadbulb, use Water Gun. Tadbulb shot forth a stream of water, aiming to extinguish the Ember. However, to Dio's astonishment, Charizard's Ember pierced through the water jet, landing a hit on Tadbulb. How is that possible? Dio exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Ash smiled knowingly. Because Charizard has grown during this time, its flames are no longer what they used to be. Charizard, seize the moment and use Flame Vortex. Charizard unleashed an even greater torrent of flames, forming a swirling vortex that ensnared Tadbulb. Tadbulb writhed in agony within the fiery cyclone, quickly losing its fighting capability. Dio attempted to throw another Pokeball, but was struck by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, causing the ball to clatter to the ground. Damn it, I will return, Dio exclaimed, awkwardly collecting his Pokeball and retreating in defeat. As Dio's figure disappeared, Charizard finally relinquished its lingering grievances. It approached Ash, gently nuzzling his hand. Its tail flames dancing with joy. Ash knelt down, tenderly stroking Charizard's head. Charizard, do you wish to travel with me? I will always be by your side. Growing stronger together. Charizard nodded vigorously, emitting a joyful cry. With a smile, Ash retrieved a Pokeball and lightly tapped Charizard's forehead. A flash of white light enveloped Charizard as it was drawn into the Pokeball, which shook 3 times before stabilizing. Ash had successfully captured Charizard. Charizard. Classification: Flame Pokemon. Type: Fire. Gender: Male. Ability: Blaze. Fire-type moves become stronger when HP is low. Potential: Blue. Strength: Average late stage. Moves: Scratch, Flamethrower, Flame Vortex. Item: None. Wonderful. We have gained another companion. Misty exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Brock added with a grin. I will prepare more suitable food for Charizard to help it grow even stronger. Pidgeotto and Butterfree fluttered over, chirping happily at the Pokeball. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays upon the forest path, Ash and his companions continued onward towards Leaf Town, their silhouettes framed by the setting sun. Clutching the Pokeball containing Charizard, Ash's heart brimmed with anticipation. He knew that with Charizard's addition, their journey would surely become even more extraordinary. Chapter 9: The Squirtle Squad. As the morning sun dispelled the mist from the forest, Ash and his friends hastened along the dew-kissed grass towards Leaf Town. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, flicked its fluffy tail and gently pawed at his collar, communicating through telepathy. Ash, the ground ahead seems peculiar. I sense an emptiness in the aura. Ash paused, allowing the silver-blue aura to quietly expand, spreading across the ground. Indeed, a few meters ahead, he discerned a pit concealed beneath the grass, its edges masked by leaves. Just as he intended to warn Misty and Brock, he noticed Misty, arms crossed, impatiently stamping her foot. Come on, Ash, can you hurry up? At this rate, we won't reach Leaf Town today. Before she could finish, the ground beneath Misty gave way, and she let out a shriek as she plummeted towards the pit. Watch out. Ash reacted swiftly, grasping Misty's wrist while using his aura to shield her. There's a pit here. It's been dug by Pokémon. Brock quickly crouched down, parting the grass to inspect the pit, which was about 2 meters deep. The walls are very smooth. It must have been dug by a water-type Pokémon, and it appears to have been done recently. At that moment, the grass surrounding the pit rustled violently, and 5 Squirtless emerged, led by one wearing a tattered red headband. It glared at Ash and his friends with round, beady eyes, calling out, Squirtle! Squirtle! It's Squirtle! Ash exclaimed, eyes sparkling as he reached for a Pokeball at his waist. This is perfect. I don't have a water-type Pokemon yet. Perhaps I can capture them. However, Misty quickly restrained his hand, fuming, Are you out of your mind? They almost made me fall in. Let us teach them a lesson first. The lead Squirtle seemed to comprehend Misty's words, abruptly raised its paw, gesturing at Ash and his companions before leaping into the pit. The other 4 Squirtless followed suit, swiftly escaping through a passage on the other side. Brock rose, exasperated. It seems they intentionally set a trap to prank passersby. Let us take a detour and avoid them. Ash nodded, just as a familiar, boisterous laugh echoed from the distance. Ha! We finally found an unoccupied spot to enjoy our lavish lunch. Ash and Misty exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, It's Team Rocket. The trio stealthily circled around a tree, and indeed, they spotted Jesse, James, and Meowth sitting on a patch of grass, feasting on sandwiches and juice pilfered from a nearby town. Jessie took a hearty bite of her sandwich, mumbling, Once we finish this meal, we'll go capture Ash's Pikachu. This time, we must succeed. James adjusted his sunglasses, chiming in, Exactly. I've prepared a new capture device that will definitely ensnare Pikachu. Meowth, licking its paws, reached for the juice when suddenly the 5 Squirtless charged out from the nearby bushes. The lead Squirtle waved its paw, and the other 4 immediately pounced, binding Jesse, James, and Meowth to a tree with vines. The headband-wearing Squirtle then hopped onto the picnic blanket, snatching a sandwich and stuffing it into its mouth, with the other Squirtless soon joining in the food theft. Darn it, you filthy turtles, Jessie shouted, struggling against her restraints. Release us, or I will have my revenge. Meowth's eyes darted, and it suddenly smiled at the lead Squirtle. Hey there, big Squirtle, how about we make a deal? I am aware of a trainer named Ash, who possesses an extraordinarily powerful Pikachu. If you assist me in capturing him, I shall offer you all the food I have. The Squirtle with the headband paused its chewing, tilted its head in contemplation, and then nodded in agreement towards Meowth. Ash observed from behind the tree, clenching his fists in alarm. This is bad. Team Rocket intends to ally with the Squirtle Squad against us. Just as he was about to rush out, Brock restrained him. Do not act impulsively. We are currently only 3, while they have 5 squirt less. Engaging them directly would be unwise. However, before they could devise a strategy, the Squirtle squad charged towards them. The headband Squirtle launched the first attack, spraying a powerful water gun at Ash and his companions. Pikachu immediately leapt down from Ash's shoulder, unleashing a thunderbolt against the water jet, resulting in a spectacular collision that sent droplets flying in all directions. Pikachu, use quick attack to get close to them, Ash commanded. Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, darting towards the nearest Squirtle. Yet, that particular Squirtle swiftly retreated into its shell, deflecting Pikachu's assault and causing it to stumble backwards. In that moment, the other 4 Squirtless suddenly flanked Ash and his friends from behind, digging the ground to create a trap. Mistaking the ground beneath her, Misty fell into the pit, shouting to Ash for help. Ash, quick, save me. Just as Ash was about to reach for Misty, the headband Squirtle unleashed a more potent water gun, forcing him to retreat in evasion. Amidst the chaos, Pikachu, in a bid to protect Ash, inadvertently tumbled into a nearby stream. A few Magikarp in the river surged forward, attacking Pikachu with their sharp horns. Afraid of the water, Pikachu was unable to harness its electric powers, and soon found itself battered and bruised, its tail spark dimming. Pikachu! Ash cried out upon witnessing this. Rushing into the river to lift Pikachu out, he gently stroked Pikachu's body with the power of the Everstone, enveloping it in a soothing green glow to alleviate its injuries. I'm so sorry. I failed to protect you, Ash murmured softly, and Pikachu, weak yet determined, nuzzled against his palm, communicating telepathically. It's all right, Ash. I can still fight. The headband Squirtle, noticing Pikachu's condition, called to the other Squirtless and then approached Ash, gesturing with its paw towards Pikachu and then pointing to the distant town, seemingly conveying a message. Ash utilized his aura powers to establish a mental connection with the headband Squirtle, quickly grasping its intent. It consented to allow Ash to venture into town for healing items, but insisted that Misty remain in the pit as a hostage. Should Ash fail to return on time, it would not hesitate to harm her. All right, I promise, Ash declared, rising promptly. I will return on time, and you must not harm Misty. The headband Squirtle nodded, instructing the other Squirtless to pull Misty from the pit, yet they still bound her wrists with vines. Ash, cradling Pikachu, hastened towards the town, while Brock remained under the watchful eyes of the Squirtle squad, unable to follow. Meanwhile, Jess and James managed to break free from their restraints and stealthily trailed Ash into the town. They burst into a general store, plundering its goods and deliberately leaving behind Ash's badge, ensuring the shopkeeper would believe Ash was the thief. When Ash rushed into the store, clutching Pikachu and seeking healing items, the shopkeeper immediately seized him, fuming. You little thief, how dare you rob my store? I shall call Officer Jenny. It wasn't me. It was Team Rocket, Ash hastily explained. But the shopkeeper was unconvinced. Just then, Officer Jenny rode by on her motorcycle, dismounted, and inquired about the commotion. Ash, tapping into his aura, sensed no malice in the shopkeeper's heart, merely a surge of anger, and thus spoke sincerely. Officer Jenny, I truly did not steal anything. You may check with the detector. I only have Pikachu and a few Pokeballs, nothing else. Officer Jenny produced the detector, which indeed revealed no stolen items on Ash. After she questioned the shopkeeper further and recalled the sighting of Team Rocket, she swiftly deduced the truth. I saw Team Rocket fleeing from here. It must have been them who stole the items and framed you. You go ahead and procure the healing items. I will pursue Team Rocket. Grateful, Ash nodded at Officer Jenny, purchased the healing items, and followed her through a shortcut back to the Squirtle squad's hideout. At that moment, Misty was tied to a tree, and the headband Squirtle occasionally called out to her, seemingly urging Ash to hurry. Upon seeing Ash return, Misty exclaimed, Ash, you're finally back. Ash quickly approached her, untied the vines binding her, then knelt down to carefully apply the healing items to Pikachu. Once again harnessing the power of the Everstone, he accelerated Pikachu's recovery, and soon, the sparks on its tail brightened as it stood, adopting a vigilant stance towards the Squirtle squad. At that moment, Team Rocket's balloon appeared in the sky, with Jess and James leaning out, taunting. Hey, little brat, we'll be taking your Pikachu. James pressed a button, and a massive electric net descended from the balloon, ensnaring Pikachu. Ha ha ha, let us see how you rescue it now. Jess cackled triumphantly. Just as Ash intended to unleash a Pokeball, James pressed another button, releasing a bomb from the balloon that exploded upon hitting the ground, igniting a fierce fire. The flames spread rapidly, soon threatening the Squirtle squad's hideout. The headband Squirtle attempted to extinguish the flames with a water gun, but the inferno was too great for its efforts to have any effect. This is bad. The fire will reach the Squirtless. Ash realized, dashing towards the headband Squirtle, conjuring a barrier with his aura to shield it from the flames. Quick! Let us put out the fire together. Ash shouted to the headband Squirtle. After a moment's hesitation, the headband Squirtle called out to the other Squirtless. And all 5 simultaneously unleashed water guns at the flames, creating a massive curtain of water. Brock seized the opportunity to send out Geodude. Using rocks to block the fire's advance, Misty sent out Starmie. Employing Bubble Beam against the flames, the bubbles evaporated upon contact with the heat, generating steam that gradually subdued the fire. Witnessing Ash's efforts to protect the Squirtless, Pikachu, trapped in the electric net, summoned its latent strength and unleashed thunder against the net, shattering it with a powerful surge of electricity. It leapt free, directing a thunderbolt at the balloon, striking the propeller and causing it to spiral out of control. The headband Squirtle seized the moment, launching a powerful water gun that pierced the balloon's basket. Jess and James screamed as they fell from the basket, landing in a nearby mud puddle, with Meowth following suit, getting covered in muck. You pesky brat. And you wretched Squirtle. We will return. Team Rocket scrambled to their feet, retreating in disgrace. Once the fire was completely extinguished, Officer Jenny arrived, witnessing the Squirtle Squad's valiant contribution to the firefighting efforts. With a smile, she declared, "You brave Squirtless, on behalf of the townsfolk, I thank you. From this day forth, I appoint you as the fire brigade for this region, responsible for ensuring its safety." The Squirtless cheered joyfully at this honor. Ash and his companions gathered their belongings, preparing to continue their journey. As they turned to leave, Ash suddenly sensed a gaze upon him from behind. He glanced back and saw a Squirtle, adorned with a headband, quietly following him, its eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Approaching, Ash knelt down and gently patted the Squirtle's shell. "Do you wish to accompany me?" The Squirtle eagerly nodded, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ash smiled, retrieving an empty Pokeball from his waist and gently placing it before the Squirtle. "Then, would you like to become my companion?" The Squirtle nudged the Pokeball with its nose, which emitted a flash of white light, drawing it inside. The ball shook 3 times before emitting a satisfying ding. Successfully captured. Ash picked up the Pokeball and smiled at it. "Welcome to our team, Squirtle." Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, joyfully nuzzling his cheek, while a Pidgeotto descended from the sky, landing beside Ash and calling out a few times in a welcoming manner. Misty and Brock approached with smiles, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Ash. You've captured another powerful Pokémon." Ash secured Squirtle's Pokeball at his waist and gazed into the distance. "All right, let us continue our journey. Leaf Green City awaits us." With that, he, along with his companions and Pokémon, set off towards Leaf Green City, sunlight pouring over them, leaving a trail of joyful footprints. Ash's current team consisted of Pikachu, Charmander, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Butterfree, which had been transported to Professor Oak's lab. Chapter 10, Seiji's Lighthouse. The setting sun bathed the beach at the forest's edge in warm gold, waves crashing against the rocks and creating delicate splashes of foam. Ash walked on the soft sand, his fingers lightly brushing against Pikachu's ears, laughing as he shook the Pokeball in his hand. "Look, it hasn't been long since we began our journey, and I've already caught Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. Adding the Butterfree I encountered earlier, my team is truly full." Misty, standing nearby, rolled her eyes playfully, leaving shallow imprints in the sand as she replied, "Oh, come on. Ash, how can you say that? Pikachu has been with you from the start, Bulbasaur chose to follow you, and Charmander was merely rescued by you. Which one did you truly capture through your own merit?" Brock, squatting nearby to organize his backpack, chimed in with a smile. "Misty has a point. But Ash's genuine affection for Pokémon is what truly matters. Of course I have the skills." Ash clenched his fist, his gaze sweeping across the beach until it suddenly lit up as he spotted a large, crimson crab, lazily pinching a shell on the sand. He promptly set Pikachu down and rolled up his sleeves. "Watch closely. This time I will capture it myself." With that, Ash grabbed a sturdy stick washed ashore by the waves and stealthily circled behind the crab. The crab, sensing movement, turned abruptly, its pincers snapping as it warily fixed its gaze upon Ash. Taking a deep breath, Ash thrust the stick forward and shouted, "Over here." The crab, intrigued by the stick, instinctively clamped its pincers around it and tugged towards itself. "Now's my chance." Ash swiftly pulled an empty Pokeball from his pocket, aimed it at the crab's back, and hurled it with all his might. The Pokeball arced gracefully through the air, striking the crab with precision. A flash of red light enveloped the crab as it was drawn inside. The Pokeball wobbled gently on the sand 3 times before emitting a triumphant ding. "Success! I captured the crab," Ash exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Just as he was about to retrieve the Pokeball, It suddenly emitted a faint white light and vanished with a whoosh. He paused, bewildered, and then panicked. Wah! What just happened? Where did the Pokeball go? Brock hurried over, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, you already have 6 Pokemon with you. According to protocol, newly captured Pokemon are automatically transported to Professor Oak's lab. Professor Oak? Ash's expression changed instantly as he recalled how the professor delighted in studying various Pokemon ingredients. He began to stomp his feet in distress. No, I must contact Professor Oak immediately. What if he mistakes the crab for an ingredient? Misty sighed in exasperation. You're being ridiculous. Why would Professor Oak eat a Pokemon? However, there seems to be a lighthouse nearby. I heard it has a phone, and we can reach out to the professor from there. The trio, along with Pikachu, hurried towards the lighthouse. From a distance, the lighthouse stood majestically on the coastal high ground, its light flickering in the twilight, as if guiding them onward. Upon reaching the entrance, just as they were about to push the door open, a somewhat hoarse voice called out from within, "Who is it outside?" Ash opened the door and peered inside. "Hello, we are traveling Pokemon trainers and would like to use your phone to contact Professor Oak. The phone is on the table inside. Feel free to use it," replied the voice's owner, who remained unseen, only a vague silhouette shifting at the top of the stairs. Ash quickly approached the phone, dialing Professor Oak's lab number. Once connected, Professor Oak's voice came through the receiver. "Hello? This is Professor Oak's lab. Who is this?" "Professor." "It's me, Ash," he exclaimed hurriedly. "I just captured a crab. Has it been sent to you? Please don't turn it into a dish." Laughter came from the other end. "Rest assured, Ash, the crab is just fine. I'm preparing some food for it right now. By the way, Gary is here too. He caught a crab several times larger than yours a few days ago. Would you like to see it?" Ash heard Gary's voice chime in. "Hey, Ash. Your crab is rather small compared to mine. It looks like a tiny creature next to it." Ash gazed at his reflection in the mirror beside the phone, his expression one of determination. "Just wait, Gary. My crab will definitely surpass yours in strength." After hanging up, he sighed in relief and turned toward the staircase. "Thank you. Sir, we've finished using the phone." At that moment, a figure clad in a fossil-themed jacket descended the stairs, wearing a mask of the same design, revealing only a pair of eyes. He removed the mask, revealing a face adorned with stubble, and smiled. "I am Seiji, the owner of this lighthouse. I heard you mention Pokemon. It seems you are also in pursuit of powerful Pokemon, are you not?" Brock nodded. "We are on a Pokemon journey, aiming to become Pokemon masters." Seiji's eyes sparkled with interest as he pulled Ash to the lighthouse's window, pointing towards the distant sea. "Do you see that expanse of water? 3 years ago, I encountered an enormous Pokemon here, larger than this ship. When it spread its wings, it nearly shaded half the sky. I recorded its voice and have been waiting for its return." With that, Seiji activated a nearby recorder, and a deep, resonant call emanated from it, sounding both majestic and mysterious. Pikachu perked up its ears, rubbing against Ash's hand. Through the bond they shared, Ash sensed Pikachu's curiosity. It seemed to comprehend the emotions conveyed within the sound. "What Pokemon is that?" Misty leaned in closer, her eyes filled with astonishment. Seiji shook his head. "I do not know. I have scoured all the Pokemon databases and found no information on it. I suspect it may be a legendary Pokemon, perhaps a species that existed in the ancient past." As night descended, Ash suddenly recalled that his Pokemon had not yet undergone training, and proposed, "Mr. Masamune, might we linger here for a few more days? I wish to seize this opportunity to provide specialized training for my Pokemon, and it would also allow me to assist you in observing that colossal Pokemon." Masamune readily agreed. "Of course, the area by the beach is spacious and ideal for training. If you can help me locate it, I will be sure to express my gratitude." In the following days, Ash diligently trained his Pokemon on the beach. At the break of dawn, as the sun cast its golden rays upon the sandy shore, he commenced training with Pikachu and Bulbasaur. "Pikachu, unleash a thunderbolt upon that boulder over there," Ash directed, pointing to a massive rock not far away. Pikachu promptly leaped onto a nearby stone, its tail crackling with golden electricity. "Pika Pika!" it exclaimed, and the thunderbolt, akin to a streak of golden lightning, struck the rock with a thunderous crack, leaving a fissure in its wake. "Excellent. Next, Bulbasaur, ensnare that stone with Vine Whip and pull it over," Ash commanded, gesturing toward a large boulder partially buried in the sand. Bulbasaur extended 2 green vines from its flower bud, deftly wrapping them around the stone, and with a mighty tug, dislodged the rock from the sand, sliding it across the beach. By midday, it was time for Charmeleon to train. Ash retrieved a flame enhancement stone awarded by the system and handed it to Charmeleon. "Charmeleon, try to absorb the energy within. It may help you break through your current limitations." Charmeleon nuzzled Ash's hand with its nose, then opened its mouth to bite onto the flame enhancement stone. Soon, the stone emitted a radiant crimson glow, and energy flowed into Charmeleon's body. Its form began to shimmer, its scales becoming more vibrant, and the flames on its tail roared to life, crackling with intensity. Is that the light of evolution? Brock gasped. Once the brilliance faded, a larger Charizard stood upon the beach, its claws sharper and its wings broader than before. Charizard let out a jubilant roar and affectionately nuzzled Ash's face. Through the power of the aura, Ash felt the surging strength within Charizard, smiling as he proclaimed, "Wonderful, Charizard. Together, we shall grow ever stronger." In the afternoon, Squirtle also experienced evolution. It was engaged in a practice battle with Pikachu, utilizing Water Gun to attack, while Pikachu evaded with Quick Attack. Suddenly, Squirtle's body began to glow, the patterns on its shell becoming more pronounced as it grew in size. When the light dissipated, a Wartortle stood in its place, its arms more robust and its shell more resilient. Wartortle raised its arm, giving Ash a thumbs up, prompting him to exclaim with delight, "Wartortle, you've evolved. That's fantastic." Throughout these days, Ash frequently connected with his Pokémon using aura. Sitting on the beach with his eyes closed, he felt the invisible threads of aura linking him to Pikachu, Charizard, Wartortle, Bulbasaur, and Butterfree. "Pikachu, have you felt that your Thunderbolt lacks power lately?" Ash inquired through the aura. Pikachu nodded, emitting a series of Pika sounds, and Ash sensed its frustration. It yearned to grow stronger, but was uncertain how to improve. "Fear not, we can practice combining aura with Thunderbolt," Ash encouraged, extending his hand, which glowed with a soft blue aura. "Try to feel my aura and merge it with your electricity." Pikachu closed its eyes, and the electric sparks from its tail began to intertwine with the aura light, transforming into a gentle lavender current. Just like that, Ash cheered, and with a sudden burst, Pikachu opened its eyes, flicking its tail as the lavender thunderbolt struck the distant boulder. Its power doubled, cleaving the rock in two. On the evening of the 5th day, Masamune rushed over, exclaiming with excitement, "Ash, come quickly. It has appeared." Ash and his companions followed Masamune to the top of the lighthouse, gazing in the direction he pointed. Out on the horizon, a colossal shadow emerged from the sea, its wings unfurling to obscure the evening sky, revealing a pair of ruby-like eyes. "Is that a Dragonite?" Misty gasped, but it is far larger than any ordinary Dragonite. Through the aura, Ash sensed the profound loneliness within this Dragonite, which seemed to have inhabited these waters for ages without encountering its kin. "It is a prehistoric Dragonite," Masamune exclaimed with elation. "I have finally awaited its arrival." Just then, 3 familiar figures leaped from the nearby foliage. Team Rocket. "Since this is such a rare prehistoric Dragonite, it surely belongs to Team Rocket," Jessie declared, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. James produced an enormous capture net launcher. "Behold my super capture net. This time, we shall surely seize it. Not on my watch." Ash swiftly produced a Pokeball. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Charizard's Flamethrower surged forward simultaneously towards Team Rocket, who were unable to evade in time, crying out in annoyance as they were sent tumbling into the sea. With Team Rocket dealt with, the prehistoric Dragonite let out a long, resonant cry, soaring toward the lighthouse. Its speed was astounding, and in an instant, it hovered above the structure, the winds generated by its massive wings stirring up the sand on the beach. "Ash, be careful." Misty tugged at Ash's sleeve. Yet Ash took a step forward, closing his eyes and releasing his aura. The soft blue light enveloped him, allowing him to sense the Dragonite's curiosity. It was intrigued by this human who could perceive its emotions. "I understand your loneliness," Ash conveyed through the aura. "You have been seeking companionship, have you not?" The prehistoric Dragonite paused, its wing beats slowing as it gazed down at Ash, the wariness in its eyes fading. Suddenly, it extended a claw, gently lifting Ash into the air, then turned to soar toward the ocean. "Ash!" Misty and Brock shouted, attempting to pursue him, but Masamune held them back. "Do not worry," he smiled. "That Dragonite means no harm. It seems to have acknowledged Ash." Ash perched upon the prehistoric Dragonite's claw, feeling no fear. He sensed the warmth of its claw and the tenderness in its heart. The Dragonite flew across the sea for about half an hour, revealing an island lush with green vegetation, dotted with enormous boulders, and fragrant with the scent of flowers, where several ordinary Dragonites soared gracefully. "Is this Dragonite Island?" Ash whispered. The prehistoric Dragonite nodded, gently placing him down on the ground. It approached a cave on the island, retrieving a massive Pokémon egg adorned with golden patterns that emanated a faint red glow. The prehistoric Dragonite presented the egg before Ash, nuzzling its head against his hand. Through the aura, Ash understood its intent. This egg absorbed its lineage, and it hoped Ash would care for it well, nurturing the life within to thrive. Thank you. Prehistoric Dragonite, Ash said softly as he cradled the egg, feeling its warmth and the heartbeat of the tiny life within. The prehistoric Dragonite emitted a gentle cry before unfurling its wings and carrying Ash back to the lighthouse. Upon their return, Misty and Brock rushed over, astonished to see the Pokémon egg in Ash's arms. What is that? They exclaimed in unison. With a smile, Ash lifted the Pokémon egg, exclaiming, "This was given to me by the ancient Dragonite. It said that this egg has absorbed its lineage and will eventually hatch into a very special Dragonite." Jinghui gazed at the ancient Dragonite with deep gratitude in his eyes, saying, "Thank you for allowing me to see it again." The ancient Dragonite nodded in acknowledgement before turning and soaring towards the sea, swiftly disappearing into the night. The following morning, Ash and his companions packed their belongings, ready to continue their journey. Jinghui escorted them to the seaside, cheerfully stating, "If there is an opportunity in the future, please do come back. I will be here waiting for the ancient Dragonite." "We will," Ash replied, clutching the Pokémon egg as he waved goodbye. "Farewell, Mr. Jinghui." The sunlight glimmered upon the ocean's surface as Ash, Misty, Brock, and Pikachu gradually receded into the distance, leaving behind Jinghui's waving hand and the lighthouse standing steadfastly by the shore, continuing to guard this realm that awaited legends. Meanwhile, the egg in Ash's arms radiated a soft glow, heralding the dawn of a new bond about to commence. Chapter 11. The Orange Badge. After a series of detours, Ash and his companions finally arrived in Leaf Town. "Let us head to the Pokémon Center. I desperately need a shower," Misty exclaimed joyfully. "I could use a laundry session too. My clothes are piling up." Brock tugged at his shirt. "Then let us go? Our destination is the Pokémon Center in Leaf Town," Ash declared. As they approached the entrance of the Pokémon Center, they were taken aback by the sight within. The hall was packed with trainers, while Nurse Joy busily attended to the Pokémon in the treatment room. "Excuse me, what is going on? Why are there so many people at the Pokémon Center?" Ash politely inquired of a nearby trainer. "The trainers here have all been defeated by the Leaf Gym's master, Majishur," the passerby replied. "Is he really that strong?" Ash responded, curiosity piqued. "His Raichu is absurdly powerful. My Rattata couldn't withstand even a single hit," the trainer lamented. "Excellent. Only formidable foes can ignite my fighting spirit," Ash declared, brimming with determination. Once Nurse Joy completed her treatment, Ash handed over the Pokeballs containing Pikachu and the egg for inspection. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. Of course. Please leave it to me," she replied. Subsequently, Ash and his friends took showers, changed clothes, and enjoyed a meal while awaiting Nurse Joy's examination results. "Hey, Ash from Pallet Town, your Pokemon have been checked." Nurse Joy greeted him with a smile at the front desk. "All your Pokemon are in excellent health. And the egg is splendid. It will surely hatch into a healthy baby." "Thank you, Nurse Joy," Ash exclaimed, and the trio left the Pokemon Center, making their way to the Leaf Gym. "Is anyone here? I am Ash from Pallet Town, here for a gym challenge," Ash announced as he pushed open the door. A male disciple remarked, "Master, we have another challenger." Majishur replied, "Let me see which brave soul wishes to challenge the gym." Ash and his companions stared in awe at Majishur's towering physique. "He's quite muscular," Brock commented. "This person must be the master of the Leaf Gym," Misty added. "Oh, welcome to Leaf Town. Which of you three is the challenger?" Majishur asked. "That would be me." "Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town," Ash introduced himself. Majishur looked at Ash and Pikachu, saying, "Oh, it's you. Look at this little one. Your Pokemon is also quite adorable." This remark elicited laughter from the two disciples. Ash retorted indignantly, "What is so funny? My Pikachu is no laughing matter. It's very strong." Majishur smirked, "Then let us see. Go, Raichu." He tossed a Pokeball, and a Pokemon emerged, its stature far more imposing than Pikachu's. "Humph, don't underestimate my Pikachu," Ash declared defiantly. "What can such a small creature do? To be a true Pokemon trainer, one should have evolved it on the day of capture," Majishur scoffed. "I believe that evolution does not equate to nurturing. Pokemon can grow strong through training alone. There are no worthless Pokemon, only worthless trainers," Ash asserted. "How laughable. Pokemon can only display their true strength post-evolution. Let the battle reveal it," Majishur challenged. "Then let us do this," Ash replied, handing the Pokemon egg to Brock before stepping onto the battlefield. The female disciple announced, now commencing the battle between the gym trainer and the challenger. Each side may use only one Pokemon. Whichever Pokemon cannot continue battling will result in defeat. Let the match begin. "Go, Raichu," Majishur commanded. "Then it's you, Pikachu," Ash declared. Pika Pika. In the center of the battlefield, Raichu was enveloped in crackling electricity, its muscles taut and brimming with power. Its crimson eyes filled with disdain for Pikachu. Pikachu raised its head, its cheeks pulsating with electricity, its tail sparking in response to Raichu's taunts. Pikachu, start with quick attack, Ash shouted, clenching his fists with determination. Though he didn't recall the original plot, he understood that he must strike first in the face of Raichu's imposing presence. Pikachu darted forward like a flash of yellow lightning, leaving an afterimage upon the ground. But Majishar merely lazily lifted an eyelid, commanding, Raichu, use Mega Punch. Raichu's powerful arms swelled, crashing down towards the ground with a howling wind, sending dust flying as Pikachu narrowly dodged the punch, its ears standing on end from the gust. Ash's heart raced. The disparity in strength was palpable, but the determination of a traveler propelled him to grit his teeth, adjust position, use electromagnetic wave for interference. Pikachu executed a swift turn in midair, releasing a lavender energy wave. Raichu was caught in its path, momentarily stunned, but only for a brief moment. It unleashed a surge of electricity, breaking free from the electromagnetic bind, sending Pikachu staggering backward. Such resilience, Ash muttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Then let us switch to high-speed movement. Run around the field. Pikachu dashed, tracing yellow arcs across the battlefield, as Raichu's attacks continued to miss. The metallic barrier at the edge of the field became charred and pockmarked from Raichu's electric strikes, while Misty and Brock watched nervously, palms sweaty. Majishar's expression finally shifted to one of seriousness as his scrutinizing gaze emerged from behind his sunglasses. Raichu, cover the field with Thunderbolt. In an instant, the entire gym was engulfed in blinding golden electricity, resembling a thunderous cage descending from the heavens. Ash's pupils dilated in alarm. If they endured this attack, Pikachu would surely not survive. Pikachu, jump on the overhead cable. In that moment of desperation, a spark of inspiration struck Ash. Pikachu leaped at the command, landing deftly on the suspended cable. The electricity surged along the metal line, yet Pikachu cleverly redirected it with its tail, guiding it into the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Raichu's Thunderbolt drained a significant portion of its energy, its heavy breaths audible even through the electric haze. Seizing the opportunity, Ash shouted with exhilaration, "Now's our chance. Pikachu, use Iron Tail with Thunderbolt." Pikachu's tail shimmered with metallic luster, slashing down towards the ground while simultaneously channeling the accumulated electric energy. The yellow and golden sparks intertwined, forming a twisted blade of light that struck Raichu with tremendous force. Raichu was sent flying, crashing against the gym's wall and raising a cloud of dust. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as Majishar's disciples gaped, watching their master's ace Pokémon wobble before collapsing. As Raichu's eyelids drooped, the announcement of its inability to battle echoed through the air. Majishar silently recalled Raichu, and when he raised his gaze again, a flicker of acknowledgement glimmered behind his sunglasses. An intriguing little fellow, and an intriguing trainer. He retrieved the orange badge and tossed it towards Ash, the metallic emblem tracing an arc before landing in Ash's trembling palm. Pikachu bounced back to Ash's side, nuzzling against his pant leg, its electric pouch still buzzing with excitement. Misty leaped up in jubilation, while Brock wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling and giving a thumbs up. Fantastic. We have secured the orange badge. Thank you, Pikachu. The notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the orange badge. Reward, 1,000 battle points. Volt Tackle TM X1. The system proceeded to utilize Volt Tackle and examine Pikachu. Pikachu. Category, Mouse Pokemon. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. Ability, Static. There is a 30% chance to paralyze opposing Pokemon that use contact moves against this Pokemon during battles. Potential, Blue. Strength, Elite Midstage. Moves, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Agility. Volt Tackle, Iron Tail, Thunder. Held item, Balloon. Congratulations, Ash. Thank you for allowing me to witness the diversity of Pokemon. One can grow stronger without evolving, remarked Masashi. I appreciate you for teaching me so much, Ash replied. By the way, Ash, I have 3 tickets for the S, and gifted by the league. Unfortunately, I must remain at the gym and cannot attend, so I am giving them to you. Is that really all right? They seem quite valuable, Ash inquired. No worries. Consider it my reward for you, especially after your spectacular battle, Masashi assured. Gratefully, Ash and his companions accepted the tickets and bid farewell to Masashi before heading to the Pokemon Center to rest. Chapter 12. The Battle on the S, and. Having acquired the orange badge and the tickets from Masashi, Ash and his friends decided to rest for a night at the Pokemon Center before heading to the dock to board the ship the following day. Early the next morning, Ash, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder and a nurturing canister containing a Dragonair egg in his arms, was accompanied by Brock and Misty, who flanked him on either side. As they arrived at the leafy dock, the morning sunlight shimmered on the undulating sea, casting a golden hue over the entire dock. Within the harbor, the Grand S.S. and lay quietly moored, its hull glinting in the morning light. Occasionally, crew members busied themselves on the deck, preparing for the day's voyage. Pokémon trainers had already commenced their activities on the dock. Some were engaged in warm-up training with their Pokémon, while others awaited their vessels, ready to embark on new adventures. From the nearby grass, the sounds of wild Pokémon echoed, perhaps a Magikarp leaping from the water or a Goldeen darting through the aquatic vegetation. In the distance, various water-type Pokémon frolicked, adding a vibrancy to the morning's atmosphere. Upon reaching the S.S. and ticket gate, Ash presented the tickets given by Masashi. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please proceed," the attendant greeted. "Thank you." With hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation, Ash, Misty, and Brock stepped onto the S.S. and, upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious and luminous hall. Above, an opulent crystal chandelier radiated soft and brilliant light, illuminating the entire space. The refracted hues from the chandelier danced around them, creating a dreamlike ambience. The hall's floor, laid with smooth marble, reflected the figures of the guests and the surrounding decorations. The walls were adorned with exquisite oil paintings depicting Pokémon habitats and breathtaking landscapes from around the world, so vividly rendered that one could almost step into the scenes. On one side of the hall stood an elongated bar, laden with an array of elegant glassware and vibrant beverages. The bartender skillfully shook the cocktail shaker, crafting delightful drinks for the passengers. Venturing deeper into the ship, they encountered cozy cabins. The doors, constructed of dark wood and adorned with intricate brass handles, exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. Entering a cabin, they found a soft, inviting bed at its center, clothed in pristine sheets and a plush duvet, making it nearly irresistible to lie down and rest. Beside the bed was a petite nightstand, featuring a lamp and a book introducing the world of Pokémon. On the opposite side of the cabin, a large window framed a breathtaking view of the vast ocean. Adjacent to the window was a desk, equipped with stationery and paper for passengers to document their journey's moments. The corridor was carpeted with a plush rug that muffled footsteps, the deep blue hue sprinkled with golden Pokémon motifs, as if encapsulating the entire Pokémon world. Along the corridor, wall sconces emitted a warm yellow glow, enveloping the passage in a tranquil and serene atmosphere. Occasionally, display cases caught the eye, showcasing rare Pokémon items and ancient Pokédexes, inviting lingering gazes. As Ash and his companions ventured further inside, the sounds of trainers conversing filled the air. Suddenly, they heard the clash of battle ahead, leading them through the throngs of people to the front, where a middle-aged gentleman faced off against a young man in a Pokémon duel. "Rattata, use your bite attack," commanded the gentleman. Rattata clamped its teeth onto the young man's Starmie, shattering the gem at its center. Alarmed, the young man rushed forward to embrace Starmie. "Are you all right, Starmie?" The gentleman reassured him. "It's merely a mock battle. It seems the goddess of victory smiles upon me today. Is there anyone else willing to challenge my Rattata?" Taking a step forward, Ash declared, "Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town, and I would like to challenge your Rattata." "Excellent. Let us begin," the gentleman replied. "Come forth, Charmeleon." "What a splendid Charmeleon. It's evident you have trained it well. Now, Rattata, use quick attack." "Charmeleon, unleash flamethrower," Ash commanded swiftly. Charmeleon exhaled a torrent of searing flames, sweeping towards Rattata like a fiery dragon. Although Rattata attempted to evade with the speed of quick attack, it still felt the flames singe its fur, causing its speed to falter. Meanwhile, as Ash battled the middle-aged gentleman, Jessie and Meowth were still unaware that James had impulsively spent their salaries, leaving them to subsist on little more than dirt for the coming months. After James acquired the Magikarp and explained his reasoning, he received a stern lecture from Jessie and Meowth. As for Ash and the gentleman, their duel continued to unfold. "Rattata, continue with bite," commanded the middle-aged gentleman loudly. Rattata bared its sharp incisors and lunged ferociously at Charizard. Charizard leapt to evade, then unleashed a powerful brick break. Ash's gaze was resolute. Charizard, agile as ever, dodged the bite and concentrated its energy into a fierce strike against Rattata. Rattata, in pain, collapsed onto the ground, struggling to rise, yet utterly spent for further combat. "Wow, Ash has won," Misty exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly. While Brock nodded with a smile, Ash's command skills are becoming more impressive. The middle-aged gentleman gazed at his Rattata, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and slight regret. then approached Ash. Your Charizard is remarkable. I truly admire it. I wish to propose a trade. My Rattata for your Charizard. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Ash quickly waved his hands. No way. Charizard is my cherished partner. I won't trade it. The gentleman chuckled lightly, not pressing the issue. I apologize for my presumption. Your bond with Charizard is indeed commendable and deserving of respect. As the group conversed, a shrill alarm suddenly blared throughout the ship, and lights began to flicker. Before anyone could react, the main hall screen illuminated, revealing the familiar figures of Team Rocket's trio. Jesse wore an air of arrogance, James feigned elegance, and Meowth let out its characteristic screech. Since you've asked so earnestly, we shall graciously inform you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, to enact our brand of love and truth, the villains of charm and allure. Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A dazzling tomorrow awaits us beyond the white hole. That's right, Meow. Ha ha ha, foolish trainers. This SS and has been seized by Team Rocket. All Pokémon aboard shall become the collection of our boss, Giovanni. Jessie proclaimed with her hands on her hips. It dawned on Ash and the others that the so-called party was merely a trap set by Team Rocket, aiming to capture the trainers aboard and seize their Pokémon. Team Rocket, it's you again. Ash shouted furiously, while Pikachu, enraged, stood with its fur bristling, issuing a warning cry. Instantly, chaos erupted on the ship as Team Rocket unleashed a multitude of mechanized devices, sealing all exits and sending out Pokémon like Weezing and Arbok to encircle the trainers. Everyone, stay calm. Let us unite against Team Rocket. Ash called out to the surrounding trainers, who quickly released their Pokémon, plunging the scene into a tumultuous and intense melee. Charizard and Pikachu fought valiantly up front, while Misty Starmie, though grounded, used Water Gun to create disruptions for Team Rocket's Pokémon. And Brock's Onix blocked paths with its rock formations. However, Team Rocket had prepared well. The ship's mechanisms continuously released interference, diminishing the efficacy of the Pokémon's moves. And the battle grew increasingly stalemated. Seeing the tide turn, Team Rocket seized the opportunity to slip away amidst the fray. As the fierce battle raged on, the ship began to tilt due to Team Rocket's sabotage, with seawater steadily flooding in. This is bad. The ship is sinking, Brock shouted as he noticed the vessel's distress. Amidst the turmoil, James, having lost his grip on the Pokeball containing Magikarp, scrambled after it, exclaiming, "My paycheck." The captain stood atop a lifeboat. Addressing the panicking crowd, "Rest assured, this ship will never sink." The others exchanged glances of disbelief, and someone shouted, "Run." Instantly, chaos ensued. In the melee, Ash was inadvertently pushed, losing his balance as the Poke Egg tumbled from his arms. "My Poke Egg, don't run away," Ash cried, pursuing it, with Brock and Misty quickly following suit. When they finally retrieved the Poke Egg, a colossal wave struck, causing the ship to capsize. Ash, Misty, and Brock, alongside Team Rocket, were suddenly thrown into weightlessness, colliding against cabinets and losing consciousness. Chapter 13, A Desperate Escape from the Depths. Ash slowly regained consciousness, his head still spinning as he heard Brock and Misty anxiously calling, "Ash, wake up." He struggled to sit up, scanning his companions to confirm they were unhurt. Just as his heart settled, a sudden thought struck him, and he frantically checked his pocket. "My Poke Egg. Is it all right?" Misty quickly handed him the intact Pokeball, reassuring, "Don't worry, the Poke Egg is unharmed." Ash exhaled a sigh of relief, gratitude flooding his heart for having survived the ordeal. Meanwhile, Jessie and James awoke, grumbling amidst the chaos caused by Meowth's antics. With her hair in disarray and eyes barely open, Jessie began to issue orders. "Arbok, use acid." Obediently, Arbok sprayed corrosive liquid onto the floor, soon creating a gaping hole through which seawater rushed in. "What have you done, Jessie?" James howled, drenched in water, his anger palpable. Meowth flailed in the rising tide. "Jessie, this is a death wish." The trio was soon submerged, floundering helplessly. Meanwhile, Ash, Misty, and Brock groped through the submerged ship, discovering that the lower passages were entirely flooded. Gritting her teeth, Misty released her Goldeen. "Goldeen, please dive underwater and search for an exit." Goldeen swam gracefully into the depths. Shortly after, it emerged, grasping Jessie's hair in its mouth, dragging the soaked Team Rocket trio to the surface. "Why, you little brats? Hand over Pikachu." Jessie fumed as she shook off the water from her hair and brandished a Pokeball. Ash and Brock exchanged glances and prepared to release their Pokémon for battle, only to find that the ship's inversion rendered their Pokémon unbalanced, rolling helplessly on the floor. Brock sighed in resignation. "Given the circumstances, we can only cooperate for now." Ash nodded in agreement. "Let us find a way out first." Suddenly, Misty's eyes lit up with excitement. I once built a model of the SS, and I remember the flooring in the engine room is quite thin. We could create a hole there. However, the ship was now upside down, making access to the engine room a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Brock released Onyx. Onyx, could you transform into a staircase? Onyx understood the command, coiling its body to form a sturdy rock staircase. The group climbed up Onyx's form to reach the entrance of the engine room, but found themselves faced with a gap leading to the entrance. Ash's eyes brightened with inspiration as he summoned Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. The green vines shot forth like nimble ropes, wrapping securely around the doorframe of the engine room. Ash was the first to traverse the vines, followed by the others in succession. Upon reaching the engine room, they were met with a heavy iron door blocking their path. Ash released Charizard. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. The scorching flames struck the iron door, soon melting a hole through which seawater began to surge. Quickly, Ash recalled Charizard, channeling his aura to envelop everyone gently, guiding them upwards to the surface. Exhausted, they lay atop a piece of driftwood, gasping for breath. James, soaked and seething, glared at the Pokeball in his hand. Growing increasingly furious, he pulled out the Pokeball containing Magikarp, releasing it with a furious shout. It's all your fault, you useless creature. We nearly drowned because of you. Get out of here. With that, he kicked Magikarp into the sea. Just as Magikarp splashed into the waters, it began to glow with the light of evolution. In a dazzling flash, the once feeble Magikarp transformed into the fierce and formidable Gyarados. The raging Gyarados thrashed its body, emitting a deafening roar, and soon 4 more Gyarados emerged from the depths of the sea, summoned to encircle the wooden platform. Their fierce gazes fixated on Ash and his companions. This is bad, we're surrounded, Brock exclaimed anxiously. In a swift response, Ash dispatched Pikachu while Misty released Starmie, readying for battle. An intense clash ensued, with the Gyarados exhibiting formidable ferocity, while Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt and Starmie retaliated with Water Gun. Before long, the Gyarados began to falter. The leading one turned to flee. Quick on his feet, Ash accessed the system to assess the qualifications of the 5 Gyarados, selecting the one with the highest potential and throwing a Pokeball. The ball struck true, shaking several times before successfully capturing the creature. However, as Ash already possessed 6 Pokémon, the newly acquired Gyarados was automatically transported to Professor Oak. Gyarados. Classification: ferocious Pokémon. Type: water, flying. Gender: male. Ability: intimidate. Upon defeating an opponent, confidence surges, enhancing attack. Potential: green. Strength: elite early stage. Moves: Water Gun, Dragon Rage, Bite, Crunch, Hyper Beam, Twister. Held item: none. Having temporarily evaded the crisis, Ash released his shining golden Pidgeot. Pidgeot, could you soar above and scout for land? Pidgeot unfurled its expansive wings, flapping vigorously to create a gust of wind. It shot towards the sky like an arrow, swiftly vanishing from sight. As time ticked away, the group anxiously awaited Pidgeot's return. At last, amidst their eager anticipation, Pidgeot reappeared on the horizon. It flew back rapidly, gently tugging at Ash's clothing with its sharp talons while chattering incessantly, seemingly urging Ash to look in a particular direction. Following Pidgeot's gaze, Ash spotted land not far off, shrouded in a hazy outline. The group instantly felt invigorated, exerting all their strength to paddle the wooden platform toward the shore. After arduous effort, they finally reached the land. However, upon stepping onto the ground, they were astounded by the scene before them. The Pokémon here were colossal, dwarfing their ordinary counterparts by several times. A gigantic Venusaur towered like a small hill, its vibrant green body gleaming under the sun, while a massive Snorlax resembled a moving mound of flesh, each step causing tremors in the ground. Faced with such enormous Pokémon, the group felt a sense of bewilderment. Ash steadied himself, channeling his inner aura to probe the true nature of these creatures. To his astonishment, he discovered that they were all mechanical. The group exchanged glances, filled with confusion and trepidation. In light of this revelation, they decided to proceed cautiously, hoping to uncover clues or an exit. After navigating through a vast expanse of tall grass, they encountered a colossal structure. The building appeared somewhat antiquated, yet the sign proclaiming it as a Pokémon paradise remained vivid. So this is Pokémon Paradise. My younger siblings have seen it on television, Brock exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Now that we know where we are, let us make our exit. I'm eager to eat at the Pokémon Center and get a good night's sleep, Ash declared. The trio then followed the signposts to exit Pokémon Paradise, while Team Rocket, having disembarked on land, had already vanished, leaving behind a taunting remark, "Little brat. We'll let you off this time, but your luck will run out next time." Upon reaching the nearby Pokémon Center, Ash eagerly dialed Professor Oak's number. "Hello, Professor Oak. I would like to exchange Pokémon," he said. On the other end, Professor Oak's gentle voice responded, "Ash, which Pokémon do you wish to exchange?" "I'd like to trade Pidgeot and Butterfree for the Gyarados I just captured," Ash replied excitedly. "No problem. I'll send it over right away," Professor Oak assured. No sooner had he finished speaking than a beam of light flashed, and the Pokeball containing Gyarados materialized beside the telephone. Once at the battle arena behind the Pokémon Center, Ash called out, "Come forth, Gyarados." Upon its arrival, it unleashed a furious roar, sending tremors through the surroundings. Ash approached and gently patted Gyarados' head, soothingly saying, "Gyarados, from now on, you will fight alongside me." The Gyarados seemed to sense Ash's goodwill and quieted down. Misty and Brock gathered closer, curiously examining the formidable creature. "This Gyarados looks so majestic. We've gained a powerful ally," Misty marveled. Brock nodded in agreement. After a restful night, Ash, accompanied by Gyarados and his other Pokémon, set forth on a new adventure with renewed vigor. Chapter 14, Capturing Jengar. Having departed from the Pokémon Center, Ash and his companions arrived at a resort beach named Blue Plunch, stowing their Pokémon egg in their backpack. While Ash was taking a joyride on a yacht, he inadvertently damaged the vessel owned by Grandpa Lou, who operated a seaside lodge. To compensate for the repair costs, the group agreed to work at Grandpa Lou's lodge to attract guests. However, their rival, Granny Jean, sent Team Rocket's Jesse and James to create chaos. By chance, Professor Oak and Ash's mother, Hanako, who were visiting Blue Plunch as part of a street committee trip, stumbled upon Ash and his friends. Following Professor Oak's suggestion, they organized a Sunshine Beauty and cosplay Pokémon contest. Misty, Gary, and Team Rocket all participated in the competition. But Team Rocket's attempts to sabotage it backfired when they were launched skyward by their own Meowth rocket. Granny Jean was also sent flying. With the situation resolved, Ash and Gary engaged in a 3vs3 Pokémon battle under Professor Oak's watchful eye. As the match commenced, Gary summoned his Arcanine, radiating an intense heat and roaring fiercely enough to make the surrounding air quake. Ash countered with Pikachu, whose determined gaze sparkled with electric energy. Gary initiated the assault, with Arcanine unleashing a torrent of flames. Pikachu nimbly leapt to evade, counterattacking with a thunderbolt that surged like a serpent towards Arcanine. With a swift turn, Arcanine formed a fiery shield to fend off the attack. The battle raged back and forth with fervor as Professor Oak scrutinized the tactics employed by both trainers. Offering intermittent commentary, Misty and Hanako watched anxiously, cheering Ash on. As the stalemate persisted, Ash experienced a moment of inspiration, directing Pikachu to use Quick Attack to close the distance to Arcanine, seizing the opportunity to unleash Volt Tackle. Struck by the assault, Arcanine staggered momentarily, seizing the advantage. Ash commanded Pikachu to follow up with a powerful Thunderbolt, ultimately causing Arcanine to succumb. Undeterred, Gary sent forth his next Pokémon, and the spirited contest continued unabated. Gary unleashed Nidoking, exuding a fierce aura, its horn glinting ominously. Ash decisively called forth Gyarados, which erupted from the water, its massive form shimmering under the sun, roaring with a might that sent waves crashing. Gary commanded Nidoking to strike first, as it leaped high, aiming its sharp horn directly at Gyarados. The Gyarados gracefully swayed its body, deftly evading the incoming attack before unleashing a powerful water cannon from its maw. Nidorino swiftly sidestepped, the water cannon narrowly grazing its form as it surged into the distance. In retaliation, Nidorino launched a barrage of poison sting, the needles raining down upon Gyarados. With a vigorous flick of its tail, Gyarados conjured a colossal wave, deflecting the poison needles back towards Nidorino. The battle intensified, with Professor Oak's eyes gleaming as he meticulously analyzed the unfolding situation. Misty clenched her fists, vociferously cheering for Ash and his Gyarados. At that moment, Ash seized the opportunity, commanding Gyarados to unleash Dragon Rage, a formidable wave of energy hurtling towards Nidorino, which was struck with tremendous force, collapsing onto the ground, incapacitated. Gary's expression hardened as he promptly recalled Nidorino, tossing forth a Pokeball. "Go, Squirtle." The Squirtle emerged from the water, landing steadily on the battlefield, its gaze sharp, the sheen of its shell glimmering, and its limbs powerfully slicing through the air, as if showcasing its prowess. Observing this, Ash recalled Gyarados and sent forth Charmeleon. Charmeleon roared skyward, flames blazing fiercely, brimming with combat spirit. Gary took the initiative, instructing Squirtle to fire a water gun, the powerful stream shooting towards Charmeleon like an arrow. Charmeleon deftly leaped aside to evade, then charged forward, executing a scratch attack, racing towards Squirtle. Squirtle, quick to react, defended itself with its sturdy shell before pivoting to counter with a water cannon. Charmeleon narrowly dodged, the water cannon gliding past, and leaving a sizable crater on the ground. The exchange of attacks continued, each side retaliating with fervor. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, attentively observing the battle's progression. Misty, nervously biting her lip, felt the tension for Ash and Charmeleon. Ash's focus sharpened as he assessed the battlefield. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he commanded Charmeleon to execute the move Fire Spin. Charmeleon inhaled deeply, then unleashed a torrent of roaring flames, forming a massive fire vortex. Squirtle found itself ensnared in the unexpected flames, unable to escape. Struggling desperately within the fire vortex, Squirtle fought against the intense heat and powerful pull. Seeing this, Gary grew frantic, urging Squirtle to find an escape route. Squirtle swam laboriously within the vortex, scanning for a weak point. At last, it spotted a small gap in the flames and surged toward it without hesitation. However, just as Squirtle was about to break free, Ash issued another command. Charmeleon now? Use Brick Break. Charmeleon reacted swiftly, leaping high and delivering a powerful downward strike, directly hitting Squirtle as it attempted to escape. Squirtle was grievously injured, sent flying and landing on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 battle points. Gary recalled Squirtle, turning to Ash. Ash, I concede this time. Let's have a rematch at the Quartz Conference. I will certainly win next time. Very well, let us compete at the Quartz Conference, and rest assured, victory shall be mine, Ash replied confidently. Professor Oak interjected, I knew I could count on you both. This battle was truly spectacular. Continue striving towards becoming Pokémon Masters. Hanako remarked, Ash, you must take care of yourself while you're out there. Remember to eat on time, brush your teeth morning and night, and Pikachu, I'm counting on you to look after Ash. Pikachu replied. Understood, Mom. Now, we're off, Mother and Professor Oak. Be careful on your journey, they called out. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak and Hanako, Ash and his companions encountered an injured Horsia at Juvoport, which painted the image of an onyx jellyfish with its ink, seemingly trying to convey a message. It turned out that Granny Silver planned to demolish the coral reef to construct a luxurious resort, which was the habitat of the onyx jellyfish. Consequently, she offered 1 million to anyone who could drive away the jellyfish. Later, with Team Rocket's involvement, an onyx jellyfish evolved into a gigantic tentacruel, wreaking havoc in the city. Horsia, despite its injuries, endeavored to communicate and prevent the tentacruel from destroying human structures. Ultimately, swayed by Misty's persuasion, the tentacruel and its companions returned to the ocean, and Misty successfully captured the intelligent and courageous Horsia. After parting ways with Horsia and the tentacruel incident, Ash and his friends, guided by the Pokémon League, ventured into Maiden's Gorge. Here, the sea breeze carried the essence of ancient legends, and amidst the sound of crashing waves against the rocks, Maiden Rock stood silently, its contours shrouded in the twilight mist. As they approached the shrine, Kojiru was irresistibly drawn to the mysterious energy emanating from the statue, racing towards the edge of the rock with a glazed expression. Musashi and Nyarth struggled to restrain him, and just as he was about to tumble off the cliff, Ash reacted swiftly, instructing Pikachu to use Quick Attack to pull Kojiru back. Team Rocket, shaken yet furious at their near demise, directed their ire at the statue, with Musashi exclaiming that such harmful stone should be destroyed. Just as they were about to draw their rocket launcher, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Gung ghostly emerged from the statue's shadow, its dark mist swirling into a grotesque visage. Once a spirit guarding the maiden's yearning, it was provoked by the threat to its statue, and with fury, ghostly energy surged, causing it to evolve into a radiant, snow-white Jengar. The eerie blue flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets, and the temperature plummeted, leaving Team Rocket trembling from the cold. However, Ash, sensing the sorrow and determination behind Jengar's rage, shouted, We are here to help, not to destroy. He commanded Pikachu to use a gentle electric shock to dispel the hostility. Jengar hovered in midair, gazing into Ash's pure eyes, its ghostly flames gradually calming. Following a heartfelt exchange, with Brock translating the legend through Pokémon telepathy, Jengar understood Ash's desire to continue the maiden's story, gesturing that it wished to be captured by Ash to jointly safeguard this millennia-old yearning. The Pokeball struck at that moment, enveloping Jengar in white light, successfully capturing it. By Maiden Rock, the winds softened, and Team Rocket, utterly awestruck, begrudgingly muttered about their luck before scurrying away. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have captured a shiny Jengar. Rewards, 5,000 battle points, 10 Ultra Balls, 10 basic candies, and 1 move tutor for Dark Pulse. The system utilized the Dark Pulse move tutor and examined Jengar. Jengar, shiny. Category, Shadow Pokemon. Type, Ghost, Poison, Gender, Male. Ability, Cursed Body. When attacked, it may disable the opponent's move. Potential, Blue. Strength, Early Gym Leader. Moves, Shadow Ball. Hypnosis, Dark Pulse, Shadow Punch, Shadow Clone, Will-O-Wisp, Black Eyes. Held item, none after traversing hills and fording streams. Ash and his companions finally glimpsed the bustling outline of Goldenrod City from afar. Goldenrod City, here we come. Ash cheered exuberantly. Ash's current team consisted of Pikachu, Jengar, Charmeleon, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Gyarados. Chapter 15. The Goldenrod Badge. Ash and his companions arrived at the mountains near Goldenrod City. On the mountain, Brock spotted a little girl bouncing a ball and was about to approach her. Wait, Brock, she lacks aura power. Ash interjected, halting Brock with a hand. Ash had previously informed Brock and Misty about his awakening of aura power, explaining that everything living in the world possesses aura. No aura power? That means she is a ghost, Brock said, his face etched with fear as he looked at Ash. The apparition is but a mere puppet, a creation of artifice. Let us proceed to Goldenrod City, Ash instructed. As Ash and his companions departed from the forest, it wasn't long before they arrived at the Pokémon Center in Goldenrod City. Upon entering, Ash entrusted the Pokémon Egg and Pikachu to Nurse Joy for examination. I beg of you, Nurse Joy, he implored. Very well, leave it to me, she replied. While Ash and his companions awaited Nurse Joy's update in the dining area, a middle-aged man approached them. Are you here to challenge the Goldenrod Gym as well? He inquired. Indeed, sir, Brock responded. My companion Ash is on a quest to collect badges. I see, the man said. In that case, I would advise you to seek another gym. What do you mean? Ash exclaimed. How can we participate in the Indigo Conference without collecting badges? The gym leader, Natsum, is a formidable psychic-type trainer, the man warned. I urge you not to challenge her, and if possible, to leave Goldenrod City. Sir, do you know something that you could share with us? Ash pressed. The man replied. Natsum possesses the ability to communicate telepathically with her Pokémon. The only type that can contend with her psychic powers is Ghost-type Pokémon. I have a Ghost-type Pokémon, Ash declared. Summoning Jengar. A white Jengar materialized before them, sporting legs and a short, pointed tail. Its red eyes shone with mischief, and its mouth curved into a sly smile. You possess a Jengar, a shiny one at that. You may indeed have a chance to save Natsum, the man remarked. Save Natsum? What do you mean by that? Ash asked, confusion etched on his brow. With a sorrowful expression, the man continued. When Natsum first began her psychic training, she exhibited an extreme passion that bordered on obsession. She became completely immersed in the world of psychic abilities, showing little interest in anything else, even shunning friendships. Her parents tried to intervene, but she repelled them with her powers. Since then, her personality has drastically changed, leading to the development of a dual persona. Misty gasped in astonishment. Wow, sir, you seem to know so much about Natsum. What is your connection to her? Brock speculated. I believe you must be a relative of Natsum's family. The man remained silent for a moment before sighing and revealing. At this point, I will not conceal the truth any longer. I am, in fact, Natsum's father. Therefore, Ash, may I implore you as a father to save my daughter? If you succeed, I assure you a generous reward as thanks. Ash, his brow furrowed with worry, asked, but how can I save Natsum? His heart was heavy with uncertainty. The man's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning as he replied, the method is rather simple. You must defeat Natsum and allow Jengar to seize the doll from her grasp. Ash hesitated, unsure if such an act would genuinely save Natsum. However, sensing Ash's doubt, the man continued, trust me, this is the only way. Once Jengar secures the doll, I will handle the rest. Looking into the earnest eyes of Natsum's father, Ash felt a surge of righteous determination. He nodded resolutely. I promise you, sir, I will do my utmost to save Natsum. Brock and Misty cheered him on, fully aware that this challenge transcended the mere acquisition of the Goldenrod badge. It was about rescuing a trainer ensnared by her own psychic obsession. The group followed Natsum's father to the Goldenrod gym. Inside, an aura of mystique enveloped them, with walls aglow in strange luminescence and small psychic crystals floating above, emitting soft hums. The moment Ash stepped into the gym, he sensed an invisible pressure, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing their every move. Natsum awaited them at the center of the gym, clad in a white psychic training outfit, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her countenance was cool, and her gaze exuded both detachment and pride. Upon noticing Ash and his companions, she merely lifted her eyelids slightly and spoke in a soft voice. Here to challenge me? Let us begin. It will be a one-on-one Pokémon battle. The victor shall claim the Goldenrod badge. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, Ash detected a fleeting hint of confusion. Taking a deep breath, Ash threw forth a Pokeball, declaring, Jengar, you are my choice. A flash of white light revealed the dazzling Jengar, its red eyes appearing even more profound amidst the psychic ambience, exuding an air of confidence. Natsum produced her own Pokeball, calmly stating, Yukinu, take the field. Yukinu, tall and elegant, bore a psychic amplifier on its head that glimmered faintly, its sharp eyes fixated on Jengar. Jengar, use Shadow Clone. Ash commanded swiftly. Jengar's form shimmered, creating multiple clones that darted around the field, leaving Yukinu struggling to discern the real one. Without a flicker of emotion, Natsum instructed, Yukinu, use Psychic. Yukinu's eyes emitted a soft, blue psychic wave, the force of its psychic energy surging forth like a tidal wave towards Jengar's clones. Several clones were obliterated in an instant, dissipating into inky smoke, but the true Jengar nimbly evaded and maneuvered behind Yukinu. Now, Shadow Punch, Ash shouted, seizing the moment. Jengar's fist coalesced with dark energy, striking towards Yukinu like a shooting star. Quick to react, Yukinu erected a psychic shield, absorbing the impact of the Shadow Punch. A dull thud resonating as cracks appeared in the barrier. Natsum furrowed her brow slightly, commanding, Yukinu, use Hypnosis. The psychic amplifier on Yukinu's forehead flared brightly, unleashing a dazzling yet perilous beam of light toward Jengar. Jengar retaliated with its own dark pulse, a peculiar beam emanating from its red eyes. The two energies colliding and creating a tempest of force within the arena. Jengar, employ Hypnosis. Ash seized the opportunity, ordering Jengar to release a wave of hypnotic energy. Yukinu momentarily froze, its gaze becoming dazed, clearly affected by the hypnosis. Natsum remained composed, instructing, Yukinu, awaken and use Recover, summoning its formidable willpower. Yukinu broke free from the hypnotic state, shimmering with a green light as it began to restore its vitality. Ash, refusing to grant Yukinu a moment's respite, shouted, use Dark Pulse. Jengar surged with dark energy, the force crashing toward Yukinu like a relentless tide. Caught off guard, Yukinu was struck, its body swaying. Yet it managed to maintain its footing, albeit weakened. Jengar, unleash Will-O-Wisp. Ash pressed on, and Jengar expelled ethereal blue flames, engulfing Yukinu in a chilling embrace. Yukinu cried out in agony as its psychic glow dimmed, the ghostly flames searing its form, slowing its movements further. Observing her beleaguered Yukinu, Natsum's lips tightened, and a flicker of struggle flashed in her eyes. Yet, she softly commanded, Yukinu, one last effort. Unleash Psychic Burst. The psychic energy within Yukinu surged violently, causing the surrounding psychic crystals to shatter under the force, coalescing into a massive energy sphere that barreled toward Jengar. Jengar, quickly use Shadow Ball to counter. Ash urged, his heart racing. Jenghost swiftly conjured a shadowy orb, the black energy sphere colliding thunderously with the telekinetic energy sphere of Yungara, resulting in a violent explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, Yungara swayed unsteadily, ultimately succumbing to defeat and collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Jenghost sustained minor injuries yet remained steadfast, the fighting spirit in its crimson eyes undiminished. Naji gently retracted Yungara's Pokeball, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flashing in her gaze. At that moment, Jenghost transformed into a fleeting black silhouette, darting to Naji's side, and, seizing upon her moment of distraction, snatched the doll she had tightly clutched in her hand. The doll, exquisitely crafted, emanated an inexplicable eeriness, still imbued with the essence of Naji's psychic abilities. Seeing this, Naji's father hurried forward, his eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. He approached Naji slowly, his voice trembling yet tender. Naji, do you remember your childhood? You always held this doll, waiting for your father to return home. But then you became engrossed in your psychic powers, pushing us all away. As he spoke, he enveloped Naji in an embrace, the waves of psychic energy between them merging in a wondrous yet ephemeral manner. Naji's gaze, once vacant, gradually shimmered with tears as she choked out, Father, I think I am beginning to remember something. Under the warmth of familial affection and the unique energy from Jenghost, the duality brought on by her psychic abilities began to dissolve, allowing the once vibrant, innocent Nazi to resurface gradually. Ash, Brock, and Misty, observing this poignant scene from the sidelines, wore expressions of heartfelt relief. Upon regaining her clarity, Najee turned towards Ash, slowly producing the golden badge and extending it towards him. You have won. This is the golden badge. Thank you for helping me rediscover myself. A chime sounded, announcing, congratulations, host has acquired the golden badge. Reward, 1,000 battle points. Ash excitedly accepted the badge. Just about to express his gratitude when Najee's father stepped forward with a smile. Ash, I shall fulfill the reward I promised. He produced a pokeball and gently tossed it, revealing a dazzling, shimmering Kadabra that materialized before the group. This Kadabra was indeed a shiny one. Its body radiated a dreamlike lavender hue, casting a unique aura across the arena. Wow, it's a shiny Kadabra, Misty exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Ash gazed in delight at this extraordinary Kadabra, scratching his head and saying, Sir, this is incredibly precious. Najee's father waved his hand dismissively. This is rightfully yours. This child was born only a few days ago, and with you, it may achieve remarkable breakthroughs in psychic training. Moreover, it serves as our family's gratitude towards you. A chime echoed again, announcing, congratulations, host has captured shiny Kadabra. Reward, 5,000 battle points, 10 basic candies, 10 great balls, 1 psychic blade TM. Kadabra, shiny. Category, human-like Pokémon. Type, psychic. Gender, male. Ability, synchronize. Through mental training, it will not flinch from opponents' attacks. Potential, blue. Strength, normal initial. Moves, teleport. Held item, none. Gratefully accepting the Kadabra, Ash bid farewell to Najee and her father before continuing his journey with Brock and Misty, heading towards their next destination. Meanwhile, the radiant glow of psychic energy within the golden gem continued to shimmer, now infused with warmth and vitality. As Najee embarked on her journey as a Pokémon trainer anew, Ash's team consisted of Pikachu, Kadabra, Charmeleon, Wartortle, Bulbasaur, and Jinghost. Chapter 16, The Rainbow Badge. Having secured the Golden Badge in Golden City, Ash and his companions set forth towards the next gym in Rainbow City. En route to Rainbow City, they arrived at Zun Town, where they learned of ghostly disturbances at the Pokémon Tower, allegedly linked to Team Rocket. Upon entering the tower, they encountered a cub one being bullied by Team Rocket and learned that its mother, Marowak, had been slain by Team Rocket while protecting it, her spirit trapped within the tower. Determined to assist Cub One, Ash and his friends battled their way through Team Rocket members within the tower, ultimately reaching the top floor where they found Marowak's spirit. Ash commanded Jinghost to communicate with the spirit while fending off the obstructive Team Rocket leader. In the end, Team Rocket was vanquished, allowing Marowak's spirit to find peace upon witnessing Cubone's safety, accompanying Cub One to the Pokémon Center. Grateful for their help, Elder Fuji presented them with a poke flute. After departing Zun Town, Ash and his companions took a break along the road leading to Rainbow City for lunch. Ash, meanwhile, utilized a nearby phone booth to call Professor Oak. Hello, Professor Oak. It's been a while, Ash greeted. Oh, Ash, I was just thinking you might bring news. How have things been? Professor Oak inquired. Look, I've collected 4 badges, and I've also captured shiny Jinghost and shiny Kadabra, Ash revealed, lifting his shirt to display the 4 badges hanging inside, along with Jinghost and Kadabra's Pokeballs. What? Jinghost and Kadabra are both shiny? How on earth did you manage to catch such remarkable Pokémon? Professor Oak exclaimed, astonished. But you really need more badges. Gary and the others have for already. I have my own plans, and besides, the Indigo Conference hasn't started yet. I'm training my Pokémon while traveling, Ash replied. Indeed, training your Pokémon is crucial. Keep up the good work. Professor Oak encouraged. By the way, Professor, do you know when the Dratini egg will hatch? It's been several days, Ash asked. What? You have a Dratini egg? When did that happen? You never mentioned it during your last visit. Professor Oak exclaimed, surprised. Ash then recounted the story behind the Dratini egg. An ancient Dragonite. Ash, your luck is incredible. Most people go their entire lives without encountering such a phenomenon, Professor Oak said enviously. But, Professor, you still haven't answered my question. Do you have a specific hatching time for this egg? Ash pressed. I'm not sure about the exact time. Generally, the greater the potential of a Pokémon, the longer it takes to hatch. However, Ash, you must take good care of it, as it will surely become a great asset for you, Professor Oak advised. Understood, Professor. I'll talk to you later. After hanging up, Ash walked over to Brock and Misty, just in time to find Brock finishing the rice balls, while Pikachu and Misty were enjoying them enthusiastically. Brock, holding a freshly made rice ball, inquired. The round ones are filled with pickled plum, and the triangular ones are seaweed. I managed to get some good seaweed this time. Which one would you like? Ash casually picked up a round rice ball and began to eat. Just as they were engrossed in their meal, a mischievous Mankey, drawn by the energy emanating from Ash's poke egg, suddenly dashed over and snatched the egg before scampering away. Seeing the Mankey run off with the egg, the trio instantly panicked. With Pikachu frantically squeaking, "Pika Pika," Ash shouted, "Stop! Put down the egg." Without hesitation, the three of them, along with Pikachu, immediately pursued the fleeing Mankey. Mankey leapt through the forest with remarkable agility, akin to a streak of black lightning, but its grasp on the egg somewhat limited its movements. Ash and his friends relentlessly chased after it, with Misty shouting, "That Dratini-S egg. If anything happens to it, we're in big trouble." Brock encouraged from behind, "Ash, don't let it escape. Let us encircle it." After a brief pursuit, Ash seized the opportunity to send out Jinghost. "Jinghost, use hypnosis to stop it." Jinghost instantly unleashed a mysterious wave of hypnotic energy, catching Mankey off guard. Its eyes began to glaze over, its steps faltering, and its grip on the egg loosened. In a flash, Ash dashed forward and securely caught the falling egg, inspecting it with concern. "Phew. Thank goodness it's not broken." Upon regaining consciousness, the mischievous monkey-like creature sought to resist once more, but Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, rendering it thoroughly incapacitated and forcing it to surrender in a state of defeat. With the Pokémon egg retrieved, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief and continued their journey toward Rainbow City. Within a few days, they arrived at their destination. This enchanting city was suffused with a romantic fragrance, with streets lined by a vibrant array of blossoms. As a gentle breeze wafted through, petals danced down like confetti, evoking the charm of a fairy tale. As Ash and Misty were drawn towards a perfume shop, they encountered a graceful woman clad in a pink gown. The Rainbow Gym's trainer, Erica. She was intently selecting fragrances when she noticed their arrival, smiling warmly and inquiring softly, "Are you trainers here to challenge the Rainbow Gym?" Ash nodded eagerly, explaining their purpose. Erica graciously agreed to the challenge, but as they made their way to the gym, Team Rocket stealthily infiltrated the perfume shop, plotting to steal valuable perfumes for profit. Just as Jesse, James, and Meowth commenced their scheme, Ash and his friends stumbled upon them. "You rascals again," Misty exclaimed furiously. However, Team Rocket merely chuckled, deploying their Pokémon in an attempt to thwart the group. Ash promptly accepted the challenge, and with Pikachu and Gengar launching a swift counterattack, Team Rocket found themselves swiftly overwhelmed, retreating in disarray. After dealing with Team Rocket, the group entered the Rainbow Gym. The interior was adorned with vibrant flowers that filled the air with a refreshing aroma, with the battlefield encircled by blossoms. Erica smiled gently, saying, "The battles at the Rainbow Gym are 3-on-3. When you're ready, we shall begin." Ash, eager and prepared, sent forth his Charmeleon. Erica responded by tossing a Pokeball, summoning a Weepinbell. "Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower," commanded Ash. The fiery breath surged forth, aimed at Weepinbell. Unperturbed, Erica instructed, "Weepinbell, counter with Sleep Powder." The toxic powder swirled and mingled with the flames, creating a peculiar purple smoke barrier that absorbed the attack. "Charmeleon, use Slash," Ash quickly ordered. Charmeleon leaped, its claws descending with fierce intent, striking Weepinbell, which staggered backward from the blow. Erica's expression sharpened. "Weepinbell, Solar Beam." Concentrating energy, Weepinbell unleashed a blinding beam of light. Charmeleon, quick on its feet, created a smokescreen, causing the beam to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, it circled behind Weepinbell, engulfing it in a fiery vortex, rendering it unable to battle. Erica recalled Weepinbell and sent out a Victory Bell. Ash switched to his Wartortle, Hydro Pump. A powerful jet of water surged forth. But Victory Bell skillfully entwined itself with vines, absorbing the impact and retaliating with its own vine whip. Wartortle, Ice Beam, Ash shouted, the icy beam freezing Victory Bell's vines, hindering its movement. Erica calmly commanded, "Victory Bell, use Vine Whip to strike the ground." The frozen vines shattered, liberating Victory Bell, which began to lash out wildly. Employing Rain Dance, Wartortle summoned a downpour that amplified the Hydro Pump's force, striking Victory Bell and sending it flying, incapacitating it. In the third match, Erica sent forth her Vileplume, while Ash called upon his Bulbasaur. As Vileplume appeared, it released an enchanting aroma that momentarily clouded Bulbasaur's mind. "Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf," Ash urged loudly. Bulbasaur, rallying its strength, unleashed its leaves, but Vileplume defended with its petals while simultaneously launching Solar Beam. In a critical moment, the energy within Bulbasaur surged, causing it to evolve into Ivysaur. The newly evolved Ivysaur, larger and more formidable, skillfully ensnared Vileplume with its vines, disrupting the Solar Beam and gathering energy for its own attack. The solar beam it had just learned was released in a dazzling flash, colliding with Vileplume's assault, ultimately overwhelming it and leaving Vileplume defeated on the ground. Erica, displaying a satisfied smile, approached Ash and presented him with the rainbow badge. Your Pokémon demonstrate remarkable resilience. This battle was truly exhilarating. The badge is rightfully yours. Ash accepted it with elation, celebrating with his companions. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rainbow badge, earning 1,000 battle points. Ivysaur. Category, Seed Pokémon. Type, Grass, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Chlorophyll, speed increases in sunny weather. Potential, Blue. Strength, Elite Beginner. Moves, Quick Attack, Vine Whip, Sleep Powder, Razor Leaf, Solar Beam. Held item, Miracle Seed. Following their triumph, Ash and his friends bid farewell to Erica and embarked on their journey to the next destination. Chapter 17, Capturing Zapdos. Ash, Misty, and Brock arrived in a bustling metropolis where they discovered a series of troubling incidents. Not only were the Pokémon at the Pokémon Center listless, but there had also been a spate of missing children. Miss Juniper was in a state of distress, having determined through her detection devices that the Pokémon were being affected by a powerful wave of sleep. Driven by their sense of justice and camaraderie, Ash and his friends resolved to assist in the investigation. Tracing the source of the sleep waves to the rooftop of a high-rise building, they uncovered a Pokémon enthusiast club. Inside, they encountered a Drowsy and a Hypno. After inquiring, they learned that many club members were plagued by insomnia, and so they sought the Drowsy's assistance to help them sleep. Ash quickly deduced that it was indeed the Drowsy's hypnotic waves that were impacting the Pokémon. Misty, intrigued by Drowsy, volunteered to be hypnotized, but under the influence of the sleep waves, she began to behave like a sea lion and ran off to the park alone. Ash and Brock hurried after her, only to discover that the missing children were all gathered in the park, mimicking various Pokémon movements. Brock concluded that, like Misty, the children had succumbed to a Pokémon regression syndrome under Drowsy's hypnosis, believing themselves to be Pokémon. Club members suggested using Hypno to resolve the issue. So Ash and his friends brought Misty back to the club. Hypno employed its unmodified hypnosis technique, successfully awakening Misty. The group then took Hypno to the park to rescue the other children. At that moment, Team Rocket appeared, attempting to seize Drowsy and Hypno. Ash immediately dispatched Pikachu to battle them, and after a fierce confrontation, they thwarted Team Rocket's nefarious plan. Hypno then used its hypnosis on the entranced children, gradually restoring their senses, and the awakened children returned to their parents. Simultaneously, the Pokémon at the Pokémon Center regained their vitality. With the crisis resolved, Ash and his friends not only aided Miss Juniper in overcoming a challenging predicament, but also inadvertently witnessed Misty capture a Psyduck that had long been afflicted by headaches. With a sense of accomplishment, they continued their journey filled with unknown adventures and challenges ahead. Ash, Misty, and Brock ventured into a street bustling with beauty salons, known as Breeders' Street, where elite breeders congregated. Brock led them to the shop of Xiaoyuki, the reigning champion of the breeders' competition for 3 consecutive years. Xiaoyuki was not only recognized by the league for her breeding knowledge, but was also voted the most popular breeder in magazines. Her Vulpix had won numerous awards in beauty contests. However, the latest trends on Breeders' Street were being overshadowed by a shop run by Jesse and James, who were adorning Pokémon in outlandish ways, claiming to pursue the beauty of Pokémon's appearance, thus attracting a throng of customers and leaving Xiaoyuki's shop nearly deserted. Curious, Misty took Psyduck to Team Rocket's store to investigate. In a shocking turn of events, Team Rocket showcased their makeup skills by applying makeup to Misty, and upon being discovered, they kidnapped her. Psyduck hurried back to inform Ash and the others, who immediately raced to Team Rocket's shop. The Rocket team candidly stated that their intention in opening a shop was to amass wealth and abscond with precious Pokémon, leading to an intense battle between the two parties. This was a coordinated confrontation, with the Rocket team deploying Weezing and Arbok, while Ash and Brock countered with Pikachu and Onix. As the battle unfolded, Ash's side began to falter. In a pivotal moment, Meowth, eager for glory, joined the fray, providing an opportunity for Misty and Vulpix to intervene. Vulpix unleashed a fire spin, decisively defeating the Rocket team's Pokémon and sending them flying. Following this encounter, everyone came to realize that the allure of Pokémon stems from their intrinsic value. After resolving the situation, Misty expressed her gratitude to Brock for solidifying her resolve, deciding to continue her training journey and entrusting Vulpix to Brock's care. Ash, Misty, and Brock, after witnessing an exhilarating battle between fighting-type Pokémon at a dojo, followed the map's guidance to Black Cloud City. This city, once vibrant due to its numerous factories, had succumbed to desolation from excessive pollution, with the sky shrouded in gray mist and the rivers bubbling with murky foam, resulting in a scarcity of wild Pokémon and a gloomy populace. Through inquiries, they discovered that the issue lay with an old power plant on the outskirts of the city. Due to its antiquated equipment, the plant not only operated inefficiently, but also leaked harmful gases, contaminating the surrounding water and soil. Compounding the problem, the plant's malfunctions caused intermittent power outages, disrupting the residents' daily lives. Ash promptly resolved to assist, and along with Pikachu, Misty, and Brock, they ventured to the power plant. Inside the power plant, the tangled wires emitted a harsh buzzing sound. They discovered several key transformers had short-circuited, obstructing the exhaust ducts. Brock, utilizing his mechanical knowledge, directed their efforts. Ash commanded Charmeleon to use precise flames to melt the frozen pipeline valves. Misty instructed Seadra to wash away the blockages with its water gun, while Gengar shattered the abandoned metal wires, ensnaring the lines with Shadow Ball. Pikachu played a crucial role by testing the circuits with a faint current, preventing further short circuits. After several hours of diligent work, the pipes cleared, the transformers resumed operation, and the power plant stabilized its output, with the gases processed to become clean. As the sky above Black Cloud City began to brighten and the waters grew clearer, the residents cheered and expressed their gratitude towards Ash and his companions. At that moment, an elderly electrician approached, exclaiming, "Thanks to you all. A few days ago, while the power plant was being repaired, I think I saw a golden lightning strike on Thunderstorm Mountain to the north. It could be the legendary Zapdos." Instantly invigorated, Ash and his friends decided to seek out this mythical electric-type Pokémon. Thunderstorm Mountain, perpetually cloaked in storms, presented treacherous trails. As they neared the summit, thunder roared, and a brilliant golden figure flashed through the clouds. It was Zapdos, with its wings adorned with lightning patterns and surrounded by blue arcs of electricity. It gazed down at the intruders with majestic authority. "How incredible! I must capture it," Ash exclaimed, sending Charmeleon into battle. "Charmeleon, unleash a flamethrower." The searing flames surged towards Zapdos, only to be thwarted by a barrier of electricity conjured by the flapping of its wings. Zapdos emitted a piercing cry, releasing a thunderbolt that struck Charmeleon, causing it to stagger backward. Without hesitation, Ash called upon Pikachu. "Pikachu, retaliate with Thunderbolt." The two currents collided in the air, erupting in dazzling sparks. Zapdos appeared enraged, its electrical energy surging, as it unleashed thunder, summoning a colossal bolt from the sky. In a critical moment, Gengar employed Shadow Clone to create illusions that attracted much of the lightning, while maneuvering behind Zapdos to strike with Dark Pulse. Though Zapdos winced in pain, it let out an angry screech and, with a flap of its wings, executed an agility move, charging at Gengar. Gengar nimbly evaded, attempting to use Hypnosis, but Zapdos countered with its wake-up skill. After several rounds, while Zapdos showed signs of fatigue, its formidable presence remained unyielding. "Now's the moment." Ash seized the opportunity, brandishing a Ultra Ball and commanding his three Pokémon to launch a combined assault. Charmeleon, Fire Spin. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Flames, electric currents, and shadowy energy intertwined, momentarily ensnaring Zapdos. With all his might, Ash hurled the Ultra Ball, striking true. The ball glimmered thrice in the air before clicking shut, successfully capturing Zapdos. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing a legendary Pokémon for the first time. Reward: 10,000 battle points, 1 Master Ball, 5 Ultra Candies, and 1 Thunderbolt TM. Zapdos. Type: Electric Pokémon. Attributes: Electric. Flying. Gender: Male. Ability: Static, may cause paralysis upon contact. Potential: Purple. Strength: Mid-Gym. Moves: Thunderbolt, Thunder, Peck, Wing Attack, Ancient Power. Held item: None. As evening fell, Ash and his companions arrived at the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City. Eagerly, Ash rushed to the communicator, dialing Professor Oak's number. The screen lit up, revealing the familiar smile of Professor Oak. "Ah, Ash. Where are you adventuring now?" "Professor, you won't believe it," Ash exclaimed, proudly holding up the Ultra Ball. "We resolved the power plant issue in Black Cloud City and captured the legendary Zapdos on Thunderstorm Mountain." He recounted the day's events in animated detail, from the restoration of the power plant to the fierce battle with Zapdos. Professor Oak listened in awe, his eyes wide with astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming, "Incredible, Ash. Zapdos is an exceedingly rare legendary Pokémon. Please transfer it to me. I will ensure it is carefully studied and taken care of." Ash nodded, placing the Ultra Ball containing Zapdos on the transfer device. With a flash of white light, Zapdos was transported to Professor Oak's laboratory. Before ending the call, Professor Oak cheerfully remarked, I look forward to your next journey. Who knows what astonishing discoveries await you? Ash and his friends exchanged smiles, packed their belongings, and prepared to set off for their next destination. Ash's team, Pikachu, Charmeleon, Wartortle, Ivysaur, Jengar, and Kadabra. Chapter 18, The Pink Badge. On their way to the light red gym, Ash, Misty, and Brock learned that a group of Diglett was obstructing the local reservoir project. Upon arriving at the site, they found numerous trainers confronting the Diglett, yet the Pokémon seemed unwilling to follow orders to attack them. The foreman anxiously expressed that the Diglett were severely hindering the construction of the reservoir, even offering a complimentary voucher for a 4-day stay at a hot spring resort to recruit trainers to drive them away. Blue also arrived to join in, boasting that he had come for the reward. Just as Ash was about to send out Wartortle, Misty stopped him, believing that the Diglett must have their reasons. The three followed the Diglett to a field, where they were astonished to discover the Diglett diligently planting trees. It turned out that once the reservoir was completed, the forest would be submerged, and the Diglett were attempting to protect their home and the habitats of other Pokémon from being destroyed. At that moment, the Rocket Team appeared, seeking to create chaos. They sent out wheezing and coughing to assault the Diglett, but the Diglett easily taught them a lesson, burying the trio beneath the collapsed construction site. Upon learning the reason behind the Diglett's actions, the workers reluctantly abandoned the plans for the dam. Many of the Diglett, seeing the crisis averted, ceased their disturbances. This incident concluded with Ash and his friends assisting numerous Diglett and helping the workers. Meanwhile, the Dragonite egg that Ash had previously obtained began to shake, and shortly thereafter, the shell cracked open, revealing a newly hatched Dratini. This miniature dragon is none other than the one that once absorbed the powers of the ancient Dragonite. It affectionately nuzzles Ash. Ash gazes at the newly hatched mini-dragon with uncontainable joy, eagerly anticipating its growth and the prospect of battling side by side in their future adventures. Mini-dragon. Category: Pokémon. Type: Dragon. Gender: Male. Ability: Marvel Scale. When affected by a status condition, Marvel Scale activates, enhancing its defense. Potential: Light purple. Its potential has increased due to the absorption of the ancient Dragonite's power. Strength: Ordinary initial. Moves: Rain Dance, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Quick Attack. Item: None. Truly, it is the only creature to have absorbed the power of the ancient Dragonite. Its skill set is astonishing, Ash mused silently. Misty and Brock soon gathered around, marveling at the adorable little creature. Ash decided to linger in the vicinity for a night, allowing the mini-dragon to acclimate to its new environment. They found a picturesque spot to set up their tent, with Brock taking charge of dinner while Misty engaged the mini-dragon in play, teaching it about its surroundings. As night fell, moonlight bathed the earth, and the mini-dragon nestled beside Ash, gradually drifting into slumber. With the morning mist still lingering, Ash had already packed his belongings. The mini-dragon affectionately brushed against his pant leg, its light blue scales shimmering in the morning light. Today, they were headed to the light red gym. It mustn't wander off. Ash crouched down to gently stroke its head before rising to call out to Misty and Brock, "Let us set off." As they traversed the dense forest, a quaint wooden cabin suddenly appeared between the entwined trunks of the vines. Faded red lanterns hung from the eaves, and the faint characters for gym could be discerned above the door. Is this the light red gym? Brock approached with curiosity, but as Ash got closer, the wooden door creaked open on its own. Is anyone there? Just as Ash stepped forward with his left foot, the floor beneath him unexpectedly tilted downward, and dozens of spikes shot out from the walls on either side. Be careful, he warned, as a faint blue aura of aura energy enveloped him. With a push of his hands, an unseen force acted as a shield against the spikes. With his eyes closed in concentration, the intricate mechanisms of the entire cabin unfolded in his mind's eye. A vase at the end of the corridor would spray poisonous mist. The third step was a trapdoor, and a net trap was concealed within the chandelier. Stay close to me, Ash urged, leading the way with his aura energy paving the path ahead. Upon reaching the corner of the corridor, he suddenly shouted, "The floor to the left is empty." Brock promptly commanded his Onyx to seal the gap with rock, while Misty directed her Psyduck to use telekinesis to stabilize the swaying chandelier. After maneuvering through 3 trap-laden rooms, a hidden door slid open in response to the aura, revealing a girl clad in a pink ninja outfit with star-shaped shurikens at her waist. "You actually made it this far," she said, removing her mask to reveal her sparkling eyes. "I am Ayako, the trainer of the light red gym. If you wish to challenge me, you must first defeat me." She tossed out a pokeball, and a fuzzy ball covered in purple fur rolled out, its red compound eyes warily scanning the surroundings, 2 white tendrils swaying gently. "Cacnea, I choose you." Ash declared, releasing the blue figure of his Cacnea, which splashed down and assumed a battle stance against the fuzzy creature. Cacnea, use poison powder, Ayako commanded, and the purple fuzz shook off powdery yellow spores that wafted toward Cacnea. Withdraw into your shell, Ash shouted, and Cacnea immediately retreated into its shell, deflecting the poison powder with its hard carapace. Water gun, counterattack. Cacnea poked its head out from its shell and unleashed a stream of high-pressure water toward the fuzzy creature. Although the fuzzy creature lacked wings, it adeptly rolled across the ground with its limbs, skillfully evading the attack. Now's your chance, string shot. Ayako seized the moment, and the fuzzy creature spat out silver threads that ensnared Cacnea's limbs. Ice beam. Ash remained composed, and a blue beam instantly froze the strings, allowing Cacnea to shatter the ice and launch itself forward with a powerful tackle. The fuzzy creature was knocked back, but its tendrils suddenly stood erect and shot out paralysis needles. Rain dance. Ash's command rang out, and torrential rain began to pour, causing the paralysis needles to lose their accuracy. Cacnea slid across the ground, and at the precise moment the fuzzy creature stood up, it unleashed a water cannon with all its might, pinning the creature against the wall. Just as Ayako was about to concede, a round, rolling electric ball suddenly rolled into the center of the room, exploding with a resounding bang, enveloping the area in white mist. A low voice emerged from the haze. Ayako, your mastery over poison types is still lacking. As the smoke cleared, a man clad in a deep blue ninja suit and wearing a gas mask stepped forward, twirling a poison dart at his fingertips. I am the true trainer of the light red gym. Aki, and Ayako is my sister. Let us engage in a proper 2-on-2 battle. Ash suddenly recalled that his Pokémon were at capacity and hurried to the phone booth in the corner of the gym. Professor Oak, could you help me transfer my Kadabra and Jengar back? I want to swap in my Pidgeot. After the exchange was completed, he looked at the mini dragon circling around his ankle and gently tapped a great ball against it. Here we go. I'm going to capture you. A chime rang out. Congratulations, you have captured a pseudo-legendary Pokémon for the first time. Rewards, 5,000 battle points, 10 great balls, 5 medium candies, 1 dragon scale TM. The battle arena was set up in the gym's backyard, surrounded by mechanisms disguised as stones. I'll start with this one. Aki threw out a Pokeball, and another fuzzy creature bounded onto the field, its red compound eyes glinting with malice. Ash released his Pidgeot, its golden wings shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. A shiny specimen he had captured in the Viridian Forest, now spreading its wings to emit a sharp cry. Fuzzy, use Leech Life, Aki commanded, and the fuzzy creature lunged at Pidgeot, biting down on its wing with its claw-like mouth. A pale red energy flowed into the fuzzy creature through its tendrils. But Pidgeot endured the pain and soared high into the sky. Air slash, Ash shouted, and Pidgeot's wings carved 3 crescent-shaped air blades that precisely struck the fuzzy creature's back. As the fuzzy creature plummeted to the ground, it suddenly radiated a white light. Its body elongated in the glow, the purple fuzz faded, transforming into broad purple wings, and its mouth sharpened to a needle-like point, evolving into a Mothim. Phantom Force. Aki seized the opportunity to attack, and Mothim shot a beam of distorted, colorful light toward Pidgeot. However, Pidgeot deftly maneuvered through the beams at high speed, executing a sudden turn to grab Mothim's wings with its talons, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Mothim struggled to fly, but Pidgeot dove down, using Hurricane to pin it to the ground until it completely lost its ability to battle. Just as Aki was about to recall Mothim, a series of thumps echoed from the ceiling. The Team Rocket trio was hanging upside down from the beams, with Jessie exclaiming excitedly, with so many poison-type Pokémon, we could sell them for a good price. However, before she could finish, the wooden plank beneath them suddenly flipped, sending the 3 tumbling into a trap. A series of mechanisms triggered, punching gloves propelled them away, and rolling iron balls slammed them against the walls, ultimately landing them in a pile of electric balls. Kaboom! Amidst the explosions, Team Rocket's wails faded into the distance. We'll be back. The arena lay strewn with debris as Aki shrugged helplessly. Let us move to the open field outside. Arriving at a grassy area surrounded by forest, he released his second Pokémon, a Zubat, which unfurled its 2-meter-wide wings, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Ash sent out his Charmeleon, its orange skin gleaming under the sunlight, flames roaring from its tail. Zubat, use Supersonic. The piercing sound waves caused Charmeleon to wince and cover its ears, its body swaying unsteadily. Wing attack. Aki pressed the assault, and Zubat dove down like a black streak of lightning, its wing edges glowing white. Smokescreen. In a moment of ingenuity, Ash commanded Charmeleon to unleash a plume of gray smoke, enveloping the arena instantaneously. Over there. Utilizing the power of aura to lock onto his target, Ash directed, cut through. Charmeleon, amidst the smoke, accurately located Zubat, striking its wings with its glowing red claws. With a piercing cry, Zubat plummeted, only to swiftly retaliate with a barrage of poison needles. Flame Vortex. Charmeleon expelled a ring of fire, deflecting the poison projectiles while ensnaring Zubat in the Inferno's embrace. Now, unleash the flames, Ash shouted. Charmeleon inhaled deeply, releasing a robust column of fire that surged through the vortex, forcefully striking Zubat. The creature fell to the ground, enveloped in black smoke, unable to continue the battle. Aji removed his gas mask, revealing a smile of approval as he presented a purple badge. This is the light red badge. You have earned the right to possess it. He gazed toward the distant sea, suggesting their next destination, Red Lotus Island, where a formidable fire-type Pokémon awaited under the stewardship of gym leader Xiaobo Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired the pink badge and earned a reward of 1,000 battle points. Ash jubilantly accepted the badge, raising it high. Wonderful. Thank you, Aji. Subsequently, Ash and his companions rested at the light red gym for the night, and the following morning, they bid farewell to Aji and Iyako, embarking on their journey to Red Lotus Island. Chapter 19. The Pokémon Race and the Lullaby of Bag Dragon. On this day, Ash and his friends arrived at a vibrant meadow, poised to host an extraordinary race for fire-type Pokémon. The sun shone brightly upon the grassy expanse, a gentle breeze caressing the tender green blades, while a herd of toros grazed leisurely in the distance. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the toros and turned to Pikachu, exclaiming, "Pikachu, let's go." Defeating a toros means I can capture one. However, Pikachu lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, a droplet of saliva adorning the corner of its mouth, as if lost in a delightful dream. In exasperation, Ash sent forth Charmeleon. The moment it appeared, it faced off against a Houndour. Just as tensions escalated, a beautiful girl named Fuji, riding a small Ponyta, intervened. She halted Ash's actions, informing him that this was a Pokémon sanctuary, where capturing Pokémon was strictly prohibited. After a brief exchange, Ash and his companions became friends with Fuji. With enthusiasm, she invited them to tour the sanctuary, exclaiming, "We are holding a celebration in the sanctuary, and there will be an exciting Pokémon race. You must stay and join us." As her words concluded, a group of Dajuo dashed by, atop which sat a proudly arrogant boy named Dorfew. As he passed, he boasted, "I will surely defeat Fuji and her Ponyta to win the championship." That evening, Dorfew's sinister plot was revealed. He had colluded with Team Rocket to orchestrate an injury for Fuji, preventing her from riding Ponyta in the race. Fuji, filled with anxiety and helplessness, gazed at her beloved Ponyta, her eyes brimming with despair and defiance. At that moment, she noticed the unique bond between Ash and his Pokémon. As Ash gently stroked Ponyta's mane, the creature lowered its head in a display of trust, seemingly savoring the warmth of the moment. Fuji, inspired, requested Ash to take her place in the race. Ash hesitated, uncertain if he could manage Ponyta, having never participated in such an event before. However, Pikachu encouraged him by nudging his leg, while Misty and Brock expressed their unwavering faith in him. Brock patted Ash on the shoulder, assuring him, "Ash, your synergy with Pokémon is unparalleled. You can do this." Misty nodded in agreement. "Yes, Ash, we all believe in you." Feeling the trust of his friends surge within him, Ash resolutely nodded, accepting Fuji's request. That night, under the moonlight that bathed the training grounds, Ash commenced his rigorous training with Ponyta. Initially, Ponyta resisted, unaccustomed to Ash's riding style, tossing him off several times. Yet, Ash persevered, employing his awakened Tokiwa power to feel Ponyta's emotions, softly soothing it. The Tokiwa power radiated a gentle glow, enveloping Ponyta, which gradually calmed, beginning to understand Ash's intentions. During training, Ash discovered that his aura powers were subtly at work. He could perceive Ponyta's thoughts more clearly, resonating with its spirit. The aura served as a bridge connecting their souls. When Ponyta felt fatigued, Ash transmitted encouragement and support through the aura, and when challenges arose, Ash guided Ponyta toward solutions using the same power. The following day, the race venue buzzed with excitement. The cheers of the crowd echoed, and colorful banners fluttered in the wind. Ash, mounted on Ponyta, stood at the starting line, surrounded by a diverse array of competitors. From those riding mischievous Electrode to various peculiar Pokémon paired with trainers. Pikachu and Squirtle, the lively duo, also joined in the fun, being humorously dubbed as special participants by the host. As the sharp whistles signaled the start of the race, the Pokémon surged forward like arrows released from a bow. and Ponyta galloped with vigor along the track. However, Team Rocket was secretly sowing discord, setting various traps that injured many Pokémon and competitors, including Ash and Ponyta. At a critical moment, Pikachu arrived just in time, unleashing a surge of electricity to heal Ash and Ponyta's wounds. Revitalized, they re-entered the race, determined to catch up. Dorfew, witnessing Ash and Ponyta closing in, grew furious and commanded Team Rocket to wreak further havoc. Team Rocket deployed Arbok and Weezing, attempting to thwart their progress. Undeterred, Ponyta repelled the foes with its flames. Sensing defeat, Dorfew ordered Doduo to attack Ponyta, though Ponyta sustained an injury to its leg, causing its speed to wane. It suddenly felt Ash's resolute faith and powerful aura. In a remarkable transformation, Ponyta evolved into Rapidash, its mane and tail ablaze with fierce flames. Rapidash let out a triumphant neigh, its speed surging. Ash grasped the reins tightly, merging with Rapidash as they charged toward the finish line. With the dual support of the aura and Tokiwa power, Rapidash's pace quickened, swiftly surpassing Doduo to cross the finish line first. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating Ash's victory. Fuji rushed over, ecstatic, thanking Ash for bringing her honor. Looking at the exhausted yet exhilarated Rapidash, Ash felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. After the race concluded, Ash and his companions rested at Fuji's place for the night. The next morning, they bid farewell to her, as sunlight bathed the earth. Ash, Misty, and Brock strolled along a winding path, the chirping of insects emanating from the grass at the roadside. This couldn't possibly be the wild area, could it? Ash exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he scanned the surroundings, eager to encounter Pokémon to capture. Just then, Miss Kunsa, riding a sleek motorcycle, appeared, hastily interjecting. This is merely the border, not the wild area. Ash, momentarily dampened by the cold water of reality, quickly perked up when they met Dashin, who lived with Bag Dragon. Dashin warmly introduced them to Bag Dragon, just as a distressed couple rushed over. They were the parents of Dallin, desperately searching for their long-lost son. As night fell, the moonlight poured like water over the tranquil forest. Suddenly, a commotion shattered the tranquility as the notorious trio of Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth, stealthily emerged. Their sights set on the adorable Bagon, intent on capturing it. Team Rocket, here you are again. Ash shouted in anger. We will never allow you to succeed. With that declaration, he swiftly dispatched Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, it's your turn. Use Vine Whip. Bulbasaur immediately swung its resilient vines towards Team Rocket, striking with force. Misty, undeterred, sent out Starmie. Starmie, use Water Gun. A powerful jet of water erupted from Starmie's mouth, akin to a cannonball. Brock also released his Pokémon, joining the fray. Team Rocket, unwilling to concede, operated a peculiar machine, constantly thwarting the Pokémon's attacks, leading to a fierce stalemate. Amidst the battle, Darum's father, in a desperate bid to protect his child, rushed forward, only to sustain an injury. Darum's mother clutched her child tightly, her eyes filled with worry and determination. We will absolutely not allow you to harm Darum and Bagon. Witnessing this scene only fueled Ash and his friends' resolve. Pikachu and Charmeleon joined the battle, with Pikachu unleashing a barrage of electric shocks while Charmeleon spewed forth fierce flames, their powers intertwining to unleash a tremendous force that obliterated Team Rocket's machine. What an annoying feeling, cried the trio as they were once again sent flying, disappearing into the night sky. With the crisis averted, Darum's parents and the Dajan family were finally reunited, resolved to protect this jungle together. Ash gazed at this heartwarming scene, a pang of nostalgia washing over him as he thought of his mother back in Pallet Town. On the following morning, gentle sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating the vibrant jungle. Ash, Misty, and Brock bid farewell to the Dajan family and continued their journey towards Fiery Island. Chapter 20, The Legend of Dratini. The sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze caressed the landscape as Ash, Misty, and Brock arrived at the enigmatic wilderness area. This was a paradise for Pokémon, where vast meadows, lush forests, and crystal-clear rivers coalesced, filling the air with the fragrant scent of earth and grass. Weavee finally arrived at the wilderness area. Ash exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Having heard tales of the myriad Pokémon that resided here, he could hardly wait to showcase his skills in capturing new companions. Brock, equally eager, adjusted his glasses and remarked, I've heard many rare Pokémon can be found here. We must capture several. Misty scoffed, crossing her arms. Humph. I'm curious to see what impressive Pokémon you two can catch. Don't fall behind me. The trio approached the management office, where they met Mr. Caesar, the stern-looking administrator who appeared somewhat unapproachable. As Mr. Caesar prepared wilderness balls and fishing rods for them, Misty noticed a photograph of Mr. Caesar with a Dratini hanging on the wall. Curiously, she took it down and asked, "Are there Dratini here?" Ash and Brock crowded around, intrigued. "Indeed. You look quite young in this photo. I had heard rumors that Dratini existed in this wilderness area. I never imagined the legend to be true." Mr. Caesar swiftly snatched the photo back, vehemently denying no, before exiting the room. Subsequently, Ash, Brock, and Misty convened to deliberate on how to ascertain the existence of Dratini in the area. After considerable contemplation, they resolved to call Professor Oak for assistance. Once the call connected, Ash eagerly inquired, "Professor Oak, do you know Mr. Caesar from the wilderness area?" Professor Oak's voice resonated through the phone. "Caesar? Of course. I know him. 30 years ago, he was the one who discovered the legendary Dratini. However, after many trainers learned of this, they flocked here and captured every Pokémon they encountered, leaving the wilderness area desolate. Since then, a regulation was instituted, allowing only 30 wilderness balls to be used within the area." Upon hearing this, Ash and his friends suddenly grasped why Mr. Caesar reacted with anger at the mention of Dratini. "Oh, so that's it," Ash exclaimed. Brock and Misty nodded in understanding. Then, Professor Oak suddenly shifted the conversation, a sly smile gracing his face as he gazed at Ash. "By the way, Ash, I've been diligently researching the Zapdos, Shiny Jengar, and Shiny Abra you sent back. I've made some preliminary progress." He paused, seemingly awaiting Ash's response, then continued, "So, I was wondering, when will you send me more Pokémon to study?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ash, taken aback by Professor Oak's words, couldn't he help but smile wryly. He thought to himself, what a true research enthusiast Professor Oak was. Nonetheless, he was happy to share his Pokémon with him. "Speaking of which, Professor, let me show you my Dratini," Ash declared, retrieving a Pokeball from his pocket and tossing it gently. A soft blue light shimmered, revealing an adorable Dratini before the screen. Its scales glistened with a faint blue sheen, and its round eyes were irresistibly charming. "Wow, this is your Dratini?" Professor Oak exclaimed in astonishment. "It looks so healthy, and you've raised it so well. Impressive." Ash beamed at the compliment, replying, "Haha, thank you, Professor. But this little one has only just hatched. I want to spend more time nurturing our bond." Professor Oak nodded, understanding the importance of forging a deep connection with Pokémon. "All right then. When you feel the time is right, send it back to me for further research." Ash agreed. "Sure thing, Professor. I'll hang up now. Goodbye. Take care on your journey." Professor Oak smiled. After leaving the management office, Ash and Brock swiftly set their sights on a Tauros. Tauros, a robust Pokémon, exuded an aura of wildness as they thundered across the meadow, their hooves echoing like thunder. "Watch this," Ash exclaimed, throwing a wilderness ball and skillfully capturing a Tauros. Brock, not to be outdone, also secured one. Soon after, they encountered a Scyther, its sharp blades slicing through the air as it darted through the trees with remarkable speed. Ash sent out Pikachu, who unleashed a thunderbolt, with blue currents snaking towards Scyther. The agile Scyther evaded, charging at Pikachu. Seizing the moment, Ash threw a wilderness ball, successfully capturing the nimble Scyther. By a winding creek, a fiery Ponyta was drinking water. Its vivid red coat and mane resembled blazing flames, exuding beauty and nobility. Just as Misty was about to approach, Ash acted first, sending out Squirtle. Squirtle unleashed a water gun attack, causing Ponyta to flounder in surprise. Ash seized the opportunity to throw a wilderness ball, capturing Ponyta. Meanwhile, Brock also had his success. He encountered a Geodude, its massive form adorned with a hard rock shell that shimmered with a mysterious luster. Brock sent out Onix, which coiled around Geodude, who struggled vigorously. After an intense battle, Brock successfully captured Geodude. Continuing on, Xiao Gang stumbled upon an armored rhinoceros in a sandy expanse. The formidable creature lowered its head, its sharp horn gleaming ominously. Xiao Gang dispatched his Rockruff, which launched a barrage of stone attacks, while the armored rhinoceros defended itself with its horn. After several rounds of fierce engagement, the armored rhinoceros began to tire. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Gang threw a Pokeball, successfully capturing the valiant beast. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was not idle. She was fishing by the lakeside, hoping to catch a water-type Pokémon. Suddenly, her fishing rod plunged violently, and with considerable effort, she pulled it up, revealing a Gyarados that erupted from the water. The colossal creature, with its shimmering scales, opened its massive jaws and let out a fearsome roar. Though her heart raced with trepidation, Xiao Xia summoned her courage and threw a Pokeball. After a fierce struggle, Gyarados was finally subdued, becoming a powerful ally for her. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xia discovered an agate jellyfish gracefully swimming in the water, resembling a translucent flower. She sent out her Starmie, which unleashed a Star Beam attack. while the agate jellyfish retaliated by expelling ink. Timing her move perfectly, Xiao Xia threw another pokeball, successfully capturing the exquisite agate jellyfish. As they reveled in their respective victories, Team Rocket stealthily emerged. They had learned that a wild Dratini had been sighted in the area and harbored malicious intent. Team Rocket kidnapped Mr. Caesar, coercing him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dratini. With no other choice, Mr. Caesar reluctantly divulged that the Dratini resided in Dragon Valley. Upon hearing this, Ash and his friends hastily made their way to the valley. Upon arrival, they witnessed Team Rocket attempting to drop bombs into Dragon Valley in a bid to capture the elusive Dratini. Ash, filled with urgency, plunged into the lake without regard for his safety. Utilizing his aura abilities to locate the bombs, he swiftly maneuvered along the lake bed, bolstered by the power of his bond with his Pokémon. At last, he found the explosives, encasing them in aura and surfacing with them. Just then, a Dragonair appeared in the sky, majestic and exuding an enigmatic aura. It was the evolved form of Dratini. Dragonair swiftly carried Ash out of the water, whereupon Ash hurled the ticking bomb towards Team Rocket, declaring, "Here's your gift." Jesse, at that moment, caught the bomb just as the timer hit 0. With a resounding explosion, Team Rocket was sent flying, leaving them with a most unpleasant sensation. Mr. Caesar gazed at Dragonair, his eyes filled with warmth and nostalgia. It turned out that this Dragonair was his childhood companion, now grown and protecting its offspring, Dratini. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash recounted the entire adventure to Professor Oak, ensuring that the existence of Dratini and Dragonair would remain confidential. By the way, Professor Oak, I've sent back the Pokémon I captured in the wild area. Please take care of them, Ash added. Rest assured, I will, Professor Oak responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to Mr. Caesar and Dragonair, Ash and his companions continued their journey toward Fiery Island. Chapter 21. The Stormy Bicycle Path on a Sun-Drenched Day. Ash, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Gang concluded their adventures in the wild area and arrived at a bustling metropolis. Standing at the city's edge, they gazed upon a magnificent bridge, spanning 20 kilometers across a vast expanse of water, connecting to Sunshine Town on the opposite shore. Wow, that bridge is incredibly long, Ash exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. With this bridge, we can head directly to Sunshine Town. Xiao Gang, consulting the map in his hand, nodded. Indeed, the map indicates that the bridge is under repair, but it appears to be passable now, allowing us to avoid a detour. Xiao Xia reached for a Pokeball, intending to summon her newly caught Gyarados to ferry them across the bridge, when the bridge administrator hurriedly approached, panting, to interject. Using Pokemon in this waterway is prohibited. Why not? Ash queried, puzzled. If we walk across, it will be dark by the time we arrive. The administrator pointed to a neglected sign nearby and patiently explained. This waterway is frequented by vessels. Collisions between boats and Pokemon could result in injury for both parties. Then how do we cross the bridge? Xiao Gang inquired politely. Bicycles are permitted. This bridge is designated for automobiles. While the car lanes are still under construction, the bicycle path is open for use, the administrator replied, greeting passing cyclists. At this, Ash's expression soured as he considered slipping away, only to be caught by Xiao Xia. Ash, where do you think you're going? I see someone still remembers my poor bicycle. You two should focus on crossing the bridge. You wouldn't want to take a longer route to Sunshine Town. Xiao Gang hastily interjected, separating them. The trio arrived at a bicycle shop, where Ash pressed his face against the transparent display case, dejectedly observing the bicycles. Why are they all so expensive? I can't even afford the cheapest one. Xiao Gang sighed in resignation, suggesting, let us head to the Pokémon Center and find a solution. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, they sat on the couch, lamenting their predicament when Nurse Joy emerged from the treatment room. If you have a moment, could you assist me with something? Nurse Joy asked with a smile. Xiao Gang's previously furrowed brow relaxed instantly as he rushed forward to grasp Nurse Joy's hand, beaming with enthusiasm. Taking care of Pokémon is my favorite thing. Please, let me help you with anything. Nurse Joy handed them a tray containing a package of medicine, explaining, there are sick and weakened Pokémon in Sunshine Town across the bridge. I was supposed to deliver the medicine myself, but we are short-staffed at the Pokémon Center. Could you deliver it for me? But to reach Sunshine Town, we must cross the bridge, and we lack the funds to buy 3 bicycles at once, Xiao Xia lamented, spreading her hands in exasperation. Not a problem. You can borrow bicycles from our parking lot, Nurse Joy replied cheerfully. Xiao Xia and Ash exchanged a knowing smile. Of course. For the sake of Pokémon, we are willing to do anything. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang, feeling overlooked, leaned against the counter, determinedly stating, then I shall assist Nurse Joy in healing the Pokémon. No way. Xiao Xia tugged at Xiao Gang's ear, pulling him away, while Ash chimed in, We promised we wouldn't abandon you again. Xiao Gang's voice echoed in the Pokémon Center. Filled with despair, this is unfair. You two kids are interrupting my search for love. Oh, how exhilarating. Ash exclaimed, riding at the forefront. Bicycling is such a thrill. Xiao Gang, catch up with me. Hurry up, Xiao Gang. Xiao pedaled furiously. We can't let Ash beat us. Why must your competition be at my expense? Xiao Gang lamented from the tandem seat, his heart heavy with thoughts of Nurse Joy. They rode on, bursting with laughter, until they reached a rest area. The trio dismounted their bicycles, enjoying cold drinks as they took a breather. However, they remained unaware of Meowth, who was observing them through binoculars from a nearby boat. They're still joyfully cycling, Meowth remarked. This place is all too familiar, Jessie commented, rowing vigorously. It's like they've ventured into my territory. After all, this is where I grew up, James reminisced. It's time for us to make our entrance. As Ash and his companions prepared to embark on their journey once more, an earth-shattering commotion erupted, surrounding them with a gang of cyclists. You folks are not from around here, are you? The leader of the racing crew sneered, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize Ash, Misty, and Brock. We are on a journey and need to be on our way, farewell. With that, the trio mounted their bicycles, ready to flee. Wait a minute. You think you can just cross the bridge without greeting us? How naive. The leader shouted. Hello, Pikachu, nice to meet you. The last to step forward, Brock, confidently extended his hand to the gang leader, expressing warmly, what a coincidence, farewell then. Seizing the opportunity, the trio attempted to escape once more. That's not the kind of greeting I meant. The bewildered leader reacted, calling out. Indeed, what we mean by greeting is to challenge you to a Pokémon battle. Chimed in another female leader. I think the girl with a hint of a rebellious spirit is quite striking, Brock remarked, kneeling before her and grasping her hand. Please. Feel free to scold me. Before the girl could respond, Misty quickly pulled Brock away, exclaiming, choose your moments wisely when being infatuated. We have more pressing matters at hand. I accept your challenge, Ash declared upon hearing of the Pokémon duel, promptly retrieving a Pokeball. All right, let us get this over with swiftly. You speak boldly. The male leader replied as he sent forth his Pokémon. Then allow me to start. Go, Geodude. Very well, then it shall be you. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Ash commanded decisively. Bulbasaur swiftly extended its vines, striking at Geodude. However, Geodude curled into a ball, and Bulbasaur's vines merely struck against its hard exterior, producing a dull thud. Your training is lacking. This feeble Vine Whip has no effect against Geodude's sturdy shell, the male leader mocked. Geodude, use Tackle. Bulbasaur, jump onto Geodude to evade. Ash calmly instructed. With agility, Bulbasaur leaped atop Geodude, maintaining its grip as they moved. Yet, Geodude flailed wildly, causing both Pokémon to rush towards the bridge railing. Bulbasaur, jump off and ensnare it with Vine Whip. Ash urged. Bulbasaur, utilizing its momentum, leapt to the ground and swiftly pivoted, wrapping its vines tightly around Geodude, preventing it from crashing into the railing. Now, Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb. Ash seized the moment to command. Bulbasaur's back began to gather glowing seeds, pulsating with energy before launching several green seeds like cannonballs at the immobilized Geodude. Geodude cried out in agony under Bulbasaur's relentless assault. It succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Well done, Bulbasaur, Ash exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to embrace his Pokémon. Now it's my turn, declared the green-haired female leader, tossing a Pokeball. Go, Shellder. I'll handle the water-type Pokémon, Ash consented, as Misty released her Pokeball. Go, Staryu. No, you. Psyduck. Psyduck emerged from its Pokeball, innocently cradling its head and gazing at Misty. I've told you countless times. You must wait for me to call Psyduck before you can enter the battle. Oh well, do as you wish, Misty sighed, internally lamenting when she could retrieve a Psyduck that understands commands. Quota. Psyduck struck a pose, confronting Shellder. The opposing racing gang erupted in laughter, mocking. How could you send such a foolish Pokémon into battle? Let us see what other trick Psyduck has, Ash mused, pulling out his Pokédex and standing beside Misty. Move 1. Tail wag. Psyduck turned its back to Shellder, waving its tail while shyly covering its face. Ah, my head hurts, Misty suddenly exclaimed. It's all right, Ash reassured. There must be other moves. Move 2. Scratch. Psyduck showcased its not-so-sharp claws, swiping at Shellder, only to strike its exposed spikes instead. Quota. Psyduck whimpered, clutching its injured hand as it wobbled back to Misty's side. Psyduck, don't just rush out like that again, Misty consoled, now resigned to the idea that Psyduck would be defeated. Ha ha ha. The opposing female leader laughed heartily. Shellder, clamp it with your shell. Shellder opened its tightly shut shell and charged at Psyduck, swiftly clamping down on its head. What a chance. Psyduck, use confusion to throw it off. Misty, previously disheartened, felt invigorated. Quota. Psyduck, with Shelter still clamped on its head, darted around erratically before suddenly stopping, its eyes glowing blue. The duck god is activated. Shelter's shell, which clung tightly, was uncontrollably pried open, suspended in midair by the confusion. Psyduck maneuvered its fingers, causing Shelter to be tossed about. After several throws, Shelter, too, succumbed to exhaustion and fell to the ground. At that moment, Team Rocket made a sudden entrance. Jesse and James rode on their unicycles with Meowth perched between them, loudly proclaiming, "Since we are old acquaintances, let us join in the festivities." Ash and company were astonished to see that the racing gang held a great deal of respect for Jesse and James. Realizing that they were once the formidable leaders of the local racing crew, known as the Big Sister and Big Brother. Jesse and James commanded the racing gang to confront Ash and his friends, plunging both sides into chaos. As tensions escalated, Ms. Junsh's voice resonated from afar, amplified through a loudspeaker. "Everyone, stop this at once." Upon hearing her voice, the racing gang hurriedly hopped onto their bicycles and fled. Team Rocket, sensing the shift in momentum, scurried away as well. Ash and his companions resumed their journey, but soon dark clouds loomed overhead, heralding an impending storm. The howling winds made it nearly impossible for them to ride. "This storm looks formidable," Brock remarked with concern. "We must hasten to Sunlight Town." Ash grit his teeth, quickening his pace. The torrential rain pounded upon them, obscuring their vision. Just then, the racing gang caught up, evidently unwilling to accept their earlier defeat, seeking another duel with Ash and his companions. Desperate, Ash shouted, "We are delivering medicine to the ailing Pokémon in Sunlight Town. We have no time to battle." The racing gang paused, taken aback. They were moved by Ash and his friend's selfless act of braving the storm to deliver medicine. Masha, the male leader who had previously battled Ash, stepped forward and declared, "Listen everyone, let us escort them and protect them on their way to Sunlight Town." Consequently, the racing gang encircled Ash and his companions, shielding them from the howling winds and pouring rain. Through their collective efforts, they successfully arrived at Sunlight Town. Ash and his friends delivered the medicine to Nurse Joy, healing the ailing Pokémon. As they beheld the restored Pokémon, their hearts swelled with a profound sense of accomplishment. In the Pokémon Center of Yangwon Town, Ash, Misty, and Brock spent a restful night. The following day, after the rain had cleared, the trio embarked on their journey to Crimson Island. Chapter 22, The Transforming Pokémon. As they hurried along the path to Crimson Island, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, unleashing torrents of rain. "It seems to rain without warning," Misty lamented, her hair and clothes drenched. "Let's find shelter from the rain," Ash suggested, wiping the water from his face as his gaze fell upon a large house standing solitary in the open field nearby. The three hastened to the house, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, filled with a musty scent. Pikachu curiously scurried around, suddenly halting and calling out, "Pika Pika." Ash and the others followed Pikachu's gaze and found another Pikachu standing before them, mirroring their Pikachu's every move. "Wow, another Pikachu!" Ash exclaimed with excitement. However, Misty sensed something amiss. "Wait, that Pikachu's face looks strange." At that moment, a voice echoed, "That's not a real Pikachu, it's my Ditto." They turned to see a young girl emerging from the shadows. The girl introduced herself as Ameti, explaining that Ditto was her partner. She continued, "This house is actually a performance venue, and my dream is to become a Pokémon performer. Ditto is an essential companion in my acts." Despite Ditto's ability to transform into other Pokémon, it could never achieve a perfect transformation, always retaining its original face, which dissatisfied the audience and caused business at the venue to decline. Intrigued by Ditto, Ash proposed a battle between his Pokémon and Ditto to aid Ameti in training it. Ameti agreed. Ash called forth Bulbasaur. As Bulbasaur emerged, it shook off its fatigue, its leaves swaying gently in the air. Ditto instantly transformed into Bulbasaur. Though its face still bore the characteristics of Ditto, its shape and color were remarkably similar. "Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf," Ash commanded. Bulbasaur emitted a low growl as its leaves began to spin rapidly, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp leaves towards Ditto. Unfazed, Ditto countered with its own Razor Leaf. The two waves of leaves collided in midair, creating a rustling sound as neither side gained the upper hand. "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip." Ash quickly altered his strategy. Two sturdy vines extended from Bulbasaur's back, striking out like agile serpents towards Ditto. Ditto mirrored the move, conjuring its own vines to defend. The vines entwined and lashed out, stirring up clouds of dust. After several exchanges, it appeared as though both Pokémon were evenly matched. However, in a sudden burst of strength, Bulbasaur ensnared Ditto's vines and, with a powerful throw, sent Ditto crashing to the ground. Impressive. Misty gasped in admiration. It seems that while Ditto cannot transform perfectly, its strength is indeed formidable, Brock concurred. Ultimately, Ditto, exhausted, succumbed to defeat. Ash recalled Bulbasaur and remarked to Ameti, "Your Ditto is truly remarkable, but there is still room for improvement in its transformations." Ameti sighed. "I know, but I am unsure how to help it." Just as they were discussing how to train Ditto, Team Rocket's voices rang out. "Since you don't know, why not hand Ditto over to us?" Suddenly, Jesse, James, and Meowth leaped from the shadows. "Not you again." Ash and the others immediately assumed battle stances. "Hand over Ditto, or we want T-hold back." Jessie threatened, hands on her hips. "Not a chance." Ameti fiercely protected Ditto. "Then don't blame us for being rough." James tossed out a pokeball. "Weezing, come forth." A purple Weezing materialized before them, spewing toxic clouds of gas. "Squirtle, it's your turn." Ash called upon Squirtle. As Squirtle appeared, it rapidly spun its shell, forming a protective barrier against the poisonous mist. "Squirtle, use water gun." Ash commanded. Squirtle unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Weezing. Weezing nimbly dodged, but was still grazed by the water, causing it to sway slightly. "Weezing, use Sludge Bomb." James shouted. Weezing spat out multiple black sludge bombs, hurling them towards Squirtle. Squirtle, in response, swished its tail to unleash Water Tail, shattering the sludge bombs one by one. The battle reached a stalemate as both sides exchanged attacks. At that moment, Jesse exclaimed, "James, let's capture Ditto first." Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, they charged towards Ameti. In a panic, Ameti didn't know what to do. Just as Team Rocket was about to seize Ditto, a golden figure descended from the sky, Ash's Pidgeot. Pidgeot clawed at Team Rocket, lifting them off the ground. "Curse you." Jesse and James struggled, but to no avail. "Let us see how you cause trouble now," Ash declared triumphantly. However, Team Rocket was not yet finished. Taking advantage of Pidgeot's momentary distraction, they broke free and charged towards Ditto once more. This time, they successfully captured Ditto and boarded a hot air balloon to escape. "We can't let them take Ditto," Ash exclaimed anxiously. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, gathering electricity and launching a thunderbolt towards the balloon. The powerful surge struck the hot air balloon, causing it to sway violently. Team Rocket panicked aboard, and Ditto was equally frightened. Under the duress of Team Rocket's threats, Ditto desperately attempted to transform and suddenly succeeded, perfectly mimicking Meowth, even imitating its voice flawlessly. "Wonderful. Ditto can finally transform perfectly." Ameti rejoiced. Although Ditto achieved its perfect transformation, Team Rocket still refused to return it. Pidgeot soared into the air once more, pursuing the hot air balloon. Pikachu continuously unleashed thunderbolts to disrupt Team Rocket. In the midst of the fierce chase, the hot air balloon gradually lost control and began to descend. Ultimately, it crashed in a clearing, leaving Team Rocket covered in dirt as they crawled out. Ash and the others rushed over to confront Team Rocket for one final battle. Charmeleon and Dratini joined the fray. Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames, while Dratini attacked with its dragon breath. Under the relentless assault from the Pokémon, Team Rocket could no longer withstand the pressure and was sent flying. "We will be back," echoed the voices of Jesse, James, and Meowth as they faded into the distance. Ameti reclaimed Ditto, and after this incident, Ditto was now able to transform perfectly. Grateful, Ameti decided to restart her performance career. Ash and his friends bid farewell to Ameti and continued their journey to Crimson Island. Chapter 23, Pikachu's Forest. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows and draping the tranquil forest in a veil of enchantment. Ash, Misty, and Brock paused in this idyllic woodland to take a brief respite. "Wow, the air is so fresh here, and the water is crystal clear. It's truly a slice of paradise," Misty exclaimed, taking a deep breath in awe. "Indeed, we can gather an abundance of ingredients for cooking. This is delightful," Brock added with a smile. Ash eagerly surveyed his surroundings, while Pikachu joyfully leaped beside him. Suddenly, Pikachu seemed to have discovered something and swiftly darted into the grass. "Pikachu, where are you going?" Ash called out, immediately giving chase. Misty and Brock exchanged glances and followed suit. They pursued Pikachu until they reached a vast expanse of grassland, where the sight before them left them utterly astonished. A large gathering of adorable Pikachu frolicked about, some playfully tumbling over each other while others nibbled on berries. Their cuteness undeniable. "So many Pikachu," Misty gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Ash's Pikachu raced towards the group, warmly engaging with the other Pikachus. A curious female Pikachu approached Ash's Pikachu, her tail bearing a small notch, distinct from the heart-shaped tails of her female counterparts. "Pika Pika," the little Pikachu greeted enthusiastically. "Pika Pika." Ash's Pikachu responded joyfully. At that moment, a larger Pikachu emerged from the thicket, exuding an air of authority. And all the other Pikachu fell silent upon its arrival. This Pikachu was the leader of the group. The leader Pikachu approached Ash's Pikachu and touched its tail with its own, exchanging currents, seemingly gauging its strength and intent. After a moment, the leader nodded, signifying its acceptance of Ash's Pikachu. It seems they have welcomed Pikachu as one of their own. How wonderful. Brock remarked with a smile. Ash felt elated as well. Yet a complex emotion stirred within him as he observed Pikachu bonding so harmoniously with its newfound companions. Suddenly, the Pikachu became alert, collectively gazing skyward. A massive shadow loomed overhead, revealing Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Since this forest belongs to everyone, it certainly belongs to us. All the Pikachu here are ours. Jessie cackled from the balloon, brimming with pride. If we present this mini Pikachu to the boss, we'll rise to prominence. James chimed in excitedly. The Pikachu were thrown into a panic at the sight of Team Rocket, scattering in every direction. Ash immediately stepped forward, declaring, Team Rocket, you're back to cause trouble. This time, you won't succeed. Go, Charizard. Ash tossed out a Pokeball, and Charizard appeared in a flash, unleashing a fierce roar and spewing flames that pushed Team Rocket's balloon back. Squirtle, use water gun. Misty commanded, summoning Squirtle, whose water blast surged like a silver torrent against the balloon. Brock was not to be outdone. Onyx, use Rock Tomb. Onyx erupted from the ground, hurling massive boulders towards the balloon, complicating Team Rocket's efforts. However, Team Rocket was well prepared. They unleashed a specially designed capture net towards the Pikachu. Pikachu dodge. Ash shouted urgently. In that critical moment, Ash's Pikachu stood firm, its body crackling with golden electricity, exclaiming, Pika Pika. The other Pikachu seemed encouraged, gathering around it to unleash a powerful surge of electricity. Countless currents intertwined, forming a formidable electric net that obliterated the capture net in an instant. Team Rocket was struck by the overwhelming electricity, shrieking in dismay as their balloon spiraled out of control, drifting away erratically. Cursed be this. We will not let this go unpunished. Jessie and James seethed from the balloon. The Pikachu erupted in cheers, encircling Ash's Pikachu and affectionately rubbing against it. Ash gazed at this scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. He realized that Pikachu had found companions here, and perhaps remaining in this place would bring it greater happiness. As night fell, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the forest. Ash sat by the campfire, silently watching his Pikachu play with the others. Ash, what's wrong? Misty inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Misty, I think I should leave Pikachu here. Ash hesitated before articulating his decision. What? Why would you do that? Misty and Brock exclaimed in astonishment. There are so many companions in this forest. Pikachu could live happily here. Ash looked at Pikachu, his eyes brimming with reluctance, yet also a hint of resolve. Staying here would be the happiest choice for it, far more than traveling with me. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, understanding Ash's sentiment, but also sensing his sorrow. The following morning, Ash approached the Pikachu, which joyfully ran towards him upon seeing him. Pikachu, listen, I think it's best for you to stay here. Ash knelt down and gently stroked Pikachu's head. You can live happily with your companions here, and I will be happy for you. Pikachu seemed to understand Ash's words. Its eyes glistened with tears as it tightly embraced Ash's leg, unwilling to let go. Please don't come over. I know all your companions in this forest need you. So go back now. Ash steeled himself and pushed Pikachu away, turning to depart. Pikachu gazed longingly at Ash's retreating figure, calling out desperately, Pika Pika. It attempted to chase after him, but was held back by the other Pikachu. Ash fought back tears, each step forward heavy with anguish. He knew this was for Pikachu's own good, yet the pain in his heart made it nearly unbearable to breathe. Ash, wait. Suddenly, Misty's voice called out. Ash halted, turning back to see Pikachu breaking free from its companion's grasp and dashing toward him with all its might. Pikachu! Ash could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Pikachu leapt into his arms, nuzzling against his face as if expressing its reluctance to part. I understand now, Pikachu. I want to leave you again. Ash embraced Pikachu tightly, filled with warmth and determination. He finally comprehended that the bond between Pikachu and himself was one that could never be severed. Ash, Misty, and Brock bid farewell to the Pikachu of the forest and continued their journey towards Red Lotus Island. Chapter 24, The Eevee Egg. Sunlight dappled the forest path as Ash, Misty, and Brock excitedly made their way toward the next town. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, curiously surveying the surroundings and occasionally emitting cheerful cries. Suddenly, Pikachu appeared to hear something, leaping off Ash's shoulder and darting toward a large tree ahead. Pikachu, what's wrong? Ash inquired, puzzled as he followed. Beneath the tree, they discovered an Eevee bound by ropes, with water and food placed nearby. The Eevee looked at them with pitiful eyes, emitting a soft Eevee sound. Misty squatted down, her heart aching. How sad. Who would tie it up like this? Ash noticed the metallic tag around Eevee's neck, engraved with Stone Town, Section 14, Tai. He stood up and informed his friends. It seems this Eevee has an owner. We should return it to Stone Town, which is not far ahead. Misty and Brock nodded in agreement. The trio carried Eevee towards Stone Town, where it remained quietly nestled in Ash's arms. Upon arriving, they followed the address to a magnificent mansion. Before they could enter, applause and laughter echoed from within. It seems there's a party going on inside, Brock speculated. Ash pushed open the grand door, and the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The courtyard was filled with trainers and their Pokémon, while 3 individuals held evolution stones, assisting trainers' Pokémon in evolving, the brilliance of evolution illuminating the space without pause. Wow, so many evolved Pokémon! Misty exclaimed, her excitement palpable. At that moment, a blonde-haired man spotted the Eevee in Ash's arms and rushed over in delight, exclaiming, "What a relief! Where have you been? We were so worried about you." Following closely behind were 2 other men, one with red hair and the other with blue. The blonde introduced himself, saying, "I am Reizang, and these 2 are my younger brothers. The one with red hair is Azai, and the one with blue hair is Azhan. The Eevee you brought back is our brother Tai's Pokémon. We searched high and low for it after it went missing, so we are immensely grateful to you for returning it." However, Misty looked puzzled and remarked, "But when we found Eevee, it was clearly tied to a tree." Reizang frowned and called out, "Tai, come here and explain what happened." A reluctant young boy emerged, and upon seeing him, Eevee joyfully wriggled free from Ash's embrace and leapt into Tai's arms, nuzzling against him affectionately. "Explain why you said Eevee was lost," Reizang said sternly, fixing a serious gaze on Tai. Stammering, Tai struggled to articulate his thoughts before suddenly glaring at Ash and his friends, shouting, "Why did you bring Eevee back? What did you say? We kindly returned Eevee to you, and you dare say such things." Ash stepped forward, angered. Azhan quickly restrained Ash and addressed Tai. "Tai, you are being unreasonable. No matter your reasons for wanting to hide Eevee, you cannot lash out at those uninvolved." Tai, clutching Eevee, spoke with a quivering voice, I just don't want Eevee to evolve." With that, he dashed back into the house with Eevee. "I apologize for the trouble," Azai said to Ash and the others. Curious, Misty asked, "Why does Tai not want Eevee to evolve?" Azhan sighed and began to explain. "This goes back to our family history. My great-grandfather settled in this area when the town was quite poor. One day, while digging on a mountain, they discovered a rare evolution stone. Word spread quickly, and trainers flocked to our humble town to search for evolution stones, which gradually transformed the town into the bustling place it is today. To promote the evolution stones, we hold a party every year on this day, offering free help for trainers' Pokémon to evolve, and it was during one of these events that our Eevee evolved. This year, it was Tai's Eevee's turn. But just as we were arguing about what it should evolve into, Tai rushed over to say that Eevee had gone missing. But why must that particular Eevee evolve? Ash questioned, still puzzled. Reizang gently stroked his Raichu and replied, because Pokémon experience a substantial increase in their abilities after evolution. Which Pokémon would want to evolve as soon as possible? Ash looked down at Pikachu perched on his shoulder and asked, "Pikachu, do you want to evolve?" Pikachu shook his head. "It seems you don't wish to evolve either." Ash chuckled. Suddenly, Azhan's eyes lit up, speaking of not wanting to evolve. "I just remembered something special." Reizang looked at Azhan with exasperation. "You're not referring to that so-called family treasure, are you?" Ash looked at the 3 brothers in confusion. Azai produced a beautifully crafted box and opened it, revealing an unremarkable stone inside. "What is this?" Ash inquired, staring at the stone. "This is an Everstone," Azai explained. "It doesn't have any special powers. It simply prevents a Pokémon from evolving once it reaches a certain level. How can such a thing be considered a priceless treasure?" "Grandpa must have been mistaken," Reizang scoffed. However, Misty became intrigued, thinking of her own water-type Pokémon. Some Pokémon might change their behavior upon evolving, and she didn't want her Pokémon to become unfamiliar. At that moment, Brock, who had been silent, spoke up. "I believe that stone might be useful for Tai's Eevee. Perhaps we can have a good talk with him." Everyone agreed with Brock's reasoning, and they decided to seek out Tai. They approached the door to Tai's room and knocked. "Tai, it's us. Can you open the door? We'd like to chat," Misty said gently. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, and Tai stood there holding Eevee, his expression wary. Ash spoke earnestly. "Tai, we understand you don't want Eevee to evolve. We also believe that a Pokemon's evolution should not be forced. We found an Everstone that might help you. Tai's eyes brightened slightly, but he hesitated. Really? But my brothers. Reizang stepped forward and gently patted Tai's head. Tai, I apologize for not considering your feelings earlier. If you truly do not want EV to evolve, we respect your decision. Azai and Ashun nodded in agreement. Tai finally smiled, gratitude shining in his eyes as he looked at everyone. Just then, 3 familiar figures appeared in the sky. It was Team Rocket. Jessie shouted. Since there are so many Pokemon here, we won't hold back. We'll take them all. James threw out a Pokeball, declaring, come forth, Weezing. Jessie also unleashed Arbok while Meowth stood by, directing them. Ash immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, Team Rocket, you're causing trouble again. This time, we won't let you succeed. He turned to his friends and commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. Misty sent out Starmie, and Brock summoned Onix. Ash shouted, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu crackled with electricity, unleashing a powerful current toward Team Rocket. They quickly dodged, with Jessie shouting, Arbok, use Poison Sting. Arbok sprayed a barrage of toxic needles toward Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge with Quick Attack. Ash urgently commanded. Pikachu transformed into a yellow blur, evading the attack. Starmie, use Rapid Spin. Misty called. Starmie spun rapidly, resembling a sharp disc as it charged towards Arbok. Arbok was struck by the spinning attack, writhing in pain. Weezing, use Sludge Bomb. James shouted. Weezing sprayed a toxic sludge towards Starmie. Onix, use Rock Tomb. Brock ordered, positioning Onix in front of Starmie. Onix blasted rocks to form a barrier, shielding them from the toxic barrage. The Reizang brothers also summoned their Pokemon. Reizang's Raichu, Azai's Flareon, and Ashun's Vaporeon joined the fray. The courtyard erupted with flashes of various moves as an intense battle ensued. Come forth, Pidgeot. Ash threw a Pokeball, and the golden Pidgeot appeared in the sky, letting out a triumphant cry. Pidgeot, use Air Slash. Pidgeot flapped its wings, sending sharp air blades toward Team Rocket. Team Rocket was forced to retreat, and Jessie, begrudgingly, declared, darn it, we'll let you off this time, but next time, we'll definitely capture all these Pokemon. With that, Team Rocket hastily retreated in their hot air balloon. Once the battle concluded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tai gazed at the Everstone in his hand, and then at EV in his arms, cheerfully stating, EV, we'll evolve when you want to, but for now, let us just have fun together. EV chirped joyfully, seemingly responding to Tai. Ash observed this scene with a smile of contentment. In this world brimming with Pokemon, he increasingly understood that the bond between Pokemon and trainers was far more significant than evolution and power. After resting for another day in Stone Town, they set forth on their journey once more, venturing into the unknown, with the encounter with Eevee and Tai becoming a warm and unforgettable memory in their travels. The following dawn, sunlight bathed the quaint town in warmth, as Reizang cradled a Pokemon egg, while Azai and Ashun stood beside him, gazing intently at Ash. Ash, this Pokemon egg has been passed down from my father's generation. It remained dormant until last night when it stirred unexpectedly while you all were resting. We 3 pondered whether it has chosen you, and we wondered if you could take it along on your journey. Ash's eyes sparkled with delight as he looked at the egg in Reizang's arms. Is it truly possible? Has this egg chosen me? Reizang, Azai, and Ashun nodded in agreement, smiles illuminating their faces. Reizang carefully extended the egg toward Ash, saying, we can sense that it seems to have a special connection with you. Ash, embark on your journey with it. Perhaps a marvelous destiny awaits you. Ash accepted the egg with both hands, cradling it lovingly in his embrace, his face radiant with joy. Wow, this is incredible. I will take good care of it, growing together as we aspire to become formidable Pokemon trainers. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, nuzzling the egg with its cheek and emitting cheerful pika-pika sounds, as if welcoming a new companion. Brock and Misty approached, with Misty leaning closer to the egg. Her curiosity piqued. I wonder what kind of Pokemon will hatch from it. I'm so excited. Brock chuckled, responding, no matter what it is. We now have another adorable little friend to join our adventure. The journey will surely become even more delightful. That day, Ash and his friends bid farewell to Reizang and set off once more. The sun warmly illuminated the path ahead as Ash placed the egg into the nurturing device used for the Dragonair egg, cradling it carefully and glancing down frequently, anxious to ensure its safety. Chapter 25, Awakening Snorlax. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a gentle glow on a winding path as Ash and his companions made their way toward the village ahead, their silhouettes elongated in the sunlight. With Pikachu comfortably perched on Ash's shoulder, occasionally tilting its head in curiosity to survey the surroundings, while Ash held the Eevee egg close to him. I wonder if there's anything delicious in the village ahead, Ash mused aloud, as his stomach rumbled in agreement. Indeed, we've been walking for quite a while. And I'm quite hungry, Misty chimed in, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for culinary delights. Brock chuckled resignedly. You two are always thinking about food. But I must admit, I'm a bit hungry too. I hope the village has something tasty. Upon entering the village, they were struck by an unusual silence that enveloped the place. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, and those few villagers who passed by wore hurried expressions. They approached a bakery, with Ash excitedly stepping inside, only to be informed by the shopkeeper that there was no food available for sale. They then ventured to a restaurant, receiving the same disheartening response. How can this be? Why is there no food in this village? Ash questioned, his face a mask of confusion. At that moment, a venerable elder approached, his face adorned with a warm smile, though his eyes revealed a shadow of concern. Children, you must be from afar, he spoke in a low, gentle voice. Ash nodded vigorously. Yes, Grandpa. We've traveled a long way and are quite hungry, but the bakery and restaurant have no food. The elder sighed heavily, explaining, alas, it is due to the drought. The village has not seen rain for a long time, crops cannot grow, and food is thus in short supply. Filled with sympathy, Ash and his companions resolved to assist the village in resolving this predicament. Grandpa, we wish to help you find a solution to the drought. Do you know of any water sources nearby? Ash asked resolutely. A glimmer of hope flashed in the elder's eyes. There is indeed a riverbed, but during particularly rainy years, it can run dry. Perhaps you could follow the riverbed to investigate and uncover the cause. Following the elder's directions, Ash and his friends made their way toward the riverbed. They proceeded cautiously, vigilant not to overlook any clues. Upon reaching the riverbed, they were taken aback by the sight before them. There, in the center of the riverbed, lay a massive Snorlax, its body resembling a small hill, obstructing the flow of water. It appears this Snorlax is blocking the water's passage, exclaimed Misty. We must find a way to wake it up and restore the flow, Ash pondered, contemplating the slumbering giant before them. They began attempting various methods to rouse Snorlax. Charmeleon unleashed searing flames, hoping to awaken Snorlax with heat, yet Snorlax merely rolled onto its side, continuing to sleep soundly. Pikachu discharged a powerful surge of electricity, bolts of lightning striking towards Snorlax, but it remained unperturbed, not even fluttering its eyelids. Bulbasaur utilized Vine Whip to strike Snorlax's body, but Snorlax merely mumbled a few incoherent words, still lost in its dreams. Squirtle unleashed a water gun, attempting to jolt Snorlax awake, but the water merely splashed against Snorlax as if hitting a solid wall, achieving nothing. Fear of despair began to creep in when the elder hurriedly approached, brandishing a Pokémon flute. Children, try this. It's a Pokémon flute. Perhaps it can awaken Snorlax, he panted. Ash handed the Eevee egg to Brock and took the flute, inhaling deeply before playing a melodious tune. The enchanting notes echoed through the air, and initially, Snorlax seemed to respond, its ears twitching. Seeing this, Ash played with renewed vigor. As the melody resonated, Snorlax gradually opened its eyes, its enormous form slowly rising as it let out a tremendous yawn. Wonderful! Snorlax is awake, Misty exclaimed, leaping with joy. However, upon awakening, Snorlax did not immediately vacate the riverbed. It appeared still dazed and confused. At that moment, Team Rocket made their dramatic entrance. Jessie's hands rested defiantly on her hips, a brazen smile gracing her face. Haha, this Snorlax looks quite formidable. If we can capture it, Team Rocket will grow even stronger. James chimed in eagerly. Indeed, Jessie. This time, we must capture it. Meowth, with a sly grin, added. Just wait and see the show we put on. With that, Team Rocket unleashed their Pokémon. Coughing emitted toxic gas, swirling through the air ominously, while Wheezing unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist. Ash and his friends immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Snorlax. Team Rocket, you shall not lay a hand on Snorlax. Ash shouted furiously. Let us see about that, Jessie commanded, as Coughing darted forward like a bolt of black lightning towards Pikachu. Pikachu nimbly dodged and retaliated with Thunderbolt, sending a powerful current surging toward Coughing. Though Coughing was struck and trembled momentarily, it quickly regained its composure and pressed on with its assault. Charmeleon, witnessing this, exhaled an enormous pillar of flame, engulfing Coughing in fire. Coughing cried out in distress, retreating hastily. Seizing the opportunity, Wheezing unleashed a vast cloud of toxic mist towards Ash and his companions. Bulbasaur immediately employed Solar Beam, releasing a surge of energy that dispersed the toxic fog. Squirtle fired a water gun at Wheezing, aiming to strike it down. As the double-action gas was struck by the water cannon, Its body swayed unsteadily, nearly toppling over. At that moment, Snorlax seemed to awaken completely to the sounds of battle. It rose to its feet, emitting a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. The Pokémon of Team Rocket trembled in fear upon hearing Snorlax's furious bellow. With heavy steps, Snorlax advanced toward Team Rocket, causing the ground to tremble with each movement. The trio from Team Rocket turned pale at the sight. This is bad. Snorlax is furious. Run! Musashi cried out in panic. Thus, the trio of Team Rocket fled in disarray. Once Team Rocket was driven away, Snorlax regained its composure. It glanced at Ash and his companions before turning away and departing from the riverbank. The water flow resumed its clarity, gurgling gently as it rushed toward the village. Ash and his friends looked at the departing Snorlax, filled with a profound sense of gratitude. Thanks to Snorlax, the village's drought issue has finally been resolved. Takashi said with relief. Indeed, I hope the village can reclaim its former vitality, Kasumi replied with a smile. Ash gazed at the flowing river, determination gleaming in his eyes. We must continue our journey, challenge more gyms, and become true Pokémon masters. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, Ash and his companions pressed on toward Red Lotus Island, filled with bountiful harvests and hopeful aspirations. Chapter 26, Gym Showdown. Ash and his companions continued their journey toward Red Lotus Island, with Ash cradling an Eevee egg in his arms. One day, they arrived at a uniquely charming city. Dark City. As soon as they stepped into the city, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. The streets were eerily quiet, with hardly any pedestrians. And the few children present regarded them with wary eyes, some even throwing stones at them. How strange. Why are these children so unfriendly towards us? Kasumi pondered. Ash scratched his head, looking perplexed. I have no idea. We haven't done anything wrong. Takashi, deep in thought, remarked, there must be a reason for this. Let's find someone to ask. Just then, a child stumbled and fell before them. Ash quickly rushed over to help the child up. Initially frightened, the child relaxed upon realizing Ash and his friends meant no harm and began to speak softly. You see, as Pokémon trainers, we have two gyms here. The Kaz Gym and the Yas Gym. They often invite traveling trainers to battle, causing chaos in the city as they vie for recognition by the Pokémon League. Which is why we don't like Pokémon trainers. Upon learning the reason, Ash and his companions resolved to assist the citizens in resolving this issue. To avoid drawing attention from the two gyms, they adopted aliases. Ash called himself Tomato Ketchup Omelette Rice. Kasumi became Chicken Rice with Meat Sauce. And Takashi was Curry Rice Tea Water. By chance, they discovered that the representative Pokémon of Kaz Gym, Scyther, and the representative Pokémon of Yas Gym, Electabuzz, were particularly sensitive to the color red. This revelation sparked hope in Ash and his friends for a solution. We can leverage this to stop their conflict. Pikachu, what do you think about using ketchup against them? Ash asked with a smile at Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pikachu leapt excitedly, delighted at the prospect of using ketchup to resolve the issue, finding it amusing. Subsequently, Ash and his companions began collecting ketchup from the city to prepare for their next battle. Before long, the day of the duel between the two gyms arrived. With the streets packed with onlookers, the atmosphere charged with tension. Scyther from Kaz Gym swung its sharp scythe-like forelimbs, letting out a piercing cry, while Electabuzz from Yas Gym crackled with electricity, stomping its feet impatiently. Ash and his friends concealed themselves on a rooftop, poised to launch the ketchup at the opportune moment as the battle commenced. Takashi, Kasumi, wait for my command. Toss the ketchup, and then Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt to break the bottles, Ash instructed in a hushed tone. At the moment the gym leaders commanded their Pokémon to attack, Ash shouted, now, Takashi, Kasumi, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Takashi and Kasumi hurled the ketchup into the sky, and Pikachu's Thunderbolt followed closely behind, shattering the bottles mid-air. Red ketchup rained down like a torrential downpour. Scyther and Electabuzz, now covered in ketchup, became frenzied, mistakenly believing they were under attack, and turned on their own trainers. What's happening? Someone stop them. The Kaz Gym leader shouted in alarm. Why won't my Electabuzz listen? The Yas Gym leader exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead. However, both Scyther and Electabuzz had succumbed to madness, ignoring their trainer's commands. Scyther side-slashed toward the Kaz Gym leader, while Electabuzz unleashed its electric shock toward the Yas Gym leader. The citizens fled in terror, and chaos ensued. This can't continue. We must help regain control. Takashi shouted. Go, Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip to bind Scyther and Electabuzz. Ash commanded as he threw a Pokeball. Upon its emergence, Bulbasaur immediately unleashed its Vine Whip towards Scyther and Electabuzz, both of whom, in their frenzy, neglected to defend themselves and found themselves securely ensnared. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by a commanding voice. Everyone inside, stop fighting immediately. I am an inspector sent by the Pokemon League. Hearing this, everyone inside froze. The members of Kaz Gym and Yas Gym hurriedly recalled their Pokemon and exited the building. A woman clad in a Pokemon League uniform stood outside, accompanied by a Chansey, her gaze serious as she surveyed the crowd. I am Joy, the inspector from the Pokemon League. She introduced herself. I have heard that the two gyms here frequently incite conflicts to vie for official gym status, severely disrupting the lives of local residents. I am here to conduct an investigation. The members of Kaz Gym and Yas Gym lowered their heads, silenced by the weight of their actions. They understood that if the Pokemon League discovered their misconduct, their aspirations of becoming an official gym would be forever dashed. You must realize that Pokemon are our friends, not tools for conflict. The purpose of gyms is to foster better communication and growth among trainers, Joy continued. Your selfish battles not only violate the principles of the Pokemon League, but also harm the Pokemon. Ash stepped forward and addressed Joy. Miss Joy, you are absolutely right. Pokemon are our most important partners, and we should cherish them rather than subject them to pointless battles. Joy regarded Ash with a hint of appreciation in her smile. You speak wisely, young man. In addition to investigating the situation with these two gyms, I am also here to identify outstanding trainers. Your performance has impressed me, and your Pokemon are remarkable as well. I will commend you to the league. Ash, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Joy. I just want everyone to understand that Pokemon battles should be fair and friendly. Not like what they did. Joy nodded. Then turned to the members of Kaz Gym and Yas Gym. I will document this incident thoroughly and report it to the Pokemon League. Before this, you must cease all hostilities and engage in deep reflection on your actions. If you are able to amend your ways, there remains an opportunity to become an official gym. The individuals from the Kaz Gym and the Yas Gym nodded eagerly, expressing their willingness to heed Joy's guidance. Following this incident, they recognized their missteps and resolved to train their Pokemon diligently, competing in a manner befitting integrity. The Dark City regained its former tranquility. Ash and his companions bid farewell to Joy and the residents of Dark City, embarking once more on their journey towards Molten Island. As they departed, Ash cast a glance back at the city, his heart brimming with emotion. Chapter 27, The Coconut Tree Legion. Upon leaving Dark City, Ash and his companions arrived at a quaint town bustling with a carnival festival. Before them stood a carousel, a Ferris wheel, and an array of food stalls, performances, and amusement attractions. Wow, there are so many fun and delicious things, Misty exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the culinary delights and entertainment. Brock, meanwhile, was captivated by the graceful dancers on stage, remarking with a smile, there are so many beautiful ladies dancing. Not joining them would be a tremendous loss. With that, he quickly changed into a new outfit and strode forward, immersing himself in the dance, moving joyfully to the rhythm. Misty hurried off towards the food stalls and attractions, eager to indulge in the experiences offered. Meanwhile, Ash, cradling the Pokemon egg, found the festivities rather mundane and took Pikachu to a nearby open space to conduct special training for their Pokemon. Charizard was brimming with energy, continuously practicing its flamethrower technique, while Blastoise repeatedly unleashed Water Gun and Bulbasaur wielded its Vine Whip. The agile Dratini darted about, and the golden Pidgeot soared overhead, occasionally swooping down to practice its attack maneuvers. Ash utilized his aura powers to sense the Pokemon's conditions, drawing upon the strength of the earth to rejuvenate their stamina and enhance the training's efficacy. After a while, the trio reconvened at a food stall, where Brock and Misty shared their observations when they were interrupted by a commotion behind them. Turning around, they spotted a man kneeling on the ground, pleading with a woman not to leave. I simply cannot do this anymore, she declared. I will certainly pay you for your work, but please do not resign. The man beseeched, bowing his head in desperation. Then pay me now, the woman retorted. But I have no money on me at all, the man protested, while a nearby egg Pokemon chimed in agreement. Tell me, did we have any customers during the previous shows? The woman pressed. Please, do not abandon me, the man implored, wrapping his arms around her leg in an inappropriate manner. What are you doing? Let go of me, she exclaimed, delivering a swift blow to the man and kicking him away before departing. Ash frowned slightly. That man does not seem like a good person. I hope he doesn't create any trouble. No sooner had he spoken than the man's eyes shifted, fixating on the Pokemon egg Ash held, a calculating gleam evident within them. Shortly thereafter, Ash suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his aura powers instinctively alerting him. Shaking his head, he noticed the surrounding scene begin to warp, as if an invisible force were drawing him in. It turned out that the man was the magician, Ma Jian. who had deemed Ash's Pokémon strength to be substantial and devised a nefarious plan. He commanded the egg Pokémon to release hypnosis, intending to control Ash and exploit his Pokémon to capture the coconut trees for his own clandestine purposes. Under the influence of the hypnosis, Ash's gaze became vacant. Mechanically obeying Ma Jian's instructions, "Go, command your Pokémon to capture the coconut trees." Unconsciously, Ash dispatched Charizard, Blastoise, Bulbasaur, while Pikachu, distressed, cried out. Yet, they were unable to break free from the confines of the hypnosis. Charizard unleashed flames, Blastoise fired water gun, and Bulbasaur swung its vine whip towards the coconut trees. Startled, the coconut trees emitted their characteristic cries, yet due to the vast disparity in strength, they were swiftly subdued. Seizing the moment, Ma Jian hurled Pokeballs, capturing the coconut trees one after another, exclaiming triumphantly, "With these coconut trees, the entire town will heed my command, and my magic shows will be overflowing." Paving my way to Broadway, Brock and Misty perceived that something was amiss when they noticed Ash had already been taken a considerable distance. "It must be that villain's doing," Misty exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Brock nodded gravely. "We must rescue Ash. His Pokémon are in danger." The two summoned their Pokémon and pursued Ash's aura. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was wandering around the carnival, with Jessie licking a cotton candy and complaining, "There's not even a single Pokémon to catch. This is so dull." James chimed in. "Exactly. Meowth, think of something clever." Meowth, fixated on the dried fish at the food stall, suddenly had a bright idea. "Hey, I just saw that kid being taken away. Maybe there's some excitement to be had. Let's follow them. We might get lucky." Thus, Team Rocket stealthily trailed behind Brock and Misty. Back with Ash. Although Charizard was under the control of hypnosis, its rebellious nature led it to execute the commands awkwardly. When Ma Jian urged it to intensify its flames, Charizard deliberately aimed its fire askew, igniting nearby debris. Blastoise and Bulbasaur, in a show of solidarity, released water to allow some coconut trees to escape. Frustrated, Ma Jian fumed but dared not act against the Pokémon, as he still relied on them to capture the coconut trees. Finally, Brock and Misty caught up, with Misty shouting, "Let Ash go." Seeing his plans thwarted, Ma Jian commanded the recently captured coconut trees to attack. The coconut trees released sleep powder and launched attacks. But Misty's Gyarados countered with a water gun to disperse the sleep powder, while her Starmie erected a light screen to fend off the assaults. Brock's Onix used rocks to confine the coconut trees, and his Zubat disrupted their senses. Amid the chaos, Pikachu unleashed a powerful electric attack, jolting Ash out of his stupor. With a splitting headache, he strained to channel his aura powers, calming his agitated Pokémon. "Charizard, wake up. Blastoise, Bulbasaur, let's fight together." As Ash's voice rang out, his Pokémon's clarity returned, and they launched a counterattack. Charizard's flames scorched the air, Blastoise's water gun pierced like a blade, Bulbasaur entangled the coconut trees with its vine whip. Pikachu unleashed a torrent of electricity, Dratini's dragon breath swept through, and Pidgeot's wings stirred up a tempest, sending the coconut trees sprawling. Realizing the tide was turning against him, Ma Jian unleashed more coconut trees, attempting to overwhelm Ash with sheer numbers. Team Rocket seized the opportunity, leaping into action and shouting, "What a chance! Let's capture these coconut trees and Pikachu." Jessie sent out Ekans, James released Weezing, and Meowth charged in to scratch. In an instant, the arena erupted into chaos as Pokémon clashed, and the coconut trees, beset from all sides, completely lost control, stampeding towards the town. "This is bad. The coconut trees are heading for the town. They could harm the residents." Ash, disregarding his entanglement with Team Rocket, directed his Pokémon to intercept the coconut trees. Misty and Brock, realizing the gravity of the situation, paused their skirmish with Team Rocket and joined the effort to block the oncoming tide. The legion of coconut trees surged like a green torrent, overturning stalls, shattering attractions, and sending townsfolk fleeing in terror. Ash, tapping into his aura powers, sensed the emotions of the coconut trees: fear, confusion, and chaos. He concentrated, transmitting a soothing wave through the aura. "Do not panic. We mean you no harm. Please, stop." Some of the coconut trees, receptive to this gentle influence, slowed their pace, while others, still gripped by confusion from the earlier attacks, continued their frantic charge. Utilizing the strength of the earth, Ash healed the injured coconut trees, and the comforting sensation of their wounds mending helped many to regain composure. In a swift display of strategy, Xiaoxia's Gyarados formed a barrier of water currents, confining the herd of coconuts within a limited area. Meanwhile, Xiaojing's Onix and Geodude constructed a stone wall to prevent their escape from the town. Xiaoxia's Seadra and Goldeen sprinkled water on the ground, diminishing the running impact of the coconuts, while Xiaojang, Zubat, and Geodude coordinated their efforts in the air and on the ground to redirect the coconut's trajectory. The rocket team, witnessing their plans unravel, begrudgingly aided in the cleanup, their frustration palpable as they muttered about how the foolish coconuts had ruined their schemes. Through the collective efforts of everyone involved, the coconuts finally settled into calmness. The townsfolk emerged to express their gratitude, denouncing Ma Jian's wicked actions. Ma Jian, slumped on the ground, realized the gravity of his mistakes, his face a mask of despair. I merely wished to draw an audience for my magic show. To perform on Broadway. Ash sighed. Dreams must be pursued through hard work and sincerity, not by controlling others or harming Pokémon. If we had not intervened in time, a disaster would have ensued. Ma Jian bowed his head in remorse, promising to atone for his misdeeds and to become a competent magician once more. Seeing no opportunity for gain, the rocket team prepared to slink away, but Ash, with keen eyes, called out, "Rocket team, don't even think about escaping. We still have a score to settle for your earlier disruptions." Pikachu immediately targeted them with an electric shock, leaving them charred and disgruntled as they fled. With the turmoil subsided, the town regained its vitality. Ash, cradling Eevee's egg, gazed at his Pokémon with a contented smile. Soon after, Ash and his companions bid farewell to the townsfolk and continued their journey towards Red Lotus Island. Chapter 28, Capturing Jigglypuff. Having resolved the town's disputes, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, casting dappled light on the winding path, while Pikachu joyfully trotted ahead, occasionally glancing back to urge the others onward. As they traveled towards Songzhou Town, Ash exclaimed excitedly, "We're almost at Songzhou Town. We need to stock up on supplies and medicine." Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, chirping in agreement. Xiaoxia, carrying a bag filled with Pokeballs, laughed. "Ash, don't get too distracted by capturing new Pokémon and forget the necessities." Xiaojing gently added, "We need to gather supplies first to ensure a safe adventure. Perhaps there are intriguing tasks awaiting us in the town." Upon entering Songzhou Town, the bustling market filled with the aroma of herbs welcomed them. While shopping, a familiar, irritating voice pierced the air. The rocket team appeared. However, Meowth, usually boisterous, lay dejectedly on the ground, feeling feverish. Musashi, vexed, kicked a nearby stone, lamenting, "This useless cat falls ill at the worst possible moment. What a burden." Kojiro concurred, "Just let it go. It always causes trouble." Just then, a girl clad in herbalist attire, Qingmei, hurried over, producing herbal juice from her pouch to feed Meowth. In no time, Meowth regained its vitality, exclaiming, "Meow, I owe you my life." In gratitude, Meowth vowed, "I will go through fire and water for you." Qingmei led the group back to her herbal shop, where shelves brimmed with exotic herbs, and Paras was meticulously sorting the ingredients with its tiny pincers. "This is Paras. I've always wanted it to evolve into Parasect. But it's too weak," Qingmei expressed, her eyes filled with hope. Ash, inspired, puffed out his chest, declaring, "I'll help you. Let Paras battle my Pokémon to gain experience and evolve." Xiaoxia poked him, "Don't be impulsive. We should assess Paras' strength first." Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Battles must be approached gradually, otherwise, Paras may get hurt. The battleground was set in the herbal shop's backyard. With reluctance, Qingmei released Paras, which timidly swayed its mushroom while gazing nervously at its opponent. After a moment's contemplation, Ash retrieved a Pokeball. "Squirtle, you're up." Squirtle made a grand entrance. "Squirtle, use water gun," Ash commanded. Squirtle unleashed a torrent of water, causing Paras to hastily defend itself with its pincers, but it was pushed back a few steps, droplets splattering on its mushroom. "Paras, don't be afraid. Use tackle," Qingmei encouraged. Gathering its courage, Paras charged at Squirtle but was easily evaded. "Now it's my turn." Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash switched to Pikachu. A flash of electricity surged through the air, leaving Paras paralyzed and collapsed on the ground. Qingmei, heartbroken, reached to retrieve Paras. But Ash scratched his head. "I'm sorry, I didn't control the force properly." "Charmeleon, it's your turn." Charmeleon entered with a cool demeanor, its gaze sharp yet gentle. "Charmeleon, use a small flame to test it," Ash specified. Charmeleon released a gentle flame, which Paras barely countered with its mushroom spores. But it swayed precariously. Overwhelmed by the continuous battles, Paras fled the backyard in a panic. The rocket team stumbled upon it just then, and Meowth, remembering Qingmei's kindness, urgently stopped Musashi. "Musashi, this is Qingmei's Paras. We must help it evolve to repay her." Musashi rolled her eyes. "Help it? What's in it for us?" Kojiro grinned mischievously. "Perhaps if it evolves, we can snag it and sell it for a profit." Thus, Arbok and Weezing deliberately left openings for Paras to win. leading it to believe it had become stronger. Ash and the others chased after them. Ash anxiously shouted, "Paris, come back. We need to battle properly." Charmeleon took to battle once more, and this time, Paris charged forward on its own. "Charmeleon, use Ember," Ash instructed, and as the flames shot forth, Paris, caught off guard, clamped down on Charmeleon's belly with its pincers in a desperate bid. Charmeleon fell to the ground in pain, yet that pivotal clamp ignited an energy surge within Paris, causing it to evolve into Parasect with a burst. Its mushroom grew larger and more vibrant, and its pincers became stronger. Rising, Charmeleon, fueled by anger, prepared to retaliate against Parasect, which swiftly positioned itself in front of Qingmei, releasing mushroom spores. The spores wafted through the air, causing Charmeleon to sway before gradually succumbing to slumber. "Paris, no. Parasect, you protected me," Qingmei said, tears of gratitude streaming down her face, as Parasect gently patted her with its mushroom, exuding affection. The rocket team, realizing their scheme had unraveled, attempted to sneak away, but Ash called them out. "You're up to no good again." Meowth hurriedly confessed the truth, and Qingmei, relieved, said, "Thank you all, but please don't trick Parasect again." The rocket team slunk away in defeat. The next day, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Qingmei and set off on a new journey. Qingmei and Parasect waved from the herbal shop, with Parasect swaying its mushroom, as if to say goodbye. A few days later, Ash and his companions arrived at Neon City, known as the city that never sleeps. Upon entering, Ash quickly found himself in a heated argument with a passerby, which was only resolved through the mediation of Miss Junsha. The streets of Neon Town echoed with sharp quarrels. An irate man shouted at a fruit vendor, "These apples are all wilted, and you're selling them for such a high price." The vendor retorted instantly, "If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. If you can't afford it, stop being so picky." Ash covered his ears, frowning. This place is so noisy. No wonder they call it the city that never sleeps. No one gets any rest here. Xiaoxia nudged a small dog that hung its head by the roadside. "Even the little animals look tired. If we stay here any longer, we'll surely become irritable too." Xiao Zhang glanced at the sky. "Let us leave the town and find a place to rest. We can make plans tomorrow." As the three ventured into the forest, they heard a soft whimpering sound. Pushing through the underbrush, they discovered an adorable, pink Jigglypuff sitting on a rock, wiping its tears. "Oh my, what a cute Jigglypuff." Xiaoxia's eyes lit up as she pulled out a Pokeball. "Stereo, let us go say hello." The moment Stereo hopped in front of Jigglypuff, it accidentally pricked Jigglypuff's cheek with its sharp spikes, causing Jigglypuff to wail loudly, its round body trembling uncontrollably. "Oh no, I'm so sorry." Xiaoxia quickly recalled Stereo. Crouching down to speak softly, "We didn't mean to hurt you. Please don't be sad." Ash leaned in to observe. It seems something isn't quite right. Is it injured? Suddenly, Xiao Gang caught a whiff of a fruity aroma and pointed towards a nearby fruit tree. "That is a throat-soothing fruit. Perhaps it will help Pudding with its discomfort." He plucked one and handed it over. Pudding took a sniff and began nibbling on it. After consuming the fruit, Pudding cleared its throat and suddenly opened its mouth to sing. The melody flowed softly, akin to feathers brushing against one's heartstrings. Xiao Zhi yawned, exclaiming, "I'm so sleepy," and before he could finish his sentence, he, along with Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang, collapsed onto the ground, snoring peacefully. Even Team Rocket, hiding behind the tree, was not spared. Musashi's net clattered to the ground as the trio sprawled together in slumber. Upon finishing its song and noticing everyone fast asleep, Pudding puffed its cheeks in annoyance. It spotted a marker peeking from Xiao Zhi's backpack and, with a spark of inspiration, tiptoed over to unscrew the cap and began drawing on each face. Xiao Zhi was adorned with a clownish face, Xiao Xia received a pair of whiskers, and Xiao Gang was given dark circles under his eyes, while even Team Rocket bore a few comical lines. Xiao Zhi was the first to awaken, feeling something sticky on his face. Upon seeing Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang's appearances, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Look at each other." Xiao Xia pulled out a mirror and, infuriated, chased after Xiao Zhi, yelling, "This must be your doing." Xiao Gang pointed at the marker left by Pudding, suggesting, perhaps it was its handiwork. Pudding, hiding behind the tree and sticking out its tongue, inspired Xiao Zhi with an idea. Since it sings so beautifully, why not have it sing again? He called forth Pikachu. "Pikachu, pay close attention." Pudding began to sing once more, and Pikachu, swaying its head, promptly collapsed onto the ground. Only Xiao Xia's Psyduck remained standing stiffly. When she poked it, she asked, "Aren't you asleep?" Psyduck blinked, having been wide awake yet lost in its own dreamland. "Why not take it to Neon Town and see if it can help everyone sleep well?" suggested Xiao Gang, hopeful that it might benefit the townsfolk. Team Rocket, having awakened at some point, was eager, with Musashi declaring, Leave it to us. There's a stage in town. Let us make Pudding the star. Pudding was pushed onto the stage, drawing curious townsfolk who gathered around, intrigued by this adorable, rotund Pokémon. Taking a deep breath, Pudding commenced its song once more. Initially, whispers filled the air, but as the tune continued, feet grew heavy, and one by one, the audience swayed and drifted into slumber. For the first time, Neon Town fell into a serene silence. The following morning, the residents awoke to find peculiar doodles on their faces, yet no one was upset. Instead, they exchanged smiles, remarking, "It's been ages since we slept so soundly. I feel utterly rejuvenated." The clamor of arguments vanished, replaced by friendly greetings. As Xiao Ji and his companions prepared to depart, Xiao Xia glanced back, pondering, "I wonder where Pudding went." No sooner had she spoken than a pink figure leapt from behind the tree, wrapping its arms around Xiao Ji's leg. Pudding gazed up with sparkling eyes. Calling out its name, Xiao Ji crouched down, scratching its chin. "Do you want to come with us?" Pudding nodded vigorously, rubbing against his palm. Xiao Ji produced an empty Pokeball and gently tapped it against Pudding's forehead. With a satisfying ding, the Pokeball captured Pudding, shaking momentarily before settling. Pudding. Category: Balloon Pokemon. Type: Normal, Fairy. Gender: Female. Ability: Cute body. Sometimes mesmerizes opponents who make contact. Potential: Green. Strength: Intermediate. Moves: Sing, Pound, Disable, Double Slap. Held item: None. Fantastic. We have another companion. Xiao Ji cheered as he held the Pokeball high. Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder, chirping happily at the Pokeball, seemingly welcoming the new member. A flash of white light indicated that Pudding's Pokeball was automatically transmitted to Professor Oak's lab. Xiao Xia smiled, saying, with it around, "We won't have to worry about sleepless nights anymore, though we must keep an eye on its markers." Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the three as they, accompanied by their newly captured Pudding, set off towards the next town, while laughter resonated from behind them, transforming Neon Town into a vibrant, joyous place. Chapter 29, Capturing the Fossil Pterodactyl. On this day, Xiao Ji and his companions arrived at the Great Fool Valley, renowned worldwide for its breathtaking gorge. Observing the throngs of visitors, they appeared bewildered. "What are all these people here for?" "Seriously, Xiao Ji, you don't know?" came the voice of Xiao Mao from behind. "Xiao Mao, why are you dressed like that?" Xiao Ji asked, noticing Xiao Mao in full archaeological gear, a shovel slung over his shoulder. "Surprised you're unaware that Great Fool Valley has discovered Pokémon fossils. We're all here to dig for fossils," Xiao Mao declared before striding away. "All right, let us go dig for fossils too," Xiao Ji exclaimed excitedly. "Sure," agreed Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia. The wind at Great Fool Valley whipped up sand and grit, stinging their faces. Xiao Ji crouched at the edge of a dig site, his small shovel clinking against the hard ground. Yet his eyes were fixated on Xiao Mao, who was directing a group of researchers meticulously unearthing fossils, his Houndoom beside him, exuding confidence. "Humph, Xiao Mao remains as arrogant as ever," Xiao Ji muttered, jabbing his shovel into the ground. Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, baring its teeth and letting out a couple of fierce cries at Houndoom. Xiao Xia chuckled, crossing her arms. "What's this? Want to compete with him again? You'd better dig up something more impressive." Xiao Gang knelt down, carefully brushing dust off a rock with a small brush. "Don't be rash. Fossil excavation requires patience. This piece might be the shell of an ammonite." Just then, raucous laughter echoed from afar as Team Rocket skated down on their boards. Musashi opened her arms, calling out her infamous line, "Since you're being so sincere, enough with the theatrics." Xiao Ji snapped, clutching his rare breeding can protectively. "What do you want?" The breeding can containing an Eevee egg wobbled slightly, a soft blue glow swirling on its shell. Kojiro pulled out a bundle of explosives, grinning wickedly. "We're here to pack up all the fossils and present them to Boss Sakaki." Meowth brandished a lighter, ready to ignite the fuse. Xiao Mao sneered. "You think you can do that?" Houndoom, flamethrower. Houndoom transformed into a fireball, charging forward, only to be thrown back by the explosive shockwave triggered by Team Rocket. With a thunderous rumble, the ground beneath Xiao Ji cracked open, and he barely had time to grasp Pikachu before tumbling into darkness along with Team Rocket, who were attempting to snatch the breeding can. Clutching the can tightly, he instinctively unleashed his aura, creating a faint green shield around them. Ouch! Xiao Ji landed on soft earth, relieved that the shield had cushioned the impact, keeping the breeding can safe. Musashi and Kojiro dangled from a nearby stalagmite, while Meowth struggled to climb down. "Where the heck are we?" Surrounded by a pitch-black cavern, only weak light seeped through crevices in the rock. Xiao Ji released his Charmeleon, commanding, "Charmeleon, illuminate the area." Charmeleon raised its head and unleashed a shower of sparks, instantly dispelling the darkness. This Charmeleon was notably larger than its peers. Its muscular form reminiscent of molten lava, with a flame at the end of its tail the size of a basketball, an impressive result of Xiao Zi's nurturing through aura. What? What is that? Xiao Xiao's voice trembled. Not far from them, shadows writhed against the rock face. As the sparks flickered, their forms became clearer, ammonites with spiral patterns on their shells, fossilized helmets gleaming with a metallic sheen, and kabutops, with scythe-like limbs glistening ominously. They're fossil Pokémon. Xiao Gang gasped. Why are they awake? The scythe-headed Pokémon at the forefront suddenly emitted a sharp shriek, and in an instant, hundreds of fossil Pokémon encircled them. Ash thrust the incubation tank into Misty's hands, urging, protect the EV egg. Squirtle, use water gun. Bulbasaur, vine whip. Squirtle leaped out of its Pokeball, its newly evolved blue shell gleaming in the firelight. It unleashed a high-pressure jet of water, but the onslaught was deflected by the fossil Pokémon's hard shell. Bulbasaur ensnared several Anorith with its vine whip, only to have them severed by the creature's thrashing tentacles. Their defenses are formidable. Ash gritted his teeth as Charmeleon charged in, sweeping its tail to topple 3 of the scythe Pokémon. Yet more fossil Pokémon continued to flood in. Jessie shrieked as she released Weezing, commanding, use sludge. The dark green liquid splattered against the rock wall with a hissing sound, failing to even scratch the scythe Pokémon. Just then, all the fossil Pokémon abruptly halted, turning in unison towards the depths of the cave. The scythe Pokémon emitted a frantic shriek and retreated into the shadows, as if in fear of something. Ash let out a sigh of relief, only for the ground to tremble violently beneath him. A colossal beast, nearly 10 meters wide with outspread wings, emerged from the darkness. Its leathery wings shimmering in shades of gray and black, drool dripping from its sharp beak. It was the Aerodactyl. That's the Aerodactyl. Brock gasped, his face ashen, for it was said to be even more ferocious than Dragonite. The Aerodactyl threw back its head and unleashed an ear-splitting roar, the sonic waves causing Ash's eardrums to ache. He immediately sensed the creature's furious emotions. The aura power radiated a sharp pain. It was enraged, as if disturbed from its slumber. Charmeleon, unleash flamethrower. Ash shouted. Charmeleon inhaled deeply, its chest swelling to twice its usual size, and spewed forth a torrent of searing flames, aimed directly at the Aerodactyl's chest. However, the beast merely flapped its wings, dispersing the flames, and lowered its head to viciously peck at Charmeleon with its fang-laden beak. Dodge! Ash's aura power warned him in advance, and Charmeleon rolled awkwardly to the side, narrowly escaping as the spot it had occupied was hollowed out by the powerful peck. The Aerodactyl flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce gust that sent Ash stumbling backward, nearly causing him to drop the incubation tank. In a flash of inspiration, he fished out a Pokeball, Dragonair. I'm counting on you. The light blue-scaled Dragonair burst forth from the ball, longer than a typical Dragonair, its scales glimmering like sapphires in the firelight. Use Twister, Ash commanded. Dragonair coiled its body, whipping up a vortex that temporarily repelled the Aerodactyl. Yet the ancient giant merely roared in anger, sweeping a wing to disperse the tornado, its claws lunging straight for Dragonair. Charmeleon, intercept it, Ash cried in desperation. Charmeleon dashed forward once more, attempting to shield itself from the claws. But the Aerodactyl easily sent it flying, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Struggling to regain its footing, Charmeleon's fiery tail flickered uncertainly due to the pain. The Aerodactyl landed before it, lowering its head to peck at Charmeleon's skull, its gaze brimming with mockery. Roar! Charmeleon suddenly unleashed a roar unlike any before, void of pain, only burning with fury. Its body began to swell dramatically, bones cracking audibly, the once orange-red skin splitting to reveal a deeper crimson beneath. Wings erupted from its back, membranous and intricately veined, while the flames on its tail surged to an impressive 3 meters high, transforming into a brilliant gold. It evolved. Ash's eyes widened, and the aura power distinctly sensed the explosive energy within Charmeleon. This was no ordinary evolution. It embodied the strength of their profound bond nurtured through care. The newly evolved Charizard was more powerful than any described in the lore, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, with wings spanning 5 meters, each scale seemingly forged by flames. Charizard. Classification, Flame Pokemon. Type, Fire, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Blaze. When HP is low, the power of Fire-type moves increases. Potential, Blue. The Apex Dragoness tooth has completed its deficiencies. Strength, Elite Late Stage. Moves, Flamethrower, Wing Attack, Fire Spin, Seismic Toss, Dragon Rage. Item, Charcoal. Charizard roared as it unleashed a torrent of golden flames, which the Aerodactyl failed to evade completely, its right wing scorched and emitting a pained screech. Enraged, it lunged forward, claws grasping Charizard's shoulder while its sharp beak aimed for Charizard's neck. Charizard retaliated by seizing its wing, and the flames on its tail lashed fiercely against the Aerodactyl's abdomen. The two titans clashing violently, sending debris raining down from the rocky walls. Charizard, use Fire Spin. Ash's command rang clear. Charizard inhaled deeply, twisting the Aerodactyl's head to the side while simultaneously unleashing a spiraling inferno, ensnaring the creature within a golden vortex. The Aerodactyl struggled amidst the flames, its wings flapping frantically, yet it could not escape. The scent of charred skin filled the air, its roars growing weaker. Now, Ash produced an empty Pokeball, channeling his aura power to guide its emotions. A soft green energy flowed from his fingertips, permeating the Aerodactyl's consciousness. He did not forcefully suppress it, but rather conveyed gentle signals through the aura. The Aerodactyl's struggles gradually ceased, its ferocity fading to reveal a hint of confusion. The Pokeball accurately struck the Aerodactyl's back, a flash of red light engulfing the beast as it was drawn inside. The ball shook violently 3 times before settling with a definitive click. Ash exhaled a long sigh of relief as Charizard landed beside him, nuzzling his cheek affectionately, its wounds healing slowly under the nurturing aura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Aerodactyl, awarding 1,000 battle points. Aerodactyl. Classification: Fossil Pokémon. Type: Rock Flying. Gender: Male. Ability: Rock Head. Even when using moves that cause recoil damage, HP remains unaffected. Potential: Green. Strength: Mid-Stage Gym. Moves: Rock Slide, Ancient Power, Bite, Wing Attack, Stone Edge. Item: None. Wonderful job, Charizard. Ash praised, stroking its scales. You were magnificent just now. At that moment, a voice rang from above. Hey, is anyone down there? A rope descended, and Ash instructed Misty to hold on to the incubation tank as he followed closely behind, clutching the Pokeball containing Aerodactyl. Upon returning to the surface, the sunset painted the dunes of the Great Valley in hues of crimson. Ash stood in a roadside telephone booth, dialing Professor Oak's number. The screen flickered to life, revealing the Professor's face. Oh, Ash, you didn't cause any trouble in the Great Valley, did you? Professor, I captured an incredibly powerful Aerodactyl. Ash exclaimed, raising the Pokeball. By the way, how are the Zapdos, Shiny Abra, and Shiny Gengar I sent over? Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, a pleased smile gracing his face. They've adapted splendidly. Zapdos has built a nest on the cliff behind the lab and wakes up the other Pokemon every morning. Shiny Abra has evolved into Alakazam and insists on playing chess with me daily. Shiny Gengar loves to hide in my lab equipment and play pranks. But it knows its limits. He paused, suddenly recalling something. Oh, the Jigglypuff you sent back has become quite popular, singing for the other Pokemon every day, improving their sleep quality. Ash chuckled, scratching his head. That's great. I'll send the Aerodactyl to you now. Please take care of it. He placed the Pokeball onto the teleportation device, watching as a flash of crimson light engulfed it, and the fossilized Aerodactyl was transported to the laboratory. How is the EV egg? Professor Oak inquired. Ash carefully lifted the incubation can, the patterns on the eggshell appearing particularly vivid in the glow of the setting sun. It's quite healthy. I've sensed it with the power of Tokiwa. It will soon hatch, he replied. Let us look forward to it. The professor's voice carried a note of amusement. Eevee is indeed a remarkable Pokemon. Who knows, it might evolve into an unexpected form due to your influence. After ending the communication, Brock approached, cradling the incubation can. We should set off. If we don't leave now, we won't reach the next town before nightfall. Pikachu leapt back onto Ash's shoulder. Let us go, Ash declared, taking a step forward. Wait, I brought this. Misty exclaimed, rummaging through her backpack to retrieve a Pokemon egg. The egg was an opalescent white adorned with several hollow triangular patterns in red and blue. When did you get that? Ash asked, intrigued. I found it while you were battling Charizard and the fossil pterodactyl, Misty explained. You need to take good care of this egg, Brock advised. With that, Ash and his companions departed from the Great Fool Valley, continuing their journey towards the Crimson Lotus Island. Chapter 30. James and Houndour. One fine morning, Ash and his companions arrived in a city where Ash was napping on a park bench. Meanwhile, Pikachu scampered up to a fruit tree behind the bench, plucking a fruit to munch on. Just as it took one, it fell. The fruit lodged in Pikachu's throat, rendering it capable of only emitting muffled sounds of distress. Ash! 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 Wake up! Misty urged, shaking him gently. What is the matter, Misty? Ash replied, still groggy. Pikachu looks unwell, she exclaimed. Just then, Brock hurried over, cradling Pikachu in his arms, his face etched with concern. Ash, it seems like Pikachu is choking. It can only make those awful sounds. Ash focused his aura to examine Pikachu's condition and reassured them. It's all right. Hold Pikachu steady while I help it. Brock and Misty obliged, pinning Pikachu down gently. Open your mouth. It might hurt a bit, but bear with it. As Pikachu opened its mouth, Ash reached inside. In its discomfort, Pikachu unleashed a surge of thunderbolt, sending the trio sprawling to the ground. But fortunately, the fruit was dislodged. Pikachu, be careful not to swallow things whole next time, Ash admonished. Subsequently, the group departed from the city, pressing onward to Crimson Lotus Island. While traveling, they reached an intersection leading to a village, where they spotted a missing person notice featuring none other than James. Standing before the village bulletin board, Ash stood on tiptoe, pointing excitedly at the poster. Look, isn't that James? How did he end up as a missing person? Pikachu leaned forward from Ash's shoulder, peering at the dapperly dressed James in the photo, tilting its head and letting out a couple of chirps, seemingly mocking his peculiar attire. Misty leaned in for a closer look, but was startled by the sound of an engine behind her. A sleek black limousine rolled over the gravel road, halting in front of them. The door swung open, and two burly men in tuxedos stepped out, their expressions inscrutable. One of them checked a pocket watch and stated, "Are you Ash and your companions? My master requests your presence. Who are you? What is your connection to James?" Ash tightened his grip on the can containing the EV egg, its pale blue shell shimmering gently in the sunlight, adorned with patterns nurtured by the power of Tokiwa. Before he could react, the men had swiftly grabbed them and ushered them into the car. Brock attempted to resist, but was easily subdued. Do not struggle. You will receive an explanation once we arrive. The limousine sped away, ultimately arriving at a grand estate draped in ivy. An elderly man resembling a butler awaited at the entrance, bowing and gesturing for them to enter. You must be Ash, Misty, and Brock, he acknowledged. I am the butler of the Suzuki family. The reason for your invitation is concerning young Master James. James is a Suzuki heir? Misty gasped, her mouth agape. The one who constantly opposes us is actually a wealthy heir? The butler sighed, leading them through a cobblestone courtyard. The young master is the sole heir of the family. According to the will, he must marry Miss Rumika within 24 hours, or the entire estate will be donated. However, he has been missing for 3 months. Before he could finish, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. James, how could you hide such a vast fortune? Share half with us. They turned to see Jessie's grasp on James' ear as she dragged him toward the main building, Meowth trailing behind, clutching a half-eaten cake pilfered from the kitchen. Indeed, we helped you reclaim your inheritance. A 30 share is hardly unreasonable. James, clad in an ill-fitting silk robe and with disheveled hair, protested, Let go of me. I have no desire for any inheritance. Spotting Ash and the others, James appeared as though he had found salvation, suddenly breaking free from Jessie's grasp. Ash, help me explain. I don't want to return. But before he could finish, a shrill voice emanated from the second floor. James, you can't escape. Rumika descended the spiral staircase. Adorned in a pink gown, her skirt sweeping past a vase on the railing, shattering it to pieces. She glanced at Ash and the others, her nose wrinkling in disdain. Who are these wild children? Butler, how could you allow anyone in the estate? They are the young master as friends, the butler responded hesitantly. Friends? Rumika suddenly laughed, poking James' forehead with her fan. You, a rebellious runaway, think you deserve friends? You should obediently marry me, or else. With a swift thrust, she pushed a Venusaur forward, its vines instantly ensnaring a nearby statue, shattering it with a resounding crack. Ash instinctively shielded the incubation can in his arms, the aura revealing a familiar emotion. James suppressed grievances masked beneath his anger. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed James violently shake off Rumika's hand. I refuse to marry you. I would rather spend my life as a member of Team Rocket than be trapped in this gilded cage. You've gone too far. Rumika's Venusaur spewed a cloud of toxic spores. Ash reacted swiftly, activating his aura shield, the pale green membrane warding off the poisonous mist. Charizard erupted from its pokeball, flapping its wings to disperse the spores, letting out a deep roar directed at Venusaur. Charizard, return, Ash commanded, calming his agitated partner. This is James' matter. He must decide for himself. He turned to James, his gaze filled with understanding. A soul of a traveler can easily recognize a kindred spirit yearning for freedom. That evening, James was locked in the cellar. Rumika's laughter echoed through the ventilation shaft. James, think carefully. By this time tomorrow, you will either be the heir of the Suzuki family or destined to sleep on the streets. As the iron door clanged shut, a faint scratching sound emerged from the corner of the cellar. James looked up to see a fluffy houndar pawing at the bars. its collar adorned with a gem glimmering in the moonlight. Houndour? He rushed forward, tears welling in his eyes. It's you, little fire. The Houndour excitedly nuzzled his palm, whimpering affectionately. This was his childhood companion, the only source of warmth in the cold mansion. Its doghouse was so grand that Brock, who arrived later, marveled. This is comparable to dozens of gyms. Just then, a loud thud echoed from above the cellar. Ash's voice floated down through the opening. James, we're here to rescue you. Squirtle blasted the iron lock with water gun, while Bulbasaur's vines cascaded down. As James grabbed hold of the vines to climb up, Houndour clutched his clothing tightly, following closely. How did you all come here? Kojiro stood in the corridor, gazing at the incubation tank in Satoshi's arms. The halo surrounding the eggshell momentarily captivated him. This is an EV egg. Satoshi gently caressed the eggshell. The power of Tokiwa causing the patterns to shimmer with a soft glow, nurtured by Tokiwa's strength. It is on the verge of hatching. But what about you? Do you truly intend to be dictated by others for the rest of your life? Before Kojiro could respond, Ramaika appeared with a victory bell, blocking the staircase. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Victory bell, solar beam. A blinding beam shot towards the group, and Growlithe suddenly leaped, its flames tracing an arc in the air, successfully intercepting the solar beam. Impressive. Satoshi couldn't help but exclaim, the control over Growlithe's fire is remarkable. Of course, came Kojiro's proud reply. I personally trained that little fire. He abruptly turned to Ramaika, his gaze resolute. I will not marry you, nor will I inherit any family fortune. What I desire is the freedom to embark on adventures with my companions, not to be confined in this grand estate. Stubborn fool. Ramaika exclaimed in frustration, Victory Bell. Use Vine Whip. Countless vines erupted from the flower pot, and Satoshi quickly commanded, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Growlithe, combine with fire. Golden electricity intertwined with orange flames, forming a net. The vines hissed upon contact, instantly charred and curled. Seizing the opportunity, Growlithe lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of flames at Victory Bell's roots, causing it to stagger back, only to be blocked by Pikachu's electric flash. Now is our chance. Kojiro shouted suddenly. Growlithe understood, leaping high and gathering energy for a fire spin. While Pikachu infused the flames with electricity, creating a golden vortex of fire that swiftly engulfed Victory Bell. As the smoke cleared, Victory Bell lay incapacitated, wilted on the ground. Ramaika stomped her foot and shouted, You'll pay for this. She turned and dashed back into her room, never to emerge again. On the terrace of the mansion, Kojiro stroked Growlithe's head, softly saying, Little Growlithe, I'll rely on you to look after those two old fools from now on. Growlithe nuzzled his palm, seemingly in agreement. No need for that. Kojiro waved his hand dismissively, turning to Musashi and Nyasu, who had appeared at the doorway. Musashi awkwardly turned his face away. Hey, are you really going to return with us to face the bitter winds? Nyasu also dropped his calculating gaze. We can't afford to keep a young master like you. Kojiro suddenly laughed, the moonlight illuminating his face, making him appear far more agreeable than in the formal attire of his photographs. Enough chatter. If we don't leave now, we'll miss tonight's campsite. Growlithe stood on the porch, barking twice at the retreating figures, the gem on its collar glimmering in the night. As the car departed from the mansion, Satoshi glanced back from the window, spotting Growlithe lying on the lawn, watching them leave. He gently touched the incubation tank in his arms, the EV egg trembling slightly, as if responding to the unspoken promise of bonds and freedom. Chapter 31. Whose Togepi is it? Satoshi and his companions arrived at a town renowned for its leek duck. Learning that the exquisite flesh of the leek duck had led to overhunting, pushing the species to the brink of extinction, the town had posted a bounty to combat this crisis. In the forest, they discovered a remarkably robust leek duck being pursued by hunters. Satoshi intervened, but the hunters claimed they were capturing the leek duck for its protection due to habitat destruction making survival difficult, intending to relocate it to a sanctuary. At that moment, Team Rocket made their appearance, attempting to capture the rare leek duck and even planning to use machines to create counterfeit leek ducks to claim the bounty. Satoshi commanded Pikachu to confront Team Rocket, while the leek duck wielded its leek as a weapon, showcasing impressive strength. During the battle, they realized the leeks in the forest were vital for the leek duck's survival, and the town's development had led to a decline in their numbers. Ultimately, Satoshi and his friends repelled Team Rocket, and the hunter abandoned his capture plans, opting instead to collaborate with the townsfolk in a conservation initiative, planting leeks in the forest to create a suitable habitat for the leek duck. As Satoshi and his companions bid farewell, they saw the leek duck frolicking beside the newly planted leek fields, allowing them to continue their journey with peace of mind. Days later, At the Pokémon Center on the outskirts of Deshagu, Satoshi leaned over the counter, fixated on the blinking message alert on the communicator screen. His finger poking at the button repeatedly. I don't understand. The professor said it was urgent, but what could it possibly be? The advanced incubation tank in his arms swayed gently, the light blue shell of the EV egg displaying a spiral pattern glowing softly, nurtured by the power of Tokiwa. Pikachu leaped from his shoulder, tapping the communicator with its tail, emitting a series of Pika-Pika calls, seemingly urging him to return the call promptly. Kasumi approached, cradling a snowy white egg, eager to see what was happening. Hurry up, will you? Professor Okito must want to study your Pokemon again. The egg in her arms was slightly smaller than Satoshi's EV egg, its milky shell adorned with red and blue hollow triangular patterns. I know. Satoshi finally dialed the number, and the moment the screen lit up, Professor Okito's face filled the entire display, with what seemed to be an explosion sound in the background. Oh, Satoshi, you finally returned my call. The professor adjusted his crooked glasses as a flash of golden electricity darted across the background, accompanied by a sharp bird cry. The Zapdos you sent back is far too energetic. It broke my newly crafted lightning rod. Is Zapdos all right? Satoshi quickly inquired, concerned for his first captured legendary Pokemon. It's fine. The professor waved his hand dismissively. The camera suddenly shook as if someone had bumped into the equipment. The shiny Jingar had just hidden Youngera's spoon, and those two are causing chaos in the lab. By the way, the research on the fossil Aerodactyl you sent back is nearly complete. Quickly send me some new Pokemon. Satoshi stroked his chin in contemplation. New ones, huh? He glanced at the golden Beedrill resting on the windowsill, a shiny Beedrill he had rescued from Tokiwa Forest, its feathers appearing as if gilded by sunlight. Once the EV hatches, I'll send the Beedrill over. It has been longing for the berry fields at the lab. Good idea. Just as the professor was about to say more, a gray-white claw suddenly obscured the screen, and the shiny Jingar's face appeared in front of the camera, making a silly face at Satoshi before the screen went dark. Satoshi helplessly stowed away the communicator, only to turn around and see Kasumi talking to the egg in her arms. What kind of Pokemon could you be? I hope you're one of the adorable kinds. Perhaps it's a Togepi. Takashi approached, carrying 3 cups of hot cocoa, placing them on the table. I saw in the Pokédex before. Togepi eggs are indeed this milky white, featuring multiple red and blue hollow triangular patterns. He glanced at the incubation tank in Satoshi's arms. Your EV egg seems close to hatching. The patterns are brighter than yesterday. Satoshi looked down at the incubation tank. The power of Tokiwa allowing him to distinctly sense the life force within the eggshell, akin to a warm little flame, increasingly active over the past few days. It should be hatching in the next couple of days. Just as he finished speaking, the egg in his arms began to shake violently, the light blue halo spilling through the glass of the incubation tank. Wait, could it be hatching now? Before he could finish, a soft crack sounded, and a fissure appeared at the top of the EV egg. A fluffy white little head poked out, its ears tinged with a delicate pink, and its damp black eyes spun around before finally locking onto Satoshi's face. Moves: quick attack, shadow ball, cuddle swift. Held item: none. A soft cooing sound emerged as the little creature wriggled out of its shell, climbing up Ash's arm to perch on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. It had hatched. It was Eevee. Misty leaned in with delight, her arms cradling a milky white egg adorned with numerous hollow red and blue triangular patterns, which seemed to tremble slightly in response to the excitement. Eevee tilted its head, casting a glance at the egg, before unexpectedly leaping off Ash's shoulder and tapping the eggshell with its tiny paws, as if greeting it. Wonderful. Ash retrieved a Pokeball, calling out, Pidgeot, come here. The golden Pidgeot soared from the windowsill, landing gracefully before him and affectionately nudging his palm with its beak. You'll stay with the professor for a while, and we'll come back for you when we reach the next town. He pressed the Pokeball against Pidgeot's forehead, a flash of red light signifying its capture, before it was whisked away by the transport device. Just then, the doors of the Pokemon Center burst open with a crash, and the Team Rocket trio tumbled inside. Jessie, her wild hair standing on end, shouted, since you're being so sincere. You again. Misty quickly concealed Togepi's egg behind her, as Squirtle leapt out of its Pokeball, assuming a battle stance against the trio. Meowth, however, had fixated on the egg behind Misty, suddenly breaking free from Jessie's grasp and darting forward, exclaiming, what a cute egg. It must be worth a fortune. Its speed was astonishing as it snatched the egg and dashed outside, causing Jessie and James to momentarily freeze before chasing after it. Wait for us, Meowth. Stop. Ash and Misty shouted in unison, with Pikachu leading the charge, unleashing a thunderbolt aimed at Meowth's tail. Meowth yowled in pain, yet clung to the egg tenaciously. performing a somersault into the nearby woods. Don't think you can escape. Ash summoned Charizard, commanding, Charizard, use Whirlwind to block them. Charizard spread its wings and soared into the air, golden flames tracing arcs through the trees, forming a vortex that ensnared Team Rocket. Meowth spun in frantic circles, suddenly feeling the egg grow warm, the red and blue triangles on its shell glowing brightly. What is happening? Just as James reached out to touch it, the egg emitted a blinding light, rolling from Meowth's grasp and landing on the ground. Ash and Misty rushed forward, and at that moment, the egg cracked open to reveal a creature resembling an egg itself, predominantly bright yellow. Its black eyes sparkled, and atop its head sprouted 5 spiky protrusions that would converge while it slept. Most of its body remained encased in the eggshell, adorned with red and blue triangular ring patterns. It had short, stout arms and round feet, each possessing 2 toes and semicircular brown pads beneath. Its round eyes blinked open, immediately fixing on the squatting Misty. Togepi, the little creature exclaimed, extending its short arms and leaping into Misty's embrace. It really is Togepi. Misty gasped in astonishment and joy, carefully cradling it, as Togepi nuzzled its face against her hand, exuding an overwhelming affection. Jessie stomped her foot in frustration, cursed luck. How could we be outdone? She sent out Weezing, commanding, use Sludge. The dark green liquid sprayed toward Misty, but was intercepted by the newly hatched Eevee, who used Shadow Ball to block it. Ash was momentarily taken aback. This newly born Eevee already possessed such skills, evidently nurtured by the power of the Evergreen. Eevee is incredible. Ash immediately directed, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The golden current struck Weezing, causing it to curl up in pain. Seizing the moment, Charizard unleashed a fiery blast, sending Team Rocket soaring into the sky with their shrieks of annoyance echoing, before they disappeared into the clouds. On the grassy lawn of the Pokémon Center, Misty was feeding Togepi berries, the little creature's face smeared with juice as it intermittently chirped. Eevee lay at Ash's feet, gently tapping the ground with its tail, its curious gaze fixed on Togepi. I didn't expect Togepi to bond with you right from birth, Ash mused, scratching his head, feeling a twinge of envy, but more so happiness. Using his aura, he sensed Togepi's emotions, which felt like a warm ball of cotton candy, brimming with reliance on Misty. Of course, Misty replied proudly, tilting her chin, only to remember, oh right, you haven't named Eevee yet. Ash looked down at the little creature attempting to reach for berries on a low branch, but failing due to its short stature. Let us call you Eevee. He crouched down, stroking Eevee's head. When you grow a bit more, you can evolve into any form you desire, and I will support you. Eevee seemed to understand, nuzzling his palm and emitting a soft coo. Brock approached, carrying freshly made sandwiches. Here, have something to eat. We still need to continue on our journey. He broke a piece of sandwich into smaller morsels and placed it before Togepi, who eagerly hugged it and began to nibble. In the distance, the transport device suddenly lit up and Professor Oak's communicator chimed. Ash opened it to see Pidgeot perched on the rooftop of the lab, a red berry clutched in its beak, clearly thriving at the lab. In the background, a gleaming Jengar was playfully riding on the back of a Dragonite, while Zapdos leisurely groomed its feathers in the yard. Looks like everyone is adapting well, Ash chuckled, shutting off the communicator and gazing up at the sky, where Charizard was circling beneath the clouds, Squirtle and Bulbasaur basking in the sun on the lawn, while a light blue Dratini coiled on a branch, curiously observing Togepi. Let us set off, Ash declared, standing up, and Eevee promptly leaped into his arms. Misty followed closely, cradling Togepi, while Brock brought up the rear with his backpack. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them, as the calls of the newly hatched Eevee and Togepi harmonized, adding warmth and liveliness to their adventurous journey. Chapter 32, The Enchanted Garden. Before the morning mist had fully lifted, Ash was roused by a peculiar commotion. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, only to find that Bulbasaur was missing from his side. A series of distinctive footprints marked the earth at the tent entrance, trailing into the depths of the forest, marked by streaks left by plant stems. Where had Bulbasaur gone? Ash sprang to his feet. Pikachu leapt down from his shoulder, squeaking at the footprints while its ears twitched with curiosity. The freshly hatched white Eevee peeked from its sleeping bag, tilting its head at the empty spot, emitting soft coos. Misty emerged from another tent, cradling Togepi and yawning. What is all the noise about so early? Oh, Bulbasaur is missing? Togepi bobbed its head in agreement, its pink eggshell cap still adorned with blades of grass. Brock, adding kindling to the fire, frowned at the mention. It was acting strangely last night, staring blankly toward the forest. He pointed at the half-eaten energy cube beside the fire. It didn't even finish its favorite food. Ash knelt down, lightly touching the dew on the footprints. His aura extended along the ground, allowing him to sense a gentle plant essence, intertwined with a familiar bond. Moving deeper into the woods. It's not in danger. It seems to have been drawn by something. He stood up, placing Evie into the safety compartment of his backpack. We need to find it. The group followed the footprints into the forest, and the further they ventured, the more the air filled with the fragrant scent of foliage. The fog began to thin, and ahead they suddenly discovered a clearing encircled by vines, adorned with flowers of a hue never before seen, their blossoms glistening with luminous dewdrops. This place is beautiful, Misty exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Togepi peeked out from her arms, reaching out toward the flowers, but Ash quickly restrained it. Exercise caution. These plants exhibit energetic fluctuations. Ash's bond with the power of his surroundings allowed him to sense that each leaf was subtly breathing, as if the very essence of the space around them was alive. As he parted the outermost tendrils of vines, the sight before them left everyone in awe. It was a hidden garden nestled within the valley, dominated by an ancient, colossal tree, its trunk adorned with lush green moss, while its canopy obscured half the sky. Beneath its sprawling branches, dozens of Bulbasaur and Ivysaur gathered in a circle, with a particularly large Venusaur standing proudly at the center. Its deep purple petals and the buds on its back radiating a gentle white light. Amongst these Pokémon, Ash spotted his own Ivysaur. It lowered its head, seemingly listening to something, its bud more robust than usual, with edges tinged in a vibrant, deep green. Ivysaur. Ash was about to call out when Brock restrained him. Do not disturb them, he whispered, appearing as if they were partaking in a sacred rite. Indeed, the elder Venusaur suddenly emitted a deep, resonant call, prompting all Bulbasaur and Ivysaur to raise their heads in unison and extend their vines toward the ancient tree. A gentle green energy flowed along the vines into the trunk, causing the ancient tree's branches to sway softly, shedding countless glowing pollen grains like golden raindrops upon the Pokémon below. Ash's Ivysaur was enveloped in the pollen, its body beginning to shake vigorously. The bud on its back burst open with a crack, revealing a delicate lavender stem as the petals unfurled to expose a tender, yellow stamen within. Simultaneously, its form grew larger, limbs becoming stout and powerful, as its original Ivysaur shape gradually faded, transforming into a majestic Venusaur. It has evolved. Ivysaur has transformed into Venusaur, Ash exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. As the aura of his bond distinctly felt the surge of new energy within his partner, amplified several times, yet still retaining its gentle essence. Venusaur. Classification: Seed Pokémon. Type: Grass. Poison. Gender: Male. Ability: Chlorophyll. Speed increases in sunny weather. Potential: Blue. Strength: Elite late stage. Moves: Vine Whip, Leaf Tornado, Solar Beam. Body Slam. Synthesis: Seed Bomb. Item: Miracle Seed. Having completed its evolution, Venusaur turned to Ash, its eyes sparkling briefly, but instead of rushing to him, it rejoined the circle of the ritual. The elder Venusaur gently tapped its vine against Venusaur's petals, as if to express approval. So this is the secret garden of the Bulbasaur family, Brock realized. They come here periodically to absorb energy and foster growth. Suddenly, Misty's Togepi leaped from her arms, stumbling toward Ash's Venusaur, bumping its head against the flower petals. Venusaur lowered its head tenderly, nudging Togepi's shell hat gently with its stamen. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the forest's edge. So many Bulbasaur! Jessie exclaimed, "This is our big break." The notorious trio from Team Rocket emerged from the underbrush, with James brandishing a gigantic net, while Meowth pushed a cart laden with traps. "What are you doing here?" Ash immediately released his Squirtle. "Squirtle, prepare water gun." "Humph. We tracked the Ivysaur's trail all the way here," Jessie declared, producing a Pokeball. "Weezing, use Poison Vine." "Double Trouble, Smoke Screen." The dark green vines surged toward the Pokémon in the garden, and a black smoke enveloped the area, disrupting the ritual's formation. The elder Venusaur roared in anger, unleashing a flurry of leaf tornadoes from its bud, shredding the poisonous vines to pieces. Yet Team Rocket had anticipated this, as James abruptly activated the cart, causing dozens of traps to snap open and ensnare several unsuspecting Bulbasaur's legs. "Stop this!" Ash's Venusaur charged forward, using its vine to ensnare the traps, effortlessly snapping them apart. It then unleashed sleep powder at Weezing, the purple powder rendering it immobile as it plummeted from the sky. "How dare you interfere?" Jessie screeched. "Arbok, fight it!" Arbok lunged at Venusaur, but was struck on the side by a shadow ball from an unexpected EV that had leapt out of Ash's backpack. Despite its small stature, Eevee's gaze was resolute. "Eevee, come back!" Ash exclaimed anxiously. Flareon, use Fire Spin to trap them, Ash commanded. Flareon soared into the air, its golden flames forming a swirling vortex around Team Rocket, encasing them within. Pikachu seized the opportunity to unleash Thunderbolt, electricity crackling through the flames, zapping the trio and turning them into charred remnants. Venusaur, deliver the final blow, Ash shouted. Venusaur locked eyes with the elder Venusaur, and together, they fired solar beams from their buds. The brilliant beams converged in midair, striking the center of the fire vortex and sending Team Rocket hurtling into the sky. What a dreadful sensation. Their screams faded away, and tranquility returned to the garden. The elder Venusaur approached Ash, gesturing with its vine towards the ancient tree and then at Ash's Venusaur, seemingly indicating that it could remain there. The surrounding Bulbasaur and Ivysaur chirped in friendly tones, welcoming their new companion. Ash's Venusaur bowed its head, deep in contemplation. It glanced at the ancient tree and then at Ash, its buds swaying gently. After a moment, it suddenly turned and walked step by step to Ash, entwining its vine around his wrist, reminiscent of their first encounter when Ash had calmed the injured creature with his aura. Will you choose to come with me? Ash's voice trembled slightly. The Bulbasaur had been his first captured starter Pokémon, and their journey from initial distrust to fighting side by side had transcended the mere trainer-Pokémon relationship. Venusaur nodded vigorously, brushing its petals against his cheek, droplets of dew from its stamen falling onto the back of his hand, leaving a refreshing sensation. The elder Venusaur emitted a gentle call, as if bestowing a blessing. It plucked a glowing purple flower with its vine and gently placed it atop Venusaur's bud, the flower instantly transforming into specks of light that merged into Venusaur's body. This as Ash was astonished to find that a golden pattern had adorned Venusaur's petals, emanating a faint energy pulse. It must be the blessing of the garden, Brock remarked with a smile. It seems to recognize the bond between you and Venusaur. Before departing the garden, Ash's Venusaur and the elder Venusaur touched their buds in a farewell gesture. The other Bulbasaur and Ivysaur parted to create a pathway. Watching them leave, Eevee jumped onto Venusaur's back, curiously fiddling with its petals, eliciting a pleased low hum from Venusaur. As they exited the vine-encircled clearing, the morning mist had completely dissipated, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the path ahead. Ash gently patted Venusaur's sturdy arm, feeling the aura connected to it, his heart brimming with warmth. Where to next? Misty asked, cradling Togepi, her steps light as she walked ahead. Togepi peeked out from her arms, extending its little hand toward Venusaur, as if wanting to play. First, we'll head to the Pokémon Center in the next town, Ash said, glancing at Pikachu perched on his shoulder. I'll also call Professor Oak to share the news of Venusaur's evolution and Eevee's hatching. Flareon circled overhead, letting out a resounding cry, its golden wings shimmering in the sunlight. Suddenly, Venusaur halted, pointing with its vine toward a patch of grass by the roadside. Ash leaned in closer, discovering a wounded caterpie resting on the blades, its wings dampened by dew. He was just about to reach out when Venusaur gently nudged the green caterpillar with its flower stamen, releasing a soft green energy that healed the caterpillar's wings. You are still so gentle, Ash remarked with a smile. Venusaur turned its head and lightly tapped his head with its petals, as if in response. The white Eevee jumped down from Venusaur's back, chasing after a vibrant butterfly, with Pikachu immediately following, anxious that the little one might get lost. Misty and Brock exchanged amused glances and quickened their pace to catch up. Ash nodded with a smile, walking side by side with Venusaur under the sun, behind them. The mysterious garden gradually fading away, and ahead, an endless journey filled with boundless possibilities awaited. Chapter 33. Capturing the Houndoom. This day marked the Doll Festival on March 3rd, a day when boys must comply with all the wishes of girls. Ash, Misty, and Brock arrived at Doll Town, where Misty excitedly indulged in a frenzy of purchasing various dolls, wishing every day could be the Doll Festival. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's Jessie and James were also in Doll Town, with Jessie equally yearning for the dolls of the festival. Upon spotting an exquisite doll, Misty was determined to take it home. But just as she was about to buy it, Jessie suddenly appeared, expressing her desire for the same doll. Thus, a dispute erupted between the two over the coveted prize. Jessie proposed a Pokémon battle, declaring that the winner would claim the doll, to which Misty readily agreed. Ash and Brock stood by to watch, with Ash sending out Pikachu and Brock dispatching Onix to support Misty. Jessie first sent out Arbok, while Misty summoned Starmie. Starmie unleashed a water gun attack on Arbok, but Arbok nimbly evaded, ensnaring Starmie with its wrap move. Observing this, Pikachu immediately launched a Thunderbolt at Arbok, causing it to release Starmie. Following this, Jessie sent out Weezing, which utilized Smokescreen, obscuring Misty's Pokémon's vision. Yet, Onyx, relying on instinct, executed rollout towards Wei Xing, successfully striking it. However, Wei Xing retaliated with self-destruct, sending Onyx reeling from the explosion. Realizing the tide was turning unfavorably, Jessie released her newly captured Lickitung. With its soft body, Lickitung used Lick, sending Misty's Pokémon into a state of confusion. Pikachu and Onyx began to attack one another, leaving Misty momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Ash devised a strategy, instructing Pikachu to leap high and unleash a thunderbolt aimed at Lickitung's tongue. The electric shock caused Lickitung to retract its tongue in pain, dispelling the confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Misty commanded Starmie to unleash Ice Beam, freezing Lickitung in place. Upon seeing her Lickitung immobilized, Jessie had no choice but to concede, allowing Misty to triumph and claim the exquisite doll. Team Rocket, unwilling to accept defeat, plotted to snatch the doll when Misty and the others were distracted. However, they were discovered by Ash and his companions, who once again sent out their Pokémon to send Team Rocket flying. In the end, Misty joyfully cradled the doll as she, Ash, and Brock continued their journey. A few days later, Ash and his friends arrived at a small town, where they spent a delightful children's day with the local children before heading towards the Orange Islands. Days later, sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the Pokémon Center, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Ash held the freshly hatched white Eevee, tapping a few buttons on his communicator, and soon the screen illuminated, revealing Professor Oak's smiling face adorned with stubble. "Hey Ash, you contacted me so soon. Do you have good news?" A flurry of flapping wings sounded from behind the professor, as a golden Pidgeot peeked its head from over his shoulder, tilting its head at the screen. "Look, Professor." Ash turned the camera towards Venusaur, which lay peacefully on the ground, its deep purple petals glistening in the sunlight. Venusaur has evolved from Ivysaur. And also this, he lifted Eevee into the frame, the little creature curiously tapping the screen with its paws, emitting soft sounds. Eevee has hatched, and it's a rare white one. "Oh, a white Eevee?" The professor adjusted his glasses, leaning closer to the screen for a better look. "That is indeed rare. It seems your bond has induced a special mutation." Ash chuckled, scratching his head. "Yes, by the way, Professor, is Pidgeot settling in well at the lab?" "Quite well." The professor's voice rose suddenly. "Just yesterday, it took Zapdos to the field to steal strawberries and made a complete mess of my experimental garden." A sharp bird cry echoed from off-screen, as if protesting. Just as Ash was about to say more, a gray paw suddenly obscured the communicator, and the mischievous face of a Jengar filled the screen, followed by a Gyarados holding a spoon. All right, I won't interrupt your antics any longer," Ash chuckled, ending the communication and placing Eevee into his backpack. "We should be on our way." As they stepped out of the Pokémon Center, they heard a synchronized sound of footsteps. Miss Juniper, dressed in a crisp uniform, led a line of 6 Houndoom, each standing tall with their badges gleaming on their collars. "Miss Juniper." Ash waved. She halted, smiling as she greeted. "Oh, Ash. Where are you headed?" "Towards the Orange Islands," Ash replied. Misty, holding Togepi, leaned closer. "These Houndoom look so spirited. Are they in training?" "Indeed." Miss Juniper proudly patted one of the Houndoom beside her. "They are the town's police dogs, responsible for patrolling and search and rescue operations. This one is named Ahua, and he has the keenest sense of smell. Just last month, he helped locate a missing child in the neighborhood." The Houndoom that was mentioned wagged its tail and nudged Juniper's palm affectionately. Ash crouched down, gently touching Ahua's ears, feeling a wave of loyalty and vibrancy through his aura. "Impressive. I must say, he has much more presence than the Houndoom at James's place," he marveled. Just then, 3 familiar figures darted around the corner. Jessie, wearing a stolen janitor's hat, was peeking suspiciously towards the Houndoom training grounds while James carried a bulging sack, and Meowth sketched a peculiar map on the ground. Team Rocket again. Misty immediately tensed. "What are they up to?" Brock squinted, observing closely. "That sack appears to contain jerky. They must be planning something against the Houndoom." Sure enough, taking advantage of Miss Juniper's temporary absence, Team Rocket tossed the drugged jerky into the training grounds. Ahua was the first to sense something was amiss, barking furiously at the jerky, but the 2 younger Houndoom couldn't resist the temptation and began chewing on it, soon collapsing dizzily to the ground. "Success!" Jessie exclaimed, bouncing out and teaming up with James to ensnare the sleeping Houndoom in a net. "These little ones will fetch a good price, or we could train them into our personal hunting dogs." "Stop right there." Ash arrived just in time, with Pikachu leaping from his shoulder to unleash a thunderbolt at Team Rocket. The electricity struck the net, causing Jessie and James to yelp in pain. Yet they desperately dragged the net towards the alley. Ahua chased after them, barking fiercely at their ankles, but was kicked aside by James. "Ahua." Miss Juniper rushed back, and upon seeing the downed Houndoom, Her expression darkened instantly. Houndoom, use your sense of smell to track them. The remaining 5 Houndoom immediately lowered their heads, noses to the ground as they sprinted, quickly locking onto Team Rocket's direction. Ash summoned Charizard. Charizard, follow them. Charizard unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, unleashing a golden flame that traced an arc at the alley's entrance, obstructing Team Rocket's path. Squirtle, use water gun. Ash commanded promptly, and the stream of water shot forth, thoroughly soaking the net and allowing the drowsy Houndour to struggle free. You little brat, Jessie exclaimed, unleashing Ekans. Use Poison Sting. The poisonous needles soared towards Houndour, but were intercepted by a sudden appearance of a white EV, who struck back with Shadow Ball. The little creature had leapt out of Ash's backpack, baring its teeth at Ekans. Despite its diminutive size, it exuded an indomitable spirit. Venusaur, use Razor Leaf. Ash's Venusaur unleashed sharp leaves from its bud, shredding the poisonous needles into fragments. Taking advantage of the chaos, Charmeleon lunged forward, blasting Flamethrower at Weezing, igniting the gas ball which exploded with a resounding bang, leaving Team Rocket covered in soot. Amidst the turmoil, a stolen Houndour regained consciousness and struggled to escape the net, only to be accidentally struck by a collapsing wooden crate. Charmeleon dashed forward, shielding it with its body and barking furiously at the crate. Observing this, Ash immediately used his aura to soothe the injured Houndour. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help. He gently cradled the little one, channeling his energy through his fingertips, and the wound on its leg visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Gratefully, Houndour licked his palm, its eyes filled with trust. At that moment, Charizard's fiery vortex had completely ensnared Team Rocket, and Officer Jenny produced handcuffs. Team Rocket, you are under arrest. We will never surrender, Jessie retorted, hastily pulling out a smoke bomb. Concealed in the white smoke, the trio clumsily fled into the sewers, leaving behind their disgruntled cries. At the training base, Officer Jenny was examining the rescued Houndour. The one Ash had saved clung closely to him, nudging his arm with its head, unwilling to part. It seems it has taken quite a liking to you, Officer Jenny remarked with a smile. This one, named Ember, just joined the police force last month and is still adjusting to the training. If you're willing, taking it on your travels might be a splendid idea. Ash looked at Ember in astonishment. The little creature gazed back with glistening eyes, its tail wagging like a blooming flower. Do you want to come with me? He gently inquired. Ember immediately pressed its paw against his hand, emitting an excited whimper. Wonderful, Ash exclaimed, producing an empty Pokeball and lightly tapping Ember's forehead. A flash of red light enveloped the Houndour, and after a brief shake, the ball settled. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash once again dialed Professor Oak. Professor, I've captured another Houndour. He held the Pokeball up to the camera, and I have a Dratini as well. I'd like to send them back to you for a few days and, if possible, transfer my shiny Gyarados in return. Absolutely, the professor responded with palpable excitement. It's perfect for studying the growth differences between Houndour and Dratini. Gyarados has been eager to travel with you. The transmission device glowed red, and soon, Dratini and Ember were teleported away. In no time, a familiar figure leapt from the device. Gyarados bowed respectfully, its spoon shimmering with a blue hue. Welcome back, Ash said, affectionately stroking Gyarados' head. Adventure awaits us now. The white EV curiously approached Gyarados, playfully nudging its spoon with its paw, and Gyarados patiently twirled it. Venusaur, sprawled on the ground, observed the new companion, its bud gently swaying as if to greet it. Let us set off, Ash declared, placing EV in his backpack while Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder. Officer Jenny and the Houndours waved goodbye at the door, and Charmeleon barked a couple of times, as if to offer its blessings. The sun cast its golden rays upon the street, elongating the shadows of the departing group. Chapter 34, The Pokémon Examination. In the afternoon's woodland clearing, smoke curled into the air. Brock squatted by the fire, turning the golden-brown berries, the sizzling sound mingling with the sweet aroma. Pikachu sat by Ash's feet, its tail swishing rhythmically against the ground, eyes fixated on the grill. The white EV curled atop Ash's backpack, its delicate nose sniffing the air and emitting soft, adorable sounds. Almost done, just a moment longer, Ash said, stroking EV's head, feeling the soft fur beneath his fingertips. Just as he was about to channel his energy into the berries to hasten their cooking, he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting through the bushes. Who is there? He inquired warily, standing up as Pikachu perked its ears, its tail crackling with electricity. Suddenly, a boy with a camera bag stumbled out from the underbrush. His camera lens cap askew on his chest. Don't make a move. I'm not a bad guy, he exclaimed, raising his hands in a panic, his glasses sliding down his nose. I'm Archer, a photographer. Misty approached, cradling Togepi, eyeing him skeptically. What is a photographer doing hiding in the bushes, acting so suspiciously? I wanted to take pictures of Pikachu. Archer pleaded, pointing at Pikachu. Its expressions are so lively, I wanted to capture it in its natural state. But it seems to be afraid of cameras. At those words, Pikachu instinctively retreated, letting out warning cries towards Archer's camera. Ash felt a surge of warmth. He knew Pikachu had been frightened by a cheap camera's flash in the past, and was particularly sensitive to the sound of the shutter. I'm sorry. Pikachu has had a bad experience before, he interjected, positioning himself in front of Pikachu. If you wish to take pictures, could you please turn off the flash? Archer paused for a moment, then smacked his forehead in frustration. How could I have overlooked that? I'll adjust the settings right away. He crouched down, carefully fiddling with the camera, cautious not to startle Pikachu. However, when he pressed the test shot button, a soft click startled Pikachu, who leaped into Ash's embrace, clinging tightly to his arm. It's your fault. Misty glared at Archer. You scared Pikachu. I'm so sorry. Archer quickly tucked away his camera. I just really wanted to take good photos. In fact, Team Rocket approached me, saying there was an old lady who didn't have much time left and wanted to see pictures of Pikachu, so I followed you guys. Ash furrowed his brow. How could he trust Team Rocket's words? Just as he was about to expose Archer, he noticed the boy's earnest gaze. I know this is abrupt, but I beg you for another chance. I promise not to frighten Pikachu again. Brock observed Archer's sincere demeanor and chuckled. Let it go. He didn't mean any harm. Let us finish our meal first, and if you don't mind, join us. As they journeyed onward, Archer trailed behind the group, camera in hand, searching for opportunities to shoot. He had turned off the shutter sound, only daring to click the button when Pikachu was playing. Eevee peered out from the backpack, curiously observing the camera lens. Archer seized the moment to capture a photo of Eevee tilting its head, and the little creature excitedly tapped the camera screen with its paw upon seeing its reflection. This Eevee is a shiny variant, isn't it? Archer exclaimed. The white fur is so rare, the photos will surely be stunning. It hatched not long ago, Ash replied with a smile. Feeling the connection of aura between Eevee and Archer, sensing no hostility, only curiosity towards the camera. Just then, they stumbled upon a vast clearing, where a massive cage stood, accompanied by a sign that read, Pikachu's exclusive paradise. Jesse and James leapt out from behind the cage, exchanging glances with Archer. Archer, get ready. We're capturing Pikachu. You'd better take pictures. Archer thought they were coordinating for a photo shoot, and immediately raised his camera. All right. Rest assured, I'll capture the most natural expressions. Ash immediately discerned the trap, and just as he intended to alert Pikachu, a sudden crack echoed beneath him, and the ground gave way, causing both him and Pikachu to plummet into the abyss. Ash! Misty exclaimed as she rushed forward, only to be thwarted by Jesse, who ensnared her with a net. Thinking of rescuing him? Not a chance. Meowth sneered, reveling in their triumph, declaring that this trap was specially designed to be foolproof, even against Charizard. It was then that Brock realized Team Rocket's true intention was to capture Pikachu. In a flurry of anxiety, he spotted a hole at the bottom of the pit, through which Ash and Pikachu were sliding downward. Oh no, below is a waterway. He quickly positioned himself at the hole's edge and shouted, Ash, grab onto the nearby rocks. As Ash descended, he utilized his aura to perceive his surroundings, tightly clutching Pikachu in his arms while reaching for a protruding rock. The torrent of water violently battered their bodies. Eevee, Ash suddenly remembered, use Shadow Ball to break the dirt above. From his backpack, Eevee leaped forth, unleashing a dark Shadow Ball at the earthen layer, which shattered, creating a larger opening. Seizing the opportunity, Brock lowered a rope. Quick, grab it. Ash grasped the rope, and with Brock's assistance, he and Pikachu finally emerged from the pit. Just as they steadied themselves, a sparkling Gyarados leapt from its pokeball, summoned by Ash's aura. Gyarados raised its spoon and unleashed a psychic attack, toppling Team Rocket's cage, which crashed down upon Jesse and James. You insufferable Gyarados! James shouted as he released Weezing. Deploying a smokescreen, the black fog billowed forth, allowing Team Rocket to attempt an escape, but they were intercepted by the sudden appearance of Squirtle, who unleashed a water gun to block their path. Did you think you could escape? Ash's voice resonated through the haze, as Bulbasaur and Charizard emerged from their pokeballs. Charizard's fiery vortex dispelled the smoke, while Bulbasaur ensnared Weezing with its Vine Whip. Brock observed the unfolding battle and suddenly raised his camera, capturing the moment. In the frame, Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, emitting golden sparks, Gyarados' spoon glimmering with blue light, and Charizard's flames illuminating the sky, each image brimming with the essence of their bond. What an annoying feeling. Team Rocket was once again sent flying, disappearing into the horizon. Brock perused the photographs with excitement, exclaiming, This is fantastic. These images surpass my expectations. He handed the camera to Ash, saying, "Look, this shot of Pikachu protecting you and Eevee assisting is priceless." Ash chuckled. "You captured it beautifully. I must admit, I was initially deceived by Team Rocket, and I apologize," Brock confessed. "But now I've realized that documenting the bond between you and your Pokémon is far more meaningful than merely capturing precious photographs." Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. "Would you mind if I traveled with you? I wish to capture even more such moments." Exchanging glances, Ash and his companions chorused, "Of course, we wouldn't mind." "By the way," Brock added, "it seems the town ahead is hosting a Pokémon qualification exam. Are you interested in participating? I've heard that passing it grants direct entry to the Pokémon League." A Pokémon qualification exam? Ash's eyes lit up. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to partake in such an official assessment. It sounded intriguing. "Let us give it a try." Misty hesitated, cradling Togepi. "But we still need to catch a boat to Fiery Island." "No worries," Brock reassured her with a smile. "The exam shouldn't take long. And we can gather information about the boat while we're in town. Two birds with one stone." Thus, the group set off towards the town. Along the way, Brock couldn't resist pulling out his camera. After obtaining Ash's consent, he snapped several photos of Pikachu and Eevee interacting. Eevee perched on Ash's shoulder, gently tapping Pikachu's ear with a paw, while Pikachu shook its head in exasperation. The scene was exceptionally heartwarming. Upon arriving at the town, the central square was already bustling with people. A massive poster plastered on the bulletin board announced the Pokémon qualification exam, featuring written tests and practical battles, with successful candidates earning the right to participate in the Pokémon League. Ash squeezed his way to the registration desk and swiftly filled out the form. "Please proceed to the classroom for your written exam." The examiner's voice echoed through the speakers. Following the crowd, Ash and his companions entered a spacious classroom where each desk was equipped with an exam paper and a pen, while a large screen displayed the examination rules in a loop. Brock, not having registered, settled into a corner, readying his camera to capture the candidate's progress. Eevee jumped down from Ash's shoulder and scampered to Brock's side, curiously pawing at the charms dangling from his camera bag. Chapter 35. The examination begins. Silence. The examination has commenced. The examiner, a bespectacled middle-aged man, rapped the podium. The first part involves identifying Pokémon from images displayed on the screen. Write your answers on the exam paper. The first image revealed a round, plump silhouette, lacking discernible limbs. "What is this?" Misty furrowed her brow, murmuring, "There are many round Pokémon. Could it be Pikachu?" "No, Pikachu has ears." Ash gazed intently at the screen and suddenly chuckled. "That's Jigglypuff seen from above." Jigglypuff is typically round, and from this angle, it appears as a mere circle. He swiftly pinned Jigglypuff on his paper. The candidate beside him, having overheard, followed suit, while others quietly discussed, "Right. Jigglypuff is indeed round, so it looks like that from above." Next, the screen displayed a spiky, deep blue spherical silhouette with a small protrusion at the top. "I know this one," Misty exclaimed excitedly. "It's Shelter. When it closes its shell, it appears as a deep blue sphere, and that protrusion is its shell tip." She hastily wrote down her answer. Ash nodded in agreement, recognizing the obviousness of the answer. A glance at Brock revealed he was confidently writing his response, clearly having answered correctly as well. The third image depicted a long, green silhouette adorned with several dark stripes, with the head and tail appearing similar. "What is this?" Misty pondered again. "Is it Caterpie?" "No, that's not right. Caterpie has different stripes." Ash scrutinized the image closely, recalling a Pokémon he'd seen before. "That's Beedrill's abdomen." Viewed from the side, Beedrill's abdomen is long and green, with dark stripes. The head and tail appear similar due to the angle. Misty suddenly enlightened. "Of course. How did I miss that?" She quickly jotted down her answer. Subsequently, several more images appeared, one with two long ears in white, another featuring a red silhouette with massive pincers, and a third displaying a round, patterned purple outline. Utilizing his knowledge of Pokémon from before his arrival and his recent experiences, Ash effortlessly answered all the Pokémon identification questions. The remaining written test questions largely revolved around Pokémon knowledge, such as the requirements for evolution and the type advantages among different Pokémon. Ash answered each question flawlessly. "Time's up. Please stop writing and submit your papers," the examiner announced. Ash set down his pen, stretched, and turned to Misty and Brock. "How did you do? Think we passed?" Misty asked nervously. Brock smiled confidently. "No problem. Most questions are based on fundamental Pokémon knowledge. Anyone who has studied diligently should answer correctly." Ash nodded in agreement. "I feel the same. Now it's time for the practical assessment, right?" After collecting the papers, the examiner led the candidates to the outdoor battle arena. The arena was divided into multiple sections, each overseen by a different examiner. Assessment rules. Each candidate is required to send forth a single Pokémon to engage in battle against the examiner's Pokémon. As long as they can either defeat the examiner's Pokémon within 10 minutes or endure for the duration without being vanquished, they shall be deemed successful. Soon, it was Ash's turn. He stepped into a combat arena, facing a young examiner clad in athletic attire, who produced a Pokeball and declared, "I will send forth my Pokémon, Starmie." A flash of red light revealed a pale purple Starmie on the battlefield, its star-shaped body adorned with a gleaming red gem at its center. "Pikachu, it's your time to shine," Ash exclaimed. Pikachu leaped onto the field, striking a battle stance as sparks of electricity danced from the tip of its tail. "Let the battle commence," the examiner commanded. "Starmie, use water gun." The examiner initiated the assault. Starmie unleashed a powerful jet of water aimed directly at Pikachu. Pikachu jumped to evade. Ash instructed. Pikachu gracefully leaped, narrowly dodging the water gun, which splashed against the ground. "Now's our chance. Pikachu, use quick attack." Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, dashing towards Starmie. "Starmie, spin at high speed," the examiner shouted. Starmie began to rotate rapidly, conjuring a blue whirlwind that thwarted Pikachu's advance. Pikachu was deflected by the force of the spin, stumbling a few steps before regaining its balance. Archer, positioned at the edge of the arena, eagerly snapped photos, his camera lens closely tracking Pikachu's movements. Eevee crouched beside him, its eyes fixed on the battle, occasionally emitting soft cries of encouragement as if cheering for Pikachu. "Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt," Ash shouted with fervor. Pikachu inhaled deeply, golden electricity crackling from its tail as it launched the attack at Starmie. "Starmie, create a water barrier," the examiner ordered. A curtain of water rose around Starmie, absorbing the electric current, which fizzled harmlessly against the barrier. "Impressive. The examiner's Pokémon boasts remarkable strength," Brock observed from the stands, nodding in approval at Starmie's speed and defense. Misty, holding Togepi, anxiously remarked, "What do we do? Will Pikachu lose?" Ash remained composed, keenly observing Starmie's movements, and suddenly discerned a brief pause following its rapid spins. "Pikachu, watch Starmie's actions. When it finishes spinning, strike with Iron Tail." Pikachu nodded, fixated on Starmie. Indeed, as Starmie executed another high-speed spin, it halted momentarily afterward. "Now, Pikachu, Iron Tail." Pikachu's tail hardened, gleaming with a silvery radiance, and it struck fiercely at Starmie. "Starmie, dodge quickly," the examiner shouted, but it was too late. The iron tail collided with Starmie's body, eliciting a pained cry as it was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. "Starmie is unable to battle. Ash is victorious," the examiner announced. Ash rushed onto the field and embraced Pikachu, exclaiming, "Fantastic job, Pikachu. You were amazing." Pikachu joyfully nuzzled against his cheek, chirping excitedly. Archer dashed over, exclaiming, "That was incredible. I captured the moment of that iron tail. The shot is bound to be spectacular." He presented the camera screen to Ash, showcasing the dazzling glow of Pikachu's iron tail at the instant it struck Starmie, filled with dramatic tension. Just as they were admiring the photos, 3 familiar figures appeared: Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth, disguised as candidates, stealthily approaching the examiner's resting tent, clearly intent on stealing the examiner's Pokémon. Team Rocket. Ash immediately became alert. Archer frowned. "I've encountered them before. They deceived me into thinking they wanted help capturing Pokémon for photos. It seems they aim to seize the examiner's Pokémon. We must hurry and stop them," Ash declared, clutching Pikachu as they raced towards the tent, followed closely by Misty, Brock, and Archer. Jesse and James had already opened the tent flap, reaching for the Pokeballs resting on the table. "Hee, these examiner's Pokémon must be quite rare. We're in for a big score," Jesse boasted. "Stop right there," Ash shouted. The trio of Team Rocket jumped, turning to face Ash and his friends, their expressions darkening. "You pesky kids again." Jesse brandished a Pokeball. "Go, Weezing." James followed suit, releasing a Pokeball of his own. "Come forth, Ekans." Meowth leaped beside them, striking a combat stance. "We are Team Rocket. Thwarting us won't be so easy." "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt," Ash commanded. Pikachu unleashed a surge of electricity at Weezing and Ekans. "Weezing, use Poison Sting," Jesse ordered. Weezing expelled a barrage of poisonous needles, intercepting the Thunderbolt. "Ekans, use Smokescreen," James commanded. Ekans emitted a dense plume of black smoke, enveloping the area around the tent. "This is terrible. I can't see." Misty grimaced, reaching for her Pokeball. "Starmie, use Water Gun to disperse the smoke." Starmie emerged from its Pokeball, shooting a jet of water that cleared a portion of the haze. Archer, clutching EV, remained hidden but captured the action with his camera, documenting the tension of Team Rocket's ambush and the ensuing battle. Venusaur, Squirtle, Charizard, Gyarados come forth to assist. Venusaur's Flower Bud unleashed Razor Leaf towards Weezing. Squirtle blasted a powerful water gun at Ekans. Charizard spread its wings, breathing forth golden flames towards Team Rocket, while Gyarados levitated its spoon, using Psychic to immobilize Meowth. How can there be so many Pokémon? Jessie exclaimed in surprise. Weezing, use Acid. Ekans, launch a Mud Bomb. James commanded. Yet, Ash's Pokémon worked in perfect harmony. Venusaur's Razor Leaf severed Weezing's Acid, Squirtle's Water Gun intercepted Ekans' Mud Bomb, and Charizard's Flame struck both Weezing and Ekans, rendering them unable to battle. Gyarados then hurled Meowth towards Jessie and James. What an unbearable sensation. Team Rocket cried out as they were flung away, disappearing into the distant sky. The Examiner, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, witnessing the incapacitated Weezing and Ekans on the ground before glancing at Ash and his companions with confusion. What transpired here? Ash recounted Team Rocket's attempt to steal the Pokémon, while Archer presented the photographs he had captured. We are immensely grateful to you, the Examiner expressed. Had it not been for your intervention, my Pokémon would have been pilfered. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the loudspeaker, declaring the results of the examination. All candidates have completed their assessment. Those who have passed may collect their certificates at the bulletin board. Ash and his friends hurried to the bulletin board, spotting their names prominently displayed. Holding the officially certified Pokémon Trainer certificate, Ash exclaimed joyfully, "This is amazing. We passed the assessment." Misty and Brock also received their certificates, their faces beaming with happiness. Archer clapped Ash on the shoulder. "Congratulations to you all. The recent battle was truly exhilarating. I captured numerous splendid photographs, and once they are developed, I shall present each of you with a copy." Eevee leapt from Archer's arms and scampered over to Ash, gently tapping the certificate in his hand with its paw, as if to extend its congratulations. Pikachu also hopped onto Ash's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek alongside Eevee. "By the way, we need to inquire about the ferry to Fiery Island," Brock reminded them. Ash nodded yes. "Let's first rest at the Pokémon Center and ask about the boat. Archer, where do you plan to go next?" After a moment of contemplation, Archer replied, "I wish to capture images of the Pokémon on that mountain, so we must part ways." "Very well, we respect your choice. Until we meet again." "Indeed. Until we meet again." Archer bid farewell to Ash and his companions as he embarked on his journey alone. Ash and his friends made their way toward the Pokémon Center, the sun casting a warm and radiant glow upon them. Chapter 36, The Challenge of the Fiery Gym. During their travels, Ash and his companions stumbled upon a newly renovated Pokémon daycare run by a lovely lady. The establishment's promotional slogan was particularly enticing, claiming that if trainers were too busy to care for their Pokémon offspring, they could leave them here. Moreover, if the daycare was particularly exceptional, the Pokémon might even evolve. Upon hearing this, Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement. She thought of her Psyduck, which she had always wished could sharpen its gaze and learn to think independently. Without hesitation, she decided to leave Psyduck at the daycare. However, Ash harbored some reservations about this establishment. He sensed that things seemed a tad too convenient, and the daycare slogan struck him as somewhat dubious. Yet, Misty remained undeterred, firmly believing that this daycare could indeed assist Psyduck in its evolution. Ultimately, she entrusted Psyduck to the staff, who assured her they would take excellent care of it and help it evolve. With hopeful anticipation, Misty left the daycare, eager for the day she would reunite with a stronger Psyduck. Little did she know that this so-called daycare was actually a ruse concocted by Team Rocket members, Jessie's and James's impersonations. They masqueraded as caregivers while secretly gathering exceptional Pokémon to claim as their own. Poor Misty had unwittingly fallen into Team Rocket's trap. Ash fortuitously arrived at the daycare's storage area, only to encounter Team Rocket, where he was spotted by Jessie's. A confrontation ensued, culminating in both parties being taken to the police station. Inside, Ash and his friends insisted they were innocent but lacked the evidence to prove it. In a fortuitous turn of events, Misty, having escaped just in time, discovered photographs taken by Archer that documented Team Rocket's suspicious activities, ultimately exonerating Ash and his friends, who were finally released. Additionally, James had previously entrusted his Weepin' Bell to this daycare, and upon his return, he was pleasantly surprised to find it had evolved into a Victory Bell. Following this incident, Ash and his companions uncovered the truth behind the daycare and continued on their journey, while Team Rocket's nefarious plot was thwarted, leaving them to seek their next opportunity for mischief. Days later, the dock of Fiery Island was enveloped in the briny sea breeze, the heat mingling with the scent of sulfur wafting through the air. Ash, burdened with a backpack brimming with pokeballs, leaped off the boat onto the scorching stone path. While Pikachu clung to his shoulder, its small head curiously swiveling from side to side, its tail gently swaying with each step. Is this Fiery Island? It's much hotter than I imagined, Misty exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief to dab the sweat from her brow, while her Togepi nestled in her arms. Wilting slightly under the sun, its pink shell glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration. Brock, on the other hand, was fixated on the sign of a nearby hot spring inn, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've heard the hot springs here can help Pokémon relax. And perhaps we could discover some rare ingredients. A white EV poked its head out from the breathable compartment of Ash's backpack, its delicate nose sniffing the air, suddenly yipping excitedly towards a street corner. Following its gaze, Ash spotted an elderly man wearing a linen coat and a wide-brimmed hat, seated in the shade of a tree, fanning himself with a palm leaf, with a fiery-looking Magby resting at his feet. "Good day, sir." Ash approached to greet him, and as his aura gently brushed against the elder, he sensed a warm, yet potent energy within him, indicative of a profound bond with Pokémon. The old man lifted the brim of his hat, revealing deep-set eyes, and smiled. "You must be traveling trainers, yes? If you seek the Fiery Gym, you must first solve my riddle." "A riddle?" Misty leaned closer. "Do you know where the gym is? Please tell us." "Patience, patience," the old man replied leisurely, waving his fan. "In the gap between fire and water, you will see the magma dance. To uncover the answer, visit the island's most renowned riddle inn." With that, he rose, and Magby obediently followed him as he gradually vanished into the crowd. Brock stroked his chin thoughtfully. The gap between fire and water. Fiery Island is famous for its hot springs and volcanoes. Perhaps the gym is related to these. Ash, however, continued to watch the old man's departing figure, sensing there was more to him than met the eye, but nodded in agreement. "Let's check out the inn. We might find a clue." After walking along the stone path for half an hour, they finally arrived at an establishment with a sign that read Riddle Inn. The courtyard was adorned with heat-resistant red flowers, and the entrance boasted a steaming hot spring, where several trainers were gathered around a table chatting amiably. "Welcome." A kimono-clad hostess approached them, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Ash and his friends. "You must be the trainers that Mr. Summer mentioned. He said you were searching for the gym and asked me to reserve a room for you." "Mr. Summer?" Ash blinked, realizing it was the very man who had posed the riddle to them earlier. The hostess nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Summer is a local celebrity. He has managed this inn for many years and is intimately familiar with every inch of Fiery Island. He mentioned that if you can solve the second riddle, you will discover the true location of the gym. It glows at night, hides by day. Follow the magma to see its true form." Misty pondered aloud. "It glows at night and follows the magma. Could the gym be near the volcano?" Brock added. "The active volcano's vicinity has flowing magma. Perhaps the gym is built there. Obscured by volcanic ash during the day, but illuminated by the magma's glow at night." Ash pulled out a map, pointing towards the volcano's location. "Let's head there now. We might even catch the gym challenge today." Just as they exited the inn, the white Eevee suddenly leaped to the ground, barking at the grass by the roadside. Ash crouched down and discovered a wounded Rattata hidden in the grass, blood trickling from its leg. He swiftly enveloped the Rattata in his healing energy, the soft green glow gradually mending its wounds. "Do not fear, you will be well soon." The Rattata nuzzled gratefully against his palm before limping away into the woods. "Ash, you are so kind to Pokémon," Misty remarked with a smile. Even the usually mischievous Togepi extended its little hand to gently pat Eevee's head. As they walked towards the volcano, the temperature soared, the rocks by the roadside glowing red with heat. Upon nearing the volcano's mouth, a stream of magma flowed before them. And across the stream, a structure built of volcanic rock stood proudly. It was none other than the Fiery Gym. "We found it." Excitedly, Ash dashed forward. Just as he was about to cross the molten lava stream, the doors of the gym swung open abruptly. Out stepped the previously encountered Shabo, with a fiery, dazzling duck trailing closely behind, its flames burning even more fiercely than during the day. "It seems you have unraveled the riddle," Shabo said, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "I am the master of the Crimson Lotus Gym, Shabo. To obtain the Deep Crimson Badge, you must overcome my 3v3 battle challenge. I look forward to your guidance." Without hesitation, Ash released Pikachu, declaring, "I will definitely win." Shabo nodded, leading everyone into the gym. Inside lay a vast circular arena, its ground laid with heat-resistant obsidian, at the center of which bubbled a pool of molten lava, casting a crimson glow throughout the venue. "For the first match, I will send out this," Shabo announced, tossing a pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a Ninetales, its body cloaked in pure white fur and Ninetales shimmering with a fiery luster. The elegant creature flicked its tails, instantly warming the surrounding air. Ninetales, Misty exclaimed, it's a rare fire-type Pokémon with formidable strength. Ash took a deep breath, gently patting Pikachu's head. Pikachu, it's up to you. Dodge its attack with Quick Attack, then unleash Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu sprang forth, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning as it charged toward Ninetales. Shabo smirked slightly. Ninetales, use Fire Spin. Ninetales opened its mouth, releasing a swirling vortex of flames that formed a massive fiery ring, ensnaring Pikachu within. Not good. Pikachu, break through with Volt Tackle. Ash shouted. Pikachu, enveloped in electricity, crashed into the fiery vortex. A sizzling sound erupted as electricity clashed with flames, showering sparks all around. Although Pikachu managed to escape the fire ring, it bore some singes, wincing in pain. Ninetales, press the advantage. Use Flamethrower. Shabo commanded. Ninetales gathered orange-red flames in its mouth, transforming them into a colossal fireball that soared toward Pikachu. Ash's eyes narrowed, and he transmitted a command through aura. Pikachu, jump up and strike the ground with your tail. Pikachu leapt into the air, its tail smashing down onto the obsidian surface, scattering fragments of stone. The debris intercepted the trajectory of the fireball, causing a violent explosion upon impact. Seizing the moment of smoke, Pikachu swiftly maneuvered behind Ninetales. Pika, Thunderbolt. It unleashed a powerful electrical surge that struck Ninetales squarely on the back. Ninetales yelped in pain, stumbling around with a glint of caution in its eyes. Shabo nodded in acknowledgement. A commendable strategy, but it's still insufficient. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. The searing flames shot forth once more, and as Pikachu attempted to evade, it was caught on its hind leg, tumbling to the ground. Pikachu, Ash exclaimed anxiously. The power of the earth sensed Pikachu's fatigue. Can you still fight? If not, we will switch. Pikachu struggled to rise, shaking its head and calling out determinedly to Ash. Taking a deep breath, Ash rallied. All right, Pikachu, deliver the final blow with Volt Tackle. Pikachu's electrical energy surged, transforming into a golden lightning bolt as it charged at Ninetales. Shabo's gaze sharpened. Ninetales, use Double Team. Ninetales' form instantly split into 6, causing Pikachu's attack to miss entirely. In unison, the 6 Ninetales unleashed flames, forming a fiery net that ensnared Pikachu tightly. Pikachu, Ash's heart raced. Suddenly, he sensed a new surge of power emanating from Pikachu. A resonance of aura combined with its inherent electricity. Pikachu, concentrate all your energy into one point and break through the fire net. Pikachu suddenly lifted its head, its body glowing as electricity converged into a golden beam, blasting through the fire net and striking the real Ninetales. Ninetales let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Ninetales. Shabo recalled the Pokémon, a look of approval on his face. Your Pikachu is quite tenacious, and your command is impressive. For the second round, I will send out this. With a toss of the Pokeball, a Rhydon, clad in gray armor with sharp horns atop its head, appeared on the battlefield. Ash, recognizing Rhydon as a ground and rock-type Pokémon, understood that electric moves would have minimal effect. Pikachu, you've done well. Return and take a rest. After recalling Pikachu, he pulled out another Pokeball. Squirtle, it's your turn. A flash of red light revealed Squirtle, which immediately assumed a fighting stance upon seeing Rhydon. Shabo chuckled. Using a water-type Pokémon against Rhydon is a clever choice. Rhydon, use Horn Drill. Rhydon lowered its head, spinning its horn like a drill as it charged toward Squirtle. Squirtle, intercept with Water Gun. Ash commanded. Squirtle unleashed a powerful stream of water, but Rhydon's horn drill easily sliced through it. Rhydon has formidable defense and attack. A standard Water Gun 1T suffice. Brock cautioned from the sidelines. Nodding, Ash calmed the somewhat flustered Squirtle with his aura. Squirtle, don't panic. Use Rapid Spin to avoid its attack, then maneuver behind it. Squirtle promptly withdrew into its shell, spinning in place to dodge Rhydon's assault. Seizing the opportunity as Rhydon turned, Squirtle quickly circled around and tapped on its armor. Now, use Water Gun on its belly. Ash shouted. Squirtle aimed and blasted water at Rhydon's abdomen, causing it to rear back and let out a furious roar. Shabo's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect you to find its weakness. Rhydon, use Earthquake. Rhydon stomped its foot, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Squirtle struggled to maintain its footing and fell to the ground. Squirtle, Ash cried out anxiously. Suddenly, he noticed a radiant glow enveloping Squirtle. It was the light of evolution. As the brilliance enveloped it, Squirtle grew larger, Its shell-S patterns became more defined, its limbs strengthened, and two cannons sprouted from its back. As the light faded, a majestic Blastoise emerged on the battlefield. It evolved. Squirtle has transformed into Blastoise. Misty exclaimed excitedly. Blastoise called out to Ash, brimming with confidence in its eyes. Ash smiled and nodded. Blastoise, show it your power. Use Hydro Pump. Blastoise unleashed two powerful jets of water from its cannons. Their strength magnified several times compared to the previous water gun. Rhydon attempted to evade but was struck by the torrents, crashing heavily against the rocky edge of the arena. Unable to continue fighting. Rhydon. Shabo recalled the Pokémon, his expression growing more serious. It seems I must unleash my true abilities. For the final match, Dazzling Duck. I entrust you. Dazzling Duck strode forth from behind Shabo, its flames burning more intensely, leaving scorched marks on the ground with each step. Taking a deep breath, Ash declared, Charizard, it's your time to shine. Charizard soared from its Pokeball, unfurling its magnificent wings and letting out a resounding roar. Golden flames dancing in its mouth. Upon sighting Dazzling Duck, Charizard's gaze sharpened, sensing its strength, which fueled its excitement even further. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Ash commanded. Charizard unleashed a column of golden flames, while Dazzling Duck retaliated with orange flames, the two fiery blasts colliding mid-air in a fierce standoff. The surrounding air warping from the heat. A smirk played on Shabo's lips. Dazzling Duck, use Fire Punch. Dazzling Duck's fist ignited with flames as it charged towards Charizard. Charizard, shield yourself with Dragon Claw. Ash shouted. Charizard extended its glimmering green claws, clashing against the fiery punch of the Psyduck, creating a shower of sparks. Boom. The two forces collided, causing both Charizard and Psyduck to stagger backward a few steps. Psyduck shook its fists and charged forward once more, aiming a flaming knee strike at Charizard. Charizard, counter with your wings. Ash commanded. Charizard flapped its wings, producing a powerful gust that pushed Psyduck back, then soared into the sky, unleashing a swirling inferno upon Psyduck. Psyduck, unleash Heat Wave, commanded Shaber. Psyduck gathered immense fiery energy in its mouth, breaking through the flames and hurtling towards Charizard. Ash's expression sharpened. Charizard, seize it. Charizard dove suddenly, grasping the edge of the heat wave with its claws, then flicked it forcefully into the air. A miraculous scene unfolded as the heat wave diminished in size, transforming from large to medium, then to small, until it entirely vanished into the atmosphere. Incredible! Misty exclaimed in amazement. Shaber also displayed a look of astonishment. I never anticipated your Charizard could achieve such feats. Psyduck, activate Overheat. Psyduck's flames surged, expelling an intensely high-temperature blaze, causing the arena's temperature to spike dramatically. Charizard, ascend. Ash yelled. Charizard spread its wings and swiftly ascended to evade the overheat attack. At that moment, the gym's roof was suddenly breached as Team Rocket's giant machine emerged. With its mechanical arms aimed at Psyduck, we shall take Shaber's Psyduck. You again, Ash shouted with indignation. Musashi smiled as she pressed the button. Freeze cannon. Fire. A blue beam of freezing energy shot towards Psyduck. Shaber's expression changed. Psyduck, counter with flames. Psyduck unleashed flames that collided with the freezing beam, generating a thick cloud of white mist. Charizard, target the machine with Flame Vortex. Ash directed. Charizard spewed forth golden flames, wrapping around the colossal machine, causing its exterior to begin melting. Kojiru shouted anxiously. Weezing, deploy smokescreen. Black smoke enveloped the area as Team Rocket attempted to escape, only to be struck by the hydro pump of Blastoise, causing the machine to lose control and crash into the central lava pool. Boom. The lava pool shattered, and lava began to spread, threatening to topple the entire gym. This place is going to collapse. Brock shouted. Shaber immediately replied. Follow me. Let us continue battling at the volcano's mouth. The terrain there is more suitable for our Pokémon. The group followed Shaber, racing towards the volcano's mouth. Surrounding the volcano's mouth was an expansive platform, with lava churning at the edges, radiating a searing heat. Team Rocket's machine exploded behind them, sending the trio flying, their cries of annoyance fading into the sky. Let us continue, Ash. Shaber stood resolutely in the center of the platform, his voice calm, yet firm. Psyduck's flames ignited once more, casting a crimson glow across the platform, as if heralding an impending fierce battle. Ash took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Shaber before turning to his Charizard. Charizard stood beside Ash, its wings slightly unfurled, the flames on its tail blazing, embodying its fighting spirit. Charizard, are you ready? Ash whispered. Charizard emitted a resounding roar, its voice echoing like thunder across the platform, affirming Ash's question. Charizard, execute Earthquake. Ash bellowed, his tone brimming with confidence and determination. Upon receiving the command, Charizard shot upwards like a released arrow, its speed astonishing, reaching above Psyduck in an instant. Charizard extended its sharp claws, gripping Psyduck's shoulder with an iron grip. Psyduck, startled by the sudden attack, struggled desperately, but Charizard's strength was overwhelming, rendering it unable to break free. Psyduck, counter with Fire Punch. Shaber urgently ordered. Psyduck immediately swung its fiery enshrouded fist, striking Charizard's claws forcefully. Charizard let out a pained roar, but did not relent, instead gripping tighter. Enduring the agony, it continued to ascend with Psyduck. After reaching a sufficient altitude, Charizard abruptly hurled Psyduck downward. Psyduck plummeted like a cannonball, crashing onto the platform with a resounding impact. Psyduck! Shaber's exclamation echoed within the volcano's mouth. Miraculously, Psyduck adeptly adjusted its position mid-fall like an acrobat. In the blink of an eye, it expelled a massive flame from its mouth, resembling a burning meteor hurtling straight towards Charizard. Charizard, disperse it with Dragon Claw. Ash commanded without hesitation. Charizard stretched out its razor-sharp claws, meeting the blazing heat wave head-on. A thunderous crash resonated as the claws collided with the flames, scattering Psyduck's fiery attack. Yet, Charizard did not cease its assault. Like a diving fighter jet, it descended rapidly upon Psyduck, unleashing a relentless barrage of claw strikes. Although Psyduck fought valiantly to defend itself, it gradually found itself overwhelmed by Charizard's ferocious onslaught. Observing this, Shaber inhaled deeply and shouted, Psyduck, deliver the final blow, overheat. At Shaber's command, Psyduck's flames surged dramatically, appearing to channel all its strength into this ultimate strike. It opened its mouth, releasing a flame more intense than any prior, akin to a volcanic eruption, hurtling directly towards Charizard. Ash's resolve remained steadfast as he commanded, Charizard, unleash your most powerful flamethrower. Charizard, responding to Ash's directive, opened its mouth wide, gathering a radiant golden flame. This flame was brighter and more potent than any before, embodying the very essence of Charizard's strength. The two flames collided in the air with a cataclysmic roar. The entire volcano trembled under the sheer force of the impact. As if on the brink of collapse, a colossal shockwave surged outward, lifting rocks and dust into the air. As the smoke began to dissipate, everyone finally beheld the battlefield. Psyduck lay defeated upon the ground, incapacitated, while Charizard, though also grounded and panting heavily, retained a fierce determination in its eyes, embodying an unyielding spirit. Psyduck. Shaber recalled his Pokémon, then approached Ash, presenting him with a deep crimson badge. You have triumphed, Ash. This badge is now yours. Your Pokémon are formidable, and your trust and bond with them command my admiration. Ash accepted the badge, exhilarated. Thank you, Mr. Shaber. This victory belongs to Charizard, Blastoise, and everyone. Blastoise and Charizard moved to Ash's side, with Blastoise nuzzling his arm and Charizard gently patting his shoulder with its wing. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the Deep Crimson Badge, along with a reward of 1,000 battle points. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to evolve all 3 starter Pokémon to their final forms. You have been awarded the Mega Evolution Keystone, as well as the Mega Stones for Charizard X, Venusaur, and Blastoise. As Shabo gazed at them, he suddenly remarked, by the way, Ash, there's something you might find intriguing. Recently, sightings of Moltres have been reported near the volcanic crater of Red Lotus Island, and some have claimed to have seen Articuno near Twin Island. Both of these are legendary Pokémon. If you are interested, you might want to investigate. Moltres and Articuno? Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated the opportunity to encounter them. Thank you, Mr. Shabo. I will definitely check it out. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the magma in the crater glowed with a fiery, orange hue. Ash and his companions stood on a platform, gazing out at the distant sea. First, let us head to the Pokémon Center to allow everyone some rest. And then we'll decide where to search for the legendary Pokémon. Ash clenched the deep crimson badge in his hand, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 38. Capturing Moltres inside the Pokémon Center of Red Lotus Island. The cool air conditioning dispelled the heat from outside. Ash seated himself before the communicator, his fingers deftly pressing the buttons. The moment the screen illuminated, Professor Oak's bearded smile appeared, accompanied by the distant cries of a Pidgeot. Hey Ash, that grin of yours suggests you've obtained the Deep Crimson Badge. The professor waved the researcher's handbook in his hand, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Professor, you're amazing, Ash exclaimed, raising the Deep Crimson Badge, which shimmered like agate under the lights. Not only did I acquire the badge, but my Squirtle has also evolved into Blastoise. By the way, I'd like to propose an exchange. Please send back Blastoise and Venusaur, and in return, I would appreciate it if you could send over the Zapdos and Aerodactyl I previously captured. We're setting off to find Moltres. Moltres? The professor sat up straight, his tone instantly serious. That is a legendary Pokémon. You must exercise utmost caution. Exchanging is no problem, but Blastoise and Venusaur have just undergone a fierce battle, so I will ensure they are well taken care of. The transmission device quickly whirred to life as Ash placed the Pokeballs containing Blastoise and Venusaur into the designated slot. A flash of red light enveloped the space, and the two Pokeballs vanished into the transfer chamber. Moments later, two brilliant beams of red light descended, revealing the Pokeballs containing Zapdos and Aerodactyl, which settled securely within the chamber. Ash carefully retrieved the Pokeballs, feeling the potent energy emanating from within, unable to suppress a smile. Zapdos and Aerodactyl. It's been a while. Ash gently shook the Pokeball. This time, I'll be relying on you to help find Moltres. Beside him, Misty, cradling Togepi, leaned closer with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Zapdos. I've never seen it battle since you captured it. Brock, ever the strategist, remarked. The terrain near the volcano is treacherous, with magma activity. We must be prepared with first aid supplies and heat-resistant gear. A white Eevee peeked out from Ash's backpack, chirping excitedly at the Pokeball containing Zapdos, seemingly eager to witness the legendary Pokémon. Pikachu leapt onto Ash's shoulder, its tail crackling with faint electric sparks, as if resonating with Zapdos' energy. Equipped with their gear, the group set off towards the active volcano near Red Lotus Island. The closer they approached, the stronger the sulfuric scent became, and the ground grew increasingly scorching. There's the crater. Brock pointed towards the smoke billowing from the mountain's mouth. Be careful where you step. We wouldn't want to misplace our footing. Upon reaching the volcano's platform, a sudden wave of scorching wind swept through, accompanied by a resounding cry. Ash looked up to behold a Pokémon, its body cloaked in fiery feathers, soaring forth from the smoke of the crater. Golden flames danced upon its wings, and sunlight glimmered off its plumage, resembling a blazing sun. That is Moltres. Misty gasped, covering her mouth in excitement, while Togepi peeked out, curiously observing the fiery Pokémon above. Moltres circled above the crater, its keen eyes scanning Ash and his companions, seemingly sensing Zapdos' presence, and let out a challenging cry. Ash tightened his grip on the Pokeball. Zapdos, it's your turn. With a flash of red light, Zapdos unfurled its golden wings, appearing amidst a thunderous roar. It called out to Moltres, its form crackling with golden electricity, starkly contrasting with the flames of Moltres. Aerodactyl also emerged from its Pokeball, its massive wings stirring up a fierce wind as it let out a low growl directed at Moltres. The three legendary Pokémon stood in a breathtaking standoff. Brock could not contain his awe. Moltres initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Zapdos. Zapdos, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Zapdos surged with electric energy, unleashing a strong current that collided with the flames, resulting in a blinding burst of light. Seizing the moment, Aerodactyl attacked from the side, its hardened wings sweeping towards Moltres. Moltres skillfully evaded, flapping its wings to send a shower of embers flying towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, use Rock Tomb. Ash shouted. Aerodactyl released energy towards the ground, causing massive boulders to rise up and shield against the fiery assault. Misty, observing the aerial battle, inquired with concern, Ash, although Zapdos and Aerodactyl are formidable, it seems Moltres is holding its ground. What should we do? Taking a deep breath, Ash's gaze fell resolutely upon Charizard's Pokeball. It's time to unleash that move. Charizard, come forth. Charizard soared from its Pokeball, its golden wings unfurling as it let out a powerful roar directed at Moltres. Ash produced a red Mega Evolution Keystone from his backpack and equipped Charizard with its corresponding Mega Stone, declaring, Charizard, let them witness our full strength. Mega Evolve. The Mega Evolution Keystone and Mega Stone radiated dazzling light, enveloping Charizard in golden energy. Its form expanded, wings broadened, claws and fangs sharpened, entwined with deep blue flames, until it transformed into the magnificent form of Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X. Classification: Flame Pokemon. Type: Fire. Dragon. Gender: Male. Ability: Tough Claws. Increases the power of contact moves. Potential: Blue. A Supreme Dragon's essence completes its former limitations. Strength: Mid-tier Gym. Moves: Flamethrower, Dragon Claw. Earthquake, Flame Burst, Dragon Tail. Item: Charcoal. What is this? Misty gasped in shock, her mouth agape. How did Charizard become like this? Brock, equally astounded, exclaimed, I've never seen this evolution form before. As Ash observed the battle unfolding in the sky, he explained, "This is called mega evolution, a special state that transcends ordinary evolution. It requires a robust bond between trainer and Pokémon, along with a mega evolution keystone and the corresponding megastone to trigger. A Pokémon that undergoes mega evolution sees a significant enhancement in its abilities." Upon witnessing Charizard's transformation, Moltres' eyes flickered with caution as it unleashed another fiery attack towards Charizard. "Charizard, disperse it with Dragon Claw," Ash commanded. With its blue glowing claws, Charizard effortlessly shattered the incoming flames, then swiftly charged towards Moltres, striking fiercely with its claws against its wings. Moltres emitted a pained cry, and the flames upon its wings dimmed slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zapdos unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking Moltres squarely. The fossilized pterodactyl surged forward, utilizing its head to ram into the flame bird, sending it crashing against the rocky wall of the volcano's mouth. This was the moment. Ash retrieved an Ultra Ball, carefully aiming before throwing it towards the flame bird. The Ultra Ball arced gracefully through the air, striking the flame bird with pinpoint accuracy and ensnaring it within. The Pokeball trembled thrice in the air, emitting a soft chime before settling down. "We have succeeded. We have captured the flame bird," Ash exclaimed with excitement as he rushed over to pick up the Ultra Ball. The aura of the bond felt the flame bird's presence inside. Though it still exhibited a hint of restlessness, it had come to terms with its capture. Flame bird, classification, flame Pokemon, type, fire. Flying, gender, male. Ability, flame body, may occasionally inflict a burn status on opponents that come into contact. Qualification, purple, strength, mid-gym, moves, flamethrower, air slash, ancient power. Overheat, item, none ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing the flame bird. Rewards, 5,000 battle points, 10 Ultra Balls, and 5 medium candies. Charizard's Mega Evolution form gradually faded, reverting to its standard form. It flew beside Ash, affectionately nuzzling his shoulder with a contented chirp. Zapdos and the fossilized pterodactyl also landed on the platform, with Zapdos calling out to Ash as if celebrating their triumph. Mega Evolution is truly remarkable. Misty approached. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the evolution keystone in Ash's hand. "Will we be able to witness Charizard's Mega Evolution again?" Ash nodded with a smile. "Of course. As long as our bond remains, Mega Evolution can be triggered at any time." Brock added earnestly, "I never anticipated such a wondrous battle system. I have truly gained insight this time." The white EV leapt into Ash's arms, uttering a few curious sounds towards the Ultra Ball containing the flame bird, seemingly eager to greet its new companion. Pikachu nuzzled Ash's cheek, its tail wagging joyfully. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center on Fiery Island, Ash dialed Professor Oak's number once more. The professor, seeing the Ultra Ball containing the flame bird, was so astonished that his glasses nearly slipped off. You truly captured the flame bird." "Yes, Professor," Ash replied with a grin. "However, legendary Pokémon require more specialized care. I'd like to send it back for you to study and protect. When I am strong enough, I will let it accompany me on my journey." "Absolutely, absolutely." The professor nodded excitedly. "I will immediately prepare a designated habitat to ensure the flame bird's safety." The teleportation device activated again, and the Ultra Ball containing the flame bird vanished in a flash of red light. Ash gazed at the empty teleportation chamber, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that capturing the flame bird was not merely a victory in adventure, but a testament to the bond he shared with his Pokémon. "Where shall we go next?" Misty inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ash looked out at the setting sun, tightening his grip on the deep crimson badge. "Let's head to Twin Island. Perhaps we might encounter Articuno. Then we shall continue to challenge the gyms, advancing towards the Pokémon League." Charizard emitted a resounding cry, seemingly in agreement with Ash's decision. The white EV, Pikachu, Zapdos, and the fossilized pterodactyl gathered around, the air thick with the essence of camaraderie. Chapter 39, Capturing Articuno. In the Pokémon Center on Fiery Island, the morning sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the floor. The white EV curled up beside Ash's pillow, its delicate pink nose twitching gently with each breath. Pikachu leaped from the nightstand onto the bed, playfully tapping Ash's cheek with its tail, its cheerful cries rousing him from slumber. "Good morning, Pikachu, EV." Ash rubbed his eyes and affectionately patted the heads of his two Pokémon, feeling their abundant vitality through the bond, before rising with a smile. "Today, we shall venture to Twin Island to seek Articuno. Let's inform Professor Oak first." Upon entering the communication room, Ash pressed the call button, and Professor Oak's image promptly appeared on the screen, holding a tray filled with berries. with a research notebook on Flame Bird resting on the lab table behind him. "Hello, Ash. You look quite spirited. Are you preparing to set off for Twin Island?" "How did you know, Professor?" Ash raised an eyebrow in surprise, quickly realizing that Brock must have informed him. "Haha, you guessed correctly." The professor chuckled, taking a bite of a berry. "But you must exercise extra caution in your search for Articuno. Twin Island is perpetually covered in ice and snow, with extremely low temperatures. And Articuno wields the power of frost, making it even more formidable than Flame Bird. Rest assured, Professor, we are well equipped with winter gear, and we have Zapdos, the fossilized pterodactyl, and Charizard to assist us." Ash patted the Pokeballs at his side, promising to send Articuno back to you for research as soon as we capture it. After ending the call, Brock had already prepared the winter clothes and first aid kit, while Misty was adding an extra layer of warm fleece to Togepi's egg hat. "All set. Let's embark." Ash hoisted his backpack, with Pikachu leaping onto his shoulder, and the white Eevee burrowing into the insulated compartment of the bag, revealing only its bright, round eyes. As they traveled on the ferry towards Twin Island, a biting wind swept across the sea, and the distant Twin Island resembled two jewels of ice and snow, eternally glistening under the sun's rays. "It's so cold," Misty exclaimed, shivering as she tightened her winter gear. Brock produced warm drinks from his backpack, distributing them to everyone. "Have some hot drinks to warm yourselves. The temperatures on the island will be even lower, so please be cautious and avoid frostbite." Upon disembarking at Twin Island, the snow beneath their feet reached their ankles, crunching with every step. The island was blanketed in a thick layer of ice, the branches adorned with icicles, while the chilling wind howled through the valleys, producing a mournful sound. Articuno should be located in the core area of Twin Island, where a massive ice cave resides. Ash pointed towards the distant ice mountain, recalling his memories from before the journey. After trekking for over half an hour, a colossal ice cave came into view, emanating an excruciating coldness, with the ground around it covered in a thick layer of ice. Suddenly, a sharp cry resonated from deep within the ice cave, followed by the emergence of a majestic figure cloaked in icy blue feathers, crowned with a crystalline plume atop its head, its chest adorned with fluffy white plumage, an elongated tail feathers fluttering elegantly. When its broad wings unfurled, it seemed capable of summoning frigid winds. Its piercing gaze concealed mysterious power, exuding the dignified and stern aura of the guardian of the Frost Plains. "Articuno. There it is, Articuno," Misty whispered, her excitement barely contained as she sought to avoid startling it. Articuno circled above the ice cave, its sharp eyes scanning Ash and his companions, seemingly detecting Zapdos' presence. With a powerful flap of its wings, a barrage of ice shards hurtled towards them. "Zapdos, come forth." Ash threw a Pokeball. Zapdos emerged, its blue wings crackling with electricity, issuing a cry towards Articuno. As several bolts of lightning struck down upon the ice shards, the fossilized pterodactyl also soared from its Pokeball, its massive wings stirring up a tempest, letting out a deep roar directed at Articuno. 3 legendary Pokémon were about to engage in battle. Brock clenched his fists, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Articuno initiated the assault, unleashing a piercing icy frost beam aimed at Zapdos. "Zapdos, use Thunderbolt," Ash commanded. Zapdos' body surged with electricity, and a robust current collided with the frost beam, enveloping the air in a dense mist, while a thin layer of ice formed upon the ground. The fossilized Pteranodon seized the opportunity to launch a side attack, its hard head aimed at the Articuno. The Articuno deftly evaded, flapping its wings and sending countless ice needles hurtling towards the Pteranodon. "Pteranodon, create a rock barrier," Ash shouted. The Pteranodon unleashed energy towards the ground, causing massive rocks to rise and shield against the icy assault. Misty, observing the aerial battle, anxiously remarked, "Articuno's speed is astonishing, and its frost attacks cover a vast area." Zapdos and Pteranodon seemed to be struggling. Ash nodded, his gaze resolute as he looked at Charizard's Pokeball. "It's time for Charizard to take the stage. Charizard, I'm counting on you." Charizard soared from its Pokeball, unfurling its golden wings and letting out a resounding roar directed at Articuno. The Mega Evolution stone adorning its neck glimmered with a red light, signaling its readiness for Mega Evolution. "Charizard Mega Evolve," Ash declared, producing the Evolution Keystone, which shone in tandem with the Mega Evolution Stone. Golden energy enveloped Charizard, augmenting its size, broadening its wings, sharpening its claws and fangs, and cloaking it in deep blue flames, ultimately transforming it into Mega Charizard X. "Wow. Mega Evolution is so amazing. It's breathtaking every time," Misty exclaimed in awe. Brock nodded vigorously. The power of Mega Charizard is even more formidable than before. Upon witnessing Charizard's transformation, Articuno's eyes flickered with caution as it unleashed another icy beam towards Mega Charizard. Charizard, disperse it with Dragon Claw, Ash commanded. Charizard extended its glowing blue claws, effortlessly scattering the icy ray, then swiftly closed the distance to Articuno, striking its wing forcefully. Articuno let out a pained cry, losing a few feathers, but quickly adjusted its stance and retaliated with a freezing beam. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard unleashed deep blue flames, clashing with the freezing beam in a violent explosion that shattered the surrounding ice. Seizing the moment, Zapdos shot a bolt of lightning that struck Articuno. The Pteranodon charged forward, flapping its wings against Articuno, sending it crashing into a nearby ice mountain. Now's our chance, Ash exclaimed, pulling out an Ultra Ball and aiming it at Articuno. The Ultra Ball traced an arc through the air, precisely hitting Articuno and capturing it. The ball shook 3 times in the air before emitting a soft chime and stabilizing. We did it. We captured Articuno, Ash exclaimed excitedly as he rushed to pick up the Ultra Ball, feeling the presence of Articuno within. Still a bit restless, but gradually calming down. Articuno. Category: Freeze Pokémon. Type: Ice, Flying. Gender: Male. Ability: Snow Cloak. Evasion increases in hail weather. Potential: Purple. Strength: Mid-tier Gym. Moves: Ice Beam, Blizzard, Ancient Power, Roost, Mist. Held item: None. Ding. Congratulations, the host has captured Articuno, earning 5,000 battle points, 10 Ultra Balls, and 5 medium candies. Ding. Congratulations, the host has gathered all 3 legendary birds, earning 100,000 battle points, 1 Master Ball, and 5 medium candies. The Mega Evolution form of Charizard gradually faded, reverting to its normal state as it flew to Ash's side, nudging his shoulder with its head and emitting a satisfied chirp. Zapdos and the Pteranodon landed as well, with Zapdos calling out to Ash as if celebrating their victory. This is fantastic. We've captured all 3 legendary birds, Misty exclaimed, jumping with excitement, while Togepi popped its head out of her arms, calling out curiously at the Ultra Ball containing Articuno. Brock smiled and remarked, Ash, your skills are growing stronger. You've even captured legendary Pokémon. A white Eevee jumped out of Ash's backpack, uttering a few sounds toward the Ultra Ball containing Articuno, seemingly eager to greet its new companion. Pikachu also nuzzled Ash's cheek, its tail wagging happily. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center on Fire Island, Ash promptly dialed Professor Oak. The professor's eyes widened in disbelief as he spotted the Ultra Ball containing Articuno, causing his research manual to fall from his hands. Hey Ash, how long have you been traveling, and you've already captured the legendary birds? This is simply incredible. Just good luck. And I owe a lot to Charizard and the others for their help, Ash chuckled, scratching his head. Professor, I'd like to send Articuno, Zapdos, and the Pteranodon back. Could you please take care of them? Additionally, could you send me the Dragonair and Gengar I captured earlier? Also, I'd like to request the removal of the Pokeball limit. Absolutely. No problem. The professor quickly replied, picking up his manual, his excitement palpable. I'll submit the application to lift the Pokeball limit immediately. With your capture of the legendary birds, it should definitely be approved. However, even if I submit it, you'll still only be able to carry 9 Pokemon for now. Once your strength increases and you contribute more, we can lift the limit further. I'll send over Dragonair and the shiny Gengar right away. Make sure to train them well. The transmission device activated, and the Pokeballs containing Articuno, Zapdos, and the Pteranodon vanished in a flash of red light. Moments later, the Pokeballs containing Dragonair and Gengar landed steadily in the transmission chamber. Ash carefully picked up the Pokeballs, feeling the gentle energy emanating from within, a smile creeping onto his face. Dragonair, Gengar, welcome back. Ash gently shook the Pokeballs. From now on, we will embark on adventures together and grow stronger. Misty leaned closer, curiously eyeing the Pokeball containing Dragonair. Dragonair is quite a rare Pokemon. Once it evolves, it will become a powerful Dragonite. You must train it well. Brock added seriously, Gengar is also quite strong, and with its unique attributes, it will surely be a great asset in battles. Ash nodded, gazing out at the setting sun, gripping the Pokeball tightly. Next, we will continue challenging gyms as we advance towards the Pokemon League. With everyone by my side, I am certain I will realize my dream. Chapter 40. The Eve of Special Training. The morning light on Fire Island filtered through the glass windows of the Pokemon Center, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The white Eevee curled up on Ash's lap, its delicate pink paws resting softly on his hand, while Pikachu perched on a nearby table, playfully nudging an orange berry with its tail, producing gentle Pika-Pika sounds. Ash, Do you think the professor will respond about lifting the Pokeball limit today? Misty asked, carrying 3 cups of hot milk as she approached the table, placing them down. Togepi peered out from her arms, curiously staring at the orange berry beneath Pikachu's paws. Brock, organizing his backpack nearby, looked up and said, given Ash's contribution in capturing the legendary birds, the application should definitely be approved. We just need to wait for the professor's message. Ash smiled as he picked up a cup of milk, his fingers lightly brushing against Eevee's fur. Don't worry. I've already arranged a call with the professor this morning. He might be waiting for us right now. Just as he finished speaking, the communicator suddenly lit up, revealing Professor Oak's smiling face on the screen. Behind him, shelves brimming with Pokeballs were visible, with those containing Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos prominently displayed. Hey Ash, you've arrived just in time. The doctor raised the document in his hand, a gleam of joy sparkling in his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses. The application to lift the restrictions on the Pokeballs had been approved. Now, you could carry up to 9 Pokemon at most. Furthermore, as long as you continued to contribute, you could apply for further exemptions. This is wonderful, Ash exclaimed, rising with excitement. Eevee, startled by his sudden movement, rubbed its eyes and snuggled back into his embrace. Doctor, could you please transfer my Arcanine, Pidgeot, and Jigglypuff? We intend to find an uninhabited island for intensive training, and it would be perfect for them to join in. Absolutely, replied the doctor as he pressed the transfer button. By the way, I've organized your Pokemon list. You can exchange Pokemon through the transfer device at any time. Just let me know if you need assistance. The transfer chamber lit up with a red glow, and 3 Pokeballs slowly descended into the slots. Ash carefully picked up the Pokeballs, and with a gentle sweep of his aura, he sensed the vitality of Arcanine, the steadiness of Pidgeot, and the playfulness of Jigglypuff, all vividly conveyed to him. Arcanine, Pidgeot, Jigglypuff, it's been a while, he said, gently shaking the Pokeballs, his voice brimming with anticipation. I'm counting on you for this special training. Wow, it's Pidgeot. Misty chimed in, her eyes sparkling. When I saw it in the Viridian Forest, I thought it was incredibly handsome, and it must be even stronger now. Brock gazed at the Pokeball containing Arcanine, nodding in agreement. Arcanine has an exceptional sense of smell. During our training, it can help us stay alert to any dangers. Jigglypuff's lullabies will also assist everyone in relaxing during breaks. After organizing their belongings, Ash and his companions arrived at the commercial street of Fire Island. Misty paused in front of a jewelry shop, picking up a collar adorned with blue shells. This would look splendid on my Gyarados. Brock, meanwhile, stocked up on a large supply of compressed biscuits and energy cubes from a provision store. Intensive training consumes a lot of energy. We must prepare ample food. These energy cubes can swiftly replenish our Pokemon stamina. Ash entered a supplies shop, purchasing several boxes of high-grade healing potions and awakening agents. Training inevitably leads to injuries. These items will allow for timely healing of our Pokemon. A white Eevee poked its head out of Ash's backpack, calling out to a rainbow candy on the shelf. Ash chuckled, picking up the candy and handing it to the little one. I knew you'd want this. Once their shopping concluded, they boarded a small ferry to a nearby deserted island. The island was cloaked in dense forest, with pristine sandy shores lining the coast and a stretch of open grassland in the distance, the perfect locale for their training. This place is fantastic. It has both forest and grassland, and we can train water-type Pokemon by the sea, Misty exclaimed, sprinting towards the beach, where Togepi waved its tiny hands joyfully in her arms. Brock began setting up a tent. I'll get the campsite ready. You can let the Pokemon out to stretch and acclimate to the environment. Ash nodded, retrieving the Pokeballs. Come on out, everyone. In a flash of red light, Charizard spread its golden wings and let out a resounding roar, while Dratini curiously wandered along the beach, its light blue scales shimmering. Shiny Gengar floated in the air, making faces at the ocean, and shiny Gyarados gracefully landed on a rock, holding a spoon. Arcanine trotted over cheerfully, nuzzling Ash's hand, while Pidgeot soared above the island before landing beside him, and Jigglypuff sat down, pulling out a microphone, softly humming a tune. So many Pokemon. Misty marveled at the gathering, unable to contain her awe. Pidgeot seems to have grown even larger, and Arcanine remains so lively. Brock added with a smile, Gengar's gray skin is quite unique, and Gyarados' silver spoon is beautiful. These are all rare Pokemon. Ash stroked Arcanine's head and suddenly recalled the Mega Evolution Stones in the system shop. Casually, he opened the system interface in his mind, his fingers gliding over the virtual screen. System, purchase 1 Mega Evolution Stone for Gengar, 1 for Pidgeot, 2 for Gyarados, 1 for Aerodactyl, 1 for Steelix, and 2 Keystone Stones. Ding! The purchase was successful, and the items were stored in the system space. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Ash's mind. He pretended to pull several translucent stones from his backpack. The Jengar Mega Evolution Stone was a deep gray, shimmering with an ethereal glow, while the Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stone was golden, resembling a diminutive sun. The Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone was a deep blue, adorned with wave-like patterns. The Aerodactyl Mega Evolution Stone was brown, textured like rock, and the Steelix Mega Evolution Stone was silver-gray, embedded with diamond-like crystals. These are Mega Evolution Stones, Misty said curiously, picking up a Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone, feeling its icy touch. Ash, how did you acquire so many Mega Evolution Stones? Brock leaned in, astonished as he examined the Steelix Mega Evolution Stone. This one looks just like Steelix's Mega Evolution Stone. I've never seen one before. Ash smiled as he explained. I stumbled upon these during my travels. I just never had the opportunity to use them. Now that we're training, it's the perfect time to give them a try. He handed the Jengar Mega Evolution Stone to Shiny Jengar. Jengar, this is for you. You'll become even stronger after Mega Evolution. He then passed the Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stone to Pidgeot. Pidgeot, this is yours. Let us see if you can trigger your Mega Evolution. Shiny Jengar took the Mega Evolution Stone, which instantly melded into its body, causing it to grow slightly larger. Enveloped in a soft gray glow, Pidgeot grasped the Mega Evolution Stone in its beak, and the stone transformed into a golden light, swirling around its wings. Ash then picked up 2 Keystone Stones, embedding them in 2 silver collars. Misty, this Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone are for you. Your Gyarados is well suited for Mega Evolution. Brock, this Steelix Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone are for you. Once your Onix evolves into Steelix, it can utilize this for Mega Evolution. Really? Misty exclaimed, eagerly accepting the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. Thank you, Ash. I will train Gyarados diligently to master Mega Evolution. Brock solemnly accepted the stones. Thank you so much, Ash. Onix has always worked hard. I believe it will unleash the power of Mega Evolution once it evolves into Steelix. With that, the intense training officially commenced. Ash divided the Pokémon into 2 groups. Charizard, Pidgeot, and Arcanine formed one group to engage in aerial combat and speed training on the grassland, while Dratini, Shiny Jengar, and Shiny Gyarados formed the other group for strength and technique training in the forest. Jigglypuff would help restore everyone's stamina with its songs during breaks. Charizard, use Flamethrower to attack that boulder, Ash commanded, pointing to a massive rock in the distance. Charizard immediately unleashed a stream of golden flames, reducing the rock to ashes. Pidgeot, attack with your wings, Ash shouted as Pidgeot soared through the air. Pidgeot dove down, its wings sweeping across the ground, stirring up a whirlwind that sent debris flying into the sky. Arcanine was engaged in scent training. Ash had hidden a scented handkerchief in the forest. Arcanine, find it. Arcanine perked up its ears, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. It quickly located the handkerchief, bounding back with excitement, its tail wagging in anticipation of praise. Meanwhile, Dratini practiced Dragon Pulse, unleashing a blue energy wave at a boulder, which was punctured with a significant hole. Shiny Jengar was working on Shadow Ball, sending a black sphere of energy crashing into a tree trunk, which exploded instantly. Shiny Gyarados held a spoon, using telekinesis to levitate several rocks in the air. Then with a gentle flick, they landed precisely in designated spots. It's time to try Mega Evolution. Ash observed that everyone had nearly completed their training, and he took out the Mega Stone, exclaiming, Charizard, Mega Evolve. The Mega Stone on Charizard glowed with a vibrant red light, resonating with the keystone in Ash's hand. A golden energy enveloped its form, swiftly transforming it into Mega Charizard X. Pidgeot, you should give it a try too, Ash called out again. The Mega Stone on Pidgeot illuminated with a golden glow, its physique expanding dramatically, while its creamy feathers transformed into pure white, with blue tips adorning its tail and wings. A trio of vivid red feathers sprouted from its crown, revealing the majestic Mega Pidgeot, golden. Wow, Mega Pidgeot is stunning. The golden feathers are simply dazzling, Misty exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Brock also marveled. The aura of Pidgeot after Mega Evolution is several times stronger than before, and its speed has surely increased significantly. The Shiny Jengar, unable to contain its eagerness, triggered its Mega Evolution, enveloped in a deep gray energy. Its form sprouted spikes, its lower half transformed into a purplish-red hue, and a yellow hollow coin appeared on its forehead, revealing Mega Jengar, white. Incredible! Shiny Jengar turns white after Mega Evolution. How unique! Misty gasped in surprise. Ash nodded with a smile. Each shiny Pokémon has a distinct form after Mega Evolution. Jengar looks quite dashing in this guise. In the ensuing days, Ash and his companions returned to Fiery Island daily to exchange Pokémon. Except for Pikachu, Eevee, Dratini, and Houndour, the other Pokémon took turns undergoing rigorous training. Misty's Gyarados also successfully triggered its Mega Evolution, spewing water from its side jets as it soared above the sea, moving so swiftly that it was nearly a blur. Brock's Onix evolved into Steelix during training, and upon donning the Mega Stone, it transformed into Mega Steelix, its metallic shards spinning at its neck, and the diamond tip of its tail gleaming brightly. One evening, as they rested by the seaside, Dratini suddenly let out a loud cry, its body beginning to glow. Its pale blue scales became more vibrant, its form expanding. This was the radiance of evolution. As the light faded, a sleek creature emerged, adorned with pale blue scales. Elongated in shape, its body cloaked in sapphire-colored scales and a bright white underbelly. It had a pair of glossy black eyes, a small white horn sprouting from its forehead, and two diminutive wing-like fins at its sides. Dratini evolved into Dragonair. Ash exclaimed, rushing over as Dragonair affectionately nudged its head against his cheek, emitting a gentle coo. Misty and Brock gathered around, with Misty marveling. Dragonair is so beautiful. Its pale blue scales sparkle in the sunset. It's simply magical. Brock nodded in agreement. Dragonair's speed and strength surpass those of Dratini significantly. This will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset in future training. Ash gazed at his companions, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Charizard, Dragonair, Mega Gengar, Mega Pidgeot. Each Pokémon was continuously evolving through their rigorous training, and he, too, was growing stronger through the bonds he shared with them. Chapter 41. The special training commences. The fading sunlight bathed the deserted island's sandy shores in golden hues, the gentle waves lapping at the shoreline with a soothing sound. Ash sat upon a rock, watching the Pokémon train before him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Dragonair darted gracefully across the water's surface, its pale blue scales glimmering in the sunset. Mega Pidgeot, golden, circled in the air, its wings slicing through the atmosphere, leaving trails of golden afterimages. Meanwhile, Mega Gengar, white, practiced its invisibility at the forest's edge, disappearing and reappearing suddenly, prompting Houndour to bark excitedly at the unseen air. Ash, dinner is ready. Brock's voice rang out from the camp. He had prepared a steaming pot of Pokémon food, its aroma wafting through the air, enticing the training Pokémon to gather around. Jigglypuff sat by the pot, gently stirring the food with a spoon while humming a cheerful tune. Ash stood and walked toward the camp, with Eevee leaping from his backpack to joyfully scamper to the pot, wagging its tail at Brock. Pikachu hopped onto his shoulder, pointing at the food and chattering eagerly, as if urging for the meal to commence. Don't rush. Everyone gets a share, Brock chuckled, serving each Pokémon a bowl of food, specially enhanced with stamina-boosting berries for their final day of training. Misty fed Togepi a small piece of special food, then picked up her bowl, gazing at Dragonair frolicking on the water's surface, exclaiming, I never imagined Dratini would evolve into Dragonair so quickly. Ash, you must have devoted a lot of effort to training it. Ash scooped a spoonful of food and offered it to Eevee. It's not just me. Dratini has worked exceptionally hard, and its mastery of Dragon-type energy is impressive. Evolution was merely a matter of time. Pausing, he looked toward the distant sea. Tomorrow is the last day of training. We need to ensure Aerodactyl and Gyarados master their Mega Evolutions before we prepare to leave Fiery Island and continue our gym challenges. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ash was awakened by a loud cry. Stepping out of his tent, he saw Pidgeot soaring above, calling out towards the eastern sky. Pidgeot, what's wrong? Ash inquired, puzzled. Pidgeot swooped down, pointing its wing towards the depths of the forest. Immediately, Ash roused Misty and Brock, leading Pikachu and Eevee deeper into the woods. As they entered the forest, a low growl echoed through the air. It's Aerodactyl. Ash's heart raced. He quickened his pace, arriving to see Aerodactyl attacking a massive rock, which was riddled with cracks. Aerodactyl, what are you doing? Ash shouted. Aerodactyl turned its head, letting out a couple of cries, seemingly expressing its frustration. Using his aura abilities, Ash sensed its agitation stemmed from its inability to master Mega Evolution. He retrieved Aerodactyl's Mega Stone, approaching it to say, Don't fret. Today we will train together, and you will surely master Mega Evolution. Aerodactyl accepted the Mega Stone, which melded into its being, enveloping it in a brown glow. Ash produced the keystone and declared, Aerodactyl, focus and feel the power of the Mega Stone. Aerodactyl closed its eyes, its form beginning to shift, growing larger as the rocks on its body became harder than diamonds, and the spikes on its wings sharpened. Mega Aerodactyl. We did it. Aerodactyl has Mega evolved. Misty shouted, filled with excitement. Brock nodded. Mega Aerodactyl's defense and attack power have significantly increased. It will be invaluable in future battles. Next was Gyarados' training. Ash tossed the Pokeball containing his Gyarados into the air. A flash of red light revealed a resplendent red Gyarados skimming across the ocean. Gyarados, let us try Mega Evolution. Ash tossed the Mega Stone to it, which merged into Gyarados' body. It glowed a deep blue, its form expanding further. And jets appeared along its sides. Mega Gyarados. Mega Gyarados unleashed a torrent of water from its jets, soaring swiftly across the sea and creating white frothy waves. What incredible speed! Misty marveled. It's even faster than my Gyarados. Ash smiled. Your Gyarados is also formidable. With more practice, it will surely surpass this one. The special training continued, with Mega Aerodactyl practicing rock slide mid-air, shooting energy towards the ground, causing massive rocks to rise and land precisely in designated spots. The magnificent Gyarados practiced its water spout technique upon the ocean's surface, its tail entwined with a powerful current, striking the water and sending forth colossal splashes. Meanwhile, the Dratini was engaged in training its Dragon Pulse, releasing a cerulean wave of energy toward a rock, which was instantly shattered into fragments. The Houndour was honing its Fire Fang, its teeth enveloped in flames as it bit into a stout tree trunk, which quickly succumbed to smoldering embers. During the midday respite, Ash suddenly recalled that he had yet to conduct Mega Evolution training with his Venusaur and Blastoise. He promptly contacted Professor Oak, summoning them forth. Venusaur, Blastoise. It has been quite a while, Ash exclaimed with a smile. Venusaur nodded in acknowledgement, while Blastoise affectionately nudged Ash's arm with its head. Let us try Mega Evolution, Ash declared, handing each of them their respective Megastones. A verdant glow enveloped Venusaur, causing the flower on its back to burgeon in size. With 4 vines cascading down from its trunk, and a deep green mark appearing on its forehead, Mega Venusaur. Blastoise was enveloped in a cerulean light. Many cannons sprouting from its arms, its shell's dual turrets merging into a singular colossal cannon, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Mega Blastoise. Mega Venusaur looks so imposing, Misty marveled. Noting how the flower had grown significantly larger and the vines had thickened, Brock observed Mega Blastoise and nodded, remarking, the power of Mega Blastoise's cannon appears formidable, undoubtedly extending its attack range. The afternoon training intensified, with Mega Venusaur ensnaring a massive rock with its vines and effortlessly flinging it far away. Mega Blastoise unleashed a torrent of water from its cannon toward the sea, the stream forming a towering column in the air, showcasing tremendous might. As dusk descended, the final day of special training drew to a close. All the Pokémon lay exhausted upon the ground, panting heavily, yet their eyes sparkled with satisfaction and excitement. Ash gazed at them, pride swelling in his heart. Everyone has worked so hard. Throughout this period of intensive training, you have all made remarkable progress, and I am immensely proud of you. He retrieved Pokeballs, recalling all his Pokémon except for Pikachu, Eevee, Dratini, and Houndour. Tomorrow we shall return to Orange Island, transfer the partners needing adjustment to the professor, and continue our journey. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gathering 6 Mega Evolved Pokémon. Reward, Mega Evolution Energy Amplifier X10, which enhances both the duration and power of Pokémon's Mega Evolutions. Houndour nuzzled Ash's palm, emitting a satisfied whimper, while Dratini swam over from the sea and gently nudged his shoulder, its pale blue scales glimmering softly in the sunset. Eevee curled at his feet, stifling a small yawn as its eyelids grew heavy. Misty and Brock sat nearby, observing the heartwarming scene with smiles gracing their faces. This special training, though exhausting, has proven to be tremendously meaningful. Misty stretched with a yawn. My Gyarados not only mastered Mega Evolution, but also significantly enhanced its speed and strength, granting me greater confidence in battles to come. Brock nodded, pulling a spare towel from his backpack to offer Ash. Indeed, my Steelix has grown stronger as well. The defensive capabilities of Mega Steelix have exceeded my expectations. Moreover, I have learned numerous new training methods that will enable me to care for Pokémon with greater ease in the future. That evening, they gathered around the campfire. Jigglypuff nestled in the center, softly humming a lullaby. Pikachu rested against Ash's leg, its eyes gradually closing, while Dratini coiled on the beach, its wings lightly draping over its body. Houndour lay beside the fire, occasionally stealing glances at Ash before comfortably shutting its eyes. Ash watched over his slumbering companions, quietly accessing the system interface to observe the data of his Pokémon. Each one exhibited significant improvements in levels, skills, and bond values, particularly Dratini, whose post-evolution statistics had doubled. Dratini. Classification, Pokémon. Type, Dragon. Gender, Male. Ability, Marvel Scale. Enhances defense when afflicted by status conditions. Potential, Light Purple. Enhanced due to the absorption of Ancient Dragonite S power. Strength, Mid-Elite. Moves, Rain Dance, Dragon Dance, Quick Attack, Dragon Rage, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail. Held item, none. The following morning, as dawn broke, Brock had already prepared breakfast. Once they had finished, they tidied the camp, recalling their Pokémon into their Pokeballs and ensuring all trash was packed away before boarding the ferry bound for Orange Island. Look, Weavee arrived at Orange Island, Misty exclaimed, pointing toward the distant land. Ash lifted his gaze, the outline of Orange Island becoming increasingly distinct, with the lighthouse at the harbor flickering its light. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash immediately contacted Professor Oak. As soon as the communicator connected, the professor eagerly inquired, "Ash, how was the special training? Did the Pokémon make any progress?" "Professor, the progress was substantial," Ash replied with a grin, producing a Pokeball. "My Dratini has evolved into a Dragonair, and I've enabled Aerodactyl, Gyarados, Venusaur, and Blastoise to master Mega Evolution. Misty and Brock's Pokémon have also learned it." "What?" the professor exclaimed in astonishment, rising from his chair. "Dragonair? And so many Pokémon have achieved Mega Evolution? Let me see." Ash placed the Pokeballs containing Dragonair, Mega Venusaur, and Mega Blastoise next to the transfer chamber and pressed the release button. Dragonair appeared gracefully on the screen, its pale blue scales and transparent wings dazzling the professor. Mega Venusaur, adorned with its massive flower, swayed its vines gently, while Mega Blastoise waved a claw at the screen, its colossal cannon gleaming with a metallic sheen. Absolutely astounding. The professor marveled, leaning closer to the screen. The coloration of Dragonair's scales is more vibrant than that of a typical Dragonair, undoubtedly rare. Mega Venusaur's flower is in pristine condition, exhibiting no energy depletion, and Mega Blastoise's cannon alignment is exceptional. It appears you all put forth considerable effort in your training. By the way, Professor, I would like to transfer Aerodactyl, Gyarados, Venusaur, and Blastoise back to you. Please take good care of them." Ash placed the Pokeballs into the transfer chamber. "Additionally, I need to keep Shiny Jengar and Shiny Pidgeot by my side for the upcoming journey." "Not a problem." The professor pressed the transfer button. "I will ensure they are provided with the finest habitat and undergo regular health checkups. By the way, where are you headed next? Continuing to challenge gyms?" The sea breeze still carried the scent of sulfur from Orange Island, and Ash held the communicator, his fingertips tingling with anticipation. "I plan to head to the Tojo gym first," he said, glancing at Eevee peeking out from his arms, his eyes lighting up. "I never got to formally challenge it before, and now that my partners have grown stronger, it's the perfect opportunity to rectify that. Once I acquire the Tojo badge, we will prepare wholeheartedly for the Pokemon League." "The Tojo gym?" Professor Oak's voice suddenly rose in pitch, hastily adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose. The Pokeballs containing the legendary birds glinting on the shelf behind him. "That is the final gym of the Kanto region. It is said that the current gym leader's strength is unfathomable, so be thoroughly prepared. I recall that when you previously passed through Viridian City, the gym was under renovation. Is it finally open now?" "Indeed, I previously heard from trainers on Guiron Island that the Tokiwa gym had just reopened last month, and its leader is now officially accepting challenges." Ash gently patted Pikachu's head resting on his shoulder, and the little creature nuzzled his chin in response. "Rest assured, Professor, after this intensive training, Charizard and the others have mastered Mega Evolution, and Hakuryu has successfully evolved. We are confident we will win the badge. That's the spirit, my boy. With that level of determination, you will prevail." The professor's laughter echoed through the communicator, "But do pay attention to the details during the battle. Once you succeed in your challenge, make sure to inform me of the outcome immediately." "Absolutely," Ash replied with a smile as he ended the call. Turning around, he found Misty and Brock standing behind him with their backpacks, a newly acquired portable healing kit hanging from one of them. The trio then made their way to the harbor of Guiron Island, preparing to board a ship and depart. Chapter 42. Clefairy and Jigglypuff. Ash and his companions journeyed towards the final badge in Tokiwa City, but on the way, Misty noticed that her Seadra was feeling unwell after being confined in its Pokeball for too long. Since they were very close to the Horan Gym, the three decided to visit it first. Upon their arrival, Misty was unexpectedly whisked away by her three sisters to perform a mermaid ballet in the water. This aquatic performance at the Horan Gym depicted a tale of a mermaid princess and her Pokemon being attacked by villains, only to be saved by a prince. Meanwhile, Team Rocket also arrived at the Horan Gym to cause chaos, intent on stealing water-type Pokemon. During the skirmish, as Weezing was unable to function in the water, The only opponent Ash faced was Musashi's Arbok. At a critical moment, Misty's Seal evolved into Dugong and successfully defeated Arbok, driving Team Rocket away. Despite the interruption caused by Team Rocket, the performance was a resounding success. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps between the city's towering buildings, casting golden strands of light upon the asphalt, creating a patchwork of shadows. Ash, with a bulging backpack filled with various adventure supplies and pokeballs, walked briskly along the sidewalk, his spirits high. Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, swayed its little head in rhythm with Ash's steps, occasionally brushing its cheek against his ear, seemingly sharing in his joy. Suddenly, Eevee poked its head out from the breathable pocket of the backpack, its tiny pink nose sniffing the air as its large, round eyes scanned the surroundings, eventually locking onto a cotton candy stall at the street corner. "Wow, isn't that a Clefairy?" Misty exclaimed excitedly, her voice brimming with surprise as she pointed towards the park's grassy expanse. Following her gaze, Ash spotted a small, lavender creature clutching a red berry, its round body joyfully bouncing across the grass. The antenna atop its head swayed gently with each leap, as if orchestrating a cheerful concert, looking utterly adorable. Brock, sharing her enthusiasm, nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it's a rare Clefairy. They say they occasionally appear in human cities and are quite mischievous." Without hesitation, Misty produced a Pokeball, her determination palpable. "Such a cute Pokémon. I must capture it." She dashed towards the Clefairy, while Togepi peered out from her arms, waving its tiny hands in excitement. Upon seeing Misty charging towards it, the Clefairy dropped its berry in fright and scampered away, its short legs moving swiftly as it darted into an alley. Misty sprinted after it, panting heavily, but eventually returned to the spot, defeated. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and complained, "That little creature runs far too fast." Observing her distress, Ash quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. We might encounter it again in the future." Just as he was about to suggest they buy some cotton candy, he suddenly realized that the backpack he had set down was missing. "Oh no, where's my backpack? And your luggage is gone too," Ash exclaimed, anxiously scanning the area. Misty and Brock, startled into realization, turned to the bench where their bags had been placed, and indeed, it was empty. "It must have been stolen while we were chasing after Clefairy," Misty fretted, pacing like a restless ant on a hot pan. "What should we do? We need to report this." Thus, the trio hurried towards Officer Jenny's police station. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by several citizens gathered around Officer Jenny, filing reports. Some had lost tools, others ingredients, and some children's toys. Officer Jenny wore a serious expression, her brow furrowed as she diligently recorded the complaints. She turned to Ash and his friends. "There has been a spate of thefts in the city recently, with a variety of items stolen. I have dispatched officers to investigate." At that moment, an unexpected buzzing sound shattered the tranquility, and Ash looked up, his attention caught by a sight outside the window. A silver spaceship was gliding low overhead, its peculiar shape reminiscent of something from another world. What captured their attention even more were the bulging bags hanging beneath it, seemingly filled with stolen goods. "What is that?" Brock exclaimed, pointing at the ship with disbelief. Officer Jenny's expression turned grave as she exclaimed, "That's the very spaceship." Witnesses reported seeing Clefairy descending from it to steal items. Ash reacted swiftly, pulling out a Pokeball without hesitation. "Let us go check it out. Come forth, Gyarados." With a brilliant flash of red light, a Gyarados gleaming with silver hues appeared before them. Gyarados raised its spoon, using its formidable psychic power to gently lift Ash, Brock, and Officer Jenny, allowing them to float in midair as they pursued the spaceship. The spaceship gradually descended on the outskirts of the city, ultimately landing at an abandoned factory. As the hatch opened slowly, a stream of Clefairy emerged, clutching various stolen items, jewelry, electronics, and peculiar objects Ash had never seen before. Among them, one Clefairy was even cradling Ash's backpack. "My luggage," Ash exclaimed, just as an indignant voice echoed from the factory corner. Jigglypuff, puffed up in anger, emerged, clutching a dry marker. "Jigglypuff, what are you doing here?" Ash asked in surprise. With hands on its hips and cheeks puffed out, Jigglypuff complained that its marker had also been stolen by the Clefairy. It charged towards them, its tiny fists swinging furiously. The leading Clefairy stepped forward, chattering away, seemingly trying to explain. Yet Jigglypuff paid no heed, unleashing a slap that landed squarely on the Clefairy's head. Enraged, the Clefairy retaliated, and soon a flurry of chaos erupted as they grappled. Other Clefairy attempted to assist, only to be sent tumbling by Jigglypuff's rapid-fire slaps. "Stop fighting," Ash shouted urgently, but amidst the turmoil, no one heard him. Suddenly, several Clefairy dashed forward, entangling Pikachu with their tendril-like antennae and swiftly dragging it into the spaceship. Pikachu. Ash felt a pang of anxiety, ready to pursue, when he noticed Jigglypuff following suit, shouting, "Give me back my marker." Ash quickly instructed Gyarados to use its psychic powers to open the spaceship door, and he hurriedly followed inside. The interior of the spaceship was cluttered with an assortment of pilfered items, various tools, ingredients, and toys haphazardly piled together. Pikachu was bound to a peculiar contraption, which was connected to the ship's engine, emitting a faint hum of electrical currents. "Pikachu, do not be afraid," Ash exclaimed as he approached to untie the ropes, only to be suddenly confronted by King Jigglypuff, who leaped in front of him and called out to the Jigglypuffs behind. The Jigglypuffs then busily brought various parts, swiftly assembling the spaceship. It turned out their theft was for the purpose of repairing the fallen craft. "You wish to fix the ship and return home, don't you?" Ash, sensing King Jigglypuff's emotions through his aura, gently remarked, "While stealing is wrong, if you require assistance, we can help you find the necessary parts." King Jigglypuff paused, its antennae swaying as if in contemplation. At that moment, Wigglytuff rushed over, clutching a marker. Misty and Brock followed closely, and upon witnessing the scene, Misty sighed. "So you were trying to repair the spaceship. If you had mentioned it earlier, we could help you." Brock knelt down, scrutinizing the ship's engine. "The components of this engine are damaged. I know where to find replacements." Gratefully, King Jigglypuff bowed deeply to Ash and his companions, then directed the Jigglypuffs to return the stolen items to their rightful owners. Miss Junsha soon arrived, and, seeing the Jigglypuffs voluntarily returning the items, chose not to pursue their accountability, even assisting in contacting individuals who could supply spaceship parts. Before long, Brock led the Jigglypuffs to procure the needed components, and together they commenced the repairs on the ship. Wigglytuff hummed a tune nearby, occasionally doodling small circles on the Jigglypuffs' faces with the marker, which they found amusing rather than irritating. Once Pikachu freed itself from the ropes, it began to frolic around the spaceship with Eevee, who curiously sniffed at the control panel. Almost fixed, Brock wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded at King Jigglypuff. King Jigglypuff excitedly jumped into the cockpit and pressed the start button, causing the engine to roar to life as the ship slowly ascended. "Goodbye." Ash and Misty waved farewell, while the Jigglypuffs poked their heads out of the spaceship windows, waving back at them. However, just as the ship soared into the sky, the engine suddenly crackled ominously, causing the vessel to shake violently before plummeting swiftly to the ground with a thud, landing on an open space not far away, fortunately without any casualties. "What happened?" Ash hurried over and discovered the engine cover had fallen off, scattering parts across the ground. After inspecting the situation, Brock sighed in resignation. It's still not functional. This ship's structure is far too rudimentary to withstand flight. King Jigglypuff sat dejectedly on the ground, its antennae drooping. Ash crouched beside it, patting its shoulder. "Do not lose heart. You can come to the city to play more often. We will help you find better parts in the future." As he spoke, he retrieved a few energy cubes from his backpack, offering them to the Jigglypuffs. "This will replenish your energy." The Jigglypuffs joyfully accepted the energy cubes and began to munch on them. Wigglytuff also approached, requesting one, and chewed contentedly. Eevee hopped over to King Jigglypuff, nuzzling it gently, as if to comfort it. As the sun began to set, Ash and his companions assisted the Jigglypuffs in dragging the spaceship to a corner of an abandoned factory, agreeing to help them repair it another time. "As long as we retrieve our belongings, that's what matters." Misty patted her backpack with a smile. "Despite the little hiccup today, it was quite enjoyable." Brock nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we also met so many adorable Jigglypuffs. We must come back to visit them when we have the chance." Ash watched the Jigglypuffs playing on the grass, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. He pulled out a Pokeball, recalling shiny Jengar and Wigglytuff, then gently stroked Pikachu and Eevee's heads. "Let us find a place to settle down for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Pikachu chirped affectionately, nuzzling his cheek, while Eevee curled up in the backpack. The group strolled towards the city, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, leaving behind a trail of cheerful footsteps, accompanied by the distant farewell calls of the Jigglypuffs. Chapter 43, The Final Badge. The streets of Pewter City were quieter than expected, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the street trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Ash, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walked at the forefront, unconsciously rubbing the Pokeballs in his pocket. This was the location where he would obtain his final badge, and also the territory of Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni. Although he could not recall the original plot, Mutwo had left a profound impression on Ash. At last, we have arrived at the Pewter Gym. With the green badge in hand, Ash would be able to participate in the Pokémon League. Misty excitedly shook the Pokeball in her hand, with Togepi peeking out from her arms, cooing at the gym's entrance. Brock, however, furrowed his brow. scrutinizing the exterior of the gym. Strange, there isn't even a receptionist at the entrance. It feels rather off. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and they saw Blue stumbling out of the side door of the gym, his Arcanine and Nidoking trailing behind, both looking weakened and sporting lingering wounds. Blue, what are you doing here? Ash rushed to support him, his aura gently brushing over, clearly sensing the chaotic energy residual within Blue and his Pokémon. Gasping for breath, Blue wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with frustration. Don't go in, Ash. You stand no chance against the ones inside. Giovanni used a Pokémon that even the Pokédex couldn't identify. My Arcanine and Nidoking couldn't withstand a single attack, and everyone was knocked out. Even your Pokémon too? Brock gasped in shock, realizing Blue's strength firsthand. If he had been defeated like this, the opponent's power was unimaginable. Misty also ceased her excitement, looking at Ash with concern. Ash, perhaps we should think of a plan first. We shouldn't rush in. Ash clenched his fists, his gaze fixed upon the gym's entrance. He understood that Blue was referring to Mutuo, Giovanni's pride and joy from his experiments. However, he could not retreat, not only for the green badge, but also to thwart Giovanni's potential conspiracy. I must go. Ash's voice was resolute. Blue, you take your Pokémon to the Pokémon Center for treatment. We will handle things here. With that, he turned and pushed open the gym's doors. Pikachu immediately tensed, its tail crackling with faint sparks, while the white EV peeked out from the backpack, its round eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The interior of the gym was more spacious than anticipated, with a deep gray metallic floor and a central battlefield glowing coldly, scattered with broken training equipment in the corners. Oh my, we have a daring trainer here? A familiar voice called out, revealing Jessie clad in an ill-fitting gym trainer uniform, casually toying with a Pokeball. James and Meowth stood behind her, wearing smug expressions. Team Rocket, what are you doing here? Misty fumed, her hands on her hips. Where's Giovanni? We want to battle a real gym trainer. Meowth licked its paw, grinning maliciously. The boss had an urgent matter to attend to, so the gym is under our watch. If you want the green badge, you'll have to defeat me. No, you must defeat the great Jessie. Jessie immediately puffed out her chest arrogantly, striking a pose. According to gym rules, it's a 3v3 battle. The loser has no right to claim the badge. Ash gazed at them coldly. You are not gym trainers. This battle does not count. Whether it counts or not is not for you to decide. Jessie suddenly threw out her Pokeball. A crimson flash illuminated the arena as a formidable Machamp descended, its fist crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. This was the first challenger, the illustrious Machamp, here to demonstrate the prowess of a true powerhouse Pokémon. Ash inhaled deeply, retrieving a Pokeball from his pocket. Herdier, I entrust you with this battle. With a brilliant flash, the orange-red Herdier assumed a combat stance, emitting a resonant bark as faint flames flickered around its form. Herdier? Using a fire-type Pokémon against a fighting-type Machamp? Jessie's laughter rang out. Oh, how amusing. Musashi, let Machamp obliterate it. Musashi smirked, commanding, Machamp, unleash Karate Chop. Machamp advanced with purposeful strides, its right hand glowing with white energy as it aimed a devastating strike at Herdier. Herdier, use Flamethrower. Ash instructed. Herdier unleashed a torrent of searing flames, striking Machamp's arm with precision, causing it to recoil in pain as singed fur fell to the ground. How dare you injure my Machamp? Musashi fumed, stamping her foot. Machamp, use Seismic Toss. In a sudden burst of speed, Machamp seized Herdier, lifting it high with the intent to slam it into the ground. Herdier, aim for its eyes with Spark. Ash shouted. Herdier promptly released a flurry of sparks directed at Machamp's face, momentarily blinding it and forcing it to relinquish its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Herdier landed deftly and maneuvered behind Machamp, delivering a powerful headbutt to its knee. Now, use Fire Blast. Ash's voice rang out. Flames surged around Herdier as it conjured a massive fire blast, accurately striking Machamp's back. Machamp let out a pained howl, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered unable to continue the fight. Machamp, Musashi exclaimed, sorrow gripping her as she recalled it, producing another Pokeball. Next up, Kingler. Let them witness the might of a water type. With another flash, a gargantuan Kingler appeared, its massive pincers gleaming menacingly as it waved them threateningly at Herdier. Herdier, you've done well. Return and take a rest, Ash said, recalling Herdier and sending forth another Pokeball. Shiny Gardevoir, it's your turn. The silver glimmering Gardevoir floated gracefully into the arena, its spoon swirling gently as psychic waves emanated around it. A shiny Pokemon. Both Jessie and Meowth gasped simultaneously, while Musashi regained her composure, scoffing, even if it's shiny, it cannot surpass my Kingler. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. Kingler unleashed a torrent of bubbles that coalesced into a watery column, hurtling towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir, create a psychic barrier. Ash commanded. With a flick of its spoon, Gardevoir conjured a transparent barrier that absorbed the bubble beam, causing it to dissipate harmlessly. Now, use Confusion. Gardevoir waved its spoon, lifting Kingler into the air, spinning it incessantly. Kingler, break free. Musashi shouted in desperation. Kingler flailed its pincers, but was ensnared by Gardevoir's psychic grip. Gardevoir, use Psychic. Ash continued. A blue light flashed in Gardevoir's eyes as it slammed Kingler down onto the ground with tremendous force, creating a shallow crater upon impact. Kingler struggled briefly before succumbing to its injuries. How is this possible? Musashi's face paled as she gritted her teeth, retrieving her final Pokeball. If that is how it is, don't blame us for our ultimate move. Rampardos arise. With a flash of light, a Rampardos clad in gray armor appeared, its horns glinting ominously as it stomped onto the field, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Rampardos? A rock type? Gardevoir's psychic moves will be less effective against it. Brock assessed promptly. Ash, you must switch Pokemon. Ash nodded, recalling Gardevoir. Pidgeot, I'm counting on you. A majestic Pidgeot with golden feathers spread its expansive wings, letting out a powerful cry that sent ripples through the air. Another shiny Pokemon? How many rare Pokemon does this kid possess? Meowth exclaimed, jealousy evident in its wide eyes. Musashi inhaled deeply. Rampardos, use Head Charge. Rampardos lowered its head, its horns spinning rapidly as it charged at Pidgeot. Pidgeot, evade with Quick Attack. Ash commanded. Pidgeot soared into the air, transforming into a streak of gold, effortlessly dodging Rampardos' assault. Now use Air Slash. Pidgeot flapped its wings, sending forth sharp blades of air that sliced through the gaps in Rampardos' armor. Rampardos howled in agony, tilting its head back in fury. Observing the situation, Musashi exchanged glances with Jessie and Meowth. If the rules don't matter, let us team up. Arbok, Weezing, come forth. In a flash, Arbok and Weezing appeared simultaneously, blatantly violating the 3v3 battle regulations. This is outrageous. You're breaking the rules. Misty shouted, furious. Ash's expression hardened. If you choose to disregard the rules, don't blame us for retaliating. Pikachu, it's your time to shine. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, adopting a fighting stance against Arbok and Weezing. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. A surge of electricity enveloped Pikachu, launching a powerful bolt towards the duo. Musashi reacted swiftly. Rampardos, create a rock tomb to block. Rampardos unleashed energy towards the ground, raising massive boulders that shielded it from the Thunderbolt. However, to Musashi's astonishment, the electricity coursed through the rocks and struck Rampardos directly. Its horns acted as a natural lightning rod, the electric current coursing through its body, causing it to convulse and collapse to the ground, incapacitated. How can this be? Musashi gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Togepi crawled curiously from the sofa, inching towards a red button in the corner of the arena. Misty attempted to stop it, but Togepi's tiny paw pressed the button just as she reached out. No, that's the explosive device we set earlier. Meowth screamed in horror. Almost immediately, crackling sounds echoed around the gym. The metal panels beneath them began to fracture, and sparks erupted from the seams. Run! Ash cried, scooping up Pikachu and Eevee, pulling Misty and Brock towards the exit. The Team Rocket trio, panicked, turned to flee but were struck by falling debris, propelled away by the explosive force with cries of despair. Amidst the chaos, a green badge slipped from Musashi's pocket, arcing through the air before landing at Ash's feet. He picked it up, its emerald sheen glimmering in the sunlight, his 8th badge, the final key to the Pokémon League. Yet, his vigilance remained unshaken as he sensed a formidable surge of energy emanating from deep within the gym, filled with anger and anguish that tightened his chest. Ash, look over there. Brock suddenly pointed to a window on the 2nd floor of the gym. A man clad in a black suit stood at the window's edge, cradling a transparent incubation pod within which a pure white Pokémon adorned with purple markings could be seen. It was Mewtwo. The man cast a cold glance at Ash before vanishing into the shadows. Is that Giovanni? Misty quivered, her voice trembling. Ash tightened his grip on the verdant badge, his gaze resolute. No matter who he was, we cannot allow him to continue exploiting Pokémon for nefarious purposes. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up on Ash's system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the green badge. Reward, 1000 battle points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have collected all 8 badges for the first time. Reward, 5000 battle points and 10 Ultra Balls. Ash discreetly closed the notification, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. We should leave this place. The gym could collapse at any moment, Brock advised. Ash nodded, hastening to exit the gym with Misty and Brock. As they stepped outside, they spotted Gary rushing toward them, accompanied by Miss Juniper, with a nurse from the Pokémon Center trailing behind. Ash, are you all right? What happened in the gym? Gary inquired anxiously. Ash waved the green badge in his hand. I got the badge, but Team Rocket and Giovanni were here. They're hiding a very powerful Pokémon. Miss Juniper immediately adopted a serious demeanor. We will cordon off this area and investigate Giovanni's whereabouts. You should head to the Pokémon Center to rest. We will inform you once we have news. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash entrusted his injured Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment and sat down at the communicator to dial Professor Oak's number. The screen illuminated, revealing Professor Oak's smiling face. Ash, I see you have acquired the badge. You must have obtained the green one. Professor, not only did I earn the badge, but I also encountered Giovanni and Team Rocket. They possess a Pokémon called Mewtwo, which is extraordinarily powerful, Ash replied gravely. Mewtwo. Professor Oak sat up straight. That is a legendary Pokémon. You must exercise extreme caution. By the way, the registration period for the Pokémon League is approaching quickly. You need to prepare. After hanging up, Misty and Brock approached. Misty, curious, asked, Ash, what exactly is this Mewtwo you just mentioned? Ash pondered for a moment before explaining. It is a formidable Psychic-type Pokémon. A product of Giovanni's experiments. We may encounter it again in the future. Brock nodded. Regardless of what it is, as long as we work together, we will surely overcome it. Misty echoed. Indeed, as long as we stand united, we can face anything. Ash smiled and nodded, gazing out at the setting sun. Tightly clutching the green badge, Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, nuzzling his ear with its cheek, while the white Eevee nestled in his arms, emitting a comforting purr. Chapter 44. Capturing the Mismagius. The day after acquiring the green badge, Ash and his companions set out for Pallet Town. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh grass. Pikachu rested on Ash's shoulder, its tail swaying lightly with his steps, while the white Eevee curled up in his backpack, revealing only its round, sparkling eyes as it occasionally peeked out to observe the wildflowers by the roadside. At last, we are returning to Pallet Town. I can't wait for Mom to see my 8 badges. Ash exclaimed excitedly, shaking the badge case, which jingled with a delightful sound. Misty, cradling Togepi, chimed in. Your mom will be so thrilled to see that you've collected all the badges. She might even whip up your favorite tomato fried rice. Meanwhile, Brock calculated. The ingredients in Pallet Town are incredibly fresh. I can showcase my culinary skills and prepare a grand feast for everyone. At that moment, Ash suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, wincing in pain. What on earth? Misty and Brock rushed over, reaching out to touch what turned out to be a transparent wall. Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder, calling out to the barrier, its tail emitting a faint spark of electricity. Is this a psychic barrier? Ash furrowed his brow, extending his aura to sense the faint energy emanating from beyond the barrier. Following the source, he spotted a pink and white Pokémon nestled in the grass, happily munching on a berry while chuckling to itself. It was the rare Pokémon, Mismagius. Mismagius. Ash's eyes brightened, an exceptional Pokémon capable of creating light screens and reflect barriers. Just as he reached for a Pokeball, a woman dressed in a circus outfit hurried over, exclaiming, Mismagius, stop fooling around. Come back and train. The woman approached Ash, panting and explaining, I apologize. I am Azan, the leader of the nearby Pokémon circus. This Mismagius is a member of our troupe, but it's become too mischievous and loves to play tricks with its barriers. She sighed, glancing at Mismagius. In 3 days, we have a performance. But it has become lazy due to my indulgence, refusing to practice even the most basic routines. If this continues, the show will be ruined. Understanding dawned on Misty. So, you want to help it regain its spirit, right? Azan nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This Mismagius has been with me since it was little and used to perform exceptionally well, but since it fell ill last time, it has become increasingly lethargic. I initially thought of capturing another Mismagius to motivate it, but I couldn't find one after searching for so long. Ash, observing Mismagius peeking from the grass, suddenly had an idea. Azan, I have a plan. I can disguise myself as Mismagius and perform in its place during the show. Perhaps that will help it realize its significance and return to the circus. Really? Azan was taken aback, both surprised and delighted, but then hesitated. But disguising as Mismagius is quite complicated, and learning the performance moves 1TB easy. Brock confidently patted his chest. Don't worry. I will help make the costume, and Ash has a strong aptitude for learning. He will master the moves in no time. Misty nodded in agreement. I can assist with guiding the movements, and Togepi can be a little helper too. For the next 3 days, Ash and his companions busily prepared at the circus. Brock fashioned a realistic Mismagius costume from pink fabric and cardboard, even crafting lifelike antennae atop the head. Misty learned the performance moves from Azin, then meticulously taught them to Ash, from catching colorful balls in midair using light screens to bouncing clown props back with reflect barriers. Each move required precise control. Mismagius would hide in the corner of the training area daily, watching Ash practice awkwardly. Sometimes, it couldn't resist using its barriers to knock Ash's props away, but upon seeing Ash fall only to immediately get back up, its gaze gradually shifted from teasing to earnest. Pikachu and the white EV were not idle either. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to help Ash synchronize his movements, while EV retrieved fallen props and occasionally called out to Mismagius, seemingly offering encouragement. On the day of the performance, the circus was packed to capacity, with the audience excitedly waving glow sticks. Ash, clad in the Mismagius costume, nervously took deep breaths backstage. Don't be anxious, just perform as you practiced, Azin reassured him, patting his shoulder. I've even invited your mother. She's in the front row. Mom's here? Ash felt a rush of surprise and joy, instantly alleviating half of his nervousness. As the music began, Ash joined the clowns on stage, mimicking Mismagius' playful hops. Just as he raised his hand to unleash a light screen, he heard a familiar voice from the audience. Is that Ash? Ash discreetly lifted a corner of his mask, and indeed, he spotted his mother in the crowd. Waving at him, he quickly lowered the mask, following the rehearsed movements to erect a light screen, actually assisted by a psychic move from his shiny Gardevoir backstage, catching the colorful balls tossed by the clowns. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. As the performance reached its zenith, a sudden cacophony reverberated from above the stage. The trio from Team Rocket descended in a colossal mechanical arm, seizing the rare Pokémon, Mismagius, Ash. We, Team Rocket, shall take this Mismagius. Musashi's triumphant voice echoed throughout the circus. It was only then that Ash's mother realized the figure on stage was indeed her son. However, instead of panicking, she smiled and reassured Ikinori, do not worry. Ash will undoubtedly find a way to escape. Team Rocket always makes mistakes. True to her words, Ash struggled within the mechanical grasp, tearing off his mask and exclaiming, You've got the wrong one. I am not Mismagius. What? Musashi and Kojiro were momentarily taken aback, while Meowth rushed forward, exclaiming in exasperation, It's that Ash kid. Toss him down. As the mechanical claw released its grip, Ash plummeted toward the ground. But at that moment, a golden figure swooped in. The majestic golden Pidgeot unfurled its wings and caught Ash with grace. Golden Pidgeot, I need you to Mega Evolve. Ash called out. The Mega Stone and the Evolution Keystone shimmered simultaneously, causing the golden Pidgeot to expand in size, its wings radiating a brilliant golden light, with powerful gusts swirling around it. Mega Evolution. How spectacular! The audience gasped in awe, and Ikinori was left spellbound, witnessing this evolutionary form for the first time. Pidgeot. Use Air Slash. Ash commanded. The newly evolved golden Pidgeot flapped its wings, unleashing razor-sharp air blades that severed the mechanical arm. The trio from Team Rocket lost their balance and crashed to the ground with a chorus of anguished cries, propelled away by the ensuing explosion. The performance continued. But as Ash returned to the backstage area, he received a call from his mother. Ash, a very adorable Mismagius has just arrived at home. I thought it was you returning, and I made it some tomato fried rice, which it devoured with delight. A Mismagius at home? Ash paused, quickly realizing that a wild Mismagius had inadvertently wandered into their residence. After bidding farewell to Ikinori, he hurried back to Pallet Town with Misty and Brock. Upon arrival, they found the wild Mismagius seated at the dining table, happily eating fried rice, while his mother stood nearby, cheerfully offering juice. It's you, little one, Ash exclaimed. But the wild Mismagius, startled, hid behind his mother, eyeing him warily. His mother quickly intervened, saying, Don't frighten it. It's quite well behaved, and even helped me tidy up the living room. Observing the timid demeanor of the Mismagius, Ash softened his tone. Do you not have a home? Ikinori's circus needs a Mismagius to perform, and if you agree, not only will you have a place to stay, but you'll also enjoy many delicious treats. However, the Mismagius shook its head, pointing at the fried rice, then at its belly, clearly reluctant to part with the delectable meal. His mother, gently stroking the Mismagius' head, said, Child, Ash is a very kind trainer. He will take good care of you, and you can perform in the circus, bringing joy to everyone. Isn't that wonderful? Perhaps moved by her kindness, or perhaps enticed by the prospect of more culinary delights at the circus, The Mismagius hesitated before finally nodding in agreement. Ash produced a great ball and gently placed it before the Mismagius. If you're willing to come with me, just tap this Pokeball. The Mismagius extended its small paw, lightly touching the Pokeball. A flash of red light enveloped it, and it was drawn into the ball. The ball shook thrice, emitting a satisfying ding as it stabilized. I've successfully captured Mismagius. Ash exclaimed with elation, as Pikachu and Eevee scampered over, joyfully chirping at the Pokeball. Ding! Congratulations. The host has captured Mismagius. Reward: 1,000 battle points. The following day, Ash brought Mismagius to the circus, where Akinori was overjoyed. This Mismagius appears to be quite gentle. It will surely perform beautifully. Under Ash's encouragement, Mismagius soon integrated into the circus, forming a friendship with the mischievous Mismagius that had been there previously. Together, the two practiced, resulting in an even more impressive performance. After the show, Akinori visited Ash's home, presenting him with an exquisite gift box. This is a memento from the circus. Thank you for all your assistance. Mismagius is incredibly fortunate to have encountered a trainer like you. Ash smiled, saying, Actually, I have a request, Akinori. This wild Mismagius is very clever and gentle. I would like it to stay in Pallet Town to help my mother with household chores. Would that be all right? Akinori paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Of course. I would be delighted knowing it has found a warm home. After the performance concluded, Ash returned home with Mismagius. His mother looked at the Mismagius emerging from the Pokeball and said with a smile, From now on, you shall be called Momo, and you will help me manage the household, all right? Momo nodded happily, waving its arms to use barrier, skillfully arranging the dishes on the table. Chapter 45, Rivals Duel. Morning light streamed through the glass dome of Professor Oak's laboratory, casting a radiant glow upon the grass in the courtyard, where dewdrops sparkled like tiny jewels. Ash stood at the entrance of the laboratory, his bulging backpack slung over his shoulders, gently rubbing the Pokeballs in his pocket. After his training on the uninhabited island of Fiery Island and claiming the final badge at the Tokiwa Gym, he had not seen the Pokemon he had stored here for nearly a month. We're finally here. Misty stretched, and Starmie peeked out from her Pokeball, joyfully spinning in her palm. Professor Oak must be busy researching a new Pokemon topic. I wonder what delightful snacks he has prepared for us this time. Brock was busy organizing his cooking gear. I brought some volcanic ash flour from Fiery Island. I can make volcanic ash bread, which is said to be very beneficial for Pokemon stamina. Ash smiled as he pushed open the laboratory door, causing Pikachu to leap from his shoulder and call out excitedly towards the hall. The white Eevee also emerged from the backpack's vent, its round eyes scanning the familiar surroundings until it spotted the sleeping Arcanine on the sofa, a Pokemon belonging to Green who was being cared for here. Hey Ash, you finally made it. Professor Oak, clad in a beige lab coat and holding a thick notebook, emerged from the laboratory with a beaming smile. I just received a message from Miss June Shaw, saying you won at the Tokiwa Gym and obtained a green badge? Yes, Professor. Ash replied enthusiastically, raising the green badge high, which glimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. We also trained extensively on Fiery Island, and our Pokemon's strength has significantly improved. Just then, a slightly scornful voice interrupted. Improved significantly? I see you're still just bringing along Pikachu and Eevee. It doesn't seem like much progress. Green leaned against the staircase railing, holding a Nidoqueen's Pokeball with his characteristic arrogance. Behind him, his Doduo curiously tilted its head at Pikachu. Green. Ash straightened up immediately. My Pokemon are not limited to just these two. With that, he pulled out all his Pokeballs and tossed them into the courtyard one by one. Charizard, Dragonair, Gengar, Tyranitar, Pidgeot, Houndour, Jigglypuff, come out and stretch. Red light flashed continuously as Charizard spread its golden wings, letting out a loud roar into the sky. Dragonair, with its light blue scales, coiled around a cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, its tail gently brushing against the petals. The gray Gengar floated in midair, making a face at Green. Silver Tyranitar, holding a spoon, used its psychic powers to levitate several stones, causing them to spin in the air. The golden Beedrill alighted upon the rooftop, its keen eyes surveying the surroundings. Cuddy Dog joyfully dashed across the lawn, wagging its tail at the swift wind Speed Dog. Meanwhile, Fat Ding sat on the steps, extracting a portable microphone and beginning to hum a tuneless melody. Are these all the Pokemon you carry with you? Little Mew's eyes finally exhibited some change, particularly upon seeing the golden Beedrill and the shiny Gengar. His brow furrowed slightly. You've certainly captured quite a number of rare specimens, the golden Beedrill and the gray Gengar. Professor Oak also approached, observing the shiny Gyarados with keen interest. Ash, your journey has yielded quite a bounty. By the way, since you just returned from your special training, Why not let these kids frolic in the backyard? There's a dedicated training ground there, complete with an abundance of berries favored by Pokémon. Ash nodded, addressing his Pokémon. Everyone, feel free to roam in the backyard, but please refrain from causing any trouble. Pikachu immediately took hold of Eevee and sprinted towards the backyard, followed closely by Charizard and Dragonair. The golden Beedrill spread its wings, soaring low with Cuddy Dog, and the entire courtyard soon buzzed with liveliness. Professor, may I take a look at the Pokémon stored here? Ash's tone was filled with anticipation. Since his arrival in this world, these Pokémon had become his most treasured companions, and he was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of reuniting with them. Of course. Follow me, Professor Oak replied, leading Ash and the others towards the Institute's backyard, transformed into a spacious Pokémon habitat, divided into several areas suitable for Pokémon of various types. Upon pushing open the backyard door, a small forest area greeted them first, where a Scyther was skillfully leaping between tree trunks, waving its sickle-like forelimbs. Upon spotting Ash, it immediately halted its movements and swiftly ran to him, gently tapping his palm with its forelimbs. Scyther, it's been a while. Your movements remain as agile as ever. Ash smiled, patting its head. The power of nature within him sensed the abundant energy within Scyther, affirming that it thrived in this environment. In a nearby water area, a Gyarados swam leisurely. Upon noticing Ash, it let out a low growl, its tail lightly splashing the surface of the water. Gyarados, it seems you've grown a bit. Ash crouched by the shore, retrieving an energy cube from his backpack and offering it to Gyarados, which gulped it down with satisfaction and nodded in appreciation. Venturing further, Ash encountered a grassy patch where a dozen Tauros grazed, immediately surrounding him and nudging against his body with their heads. You all still possess such vitality. Ash chuckled as he pulled out a large bag of berries, distributing them to each Tauros. Thank you for waiting for me here. Once the Pokémon League concludes, I shall take you all on a journey. A Ponyta galloped in the nearby clearing, joyfully rushing towards Ash, its flames on its back blazing even more vibrantly. Ash gently stroked its mane. Ponyta, your flames are warmer than before. Keep up the good work. In the rocky area, a Kabutops was basking on a massive rock under the sun. Upon seeing Ash, it unfurled its expansive wings and emitted a roar. Kabutops, no need to be so excited. You might startle the other Pokémon. Ash chuckled, and Kabutops promptly toned down its demeanor, obediently resting on the rock and nuzzling against Ash's shoulder. Next, they arrived at the habitat specially designed for legendary Pokémon. Zapdos perched atop a towering electric pole, its body entwined with faint currents of electricity. Articuno nestled in an ice-made nest, the surrounding air imbued with a touch of chill. Moltres settled on a platform crafted from volcanic rock, its wings flickering with flames. Upon spotting Ash, the three legendary Pokémon simultaneously squawked, their voices filled with affection. Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, are you all comfortable here? Ash gazed upwards, his aura connecting with theirs, sensing their contentment with the environment. Once I have sufficient strength to protect you, I will take you to explore the broader world. Lastly, Ash arrived at the greenhouse area, where a Venusaur rested beside a pot, its leaves gently swaying as they absorbed sunlight. A Blastoise soaked in a pool, climbing out upon noticing Ash, and shooting forth a slender jet of water as if to greet him. A Clefairy sat amidst the flowers, rushing over to Ash and casting a spell to illuminate the entire greenhouse. Venusaur, Blastoise, Clefairy, I'm back. Ash affectionately patted each of their heads. Misty and Brock followed closely behind, observing Ash's endearing interactions with each Pokémon, their faces adorned with smiles. Misty remarked, Ash is so kind to his Pokémon. It's no wonder they all adore him. Brock nodded in agreement. Gaining the trust of so many Pokémon is the hallmark of a truly formidable trainer. Professor Oak added with a smile, Ash, it warms my heart to see you care for each Pokémon so deeply. However, since both you and Little Mew have secured your spots in the Pokémon League, why not seize this opportunity for a rival showdown? Let me witness the fruits of your special training. Absolutely. Both Ash and Little Mew responded simultaneously, their eyes gleaming with combat fervor. Little Mew set down the Nidoqueen Pokeball in his arms, his tone resolute. This time, I shall not lose to you, Ash. Last time at the Blue Plumeria, my Wartortle was defeated by your Charmeleon. This time, I shall reclaim my honor. Who wins and who loses is yet to be determined. Ash retorted, retrieving his Pokeball. Let us engage in a full 6v6 battle, until one side's Pokémon can no longer continue fighting. Chapter 46. The Duel Begins. Professor Oak led everyone to the battle arena of the Research Institute, where a professional battle platform was laid out, surrounded by spectator seats. Misty and Brock settled in the audience, preparing to cheer for Ash, While Professor Oak stood at the referee's table, timer in hand. The battle begins. Both sides may send out their first Pokémon. Professor Oak announced. Little Mew was the first to throw a Pokeball. Nidoqueen, you're up. A flash of red light revealed a massive Nidoqueen on the battlefield, which roared fiercely at Ash, emanating a faint aura of poison energy. Ash retrieved his Pokeball. His gaze resolute. Cutty Dog, I entrust you with this. Cutty Dog burst forth from the Pokeball, assuming a battle stance, its tail tip igniting with flames. Nidoqueen, use Poison Sting. Little Mew commanded. Nidoqueen lowered its head, the purple poison glow radiating from its horn as it charged towards Cutty Dog. Cutty Dog, unleash Flamethrower. Ash shouted. Cutty Dog opened its mouth, expelling a torrent of searing flames that accurately struck Nidoqueen's horn, interrupting the Poison Sting attack and causing Nidoqueen to stagger back a few steps. Darn it. Nidoqueen, use Stomp. Little Mew countered defiantly. Nidoqueen took long strides, preparing to stomp down hard on Cutty Dog. Cutty Dog, evade with Quick Attack. Cutty Dog swiftly dodged Nidoqueen's assault, then circled behind it to deliver a powerful headbutt to its knee. Now's your chance, use Fire Blast. Ash's voice rang out. Cutty Dog's flames surged, gathering into a colossal fireball aimed at Nidoqueen's back. Nidoqueen, block it with Rock Tomb. Little Mew urgently commanded. Nidoqueen unleashed energy towards the ground, causing massive rocks to rise and shield against the Fire Blast attack. The temperature of the flames was exceedingly high, causing the rocks to melt swiftly. A portion of the flames struck King Mido, who let out a pained wail. His strength diminished significantly. King Mido, are you all right? Shouted Shigeru with concern. King Mido shook his head, adopting a battle stance once more, his eyes filled with indomitable spirit. Catadog, press the advantage and use Spark, commanded Satoshi, continuing to direct the battle. Catadog unleashed a barrage of sparks toward King Mido, igniting flames upon impact. King Mido struggled to extinguish the fire engulfing him, but the blaze intensified. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the heat and collapsed heavily to the ground, losing his ability to fight. King Mido is unable to battle. Catadog is victorious, announced Professor Okido. Shigeru recalled King Mido, his expression darkening. I didn't anticipate your Catadog advancing so swiftly. However, you won't find it so easy to win next time. Onyx, come forth. A flash of red light revealed a massive onyx landing on the battlefield, its body composed of countless rocks, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Catadog, you've worked hard. Return and rest, Satoshi said as he recalled Catadog and produced another Pokeball. Pidgeot, it's your turn. The golden Pidgeot spread its vast wings and landed on the battlefield, emitting a resounding cry at Onyx. Onyx, use Rollout, shouted Shigeru. Onyx curled into a gigantic stone sphere and rolled toward the golden Pidgeot. Pidgeot, dodge with Quick Attack. Pidgeot unfurled its wings, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, skillfully evading Onyx's assault. Now use Air Slash. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot sent forth sharp blades of air that struck Onyx with precision, sending rock fragments flying. Onyx, use Earthquake, Shigeru shouted. Onyx slammed its tail down, causing the battlefield to shake violently, and Pidgeot lost its balance in midair. Pidgeot, stabilize and counter with Wing Attack, Satoshi commanded. Pidgeot steadied itself and surged toward Onyx, striking it with its formidable wings. Onyx staggered back a few steps, but quickly retaliated. Onyx, use Rock Blast, gathering immense rock energy in its mouth. Onyx launched it toward Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use Whirlwind. Pidgeot flapped its wings, creating a powerful whirlwind that deflected the rock blast, which crashed against the edge of the battlefield with a thunderous roar. Now's your chance. Use Brave Bird. Satoshi's voice rang out. Pidgeot glowed with a crimson light, resembling a golden arrow as it charged at Onyx, colliding heavily with it. Onyx let out a mournful cry, fissures appearing along its body as it fell heavily to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Onyx is unable to battle. Pidgeot is victorious, declared Professor Okido. Shigeru's expression darkened further as he retrieved his third Pokeball. NTI, come forth. Show them your speed. A flash of red light revealed a fiery orange NTI landing on the battlefield, roaring fiercely at Pidgeot, moving so swiftly it left an afterimage. Pidgeot, you've done well. Return, Satoshi said as he recalled Pidgeot and produced another Pokeball. Haxorus, it's your turn. The azure-scaled Haxorus burst forth from the Pokeball, spiraling onto the battlefield and issuing a gentle call toward NTI. NTI, use Extreme Speed, Shigeru commanded. NTI transformed into a streak of orange lightning, charging toward Haxorus. Haxorus, use Dragon Dance to boost your speed and attack. Haxorus twirled, surrounded by a blue aura of dragon energy, enhancing both its speed and attack. NEI, Unleash Fire Fang. NTI opened its mouth, flames enveloping its fangs as it lunged toward Haxorus. Haxorus, use Ice Beam. Haxorus expelled an icy beam that struck NEI's mouth, interrupting the Fire Fang attack and freezing NEI's jaws. NTI, break free. Shigeru shouted anxiously. NTI shook its head vigorously, finally freeing itself from the ice but shivering from the cold. Haxorus, use Dragon Pulse. Haxorus unleashed a wave of blue energy that soared toward NTI, striking its body with precision. NTI let out a cry of agony as its strength waned significantly. Refusing to yield, Shigeru shouted, NTI, summon Sunny Day. NTI roared at the sky, dispersing the clouds and intensifying the sunlight. Now, use Solar Beam. Shigeru continued to direct. NTI absorbed the solar energy, gathering a golden beam in its mouth and firing it at Haxorus. Haxorus, use Protect. Haxorus enveloped itself in a transparent barrier, successfully blocking the solar beam attack. Now, unleash Dragon Breath. Haxorus exhaled a torrent of blue energy toward NTI, striking it directly. NTI could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to battle. NTI is unable to battle. Haxorus is victorious, Professor Okido announced. Shigeru recalled NTI, took a deep breath, and retrieved his fourth Pokeball. Dojuo, come forth. A Dojuo with 3 heads landed on the battlefield, cautiously eyeing Haxorus. Haxorus, you've worked hard. Return and rest, Satoshi said as he recalled Haxorus and produced another Pokeball. Shiny Gardevoir, it's your time to shine. The shimmering Gardevoir gracefully descended onto the battlefield, gently swaying its spoon as it radiated a subtle psychic energy. Dojuo, unleash, try attack. Shigeru commanded. Dojuo's 3 heads simultaneously released energy of different types, fire, electricity, and ice, toward the radiant Gardevoir. Gardevoir, use Psychic to defend. Gardevoir waved its spoon, conjuring a transparent barrier that absorbed the triad of attacks, dissipating them instantly. Now, use Confusion. Gardevoir's spoon flicked, and Dojuo found itself levitated, spinning helplessly in midair. Dojuo, break free. Shigeru shouted urgently. Dojuo's 3 heads squawked in unison but could not escape the grip of Psychic. Gardevoir, unleash Psyshock. Satoshi commanded. Gardevoir's eyes glowed blue as Dojuo was forcefully slammed against the battlefield. With a resounding crash, Dojuo struggled briefly before succumbing to the loss of its ability to fight. Dojuo is unable to battle. Gardevoir is victorious, announced Professor Okido. Sweat beaded on Shigeru's forehead as he retrieved his 5th Pokeball. Kingler, come forth. A colossal Kingler landed on the battlefield, its massive pincers gleaming with metallic sheen as it waved them at the shimmering Gardevoir. Gardevoir, return and rest, Satoshi said, recalling Gardevoir and producing yet another Pokeball. Jengar, I entrust this to you. The gray Jengar floated onto the battlefield, grinning mischievously at Kingler, surrounded by a faint, ghostly aura. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. Shigeru commanded. Kingler expelled a torrent of bubbles that coalesced into a water column, hurtling toward Jengar. Jengar, use Shadow Ball. A dark sphere of energy coalesced in Jengar's grasp, hurling it towards the beam of bubbles, resulting in a spectacular collision that erupted into a cloud of mist. Then, invoking Shadow Ball, Jengar emanated a surge of black energy, directing a shadowy figure towards Kingler. Upon impact, Kingler's vitality plummeted by half. Kingler, use Crab Hammer, shouted Green. Kingler raised its massive claw, glowing with a white light, and swung it towards Jengar. Jengar, evade with Teleport. Jengar instantly vanished from its position, causing Kingler's attack to miss, as the colossal claw struck the battlefield, leaving a deep crater. Now, execute a sneak attack with Shadow Sneak. Jengar suddenly materialized behind Kingler, its shadow morphing into claws that viciously slashed at Kingler's shell. In agony, Kingler curled up, its claw hanging limply at its side, evidently devoid of the strength to retaliate. With Kingler incapacitated, Jengar emerged victorious. Professor Oak's voice carried a note of astonishment as he observed Jengar nimbly maneuvering across the battlefield, his pen racing across the notebook. The ghostly attribute, despite having no advantage over water types, was demonstrating remarkable prowess, showcasing Ash's increasingly refined control over Pokémon attributes. Green clenched the last Pokeball tightly, his knuckles turning white. Taking a deep breath, he raised the Pokeball high. Ash, you are indeed formidable, but this battle is far from over. Blastoise, I choose you. A wave of red light surged forth as the enormous Blastoise landed heavily on the battlefield, its weight cracking the ground beneath it. It unleashed a high-pressure water jet, sweeping away the surrounding weeds, clearly venting its frustration from being held back until now. Has he finally summoned his ace? A glint of sharp determination flickered in Ash's eyes as he recalled Jengar, his finger resting on Charizard's Pokeball. Charizard, it's our turn to shine. Chapter 47. The arrival of Mega Charizard X. Golden flames engulfed the arena as the Pokeball opened, Charizard unfurling its nearly 3-meter wingspan, letting out a thunderous roar towards Blastoise, its tail flame blazing brighter. Green furrowed his brow even further upon seeing Charizard. Again? Last time in Blue Perch. Your Charmeleon triumphed over my Wartortle. This time, I will not allow history to repeat itself. Blastoise, use Rapid Spin. Blastoise withdrew its limbs and head into its shell, spinning rapidly like a top, hurtling towards Charizard with a whistling wind. Charizard, deflect with your wings. Ash's command rang out just in time. Charizard brought its wings together, shimmering with a metallic sheen, bracing itself to absorb Blastoise's impact. As the two forces collided, the tiles of the battlefield shattered, debris scattering. Blastoise, now unleash Hydro Pump. Seizing the moment of Charizard's momentary stasis, Green quickly altered his command. Blastoise halted its spin abruptly, its head shooting forth from its shell, crashing into Charizard's chest with a sonic boom. Charizard staggered back several steps, its wings trembling slightly, clearly having felt the sting of the blow. Charizard, remain calm. Use Dragon Claw. Ash's voice was steady and powerful. A fierce glint shone in Charizard's eyes as its claws glimmered with deep blue dragon energy, slashing fiercely at Blastoise's shell. A sharp clang echoed, sparks flying, leaving 3 shallow scratches on Blastoise's armor. Blastoise, counter with Hydro Pump. Green's voice was tinged with urgency. Blastoise opened its mouth, releasing a thick column of water that surged forth with such velocity it nearly formed blades of water. Charizard, take to the skies. Charizard soared upward, narrowly avoiding the water column that crashed down, creating a half-meter deep puddle on the ground. Now, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard spiraled in the air, unleashing a stream of golden flames towards Blastoise. Blastoise, shield with your shell. Blastoise retreated into its shell once more as the flames struck, sizzling upon contact, but failing to inflict significant damage. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Green spoke with a hint of pride. Ash, while your Charizard is indeed impressive, Blastoise's shell is no easy fortress to breach. Ash smiled faintly, retrieving a red Mega Stone from his pocket and gesturing towards the Mega Stone dangling from Charizard's neck. Is that so? Then behold this. Charizard, let them witness true power. Mega Evolve. The Evolution Stone and Mega Stone erupted in brilliant light, golden energy enveloping Charizard's form. Charizard's stature rapidly expanded within the glow, its wings broadening, edged with deep blue flames, claws and fangs sharpening, surrounded by a shimmering aura of dragon energy, as Mega Charizard X made its grand entrance. What is this? Professor Oak sprang from his seat, oblivious to the notebook that tumbled to the ground. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Mega Charizard X, as he pondered how a Pokémon could undergo such a transformation. This surpassed all known theories of evolution. Green was left speechless, nearly dropping the Pokeball in his hand. Impossible. Pokémon evolution is traditionally limited to once or twice. How could there be this form of transcendent evolution? Misty and Brock clapped excitedly. Mega Evolution is so cool. It's breathtaking every time. Brock added, Mega Evolution requires an incredibly strong bond between trainer and Pokémon, along with the Mega Stone and corresponding Mega Evolution Stone to trigger it. Professor, this is Ash's secret weapon. Bond, transcendent evolution, Professor Oak murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ash, allow me to study this. How significantly does this transformation enhance a Pokémon's abilities? What is the source of its energy? Does it impose any burden on the Pokémon's body? Ash chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, shifting his focus back to the battle. Professor, we can discuss research later. Let's finish this battle first. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Charizard became a streak of blue lightning, dashing swiftly towards Blastoise, its claws glowing azure as they struck deep into Blastoise's shell. This time, the shell could no longer withstand the force, and 3 deep scratches marred its surface, causing Blastoise to protrude its head from its shell, emitting a pained wail. Blastoise, Green cried out urgently, counter with Hydro Pump. Blastoise unleashed a Hydro Pump, but Mega Charizard X effortlessly evaded it. Charizard, unleash Blue Flare. Charizard gathered a massive flame in its mouth, the flames shimmering a deep blue, exponentially hotter than before. Blastoise, dodge quickly, Green shouted hoarsely. However, Blastoise, still reeling from the Dragon Claw attack, was a moment too slow and was struck solidly by Blue Flare. A tremendous explosion erupted on the battlefield, engulfing it in smoke. As the fog dissipated, Blastoise lay battered on the ground, smoke wafting from its shell, evidently having lost its fighting capability. Blastoise is unable to battle. Mega Charizard X is the victor, Professor Oak announced with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Ash recalled Charizard, watching as it reverted to its normal form, gently stroking its head. Well done, Charizard. Charizard nuzzled his palm, emitting a satisfied cry. Green approached Ash, his expression a mix of emotions, ultimately extending his hand. I concede. You are stronger than I. Ash grasped his hand, smiling. That was an exhilarating battle. Blastoise showcased remarkable strength. By the way, I have something to give you. He exchanged a blue Blastoise Megastone and its corresponding evolution keystone from a system shop and presented them to Gary. This is the Megastone and keystone for Blastoise. As long as your bond with Blastoise is strong enough, you can trigger its Mega Evolution. Megastone? For me? Gary gazed at the precious stone in his hand, then glanced at Ash. Why would you give me something so valuable? Because you are my rival, Ash replied with a candid smile. Only a formidable opponent can push me to become stronger. I hope to have a proper battle with your Mega Evolved Blastoise in the Pokemon League. Gary clenched the Mega Stone and Evolution Keystone in his hand, determination igniting in his eyes. All right, I will train Blastoise diligently. I will surely defeat you in the Pokemon League. At that moment, Professor Oak approached, grabbing Ash's arm. Ash, you mustn't play favorites. Since you've prepared a Megastone for Gary, you must allow me to study Mega Evolution as well. I can provide the finest research equipment and help analyze Pokemon energy data, which will benefit your future training. Ash chuckled helplessly. Professor, I never said I wouldn't help you. However, research on Mega Evolution must be undertaken gradually, as each Pokemon has distinct conditions for Mega Evolution. I will do my best to cooperate. Wonderful, Professor Oak exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. I will prepare the research plan right away, and we shall begin tomorrow. Sounds good. Just then, a chorus of joyful sounds erupted from the backyard. Ash and Gary rushed over to find that Ash's Pokemon, along with those temporarily housed there, were playing together. Pikachu and Zapdos were engaged in an electric game, while the white Eevee and Piku frolicked among the flowers. Charizard and Moltres were competing to see whose flames burned brighter, while Dragonair and Articuno soared gracefully through the sky. The Golden Pidgeot and Aerodactyl took to the low sky with other Pokemon, filling the entire backyard with an atmosphere of joy. Misty laughed, saying, I never imagined that legendary Pokemon could be so approachable. I used to think they were all aloof. Brock nodded in agreement. It's all thanks to Ash. He treats every Pokemon with sincerity, which earns their trust. As Ash observed the scene before him, his heart swelled with warmth. He knew that these Pokemon were not only his companions, but also his driving force. With the Pokemon League approaching and much to be done, he felt confident in facing any challenge, as long as he had these partners by his side. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed Professor Oak's lab courtyard, elongating the silhouettes of the Pokemon. Ash took out his Pokeballs, recalling his Pokemon one by one, leaving only Pikachu and the white Eevee by his side. We have a lot to do tomorrow, so everyone should get some rest, Ash said with a smile. Gary also recalled his Pokemon, addressing Ash. I'll come to the lab tomorrow to train Blastoise, so don't you dare slack off. Don't worry. I won't let you down, Ash responded. Meanwhile, Professor Oak was still excitedly planning tomorrow's research, muttering to himself, First, we need to measure the energy fluctuations during Mega Evolution, then analyze the changes in Pokemon's physical data and compare the conditions for different Pokemon's Mega Evolutions. Misty and Brock began preparing dinner, with Staryu and Geodude assisting nearby, enveloping the entire lab in a warm atmosphere. Chapter 48. Research on Mega Evolution. The following morning, the laboratory of Professor Oak was aglow with lights. Dressed in a lab coat speckled with traces of reagents, Professor Oak paced excitedly in front of the experiment table, clutching a stack of blueprints. As Ash entered the lab with Pikachu and the white Eevee, the professor eagerly pulled him to the instruments. Ash, hurry. I've set up an energy detection device overnight that can accurately capture the energy fluctuations during Mega Evolution. Which Pokemon shall we start with? Venusaur or Blastoise? Ash, noticing the glint in the professor's eyes, smiled and pointed at the Pokeballs behind him. Professor, let's take it one step at a time. Let's start with Venusaur. Its Mega Evolution exhibits the most significant changes, so we might gather more data. With that, he retrieved Venusaur's Pokeball and tossed it gently. Venusaur, come forth. With a flash of red light, Venusaur landed steadily on the experiment table, its massive flowers swaying gently, droplets of morning dew clinging to its leaves. Professor Oak immediately leaned in, scanning Venusaur with the device. Size data is normal, energy fluctuations are stable. Ash, activate Mega Evolution. Ash took out the evolution keystone, placing his fingertip against it. while his other hand gently caressed Venusaur's petals. Venusaur, are you ready? Mega Evolution. The Evolution Keystone and Venusaur's Mega Stone both glowed with green light, soft energy coiling around Venusaur's form like vines. The massive flower on its back expanded visibly, its petals shifting from deep pink to light pink, with white triangular markings emerging along the edges. The stem supporting the flower grew sturdier, and 4 large leaves spread outwards. Newly sprouted light green leaves encircled the flower, blooming small pink flowers on its forehead, and a dark green diamond marking stood out prominently. 4 vines descended from the trunk, securely connecting to the bases of the surrounding leaves. My goodness! Professor Oak exclaimed as the scanning device neared Venusaur. The data on the screen surged wildly. Muscle strength in the waist and legs increased by 37, and the energy reserve within the petals was 25 times greater than before evolution. This colossal flower can not only unleash more potent solar beams, but also transmit energy through its vines. It's utterly astonishing. Next up was Blastoise. As Ash activated Mega Evolution, Blastoise's body was enveloped in blue energy, its original 2 water cannons merging into a single, oversized cannon that extended far beyond its head. Small shells emerged on its arms, each concealing a mini water cannon, while its limbs grew robust and powerful, its eyes turning a fierce red. The spines on its chin and the ridge on its forehead added to its intimidating presence. Gary stood nearby, tightly clutching his Blastoise Mega Stone, his eyes filled with anticipation. He could hardly wait to see his Blastoise attempt Mega Evolution. The transformation from 2 cannons to 3 resulted in a 12-centimeter increase in barrel diameter. With water pressure output enhanced by 50, Professor Oak excitedly sketched in his notebook. This form change is entirely aimed at boosting attack capability. Ash, have you ever tried to make it fire all 3 cannons simultaneously? It could inflict catastrophic damage. Ash nodded with a grin, subsequently releasing Aerodactyl, Gyarados, Pidgeot, and Shiny Gengar in succession. As Aerodactyl Mega evolved, its body was enveloped in diamond-like, razor-sharp rocks, with the edges of its wings becoming as sharp as blades. And its temperament grew more volatile as it roared at the laboratory's ventilation shaft. After Mega Evolution, Gyarados revealed blue jet ports along its sides, shooting water with a sonic boom as it swiftly navigated the temporary water pool in the lab, splashing water all over the professor, yet no one paid it any mind. Awestruck by its post-evolution speed, when it was Pidgeot's turn, a white light enveloped its body, transforming its creamy feathers into dazzling gold, its wings becoming broader and longer, with the tips dyed a deep blue. 3 clusters of vibrant red feathers blossomed atop its head, one drooping almost to the ground, its eyes turning a fierce red, the white pupils particularly striking in the sunlight. As the Mega Pidgeot spread its wings, the laboratory lights were overshadowed by its brilliance. A gentle flap of its wings sent a soft breeze that made Pikachu and Eevee sway slightly. A golden Mega Pidgeot. This is my first time witnessing the Mega Evolution of a variant Pokémon. Dr. Oak's voice trembled with excitement. The metallic sheen of the feather had intensified, indicating a significant enhancement in its defensive capabilities. Coupled with these wings, its flight speed would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary supersized Pokémon. Finally, there was Gengar. Its gray body transformed into a pristine white during its Mega Evolution, sprouting sharp, white spines all over, with its lower half shimmering in a delicate lavender hue. The spike at the tip of its tail was as sharp as a dagger, and a yellow hollow coin appeared in the center of its forehead. The Mega Gengar floated in midair, playfully making faces at the instruments on the lab table, inadvertently levitating a beaker with its psychic powers, which startled the doctor into a frantic shout. Watch out for my reagents. Once all the Pokémon had completed their Mega Evolution displays, Dr. Oak sank into his chair, gazing at the plethora of data on the screen, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. Ash, the research value of Mega Evolution is immense. I need to organize this data and compose a paper for publication, of course, with your consent first. By the way, you mentioned yesterday that you were short on Pokeballs. Ash's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding. Yes, doctor. I can only carry 9 right now. But I have so many Pokemon I want to train alongside me, like Scyther and Ponyta. If only the limit could be lifted. Dr. Oak stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before his eyes sparkled with inspiration. There is a way. The league stipulates that trainers can carry a maximum of 6 Pokeballs. But I managed to secure special permission for you, increasing it to 9. Now that you have provided such vital research findings on Mega Evolution, I can apply to the league for a higher carrying capacity, perhaps even extending it to 12 or even 15. Really? That's fantastic, Ash exclaimed, gripping the doctor's hand with excitement. If I can carry more, I can personally train them during my journey and help them adapt to Mega Evolution sooner. Just then, Gary approached, holding his Blastoise's Pokeball. Doctor, can my Blastoise participate in the research? I want to know its specific data after Mega Evolution and how to forge a deeper bond with it. Having witnessed the synergy between Ash and his Pokemon yesterday, he felt a twinge of envy. He had focused so much on enhancing their strength that he had overlooked the importance of bonds. Dr. Oak smiled and nodded. Of course. Gary, your Blastoise has excellent potential, and the data post-Mega Evolution will undoubtedly be valuable. Ash, please assist Gary as well. After all, the key to Mega Evolution lies in the bond. In the ensuing days, Oak's laboratory buzzed with activity. By day, Ash and Gary trained their Pokemon on the training grounds. Ash taught Gary how to enhance his bond with Blastoise through daily interactions, such as grooming its shell, feeding it its favorite blueberries, and even swimming with it in the pool. Dr. Oak busied himself recording data, occasionally joining in on the training to offer professional suggestions, such as adjusting the charging time for Venusaur's Solar Beam and optimizing Gyarados' water flow control. By night, Ash would release all the Pokemon he had temporarily left at the lab, allowing them to frolic in the backyard. Pidgeot soared through the skies with Aerodactyl and Scyther, while Gengar and Pikachu played hide-and-seek. Venusaur and Blastoise basked in the sun on the lawn, and Gyarados practiced water jumps with Tauros in the pool, filling the backyard with laughter and cheer. One evening, Dr. Oak rushed over with a document, his face beaming with joy. Ash, the League has approved it. In light of your contributions to Mega Evolution research, the League has granted you the special title of Master Trainer, increasing your Pokeball carrying limit to 15. Moreover, you can freely utilize the League's training facilities, which will greatly aid your preparation for the Pokemon League. Ash accepted the document, gazing at the number 15 in disbelief, rendered speechless with excitement. Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, chirping jubilantly, while the white Eevee rubbed against his leg, seemingly celebrating with him. Gary clapped him on the shoulder, a hint of rivalry in his tone. Don't celebrate too soon. What's 15 Pokemon? In the Pokemon League, I will defeat you with my Mega Blastoise. Then let us see. Ash replied with a smile, determination glinting in his eyes. I will be waiting for you at the Indigo Plateau with all my partners. Under the setting sun, the figures of Pokemon cast long shadows across the lawn of Oak's lab. Ash looked at his companions beside him, his heart brimming with anticipation. The limit of 15 Pokeballs meant he could embark on his journey with even more Pokemon, and the power of Mega Evolution would become his most formidable weapon in the Pokemon League. Chapter 49, Surfing Pikachu. The sea breeze in Bainu Town carried a salty tang, mingling with the golden sunlight as it swept over the beach. Ash practiced on his surfboard in the shallow waters, the blue waves lifting him up and then letting him down repeatedly. Pikachu squatted on the beach, its tail swaying gently in rhythm with the waves, while white Eevee lounged under an umbrella, playfully pawing at seashells and occasionally glancing at Ash in the water. Be careful, Ash. There's a rip current ahead. Misty shouted from the shore, waving her arms, while a starfish twirled in the shallow water at her feet, seemingly worried. Brock was setting out freshly made seafood rice balls on the picnic blanket, smiling as he added, after your practice, come eat something. Replenishing your energy will help you maintain your balance. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the waves, gliding effortlessly across the water on a black surfboard. Gary, with his Blastoise swimming behind him, paddling with its limbs like a small speedboat. You're struggling with such small waves, Ash. You need to practice more. Gary called out, stopping a short distance away, his tone laced with his usual arrogance. Gary, what are you doing here? Ash asked, surprised as he steadied his surfboard. Aren't you supposed to be training Blastoise for its Mega Evolution? Training needs a change of scenery, Gary replied, raising an eyebrow and pointing toward the distant horizon. I heard there's a once-in-20 years mega swell here, so I came to check out the so-called surfing legend. As soon as he finished speaking, Ash suddenly grimaced as a sharp cramp seized his right foot, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the sea. Ash, Misty, and Brock gasped simultaneously, while Pikachu leaped up anxiously, its tail crackling with electricity. At that moment, a yellow figure sped toward him on a specially designed board. A Pikachu wearing a blue surfing wristband standing at the front, with a boy in an orange surfing outfit seated on its back. Hold on tight, the boy shouted, and as Pikachu reached out, firmly grasping Ash's arm and pulling him onto the board with the force of the waves. Phew, thank you, Ash gasped, lying on the board as he looked up at his rescuer. I'm Ash, and this is my partner, Pikachu. I'm Minchwante, and this is Maquel, the boy smiled, gesturing to his Pikachu, which wiggled its tail at Ash's Pikachu, its eyes filled with friendliness. It's not one I caught. It floated to me on a board 3 years ago, naturally attuned to the rhythm of the waves. The group followed Minchuan back to his seaside cottage, adorned with trophies and old photographs of surfing. A particularly striking yellowed photograph caught their attention, depicting a boy riding a massive wave, planting a red flag atop a towering rock. This is Ajiang, the legendary surfer who conquered the mega swell 20 years ago, Minchuan said, caressing the photo with longing in his eyes. In the legends of Bainu, the mega swell appears once every 20 years. And whoever can plant a flag at the top of the rocks will become the hero of the town. I grew up listening to Ajiang's stories. That's how I fell in love with surfing. I've heard Ajiang's story too. A girl clad in a pink dress entered, carrying a food box, which she placed upon the table, revealing the pickles within. I am Kimura Miyuki, and this is Minchuan Taiko, she announced. My mother has entrusted me with these pickles to deliver to you. Every time I hear Ajiang's stories, I feel so invigorated. She turned her sparkling eyes towards Ash and his companions. By the way, today marks the day of the Great Tuesday's arrival. Really? Ash exclaimed, rising with excitement. Can we go see it? I'm eager to witness how Makir reacts to the waves. Minchuan nodded and led everyone to the lookout point behind the house. Makir leapt onto the railing, closed its eyes, and gently swayed its ears, with its tail resting on the water's surface, moving in rhythm with the undercurrents. It senses the pulse of the ocean, Minchuan explained. Whether it be a current or a monstrous wave, Makir can perceive it in advance. On several occasions during typhoons, it has warned the townsfolk to seek refuge. Ash's Pikachu curiously approached, mimicking Makir by placing its tail on the water's surface, only to retract it immediately. Shivering from the cold, Pika Pika, it gazed at Makir, seemingly perplexed as to why the latter could so effortlessly sense the waves. Don't rush, take your time, Minchuan said, crouching down to gently pet Ash's Pikachu. Surfing, much like battling, requires establishing a bond with the waves. Why don't you greet the waves in a Pokémon way? Ash also squatted down, enveloping Pikachu with his aura. Pikachu, don't be afraid. Trust your instincts. Just like you do when using your electric moves, feel the flow of the water. Pikachu nodded and once more placed its tail upon the water's surface. This time, it did not hesitate. Closing its eyes, its tiny nose quivered, and gradually, its tail began to sway in harmony with the rhythm of the waves. Its ears perked up as if truly hearing the sounds of the ocean. Wonderful. You did it. Misty clapped her hands in joy. Brock smiled, adding, it seems Pikachu possesses a natural talent for surfing. Who knows, it may even learn to ride the waves. Standing nearby, Green, though silent, revealed a glimmer of approval in his eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed a Pikachu capable of sensing the waves, adding a special charm beyond mere battles. At that moment, a shrill laughter echoed. Oh, how lively. Are you preparing to deliver us a rare Pikachu? The trio from Team Rocket sprang forth from the bushes, with Jessie brandishing a net. Makir and the Pikachu that can sense the waves will make us a fortune. Arbok, use bind. Jessie threw a pokeball, and Arbok lunged towards Makir. Not so fast. Houndour, come forth. Ash immediately retrieved a pokeball, and Houndour burst forth, unleashing a stream of flames that repelled Arbok's attack. Not to be outdone, James released Weezing. Weezing, use smokescreen. A cloud of black smoke instantly enveloped the lookout, allowing Team Rocket to attempt to snatch Pikachu and Makir. Fearow, use air slash. Ash shouted as the golden Fearow soared from its pokeball, fanning its wings to disperse the smoke, slicing through Team Rocket's net. Aerodactyl, use Rock Tomb. Aerodactyl spread its massive wings, unleashing energy to lift rocks from the ground, blocking Team Rocket's escape route. Green also produced a pokeball, Blastoise. Use Hydro Pump. Blastoise charged forth from its pokeball, spewing a jet of water that struck Weezing, sending it flying. How infuriating. You dare to team up. Jessie stomped her foot in frustration. Meowth unsheathed its claws. Enough of this. Let us unleash the secret weapon. It pressed a button on a remote control, and a giant mechanical claw emerged from the sea, lunging towards Pikachu and Makir. Jengar, use Shadow Ball. The grayish Jengar floated out, conjuring a black energy sphere that it hurled at the mechanical claw, causing it to short-circuit and emit black smoke. Such an irksome feeling. Team Rocket was blown away by the explosion of the mechanical claw, disappearing beyond the horizon. After the crisis was averted, Makir called out to Ash's Pikachu, seemingly inviting it to practice together. Minchuan smiled, saying, Makir wishes to teach Pikachu how to ride the waves. Are you willing to give it a try? With Great Tuesday approaching, perhaps Pikachu can be of assistance when the gigantic waves arrive. Ash was certainly willing. He followed Minchuan to the seaside, where Minchuan prepared a miniature surfboard for Pikachu, while Makir stood on its own board, leading the way. Pikachu initially wobbled precariously on the small surfboard, nearly falling into the sea multiple times, but Makir was always there to help stabilize it with its tail. Ash, standing on the shore, transmitted encouragement through his aura. Pikachu, believe in yourself. Just as you trust me in battles, trust the waves. Gradually, Pikachu grew more adept, leaping atop the waves in rhythm with Makir, its tail swaying gently like a rudder guiding its direction. Misty and Brock watched in awe, while Green nodded in approval. I never imagined this Pikachu would not only excel in battles, but also learn to surf. Quite fascinating. As the sun set, Pikachu could independently maneuver the small surfboard through the shallow waters, excitedly waving at Ash, its tail creating beautiful arcs upon the water's surface. Fantastic. Pikachu, you've learned to surf. Ash dashed over, scooping Pikachu into his arms, kissing its face, while the white Eevee approached, nuzzling Pikachu's cheek as if celebrating. The following morning, an alarm blared along the beach as Miss Junshaw shouted through a loudspeaker on the street. Attention, residents. The massive waves of Great Tuesday are imminent. Please head to higher ground for safety immediately. When Ash and his companions reached the shore, Minchuan was already prepared to depart. Carrying a red flag and standing on his surfboard, Makir stood steadfastly by his side, gazing resolutely at the distant horizon. Minchuan, this is too dangerous. Kimura Miyuki tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. What if something happens? Miyuki, this is my dream. Minchuan replied gently, stroking her head. Ajiang also braved risks to conquer the monstrous waves. I wish to fulfill this legend and prove Makir's strength. Ash stepped forward, offering him a Master Ball. Take this. If you encounter danger, use it to summon my Pokémon. My Pikachu has also learned to surf. Let it accompany you, as it may prove helpful. Pikachu promptly leaped onto the surfboard, nodding at Minchuan, its tail raised high as if making a promise. Green produced a Pokeball as well. My Blastoise can move swiftly through the water. Let it accompany you, so it can help shield you from the waves in emergencies. Minchuan gratefully accepted the Master Ball. Thank you all. I won't let you down. With that, he stood on his surfboard, leading Makir and Ash's Pikachu towards the towering waves, while Blastoise provided support alongside, cleaving through the smaller waves with its body. In the distance, a colossal black wave loomed on the horizon, resembling a massive wall of water advancing towards the town. Ash and the others stood at the shore, anxiously watching the sea. Jengar, use telekinesis to help us observe the situation. Jengar floated forth, waving its spoon, transmitting the distant scene through its psychic powers. Minchuan was riding atop the crest of the massive wave, with Makir guiding the way ahead, while Pikachu used its tail to sense the undercurrents, occasionally reminding Minchuan to adjust his direction. Suddenly, a whirlpool emerged within the giant wave, causing Minchuan's surfboard to wobble precariously. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to disperse the whirlpool. Ash shouted, relaying the command through his aura. Pikachu instantly released a faint electric current, which mingled with the water, successfully dissipating the whirlpool. The Blastoise seized the opportunity to propel the surfboard to the crest of the wave with its high-pressure water jets, enabling Minchuan to regain his balance. Now's the time. Minchuan shouted as he charged towards the towering rocks. Maguire and Pikachu exerted their strength simultaneously, bracing against the surfboard to propel Minchuan towards the summit. Seizing the moment, Minchuan leapt boldly, securing the red flag firmly at the pinnacle of the rock. Success! Ash and the others erupted in jubilant cheers, while the coastal residents applauded in delight. And Kimura Miyuki was so overwhelmed with emotion that she burst into tears. As the colossal waves gradually receded, Minchuan, along with Maguire and Pikachu, safely returned to the shore. Pikachu leapt into Ash's arms, exuberantly chattering, its fur still damp from the sea, yet it felt no chill. You've worked hard, Pikachu, Ash said, embracing it with a radiant smile under the sun. Not only have you mastered surfing, but you've also become a hero. Shigeru stepped forward, patting Ash on the shoulder. This time, I'll concede, your Pikachu is more capable than I imagined. Though his tone retained a hint of arrogance, the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. Minchuan removed the red flag and handed it to Ash. This flag belongs to Pikachu. It is the true hero of this feat. Ash shook his head, returning the flag to Minchuan. It was your perseverance and Maguire's that made this legend possible. This flag belongs to you. Kimura Miyuki rushed over, presenting Minchuan with a jar of pickles. Minchuan, you are now a legend. I will share your story with many others. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the sea, transforming everything into a radiant spectacle. Ash, cradling Pikachu, gazed at the distant waves, his heart filled with warmth. He had not only taught Pikachu a new skill, but had also witnessed the birth of a new surfing legend. Misty and Brock were discussing plans for a seafood feast that evening. while Shigeru practiced Mega Evolution synchronization with Blastoise. The white EV lounged by Ash's feet, relishing the ocean breeze. Ahead lay the quartz plateau. Ash clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Pikachu and everyone. Let us create our own legend in the Pokémon League. Chapter 50, Battle with Shiba. The morning light of Mayacha Mountain pierced through the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the rocky path. Ash treaded carefully on the dewy ground, tightly clutching a slightly curled poster. The 4 elite trainers, Shiba, stood bare-chested, his muscular definition as sharp as granite, while his Hitmonlee assumed a perfect fighting stance beside him, the corner of the poster emblazoned with the words Mayacha Mountain Training Guidance. Shiba, the master of fighting-type Pokémon. Ash exclaimed with excitement. Pikachu perched on his shoulder, its tail swaying lightly in sync with his movements. If only I could battle him in a 6v6 match, I would surely learn an abundance of battle techniques. Fighting types, huh? Misty, cradling Togepi, absent-mindedly rubbed the Pokeball of Stereo. Your Houndour and EV are both vulnerable to fighting types. You must be cautious in battle. Brock, carrying a cooking supplies bag, directed his gaze ahead. Master Shiba's fighting techniques emphasize strength overcoming skill. We must strategize our battle order in advance. Strategize? More like you're just scared. Shigeru's voice echoed from behind, the Pokeball of Blastoise glimmering ominously on his wrist. I'm curious to see if the so-called Elite Four can withstand my Mega Evolved Blastoise. Scared? Not at all. Ash promptly turned around, the white EV peeking from his backpack's ventilation hole, chiming in with a few squeaks as if to support him. This time, I will win and show you just how formidable my Pokémon truly are. As they ascended the mountain path, they rounded a bend when the ground suddenly trembled violently. A colossal onyx, far larger than the average specimen, burst through the earth, its dark gray scales marred with cracks, eyes glowing with wild red fury as it unleashed a deafening roar at the group. Be careful. Ash immediately shielded Pikachu behind him. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. A surge of golden electricity erupted from Pikachu's tail, but was effortlessly deflected off the onyx's scales, barely sparking. This onyx's defense is impenetrable. Misty gasped as Stereo leapt from its Pokeball, positioning itself in front of her. Brock fished out his Pokeball. Steelix, come forth. Use Rock Tomb to restrain it. His Steelix landed on the ground. Though smaller in size, it bravely assumed a defensive stance against the giant onyx. At that moment, a figure darted from the trees like a panther, landing gracefully before the massive onyx. Shiba, barefoot on the gravel, his black martial arts uniform billowing in the wind, extended a hand and gently pressed it against Onyx's forehead. Calm down, little one. In a stunning turn of events, the previously ferocious Onyx instantly quieted, nudging its head against Shiba's palm. Shiba turned, his gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Ash. Are you here to challenge me, trainers? Master Shiba. Ash stepped forward, gripping his Pokeball tightly. I am Ash, and I wish to engage in a 6v6 battle with you. Please, guide me. Shiba raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. You have courage. However, before we battle, I'm hungry. Prepare me a meal that satisfies, or I won't have the strength to fight. Brock immediately stepped forward. Leave it to me. I'll gather ingredients by the stream and ensure you enjoy the most authentic mountain cuisine. He pulled Misty along to catch fish by the stream, while Ash and Shigeru followed Shiba to a clearing in the mountain. Shiba explained, this onyx was injured by a diglet, causing its scales to become inflamed and aggressive. I've already treated it. Half an hour later, the aroma of cooked dishes wafted from the stream. Brock presented golden brown grilled fish on a stone slab, accompanied by a vibrant wild vegetable soup and honey-glazed grilled mushrooms. Shiba picked up chopsticks, tasting the grilled fish, his eyes lighting up. Not bad, the fish is tender, and the cooking is just right. Just as Brock was about to express his gratitude, he accidentally bumped his spoon against Shiba's back while turning to fetch the sauce. Shiba did not flinch, but instead chuckled. As a trainer, one must remain vigilant at all times. If you can't even sense what is happening behind you, how can you hope to win in battle? After the meal, Shiba stood up and walked to the center of the clearing. All right, I've eaten. The 6v6 battle will continue until one side has all Pokémon unable to battle. My first Pokémon is Hitmonlee. A flash of red light revealed Hitmonlee, its fists clenched and body slightly leaning forward, joints emanating a faint red glow of fighting-type energy. My first Pokémon is Scyther. Ash retrieved his Pokeball. Scyther's scythe-like arms gleaming coldly, its wings vibrating rapidly, stirring up a small whirlwind. Bug types are strong against fighting types. I want to lose this round. Scyther? Interesting. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Shiba's eyes. Hitmonlee, use Sonic Punch. Hitmonlee's fist glowed white as its form vanished in an instant. only to reappear before Scyther in the next moment. Scyther, evade using quick attack. Just as Ash's command fell, Scyther transformed into a streak of green lightning, narrowly dodging the attack as Hitmonlee's fist crashed into the ground, sending debris flying. Now, use Fury Cutter. Scyther's forelimbs glimmered with white light as it slashed towards Hitmonlee's back. Hitmonlee, block with Flame Punch. Shiba calmly commanded. Hitmonlee's right fist ignited with orange-red flames, colliding with Scyther's slash, the two forces clashing and sparking in a dazzling display. Hitmonlee, engage in close combat. Enduring the searing flames, Hitmonlee charged in front of Scyther, delivering a powerful elbow strike to its abdomen. Scyther, use Double Team. Numerous afterimages of Scyther appeared in an instant, leaving Hitmonlee unable to pinpoint its target. Now is the time, use Street Knife. The true mantis of the skies burst forth from the remnants of its shadow, its forelimbs glowing with dark energy as it struck fiercely upon the shoulder of the Rapid Puncher. The Rapid Puncher staggered backward but quickly regained its composure. Rapid Puncher. Unleash a 100-ton punch. The golden fist, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, hurtled towards the mantis of the skies. In response, the mantis elevated its attack with a dance of blades. It spun rapidly, accumulating power in its forelimbs, and then clashed head-on with the 100-ton punch using its cross scissors. With a resounding crash, both combatants fell to the ground, incapacitated. Both sides have lost their fighting capability. Xiaoxia clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming how remarkable it was that they had drawn. Shiba recalled the Rapid Puncher and retrieved a second Pokeball. Indeed, your mantis of the skies possesses great potential. My second Pokemon, Machoke. A flash of red light revealed Machoke, its four muscular arms flexing as it waved its fists in the air, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Mantis of the skies, you've worked hard. Return and rest. Ash recalled the mantis of the skies and produced another Pokeball. Jengar, it's your turn. The shimmering silver Jengar descended gracefully, its spoon swaying gently, emanating a faint blue psychic aura. Psychic types have an advantage over fighting types. Shigeru narrowed his eyes, unconsciously rubbing the evolution keystone. Could Master Shiba be deliberately testing Ash's response capabilities by sending out Machoke? Machoke, use Karate Chop. Shiba's command was concise and commanding. Mashoki's four arms glowed white as they struck towards the gleaming Jengar. Jengar, block it with telekinesis. Jengar waved its spoon, instantly forming a transparent barrier of psychic energy. Mashoki's Karate Chop collided with the shield, producing a sharp clang. Now use illusion. Jengar waved its spoon again, lifting Mashoki's body with psychic power and causing it to spin in midair. Machoke, break free with rapid spin. Machoke quickly rotated its body, escaping the telekinetic grasp, and then hurled itself towards Jengar with a powerful throw. Jengar, evade with teleport. In an instant, Jengar vanished from its location, causing Mashoki's attack to miss and crash heavily into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Now use Psychic. A blue light flickered in Jengar's eyes as it forcefully slammed Mashoki's body towards the ground, causing the rocks beneath to crack. Machoke, enhance your abilities with Bulk Up. Machoke took a deep breath, its muscles swelling significantly, greatly boosting its attack and defense. Jengar, use Shadow Sneak. Jengar's shadow elongated, stretching out claws from the ground to fiercely grab at Mashoki's back. Machoke let out a painful cry but still struggled to rise. Machoke, deliver the final blow. A 100-ton punch. Its four arms glowed golden as they smashed down towards Jengar. Jengar, use telekinesis to lift it. Jengar again used psychic energy to hoist Machoke up, then slammed it forcefully to the ground. This time, Machoke could no longer rise, losing its fighting capability. Machoke has lost its battle capability, and Jengar is victorious. Brock shouted excitedly, Ash, well done. Shiba recalled Machoke, gently stroking the Pokeball, his excitement intensifying. Impressive. Your foresight and synergy with your Pokemon are more mature than many league competitors. My third Pokemon, Alakazam. A flash of red light revealed Alakazam, standing on one leg with the other bent like a bow, its hands clasped behind its back, exuding an elegant yet deadly aura. Jengar, return and rest. You've done well. Ash recalled Jengar, his gaze resolute as he called forth, Haxorus, I entrust you with this battle. The Haxorus, adorned with pale blue scales, coiled on the ground, its tail gently tapping the earth as it radiated a soft, blue dragon-type energy. Though dragon types do not have an advantage over fighting types, Haxorus's speed could evade close-range attacks. Xiaoxia quickly assessed the situation, her eyes fixed on the battleground. Ash was relying on agility to wear down his opponent. Shiba, hearing this, smiled approvingly. Knowing how to leverage your Pokemon's advantages is far more crucial than blindly depending on type matchups. Alakazam, unleash a 100-ton flying kick. Alakazam's right leg gleamed with brilliant gold, propelling its body like a poised cannonball towards Haxorus's side. The sound of its foot slicing through the air was particularly piercing. Haxorus, use Dragon Dance. Ash's command was decisive. Haxorus spun rapidly, its pale blue scales glimmering in the sunlight as dragon-type energy swirled around it, steadily enhancing its speed and attack during the rotation. It suddenly angled its body just in time to narrowly evade Alakazam's kick, the golden tip barely grazing its scales and creating a slight gust. Now Ice Beam. Haxorus unleashed a frigid beam that instantly froze upon contact with the ground, a white layer of ice rapidly spreading towards Alakazam. As Alakazam touched down, its foot slipped on the icy surface, causing it to momentarily lose balance and stumble. Now's the time, use Dragon Pulse. Ash seized the opportunity, issuing the command. A blue wave of dragon-type energy surged from Haxorus, its edges glowing softly, striking precisely at Alakazam's chest. Alakazam staggered backward, taking 3 steps before managing to stabilize itself, a small tear appearing in its fighting uniform. But it gritted its teeth and stood firm. Alakazam, use Future Sight. It lowered its head slightly, intently locking onto Haxorus, predicting the trajectory of the next attack. Sure enough, Haxorus's second ice beam followed closely behind, but Alakazam swiftly sidestepped, the beam grazing its shoulder and striking the ground, creating a slender ice shard. Mach Punch. Alakazam's fist radiated white light, its speed so swift that it seemed to leave an afterimage as it crashed towards Haxorus's scales. Haxorus, guard. Ash's voice rang out just in time. A transparent energy barrier enveloped Haxorus, absorbing the impact of the Mach Punch, which struck the shield with a sharp clang but failed to breach its defenses. Counterattack with Dragon Breath. Seizing the moment while Alakazam was momentarily off balance, Haxorus unleashed a torrent of blue dragon breath, laced with tiny ice particles, that slammed into Alakazam. Alakazam swayed, its supporting knee buckling as it crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes losing their spark. Alakazam has lost its fighting capability, and Haxorus is victorious. Brock raised his binoculars for confirmation and shouted excitedly. Ash's rhythm control is impeccable. He consistently interrupts Master Shiba's offensive at crucial moments. Chapter 51, Fierce Battle. Shiba recalled Alakazam, his fingertips lightly grazing the Pokeball, his excitement growing. Indeed, your prediction and the coordination with your Pokémon are more advanced than many league contenders. My 4th Pokémon, Infernape. A flash of red light revealed Infernape, landing on the ground with its fists clenched, its brown fur fluffed up in anger, eyes gleaming with a wild red light. And the fighting energy radiating from it created waves of heat that made the ground tremble. Haxorus, return and rest. You've done well. Ash retrieved Haxorus into its Pokeball, then produced another adorned with ghostly patterns. Now it's your turn, Jengar. The gray shimmering Jengar floated forth from the red light, its half-transparent body suspended in midair, making a face at Infernape and deliberately licking its lips in a provocative manner. Shigeru crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. Though ghost types do not have an advantage over fighting types, they are immune to physical attacks from fighting types. Ash made a clever choice here. Infernape, don't let it provoke you. Use Fury Swipes. Shiba's command was calm, yet commanding. Infernape's claws shone with a sharp white light as it dashed towards Jengar like an arrow, each step causing the ground to indent slightly, leaving trails of white air currents in its wake. Jengar, use Teleport. Ash ordered with composure. In an instant, Jengar's form became translucent, and the next moment, it materialized beside the trunk behind the fiery monkey, waving its claw. The fiery monkey, missing its target, spun around in rage and delivered a fierce punch to the trunk, creating a deep dent and sending splinters flying. Now Shadow Ball. Jengar clasped its hands together, rapidly condensing a dark energy sphere in its palms, surrounded by faint wisps of black smoke, which flew towards the fiery monkey's back. Fiery punch to deflect. Shiba shouted. The fiery monkey's right fist ignited with an orange-red flame as it pivoted sharply, slamming its fist into the Shadow Ball. With a thunderous boom, the collision of the Shadow Ball and the fiery punch released a swirl of black smoke and crimson flames, enveloping the battlefield in a hazy shroud. Fiery Monkey. Strike from the smoke. Shiba's voice pierced through the fog, reaching the fiery monkey's ears with precision. A glint of determination flashed in the fiery monkey's eyes as it used the smoke as cover to swiftly maneuver on all fours, stealthily encircling the gleaming Jengar's rear, its fist glowing with golden light, ready to unleash a surprise attack. However, Ash was already prepared. The power of Aura had sensed the fiery monkey's position. Jengar, Dark Pulse. Jengar's body suddenly radiated black energy, which surged outward like a tidal wave, ensnaring the stealthy fiery monkey within its grasp. The fiery monkey emitted a pained howl as it became entwined in the black energy, its fur standing on end, visibly losing half of its stamina. Fiery monkey. Break through with close combat. Shiba commanded through gritted teeth. Enduring the searing pain of the energy, the fiery monkey charged toward the gleaming Jengar. Unleashing a flurry of furious punches, each strike laced with wrath, aiming to overwhelm its opponent with relentless attacks. Jengar, Shadow Clone. Ash shouted. Jengar's form instantly split into 5 identical phantoms, all launching simultaneous assaults on the fiery monkey. Some swiped with claws, others stuck out their tongues, leaving the fiery monkey bewildered and unable to discern reality from illusion. Now Shadow Strike. The true Jengar suddenly emerged from the shadow on the ground, its claws shimmering with dark energy, viciously raking at the fiery monkey's back. With a tearing sound, 3 bloody gashes appeared on the fiery monkey's back, causing it to falter and collapse heavily to the ground, incapacitated. The fiery monkey is unable to battle. Jengar wins. Misty exclaimed joyfully, jumping up as her Togepi wobbled in excitement. We've already won 4 battles. Come on, Ash, just 2 more to go. Shiba recalled the fiery monkey, took a deep breath, and retrieved his 5th Pokeball. Your Ghost-type Pokemon has exhibited remarkable agility. My 5th Pokemon is Shavalin. A flash of red light revealed Shavalin, whose muscular legs were notably more robust than those of a regular Shavalin. With its left leg slightly bent and the right leg raised, it assumed a perfect kicking stance. Its sharp gaze fixed on Jengar. Jengar, take a break, Ash commanded, returning Jengar to its Pokeball before producing a blue Pokeball. Gyarados, it's your turn. A massive red light enveloped the arena as Gyarados' colossal form landed with a resounding thud, its scales glinting a deep blue, emitting a low growl directed at Shavalin, the surrounding air becoming humid from its water energy. Water types are not particularly effective against fighting types, but Gyarados' size and strength can certainly overpower Shavalin. Brock analyzed. Ash is relying on his size advantage to dominate. Shavalin, use Flying Knee Kick. Shiba initiated the assault. Shavalin's knee glimmered with golden light as it soared high, resembling a golden missile aimed at Gyarados' head. Gyarados, use Water Gun. Ash commanded. Gyarados unleashed a thick blue stream of water that accurately struck Shavalin's knee, instantly dulling the golden glow and abruptly halting the Flying Knee Kick. Shavalin plummeted to the ground but steadied itself, albeit slightly staggered from the impact of the water. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Ash seized the opportunity to further enhance Gyarados' abilities. Gyarados spiraled gracefully, its deep blue scales shimmering as its speed and attack power steadily increased, the surrounding water energy intensifying. Shavalin, unleash a 1,000,000-ton flying kick. Shiba attempted to interrupt the Dragon Dance. Shavalin's right leg blazed with golden light as it aimed a kick toward Gyarados' abdomen. Gyarados, use Bite. Gyarados suddenly bowed its head, snapping its jaws at Shavalin's leg with razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously. Shavalin was compelled to withdraw its strike, sidestepping, but still felt the sharp teeth graze its pant leg, leaving a tooth mark. Shavalin, follow-up kicks. Shiba's commands grew increasingly rapid. Shavalin's legs alternated in a flurry of kicks aimed at Gyarados, moving so swiftly that afterimages were left in their wake, each kick accompanied by the sound of rushing wind as it sought to assault Gyarados' abdomen and legs. Gyarados, use Surf. Ash shouted. Gyarados' body was instantly enveloped in blue waves, lifting it up and forming a small tidal wave. Harnessing the wave's power, it dashed swiftly, effortlessly dodging Shavalin's relentless kicks while simultaneously engulfing Shavalin in the crashing waves. Shavalin struggled within the water, yet could not escape its grasp. Now Hyper Beam. Ash's command exuded unwavering confidence. Gyarados concentrated golden energy into a sphere, the orb swelling larger as the surrounding air shimmered with energy distortion. Shavalin, evade with agility. Shiba ordered urgently. Shavalin exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the waves, attempting to sidestep the Hyper Beam. But its speed had already been hampered by the water, and the golden energy sphere struck it squarely. With a cataclysmic explosion, Shavalin was launched away, crashing heavily onto the ground, battered and unable to rise. Shavalin is unable to battle. Gyarados wins. Brock cheered, clapping exuberantly. We've won the 5th match. Just 1 more to go. Shiba recalled Shavalin, his expression turning gravely serious as he slowly produced his final Pokeball, its surface adorned with intricate fighting patterns, clearly signifying his ace. Ash, you have passed my test. My last Pokemon, and my strongest, is Machamp. A flash of red light revealed a Machamp. Larger than the average of its kind, its 4 muscular arms as solid as iron, each muscle distinctly defined, and donning deep brown wristbands marked with battle scars. It swung a fist at Gyarados, the gust generated causing the ground's debris to tremble, its eyes radiating an undeniable aura of strength. Is that a Machamp trained for enhanced performance? Gary squinted, realizing that the previous Machamp was merely standard. This one was Shiba's trump card. Gyarados, return, Ash said, recalling Gyarados with a deep breath. His fingers rested on the Pokeball inscribed with flame patterns, the partner with whom he shared the deepest bond. It's time for you to take the stage, Charizard. Golden flames erupted from the Pokeball, cascading like a waterfall through the air as Charizard unfurled its nearly 3-meter wingspan. Emitting a thunderous roar at Machamp, the flames at its tail crackling and causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. Fire types do not have an advantage over fighting types, nor are they hindered by them. Is Ash opting for a direct confrontation based on strength? A flicker of surprise crossed Shiba's eyes, swiftly morphing into appreciation. Interesting. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. Ash's voice resonated with perfect harmony. Charizard unleashed a torrent of golden flames from its mouth, the inferno surging forth like a relentless tide towards Machamp, its searing heat causing the surrounding flora to wither. Machamp, block it with rocks, commanded Shiba with an air of calm authority. Simultaneously, Machamp's 4 arms struck the ground, summoning 5 towering boulders that erupted from the earth, forming a formidable stone barrier. The golden flames collided with the rocks, emitting a hissing sound as they seared the surface, turning it a fiery red. Yet the stones remained unbroken. Machamp, close in. Use cross chop. The command from Shiba resonated with palpable strength. Like an arrow released from its bow, Machamp surged forward, its arms crossing to form a gleaming silver X, slicing towards Charizard's wings with such speed that it seemed to leave an afterimage. Charizard, block with your wings, Ash shouted. Charizard brought its wings together, their edges glinting like polished metal, bracing itself against the cross chop. The moment the two forces met, a thunderous explosion echoed through the forest, sending birds scattering in fright. Charizard staggered back 3 steps, a faint red mark appearing along the edges of its wings, while Machamp felt the burn of the residual heat. Char marks marring its deep brown wristbands. Machamp, use seismic toss. Seizing the opportunity as Charizard recoiled, Shiba issued the command. Machamp charged forward, its 4 arms tightly gripping Charizard's wings, lifting it high before preparing to slam it down to the ground. Charizard, use Fire Fang. Ash's voice was laced with urgency. A fierce determination flashed in Charizard's eyes as it clamped down on Machamp's arm with its jaws, golden flames coursing along its teeth, searing Machamp's skin. Roar! Machamp bellowed in pain, loosening its grip, allowing Charizard to break free and ascend into the sky, creating distance between them. Now's the time. Charizard, Mega Evolve! Ash exclaimed, producing the evolution stone from around his neck, pressing his fingertip against it while extending his other hand toward Charizard, urging it to witness their bond. The evolution stone and Charizard's Mega Stone erupted in a dazzling golden light, enveloping Charizard in a torrent of energy. Its form rapidly enlarged in the brilliance. Deep blue flames igniting along the edges of its wings, its claws sharpening, and a shimmering draconic energy swirling around it. Transforming its original flying type into a dragon type, Mega Charizard X had arrived. Is this the form of Mega Evolution? Shiba gasped, his normally composed expression marred by astonishment as he instinctively stepped forward, fixating on Charizard. A Pokémon could evolve to such an extent? Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Ash's command brimmed with confidence. Charizard transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly appearing before Machamp, its deep blue claws striking fiercely against Machamp's wristbands. With a resounding crack, the deep brown bands shattered, leaving 3 deep gashes on Machamp's arm. Machamp, use Bulk Up, Shiba hastily ordered. Machamp inhaled deeply, its muscles swelling, the fighting energy around it solidifying, significantly enhancing its attack and defense as it let out an enraged roar, all 4 arms striking an attacking pose towards Charizard. Charizard, evade with quick attack. Charizard darted like a blue blur, effortlessly avoiding Machamp's assault as Machamp's fists slammed into the ground, creating 4 half-meter deep craters. Now is the time. Fire Blast. A massive conflagration of blue flames gathered in Charizard's mouth, the heat distorting the air around them. Machamp, endure. Shiba grit his teeth, commanding the risky fighting type move that would absorb the attack, but inflict severe damage in return. Machamp spread its arms wide, bracing itself to endure the fire blast, the blue flames scorching its body and billowing clouds of black smoke. Its skin reddened under the flames, yet it remained fixated on Charizard, suddenly trapping Charizard's wings in its grasp, attempting to slam it down to the ground. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Ash shouted. Charizard unleashed a wave of blue draconic energy that collided with Machamp's chest. Machamp coughed up blood, finally relinquishing its hold. Staggering back a few steps before dropping to one knee, clearly at its limit. Machamp, rise. Deliver the final blow, close combat. Shiba's voice was slightly hoarse, yet still filled with vigor. Machamp sprang to its feet, the spirit of defiance gleaming in its eyes. As its forearms glowed with white light and charged at Mega Charizard X. Charizard, let's also deliver our final blow. Dragon Claw. Ash's voice was imbued with fervor and resolve. Charizard's claws radiated an even deeper blue, meeting Machamp head-on. The two figures resonated in midair, and with a resounding crash, Machamp fell heavily to the ground, its eyes losing their spark. Charizard, too, was battered and exhausted, its flames dimming as it gently descended to the ground. Reverting to its normal form, Machamp is unable to battle. Charizard is victorious. Misty leaped up in excitement, while Pikachu hopped down from Ash's shoulder, cheering jubilantly to the sky with a series of Pika Pika calls. The white Eevee nuzzled against Ash's leg, emitting cheerful sounds. Shiba approached Machamp, gently stroking its head, his eyes devoid of disappointment, filled only with pride. Well done, Machamp. You did wonderfully. He then turned to Ash, extending his hand. Calloused palms bearing the marks of years of training. You have won, Ash. Your battle skills, your bond with your Pokémon, and that mysterious Mega Evolution have truly opened my eyes. I concede this battle with utmost respect. Ash grasped Shiba's hand, his face radiant with a bright smile. Thank you, Master Shiba. This battle has taught me so much, especially your mastery over fighting-type Pokémon and your calm response under pressure. These are lessons I aspire to learn. Chapter 52. The Evolution of Gyarados. As dusk deepened, a bonfire crackled in the clearing of the Miacha Mountains, the sounds of burning wood intertwining with the cries of Pokémon. Ash was guiding Pikachu and practicing its Thunderbolt technique, golden electricity dancing at the tip of Pikachu's tail, striking a distant rock and sending sparks flying. The white Eevee lay at Ash's feet, occasionally pawing at the small stones on the ground, its gaze fixated on Pikachu's movements. Pikachu, let's try again to improve your accuracy with Thunderbolt. Ash raised a branch, pointing to a red mark on the rock, determined to hit it precisely this time, without deviation. Pikachu nodded, its body surging with electricity, launching a thick bolt towards the mark, but it still veered a few centimeters off, striking the rock's edge. Almost there. Ash crouched down, patting Pikachu's head. Don't rush, we'll practice a few more times. Nearby, Green leaned against a tree trunk, unable to refrain from commenting. If you can't even control Thunderbolt, how do you expect to win the Pokémon League? My Blastoise could hit a target 10 meters away with a hydro pump effortlessly. Here we go again. Ash stood up, glaring defiantly at Green. My Pokémon is improving every day, unlike you, who only knows how to brag. The white Eevee chimed in with a few sounds, seemingly supporting Ash's rebuttal. Brock, busy by the bonfire, stirred a pot of vegetable soup that bubbled invitingly, the aroma wafting through the air. All right, enough bickering. Let us have some soup to warm up. We have a long journey ahead to the next town tomorrow. Misty, cradling Togepi, approached Ash with a smile. Ash, don't let Green get to you. He may act tough, but he has a soft heart. Remember how he secretly cheered for you in your battle against Shiba? Green's ears turned slightly red as he turned his face away, pretending to admire the distant scenery. Who was secretly cheering? I just wanted to see if he would lose spectacularly. As the words left his lips, the ground trembled violently. The flames of the campfire leapt skyward, and a tremendous roar echoed from the distant cliffs, followed by a cascade of falling rocks and a cloud of dust. What was happening? Ash immediately retrieved a Pokeball and warned everyone to be cautious, for danger might be imminent. Pikachu instinctively positioned itself in front of Ash, its tail crackling with electricity, while the white Eevee stood alert, fixating on the direction of the dust cloud. Gary, Brock, and Misty swiftly prepared themselves. Gary produced the Pokeball of his Blastoise, ready to summon it at a moment's notice. As the dust began to settle, remnants of an ancient structure concealed behind the cliff face came into view. The weathered stone walls were riddled with cracks, inscribed with indecipherable runes, and at the center stood a colossal stone bell, adorned with golden patterns that shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Is this an ancient ruin? Brock marveled as he approached, examining the runes on the stone wall with keen interest, astonished that such an ancient site existed in the vicinity of Mt. Miacha. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in white lab coats hurriedly arrived, led by a bespectacled young woman clutching a notebook. Upon seeing the ruins, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful. After a long search, we have finally discovered the remnants of an ancient Pokémon civilization. She stepped forward to Ash and his companions, extending her hand. I am Dr. White, specializing in the study of ancient Pokémon civilizations. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Hello, I'm Ash, a trainer hailing from Pallet Town. Ash exclaimed, promptly shaking Dr. White's hand. We were training when we inadvertently triggered a landslide, which led us to this ruin. Dr. White chuckled and shook her head. No need to apologize. Even if you hadn't triggered it, we would have commenced excavation tomorrow. By the way, would you like to explore inside? There may be secrets regarding ancient Pokémon. The group followed Dr. White into the ruins, which were more spacious than they had anticipated. Vibrant murals adorned the walls, vividly depicting titanic Jengar and Alakazam engaged in aerial combat, while humans below trembled in fear. Ultimately, a massive Jigglypuff appeared, using its melodious voice to quell the chaos. These murals likely chronicled a cataclysm from the ancient era. Dr. White gestured toward the artwork. Previously, we found similar tablets in other ruins, which spoke of two forces capable of world destruction, the darkness of black and the golden gaze. Perhaps they refer to the Jengar and Alakazam depicted here. Suddenly, Ash's aura sensed a powerful reaction. He could feel two potent energies emanating from deep within the ruins, one black and the other golden, repelling yet attracting one another. It seems something lies within. Ash furrowed his brow. My aura can sense two very strong energies inside. Dr. White gazed at Ash in astonishment. You can perceive energy? How remarkable. Our instruments have detected energy fluctuations deep within the ruins, but we've been unable to approach due to the stone walls. Gary stepped forward, producing a Pokeball. My Blastoise can use Hydro Pump to break through the stone walls. Should we give it a try? Absolutely. Dr. White nodded. Gary threw the Pokeball. Blastoise, come forth. Use Hydro Pump to shatter the stone wall ahead. Blastoise burst forth from the Pokeball, gathering a colossal energy sphere in its mouth, then unleashed a powerful Hydro Pump toward the stone wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall was breached, revealing the interior. At the center of a stone pedestal lay a black crystal and a golden, spoon-shaped crystal, with several golden-eyed artifacts scattered around. That must be the source of the energy, Dr. White exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp the golden spoon crystal. This exhibits psychic energy fluctuations and should be related to the ancient Alakazam. At that moment, three shadowy figures burst through the opening. It was Team Rocket. Since these are ancient treasures, they naturally belong in the hands of Team Rocket, Jesse declared, brandishing a net. James, quickly retrieve the black crystal. James darted forward to seize the black crystal, but the instant he touched it, it erupted with a dark radiance, from which emerged a colossal shadow, an ancient Jengar, far larger than any ordinary one. Its body was as dark as a storm cloud, with eyes gleaming a fierce red. Upon its arrival, it slashed at the surrounding rocks, tearing them apart with ease. Wow, what a gigantic Jengar! Jesse and James recoiled in terror, hiding behind Meowth, who trembled as well. What kind of monster is this? The ancient Jengar emitted a piercing howl and unleashed a shadow ball at the group. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to counter it. Ash shouted. Pikachu fired a bolt of electricity, colliding with the shadow ball, resulting in a massive cloud of smoke. The golden crystal is reacting. Dr. White cried out. The golden spoon crystal erupted in luminous gold, revealing the silhouette of an ancient Alakazam. It matched the ancient Jengar in size, wielding a massive spoon. Its gaze icy. As it appeared, it swung the spoon at the ancient Jengar, launching a powerful psychic attack. The ancient Jengar vanished, employing teleport to evade the assault, reappearing behind the ancient Alakazam to strike with a shadow sneak. Not to be outdone, the ancient Alakazam also dodged using teleport, lifting nearby rocks with its psychic powers and hurling them at the ancient Jengar. The clash between the two ancient Pokémon intensified, causing the ruins to tremble as rocks continued to fall, leaving the group scrambling for safety. This can't go on. The ruins will collapse. Brock shouted. Ash retrieved a Pokeball. Galade, come forth. Use Psychic to restrain the ancient Jengar. In a flash of red light, Galade emerged, its spoons glowing with a purple hue as it unleashed a psychic assault on the ancient Jengar, ensnaring its form. The ancient Jengar turned in fury, retaliating with a shadow ball aimed at Galade. Galade, dodge with teleport. Ash commanded. Galade vanished just in time, the shadow ball crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Seizing the moment, the ancient Alakazam unleashed a psychic attack on the ancient Jengar, staggering it backward. Enraged, the ancient Jengar howled at the ancient Alakazam and shrouded it in a dark void, enveloping its body in black energy. The ancient Alakazam writhed in agony. Galade, witnessing this, was filled with determination. It radiated a brilliant purple light as its form began to evolve, growing larger, transforming its single spoon into two, and its silver fur shimmering more brightly, with a purple marking appearing on its forehead. "This is the light of evolution," Dr. White exclaimed in astonishment. "Galade is evolving." As the light faded, a silver alakazam stood in its place, wielding two spoons, its gaze sharper than before, its psychic power exponentially heightened. "It has evolved into alakazam." Ash cheered. "Alakazam, use psychic to assist the ancient alakazam." Alakazam waved its spoons, sending forth two formidable psychic waves toward the ancient Jengar, striking its body. The ancient Jengar let out a pained wail, and the ancient alakazam took the opportunity to lift the ancient Jengar with psychic, slamming it forcefully against the ground. Just then, Ash's system emitted a notification, detected that the host Galade has evolved into alakazam. You may exchange for an alakazam megastone in the system shop. Ash's heart surged with joy as he promptly exchanged for the megastone, holding it tightly. The ancient Jengar rose from the ground, eyes wild with madness as it enveloped itself in black energy, preparing to unleash a final attack. "Alakazam, we shall harness a greater power," Ash declared, producing the megastone. Mega Evolution. As the evolution keystone and the megastone for alakazam erupted simultaneously in a brilliant blaze of light, golden energy enveloped alakazam's form. Amidst the radiance, alakazam's armor transformed into a silvery robe. A crimson gem appeared on its forehead, sharp horns sprouted from its crown, and its yellow whiskers morphed into long, pale tendrils. With its feet together, it floated gracefully in the air, 5 spoons orbiting around it. Behold, the emergence of the super shiny alakazam. What is this form? Ash marveled at the super shiny alakazam, astonished that Pokémon could possess such an appearance. Dr. White, equally exhilarated, took notes. This is a form that transcends evolution. Incredible. The energy fluctuations of this form surpassed the previous state by threefold. Super Alakazam, use Future Sight, Ash commanded. A glint of red flashed in Super Alakazam's eyes, allowing it to perceive every forthcoming movement of the ancient Jengar. The ancient Jengar unleashed a shadow ball, but Super Alakazam effortlessly dodged it, simultaneously launching a powerful psychic assault with all 5 spoons, striking the ancient Jengar's form. The ancient Jengar succumbed to defeat, gradually becoming transparent and returning to its dark crystal. The ancient Alakazam also withdrew its power, retreating into the golden spoon-shaped crystal. Just then, Jigglypuff, Ash's companion, erupted from its poke ball, roused by the commotion of battle. Upon witnessing the spectacle, it produced a microphone and began to sing. The melody of Jigglypuff's song was soft and enchanting, causing the large bronze bell at the center of the ruins to emit a golden light, projecting a colossal shadow of Jigglypuff that harmonized with its song. The brilliance of the ancient crystal and the spoon crystal gradually dimmed, restoring tranquility. "So that is it," Dr. White exclaimed, realizing that the ancient Jigglypuff had quelled the battle of the ancient Pokémon with its song, and now Ash's Jigglypuff had accomplished the same. After the battle concluded, the group entrusted the ancient crystal and spoon crystal to Dr. White for her research. The following day, Ash and his friends bid farewell to Dr. White and embarked on their journey to Professor Oak's lab. After several days, they finally arrived at Professor Oak's lab, where Professor Oak and Hannah had been eagerly waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Ash, Hannah dashed over and embraced him. "Ash, you're finally back. Mom was so worried." Professor Oak chuckled, saying, "I heard you battled the Elite 4S Koga and won. You even encountered ancient Pokémon. Come, tell me everything." Ash nodded with a smile, recounting his experiences in detail to Professor Oak and Hannah. When he mentioned that shiny Gyarados had evolved into Alakazam and obtained the Mega Stone, Professor Oak excitedly grasped Ash's hand. "The Mega Stone? Let me see it. I have yet to behold Alakazam's Mega Stone." Ash produced the Mega Stone for Alakazam and handed it to Professor Oak. Holding the Mega Stone, Professor Oak examined it under the sunlight, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Incredible. This will propel our research on Mega Evolution further. Ash, might I request your Super Alakazam to assist me in an experiment tomorrow?" "Certainly," Ash replied with a smile. Standing nearby, Gary could not contain himself. "Professor, my Blastoise can also Mega Evolve. I'll come help too." Professor Oak nodded with a grin. "Excellent. With your assistance, the secrets of Mega Evolution will soon be unveiled." Chapter 53, The Counterattack of Mewtwo. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when wisps of smoke began to rise from the lawn along Route 1. Ash sat cross-legged on a picnic blanket, observing Pikachu teasing a white EV with its tail, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Not far off, Brock was plating up some cooked berry sandwiches, the golden egg mixture enveloping the sweet and sour berries, their aroma wafting through the air. Misty knelt by the stream, gently stroking the shell of a stereo, its red core glimmering under the sunlight. Ash, come eat breakfast. We need to hurry to the next supply station. If we delay, we might miss the registration for the court's conference, Brock urged, handing over a plate. Just as Ash was about to rise, a golden shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky and landed gracefully before him. A dragonite, clutching a gilded envelope in its claws, gazing at Ash with gentle eyes. Dragonite. Isn't that a rather rare Pokémon? Misty exclaimed in surprise, rising to her feet, while Staryu leapt from the water, curiously eyeing the dragonite. Brock adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the patterns on the envelope. The material of this envelope is quite unique, adorned with what appear to be ancient runes. It hardly resembles a typical invitation. Ash took the envelope, and as his fingertips brushed against the seal, it unfurled automatically, projecting a holographic image into the air, a floating island over the sea, with a crystal castle standing majestically at its center. A deep voice emanated from the projection. To Ash Ketchum, the trainer from Pallet Town. You have been selected as a candidate for the strongest trainers. You are cordially invited to New Island in 3 days to participate in the Pokémon Summit Gala and witness a new power. The strongest trainer candidate? Ash's eyes lit up as he affectionately petted Pikachu's head, pondering the possibility of encountering formidable opponents, perfect for warming up for the court's conference. The white Eevee nuzzled Ash's palm, seemingly in agreement with his decision. However, Misty frowned, crossing her arms. It seems too good to be true. The sudden appearance of Dragonite and the mysterious invitation feels off. What if it's a trap? Brock nodded in agreement. Misty has a point. We should gather information about New Island from nearby towns before proceeding rashly. At that moment, the sound of an engine approached from behind, and a red SUV came to a stop at the roadside. The window rolled down to reveal Gary's face. Spotting the envelope in Ash's hand, he raised an eyebrow. Well, if it isn't Ash. With such a fancy invitation, are you off to some grand party? To attend the strongest trainer gala on New Island, Ash exclaimed, lifting the envelope with excitement. Perhaps he would meet some incredibly strong opponents. Gary scoffed, pulling out an identical envelope from the passenger seat. I received one too, but unlike you, I've already researched New Island. It appeared suddenly in the ocean 6 months ago, and its owner remains unknown. Are you still going? Ash asked, puzzled. Gary tucked the envelope away and started the vehicle. The more mysterious a place is, the more likely it conceals powerful Pokémon. But if you're scared, you can follow me. Just don't get lost and end up crying. With that, the SUV sped away. Who would cry? Ash huffed, tucking away the envelope. Let us set off too. We need to find out how to cross the sea. The trio packed their belongings and headed toward the nearest port. Upon arriving at the port, the sky suddenly darkened, and the sea breeze whipped up towering waves that crashed against the dock's railing, producing a cacophony of sound. The port manager, Boijia, stood at the dock entrance, waving at the trainers preparing to set sail. The winds are too strong today. All boats are grounded. The waters near New Island are even more perilous due to undercurrents. It's far too dangerous to venture out now. What? Ash rushed over. But we have an important gala to attend. We must reach New Island within 3 days. Boijia shook his head in exasperation. I understand your urgency, but safety is paramount. Just yesterday, a boat attempted to navigate the undercurrents and was overturned by massive waves. Fortunately, the passengers were rescued by Officer Junsha. Officer Junsha approached solemnly. According to the meteorological department's forecast, the winds and waves near New Island will only intensify over the next 3 days. As a police officer, I advise you not to risk venturing out to sea. Ash gazed at the distant, surging waves, his brow furrowed in concentration. He could sense the unique energy embedded within the invitation, a resonance that subtly echoed with his own power of Eternatus. Instinctively, he felt that this journey to the New Island was destined to be more than just a mere banquet. Why don't we cross the sea with our Pokémon? Misty suddenly suggested, producing a Pokeball. My Starmie and Gyarados are excellent swimmers, and Ash's Blastoise and Gyarados can assist as well. Brock nodded in agreement. That's a feasible plan, but we must chart a meticulous course to avoid the undercurrents. A thought sparked in Ash's mind as he opened his system panel, retrieving a map of the waters surrounding New Island. The system indicated a relatively safe route, albeit one that traversed a shallow area while steering clear of all undercurrents. I have identified a safe passage. Ash pointed at the map. If we adhere to this route and maintain our formation, we should reach New Island without a hitch. Just as the trio prepared to summon their Pokémon, 3 figures suddenly leapt from the nearby bushes. Kai, Kyo, and Sweet, 3 fellow trainers, each clutching an identical invitation. We received the invitation too, but we have no means to cross the sea. May we accompany you? Kai implored, his Starmie circling eagerly at his feet, seemingly anxious to set off. Of course, the more, the merrier. Together, we shall traverse the sea. Ash readily agreed. Junsha observed the determined expressions of the group and sighed. Since you have made your decision, please be cautious. Here is an emergency signal device. Press it if you encounter danger, and I will come to your aid immediately. Ash took the signal device solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. Everyone then retrieved their Pokeballs. Blastoise, Gyarados, come forth. Gyarados, I'm counting on you. A flash of red light illuminated the surroundings as Blastoise and Gyarados emerged, the former's shell shimmering with a blue hue under the sunlight, while the latter's crimson scales glimmered like flames. Let us set sail. With a commanding shout, Ash was the first to leap onto Blastoise's back. Pikachu and his white Eevee nestled beside him. Misty and Brock mounted their respective Gyarados, while Kai and his companions settled onto their own Pokémon. The Pokémon swam in an orderly fashion towards New Island, with Blastoise leading the way, using powerful water jets to fend off any wild Pokémon that dared approach, while two others flanked the group, ensuring they did not stray from their course. As they navigated the waters, Misty looked at Ash's Blastoise and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ash, your Blastoise has evolved so splendidly. Its shell is far sturdier than that of a regular Blastoise. When it repelled that shelter, it didn't sustain a scratch." Ash smiled modestly. It's all thanks to the training on that uninhabited island near Fiery Island. Blastoise not only learned new moves, but also significantly enhanced its defenses. Oh, and it can Mega Evolve too. Mega Evolve? Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. I've only heard of Mega Evolution in legends. I can't believe it truly exists. Just as Ash was about to explain further, a sudden resounding crash echoed from afar, and a massive wave loomed toward them. Not good. It's a tsunami triggered by an undercurrent. Brock's face paled as he shouted in alarm. In that instant, Ash sprang into action, yelling, "Blastoise, Gyarados. Use Hydro Pump now." Obeying the command, Blastoise and Gyarados unleashed powerful jets of water from their mouths, surging forth like two colossal dragons to meet the oncoming wave. A thunderous roar erupted as the wave collided with the hydro pumps, sending a spray of water soaring dozens of meters into the air, akin to a grand explosion. The droplets cascaded down upon them like rain. Though drenched, they sustained no real harm. Hold on tight, everyone. Ahead lies the Sea of New Island. Let us push forward. Ash directed Blastoise to accelerate. The Pokémon released a hydro pump, using the recoil to propel themselves swiftly onward. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the silhouette of New Island emerged before them. The crystalline castle at the island's heart glimmered with an ethereal light under the twilight, resembling a fairy tale fortress. "We've arrived," Ash exclaimed with excitement, while his white Eevee chirped in delight towards New Island. However, as they drew closer, they found the shore deserted, save for a colossal stone door standing ominously. The door bore the same runes as the invitation, with a circular indentation at its center, seemingly requiring some token to unlock it. Ash retrieved the invitation, and upon touching the indentation, the runes ignited with a golden glow, and the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a stone pathway leading to the castle. "Let us go in and take a look," Ash proclaimed, stepping onto the pathway, with Pikachu and his white Eevee closely following. Misty and Brock exchanged glances before entering as well, unaware that a trial concerning the meaning of existence awaited them. Chapter 54. The counterattack of Mutwo. As they walked along the stone path, torches lit up in sequence beside them, casting an orange glow upon the surrounding murals. The murals depicted Pokémon confined within laboratories, scientists extracting their blood with syringes. Ultimately, a Pokémon radiating a purple glow awakened from an incubation chamber, its eyes filled with fury and confusion. "These murals are quite terrifying," Misty admitted, gripping Brock's arm tightly, while her Starmie circled protectively around her. Brock scrutinized the inscriptions on the murals, his brow furrowing deeper. These writings document an experiment, seemingly involving the creation of new Pokémon using the DNA of a certain Pokémon. Suddenly, Ash's Eternatus power surged violently. He sensed a formidable and anguished energy emanating from deep within the castle, intertwined with anger, sorrow, and resentment, causing a dull ache in his chest. "There is a presence of great suffering ahead." Ash halted, his gaze gravely fixed on the depths of the castle, sensing its unstable emotions, as if it harbored a deep-seated hatred. At that moment, the castle's main door swung open abruptly, and a white figure floated out, Nurse Joy. Her complexion was pale, and the Pokeball she held had fallen to the ground, indicating her frailty. "Nurse Joy, what are you doing here?" Ash rushed forward to support her. Gasping for breath, Nurse Joy stammered, "I was invited here to check on the Pokémon for the banquet." But I never expected the master of this place to be a Pokémon named Mewtwo. It was created using the DNA of Mew, and it believes that humans merely use Pokémon as tools. It seeks revenge against all trainers. Mewtwo, a Pokémon created from Mew's DNA? Brock's eyes widened in shock. Could the experiments depicted in the murals have been the process of creating Mewtwo? Nurse Joy nodded, pointing toward the heart of the castle. Mewtwo has taken control of all the devices here. It has even produced cloned Pokémon, preparing to battle our Pokémon to prove that the replicas are superior to the originals. As her words faded, the castle's ceiling suddenly opened, and a beam of purple light descended, revealing Mewtwo's silhouette within the light. It towered over ordinary Pokémon, its silver-white form shimmering, with red organs on its back glowing ominously as it coldly regarded the group. At last, you have arrived, the strongest of trainers. I am Mewtwo, a Pokémon born from human ambition. Mewtwo. Ash lifted his chin defiantly, locking eyes with it. Nurse Joy said you seek revenge against humanity. But not all humans view Pokémon as mere tools. My Pokémon and I are partners. We journey together and grow together. That bond cannot be replicated through experimentation. Mewtwo let out a chilling laugh, a wave of purple energy emanating from its form. Partners? Merely a self-deception. You train Pokémon, compelling them to battle, not merely to satiate your own vanity. Today, I shall utilize cloned Pokémon to demonstrate that your purported bonds of camaraderie crumble before the sheer magnitude of absolute power. As Mewtwo's words resonated, the cultivation chambers on either side of the castle gradually opened, revealing a procession of cloned Pokémon: cloned Charizard, cloned Blastoise, and cloned Venusaur. Each of these cloned beings bore an icy gaze, exuding a purple energy akin to that of Mewtwo. Since you refuse to heed my warnings, I shall make you understand through combat. Ash retrieved a Pokeball, declaring, Charizard, I choose you. A flash of red light erupted as Charizard burst forth from the Pokeball, unleashing a resounding roar towards clone Charizard, its wings unfurling, enveloped in a gentle flame. A mocking smirk graced Mewtwo's lips. Clone Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Clone Charizard opened its maw, expelling a searing flame, deeper in hue and higher in temperature than a typical flamethrower. Hurtling towards Charizard. Charizard, use Fire Spin to block. Ash commanded. Charizard released a spiraling flame, generating a fiery vortex that collided with clone Charizard's flamethrower, resulting in a brilliant explosion of sparks as the two flames countered each other. Misty, Brock, let us join the fray. Ash shouted. Misty promptly summoned her Pokeball, Gyarados. I entrust you with this. Mega Evolve. The Mega Stone and Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone radiated simultaneously, enveloping Gyarados in a crimson glow as it transformed into Mega Gyarados. Its form expanded, blue scales adorned with black patterns, its eyes sharpened, and the water energy surrounding it became almost palpable. Mega Gyarados, unleash Aqua Tail. Misty commanded. Mega Gyarados' tail glimmered with blue energy, striking fiercely at Clone Gyarados. Clone Gyarados, undeterred, retaliated with its own Aqua Tail, the two streams of blue energy colliding, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Brock then called forth Steelix. Steelix, Mega Evolve. A silvery light enveloped Steelix as it transformed into Mega Steelix, its physique becoming more robust. Sharp bone spikes emerging from its steel exterior, while its metallic horns gleamed under the light. Mega Steelix, use Iron Tail. Mega Steelix's tail glowed with white light, crashing towards Clone Steelix, which attempted to defend with a rock barrier that was swiftly obliterated by the Iron Tail. The trio of Sea Boys also summoned their Pokémon, engaging in fierce combat against the clones. The battle within the castle intensified, flames, torrents, and electric currents intertwined in the air. The roars of Pokémon and the sounds of their moves clashing, echoing relentlessly. Ash's Blastoise faced off against Clone Blastoise, both unleashing Hydro Pump simultaneously, creating a colossal curtain of water as their blue jets collided. Venusaur ensnared Clone Venusaur with its Vine Whip, seeking to restrict its movements. Yet Clone Venusaur severed the vines with Leaf Blade, launching a counterattack. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Ash commanded. Charizard's claws shimmered with blue dragon energy as it charged towards Clone Charizard. Clone Charizard retaliated with Steel Wing, their attacks colliding and forcing Charizard back a few steps, leaving a shallow scratch on its wing. Clone Charizard, use Seismic Toss. Mewtwo's order was cold and merciless. Clone Charizard seized Charizard's wing, hoisting it high, preparing to slam it to the ground. Charizard Mega Evolve. Ash exclaimed, producing the Mega Stone. Mega Charizard X. The Mega Stone and Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone erupted in brilliant light, engulfing Charizard in flames, its body expanding, wings transforming to black, its fire and dragon energies intermingling. As Mega Charizard X emerged, Mega Charizard, break free with Dragon Claw, Ash shouted. Mega Charizard's claws radiated an even more intense blue energy, fiercely gripping Clone Charizard's arm, forcing it to release its hold. Seizing the opportunity, Mega Charizard unleashed Dragon Pulse, striking Clone Charizard squarely in the chest, causing it to stagger back, visibly weakened. Mewtwo's gaze grew even colder. It seemed that ordinary cloned Pokémon were insufficient. In that case, allow me to showcase my true power. A fierce purple energy enveloped Mewtwo, and the cloning machinery deep within the castle whirred back to life, giving birth to an even larger clone Mew. Its gaze was icier than that of a regular Mew, and the purple energy surrounding it intensified. Clone Mew, use Psychic, Mewtwo commanded. A blue light flickered in Clone Mew's eyes as a powerful psychic force surged towards Ash and his companions. Hypno, come forth. Use Psychic Barrier to block. Ash called forth a Pokeball. In a silver flash, Hypno materialized, its spoon glowing with purple light, forming a transparent psychic barrier that successfully intercepted the attack. Hypno, Mega Evolve, Ash declared, brandishing the Mega Stone once more. Let Mewtwo witness our strength. The Mega Stone and Hypno's Mega Evolution Stone shone brightly, enveloping Hypno in golden light as it transformed into Mega Hypno. Its armor morphed into a purple robe, the red crystal on its forehead gleamed, 5 spoons swirling around it. Its gaze sharp as an eagle, the psychic waves radiating from it magnified several times over. Mega Hypno, use Future Sight, Ash commanded. A red light flashed in Mega Hypno's eyes, allowing it to foresee Clone Mew's every impending move. Clone Mew attempted to ambush from behind with Shadow Ball using Teleport. Yet Mega Hypno anticipated it perfectly, erecting a psychic barrier to thwart the assault. Now unleash Psychic. Mega Hypno waved its spoons, launching 5 powerful psychic blasts that struck Clone Mew simultaneously, eliciting a pained wail as its form gradually became translucent. Witnessing this, Mewtwo roared in fury. Do you think this will lead to your victory? I shall ensure your obliteration alongside your Pokémon. It radiated a fierce purple energy, causing the castle walls to begin crumbling, rubble cascading down. Everyone retreat, Ash shouted, directing his Pokémon to shield the group as they fled the collapsing castle. Just then, Mewtwo launched an offensive, a wave of purple energy hurtling toward Ash. Pikachu, use Thunder to block. Pikachu crackled with electricity, unleashing a robust current that collided with the energy wave, neutralizing it. However, the exertion proved too taxing, and Pikachu collapsed to the ground. Pikachu, Ash rushed to his side, cradling Pikachu and tenderly stroking its head. Mewtwo observed this scene, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes. It had never witnessed such concern from a human for a Pokémon, a sentiment it had never experienced in the confines of its laboratory. We must hurry, Brock urged, helping Ash to his feet, as they finally burst forth from the crumbling castle, safeguarded by their Pokémon. Upon reaching the shoreline, they found that Mewtwo had pursued them, its expression now a blend of fury and bewilderment. Why would you risk your safety for a mere Pokémon? Mewtwo hovered in midair, the purple energy around it pulsing gently. It gazed at Ash, who tightly embraced Pikachu, its confusion overshadowing its rage. In the laboratory of my creation, humans regarded Pokémon solely as experimental subjects, mere tools for augmenting power. Never had anyone risked themselves for the sake of a Pokémon. Ash gradually rose to his feet, shielding Pikachu behind him, while the white Eevee promptly scurried to his side, displaying a vigilant demeanor towards Mewtwo. Pikachu is not a mere tool. It is my companion. Ash's voice resonated powerfully across the coastline. We have endured countless battles together, overcoming numerous challenges. It protected me when I was besieged by wild Pidgeys and encouraged me in moments of despair. This bond cannot simply be dismissed as what you term utilization. Chapter 55, Mewtwo's Counterattack 3. With that, Ash retrieved a Pokeball, summoning Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, and other Pokémon. The Pokémon stood in formation behind Ash. Charizard's powerful wings stirred the air, generating waves of heated gusts. Blastoise's shell shimmered with a blue luminescence, ready to launch an assault, and Venusaur's petals unfurled slightly, exuding a rich aura of grass-type energy. Each Pokémon's gaze was filled with unwavering trust in Ash and determination against Mewtwo. Behold, Ash spread his arms wide, his voice tinged with excitement. My Pokémon are willing to fight alongside me, not because I coerce them, but because of the bond we share. This connection is something that cloned Pokémon will never fathom. Mewtwo's body quivered slightly as it recalled its days in the laboratory, where scientists merely recorded its energy data with cold instruments and forced it to enhance its power with drugs, never once inquiring about its pain or loneliness. Yet here stood Ash, willing to confront its fury for the sake of a Pokémon. Such a stark contrast began to erode the anger within Mutwo. Bonds. Merely a fabricated lie by humanity. Mutwo suppressed its confusion and initiated another attack. Cloned Pokémon advance. The cloned Pokémon emerged en masse from their incubation chambers, unleashing the fiery breath of cloned Charizard, the high-pressure water jets of cloned Blastoise, and the scorching rays of cloned Venusaur, all converging upon Ash and his companions. Prepare to defend, Ash shouted. Super Charizard unleashed a colossal flame vortex, countering the attack from the cloned Charizard, while Blastoise engaged in a clash of high-pressure water jets. The two torrents erupting in a misty explosion. Venusaur crafted a massive net of vines to shield against the solar flames, the vines sizzling yet remaining intact. Misty's Super Gyarados swiftly dove into the sea, summoning a great wave that extinguished the cloned Gyarados' water attack before sinking its icy fangs into the neck of the cloned beast. Brock's Super Steelix struck the ground with its iron tail, raising colossal boulders to form a rocky barrier against the cloned Steelix's onslaught. While an earthquake destabilized the cloned Pokémon. Jengar, use Shadow Ball, Ash commanded. The gray Jengar emerged from the shadows, conjuring a black shadow ball that soared with a howling wind, striking the back of cloned Venusaur, causing it to stagger and visibly weaken. Fossil Aerodactyl, Mega Evolve, use Rock Slide. The fossil Aerodactyl glimmered with golden light, evolving into Mega Fossil Aerodactyl. Its wings expanded, the rocky armor gleaming, as it unleashed a barrage of sharp rock fragments towards the cloned Aerodactyl. The cloned Aerodactyl attempted to block with its steel wings, but the shards grazed its wings, blood dripping down. At that moment, cloned Mutwo launched a fierce psychic assault towards Ash. Super Alakazam, foresee the future. Super Alakazam's eyes glowed red as it anticipated the trajectory of the psychic attack, unleashing 5 spoons simultaneously to deflect the energy strike, which shattered a nearby rock. Mutwo, do you see? Ash shouted to Mutwo. My Pokémon fight for me, and I fight for them. We are partners who protect one another, not mere exploiters of each other. As Mutwo observed the fierce battle, witnessing Ash and his Pokémon working in harmony, its confusion deepened. It recalled the warmth it occasionally sensed from Mew, a sensation reminiscent of the bond shared between Ash and his Pokémon. Suddenly, the clone Charizard launched a surprise attack, a searing flame hurtling towards Ash. Pikachu. Ash instinctively cradled Pikachu in his arms, preparing to shield it with his body. Just as the flames were about to engulf Ash, Super Charizard X charged in, sacrificing itself to absorb the fiery assault. The flame scorched Super Charizard's wings as it let out a pained roar, yet it did not falter. Charizard! Ash cried out, heartbroken. Super Charizard turned to Ash, its eyes filled with resolve, before charging once more at the cloned Charizard, its claws raking fiercely across its chest, sending the cloned beast crashing into the rocks, incapacitated. The other Pokémon were invigorated by this display, unleashing newfound strength. Blastoise struck the cloned Blastoise's shell with its mega-evolved high-pressure water jets, fracturing it and rendering it unable to fight. Venusaur's solar flames engulfed the cloned Venusaur's petals, bringing it down. Misty's Super Gyarados crushed the cloned Gyarados with a powerful bite, while Brock's Super Steelix defeated the cloned Steelix with a devastating beam. Soon, the majority of the cloned Pokémon were incapacitated, leaving only cloned Mew and Mutwo standing. Cloned Mew trembled slightly, gazing at Ash and his Pokémon, a flicker of hesitation appearing in its eyes for the first time. Mutwo looked at cloned Mew, then at Ash, its fury finally supplanted by confusion. It began to question whether the vengeance it had clung to was truly justified. Mutwo cease. Ash took a step forward, gazing at it with sincerity. You do not need to prove your existence through revenge. Your existence holds intrinsic value, whether cloned or naturally born. All Pokémon possess their own lives and the right to pursue happiness. Mutwo fell silent, the purple energy surrounding it gradually waning. At that moment, a golden light suddenly flashed from the sky, and Mew's figure appeared beside Mutwo. Mew regarded Mutwo with gentle eyes, lightly touching its form, imparting a golden energy that flowed into Mutwo. Mutwo sensed Mew's kindness and the bond shared between Ash and his Pokémon, causing the confusion within to dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented warmth. I have long sought the meaning of my existence. Mutwo's voice softened. I believed revenge would provide the answer. But now I understand that the true answer lies in creating a future alongside companions. Ash retrieved a purple Master Ball from his backpack, a reward from the system that he had hesitated to use. The metallic sheen of the Master Ball gleamed, its prominent M emblem strikingly vivid. Mutwo. Ash raised the Master Ball, gazing at it earnestly, I know you may need time to adjust, but I hope you will become my partner. I will not compel you to do anything. I wish to journey with you, to seek your future together. Will you accept? Mutwo looked at the Master Ball in Ash's hand, then at Mew beside it, a glimmer of determination flashing in its eyes. It gently nodded and took the initiative to soar towards the Master Ball. With a resounding thud, the Master Ball opened, enveloping Mutwo in a radiant red light. The ball swayed slightly before coming to a standstill. Mutwo had been successfully captured. Mew, observing this scene, wore a look of contentment and acknowledged Ash with a nod before transforming into a golden beam of light, vanishing into the sky. The clone Mew also gradually became transparent. Returning to the incubation chamber, while the cloning machine in the castle ceased its operations, and all the incubation chambers slowly closed. We did it. We successfully captured Mutwo, Ash exclaimed, lifting the Master Ball triumphantly as his Pokémon erupted in cheers. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek affectionately, while the white EV circled around Ash's feet, emitting delightful sounds. Misty and Brock approached, their faces aglow with smiles. Ash, you truly accomplished it. Misty patted Ash on the shoulder. Not only did you help Mutwo understand the significance of bonds, but you also captured it. Remarkable. Brock nodded in agreement. Now we can confidently participate in the Indigo Conference. With a partner like Mutwo, you are sure to achieve great success. The trio from the C Squad gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration. Ash, you are undoubtedly the strongest trainer I have ever encountered, one of them declared. It is not only your powerful Pokémon, but also the bond you share with them that holds greater strength than any formidable move. Ash smiled softly, carefully stowing the Master Ball. In truth, my accomplishments are all thanks to my Pokémon. He gazed at his companions with warmth in his eyes. Without them, I would be capable of nothing. Now, let us head to the Indigo Conference together, striving towards the goal of becoming champions. The Pokémon nodded vigorously, their voices resonating in a harmonious chorus that echoed across the coastline, brimming with hope and strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing a legendary Pokémon for the first time. Rewards: 50,000 battle points, 5 Master Balls, 10 rare candies, a complete set of elite evolution stones, a legendary trait capsule, 30 affinity points for Psychic-type Pokémon. And a purple quality Pokémon egg has been stored in the system space. This egg contains the essence of 2 legendary beasts. Can you guess which Pokémon it is, and which 2 legendary bloodlines it embodies? System: administer the legendary trait capsule to Mutwo. Ding! Usage successful. Mutwo awakens its hidden ability, Psychic Control, boosting the power of Psychic-type skills by 15. Mutwo. Category: Genetic Pokémon. Type: Psychic. Gender: Male. Ability: Psychic Control, boosts Psychic-type skill power by 15. Quality: Purple. Strength: Early stage of Legendary. Moves: Self-Restoration, Psychic, Psystrike, Telekinesis. Dark Pulse, Aura Sphere. Item: None. System: retrieve the Pokémon egg. Ash silently instructed, swiftly opening his backpack and pretending to pull out a Pokémon egg. In truth, this egg was directly taken from the system space. The egg resembled an exquisite work of art, its oval shape reminiscent of celestial bodies in the universe, emanating a mysterious and captivating glow. The shell's predominant hue was a mesmerizing teal, evoking images of the deep ocean and vast forests, instilling a sense of tranquility and enigma. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns adorning the shell, reminiscent of dragon scales, each meticulously arranged as if sculpted by nature itself. At one end of the egg, a ring of white patterns resembled pure snowflakes, contrasting sharply with the teal shell, infusing the egg with a refreshing aura. Conversely, the other end featured a circular yellow design, akin to the rays of the sun, warm and radiant, imparting a sense of vitality and hope. Even more astonishingly, the shell occasionally sparkled with blue and green flecks, akin to stars in the night sky, flickering as if life force surged within. When this Pokémon egg appeared in Ash's hands, both Brock and Misty were taken aback. Ash, where did you get this egg? I've never seen it before. Brock inquired curiously. Indeed, Ash, this egg looks remarkably special. Misty chimed in. Ash smiled mysteriously, saying, this is a unique Pokémon egg I stumbled upon. I have no idea what Pokémon will hatch from it. Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in closer. It could be an incredibly powerful Pokémon. Brock stroked his chin, analyzing, given its appearance and the aura it emits, it must be extraordinary. Subsequently, Ash carefully placed the Pokémon egg into the advanced incubation chamber he had used for EV, ensuring it was secure in his backpack. Let us proceed to the Indigo Plateau, he declared, leading the way. Chapter 56, The Opening Ceremony of the Indigo Conference. The winds of the Indigo Plateau carried both excitement and tension, causing Ash's bangs to sway gently. He reached out to touch the warm Pokémon egg nestled in his arms, feeling a slight vibration, as if the little creature within was equally eager for the forthcoming Pokémon League competition. Pikachu rested securely on his shoulder, its round ears perked up. Focusing intently on the grand altar at the center of the square, golden sparks flickering from its electric pouches. "We've finally arrived at the Indigo Conference," Misty exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice brimming with anticipation. Starmie poked its head out from her pokeball, its gem-like body glistening under the sunlight. "Ash, you must perform exceptionally well. Don't squander the countless training sessions leading up to this." Brock followed closely behind, nodding with a smile. "The sacred fire ceremony of the Indigo League is a highlight. I've heard that the flame is ignited with the fire of the legendary Moltres. How fortunate we are to witness it firsthand." He glanced at the Pokémon egg in Ash's arms and added, "Moreover, your team is incredibly strong. If your Mega Evolutions make an appearance, it will surely astonish everyone." Ash scratched his head, a confident smile gracing his face. "Rest assured, I'm fully prepared this time. However, I must gauge the battle situation before revealing all my strength." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the array of Pokeballs hanging at his waist, each containing a partner that fought alongside him. "By the way, Gary has already lost to me twice. If I encounter him in the league, I won't hold back." "Naturally." Misty waved her fist. "If you dare to take it easy, I won't let you off the hook." At that moment, a solemn fanfare resonated across the square, drawing everyone's attention to the platform in front of the sacred fire altar. Chairman Damalanche, donned in formal attire, approached the microphone with measured steps. His aged yet powerful voice echoed through the loudspeakers, reverberating throughout the square. "Esteemed trainers who have traveled from afar, welcome to the Indigo Pokémon League. Today, we will ignite the passion of this grand event with the sacred fire bestowed by Moltres." As his words fell, two staff members in uniforms carefully approached the sacred fire altar, holding an exquisite fire seed box. The moment the box opened, a vibrant orange-red flame leapt into the air, soaring towards the altar as if alive, instantly igniting the sacred fire within. The blazing flames radiated a warm glow, illuminating the faces of all present, each reflecting their excitement in that moment. "How spectacular!" Xiao Gang couldn't help but exclaim. "Is this the flame of the legendary Firebird? It radiates with immense power." Xiao Xia gazed at the sacred fire, her eyes filled with longing. "How I wish to witness the Firebird in person. Nevertheless, I find great satisfaction in witnessing the holy flames." Embracing the Pokémon egg, Xiaoji felt the warmth emanating from the sacred fire and suddenly noticed the egg vibrating more vigorously in his arms. He gently patted the eggshell and whispered, "Be patient. Once the competition concludes, we shall embark on a quest to discover even more formidable Pokémon companions." However, while everyone was immersed in the joy ignited by the sacred flames, three sinister figures stealthily emerged from the shadows near the altar. "Hee, Musashi, look at that sacred flame. If we could seize it, it would fetch a handsome price." Kojiro rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixated greedily on the altar. Musashi crossed her arms, a smug smile curving her lips. "Fool. This is the flame of the Firebird. It is not merely for selling. With it, Team Rocket could develop the most powerful weapon, and the entire Pokémon world would bow before us." Meowth perched nearby, flicking its tail. "Exactly. And that little brat is here too. If we could simultaneously capture his Pikachu and those rare Pokémon, Boss Sakaki would surely commend us." With that, Musashi retrieved a large, specially made net from her backpack and exchanged glances with Kojiro and Meowth, signaling, "Let's move. We must secure the sacred fire." Kojiro nodded eagerly, and together with Meowth, they stealthily approached the side of the altar, abruptly throwing the net towards the flames. Yet, as if possessing a will of its own, the sacred fire transformed into a stream of flame, effortlessly slipping through the net's openings and even scorching a small hole in it. "What?" Musashi's eyes widened in disbelief. The net was made of fireproof material. How could it fail? Kojiro scratched his head, feeling disheartened. Could the Firebird's flames be even more powerful than we anticipated? Meowth shook its head stubbornly. "No way. We can't give up now. Kojiro, bring out that special container." Kojiro promptly produced a metal container from his backpack, intricately engraved and appearing remarkably sturdy. Cautiously, he approached the altar, attempting to place the container over the sacred flames to capture them. However, the moment the container touched the flames, the orange-red fire surged dramatically, instantly melting the metal into a puddle of molten iron, prompting Kojiro to hastily discard the remnants and retreat in fright. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." He shook his burned hand, hopping from the pain. This fire is terrifying. Musashi stamped her foot in frustration. Useless. You can't even manage this simple task. It seems we have no choice but to resort to that. She pulled out a remote control from her waist and pressed the red button. Suddenly, a mechanical whirring emerged from the nearby bushes as a colossal grasshopper-shaped robot ascended. Its metallic arms gleaming ominously, exuding an aura of destruction. Behold our latest invention, the fire-catching grasshopper. Musashi proudly declared, its mechanical arms are crafted from high-temperature alloys, guaranteed to capture the sacred fire. With that, Musashi maneuvered the robot towards the altar. The mechanical arms rose high, lunging towards the flames. Yet, the sacred fire remained agile, darting between the robotic arms, occasionally emitting small fireballs that struck the robot, leaving charred marks. Damn it! Capture it! Musashi shouted furiously, frantically pressing the remote. The robot's movements grew increasingly frantic, its mechanical arms swinging wildly, and finally, in one of its attacks, it made contact with the sacred fire. However, upon contact, the flames exploded into countless small fireballs, scattering in all directions. Watch out! Xiao Ji reacted swiftly, pulling Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang behind him. Pikachu instantly prepared for battle, its electrical sacs crackling with energy. One of the fireballs hurtled towards Xiao Ji, and Xiao Xia gasped. Xiao Ji dodged. Instinctively, Xiao Ji attempted to sidestep, but the Pokémon egg in his arms vibrated intensely, as if urging him to stay put. Just as the fireball was about to collide with him, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The fireball halted mid-air, as though obstructed by an invisible force. It then redirected its trajectory, hurtling towards the trio from Team Rocket, accurately striking the robot's control panel. Ah, my robot! Musashi cried out in anguish, witnessing the smoke rising from the damaged control panel. The robot spiraled out of control, spinning erratically, its mechanical arms flailing, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, the fireball leisurely returned to the altar, reintegrating into the sacred flames as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the scene. What just happened? It seems the sacred fire was protecting Xiao Ji. Xiao Gang furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Could it be due to Xiao Ji's aura abilities or the power of the Tokuwa? After all, both forces resonate with Pokémon and the essence of nature. Xiao Ji, equally astonished, glanced down at the egg in his arms and then at the altar, filled with confusion. Yet, there was no time to ponder, for Team Rocket had not yet conceded. Damn that little brat. He's thwarted our plans. Musashi crawled out from the wreck of the robot, gritting her teeth in anger. Kojiro, Meowth, release our Pokémon. Even if we cannot seize the sacred fire, we must capture Pikachu. Understood. Kojiro promptly retrieved a Pokeball, exclaiming, come forth, Weezing. Meowth joined in, assuming a battle stance, its sharp claws glinting ominously. As Weezing emerged from the Pokeball, it immediately released a cloud of black smoke, enveloping the surroundings. Within the haze, Weezing's silhouette was barely discernible, poised to strike. Observing this, Xiao Xia quickly summoned her own Pokeballs. Staryu, Starmie, come forth. Use Water Gun to attack Weezing. Staryu and Starmie swiftly appeared beside Xiao Xia, unleashing twin jets of blue water towards Weezing concealed in the smoke. However, Weezing adeptly dodged the water attacks amidst the haze. Xiaoji, do you need assistance? Xiao Gang also readied his Pokeball, prepared to deploy his Pokemon. Xiaoji shook his head, his gaze sharpening. No need, I can handle them alone. Pikachu, prepare for battle. Pika. Pikachu leaped down from Xiaoji's shoulder, landing firmly on the ground, golden currents crackling at the tip of its tail. Musashi's eyes glinted with greed upon spotting Pikachu. Pikachu, this time you won't escape. Weezing, use poison gas to attack. Weezing opened its mouth, releasing a plume of purple poison gas towards Pikachu. Pikachu, evade with quick attack, then unleash Thunderbolt. Xiaoji calmly commanded. Pikachu transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, effortlessly dodging the poison gas before pivoting to unleash a powerful Thunderbolt. Golden currents lashed against Weezing, eliciting a pained cry as it staggered and collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Weezing, with a heart full of concern, Kojiro called out and hurriedly ran over to retrieve his Weezing into its Pokeball. Seeing that Meowth had been defeated, it immediately lunged towards Pikachu, exclaiming, behold my frenzied scratching. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash commanded. In an instant, Pikachu's tail hardened, shimmering with a silvery glow, and swung fiercely at Meowth. With a resounding thud, Meowth was struck by the iron tail, hurtling through the air like a cannonball before crashing heavily onto the ground, rendered unconscious. Watching her fallen Meowth and the recalled Weezing, Jessie's body trembled with rage. Darn it. The Team Rocket trio will not bow out so easily. Having said that, she and Kojiro awkwardly hoisted the unconscious Meowth and fled. Not forgetting to leave behind a classic line. What an annoying feeling. Observing the retreating figures of Team Rocket, Misty could not help but chuckle. They truly are resilient. Yet they suffer such humiliating defeats each time. Brock nodded in agreement, smiling. Thanks to Ash and Pikachu, today's sacred fire ceremony was spared from their interference. Ash affectionately patted Pikachu on the head, grinning. You've worked hard, Pikachu. Pikachu nuzzled Ash's palm, its face radiating joy. At that moment, the voice of President Demalanki resonated across the square. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the trainer named Ash, who promptly thwarted Team Rocket's disruption and safeguarded the sacred fire. Now, the battle groupings and venue allocations for the Indigo Conference are about to commence. Trainers, please proceed to the designated areas for further information. The trio immediately made their way to the grouping area. Along the way, numerous trainers were discussing the earlier events, their gazes filled with admiration for Ash. They were astonished that this trainer named Ash could effortlessly defeat Team Rocket. His Pikachu also appeared formidable. Perhaps he might even clinch the championship at this Indigo Conference. Upon hearing the murmurs around them, Misty proudly remarked to Ash, "Look, everyone recognizes your talent." Ash smiled quietly, his resolve to win the competition solidifying in his heart. Upon arriving at the grouping area, a massive electronic screen displayed the battle groupings. Ash quickly spotted his name. His first opponent was a trainer named Ahong, and the battle venue was designated as the Water Arena. The Water Arena? Misty leaned in to take a glance, expressing her concern. It seems your Pokémon adept at water battles are limited to Blastoise and Gyarados. You must be cautious if your opponent sends out a water-type Pokémon. Brock nodded thoughtfully. The platform in the Water Arena floats on the surface of the water, which is not very accommodating for land-based Pokémon. However, your Blastoise and Gyarados are both powerful water types. If you leverage the venue's advantages, you should be fine. Ash gazed at the battle information on the screen, a confident smile gracing his lips. Don't worry. I anticipated encountering the Water Arena. Just wait and see the spectacle. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. A spectacle, huh? Ash and the others turned to see Gary standing there, hands in his pockets, a look of disdain on his face. Ash, do you really think you can win? Losing to you twice before was merely due to my oversight. This time at the league, I will definitely defeat you. Ash raised an eyebrow, unyielding. Then let's see what you've got, Gary. But I won't be as lenient as before. Who asked you to be lenient? Gary shot Ash a glare before turning to leave. See you on the battlefield. Watching Gary's retreat, Misty couldn't help but scoff. Seriously, he's lost to you twice, yet still acts so arrogantly. Brock chuckled. That's just Gary's nature. However, his strength is undeniable. So Ash, don't take him lightly. Ash nodded. I know, but I won't lose. Soon, the time for the first round arrived. Chapter 57, The Water Arena. The morning light of Indigo Plateau pierced through the clouds, illuminating the water arena of the Pokémon League, which glittered like rippling jewels. The battling platform, floating atop the water's surface, was crafted from a special waterproof material, its edges glowing with a faint blue hue. The surrounding stands were filled with enthusiastic trainers cheering eagerly. Standing at the entrance of the contestant passage, Ash took a deep breath as Pikachu nuzzled against his chin, its bright eyes brimming with anticipation, fully aware that this was Ash's inaugural battle in the Indigo Conference. And losing was not an option. Don't be nervous, Ash. Misty rushed to his side. The water arena isn't too challenging for you. Kingler is a formidable water type. Brock joined them, holding a freshly purchased energy cube with a composed smile. I just reviewed Dobu's data. His Pokémon excel in using magical tricks to disrupt their opponents. Be careful not to fall for his flashy antics during the battle. By the way, how is your Kingler faring since Professor Oak sent it over? Ash glanced down at his EV, then patted the Pokeball containing Kingler at his waist, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. Rest assured. Professor Oak mentioned that Kingler has been training hard and is eager to take the stage. And, he paused, lowering his voice so only Misty and Brock could hear. If trouble arises, I'm also prepared for Mega Evolution. You two are the only ones who know about this. So don't let it slip. Got it. Misty rolled her eyes but couldn't help but smile. The last time you Mega Evolved Charizard, both Brock and I were nearly stunned. If we could witness another Pokémon's Mega Evolution this time, that would be incredible. Brock nodded in agreement, offering the energy cube to Pikachu, who eagerly took a piece, squinting in satisfaction. At that moment, the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Please have competitors Ash and Dobu proceed to the battle platform. The first round of the Indigo Conference, Water Arena Battle, is about to begin. Ash took a deep breath, gently handing his EV to Misty. Please take care of Eevee for me until I win. Eevee nuzzled Ash's palm before turning to Misty, obediently curling up in her arms. Ash turned toward the battle platform, with Pikachu clinging tightly to his shoulder, its tail raised high like a small flag. Dobu was already stationed on the opposite platform, clad in a sparkling purple coat and toying with a black top hat. Upon noticing Ash's approach, a smug smile crept across his face. Oh, so this is the legendary Ash who has defeated Gary twice? He doesn't look like much, lacking even a proper entrance. With a snap of his fingers, a flurry of colorful doves burst forth from his hat, eliciting gasps from the audience. Ash halted, arching an eyebrow. Battles depend on the strength of Pokémon, not on flashy magic tricks. Dobu, I advise you to focus on the competition. Strength? Dobu scoffed, producing a Pokeball from his waist and spinning it on his fingertip. My Pokémon is as perfect as my magic. You'll soon witness what a true battle entails. Referee, hurry up and start. I have no patience to waste on this novice. The referee stepped to the center of the arena, raising 2 flags as he announced loudly, the first round of the Indigo Conference, Water Arena Battle. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all Pokémon on one side are unable to continue fighting. Now, let the battle begin. Please send out your first Pokémon. Duwu was the first to throw out a Pokeball, and a crimson light arced through the air, revealing an Exeggutor that landed steadily on the floating platform. Its 3 heads swiveled in unison, the leaf-like ears rustling softly, while its purple body shimmered under the sunlight. My first Pokémon is Exeggutor. Ash, do you dare to send out your Pokémon first? Let me witness the prowess of your so-called bond. Without hesitation, Ash pressed the button on his Pokeball, and a brilliant white light burst forth. Kingler descended onto the floating platform, its 2 claws waving, the tough crab shell glistening with droplets of water that refracted a soft blue light. It looked up at Ash, gently tapping its claws together as if to confirm the command. Kingler, it's been a while. Ash communicated through his aura. This venue suits you perfectly. Listen to my instructions, and together we shall triumph in this battle. Kingler responded with a cheerful king, swinging its claws in the air and splashing tiny droplets of water. Duwu chuckled at the sight of Kingler. Ha ha. Ash, you've sent out Kingler? Such a feeble Pokémon dares to compete in the league? Exeggutor, show it our strength. Start with confusion. The middle head of Exeggutor glowed blue, and an invisible wave of psychic energy enveloped Kingler. Kingler's body was suddenly immobilized, its claws struggling to move, the floating platform beneath it sinking slightly under the psychic pressure. Kingler, Ash shouted immediately, use Bubble Beam to break free from the confusion. He simultaneously unleashed his aura. Sensing Kingler's current state, despite being restrained, its fighting spirit remained undiminished. Following the command, Kingler opened its mouth, releasing a multitude of sparkling bubbles that coalesced into a white beam, charging directly towards Exeggutor's psychic field. With a resounding crash, the bubble beam pierced through the psychic barrier, creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Kingler broke free and swiftly moved toward Exeggutor, its claws carving 2 trails through the water's surface. Oh, not too shabby. Duwu raised an eyebrow, gesturing with his fingers. Exeggutor, use sleep powder. The 3 heads of Exeggutor swayed in unison, releasing a pale yellow powder that floated toward Kingler, while the middle head once again glowed blue, gathering a stronger psychic energy. Kingler, dive into the water. Ash reacted instantly. The floating platform was surrounded by ample water, perfect for Kingler to exploit its advantages. Without hesitation, Kingler leaped into the water with a splash, the sleep powder dissolving upon contact with the surface, causing no effect. Duwu's expression darkened slightly at the sight. Does hiding underwater make a difference? Exeggutor, strike the surface with Energy Ball and force it out. The 3 heads of Exeggutor simultaneously concentrated green energy, merging into a larger sphere, which hurtled toward the water where Kingler had submerged. Kingler, gather energy beneath the water with Crab Hammer. Prepare to counter when the energy ball approaches. Ash's voice resonated through the surface, his aura tightly locking onto Kingler's position, clearly sensing the trajectory of the descending energy ball. The energy ball crashed onto the water's surface, sending a massive shockwave that created towering waves, splashing droplets onto the floating platform. At that moment, a blue figure erupted from the water. It was Kingler. Its right claw was enveloped in a light blue energy, slicing through the air with a howling gust aimed directly at Exeggutor. What? Duwu exclaimed. Exeggutor dodge. But it was too late. Kingler's crabhammer struck Exeggutor squarely, green sap seeping from its wounds as it let out a pained cry, stumbling back and nearly falling off the platform. What an opportunity. Kingler, unleash a barrage of bubble beam attacks. Ash seized the moment as Kingler landed back on the platform. once again spraying forth bubbles that rained down upon Executor like a torrential downpour. Duowu shouted in a panic, "Executor, defend!" with confusion. Executor struggled to muster its psychic energy, forming a translucent barrier, but the force of the bubble beam far exceeded its expectations. Cracks quickly appeared on the barrier, and with a shattering sound, it crumbled completely. The bubbles bombarding Executor. Its body swayed, the three heads drooping weakly, before it collapsed onto the platform, losing its ability to battle. The referee rushed forward to assess Executor's condition and then raised the flag, declaring, "Executor is unable to continue. Kingler is the victor." Ash excitedly waved his hand. "Kingler, you were magnificent." Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light erupted from Kingler. The light enveloped its body, causing it to rapidly grow in size. Kingler's claws thickened, the patterns on its shell becoming more defined, its once light blue body deepening into a rich purple, and its eyes sparkled with a more intense brilliance. "Is this evolution?" Misty exclaimed from the audience, standing in excitement as her Starmie twirled beside her. "Kingler has evolved into Crawdaunt. Ash is incredible." Brock smiled appreciatively. "The battle prowess of an evolved Crawdaunt will undoubtedly increase significantly. Duowu has a tough battle ahead." Duowu's expression soured as he gazed at the newly evolved Crawdaunt. "Cursed be it. It has evolved. But no matter, I have my second Pokémon. Come forth, Seadra." He tossed a second Pokeball, and blue light splashed onto the water's surface, revealing Seadra, its long body undulating gracefully, its sharp snout glinting with a cold light, and its dorsal fin carving elegant arcs through the water. Crawdaunt, now fully evolved, turned to Ash, raising its massive claw and waving confidently, emitting a triumphant craw. Ash, sensing Crawdaunt's newfound strength through their bond, smiled and said, "Crawdaunt, your evolution is splendid. Now, regarding Seadra, it is quite agile in the water, so we must be cautious." "Humph, what does evolution matter? Seadra is a water-type Pokémon. This aquatic arena is its domain." Duowu scoffed, pointing at Crawdaunt. "Seadra, use Water Gun to attack." Seadra opened its mouth and unleashed two streams of blue water at Crawdaunt, the jets hurtling forward with piercing speed and a deafening roar. "Crawdaunt, shatter the Water Gun with Crab Hammer," Ash commanded, and Crawdaunt immediately raised its right claw, enveloped in pale blue energy, swinging it toward the water gun. With a resounding crash, the water gun was obliterated into countless droplets, splashing onto the platform, but Crawdaunt remained unfazed. "It can actually break the water gun." Duowu was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Seadra, dive into the water and use agility to circle behind Crawdaunt. Then unleash Dragon Rage." Seadra plunged into the water, moving swiftly beneath the surface, leaving only a faint trace, rendering its exact position nearly impossible to discern. Ash furrowed his brow, immediately channeling his aura to sense the underwater movements. "Crawdaunt, watch the surface of the water. Use Bubble Beam to cover the entire area and flush out Seadra." Crawdaunt nodded, opening its mouth to release a torrent of bubbles that enveloped all the water surrounding the platform, creating a thin white film on the surface. Any movement by Seadra would disturb the bubbles. Indeed, not long after, a bubble suddenly burst, and Seadra's form shot up from beneath the water, its body cloaked in red energy, preparing to unleash Dragon Rage. "Now's the time. Crawdaunt, use Ice Punch." Ash seized the opportunity as Crawdaunt's left claw became enveloped in frosty energy, swinging it towards Seadra. The sea serpent was taken aback by its sudden discovery, and it was too late to evade. The Ice Punch struck its body with formidable force. With a resounding crack, a thin layer of ice enveloped the sea serpent, causing its movements to become sluggish. It emitted a pained shriek as it crashed heavily onto the floating platform, shattering the ice around it. "Sea serpent," Duowu shouted anxiously. "Quickly use Water Gun to break the ice. Then use Surf." Struggling, the sea serpent opened its mouth and unleashed a water gun, shattering the remaining ice. Before it leaped into the water, generating massive splashes that gradually formed a towering wall of water directed towards the Kingler. "Kingler, brace yourself against the surf with your pincers," Ash commanded. Instantly, Kingler crouched down, enveloping its pincers in energy, and struck the platform forcefully, creating a sturdy barrier. The wall of water from surf crashed violently against the barrier, causing the platform to shake violently, but Kingler, drawing upon its immense strength, stood firm against the onslaught of the surf. How is this possible? Duowu's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He had not anticipated the evolved Kingler to be so powerful. "Sea Serpent, use Dragon Rage once more. This time it must hit." The Sea Serpent concentrated again, gathering a crimson energy, and unleashed it towards Kingler. "Kingler, counter it with Bubble Beam. Then retaliate with Ice Punch." Ash's commands were clear and swift. Kingler immediately expelled a bubble beam that collided with Dragon Rage in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped the entire platform in smoke. As the smoke lingered, Kingler suddenly burst forth from it, its left claw radiating an intensified chill as it swung towards the sea serpent. The sea serpent had no time to react and was struck on the head by the ice punch, freezing its body once more and rendering it completely incapacitated. The referee rushed forward, assessed the sea serpent's condition, and raised the flag. The sea serpent is unable to continue. Kingler wins. A fervent cheer erupted from the audience, and Misty waved her arms excitedly. That's fantastic. Kingler has already defeated 2 Pokémon. Ash is about to win. Brock nodded in agreement. Duowu only has 1 Pokémon left. His composure is clearly shaken. Ash is certain to win. Duowu's face turned pale as he clutched his last Pokeball tightly, his fingers turning white from the strain. Damn it. I won't lose like this. He tossed out his final Pokeball, and a blue light illuminated the platform as Zubat spread its wings, its sharp teeth glimmering ominously, red eyes fixed intently on Kingler. Zubat, use Supersonic. Duowu nearly shouted. Zubat immediately emitted a piercing supersonic wave, creating visible ripples in the air directed at Kingler. Kingler, cover your ears. Attack Zubat with Bubble Beam. Ash instructed. Kingler promptly shielded its head with its pincers to mitigate the effects of the supersonic, while simultaneously launching a Bubble Beam towards Zubat. Zubat agilely flapped its wings, evading the Bubble Beam attack, and then dove rapidly towards Kingler. Zubat, attack with your wings. Its wings hardened, slicing through the air towards Kingler with a howling wind. Kingler, block with Crabhammer. Kingler immediately raised its pincers to collide with Zubat's wings, producing a metallic clang as both combatants staggered back a few steps. Zubat, use Leech Life. Duowu commanded, as Zubat dove once more, aiming to bite Kingler's pincers. Kingler, push it away with Ice Punch. Ash quickly ordered. Kingler's left claw became enveloped in icy energy as it swung towards Zubat. Seeing this, Zubat flapped its wings to change direction, dodging the Ice Punch and maneuvering behind Kingler, biting down on its shell. Kingler let out a pained cry as a small wound appeared on its shell, energy being drained by Zubat. This is bad. Ash felt a tightening in his chest and immediately summoned the power of Aura. Kingler, strike your own shell with Crabhammer. Shake off Zubat. Although hesitant, Kingler followed the command and struck its own shell with its right claw, infused with energy. With a loud thud, Zubat was forced to release its bite, swaying in midair. Now's the time. Kingler, unleash a continuous Bubble Beam attack. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded. Kingler immediately spewed forth a torrent of bubbles, surging towards Zubat. Zubat attempted to dodge, but the coverage of the Bubble Beam was too extensive. Bubbles struck its wings, hindering its movements. Zubat, quickly attack with your wings to break free of the bubbles. Duowu shouted frantically, but Zubat's wings were ensnared by the bubbles, preventing it from flapping swiftly. Kingler, deliver the final blow. Use Ice Punch. Ash's voice rang with determination as Kingler's left claw gathered the most potent chill and swung towards Zubat. The punch struck Zubat's body with force, instantly encasing it in ice before it crashed down onto the floating platform, shattering the ice. Zubat lost its ability to continue. The referee rushed forward, examined Zubat's state, and raised the flag high. Zubat is unable to continue. Kingler wins. Thus, the victor of this battle is Ash. With the referee's announcement, a thunderous cheer erupted around the aquatic arena. Misty and Brock dashed down from the stands to await Ash at the player entrance. Ash stepped onto the platform, lifted Kingler in celebration, and smiled. Thank you, Kingler. We did it. Kingler responded with a triumphant cheer, gently tapping Ash's cheek with its claw. At that moment, Duowu approached, his expression devoid of the earlier arrogance, replaced instead with a hint of despondency. I lost. I never expected your Pokémon to be so formidable, with such evolution and impressive moves. Ash set down Kingler and replied, your Pokémon are remarkable too. You simply relied too heavily on tricks. If you and your Pokémon work together, you will undoubtedly grow stronger. Duowu paused, then nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Ash. I will remember your words and train diligently with my Pokémon from now on. With that, he recalled his 3 Pokémon and turned to leave the arena. Ash, alongside Kingler and Pikachu, walked over to Misty, Brock, and Eevee. Misty immediately patted his shoulder. Ash, you were amazing. You even managed to evolve Kingler and defeat 3 Pokémon in a row. Brock smiled and added, there are still battles in the rock, grass, and ice arenas ahead. You must keep pushing forward. By the way, I heard that Gary also won his first match. You might encounter him in the upcoming rounds. Ash nodded, his gaze fixed resolutely on the main arena. I know, No matter who I face, I will strive alongside my Pokémon to claim the championship title. Chapter 58, The Ice Arena. Now's the time. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Ash pointed decisively. Blastoise emerged from its shell, the cannons on its back aimed at Nidoking, unleashing a torrent of deep blue water with immense force. Kintaro had no time to instruct Nidoking to evade, as the water struck it fiercely, sending it crashing against the rocky edge of the arena, struggling momentarily before losing its ability to fight. The referee raised the flag. Nidoking is unable to continue. Blastoise wins. Ash advances. After the match concluded, Ash recalled Blastoise, affectionately ruffling Pikachu's head. Well done, let's go find Misty and the others. As they emerged from the arena, they were greeted by the sight of Misty rushing towards them, cradling her beloved Eevee, with Brock trailing closely behind. Ash, you were incredibly swift. I didn't even have the chance to explain the rules to Eevee. Misty exclaimed, handing Eevee back to Ash, who was met with affectionate nuzzles against his cheek, accompanied by the soft cooing sounds characteristic of Eevee. Brock, chuckling, presented Ash with a bottle of water. Blastoise performed exceptionally well as always. But we must hasten to the Pokémon Center. I noticed numerous competitors heading that way. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pokémon Center, they were met with a throng of people, with Nurse Joy bustling about amidst the crowd, her forehead glistening with sweat. What do we do now? If our Pokémon do not recover in time, it could adversely affect the next match. Misty frowned, observing the congested entrance, where even squeezing through appeared to be a challenge. Just then, a nurse approached, her face adorned with a gentle smile. You must be the contestants who just finished your battles. The auxiliary Pokémon Center on the east side is unoccupied. Allow me to escort you there. They can provide comprehensive recovery for your Pokémon. Ash regarded her with some skepticism, as her voice seemed vaguely familiar. Yet, glancing at the weary Pikachu and the Eevee nestled in his arms, he nodded. We would greatly appreciate your assistance. Following the nurse to a small building on the east side, she opened the door. Please, come inside. All the necessary equipment is available. As Ash stepped into the room, the door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang. In an instant, the nurse and another Nurse Joy, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, discarded their disguises, revealing themselves to be none other than Team Rocket. Since you inquired with such sincerity, we shall graciously inform you, Jessie declared, striking her signature pose. To prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard the peace of the world, James chimed in, dramatically waving his hand. To execute the folly of love and truth. The charming yet villainous trio. Meowth leaped onto the table, waving his tail with pride. Jessie, James, and Meowth, that's right. The trio pointed accusingly at Ash. Team Rocket, at your service. Pikachu immediately assumed a battle stance, its tail erect and crackling with electricity. Ash held Eevee protectively and eyed them warily. Team Rocket, what are you scheming this time? What are we scheming? Naturally, we aim to seize your Pikachu and those formidable Pokémon of yours, Jessie declared, brandishing a specially crafted capture net that was designed to withstand even the mightiest of electric attacks. Misty promptly threw her Stereo's Pokeball. Stereo, use water gun. Stereo burst forth from its Pokeball, unleashing a torrent of water at Jessie's net, only for it to be thwarted by the net's surface, causing the water to cascade down through its openings. How could this happen? Misty exclaimed in astonishment. Brock sent forth his Geodude. Geodude, use Tackle. Geodude rolled towards James, only to be intercepted by a mechanical arm James produced, which seized Geodude and flung it into the corner. Ash, surrender Pikachu, or your friends and Pokémon will be in peril. Meowth cackled, his eyes fixated on Pikachu. Suddenly, Eevee nuzzled Ash's neck, emitting a warning cry. Ash closed his eyes, allowing his aura to quietly expand, enveloping the entire room. He could distinctly sense the flow of electricity coursing through the net and the intricate mechanisms of the locking device. With focused determination, he utilized his aura to disrupt the frequency of the net's electrical current. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash suddenly opened his eyes, and Pikachu instantly comprehended his intent, unleashing a surge of electricity towards both the mechanical lock and the net. A crackling sound erupted as the net faltered, extinguishing its electrical charge, and the mechanical lock sprang open with a click. Jessie stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Our net was designed to resist electric attacks. Now it's our turn to retaliate, Ash declared, retrieving Charizard's Pokeball. Charizard, come forth. A flash of red light revealed Charizard, who landed gracefully, flames flickering at the corners of its mouth. Charizard, use Fire Spin, Ash commanded. Charizard unleashed a circle of flames, encircling Team Rocket, forcing them to retreat from the intense heat. Curse you. This time, you've bested us, but we shall return, Jessie exclaimed, pressing a button on her belt. And in an instant, They were enveloped in smoke. When the haze cleared, they had vanished without a trace. Brock rushed over to assist Geodude. Geodude, are you alright? Geodude shook its head, emitting a reassuring grunt. Misty recalled Stereo, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness for Ash. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. Ash gently stroked Eevee's head and glanced at Pikachu. As long as everyone is safe, we should promptly seek Nurse Joy's assistance to restore our Pokémon. The next battle in the ice arena is fast approaching. Once their Pokémon had fully recovered, an announcement echoed through the speakers. Attention, please. Ash and his opponent, Koji, are requested to proceed to the ice arena as the match is about to commence. Ash entrusted Eevee to Misty, adhering to the competition's regulations, which allowed for the use of only 3 Pokémon per match. He had decided on Kingler, Pikachu, and Charizard for this encounter. The ice arena's floor was blanketed with a thick layer of ice, a frigid breeze sweeping through the air, while the stands surrounding the arena were filled with enthusiastic spectators, their cheers ringing out in waves. Koji stood confidently on the opposing platform, clutching a Pokeball, a self-assured smile gracing his face. Ash, I've studied your battle style meticulously. This time, I will not be defeated. Likewise, I'm eagerly anticipating this match. Ash replied, tossing forth his first Pokeball. Kingler, you're up. A flash of red light revealed Kingler, who landed on the icy surface, its massive pincers gleaming in the sunlight as it adjusted to the slippery terrain. Koji also released his Pokeball. Shelder, let's fight. Amidst a burst of blue light, Shelder appeared on the ice, immediately retracting into its shell, leaving only 2 short water spouts exposed, watching Kingler with vigilance. The referee raised the flag. The match begins. Kingler, use Crabhammer. Ash initiated the attack, and Kingler's right claw gleamed with a blinding light as it swiftly maneuvered across the ice, charging towards Shelder. Shelder, retract into your shell for defense. Koji commanded urgently, tightening Shelder's shell, which shimmered with a faint blue glow. Kingler's Crabhammer struck Shelder's shell with a resounding clang, yet Shelder remained steadfast, while Kingler, rebounding from the impact, slid back several paces across the ice. Futile, Koji boasted. Shelder's shell is of the highest quality. Your Kingler cannot break through. Shelder, use Water Gun, commanded Koji, as Shelder unleashed 2 jets of water from its spouts, aiming at Kingler. Kingler, evade and counter with Crabhammer. Ash shouted. Kingler deftly adjusted its trajectory, sliding smoothly on the ice to dodge the water jets. In quick succession, both of Kingler's pincers glowed a vibrant red as they were raised high, crashing down towards Shelder with tremendous force. Shelder, maintain your defense, Koji urged. Shelder again tightened its shell. However, Kingler's Crabhammer was even more powerful this time. With a thunderous impact, Shelder was sent sliding across the ice, a fine crack appearing on its shell. Koji's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? Shelder's shell is supposed to be. Kingler's strength is far beyond mere expectations. Ash replied with a grin. Continue with Crabhammer. Do not give it a moment to breathe. The Kingler nodded, gliding once more across the icy surface, charging towards the Shellmet, its claws alternately smashing against the shell. Each strike widened the fissures in Shellmet's armor, the sound of impacts echoing through the arena, while cheers from the audience grew increasingly fervent. Shellmet, unleash Spike Cannon, shouted Xiaojing, urgency lacing his voice. Countless spikes erupted from the crevices of Shellmet's shell, hurtling towards Kingler. Kingler, defend yourself with your claws, cried Xiaoji. Kingler promptly crossed its claws, deflecting the spikes one by one. Seizing the opportunity, it surged forward, channeling all its strength to hammer its claw down upon Shellmet's shell. With a resounding crack, a significant rupture finally appeared, and Shellmet poked its head out, shaking it slightly before collapsing onto the ice, incapacitated. The referee rushed over to assess the situation and raised a flag. Shellmet is unable to continue. Kingler is the victor. Please, Xiaojing, send out your next Pokémon. Xiaojing retrieved Shellmet, inhaling deeply as he produced another Pokeball. In that case, I shall send it forth. Arcanine, come forth. A flash of orange light illuminated the arena as the athletic Arcanine landed upon the ice, its fur vibrant like flames. Tail held high as it let out a resounding roar, seemingly warming the air around it. It's Arcanine, exclaimed Xiaoxia from the stands, excitement evident in her voice. And it appears to be at a high level. Xiaoji must be cautious. Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Arcanine's speed and fire-type moves are formidable. Although the icy terrain is somewhat disadvantageous, if it can utilize its flames to melt the ice, it can alter the battlefield. Xiaoji regarded Arcanine with a serious expression. Kingler, how are you? Can you continue to fight? Kingler waved its claw and nodded affirmatively. Despite the toll the previous battle had taken on its stamina, its gaze remained resolute. Arcanine unleashed Dragon Rage. Xiaojing initiated the assault. Arcanine opened its mouth, releasing a swirling inferno that formed a tornado, barreling towards Kingler. Kingler, evade! Xiaoji shouted. Kingler swiftly glided across the ice, attempting to dodge the Dragon Rage. However, the attack's radius was too expansive, grazing Kingler's body. The flames seared its shell, eliciting a pained cry as it staggered. Arcanine, capitalize on this moment and use Flamethrower. Xiaozheng commanded, and Arcanine spewed forth flames that coalesced into a massive letter, crashing down upon Kingler. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. Xiaoji shouted, and Kingler unleashed a torrent of bubbles from its claws, colliding with the flamethrower. A sizzling sound erupted as the bubbles evaporated in the heat, diminishing the flamethrower's impact, yet it still struck Kingler. Overwhelmed by the flames, Kingler collapsed onto the ice, struggling briefly before failing to rise. The referee crouched to inspect. Kingler is unable to continue. Please send out your next Pokémon, Xiaoji. Xiaoji retrieved Kingler, murmuring softly, you've done well, rest now. He then produced Pikachu's Pokeball. Pikachu, it's your time to shine. A flash of yellow light illuminated the arena as Pikachu landed on the ice, eyeing Arcanine warily, its tail flicking in preparation for battle. Pikachu, huh? Xiaojing chuckled. Arcanine, use Quick Attack. In an instant, Arcanine vanished from sight, reappearing before Pikachu and striking it with its body. Pikachu had no time to evade, sliding backward until it collided with the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Pikachu, Xiaoji called out anxiously. Are you all right? Pikachu shook its head, rising from the ground and letting out a cry towards Arcanine, indicating its readiness to continue fighting. Arcanine is incredibly swift, Xiaoxia remarked nervously, her fists clenched. The icy surface only amplified the speed of Quick Attack. Pikachu, use Quick Attack, commanded Xiaoji. Pikachu immediately dashed across the ice, leaving behind a series of yellow afterimages. Arcanine attempted to use Quick Attack again to catch up, but Pikachu skillfully changed direction, leveraging the slippery surface to elude Arcanine time and again. Darn it. Arcanine, use Flame Wheel, Xiaojing shouted. Encircled by flames, Arcanine rolled across the ice like a fiery sphere, pursuing Pikachu. The ice melted beneath the flames, leaving trails of water, transforming the battlefield into a muddy surface. Pikachu, jump up and use Volt Tackle. Xiaoji seized the opportunity, commanding loudly. Pikachu leapt high, turning in midair to unleash a powerful electrical surge towards Arcanine below. The electricity struck Arcanine, which let out a pained howl, interrupting its flame wheel and collapsing onto the muddy ground. Arcanine, get up, Xiaojing urged anxiously. Arcanine struggled to rise, its fur disheveled, yet its gaze remained fierce. It opened its mouth once more, gathering flames, clearly intending to unleash a more powerful attack. Pikachu, now use Thunder, Xiaoji shouted. Pikachu soared into the air, channeling a tremendous electrical charge, causing dark clouds to gather above, a bolt of lightning striking down towards Arcanine. Arcanine, counter with Flamethrower, Xiaojing yelled, and Arcanine unleashed its most potent flamethrower to clash with the lightning. A thunderous explosion erupted, fire and electricity spreading, enveloping the arena in smoke. The audience held their breath, fixated on the scene obscured by the haze. As the smoke began to clear, both Pikachu and Arcanine lay on the ground, struggling to rise. However, Arcanine succumbed first, collapsing and remaining still, while Pikachu, driven by sheer willpower, gradually stood up, though covered in mud, its resolve unwavering. The referee rushed over to check, then raised a flag. Arcanine is unable to continue. Pikachu is the victor. Xiaoji wins this match and advances to the next round. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers as Xiaoxia and Xiaojing jumped with excitement. Fantastic. Xiaoji has won. Xiaoji rushed over to embrace Pikachu, patting its head. Pikachu, you've worked hard. You were incredible. Pikachu nuzzled against Xiaoji's cheek, emitting joyful cries of Pika Pika. Just then, Xiaojing approached, extending his hand to Xiaoji. Xiaoji, you truly are remarkable. I concede this match wholeheartedly. Xiaoji reciprocated, shaking his hand. You were impressive as well. Arcanine is strong. Let us have a rematch when the opportunity arises. He now needed to prepare for the next battle, as the challenges of the court's conference were just beginning. Chapter 59, The Grass Terrain. Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, and Xiaojing stood at the front row of the audience, their eyes fixated on the center of the arena. As the fourth round of the competition was about to commence, featuring Xiaomao and his opponent, Jimu. Xiaomao's challenger appeared formidable, as Jimu's Geodude was renowned for its robust defenses. Xiaoxia crossed her arms, her fingers unconsciously tracing the hem of her skirt, concern evident in her gaze. She recalled Xiao Mao's dejection after his prior defeats to Xiaoji. Another loss would likely be a significant blow to his morale. Xiao Gang's gaze fell upon the formidable Onyx on the opposite side of the arena, as he meticulously analyzed. Onyx's rock type possesses a distinct advantage over Xiao Mao's frequently utilized Nidoking. Furthermore, its earthquake move, once unleashed, is not to be underestimated. It remains to be seen how Xiao Mao will respond. Xiao Ji, with his hands tucked in his pockets, wore a subtle yet enigmatic smile. As a traveler from another world, he was acutely aware that Xiao Mao's prowess extended far beyond what was merely visible. Rest assured, Xiao Mao would not succumb easily. He murmured, his voice imbued with an unshakable conviction that others could scarcely comprehend. At that moment, the referee raised his flag and announced with a booming voice. The fourth round of the Pokémon League Courts Conference begins, featuring Xiao Mao against Jimmo. Xiao Mao retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, flicking it gently with his fingertips. The ball arced through the air, a flash of red light illuminating the arena as Nidoking's imposing figure materialized at the center, its robust limbs thudding against the grass, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Nidoking, show them our might. Xiao Mao's voice was calm and self-assured, stripped of its previous arrogance, replaced instead with a newfound steadiness. Jimmo, with a derisive chuckle, tossed forth his own Pokeball, declaring, "Don't waste your efforts, Xiao Mao. Onyx, let's go." The gray Onyx crashed onto the ground, its rocky protrusions sharp and menacing, emitting a low growl as it fixated intently on Nidoking. The battle commences. The referee's voice reverberated once more. "Onyx, use rollout," Jimmo commanded, seizing the initiative to catch Nidoking off guard while it was still stabilizing. With its legs coiled, Onyx transformed into a gray sphere, racing towards Nidoking with alarming speed, crushing the grass beneath it and leaving a faint indentation on the ground. Xiao Mao's expression sharpened as he reacted swiftly. Nidoking leaped to evade. Following this, he ordered, "Now, unleash Poison Sting." Nidoking pushed off the ground with its powerful hind legs, surprisingly agile for its massive form, soaring above Onyx's rolling assault. Its horn glimmered with a violet hue as dozens of poisonous needles were launched towards the still rolling Onyx. Onyx. It was too late. The Poison Sting struck true, causing Onyx to momentarily falter, its rolling speed diminishing. However, it quickly regained its momentum, continuing its charge towards Nidoking. Futile. Onyx's defenses are impervious to such feeble attacks. Jimmo scoffed, urging, "Continue to roll and send Nidoking flying." Xiao Mao furrowed his brow, recognizing the need to alter their approach. Nidoking, dig underground. Following his command, Nidoking lowered its head, its sharp claws swiftly burrowing into the earth, leaving behind a dark hole. Onyx, having lost its target, gradually halted its roll, perplexed as it spun in place, searching for Nidoking's whereabouts. Cursed creature. It dares to hide. Jimmo barked impatiently. Onyx sensed the vibrations in the ground. At that instant, Xiao Mao raised his hand, commanding, "Nidoking, emerge from directly beneath Onyx and use Horn Drill." With a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted as Nidoking surged from below, its horn radiating a blinding white light, forcefully striking Onyx in the abdomen. Onyx. It let out a pained howl as its massive body was propelled into the air, crashing heavily onto the grass, raising a cloud of dust. "Now's your chance. Use Thunderbolt." Xiao Mao seized the opportunity, issuing another command. Nidoking opened its mouth, golden currents of electricity surging forth towards the downed Onyx. "Onyx, erect a rock tomb to shield yourself," Jimmo shouted urgently, struggling to rise. Onyx managed to erect several large stones in front of it, attempting to block the oncoming thunderbolt. Yet, the force of the electric attack far exceeded its expectations, as the golden currents pierced through the stone barrier, striking Onyx with devastating impact. Onyx convulsed, emitting smoke as it collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. The referee rushed forward, assessing Onyx's condition before raising his flag high, declaring, "Onyx is unable to battle. Nidoking is victorious." Contestant Xiao Mao advances. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Xiaoji smiled as he clapped. "See? I told you Xiao Mao could win." Xiao Xia's eyes widened in surprise, her face aglow with delight. "I never imagined Xiao Mao would be this formidable. Losing to Xiaoji twice must have truly catalyzed his growth." Xiao Gang nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction. Indeed, his strategies have matured significantly compared to before. He now formulates tactics based on his opponent's weaknesses. Xiao Mao approached Nidoking, gently stroking its head, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. "Well done, Nidoking." He then recalled Nidoking, casting a glance towards the audience, where his eyes met Xiaoji's, and they exchanged a knowing smile, a silent understanding passing between them. Soon, It was Xiao Zi's turn to take the stage. His opponent was Sun Zi from Maiden Town, a girl clad in a pink dress, twirling a magic wand in her hand. "I can't believe my opponent is such a seemingly delicate little girl," she remarked, a hint of disdain in her tone. "But no matter, I'll show you the prowess of my Pokémon," as if performing magic, making them vanish in an instant. Xiao Zi raised an eyebrow, disregarding Sun Zi's taunt as he retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Victory lies in strength, not in empty words. "Venusaur, you are the chosen one." A flash of red light illuminated the arena as Venusaur's imposing frame appeared on the grassy battlefield, its flower bud swaying gently. Releasing a subtle fragrance, eyes resolutely locked onto its adversary. "Oh, you've chosen Venusaur?" Sun Zi exclaimed, slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her haughty demeanor. "No matter. My Beedrill is not afraid of it. Come forth, Beedrill." The Pokeball opened, and a strikingly striped Beedrill emerged, its wings rapidly flapping, producing a buzzing sound. Its sharp stingers glinting ominously. "The battle begins," the referee announced. "Beedrill, use Twin Needle." Sun Zi commanded, pointing her wand toward Venusaur. Beedrill's wings accelerated, dashing toward Venusaur like a bolt of yellow lightning, its two stingers aimed at Venusaur's body. Xiao Zi remained calm, confidently directing, "Venusaur, block with Vine Whip." Two green vines shot forth from Venusaur's flower bud, skillfully ensnaring Beedrill's stingers, effectively immobilizing it. "What?" Sun Zi's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unprepared for Venusaur's rapid response. "Beedrill, break free and use agility." Beedrill strained against the vines, its wings flapping with a piercing sound, desperately attempting to escape the entanglement. Yet, the strength of Venusaur's Vine Whip was formidable, allowing it to maintain its grip despite Beedrill's frantic struggles. "Venusaur, use Seed Bomb." Xiao Zi continued with resolve. Venusaur expelled several green seeds, which landed on Beedrill, instantly taking root and sprouting vines that wrapped around its body, beginning to siphon its energy. "My Beedrill!" Sun Zi exclaimed in panic. "Quick, use Poison Sting to cut those vines." Beedrill hurriedly jabbed at the vines with its stingers. But the tendrils of the seed bomb proved resilient, refusing to yield to its efforts. As its energy was drained, Beedrill's movement slowed, its wing beats growing increasingly sluggish. "Venusaur, now is the time. Use Tackle." Xiao Zi seized the moment, issuing the attack order. Venusaur released its grip on the vines and charged towards Beedrill with its massive form. Beedrill, freed from its entrapment, attempted to evade, but its strength had waned, resulting in a collision with Venusaur that sent it crashing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The Beedrill has lost its fighting capability. The Venusaur emerges victorious, the referee declared. Xiao Zi, visibly frustrated, stomped her foot and reluctantly withdrew Beedrill, exclaiming, "How infuriating. You may have won this round, but your luck is about to run out. Come forth, Scyther." Another Pokeball opened, and a vibrant green Scyther landed on the ground, its scythe-like forearms glinting sharply as it fixed its piercing gaze upon Venusaur. "Scyther, use Fury Cutter." Xiao Zi commanded loudly, intent on swiftly defeating Venusaur to regain the upper hand. In a flash, Scyther darted towards Venusaur, its scythe poised to strike. "Venusaur, use Vine Whip to defend." Ash calmly directed. Two green vines extended from the bud on Venusaur's back, deftly ensnaring Scyther's forelimbs and firmly restraining it. "How is this possible?" Xiao Zi gasped in disbelief. "Scyther, continue with Fury Cutter and attack those vines." Scyther lunged again, its scythe aimed at Venusaur's vines. "Venusaur, wrap it up with your vines." Ash reacted swiftly. Once more, the vines coiled around Scyther's forelimbs, successfully thwarting its assault. "Scyther, use Quick Attack to get behind it." Xiao Zi shouted, unwilling to concede. Scyther flapped its wings, transforming into a green blur as it attempted to maneuver behind Venusaur. However, Venusaur's vines remained agile, maintaining a steadfast grip on Scyther's forelimbs, preventing its escape. "Venusaur, unleash Sleep Powder." Ash commanded. The bud atop Venusaur opened slightly, releasing a cloud of white powder that drifted towards Scyther. "Watch out. Scyther, evade." Xiao Zi cried urgently. Yet, ensnared by the vines, Scyther was unable to escape, and the sleep powder settled upon it. Gradually, Scyther's movement slowed, its eyes fluttered closed, and it collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to slumber. Scyther has lost its fighting capability. Venusaur is victorious, the referee announced once more. Xiao Zi's face turned pallid as she gripped her wand tightly, gritting her teeth. "Damn it, I've lost 2 Pokemon already. But don't get too cocky. I still have one final Pokemon. Come forth, Mewtwo." As the Pokeball opened, a larger than usual green Mewtwo appeared, its leaves more vibrant, and radiating a formidable aura. This Beauty is exceptional, Shuzi declared with a hint of pride. Its level is quite high, capable of using leaf blade to slice through rocks, and it possesses formidable fighting techniques. Prepare to be defeated. Ash's expression sharpened. He sensed the immense power emanating from Beauty, but felt no fear. Venusaur, be cautious, it indeed possesses significant strength. Beauty, unleash leaf blade. Shuzi ordered first. Beauty's leaves began to tremble rapidly, launching dozens of sharp blades toward Venusaur, each slicing through the air with lethal precision, even cleaving stones upon the ground in two. Venusaur, weave your vines into a shield to block. Ash commanded loudly. Venusaur's vines entwined seamlessly, forming a verdant shield. The leaf blade struck the vine shield, producing a rustling sound. Although the shield quivered under the impact, it successfully absorbed the assault. Impressive. You managed to withstand my leaf blade, Shuzi remarked, somewhat surprised, but quickly added, however, you won't withstand this next move. Beauty, use tackle. Beauty agilely leaped toward Venusaur, wrapping its body around Venusaur's neck before forcefully slamming it into the ground. Venusaur, use weight to pin it down. Ash ordered urgently. Venusaur's massive form suddenly sank down, attempting to utilize its weight to suppress Beauty. Yet, Beauty's strength surpassed expectations, as it managed to lift Venusaur along with it, slamming Venusaur back down onto the ground. Boom! Venusaur crashed heavily, causing the ground to tremble. Struggling to rise, Venusaur found itself ensnared by Beauty, unable to move. Venusaur, Ash called out with concern, but he quickly regained his composure and commanded, use solar beam. The bud atop Venusaur began to gather energy, a yellow light pulsating within. However, Beauty seemed to sense the impending threat, tightening its grip around Venusaur's neck, preventing it from focusing on unleashing the solar beam. It's futile. Shuzi laughed triumphantly. Beauty, use heel kick. Beauty released its hold on Venusaur's neck, then struck fiercely with its heel against Venusaur's abdomen. Venusaur cried out in pain, collapsing once more to the ground, the glow of its bud dimming, clearly suffering significant damage. Venusaur, are you all right? Ash inquired with deep concern, his eyes reflecting his worry. He understood that Venusaur had already fought 2 battles and was severely fatigued. Now, enduring such an assault put it in a precarious situation. Venusaur struggled to rise, gazing steadfastly at Ash, as if to convey that it could continue the fight. Such tenacity, Shuzi sneered. But the game is about to end. Beauty, finish it off with one final leaf blade. Beauty unleashed another leaf blade, sharper and more abundant than before, hurtling toward Venusaur. Venusaur, block it with your vines. Then use seed bomb. Ash commanded emphatically. Venusaur extended its vines with all its strength, successfully blocking a portion of the leaf blades, though a few still struck, leaving behind several wounds. Seizing the opportunity, it released seed bombs that landed on Beauty, quickly rooting and sprouting, vines wrapping around Beauty's body and draining its energy to nourish Venusaur. Beauty's movements began to slow, pain evident in its eyes. Damn it, Beauty, break free, Shuzi urged desperately. Yet, the vines of the seed bomb proved resilient, and Beauty could not escape. As its energy continued to be siphoned, Beauty weakened further, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Losing its fighting capability. Beauty has lost its fighting capability. Venusaur is victorious. Ash advances. The referee proclaimed, raising the flag high. The audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers, with Misty leaping joyfully, exclaiming, fantastic. Ash has won. Venusaur has triumphed over 3 opponents. How incredible. Brock nodded with a smile. Indeed, Ash's strategy was outstanding, and Venusaur displayed remarkable resilience. I must admit, I was quite anxious. That Beauty was indeed formidable. Ash approached Venusaur, gently patting its head, his face illuminated with a proud smile. You've worked hard, Venusaur. You did exceptionally well. Venusaur emitted a delighted cry, nuzzling against Ash's hand. Subsequently, Ash withdrew Venusaur into its pokeball and waved to Misty and Brock in the stands, his smile brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, Gary observed Ash's figure, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ash, it seems we still have a tough battle ahead, he mused, clenching the pokeball in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 60, Versus. Ahong. Ash and his companions arrived at the Pokémon League to participate in the Indigo Conference. In the elevator of their hotel, Ash encountered a trainer named Ahong, whose Pikachu, Rain, was at odds with Ash's own Pikachu. During the elevator ride, a sudden power outage occurred, and Ahong utilized his Pikachu's abilities to restore the elevator's operation. Subsequently, both Ash and Ahong received a misleading message from Team Rocket, who falsely claimed that a Pokémon required their assistance, intending to deceive them and steal their Pokeballs. Unbeknownst to them, they placed their Pokeballs into a bag prepared by Team Rocket, only to realize they had been duped. Ash, Ahong, and other trainers pursued Team Rocket, and after considerable effort, they successfully reclaimed their Pokeballs. Upon learning that his next opponent was Ash, Ahong prepared for an intense showdown at the Indigo Conference. Ash, Misty, and Brock squeezed into the audience seats near the arena, where they saw the referee in the center raising a flag. On one side stood Gary's Arcanine, its fur glistening in the sunlight, while on the opposite side, the trainer's Executor appeared to be struggling. Just in time. Gary seems to have this in the bag, Misty exclaimed, leaning over the railing in awe. Brock nodded in agreement, observing Gary's steady tactics. Gary's strategy has always been solid. Arcanine's flamethrower has kept Executor at bay. This match is all but won. With his hands resting on the railing and a smile on his lips, Ash thought to himself about Gary's rapid progress. But if we face off again, I won't hold back. Beside him, Pikachu chirped in agreement, while the white Eevee nestled against his arm, curiously watching the arena. At that moment, Executor finally succumbed, collapsing after being struck by Arcanine's flamethrower. The referee immediately raised the flag, declaring, Executor is unable to battle. The winner is Gary. Cheers erupted from the audience as Gary recalled Arcanine and waved to the crowd, quickly locking his gaze on Ash. Approaching him with his customary confident smile, he said, Ash, have you had enough of watching? Your turn is next. Just don't lose before you even warm up, like last time. Hey, what are you talking about? Ash stood straight, raising an eyebrow. You were the one who lost the last 2 times. This time, I won't let you down. I will win it all. Misty interjected with a laugh. All right. You two always bicker when you meet. Gary, you performed excellently. Your training with Arcanine has truly paid off. Brock nodded in agreement, adding, yes, the timing of that flamethrower was impeccable. It left Executor no chance to retaliate. Gary's expression turned serious as he regarded Ash. Though you've defeated me twice, the Indigo League is no joke. Your opponent is Ahong, and he's quite formidable. Don't underestimate him. After saying this, he turned to head towards the resting area. I will be watching your match. Just don't lose too embarrassingly. Watching Gary's retreating figure, Ash clenched his fist, assuring himself, don't worry, I won't lose. Before long, an announcement echoed through the arena. Please have contestants Ash and Ahong proceed to Battlefield 3. The match is about to begin. It's our turn, Ash said, handing Eevee to Misty. Misty, please take care of Eevee for now. Of course. Just focus on your match. We'll be cheering for you. Misty replied, gently petting Eevee's head. Eevee, let us cheer for Ash together, all right? Eevee responded with a cheerful Eevee and nodded eagerly. Brock patted Ash on the shoulder. Ash, are all your Pokémon ready? Ahong's Butterfree and Charmeleon are quite strong, but with your skills, you should be just fine. He was well aware of Ash's powerful Pokémon. Ash nodded, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist. Don't worry, I've already decided who I will use. He glanced at the Pokeball, which contained his shiny Gengar. Even without Mega Evolution, victory was within reach. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, both wearing reassuring smiles. They knew just how strong Ash's Gengar was. They had witnessed its training, and its speed and power could indeed dominate many opponents without the need for Mega Evolution. The trio arrived at Battlefield 3, where the audience was already filled to capacity. Ahong was already waiting at one side of the arena. Upon seeing Ash approach, he smiled broadly. Ash, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you in this round. What a coincidence. Indeed, Ahong. Ash responded with a smile. But during the match, I won't hold back. Ahong gave a thumbs up. Now that's what I like to hear. I'm looking forward to our battle. I'm ready. The referee stepped into the center of the arena, raising 2 flags. Match rules. Both sides will each use 3 Pokémon, with no time limit. Until one side's 3 Pokémon are unable to battle. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Now, both contestants, please send out your first Pokémon. Ahong promptly produced a Pokeball and tossed it onto the field. I choose you, Butterfree. In a flash of red light, a Butterfree adorned with vibrant wing patterns landed gracefully on the ground, its wings fluttering gently as it emitted its characteristic cry. Misty's eyes widened from the audience. It's Butterfree. Ahong's Butterfree is incredibly fast and can use sleep powder. Ash must be cautious. Brock frowned, adding, moreover, Butterfree's gust move combined with sleep powder can easily ensnare its opponent. Ash needs to devise a counter strategy. Ash gazed at Ahong's Butterfree, a confident smile gracing his lips as he retrieved the Pokeball containing Gengar. Gengar, it's your turn. With a flick of his wrist, the Pokeball was thrown, and a purple glow illuminated the arena as the gray, shiny Gengar materialized. It hovered in midair, exuding a faint, ghostly energy, its red eyes fixed disdainfully on Butterfree. What Pokemon is that? Is it Gengar? But its color is different, murmured someone in the audience. Ahong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. A shiny Jengar. Ash, you've kept that well hidden. But my Butterfree won't be intimidated. He commanded, Butterfree, use sleep powder. With a flap of its wings, a flurry of white powder drifted toward Jengar. Misty shouted anxiously, Ash, quick. Have Jengar dodge. If sleep powder hits, we're in trouble. Yet Ash remained calm, instructing Jengar. Jengar, use Shadow Clone. In an instant, Jengar's body shimmered, creating a multitude of clones that dispersed throughout the arena. The sleep powder settled around the clones and the original. But none of the Jengars were hit. Ahong frowned at this turn of events. You managed to avoid it so quickly. Butterfree, use gust to blow the clones away. Butterfree flapped its wings again, unleashing a powerful gust that swept toward Jengar's clones. Several clones were dispersed by the wind, but half remained intact. Ash continued to direct, Jengar, use Nightshade. Jengar's eyes gleamed, and a wave of black energy surged toward Butterfree. Ahong shouted urgently, Butterfree, dodge quickly. Butterfree attempted to ascend to evade the attack. But Nightshade was too swift, striking it directly. With a pained cry, Butterfree staggered, clearly injured. Wow, that was impressive. Nightshade hit directly, Misty exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Jengar is so fast, Butterfree couldn't dodge at all. Brock nodded. Nightshade deals damage based on the opponent's level. And Butterfree's level is lower than Jengar's. That hit must have dealt significant damage. Ahong is in trouble now. Ahong glared at his injured Butterfree, gritting his teeth. Butterfree, don't give up. Use Sonic Boom. The loud sound waves emitted by the Butterfree surged towards the Jengar. Ash's lips curled into a subtle smile. Jengar, use Substitute. In an instant, Jengar conjured a decoy to shield itself. The supersonic struck the Substitute, which vanished in an instant, leaving Jengar unscathed. Observing this, Ahong's expression soured. How could this be? Butterfree, use Sleep Powder again. Jengar, unleash Shadow Ball. Ash's voice remained calm. Jengar formed a dark energy sphere with its hands and hurled it towards Butterfree. The Shadow Ball traveled at remarkable speed, and before Butterfree could release the Sleep Powder, it was hit and crashed heavily to the ground, its wings ceasing to flutter. The referee rushed over to assess Butterfree's condition before raising the flag. Butterfree is unable to battle. Jengar wins. Please send out your second Pokémon. Ahong. The audience erupted in cheers, and Misty leaped up in excitement. We won. The first round is ours. Jengar is incredible. Brock also smiled. Indeed. Jengar's prowess far surpasses Ahong's Butterfree. Now we await to see what his second Pokémon will be. Ahong recalled Butterfree, inhaled deeply, and retrieved his second Pokeball. You've worked hard, Butterfree. Now, it's your turn, Charmander. A flash of red light revealed a vibrant orange Charmander, which opened its mouth and expelled a small flame, exuding vitality. Charmander, Misty exclaimed. Ahong's Charmander performed admirably in the previous matches and even knows the move Tackle. Ash, be cautious. Ash regarded the Charmander across from him and instructed Jengar. Jengar, don't let your guard down. Charmander's speed is not to be underestimated. Jengar responded with a determined cry, its red eyes gleaming with battle spirit. Ahong took the initiative. Charmander, use Tackle. With powerful strides, Charmander charged toward Jengar. Its speed significantly greater than Butterfree's. Misty shouted anxiously. Ash, quickly tell Jengar to dodge. The force of the tackle is formidable. Jengar, use Teleport, Ash commanded. With a flash, Jengar vanished, reappearing behind Charmander. The latter, having missed its target, swiftly turned around only to find Jengar poised for an attack. Ahong reacted immediately. Charmander, use Ember. Charmander unleashed a flurry of sparks in Jengar's direction, but Jengar once again employed Teleport, evading the fiery assault and appearing at Charmander's side. Ash continued issuing commands. Jengar, use Shadow Punch. Jengar's palm glowed with a radiant white light as it struck toward Charmander. The latter, unable to evade, was hit and staggered back a few steps. Ahong gritted his teeth. Charmander, hang in there. Use Dragon Rage. Taking a deep breath, Charmander conjured a yellow energy sphere and hurled it at Jengar. Ash's gaze sharpened. Jengar, block it with Shadow Ball. Jengar formed another Shadow Ball and sent it hurtling toward Dragon Rage. The two energy spheres collided midair, producing a colossal explosion that enveloped the arena in smoke. The audience held their breath, awaiting the smoke to clear. Ahong anxiously fixated on the haze. Charmander, are you alright? As the smoke began to dissipate, Jengar floated above, entirely unscathed, while Charmander lay on the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. The referee rushed over to inspect, then raised the flag. Charmander is unable to battle. Jengar wins. Please send out your third Pokémon. Ahong. Unbelievable. 2 down. Jengar actually took out 2 opponents. Someone in the audience marveled. Misty joyfully embraced Eevee. This is fantastic. Ash's Jengar is extraordinary. Ahong is left with only his final Pokémon. Brock nodded in agreement. Jengar's speed and strength have completely overwhelmed Ahong's Pokémon, and Ash's commands have been spot on, with each attack hitting its mark. Ahong gazed at the downed Charmander, a look of frustration crossing his face, yet he recalled it. You've done well, Charmander. It seems I must rely on you now. Rain. He produced his last Pokeball and tossed it into the arena. Come forth, Pikachu Rain. A flash of red revealed a yellow Pikachu, slightly smaller than Ash's, but with a resolute gaze, adorned with a small collar around its neck. It's Pikachu, Misty exclaimed in surprise. Ahong also has a Pikachu, and its name is Rain. The Pikachu in Ash's arms responded with excited squeaks upon seeing Rain, seemingly greeting it. Ash gently patted his Pikachu's head, encouraging Jengar. Jengar. This is the last one. Let's give it our all. Ahong fixed his determined gaze on Ash. Ash. Rain is my strongest Pokemon. I will not concede defeat easily. Rain, use Thunderbolt. Rain's tail glimmered with yellow light as a surge of electricity shot towards Jengar. Misty cautioned, Ash, Jengar is a ghost type. Thunderbolt won't affect it. Ash smiled knowingly. I am aware. Jengar, no need to evade. Unleash Shadow Ball directly. Jengar remained steadfast as Thunderbolt struck, causing no damage. Almost immediately, Jengar conjured a Shadow Ball and hurled it at Rain. Ahong's expression shifted. Rain dodge. Rain, quick on its feet, leaped aside just in time to evade the Shadow Ball, which struck the ground, creating a small crater. Ahong exhaled in relief. That was close. Rain, use Quick Attack. Rain surged forward, enveloped in a radiant white light, charging at Jengar with even greater speed than before. Ash instructed, Jengar, use Teleport to evade. Then follow up with Dark Pulse. Jengar teleported behind Rain, who, having missed its target, turned around only to be confronted by a wave of dark energy surging towards it. Jump, Rain! Ahong shouted urgently. Rain leapt high, narrowly avoiding the Dark Pulse. However, Jengar was relentless. Ash continued to command, Jengar, unleash a barrage of Shadow Balls. Jengar conjured multiple Shadow Balls in quick succession and hurled them at Rain. With no room to evade while airborne, Rain was struck by several Shadow Balls, letting out a pained cry as it crashed to the ground. Yet, it quickly rose again, shaking off the impact, determined to continue fighting. What a resilient Pikachu, Misty marveled. Despite being hit so many times, it still stands. Brock added, Ahong has trained Rain exceptionally well. Its willpower is commendable. However, Jengar's attacks are quite potent. Rain won't be able to endure much longer. Ahong looked at Rain with concern. Rain, are you alright? If it's too much, we can forfeit. Rain shook its head, calling out to Ahong, seemingly affirming its readiness to continue the battle. Taking a deep breath, Ahong's resolve solidified. Alright, Rain, let's push through together. Use Thunder. Rain tilted its head back as dark clouds gathered overhead, and a massive bolt of lightning descended toward Jengar. Misty shouted in anxiety, It's Thunder. Ash, tell Jengar to dodge. Yet Ash remained composed. Jengar, use Dazzling Gleam. Jengar's body glowed with a kaleidoscope of colors as a beam of extraordinary light shot towards Rain. The lightning from Thunder struck Jengar, yet it remained unharmed, while the Dazzling Gleam hit Rain. The Pikachu swayed, its gaze becoming disoriented, clearly caught in a state of confusion. Success! Dazzling Gleam has left Rain confused. Misty exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Ahong's expression shifted dramatically. Rain, snap out of it. Under the influence of confusion, Rain began to attack erratically, unleashing thunderbolts at the air one moment, then dashing into the arena's barriers with Quick Attack the next. Ash seized the opportunity and commanded, Jengar, unleash Shadow Ball and conclude this battle. Jengar conjured an even larger Shadow Ball than before and hurled it towards Rain. Caught in a state of confusion, Rain was unable to evade and was struck directly, crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. The referee rushed over to assess Rain's condition before raising the flag. Pikachu Rain has lost its fighting capability. Jengar is victorious. Therefore, the winner of this match is Ash. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers, and Misty and Brock immediately dashed down from the stands to join Ash. Misty exclaimed with excitement, Ash, you've won. Jengar is incredible, taking down 3 opponents. Brock chimed in with a smile, congratulations, Ash. That was a spectacular match, and Jengar's performance was outstanding. Ash recalled Jengar and gently patted the Pokeball, saying, thank you for your hard work, Jengar. He then approached Ahong, saying, Ahong, you fought valiantly. Rain is quite formidable. Ahong returned Rain to its Pokeball, a relieved smile spreading across his face. I admit defeat, Ash. Your Jengar is truly powerful. I concede wholeheartedly. However, next time we meet, I will become stronger and challenge you again. Absolutely. I await that day. Ash extended his hand, and they shook hands. Just then, Blue approached, looking at Ash with a hint of a smile. Not bad. Ash, you actually defeated Ahon. But don't get too cocky. Stronger opponents await. I know. Ash clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with determination. I will continue to win until I claim the championship of the Indigo League. As the sun set, the cheers from the Indigo Stadium still resonated in the air. Ash held Pikachu close, flanked by Misty and Brock, clutching Jengar's Pokeball as they made their way towards the next battle venue. Chapter 61, 16-8. The Indigo Conference was in full swing, enveloping the arena in a tense yet fervent atmosphere. The audience's cheers rose and fell like a tempest, seemingly poised to tear the sky asunder. Ash, Misty, and Brock navigated through the crowd, their destination set on watching Blue's match in the 16-8 bracket. I can't wait to see Blue in action. I wonder what team he will field this time, Misty said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brock, ever composed, remarked, Blue's growth over the years should not be underestimated. His Pokémon must have undergone rigorous training. Ash tightened his fist, a slight smile gracing his lips. No matter how strong he has become, I will surely overcome him. Pikachu nodded vigorously on his shoulder, vocalizing its encouragement with enthusiastic pika-pika. Upon arriving at the arena, Blue's match had already commenced. Standing at one end of the battlefield, Blue exuded confidence, a smile playing on his lips. His opponent appeared to be a formidable trainer, displaying a mix of nervousness and an intense desire for victory. Blue sent forth his Arcanine, which let out a resounding roar upon entering the fray, flames blazing fiercely, transforming it into a living inferno that heated the surrounding air. Its fur shimmered brilliantly, each strand seemingly infused with boundless strength. The opponent dispatched a Geodude, its massive form firmly planted on the ground, exuding an aura of impenetrability. Its rocky exterior resembled an unyielding armor, capable of withstanding any assault. Arcanine, use Flamethrower, Blue shouted, his voice resonating with determination, as if proclaiming the impending victory. Arcanine opened its mouth wide, unleashing a robust column of fire directed at Geodude. The ground beneath was scorched, the acrid scent of smoke filling the air. Geodude, use Earthquake. The opponent countered, unwilling to yield. Geodude stomped forcefully on the ground, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. Cracks spread from beneath Geodude's feet, reaching towards Arcanine. The clash of Flamethrower and Earthquake resulted in a tremendous explosion, enveloping the arena in smoke. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the battlefield, attempting to discern the fates of the two Pokémon through the haze. As the smoke began to clear, both Arcanine and Geodude remained standing. Arcanine bore some dust, but suffered minimal damage, while Geodude showed signs of scorched patches, appearing somewhat disheveled. Arcanine, use Quick Attack. Blue seized the moment to launch another offensive. Arcanine sped forth like lightning, vanishing from sight, only to reappear directly before Geodude. Its body radiated a golden glow as it collided forcefully with Geodude. Dodge, Geodude! The opponent cried out in desperation. However, Geodude was too slow to evade Arcanine's strike. It was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Geodude is unable to battle. Arcanine is victorious. The referee announced loudly. Blue smiled slightly, giving Arcanine a thumbs up. Well done, Arcanine. In the subsequent matches, Blue deployed Blastoise, Nidoking, and other Pokémon, each showcasing their formidable strength, effortlessly overcoming his opponent's team. Ultimately, Blue secured a decisive 6-0 victory, advancing smoothly into the quarterfinals. After the match, Blue spotted Ash, Misty, and Brock at the sidelines and approached them, his confidence radiating. Ash, I'm looking forward to our showdown in the finals. Ash, equally unyielding, replied, rest assured, Blue, I will defeat you in the finals. After bidding farewell to Blue, Ash and his companions proceeded to his own battle arena. Along the way, Misty and Brock provided tactical suggestions. Ash, your opponent looks formidable. You must be cautious. Misty expressed her concern. Brock nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ash, you should strategically select your Pokémon based on your opponent's types to maximize their strengths. Ash nodded earnestly. I understand. Thank you both. I have devised my battle strategy, and this time, I will certainly win. Upon reaching the battlefield, Ash's opponent awaited him. The opponent was a tall trainer, his eyes filled with a provocative challenge. Ash, I have been eagerly anticipating this battle. Don't let me down. Ash took a deep breath and carefully entrusted the poke egg in his arms to Misty. Misty, please take good care of this. He then turned to face his opponent, declaring loudly, "Bring it on. I will not lose to you." The referee stepped forward, announcing, "This match will be a 6-on-6 battle. The match concludes when one side's 6 Pokémon are rendered unable to battle. The other side shall be declared the winner. Now, let the match begin." Ash sent forth his Dragonair first. Its pale blue scales shimmered enchantingly under the sunlight as it glided gracefully through the air, resembling a fluid spirit of water. The opponent unleashed a Beedrill, which buzzed threateningly, its twin stingers glinting ominously. "Dragonair, use Dragon Rage," Ash swiftly commanded. Dragonair opened its mouth, launching a torrent of energy-filled Dragon Rage towards Beedrill. The sheer force of Dragon Rage tore through the air, signaling the onset of a fierce confrontation. Beedrill, utilize high-speed movement to evade, then strike with Poison Jab. The opponent reacts with impressive swiftness. Beedrill darts away with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging Dragon Rage. It then lunges at Dratini, its twin stingers glistening with a vibrant green venom, delivering a fierce stab. Dratini, enveloped in a veil of white mist, retaliates by sweeping it away with its tail. Ash maintains his composure. The white mist surrounds Dratini, shielding it from the venomous attack, which fails to inflict damage. Subsequently, Dratini swings its powerful tail, landing a crushing blow on Beedrill. Caught off guard, Beedrill is sent flying and crashes heavily to the ground. Beedrill, rise quickly and unleash a barrage of stingers. The opponent shouts. Beedrill struggles to its feet, its wings flapping rapidly as it launches a relentless series of stingers toward Dratini, resembling a torrential downpour. Dratini, counter with Water Pulse. Ash commands. Dratini unleashes a powerful water pulse that collides with the stingers, repelling them and surging toward Beedrill. The water pulse strikes Beedrill, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Beedrill is unable to battle. Dratini is victorious. The referee announces. Ash's confidence soars as he secures the first round. The opponent sends forth several more Pokémon, all of which fall to Dratini's prowess. Throughout the skirmish, Dratini continually demonstrates its formidable strength and remarkable skill, executing moves such as Dragon Rage and Water Pulse with unparalleled finesse, leaving the opponent struggling to defend. However, as the battle progresses, Dratini begins to show signs of fatigue. When the opponent introduces a Monferno, Dratini finds itself in a fierce struggle. Monferno's attacks are ferocious, its close-range punches proving challenging for Dratini to withstand. "Hang in there, Dratini. Use Dragon Dive," Ash implores anxiously. With all its might, Dratini dives toward Monferno, its body shimmering with a blue glow, exuding tremendous force. "Monferno, employ Brick Break," the opponent commands. Monferno leaps high, its arms radiating a brilliant white light as it strikes down upon Dratini. Unable to dodge, Dratini is hit by the Brick Break, swaying precariously and nearly toppling to the ground. "Dratini, are you alright?" Ash asks, concern etched on his face. Dratini struggles to lift its head, nodding slightly to indicate it can still fight. "Alright, Dratini, deliver the final blow with Hyper Beam." Ash decides to go all in. Dratini takes a deep breath, gathering potent energy, unleashing a dazzling Hyper Beam that hurtles toward Monferno. The force of the Hyper Beam is immense, gouging deep trenches into the ground. Monferno dodges quickly. The opponent cries in panic. Monferno attempts to evade, but the speed of the Hyper Beam is overwhelming, leaving it no time to escape. Ultimately, Monferno is struck by the Hyper Beam, losing its ability to battle. Monferno is unable to battle. Dratini is victorious. The referee declares. After triumphing over Monferno, Dratini collapses from exhaustion. Ash rushes over, recalling Dratini into its Pokeball. "Well done, Dratini. Take a good rest." At this moment, Ash has secured 4 victories, while the opponent is left with only 2 Pokémon. After a brief respite, Ash sends out his shiny Alakazam. Upon entering the arena, Alakazam shimmers with a silver glow, exuding an air of mystery. The opponent counters with a Ninetales, its 9 tails swaying gracefully behind it, radiating beauty. Flames flicker around its form, resembling a fiery spirit. "Alakazam, unleash Psychic," Ash commands. Alakazam's eyes glint with blue light as a formidable psychic force rushes toward Ninetales. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Ninetales shudders slightly. "Ninetales, use Fire Spin to evade, then counter with Psybeam," the opponent instructs. Ninetales swiftly maneuvers, conjuring a massive fire vortex to deflect the psychic assault. It then unleashes a multicolored beam toward Alakazam. "Alakazam, teleport to evade, then strike with Shadow Ball," Ash calmly directs. Alakazam vanishes from its position, reappearing behind Ninetales. With swift movements, It launches a series of shadow balls at Ninetales. Unable to dodge in time, Ninetales is struck, swaying unsteadily. Ninetales, utilize overheat. The opponent shouts. Ninetales releases a colossal firestorm, forming a blazing symbol as it charges toward Alakazam. The flames are searing, warping the surrounding air. Alakazam, defend with Psychic Shield. Ash commands. A blue psychic barrier envelopes Alakazam, repelling the flames of overheat. The collision of the shield and fire creates a thunderous explosion, enveloping the battlefield in smoke. As the haze dissipates, both Alakazam and Ninetales remain standing. However, Ninetales shows signs of damage from the shadow balls, appearing weakened. In contrast, Alakazam stands resolute, radiating an undeniable aura of victory. Alakazam, deliver the final strike with Psystrike. Ash exclaims. A surge of potent psychic energy swirls around Alakazam, coalescing into a massive energy sphere that glows brightly, resembling a star on the verge of exploding. Ninetales evade. The opponent cries in alarm. Ninetales attempts to escape, but the speed and breadth of the Psystrike energy sphere leave it with no way out. Ultimately, Ninetales is engulfed by the energy sphere, losing its ability to battle. Ninetales is unable to battle. Alakazam is victorious. The referee announces. At this juncture, the opponent has but one Pokémon remaining, while Ash still has 4, including Dratini and Alakazam. Ash sends forth his golden Fiero, which immediately unfurls its magnificent golden wings, soaring through the sky. It emanates a regal aura, instilling great pressure in the opponent. The final Pokémon the opponent sends out is a Dugtrio. Dugtrio bursts forth from the ground, its eyes gleaming with a cunning red light. Fiero, unleash Hurricane. Ash commands. Fiero flaps its wings, conjuring a powerful gust that sweeps toward Dugtrio. The force of the hurricane lifts sand and debris from the ground, creating a swirling sandstorm. Dugtrio, burrow to evade, then use Earthquake. The opponent shouts. Dugtrio swiftly burrows underground, avoiding the hurricane's wrath. It then triggers an earthquake, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. Fiero is momentarily shaken in midair by the tremors. Fiero, execute Brave Bird, diving directly underground. Ash decisively instructs. Fiero tucks its wings and plummets toward the ground. Its body glows with a golden sheen, imbued with immense power. As it nears the ground, Fiero spreads its wings, creating a gust that scatters the sand and debris. It continues its descent, seeking out Dugtrio's whereabouts. Dugtrio evade quickly. The opponent calls out anxiously. 3 Sandshrews scurried swiftly underground, attempting to evade the onslaught of the mighty Pidgeot. However, with its keen perceptive abilities, Pidgeot swiftly located the Sandshrew's position. With its sharp talons, it seized one of the Sandshrews, dragging it out from its subterranean refuge. Sandshrew, unleash Sandstorm. The opponent commanded. A powerful sandstorm erupted from the Sandshrew's mouth, surging towards Pidgeot. The ferocity of the storm enveloped Pidgeot, obscuring its vision. Pidgeot, do not let the sandstorm hinder you. Use Air Slash. Ash shouted. Amidst the tempest, Pidgeot flapped its wings vigorously, launching a barrage of air blades towards the Sandshrew. The force of the air blades sliced through the storm, striking the Sandshrew with precision. Hit by the air blades, the Sandshrew trembled violently before ultimately succumbing to defeat. The Sandshrew is unable to battle. Pidgeot is the victor, the referee declared. With this announcement, the fierce battle came to a close. Ash triumphed over his opponent with a score of 6-0, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. The audience erupted in cheers and applause, celebrating Ash's remarkable performance. Ash returned Pidgeot to its Pokeball, his face radiant with the joy of victory. He approached Misty and Brock, excitedly proclaiming, "We did it! We made it to the top 8. Misty and Brock shared in Ash's joy, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Ash, you were incredible. Your Pokémon are truly formidable. Misty exclaimed with enthusiasm. Brock smiled and added, Indeed, Ash, you fought brilliantly. However, the battles ahead will be even more challenging, so keep pushing forward. Ash nodded, his eyes shining with determination. I am resolute in my quest to claim victory in this Indigo Conference. Amidst the cheers and well wishes of the crowd, Ash departed the battlefield with his Pokémon, setting his sights on the next objective. Chapter 62. The quarterfinals. The atmosphere of the Indigo Conference grew increasingly intense, with each battle more gripping than the last. Now, both Ash and Gary had reached the top 8, drawing ever closer to the coveted championship title. The quarterfinal match was undoubtedly a pivotal encounter on their path to greatness. The day before the match, Professor Oak and Daisy hurried to the Indigo Conference venue. Professor Oak, brimming with excitement, held 2 upgraded Pokédexes in his hands and said to Ash and Gary, "These new Pokédexes are far more powerful, enabling you to better understand your opponent's Pokémon. Daisy, filled with concern, grasped Ash's hand and urged, "Ash, don't overexert yourself in the competition. Your mother believes in you." Ash and Gary accepted the Pokédexes, their faces alight with gratitude. Ash patted his chest and assured them, "Mom, Professor, just watch. I will give it my all." Gary adjusted his glasses and confidently declared, "I won't lose either. This is my chance to prove my strength." After a day of rest, the following morning, Ash, Misty, and Brock arrived early at the venue, eager to witness Gary's quarterfinal battle. Gary's opponent was also a formidable trainer, and from the outset, the clash was fierce. Gary sent out his Rapidash, which elicited a wave of cheers from the audience with its majestic entrance. His opponent countered with a Geodude, attempting to leverage its rock-type advantage against Rapidash. "Rapidash, use quick attack," Gary commanded. Rapidash darted like a golden flash towards Geodude, delivering a powerful strike. Geodude staggered back from the impact, but quickly regained its footing to unleash an earthquake, shaking the ground violently. Rapidash adeptly leaped to avoid the tremors, then unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Geodude in a fiery wheel. In the heat of battle, Gary subsequently deployed Nidoking, Blastoise, and other Pokémon, and after a grueling contest, he ultimately emerged victorious. Ash watched Gary's impressive display, secretly delighted for him, while also feeling an increased anticipation for his own upcoming battle. After Gary's match concluded, Ash took a deep breath and approached his battlefield. His opponent was already there, poised and brimming with challenge. "In this match, I will show no mercy," the opponent bellowed. Ash smirked, confidence radiating from him. "Bring it on. I won't lose either." The referee stepped into the center of the arena, announcing loudly, "The quarterfinals of the Indigo Conference are about to commence. Each trainer may use up to 6 Pokémon, and the match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle." Ash led with Pikachu, who stood proudly in the center of the arena, ears perked and crackling with electricity, issuing a sharp cry as a challenge to his opponent. The opponent sent forth a Beedrill, its wings buzzing ominously as its venomous stingers glimmered menacingly. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt," Ash swiftly commanded. Pikachu's cheeks crackled with energy, releasing a powerful bolt of lightning towards Beedrill. Beedrill, quick to react, evaded the attack with remarkable speed while charging towards Pikachu. "Use Poison Sting," the opponent shouted. Beedrill soared toward Pikachu, launching its poisonous stingers. Pikachu nimbly jumped, dodging the attack. "Pikachu, Iron Tail," Ash called, swiftly altering his strategy. Pikachu's tail hardened like iron, shimmering with a silver glow, and it swung its tail forcefully at Beedrill. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Beedrill was struck and sent crashing to the ground. However, it quickly struggled to regain flight, clearly unwilling to concede. "Beedrill, use Twin Needle," the opponent commanded once more. Beedrill thrusted its sharp stingers toward Pikachu with great speed. Pikachu darted across the ground, skillfully evading the assault while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. "Now, Pikachu, unleash a full Thunderbolt," Ash shouted, seizing the moment. Pikachu stood firm, its fur standing on end from the electric charge, and a larger, more brilliant Thunderbolt shot forth from its cheeks, striking Beedrill directly. Overwhelmed by the powerful surge of electricity, Beedrill succumbed to defeat, slowly descending to the ground. "Beedrill is unable to battle. Pikachu is the victor," the referee announced. Ash recalled Pikachu, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The first victory significantly boosted his confidence. Next, the opponent sent out a Spearow. Spiraling through the air, Spearow dove towards the ground, claws poised for an attack. "Go, Gengar!" Ash summoned his shiny Gengar, its gray form appearing in an instant. Gengar floated in the air, wearing a mischievous grin. "Gengar, use Hypnosis," Ash instructed. Gengar's eyes sparkled with an eerie light as an invisible wave of hypnotic energy surged towards Spearow. Sensing the imminent danger, Spearow attempted to evade, but was too late. Succumbing to the hypnosis and wobbling in midair, its eyelids growing heavy. "Now use Shadow Ball." Ash seized the opportunity. Gengar opened its mouth, conjuring a dark sphere, then launched it at the entranced Spearow. The Shadow Ball struck Spearow while it was still under the effects of hypnosis, sending it crashing to the ground with tremendous force, rendering it unable to battle. "Spearow is unable to battle. Gengar is the victor." The referee's voice rang out once more. The opponent furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by the formidable prowess of Ash's Pokémon. He inhaled deeply and summoned his third Pokémon, Victreebel. Upon its entrance, Victreebel opened its massive mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and emitted a low, menacing growl. "Gengar, unleash Shadow Ball," Ash commanded. A sphere of greenish, ghostly fire materialized in Gengar's hands. which it hurled towards Victreebel. The latter attempted to evade, but the ghostly flames pursued relentlessly, ultimately adhering to its form. Victreebel writhed in agony as the ghostly flames scorched its body, significantly diminishing its strength. Victreebel, use Leaf Blade. The opponent shouted. A flurry of razor-sharp leaves materialized around Victreebel, hurtling towards Jengar at breakneck speed. Jengar nimbly weaved between the leaves, effortlessly dodging the onslaught. Jengar, another Shadow Ball. Ash instructed. Jengar once more coalesced a Shadow Ball and launched it at Victreebel. Due to the searing, ghostly flames, Victreebel's movements had slowed, rendering it unable to evade the Shadow Ball, which struck true. After a few unsteady shakes, it collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Victreebel is unable to battle. Jengar is the victor, the referee declared. Ash had now secured 3 consecutive victories, prompting the spectators to erupt in cheers. Misty and Brock leaped from the stands, exuberantly shouting, "Go Ash! Go Ash!" The opponent, now somewhat anxious, summoned his 4th Pokémon, Geodude. As Geodude entered the arena, it slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Jengar, return. You've done well, Ash said, recalling Jengar. He then produced another Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go Scyther!" Scyther soared into the arena, its sharp scythes glinting ominously as it descended with an air of authority. Geodude, use Earthquake. The opponent commanded. Geodude stomped forcefully, causing violent tremors that spread across the battlefield toward Scyther. Scyther swiftly took to the air, evading the tremors. Scyther, use Wing Attack. Ash ordered. Scyther spiraled gracefully in the air before dashing toward Geodude in a flash of green light. The speed of Wing Attack was staggering. Geodude had no time to react and was struck with tremendous force, sent flying. Geodude, use Rollout. The opponent quickly commanded. Geodude began to roll rapidly across the ground, barreling towards Scyther. With agility, Scyther danced around Geodude's attacks, patiently seeking an opportunity to counter. Now, use Slash, Ash shouted, seizing the moment. Scyther ascended onto Geodude, raising its sides high before delivering a powerful downward strike. The force of the attack rendered Geodude dazed, incapacitating it. Geodude is unable to battle. Scyther is the victor, the referee announced. Ash had now achieved 4 victories, only a step away from advancing to the semifinals. The opponent had but 2 Pokémon remaining, while Ash still had 3 at his disposal. The opponent sent out his 5th Pokémon, Infernape. As it emerged, Infernape swung its fists and roared loudly, exuding an eagerness to battle. Scyther, return, Ash said, recalling Scyther. He glanced at the egg cradled in his arms, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Yet he soon steeled his resolve, producing another Pokeball. Go, Aerodactyl. In a flash of light, the massive form of Aerodactyl appeared, unfurling its colossal wings and emitting a deafening roar, its imposing presence causing Infernape to take a step back. Aerodactyl, use Ancient Power, Ash commanded. A faint glow enveloped Aerodactyl as it released a powerful wave of energy towards Infernape. Attempting to evade, Infernape found itself too slow, struck by the energy wave and sent reeling. Infernape, engage in close combat, the opponent shouted. Infernape quickly regained its footing and charged at Aerodactyl, pummeling it with a flurry of punches. Despite its considerable size, Aerodactyl was remarkably agile, deftly dodging Infernape's strikes while countering with wing slaps. Realizing that close combat was disadvantageous, Ash quickly shifted tactics. Aerodactyl, use Earthquake, he instructed. With a powerful stomp, Aerodactyl shook the ground violently, causing Infernape to stagger. Now, use Stone Edge, Ash called out. Aerodactyl summoned a barrage of sharp stones from the ground, launching them toward Infernape. Unable to evade due to the tremors, Infernape was struck by the rocks and fell, incapacitated. Infernape is unable to battle. Aerodactyl is the victor, the referee declared. Ash had now achieved 5 victories. Just one more win would secure his place in the semifinals. The opponent had only 1 Pokémon left, while Ash still had 2 remaining, but he believed Aerodactyl was sufficient to conclude the battle. The opponent sent forth his final Pokémon, Arcanine. As it emerged, Arcanine let out a resounding bark, flames erupting from its body, radiating power. Aerodactyl, use Dragon Breath, Ash commanded. Aerodactyl opened its mouth, unleashing a potent dragon breath towards Arcanine. Arcanine dodged swiftly, charging toward Aerodactyl. Arcanine, use Flame Wheel, the opponent shouted. The flames around Arcanine coalesced into a massive wheel, rolling towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl flapped its wings and soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the fiery assault. Aerodactyl, use Aerial Ace, Ash instructed. Aerodactyl spiraled in the air before dashing towards Arcanine in a brilliant flash. Observing this, Arcanine immediately countered with quick attack, evading aerial ace with impressive speed. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging blows, each refusing to yield. Arcanine's fiery attacks were formidable, while Aerodactyl's aerial advantage and powerful techniques made it wary of close engagement. Aerodactyl, deliver the final blow. Use Hyper Beam, Ash shouted, seizing the opportunity. A brilliant energy coalesced in Aerodactyl's mouth before it unleashed a dazzling Hyper Beam towards Arcanine. Arcanine attempted to dodge, but the speed of the Hyper Beam was overwhelming. It was struck and fell, rendered unable to continue. Arcanine is unable to battle. Aerodactyl is the victor, the referee announced. Ash had triumphed in this match, advancing to the semifinals. With the referee's declaration, the arena erupted in applause and cheers. Misty and Brock rushed down from the stands, embracing Ash tightly. "You were incredible, Ash," Misty exclaimed. "Indeed, Ash, you certainly did not disappoint us," Brock added with a smile. Ash's face radiated joy from his victory as he gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, filled with anticipation for the future battles ahead. This quarterfinal match was merely a new beginning in his journey through the Quartz Conference. He believed that with the unwavering effort of his Pokémon, he would surely venture further, closer to realizing his dream of becoming a Pokémon master. Chapter 63, The Eve of the Final Showdown. The sunlight bathed the Quartz Conference arena, where two crucial semifinal matches were about to unfold. Ash, Misty, Brock, and Professor Oak sat together in the audience, eagerly awaiting the semifinals featuring Gary. The arena was abuzz with excitement, the cheers of the crowd resonating with anticipation for the thrilling battles ahead. "I can't wait to see how Gary performs this time," exclaimed Misty, her chin resting on her hands, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Brock adjusted his glasses and remarked with a smile, "Gary has always been formidable. After all this training, he must have improved significantly." Hanako gazed gently at the arena and softly said, "I hope Gary achieves great results." Professor Oak stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded. This young man has undoubtedly prepared diligently for this match. Ash's gaze was fixed on the arena, determination burning in his eyes. "Gary, don't let me down. I'm counting on facing you in the finals." Gary and his opponent stood at opposite ends of the battlefield. Clad in a black training suit, with a red scarf billowing in the wind, Gary exuded confidence and charisma. His opponent, a tall trainer, displayed a hint of nervousness in his eyes. With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Gary sent out his Arcanine first, which stood majestically on the field, radiating an impressive aura. His opponent deployed a Geodude, its bulky form causing the ground to tremble as it moved. "Arcanine, use Flame Wheel," Gary commanded decisively. In an instant, Arcanine transformed into a blazing fireball, charging toward Geodude like a comet. Unfazed, Geodude executed Rollout, spinning rapidly to meet Arcanine head-on. The collision of Flame Wheel and Rollout resulted in a thunderous explosion, shrouding the arena in smoke. As the haze dissipated, Geodude bore scorch marks, while Arcanine remained unscathed. "Now, Arcanine, use Quick Attack." Gary seized the opportunity. Arcanine dashed toward Geodude like a bolt of lightning, its speed nearly imperceptible. Before Geodude could react, it was struck and sent crashing to the ground, rendered unable to battle. Gary effortlessly secured victory in the first round, eliciting a wave of applause and cheers from the audience. In the subsequent rounds, he called forth his Blastoise, Nidoking, and other Pokémon, showcasing exceptional strategy and the formidable strength of his team, swiftly concluding the match with a 6-0 score, advancing to the finals. "Wow, Gary is still so amazing," Misty exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Brock marveled, as expected of Gary. "His prowess is truly admirable." Professor Oak remarked proudly, "This young man is becoming increasingly accomplished." Ash smiled as he watched Gary leave the battlefield, a determined smirk on his lips. "Gary, you certainly didn't disappoint. We must determine a victor in the finals." After watching Gary's match, Ash and his friends made their way to their own battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Ash retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, his eyes brimming with resolve and confidence. His opponent, a serious-looking trainer, appeared equally prepared. The referee stood at the center of the arena, announcing loudly, "The Quartz Conference semifinals are now underway." Each side would send out 6 Pokémon, continuing until all of one side's Pokémon were unable to battle. With no substitutions permitted during the match, Ash led with his Charizard, which unfurled its massive wings and let out a powerful roar, intimidating its opponent. The opponent dispatched a Monferno, which eagerly waved its fists, ready for action. "Charizard, use Flamethrower," Ash shouted. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, like a blazing pillar, directed at Monferno. Monferno skillfully leapt aside, evading the fiery assault. "Monferno, use Close Combat," the opponent countered. Monferno dashed toward Charizard with incredible speed, delivering a flurry of punches. Charizard fanned its wings, creating a gust that forced Monferno back. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. Ash commanded again. Charizard concentrated energy into a sphere and launched it powerfully. The force of Dragon Rage was overwhelming. Monferno had no chance to evade and was struck directly, collapsing in defeat. Ash easily won the first round, his confidence bolstered. The opponent sent out a Raichu, crackling with electricity and exuding a menacing presence. Charizard, be cautious of its electric attacks. Use Fire Blast. Ash warned. Charizard inhaled deeply and released a massive fire letter towards Raichu. Raichu quickly retaliated with Thunderbolt, the collision igniting a brilliant flash and a deafening sound. Raichu, use Quick Attack. Then follow up with a close-range strike. The opponent commanded. Raichu vanished in an instant, reappearing before Charizard and striking with electrified fists. Charizard was caught off guard, sustaining several hits. Charizard, pull yourself together and use Aerial Ace. Ash urged anxiously. Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing sharp air blades. Raichu, unable to evade, was struck and fell to the ground, defeated. Having won 2 rounds, Ash remained vigilant. The opponent then sent out a Sceptile, which brandished its leaves with an air of confidence. Charizard, use Overheat. Ash decisively ordered. Charizard expelled a torrent of scalding flames towards Sceptile. Sceptile attempted to defend with Leaf Blade, but the flames proved too powerful, overwhelming the defense and leading to Sceptile's defeat. With 3 Pokémon down, the opponent's expression darkened. He sent forth a Ninetales, its 9 tails swaying gracefully, emanating an enchanting aura. Charizard, this Ninetales will be tricky. Evade its fire attacks and use Dragon Claw. Ash analyzed the opponent's Pokémon. Charizard charged at Ninetales, extending its sharp claws. Ninetales released a burst of fire, which Charizard dodged, then struck with Dragon Claw. After a fierce exchange, Charizard ultimately triumphed over Ninetales. The opponent was left with 2 Pokémon, while Charizard showed signs of fatigue. Ash recalled Charizard and sent out Blastoise. With steady steps, Blastoise approached the arena, its water cannons gleaming ominously. The opponent unleashed a Heracross, which waved its massive pincers threateningly. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Ash commanded. Blastoise unleashed a powerful jet of water from its cannons, surging toward Heracross. Heracross attempted to block with Horn Attack, but the force of the Hydro Pump overwhelmed it, sending it reeling back. Heracross, use Megahorn. The opponent shouted. Heracross's pincers glowed brilliantly as it charged at Blastoise. Blastoise braced itself, activating Protect to bolster its defenses. The powerful Hyper Beam struck the Blastoise, yet the creature merely swayed, showing little sign of harm. Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump. Do not grant it a moment's respite. Ash commanded. Once more, Blastoise fired its Hydro Pump, hitting Heracross, which collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to battle. The opponent was left with but a single Pokémon, a Gengar. Gengar floated ominously in midair, a sinister grin plastered across its face. After a moment's contemplation, Ash sent out Venusaur, standing proudly on the field. Venusaur's blossoms exuded an enchanting fragrance. Venusaur, use Seed Bomb. Ash directed. Venusaur launched a barrage of seeds from its flowers toward Gengar. Gengar effortlessly dodged the seeds and retaliated with Shadow Ball. Venusaur countered with Leaf Blade, the 2 attacks colliding and creating a cloud of smoke. Gengar, use Hypnosis. The opponent ordered. Gengar's eyes glimmered with eerie light, gradually mesmerizing Venusaur. Just as Venusaur was on the brink of slumber, Ash shouted, Venusaur, snap out of it. Use Acid Bomb. Venusaur jolted awake and unleashed a torrent of corrosive liquid. Gengar, caught off guard, was struck by the acid bomb, its body beginning to weaken. Venusaur, seize the moment. Use Solar Beam. Ash seized the opportunity. Venusaur absorbed the sun's energy and then unleashed a powerful solar beam. Gengar attempted to evade, but it was too late, and it was directly hit, losing its ability to battle. Ash emerged victorious with a score of 6-0, advancing smoothly to the finals. The audience erupted in cheers, and Misty and Brock rushed over to embrace Ash. You were amazing, Ash, Misty exclaimed excitedly. Brock smiled and added, Congratulations, Ash. Make sure to give it your all in the finals. Ash looked at them, beaming with joy. Thank you. I will give my utmost in the finals. At that moment, Gary approached, looking at Ash with fierce determination. Ash, we must settle this in the finals. Ash met Gary's gaze, nodding resolutely. All right, see you in the finals. I will not lose to you. Their eyes locked, sparks seemingly igniting between them. Both understood that the finals would be a fiercely intense battle, with the outcome uncertain. Yet they were prepared, ready to fight with all their might for the honor of victory and their dreams. Chapter 64. The finals commence. The atmosphere of the Quartz Conference final arena was fervent, ablaze with excitement. The audience's cheers rose and fell like a tidal wave, threatening to uproot the very stadium. In the stands, Brock, Misty, Professor Oak, and Hannah sat together, their eyes fixed on the battleground, their faces etched with tension and anticipation. Ash must win this time. Hannah clasped her hands, her eyes filled with worry and hope. Don't worry, Aunt Hannah, we all know Ash's capabilities. He will be just fine, Misty reassured, though uncertainty lingered in her heart, considering Gary's formidable strength. These two have grown tremendously. This confrontation will undoubtedly be spectacular. Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having witnessed Ash and Gary's growth, he could hardly wait to see the outcome of this epic clash. On the field, Ash and Gary stood facing each other. Ash took a deep breath, patting the pokeball at his waist, his gaze radiating determination and confidence. Gary slightly raised his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a testament to his absolute self-assurance. Ash, this time, I will not lose. Gary's voice was low and powerful, brimming with fighting spirit. Gary, I've awaited this day for a long time. Let us engage in a true battle with all our strength. Ash replied without hesitation. His eyes locked onto Gary as if attempting to pierce through him. With the referee's signal, the match officially commenced. Come forth, Zapdos. Ash was the first to unleash a pokeball, and a brilliant flash of lightning revealed the legendary Zapdos, radiating powerful electric energy as it appeared on the battlefield. It spread its enormous wings and let out a piercing cry, its formidable aura leaving the audience in awe. It's the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos. Ash managed to capture Zapdos. It's unbelievable. The crowd gasped in unison, while Chairman Damalanche furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise in his gaze. Yet, Gary remained unperturbed. A slight smirk on his lips as he calmly replied, Interesting, but this one phased me. Come forth, Arcanine. A red light flashed, and the majestic Arcanine appeared on the battlefield. It howled to the heavens, flames dancing upon its body, creating a striking tableau alongside Zapdos' electric brilliance. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Gary initiated the attack, his voice resolute and decisive. A powerful pillar of flame erupted from Arcanine's mouth, surging toward Zapdos. The air crackled with intensity, as if ignited by the flames. Zapdos, dodge and use Thunder. Ash swiftly commanded, his eyes meticulously observing the arena, missing not a single detail. In an instant, Zapdos transformed into a bolt of lightning, easily evading the flamethrower. It then flapped its wings, summoning dark clouds to gather in the sky. A thick bolt of lightning descending toward Arcanine. Arcanine reacted with remarkable agility, twisting its body to avoid the oncoming strike. It then propelled itself forward, charging toward Zapdos with breathtaking speed. Watch out, Zapdos, dodge. Ash's heart raced as he shouted. However, Arcanine was far too swift. Zapdos was unable to evade and was slammed hard by Arcanine. The tremendous impact sent Zapdos tumbling through the air before it managed to regain its balance. Well done, Arcanine. Use Fire Fang. Gary pressed the advantage, continuing his assault. Arcanine's teeth ignited with fierce flames as it lunged toward Zapdos. Zapdos, use Volt Tackle. Ash was equally undeterred. Knowing that retreat was not an option, the electric currents around Zapdos surged, and it charged headlong into Arcanine. The two Pokémon collided with a thunderous roar, releasing a wave of powerful energy that reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the audience in astonishment. As the smoke cleared, both Arcanine and Zapdos stood, weary yet resolute, each adorned with various injuries, their eyes revealing unwavering determination, neither willing to be the first to falter. Arcanine, unleash your ultimate move, Overheat. Gary called out, fully aware that the battle had reached a critical juncture. Arcanine inhaled deeply, gathering a massive ball of fire before hurling it toward Zapdos. The ground scorched wherever the fiery projectile passed, leaving a deep mark in its wake. Zapdos, let us go all out. Thunderbolt. Ash echoed, his eyes reflecting sheer resolve. Zapdos' feathers bristled, electric currents coursing wildly across its body. It unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity that clashed with Arcanine's Overheat. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the entire arena in a brilliant display of energy. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena, anxious to witness how this fierce confrontation would ultimately unfold. As the luminescence faded, the speedy hound fell to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The lightning bird, though still standing, bore disheveled feathers, clearly showing signs of substantial damage. With the speedy hound incapacitated, the lightning bird emerged victorious. The referee's voice rang out, signaling the conclusion of the first round. Fantastic. Ash has won the first round. Misty exclaimed, leaping with joy and cheering loudly. This child truly does not disappoint us. Professor Oak's face mirrored her delight, a proud smile gracing his features. Yet, it was evident that Gary would not be easily defeated. The forthcoming battles remained uncertain. Brock, while pleased with Ash's victory, understood that Gary's prowess extended far beyond what had been displayed thus far. Gary recalled the speedy hound, his expression still adorned with a subtle smile. Rather than succumbing to disappointment from the first round's loss, it seemed to ignite his fighting spirit even further. Impressive, Ash. It appears I must take this more seriously. Come forth, Nidoking. Gary tossed his second Pokeball into the arena. A massive Nidoking emerged, roaring with such ferocity that the very air around them quivered with its powerful presence. Lightning Bird, you've worked hard. Return. Ash called back the Lightning Bird, then glanced at the Pokeballs at his waist. Now, it's your moment, Moltres. As he opened the Pokeball, a colossal bird engulfed in flames materialized on the battlefield. It was none other than the legendary Pokémon, Moltres. The appearance of Moltres sent a wave of gasps through the crowd once more. Another legendary Pokémon. Just how many powerful Pokémon has Ash captured? Chairman Damaranchi's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated Ash's ability to secure 2 legendary Pokémon in such a short time, both exuding immense strength. Moltres, unleash Fire Spin, Ash commanded, seizing the moment to take the offensive. Moltres expelled a massive fiery vortex that spiraled toward Nidoking. The ground beneath was melted in its wake, forming a vast pit of flames. Nidoking, use Earthquake. Gary responded calmly, maintaining his composure. Nidoking stomped forcefully on the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Cracks formed in the earth, spreading towards Moltres. The fire spin collided with the earthquake, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Flames and smoke enveloped the arena, obscuring the scene within. Nidoking, charge in and use Poison Sting. Gary swiftly issued his command amidst the chaos. Nidoking roared as it plunged into the smoke, its body bristling with sharp spikes aimed at Moltres. Moltres, take to the sky and evade the attack. Ash shouted urgently. Moltres flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the air as the spikes whizzed past, causing no harm. Moltres, use Flamethrower. Ash seized the opportunity to launch another attack. Moltres circled in the sky, then released a colossal stream of flames toward Nidoking. Nidoking, counter with Sludge Bomb. Gary was undeterred, knowing he must not falter at this critical juncture. Nidoking spewed forth black sludge bombs that collided with Moltres' Flamethrower, unleashing a wave of powerful energy that sent shockwaves throughout the arena, plunging it into utter chaos. As the smoke cleared, both Nidoking and Moltres remained standing, bearing visible injuries that indicated the toll of the intense battle. Nidoking, unleash Hyper Beam. Gary gritted his teeth, resolved to execute a final attack. Nidoking gathered its strength, firing a powerful beam of light toward Moltres, which tore through the air with a sizzling sound. Moltres, we will also use Hyper Beam, Ash declared with unwavering determination. Moltres concentrated, releasing its own Hyper Beam to clash with Nidoking's. The 2 formidable beams locked in a stalemate, neither able to breach the other's defenses. Breakthrough! They both shouted in unison, rallying their Pokémon with fervor. Eventually, under their combined efforts, Moltres' Hyper Beam began to gain the upper hand, overpowering Nidoking's assault as it surged forward. With a resounding crash, Nidoking was struck by Moltres' Hyper Beam, collapsing to the ground, defeated. Nidoking is unable to battle. Moltres is the victor. The referee's voice resounded once more, declaring the conclusion of the second round. Ash has won again. Misty squealed with excitement, her face aglow with pride. This child is truly becoming stronger. Professor Oak nodded in satisfaction, filled with immense pride for Ash's growth. However, Gary still had 4 Pokémon remaining, including his ace, Blastoise, and the upcoming battles promised to be even more arduous. Brock maintained his composure, fully aware that this contest was far from over. Gary recalled Nidoking, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, donning a confident smile once more. Ash, you're indeed formidable, but this is merely the beginning. Prepare to witness my true strength. Come forth, Golem. Gary launched his third Pokeball into the arena. A gigantic golem appeared, its body composed of impenetrable rock, exuding an aura of invincibility. Moltres, you've done well. Return. This time, it's your turn, Articuno. Ash recalled Moltres and summoned Articuno. As Articuno emerged, the temperature in the arena plummeted, transforming it into a winter wonderland. Articuno, how is it possible that Ash possesses 3 legendary Pokémon? The audience gasped in astonishment, their exclamations resounding once more. Chairman Damaranchi's expression turned grave. He recognized that this battle had transcended his expectations. The prowess exhibited by both Ash and Gary far surpassed anything he had anticipated, marking this confrontation as one of the most iconic battles in the history of the Quartz Conference. Articuno unleashed Blizzard. Ash initiated the attack, seeking to inflict severe damage on Golem with Articuno's ice-type abilities. Articuno flapped its wings, summoning a fierce blizzard that swept toward Golem. The blizzard was laden with sharp ice shards, freezing the ground beneath and transforming the arena into an icy realm. Golem, use rollout. Gary quickly commanded, knowing that in this scenario, only the rollout technique could pierce through Articuno's blizzard assault. Golem curled into a ball and began to roll rapidly, resembling a massive rolling boulder as it charged toward Articuno. As it rolled, the friction from its rocky exterior generated immense heat, melting the surrounding ice and snow. The blizzard and rollout collided, resulting in a deafening roar. The powerful energy waves dispersed the ice and snow, revealing the true state of the battlefield. The rumbling rock slide continued to roll swiftly, drawing ever closer to the freezing bird. Meanwhile, the freezing bird, shrouded in the cover of a blizzard, deftly evaded the onslaught of Rock Slide's attacks. Freezing beam now? Ash shouted, seizing the moment to freeze Rock Slide as it approached. The freezing bird unleashed a beam of azure light, hurtling towards Rock Slide with remarkable speed, reaching it in the blink of an eye. Rock Slide dodge, Gary exclaimed, anxiety gripping his heart. Yet, Rock Slide was too swift, unable to evade the attack, and was struck by the freezing beam. In an instant, a thick layer of ice encased Rock Slide, rendering it immobile. Well done, freezing bird, Ash exclaimed, pumping his fist in triumph, brimming with pride for the freezing bird's stellar performance. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. Rock Slide, use earthquake. Gary scoffed, revealing his backup plan. The frozen Rock Slide stomped forcefully on the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. The powerful seismic waves shattered the ice, freeing Rock Slide, which charged once more towards the freezing bird. What? It can still do that? Ash gasped, astonished by Gary's unexpected resilience. Freezing bird, ascend. Ash urged, fully aware that should Rock Slide collide with the freezing bird, the consequences would be dire. The freezing bird flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the sky. However, Rock Slide's speed was overwhelming. It leaped from the ground, lunging at the freezing bird. Oh no! Ash's heart sank, realizing the freezing bird had no time to evade. Just as Rock Slide was about to collide with the freezing bird, it suddenly twisted its body and powerfully flapped its wings, sending Rock Slide hurtling away. It crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Freezing bird, use absolute zero. Ash seized the opportunity, issuing his final command. The freezing bird gathered a potent chill within its beak and unleashed it towards Rock Slide. As the frigid air of absolute zero swept through, it froze everything in its path, coating the ground in a thick layer of ice. Rock Slide was struck by this chilling blast, instantly encased in ice, rendered incapable of battle. Rock Slide is unable to battle. The freezing bird is victorious. The referee's voice rang out, signaling the conclusion of the third round. Ash has won 3 rounds already. He only needs 3 more to claim victory. Misty exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes, filled with immense pride for Ash. This boy has truly achieved it, Professor Oak observed, his eyes glistening with tears as he reflected on Ash's arduous journey, feeling genuinely elated for his success. However, Gary's prowess should not be underestimated. Ash needed to remain cautious for the upcoming battles. Brock maintained his composure, fully aware that Gary would not concede easily. Chapter 65, A Fierce Battle with Gary. Gary withdrew Rock Slide, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated losing to Ash in the first 3 rounds. Nevertheless, he refused to concede, determination shining in his eyes. Ash, you are indeed formidable, but this is far from over. Next, you shall witness my true strength. Come forth, Dodrio. Gary tossed out his 4th Pokeball. A 3-headed Dodrio appeared on the battlefield, each head emitting a distinct call, creating a cacophony that was somewhat disconcerting. Thank you. Freezing bird, return. Ash called, then sent forth his shiny Jengar. As Jengar materialized, an eerie aura enveloped the arena. Its gray body shimmered with a mysterious glow under the sunlight, sending a shiver down the spine of onlookers. Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Ash initiated the attack, aiming to leverage Jengar's ghost-type moves to inflict substantial damage on Dodrio. Jengar conjured a black Shadow Ball and launched it towards Dodrio. The Shadow Ball sped towards Dodrio in an instant. Dodrio, use High Jump Kick. Gary quickly commanded, intending for Dodrio to utilize its speed and power to break through Jengar's Shadow Ball attack. One of Dodrio's legs shot up, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the Shadow Ball. Dodrio then surged forward towards Jengar with astonishing speed, leaving spectators momentarily breathless. Jengar, evade, then use hypnosis, Ash urged urgently. Knowing that Dodrio's high jump kick was immensely powerful, if struck, Jengar would undoubtedly be severely hurt. Jengar momentarily faded from view, effortlessly dodging Dodrio's kick. Then, its eyes glinted with an eerie light as it released a wave of hypnosis towards Dodrio. All three of Dodrio's heads turned towards Jengar, and upon being struck by the hypnosis wave, its gaze gradually dulled, its body beginning to sway. "Oh no, Dodrio, snap out of it!" Gary shouted, panic rising within him. However, Dodrio had already succumbed to slumber, deaf to Gary's pleas. "Jengar, use Dream Eater." Ash seized the opportunity, issuing the attack command. Jengar floated closer to Dodrio and opened its mouth to begin consuming Dodrio's dreams. As the dreams were siphoned away, Dodrio's body grew weaker, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Unable to continue the battle. Dodrio is unable to battle. Jengar is victorious. The referee declared, marking the end of the 4th round. Ash has now won 4 rounds. "Only 2 more to go," Misty exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her voice trembling. "This kid is truly incredible." Professor Oak beamed with pride at Ash's growth. Gary has only 2 Pokémon remaining, and his ace, Blastoise, has yet to appear. "This match is becoming ever more thrilling," Brock remarked, excitement glinting in his eyes. Eager to witness the ultimate outcome of the battle, Gary recalled Dodrio, his face darkening. He understood he was at a critical juncture, yet he remained resolute. "Ash, you are indeed strong, but I will not concede easily. Now, let me show you my true power. Come forth, Eevee." Gary tossed out his 5th Pokeball. A charming Eevee appeared on the battlefield, its soft brown fur glistening, its ruby-like eyes filled with vigilance, and its petite paws firmly gripping the ground. Showing no sign of retreat even in the presence of Jengar's formidable aura. "Eevee, huh?" Ash mused, recognizing the agile Pokémon on the field. "But my Jengar will show no mercy. Jengar, use Nightshade." Jengar's gray form shimmered, plunging the arena into darkness as a shadow imbued with a ghostly purple glow rose from the ground, coiling around Eevee like a living entity. The chilling aura emanating from the shadow caused many in the audience to instinctively clutch their clothing. "Eevee, dodge with quick attack." Gary's voice was urgent yet composed. He understood the power of Nightshade all too well. Once ensnared, the damage would directly affect both Pokémon's stamina, which was particularly disadvantageous for the petite Eevee. A faint white aura enveloped Eevee as it powered up its limbs and darted across the arena like an arrow released from a bow. The shadow shadowed closely behind, the ground below twisting and elongating, narrowly missing Eevee's for several times, yet it expertly evaded each attempt. Such incredible speed. In the audience, Xiaoxia could not help but exclaim. Xiaomao has trained his Eevee remarkably well. Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Eevee's reflexes and explosive power have reached the pinnacle. Ash must proceed with caution. In the arena, Ash observed the agile Eevee dodging effortlessly, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. "Gung-Gui, do not allow it a moment to breathe. Use Mud Bomb to obstruct its movement." Gung-Gui grinned, conjuring several pitch-black mud bombs and hurling them towards the potential escape routes of Eevee. The mud bombs detonated upon impact, splattering black goo everywhere and swiftly constricting Eevee's operational area by more than half. "Eevee, use quick attack." Xiaomao's expression sharpened as he instantly altered his strategy. Eevee halted, its head adorned with a multitude of twinkling starlights. These stars, as sharp as blades, shot forth towards Gung-Gui. "Gung-Gui, use Shadow Clone." Ash responded swiftly. The gray Gung-Gui shimmered, and a dozen identical clones materialized in the arena. The quick attack passed through the clones, failing to strike a single one, ultimately dissipating into the air. "Now, Gung-Gui, use Hypnosis." Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Ash commanded loudly. The real Gung-Gui surged forth from the clones, its eyes shimmering with a strange pink glow, as a wave of hypnosis shot directly towards Eevee. "Eevee, slap yourself awake." Xiaomao shouted urgently, knowing that succumbing to hypnosis would mean defeat in this battle. Upon hearing the command, Eevee raised its paw and struck its cheek fiercely, the jolt of pain instantly rousing it, narrowly evading the hypnosis wave. However, its reaction was still a fraction slow. The edge of the wave grazed its body, leaving its gaze momentarily dazed. "Now," Ash cried, "Gung-Gui Shadow Ball." Seizing this ephemeral chance, his voice brimmed with excitement. Gung-Gui gathered a larger black shadow ball, enveloped in eerie violet sparks, and sent it hurtling toward Eevee like a meteor. "Eevee, quickly use Protect." Xiaomao's voice was laced with urgency. A pale blue shield enveloped Eevee, but due to the lingering effects of the hypnosis wave, Its concentration was insufficient, and the shield fractured upon formation. Boom! The shadow ball collided violently with the shield, shattering it instantly, and the tremendous impact sent EV flying. EV crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. It struggled to rise but swayed unsteadily and ultimately succumbed, losing its ability to fight. EV is unable to battle. Gung-Gui is the victor, the referee declared, raising the flag high. The audience erupted in cheers as Xiaoxia excitedly embraced Hanako beside her. "And Hanako, Ash has won the 5th round. Just one more to go." Tears welled in Hanako's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Indeed, this child Ash is finally on the verge of realizing his dream. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, pride illuminating his expression. These two children have grown to astonishing heights. However, Xiaomao's final Pokémon is his trump card. In the arena, Xiaomao recalled the fallen EV. Gently caressing the Pokeball, his previous composure replaced by a newfound determination. He lifted his gaze to Ash, fiery resolve gleaming in his eyes. "Ash, you are indeed formidable. Yet, this match is far from over. Allow me to present my true ace. Come forth, Blastoise." As the Pokeball opened, a brilliant blue light flashed, revealing the imposing figure of Blastoise, its heavy shell adorned with 2 gleaming water cannons. With its sturdy limbs firmly planted on the ground, each breath emanated a powerful presence, instantly thickening the atmosphere in the arena. At last, it has arrived. Xiaomao's Blastoise. Ash inhaled deeply, recalling his somewhat fatigued Gung-Gui. "Gung-Gui, you've done well. Take a good rest. Now, it's your turn, Hakuryu." The Pokeball opened, and the serpentine figure of Hakuryu emerged, its pale blue scales shimmering under the sunlight like exquisite sapphires. It spiraled gracefully in the air, emitting a clear cry, contrasting sharply with the imposing presence of Blastoise. "Hakuryu?" Xiaomao raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Ash summon it. "However, my Blastoise shall not be bested by it. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump." The 2 water cannons on Blastoise's back illuminated with a blue glow, unleashing 2 mighty jets of water that surged forth like dragons, roaring towards Hakuryu. "Hakuryu, evade with Dragon Dance," Ash commanded loudly. Hakuryu's body twisted agilely, surrounded by a faint red glow, its speed soaring as it darted away like a blue streak of lightning. Deftly dodging the Hydro Pump, the water columns crashed to the ground, exploding into huge splashes and leaving deep craters in the arena. What remarkable agility from Hakuryu! Xiaojing marveled from the audience. Ash has maximized Hakuryu's speed advantage. "Blastoise, use Ice Beam." Xiaomao maintained his composure, issuing another command. From Blastoise's cannons erupted 2 icy beams, freezing the very air as they hurtled toward Hakuryu. "Hakuryu, summon a whirlwind." Ash swiftly countered. Hakuryu spun in the air, conjuring a powerful whirlwind, which collided with the ice beam. The icy beams shattered, dispersing into countless tiny ice particles that scattered across the arena. "Blastoise, create an earthquake." Xiaomao's gaze sharpened. Shifting his approach, Blastoise stomped forcefully on the ground, causing the arena to tremble violently, enormous fissures appearing and extending towards Hakuryu. "Hakuryu, ascend into the sky." Ash's heart raced, shouting urgently. Hakuryu immediately unfurled its body and soared skyward, evading the tremors. Yet, the shockwave from the quake caused it to wobble precariously in midair, nearly losing its balance. "Now, Blastoise, use Head Smash." Xiaomao seized the opportunity, commanding loudly. Blastoise propelled itself like a cannonball toward Hakuryu, its head glowing with white light, the tremendous force creating a sizzling sound in the air. "Hakuryu, unleash Dragon Pulse." Ash shouted urgently. Hakuryu gathered a pale blue energy wave in its mouth, colliding with Blastoise's Head Smash. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, the powerful energy waves radiating outward, sending Hakuryu flying backward while Blastoise fell to the ground, sliding several meters away. "Hakuryu, are you alright?" Ash called out, concern etched across his face as he watched Hakuryu stabilize itself in the air. Hakuryu let out a cry and shook its head, signaling that it was unharmed, though its scales bore minor blemishes. "Blastoise, continue the assault with Hyper Beam." Xiaomao did not grant Ash a moment's respite, issuing yet another command. Blastoise concentrated, summoning a formidable yellow beam of light, pulsating with intense energy as it shot directly toward Hakuryu. "Hakuryu, employ Mystical Guard." Ash responded swiftly. Hakuryu enveloped itself in a colorful glow, forming a robust barrier. The hyper beam struck the barrier forcefully, causing it to tremble violently, cracks appearing. Yet ultimately, it withstood the attack. "Hakuryu, let us also use Hyper Beam." Ash declared loudly, determined to showcase their strength to Xiaomao. Hakuryu gathered a blue Hyper Beam, clashing with Blastoise's beam in a spectacular display. Two formidable beams of light stood in a stalemate, neither able to breach the other's defenses. The energy in the arena intensified, the very air seeming to ignite, as the audience held their breath, anxiously fixated on the battlefield, fearful of missing a single moment. "Breakthrough!" shouted both Ash and Gary in unison, fervently rallying their Pokémon. At last, propelled by their utmost efforts, Blastoise's Hydro Pump began to gain the upper hand, causing Haxorus's attack to waver. "Haxorus, hold on," Ash implored, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet Haxorus had expended too much stamina. Ultimately, its Hydro Pump was overwhelmed by Blastoise's assault. The powerful beam struck Haxorus, eliciting a pained cry as it crashed to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Haxorus is unable to battle, Blastoise wins. The referee's voice rang out, marking the conclusion of the 5th round. A hush fell over the crowd. As Misty anxiously glanced at Ash. "Ash," Brock placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, speaking in a measured tone, "do not worry. Ash still has one Pokémon left. Moreover, that Pokémon is his ace." Chapter 66, Mega Evolution Battle. In the arena, Ash recalled Haxorus, his expression devoid of despair, replaced instead by determination. He lifted his gaze towards Gary, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Gary, your Blastoise is indeed formidable. However, this match is far from over. Now, allow me to unveil my final Pokémon. Come forth, Charizard." As he released the Pokeball, a radiant crimson light burst forth, revealing Charizard, its wings aflame, emanating an intense heat that contrasted starkly with Blastoise's chill. "Charizard!" The audience erupted into cheers, with Misty exclaiming excitedly, "It's Ash's Charizard." Professor Oak's eyes glinted with anticipation. "At last, is it here? The showdown between these two Pokémon is something I have long awaited." Gary regarded Charizard with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Charizard, is it? Excellent. Ash, let us conclude this match with these two Pokémon. Blastoise, prepare yourself. We shall give it our all." Blastoise let out a fierce roar, its cannons glowing blue as it readied for battle. "Charizard, we cannot afford to lose." Ash called out, "Let Gary witness our Mega Evolution power." Mega Evolve, Charizard. Ash produced the Mega Stone, which resonated with the one embedded in Charizard. A blinding light enveloped Charizard as it underwent a transformation. Its scales darkened to a charcoal hue, while its underbelly turned to sky blue. Blue claw-like protrusions sprouted from its shoulders, and small fin-like appendages emerged at the back of its neck. The inner wings became a deep blue, with their edges bifurcating into sharp tips. The horns atop its head turned a vivid blue, sharp and formidable, sprouting 2 additional small black horns. Its snout shortened slightly, and the flames that engulfed it now glowed a striking blue. Mega Charizard X. The audience was electrified, with Chairman Dama standing in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the prospect of witnessing a battle of Mega Evolutions. Gary's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by resolve. "Mega Evolution, is it? Very well. Blastoise, we too shall Mega Evolve." Gary brandished his Mega Stone, resonating with the one on Blastoise. A blue light enveloped Blastoise as it transformed. Each of its arms sprouted a small shell, each housing a cannon. Meanwhile, its 2 large cannons fused into a singular massive one, towering above its head. The immense size of the cannon required Blastoise to thicken its limbs for balance. Its eyes turned red, its chin sharpened, and a crest formed on its forehead. 2 Mega Evolved Pokémon. This match is absolutely spectacular. The audience erupted into deafening applause, all enthralled by this climactic confrontation. "Mega Charizard X, unleash Flame Punch," Ash commanded. Leading the charge, Charizard's right fist ignited with fierce flames as it soared into the air and dove towards Mega Blastoise like a shooting star. Its fist poised to strike with immense force against Blastoise's shell. "Mega Blastoise, defend," Gary swiftly countered. A brilliant blue barrier enveloped Mega Blastoise, absorbing the impact of Charizard's Flame Punch. The arena shook with a resounding crash as the punch collided with the shield, sending Mega Blastoise skidding back several meters. "Mega Blastoise, use Hydro Pump." Gary seized the moment to counterattack. Mega Blastoise unleashed 4 powerful jets of water from its cannons, resembling 4 blue dragons streaking toward Mega Charizard X. "Mega Charizard X, slice through with Dragon Claw," Ash shouted. The claws of Mega Charizard X glowed with a soft blue light as it adeptly twisted in midair, slicing through the water jets like a sharp blade. Water splashed everywhere, landing on the battlefield with sizzling sounds. "Mega Charizard X, unleash Dragon Pulse," Ash commanded, as Charizard gathered a pale blue energy wave in its mouth, shooting it directly at Mega Blastoise. Mega Blastoise, counter with Ice Beam. Gary quickly responded. 4 icy beams shot forth from Mega Blastoise's cannons, colliding with Dragon Pulse. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves of energy radiating outward, causing the temperature in the arena to fluctuate dramatically, while cracks appeared on the ground. Mega Charizard X, unleash Blast Burn. Ash commanded resolutely. Charizard concentrated a massive fiery symbol in its mouth, entwined with red lightning, roaring forth with a howling wind towards Mega Blastoise. Mega Blastoise, counter with Hydro Cannon. Gary shouted in return. Mega Blastoise conjured a potent yellow beam, charged with energy, that collided with the fiery symbol. The two immense attacks met, forming a colossal sphere of energy that expanded and radiated brilliant light, enveloping the entire arena. The audience instinctively shielded their eyes, unable to bear the blinding brilliance. Win for me, Mega Charizard X. Ash cried out, his voice infused with unwavering conviction. Mega Blastoise, we cannot lose. Gary retorted defiantly. Ultimately, through sheer force of will, Mega Charizard X's Blast Burn began to overpower Mega Blastoise's Hydro Cannon, crashing down upon it with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, Mega Blastoise was struck by the Blast Burn, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to rise but faltered, ultimately succumbing to the ground, its Mega Evolution dissipating, reverting to its standard form. Blastoise is unable to battle. Charizard is victorious. Thus, the winner is Ash. The referee raised his flag high, declaring the outcome of the match. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with Misty joyfully leaping up and embracing Brock beside her. He won. Ash won. Tears welled in Hanako's eyes as she fervently waved the flag in her hand. Ash, you did it. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. These two children have finally blossomed into top-tier trainers. In the arena, Ash sprinted towards Charizard, wrapping his arms around its neck. Charizard, we won. We finally won. Charizard emitted an excited roar, nudging Ash's cheek affectionately. Gary recalled Blastoise and approached Ash, wearing a sincere smile rather than a frown of disappointment. Ash, you won. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat in this match. Gary, you were incredible too, Ash replied earnestly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. From now on, I will continue to strive, and one day, I will defeat you. Gary clenched his fists, determination sparkling in his eyes. I'll be waiting for that day. Ash also tightened his fists, a confident smile gracing his face. Chapter 67, The Closing Ceremony. The Quartz Conference Arena remained alive with fervent cheers and applause following the conclusion of the final match. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the transparent dome above, bathing the entire venue in a warm orange hue. The flags and ribbons waved in the audience, resembling a flowing river of stars, while the air was thick with an atmosphere of joy. In the front row of the audience, Hanako held her camera, her fingers trembling slightly. The memory of the final match's Super Charizard X move still quickened her heartbeat. Ash was about to take the stage to receive his award. Misty clutched Brock's arm, her voice brimming with excitement, as the white EV beside her nuzzled her palm, its ruby-like eyes gleaming with anticipation for the trophy presentation. Brock, usually composed, tapped his fingers lightly on the railing, reflecting on the journey from Pallet Town to finally standing on the highest podium of the Quartz Conference, a journey that had not been easy. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses again, his gaze landing on Gary, who was thoughtfully rubbing the poke ball of his Blastoise, his expression not one of defeat but of quiet acceptance. Noticing Professor Oak's glance, Gary looked up and nodded slightly. Although he had lost decisively in this final, it had allowed him to clearly recognize the gap between himself and Ash, igniting his fervor to move forward. Please welcome the champion of this year's Quartz Conference, Ash from Pallet Town, to the stage. The host's enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the arena, momentarily quieting the previously boisterous crowd, all eyes fixated on the entrance of the stage. Ash took a deep breath, clutching the high-grade incubation capsule tighter. The Pokémon egg inside emitted a faint glow. Since the finals concluded, the patterns on its shell had brightened considerably, as if celebrating the impending glory. Pikachu perched steadily on his shoulder, its lightning-shaped tail slightly raised, while the unusual white EV trailed at his feet, leaving a trail of shallow paw prints on the red carpet. Go, Ash. Misty's voice called from behind him. Ash turned to see Hanako aiming her camera at him, her eyes glistening with tears, while Brock and Professor Oak nodded at him with encouraging smiles. He returned a broad smile before striding confidently towards the podium. At the center of the podium, the president of the Pokémon League held the Golden Champion Trophy, its embossed Pokémon relief shimmering in the sunlight. Chairman Damalanche stood nearby, his gaze falling curiously upon the incubation capsule in Ash's arms, intrigued by the sight of a trainer bringing an egg to the awards ceremony. Ash, the trainer. Congratulations on becoming the champion of this year's quartz conference, the president said warmly as he extended the trophy towards Ash. Your battles demonstrated respect and trust towards your Pokémon, embodying the very spirit of Pokémon we hold dear. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning the quartz conference. Rewards: 100,000 battle points, 1 Master Ball, 10 rare candies, 1 Lucario evolution stone, and a permanent 20 discount at the shop. Thank you. Ash grasped the trophy with both hands, the cool metallic sensation prompting him to tighten his grip. This honor was not solely his. It was the result of his joint efforts with all his Pokémon. In accordance with the tradition of the Quartz Conference, the champion may summon the Pokémon used in this final match. We will capture a commemorative photograph, the host announced, prompting Hanako to immediately raise her camera, adjusting the focus to ensure she did not miss a single moment. Ash nodded, his fingers gliding over the Pokeballs at his waist. Come forth, Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, Gengar, Dragonair, Charizard. 6 beams of red light burst forth from the Pokeballs, landing on the ground beside the podium. Zapdos spread its wings crackling with electricity, its sharp cry sending ripples through the air. Moltres, surrounded by flames, raised the temperature slightly, its golden feathers resembling flowing magma in the sunset. Articuno's wings released ice crystals that formed delicate frost flowers upon touching the ground, cooling the surrounding air. Gengar floated nearby, its gray body radiating a soft glow as it grinned at Ash. Dragonair coiled gracefully, nuzzling Ash's wrist with its long neck, emitting a gentle coo. Charizard flew to Ash's side, its flames dimming slightly to avoid scorching its companions. Oh my! 3 legendary Pokémon. Gasps erupted from the audience, with some even standing to catch a clearer view. Chairman Damelanche's expression grew increasingly solemn. He had long known of Ash's capture of the legendary birds, but was astonished by their remarkable condition, evidence of careful training. Hurry, Aunt Hanako, take the picture, Misty urged, moving closer to Hanako and pointing towards the podium. Hanako nodded repeatedly, though her hand trembled slightly with excitement as she pressed the shutter. I got it. I captured it all. Look at Ash and his Pokémon. How vibrant they are. Professor Oak observed the harmonious scene on stage, unable to suppress his admiration. This child not only captured powerful Pokémon, but also forged such deep bonds with them. It's truly remarkable. Just as the photographer prepared to click the shutter, the incubation capsule in Ash's arms suddenly lit up. A soft blue glow spilled from the crevices of the capsule, and the patterns on the egg began to flicker as if animated. Ash's heart raced in surprise as he quickly placed the capsule on the podium's table, gently shielding it with his hands. What is happening? Is it about to hatch? Below, Misty and Brock stood up, their faces filled with astonishment. Misty tugged at Brock's arm. Is that egg about to hatch? Right now? Brock furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the capsule closely. The shell's luster and the frequency of its vibrations certainly indicated signs of imminent hatching. He was surprised by the timing. The glow from the capsule intensified, and finally, with a soft crack, a fissure appeared in the shell. More cracks spread outward, revealing a small figure peeking out from within. It was a diminutive creature, covered in a silver-blue gradient of short fur, with striking pale golden stripes extending from its head to its tail. Its rounded ears were adorned with translucent fin-like wings, gently quivering with each breath. Opening its eyes, the creature revealed ice-blue pupils shaped like slits, and a circle of soft purple light encircled its neck, with the aura of its wave powers shimmering in a blend of gold and silver. Is that Riolu? Ash crouched down, cautiously extending his hand. He had a vague recollection of Riolu, yet the creature before him bore a strikingly unique appearance, distinct from the ordinary Riolu. Its silver-blue gradient fur, golden stripes, fin-like ears, and the extraordinary aura of aura power emanated an air of unparalleled distinction. Riolu. Category: Aura Pokémon. Type: Fighting Steel. Gender: Male. Ability: Prankster, can use priority moves. Potential: Purple. The system fused the essence of 2 legendary Pokémon. Strength: Normal initial. Moves: Aura Sphere, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Dragon Claw, Feint. Item: None. Riolu tilted its head and gently nudged Ash's finger with its small head, emitting a soft, endearing sound. The aura power surrounding Riolu resonated instantly with the aura power within Ash, sending a wave of warmth coursing through his body, compelling him to smile. Welcome, little one. To think a Pokémon hatched right here on the podium. This truly marks a first in the history of the Quartz Conference. The host's voice brimmed with excitement. revealing that the bond between Ash and his Pokémon was so profound that even a newborn life was moved by it. The cheers from the audience erupted once more, and Hanako hastily pressed the shutter, capturing the image of Ash cradling Riolu, surrounded by 6 final battle Pokémon. Misty jumped up in excitement. This is incredible. This Riolu is so special. Its fur is actually silver blue. Brock nodded. Moreover, its aura power is quite unique, seemingly in perfect harmony with Ash's own aura power. This is indeed a rare fate. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. The appearance and aura of this Riolu do not resemble that of an ordinary one. It may possess a special lineage. Regardless, this is a precious gift for Ash. Gary observed Ash and the newly hatched Riolu on stage, a smile creeping onto his lips. He sensed the immense potential within that Riolu, signaling that Ash would soon have another formidable companion. Ash carefully cradled Riolu in his arms, and the little Pokémon nestled comfortably against his side, its icy blue eyes curiously surveying the other Pokémon around. Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno instinctively drew closer, yet refrained from exuding any sense of intimidation, rather appearing to welcome this new companion. Gengar floated in front of Riolu, making a silly face that elicited a soft giggle from Riolu, while Dragonite gently encircled Ash and Riolu with its long body, forming a warm barrier. All right, let us proceed to complete the commemorative photograph. The photographer smiled, aiming the camera at Ash and his Pokémon. Ash held Riolu in one arm, lifting the championship trophy with his left hand, as the 6 Pokémon around him struck their most spirited poses. Zapdos spread its wings, Moltres arched its neck, Articuno folded its wings. Gengar made a cute gesture, Dragonite coiled its body, and Charizard rested a claw on Ash's shoulder. Click! The sound of the shutter captured this moment of glory and warmth, forever immortalized in a photograph. After the shoot, Ash recalled Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, Gengar, Dragonite, and Charizard into their Pokeballs, leaving only Pikachu and the white EV by his side, while cradling the newborn Riolu in an empty high-grade incubation tank. As he descended from the podium and returned to the front row of the audience, he was suddenly embraced by Misty. Ash, you were amazing. And this Riolu is simply adorable. Misty leaned closer to Riolu, gently poking its silver blue fur, and Riolu, unafraid, nuzzled her fingers with its small head. Hanako quickly handed the camera to Ash. Look, Ash, this photo turned out wonderfully. You and your Pokémon all look so happy. Ash gazed at the picture of himself holding Riolu and raising the trophy, surrounded by Pokémon with various expressions, feeling his eyes grow warm. Thank you, Mom. I will treasure this photo. Brock approached, his gaze fixed on Riolu. This Riolu's aura power is remarkably pure, and it resonates well with you. With proper training, it will undoubtedly become a valuable ally. Ash nodded, gently stroking Riolu's head. I will, Brock. Professor Oak patted Ash on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride. I am very proud that Pallet Town has produced a trainer like you. However, do not forget, becoming the champion of the Quartz Conference is just the beginning. The path to becoming a Pokémon Master is still long. Ash looked steadfastly at Professor Oak. I understand, Professor. In the future, I will explore more places, challenge more gyms, and capture more Pokémon to become a true Pokémon Master. Just then, the host's voice resonated once more. Next, please welcome the runner-up of this year's Quartz Conference, also from Pallet Town, Gary, to the stage. Gary took a deep breath, stood up, and smiled at Ash. I'll go up first. When we meet next time, I will definitely defeat you. Ash smiled back. I look forward to that day, Gary. Gary walked confidently toward the podium, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although Gary was the runner-up, his performance in the finals was equally remarkable, especially the duel between his Mega Blastoise and Ash's Mega Charizard X, which left a lasting impression on everyone. Gary Oak, congratulations on securing the runner-up position in this year's Quartz Conference. The chairman presented the silver runner-up trophy to Gary, acknowledging that his battle exhibited formidable strength and tactical prowess, and expressed confidence that he would achieve even greater results in the future. Thank you. Gary accepted the trophy, his gaze sweeping over Ash, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He refrained from summoning Pokémon for a commemorative photo, believing that only the champion deserved to share the glory with their strongest companions. Next time, he vowed to stand on the podium as the champion, alongside his Pokémon. After receiving his award, Gary returned to the audience, handing the runner-up trophy to Professor Oak. Grandpa, I lost this time, but I will definitely win next time. Professor Oak took the trophy, smiling as he patted Gary's shoulder. I believe in you, Gary. This loss is also a form of growth for you. Gary nodded, glancing at Ash's Riolu. That Riolu is very special. You must nurture it well. I hope you won't be distracted by your new partner when we battle next time. Ash replied with a smile, Don't worry, Gary. Next battle, I will bring all my partners and give it my all. As the sun began to set, the closing ceremony of the court's conference officially commenced. On stage, the band played the stirring theme song of the Pokémon League, the audience's cheers intertwining with the melody. Ash held Riolu, surrounded by Misty, Brock, Hanako, and Professor Oak, the championship trophy shimmering under the lights. Riolu yawned in Ash's embrace, its icy blue eyes slowly closing. Seemingly weary, Ash gently patted its back, his gaze drifting into the distance. He understood that the conclusion of the court's conference signified the onset of new adventures. In the future, he would journey beyond the Kanto region with Pikachu, Eevee, Riolu, and all his Pokémon companions to challenge the world, encounter even more powerful Pokémon, and craft his own Pokémon legend. Ash, look over there. Misty pointed at the large screen in the center of the arena. The screen was replaying the thrilling moments of the court's conference, ultimately freezing on the image of Ash embracing Charizard. Ash smiled, his heart brimming with strength. His journey as a Pokémon master had only just begun. After the closing ceremony, Ash and his companions exited the arena. The cool night breeze wafted in, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers. Hanako gazed at Ash, her eyes filled with pride. Ash, let us celebrate properly when we return to Pallet Town tonight. I've already had your favorite apple pie prepared at home. Ash nodded in agreement. Sure, Mom. By the way, we need to prepare some suitable food for Riolu as well. Misty skipped ahead, her white Eevee trailing beside her, glancing back occasionally at Riolu nestled in Ash's arms. Brock, meanwhile, engaged in discussion regarding their upcoming travel plans. So, Ash, where are you planning to go next? Ash pondered for a moment. I haven't decided yet. But I'd like to return to Pallet Town first, and then plan my next journey. That night, the glory of the Indigo League Championship spread throughout the Kanto region, and Ash's name was remembered by many. Chapter 68, Pallet Town, A New Beginning. The fervent echoes of the Indigo League had yet to dissipate when Ash and his companions embarked on their journey home. Professor Oak drove the car that had accompanied him for many years, laden with memories, carrying Ash, Hanako, Shigeru, and the excited Misty and Brock towards Pallet Town. The wheels rolled over familiar roads, and the laughter and joy within the car blossomed like spring flowers. Ash, this championship victory at the Indigo League is a tremendous pride for all of us in Pallet Town, Professor Oak said, firmly gripping the steering wheel. The corners of his eyes crinkling with joy. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at Ash in the back seat, his tone filled with satisfaction. I remember when you set out with a backpack, harboring a naive love for Pokémon. I knew you were destined for greatness. And now, you've truly become the champion. How wonderful. Hanako held Ash's hand tightly, the warmth of her palm conveying endless love and pride, her eyes shimmering with tears. Ash, though I often worried about you wandering outside this past year, I understand you are bravely forging your path toward your dreams. This trophy is a medal earned through your sweat and perseverance, and I am genuinely delighted for you. Ash bashfully scratched his head, his signature radiant smile lighting up his face. It's all thanks to everyone's support and the unwavering companionship of my Pokémon that I've come this far. Shigeru, your silver medal is also immensely valuable. Your Pokémon performed exceptionally well in every battle. I'm looking forward to facing an even stronger you next time. Shigeru leaned against the car window, a carefree smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes shone with sincerity. Humph, this time you can chalk it up to luck. However, I'm genuinely glad you won. After all, only a stronger you is worthy of being my target to surpass next time. Though his words carried a hint of pride, the warmth in his gaze revealed his acknowledgement of Ash's growth. Misty joyfully swung her legs in the front seat, while her Psyduck curiously tilted its head, peering at Riolu in Ash's arms. Riolu's silvery blue fur shimmered with a mysterious luster in the sunlight, its back adorned with pale golden patterns resembling flowing rivers of light, and its ice blue vertical pupils sparkled as if containing an entire starry sky, surrounded by a soft lavender aura that cloaked it in a dreamlike veil. Ash, Riolu witnessed your victory right after hatching. It is surely destined to become an extraordinary partner. Upon returning to Pallet Town, I shall regale my Pokémon with tales of the party, allowing them to revel in this championship joy. Brock chimed in with a smile. Indeed, everyone in Pallet Town will be overjoyed to hear of Ash's victory. Our celebration party must allow the Pokémon to frolic freely, sharing this delight with every adorable creature. As the car slowly entered Pallet Town, the familiar streets and welcoming houses instantly tugged at their hearts. Just as they stepped out, The courtyard of Professor Oak's lab was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, with assistants, neighbors, and childhood friends holding flowers and colorful ribbons. Upon their arrival, cheers erupted, nearly raising the roof. Ash, champion, welcome home. Professor Oak greeted warmly. Thank you all for your support. Come on into the backyard, where a feast and surprises await to ensure everyone enjoys themselves. In the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, a long table had been meticulously decorated, laden with an array of Pokémon delicacies, the sweet aroma of apple pie wafting through the air, a flavor beloved by Ash. Ash released his Pokémon. Pikachu leaped onto the table, joyfully squeaking Pika. Charizard unfurled its wings majestically, standing proudly beside them, while the newly hatched Riolu, like a curious little one, sniffed about, only to be playfully nudged by Jigglypuff, eliciting delightful giggles. Shigeru also released his Pokémon, leaning against the wall, observing the lively scene with an involuntary smile on his lips. Ash approached him, pulling 10 basic candies and a box of evolution stones from his backpack, offering them. Shigeru, this is a token of gratitude. Your Pokémon's stellar performance in the competition deserves these rewards. The candies can help Pokémon below gym level up, and the evolution stones might come in handy one day. Don't let me win too easily next time. Shigeru raised an eyebrow, accepting them with a rare seriousness. Thanks. I gladly accept this champion's gift. My Pokémon will be thrilled. Next battle, I'll make sure to show you my true strength. Misty and Brock also released their Pokémon. Starmie sparkled with radiant hues, while Seeking swam gracefully, and Gyarados stood intimidatingly, as the joyous chaos of Pokémon filled the backyard. Ash, this Riolu is truly unique. Professor Oak finally squeezed through the throng of Pokémon to Ash's side, leaning in to observe Riolu closely. Its silver-blue fur, golden patterns, and this special aura of waves. I've studied Pokémon for years, and this is the first time I've seen such a form. Please share the wondrous details of its hatching. Ash smiled as he cradled Riolu, ensuring Professor Oak could see it clearly. It hatched during the trophy presentation. The brilliance was blinding. Once I could see its form, I realized it was nothing like an ordinary Riolu. Its aura was warm and distinctive, shimmering with intertwining golden and silver light. Communicating with it felt like touching a woven tapestry of light and warmth, truly seamless. Professor Oak examined Riolu's fin-like wings, its vertical pupils, and gently touched the halo around its neck, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How marvelous! This could very well be a brand new variant, or perhaps a miracle born from the fusion of waves and unknown energy. Ash, you must nurture it well. This is an invaluable specimen for Pokémon research. Riolu seemed to understand Professor Oak's goodwill, nuzzling its head against his palm, its soft cooing eliciting hearty laughter from the professor. The party continued deep into the night, with Pokémon frolicking inside and outside the courtyard while humans shared food and stories. Professor Oak was surrounded by eager listeners, frequently expressing amazement at the details of the battles. The following morning, Ash's courtyard transformed into a joyous haven for Pokémon. Venusaur unfurled its leaves, Blastoise swayed its tail, Aerodactyl circled low before landing gracefully, and the legendary birds, Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres, rarely stood still, calling out joyfully to one another. Riolu darted through the crowd, chased by Pikachu, and giggling at Jigglypuff's song, creating a heartwarming scene of reunion. Professor Oak, having finished breakfast, hurried to the lab, bringing forth an important task. Ash, Misty, Brock, and Shigeru, I have a significant mission I wish to entrust to you. On Orange Island's Tanegashima, I have discovered a mysterious Pokeball, and its significance to Pokémon research is monumental. I cannot spare the time. You are young and strong, and your Pokémon are powerful. Could you undertake this journey? Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Orange Archipelago? That sounds fascinating. I want to go. Misty immediately raised her hand, exclaiming, I want to join too. I have yet to encounter the aquatic Pokémon of the Orange Archipelago. Perhaps I can capture a beautiful Sunflora? Brock chuckled. I shall accompany you as well. It would be an excellent opportunity to study the Pokémon ecology of the Orange Archipelago and expand my knowledge. Wonderful, Ash exclaimed with enthusiasm. When shall we set off? As soon as you are prepared, Professor Oak replied with a smile. I will assist you in arranging your itinerary. However, before that, you should spend some quality time with your Pokémon in Pallet Town, for the journey ahead may prove quite arduous. Professor, what secrets does the mysterious Pokeball studied by Professor Naki hold? Ash inquired with curiosity, his desire for exploration palpable in his gaze. Professor Oak looked at Ash and explained. That Pokeball possesses a unique structure. Its energy is unstable, yet intricately linked to the unknown powers of Pokémon. Professor Naki has made a significant discovery after years of research and urgently requires this ball for experimental validation. When you arrive there, you might even witness the wondrous research process. Misty tilted her head in imagination. It sounds like a magical orb filled with secrets. I cannot wait to reach the Orange Archipelago, meet Professor Naki, and unveil its mysteries. Brock interjected seriously. We must exercise utmost caution on our journey. We cannot allow the mysterious Pokeball to sustain even the slightest damage. This is a treasure linked to critical research, and we bear great responsibility. The following morning, the group began to pack their belongings. Ash meticulously arranged for his Pokemon, preparing a soft nest for Riolu, who had just recently hatched. Hanako assisted in preparing food and necessities for their journey, her eyes filled with both pride and reluctance. Ash, go forth and explore. Your mother believes you will shine wherever you go. Take good care of yourself and your Pokemon, and return laden with experiences. Subsequently, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Professor Oak and Hanako as they set off for the Orange Archipelago. Chapter 69, The Southland and the GS Ball. Entrusted by Professor Oak, Ash and his friends were tasked with retrieving the mysterious GS Ball from Daikon Island in the Orange Archipelago. They won free tickets for an airship via a lottery and decided to travel to Daikon Island aboard the airship, albeit one dubbed the Cursed Ship. Legend has it that the vessel bore a malevolent aura, and due to a series of unfortunate incidents, the airship division had suffered considerable losses, resulting in a severe decline of customers, almost leading to its dissolution. On board the airship, Ash and his companions encountered Team Rocket, who had been reassigned to work in the airship division under the orders of Giovanni. During the voyage, the airship was caught in a storm. To maintain balance, the ship carried ballast, which consisted of water from a tank. Unfortunately, seasick passengers emptied the tank, hindering the airship's ability to change course. Team Rocket attempted to capture Pikachu, deploying Arbok to attack, but Pikachu retaliated with a thunderbolt. Amidst the chaos, Togepi went missing, prompting Ash and the others to search for it. Meanwhile, Meowth from Team Rocket attempted a sneak attack on Pikachu but failed. Eventually, they discovered Togepi in a damaged area, and Misty urged Ash to summon Venusaur for support. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Togepi, Team Rocket saw an opportunity and attempted to capture Pikachu once more. Nevertheless, Ash and his friends successfully located Togepi and managed to safely land the airship just as it was about to crash. The airship descended gently at Daikon Island's port. As soon as the hatch opened, a warm, humid sea breeze greeted them, carrying a hint of coconut fragrance. On the beach adjacent to the port, several starfish Pokemon lazily basked in the sun, their hues a vibrant orange-red compared to Misty's starfish, which gleamed with a warm, gem-like luster. Welcome to Daikon Island. A cheerful Ms. Joy, clad in an orange dress and possessing a healthy sun-kissed complexion, approached them, the Pokemon Center badge pinned to her chest. I am Joy, and Professor Oak has already briefed me about your arrival. I will take you to Professor Naki's research facility. Thank you, Ms. Joy, Ash replied gratefully, with Riolu closely trailing behind him, curiously observing their surroundings. Along the roadside, the petals of the Vileplume displayed a spiral pattern, unlike the orderly shapes found in Kanto. Even the Rattata darting through the grass had a light brown coat, starkly different from the deep gray he remembered. Ms. Joy, why do the Pokemon here differ so much from those in the Kanto region? Misty couldn't resist asking, reaching out to touch a caterpie perched on a branch, which unexpectedly bore black spots on its body. Joy smiled and explained, the climate of Daikon Island is warm and humid, and the vegetation and soil composition differ from Kanto. Over time, the Pokemon have gradually evolved different forms, which is precisely what Professor Naki has been studying, ecological adaptive variation. Brock listened intently, pulling out a notebook to jot down notes. I see. The environment has such a significant impact on Pokemon morphology. I must inquire further when I meet Professor Naki. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at Professor Naki's research facility. The research building was a two-story white structure surrounded by tropical plants, with various Pokemon observation instruments displayed on a shelf at the entrance. A woman dressed in a white lab coat with a high ponytail was crouched in the yard, examining a oddish with a magnifying glass. Professor Naki, Joy called out. Professor Naki stood up, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Ash and his companions. You must be Ash, Misty, and Brock, as Professor Oak described. Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. Upon entering the research facility, the living room's display case was filled with a variety of Pokemon specimens and photographs, including a Butterfree with wings adorned with golden edges, a Shelder bearing colorful stripes, and a Bulbasaur smaller than usual. Are these all unique forms of Pokemon found only on Daikon Island? Brock leaned closer to the display case, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Professor Naki, how long have you been researching these variant forms? About 5 years, Professor Naki replied as she poured them a glass of juice. Retrieving a small metallic orb from a drawer. The orb was entirely silver white, intricately etched with golden patterns, emanating a mysterious glow under the light. This is the GS ball. I have studied it for nearly half a year, but I cannot open it, nor can I use it to capture Pokémon. Even my instruments cannot ascertain what lies within. Professor Oak mentioned you have many extraordinary Pokémon, and perhaps you could uncover its secrets. Therefore, he wishes for you to take it back to Kanto for further research. Ash took the GS ball, feeling its icy coolness and the textured patterns on its surface. Instinctively, he attempted to sense it with his aura. But as soon as his aura brushed against the GS ball, it rebounded, causing Riolu to lift its head, its ice-blue eyes fixated on the orb. The faint purple aura around its neck flickering slightly. What a fascinating orb. Misty leaned in for a closer look. Even Ash's aura can't perceive what's inside. Ash nodded. Yes, it seems to have a barrier that isolates all energy. Nevertheless, I will safeguard it and ensure it is delivered safely to Professor Oak. At that moment, the window of the research facility suddenly burst open, and a red figure leaped in, exclaiming, "Since you have sincerely inquired, we have arrived." It was Team Rocket. "We knew you would obtain something valuable, Ash." Jessie's hands on her hips, she fixed her gaze on the GS ball in Ash's hands. "That orb looks quite precious. Just perfect as a gift for Boss Giovanni." "Team Rocket, what are you doing here?" Misty immediately pulled out a Pokeball, declaring, "Stereo, come forth." The starfish leaped from its Pokeball and landed on the ground, vigilantly gazing at Team Rocket. Brock also produced the Pokeball containing his Onix, declaring, "Onix, prepare for battle." Ash tucked the GS ball into his pocket and patted the Pikachu perched on his shoulder, saying, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." A golden current of electricity enveloped Pikachu, and a powerful bolt surged toward Team Rocket. "Humph, we anticipated this move," James exclaimed as he retrieved a mechanical device and pressed a button, summoning a barrier that abruptly shielded them from the Thunderbolt. "This is our latest innovation, an electric barrier. Your attacks are futile against us." Jessie chuckled as she tossed out her Pokeball, commanding, "Weezing, use Poison Sting." Weezing emerged from the Pokeball, opening its mouth to unleash a flurry of poisonous needles aimed at Pikachu. "Riolu, use Aura Sphere." Ash immediately ordered. A radiant blend of silver and gold light enveloped Riolu as it fired an energy sphere that precisely deflected all the poisonous needles. Upon landing, the little creature struck a battle pose, its golden ridges glowing slightly brighter. What a remarkably unique Riolu. Jessie gaped, but she quickly regained her focus. "Weezing, bind it." Weezing twisted its body, slithering towards Riolu. Just then, Brock shouted, "Onix, roll out." Onix curled into a ball and rapidly rolled towards Weezing, crashing into it with considerable force. Weezing recoiled from the impact, releasing its grip on Riolu and staggering back several steps. "Misty, let's coordinate." Ash called out. "Pikachu, quick attack." "Got it." "Starfish, use water gun." Misty responded instantly. Pikachu transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, dashing towards Weezing, while Starfish unleashed a powerful jet of water that struck Weezing directly. Weezing froze momentarily from the impact, allowing Pikachu to deliver a fierce blow to its head, causing it to topple over, incapacitated. "Darn it," James cried, retrieving another Pokeball. "Coughing, use Smokescreen." Coughing spewed forth a cloud of black smoke that quickly enveloped the entire room. "This is bad. They're trying to escape," Ash shouted. By the time the smoke cleared, Team Rocket had vanished, leaving behind a note that read, "We will return." Fortunately, the GS ball remained safe. Misty sighed with relief. Patting her chest, Professor Oak picked up the note from the ground, chuckling helplessly. "Team Rocket truly is relentless. However, your teamwork was impressive. Ash, your Riolu, though just hatched, possesses remarkable combat talent." Ash scratched his head, smiling. "It's the result of everyone's efforts. By the way, Professor, we should set off back to Johto. We need to deliver the GS ball to Professor Oak." "All right, I'll escort you to the port," Professor Oak said, gathering his belongings and walking with them out of the laboratory. On the way, Brock suddenly recalled something and asked, "Professor, you mentioned that the environment influences a Pokemon's form. If we were to take the Pokemon from Daidang Island to Johto, would their forms revert?" Professor Oak pondered for a moment before responding, "Not in the short term. But if they reside in Johto long enough, their offspring may gradually revert to the forms typical of the Johto region. However, they might also retain some characteristics from Daidang Island, a result of the interplay between genetics and environment." Brock nodded vigorously, scribbling notes. "This is incredibly useful. This knowledge will greatly aid my future endeavors as a Pokemon breeder." Misty couldn't help but tease him. "Brock, Since you enjoy research so much, why not stay here and become Professor Oak's assistant? Brock paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. No, while I would love to stay and learn, I still wish to travel with Ash and see more diverse Pokémon, accumulating more experiences. Besides, Ash still needs my help taking care of everyone's meals and Pokémon. Ash patted Brock on the shoulder. You're right. We are partners, and we must travel together and grow stronger. Riolu seemed to understand their conversation, running to Brock's side and nuzzling against his pant leg, prompting Brock to crouch down and stroke its head tenderly. What a cute little guy. You'll need to work hard with us from now on. Upon reaching the port, the airship was prepared for departure. Professor Oak waved goodbye, Ash. I entrust the GS ball to you. Be sure to keep in touch with any discoveries. Don't worry, Professor. Ash waved back, boarding the airship with Misty and Brock. The airship ascended slowly, and Daidang Island gradually shrank into the distance. Misty leaned against the window, gazing at the ocean below, smiling. Though we encountered Team Rocket on this trip, we also saw many unique Pokémon and obtained the mysterious GS ball. It was truly worth it. Brock, seated beside them, prepared lunch for everyone. Indeed, and I learned a great deal about Pokémon ecology. Next time we encounter Pokémon from other regions, I'll be better equipped to understand them. Ash, holding Eevee, with Riolu resting on his lap and Pikachu nestled against his shoulder, took out the GS ball and examined its golden patterns, contemplating. What secrets does the GS ball conceal? Professor Oak should be able to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Riolu lifted its head, its ice blue eyes fixated on the GS ball. The faint purple halo around its neck beginning to shimmer once more. Ash sensed something amiss and was about to investigate further when commotion erupted from the cockpit. It turned out Jigglypuff had somehow snuck in and was singing into a microphone, causing the pilot to fall asleep, slumped over the controls. This is bad, Ash exclaimed, standing up. The airship is going out of control. Suddenly, the airship shook violently, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, plummeting like a fragile leaf in a storm. With a thunderous crash, the airship landed heavily on a densely wooded island. Chapter 70. Rescue the Dragonair. The airship descended rapidly, akin to a drifting leaf, ultimately crashing with a resounding thud onto a lush, wooded island. Ash and his friends struggled to extricate themselves from the wreckage. Rubbing his head, Ash surveyed their surroundings. Where are we? Misty frowned. I don't know, but it looks like an uninhabited island. They searched for help, but after wandering for a while, they hadn't seen a single soul. Could it really be an uninhabited island? Brock pondered. Just then, a large group of tourists appeared, and Ash's eyes lit up. Wonderful people. They followed the tourists to a harbor where signs welcomed them to Daitang Island. Ash sighed in relief, patting Pikachu's head. Misty, hands on her hips, remarked. Since this is a tourist island, there must be a way to leave here. As the three wandered through the tourist area, Ash caught a glimpse of movement in a small alley out of the corner of his eye. Curiously, he approached and found 3 thugs surrounding a small Dragonair, grinning maliciously. Hey, this little Dragonair looks like it could fetch a good price. One thug rubbed his hands together. Another thug chimed in. Yeah, if we catch it. We'll be rich tonight. Ash's anger flared, and he shouted, What are you doing? Bullying a Pokémon is no achievement. The 3 thugs were startled by his sudden outburst and turned to see just a boy, their disdain palpable. Kid, mind your own business, or you'll get hurt. Ash scoffed, gently placing Riolu on the ground, then patting Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu immediately understood, its cheeks crackling with electricity as it unleashed a powerful thunderbolt towards the ruffians. The thugs, terrified, fled in a state of panic. Finally, they were gone. Ash stepped forward to check on the Dragonair, but it recoiled in fear, wary of him. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, Ash said gently. At that moment, a boy named Ken happened to pass by, drawn by the commotion. Upon noticing Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, his eyes lit up, and he promptly took out his sketchbook to begin drawing. Wow, this Pikachu is quite special, and this EV is a shiny one, Ken exclaimed. Only then did Ash notice Ken and curiously ask, Who are you? Ken quickly introduced himself. I'm Ken, a Pokemon observer. That battle you just had was incredible. May I sketch it? Ash scratched his head. Of course. But first, we need to check on this Dragonair. It seems injured. Ken turned his attention to Dragonair, frowning as he observed it for a moment. It looks quite weak. It must have strayed from its herd and was bullied by those ruffians, which is why it is in this state. We must rescue it quickly, Ash declared. Misty and Brock nodded in agreement. Ken offered his assistance, saying, I have some knowledge about Pokemon injuries. I can help. Thus, under Ken's guidance, they contacted Nurse Joy and took Dragonair to the Pokemon Center for treatment. At the Pokemon Center, Ken meticulously examined Dragonair. Its body is very weak and requires proper care for a while, but fortunately, There are no life-threatening injuries, he reported. Ash sighed in relief. That's good. Ken looked at Ash and suddenly asked, You're that champion from the Indigo League, aren't you? I've heard tales of your exploits. You're truly remarkable. Ash smiled shyly. It's nothing really. It's all thanks to Pikachu and my other Pokémon. Misty teased from the side. He's just being modest. By the way, Ken, what brings you here? Ken replied, I came to observe the Pokémon ecosystem here on Orange Islands. I didn't expect to run into you and witness such an exhilarating battle. Just then, Dragonair let out a weak cry, and Ash rushed to its side, gently stroking its head. Don't be afraid. You'll be all right. Once you recover, we'll help you find your herd. Dragonair seemed to sense Ash's kindness and became less fearful, though still somewhat cautious. During Dragonair's recovery, Ken and Ash grew more familiar with each other. He learned that Ash possessed the powers of aura and spirit, and he was amazed to see Ash's numerous Pokémon, including his mega-evolving Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. Wow, these Pokémon are incredible, Ken exclaimed with envy. Brock chuckled. Ash's Pokémon are just the tip of the iceberg. Each one has unique abilities. Misty nodded in agreement. Indeed, his Mewtwo is terrifyingly powerful. Ken, intrigued, asked Mewtwo, Is that the legendary Pokémon? How did you capture it? Ash sheepishly recounted the tale of capturing Mewtwo, leaving Ken astounded. As Dragonair's condition gradually improved, Ash and his friends planned to take it away from Orange Islands to find its herd. However, Dragonair was reluctant to leave, still filled with fear of humans. What do we do now? Ash lamented. Ken pondered, perhaps we need to find a way to gain its trust. Thus, Ash and the others tried various methods, feeding Dragonair and playing with it, yet it maintained its distance. Just then, Team Rocket appeared. Jessie, hands on her hips, smugly declared, This Dragonair looks quite valuable. What a perfect opportunity for Team Rocket to strike it rich. James brandished a Pokeball. Go, Weezing, capture that Dragonair. Weezing unleashed a cloud of purple smoke, lunging towards Dragonair. Ash quickly shouted, Pikachu, Thunderbolt, disperse the smoke. Pikachu unleashed another Thunderbolt, clearing the fog. Brock also sent out Geodude. Geodude, use Earthquake. Geodude slammed the ground, causing a tremor that left Team Rocket unsteady. Don't underestimate us. Jessie retaliated, sending out Arbok, which slithered menacingly towards Dragonair. Misty quickly called out Stereo, use Water Gun. Stereo blasted a powerful jet of water, pushing Arbok back. With their combined efforts, Team Rocket found themselves at a disadvantage, yet unwilling to yield. Jessie suddenly produced a remote control and pressed a button, causing a vehicle to rush in and collide with Dragonair, forcing it into the back. Haha, Dragonair is ours. Jessie cackled triumphantly as she, James, and Meowth jumped into the vehicle and sped away. Oh no, they've taken Dragonair. Ash shouted in alarm. Ken hastily summoned his Electrode. Electrode, use Thunderbolt to track the truck. Electrode's eyes emitted bolts of lightning, tracing the vehicle's path. Let us hurry, Ash said, hopping onto a bicycle and pedaling furiously after Team Rocket's vehicle. Misty and Brock sent out their Pokémon to follow suit. Ash raced along the rugged path on his bicycle and finally caught up to Team Rocket's vehicle. Standing on the handlebars, he seized the moment and leaped onto the truck. Team Rocket, give me back Dragonair, Ash shouted furiously. Jessie sneered, You little brat, dream on. James, take care of him. James sent out Weezing, unleashing toxic smoke towards Ash. Ash quickly called forth Charizard. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Charizard unleashed a massive flame, dispersing both Weezing and the smoke. Under Ash's fierce assault, Team Rocket began to falter. Yet, they refused to surrender, and the vehicle careened wildly. Suddenly, the driver's cabin was engulfed in Charizard's flames, forcing Jessie and James to jump out to save themselves. The out-of-control vehicle continued to speed forward, and Ash attempted to halt it using sheer will, but to no avail. Ultimately, the vehicle, with Ash and Dragonair aboard, plunged into the sea. Ash, Misty, and Brock cried out in horror as they witnessed the scene. Just before hitting the water, Ash tightly embraced Dragonair, reassuring it. Do not fear, I will protect you. Dragonair sensed Ash's determination and warmth, and its fear began to dissipate. It carried Ash, swimming to the shore. Misty, Brock, and the others soon arrived and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ash and Dragonair safe. Thank goodness, you're all right, Misty exclaimed excitedly. Brock nodded. Ash, you were incredibly brave. Ash looked at Dragonair and smiled. See, we faced danger together. Now you can trust me, right? Dragonair softly chirped, nuzzling Ash's hand, seemingly accepting him. Ash took out a Pokeball. So, Dragonair, will you travel with me? Dragonair nodded, a flash of light enveloping it, as Ash successfully captured it. I caught Dragonair, Ash exclaimed joyfully. Dragonair. Category, Dragon Pokemon. Type, Water, ice. Gender, female. Ability, hydration. When hit by water-type moves, it will not take damage but instead recover. Potential, blue. Strength, elite early stage. Moves, ice beam, hydro pump, surf, heavy slam, ice shard. Items, none. Misty and Brock expressed their joy for him, while May smiled and said, "Congratulations." Ash. At that moment, May suddenly exclaimed, "Ash, I heard that you were going to challenge the Southern Cross Gym. I am quite interested in Pokemon battles, and I could help you observe the Pokemon's conditions. Would you allow me to join your party and travel together?" Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course, May. With you joining us, our journey will surely be more delightful." Misty and Brock also welcomed her. Thus, accompanied by May and her Lapras, Ash and his friends departed from Ponkang Island, setting their course for Shaggon Island, home to the Southern Cross Gym. Their Pokemon journey turned a new page. Chapter 71, Challenge at Shaggon Gym. The sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, kissed Ash's face as he stood at the dock of Shaggon Island. Cradling his Riolu in his arms and gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, his eyes twinkling like stars. Pikachu on his shoulder nuzzled against his cheek, emitting soft pika-pika sounds, while the white Eevee flicked its fluffy tail, gently brushing against Ash's earlobe. At long last, they had arrived at Shaggon Island. Ash clenched his fist, his voice brimming with anticipation, for the next step was to challenge the gym and secure the first badge of the Orange League. Misty, holding her Togepi, followed closely behind, lightly tapping the round belly of Togepi with her fingertips, chuckling. "Look at you, so eager. The gym isn't going anywhere. But speaking of which, what exactly is the challenge format at the Southern Cross Gym? I heard it's quite different from regular gyms back on Ponkang Island." Brock approached, adjusting the strap of his backpack with a steady tone. "I researched some information beforehand. It said that the Southern Cross Gym specializes in water-type Pokemon, and the challenges may incorporate the island's environment, possibly involving the ocean." May, who had recently joined the group, promptly took out her sketchbook, her pencil gliding swiftly across the paper as she added, "I've heard about that too. The gym leader, Miss Dunmay, is particularly adept at integrating skillful maneuvers into Pokemon battles. I even heard that her Seadra can hit targets accurately from 100 meters away." Ash, now even more excited, took 2 steps forward with Riolu in his embrace. "Perfect. My Blastoise can Mega Evolve, so it will surely handle it. Let us go? We're heading to the gym now." Riolu seemed to sense Ash's eagerness, its crystalline ice-blue vertical pupils blinking, golden patterns along its back glimmering subtly, while the light purple halo around its neck swayed gently. The white Eevee nuzzled Ash's chin, seemingly in agreement with his decision. The 4 of them walked along the coastal path, witnessing numerous trainers practicing with water-type Pokemon on the beach. Occasionally, a few agate jellyfish drifted ashore with the waves, only to be carried back into the sea by the tide. After approximately half an hour, a blue and white structure came into view, topped with a gigantic water-type Pokemon emblem. It was the Southern Cross Gym. "We're here," Ash exclaimed, sprinting ahead to push open the gym's grand door. The interior was more spacious than he had imagined, with non-slip blue tiles covering the floor and several enormous aquariums on either side, showcasing a vibrant array of tropical fish and small water-type Pokemon. "Is anyone here? I'm Ash from Pallet Town, ready to challenge the gym." Ash's voice echoed through the gym. Soon, a girl clad in a blue tracksuit with a high ponytail emerged from the inner chamber, followed by a boy who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Upon seeing Ash and his companions, the girl's south eyes curved into crescent moons. "Hello. I'm Miss Dunmay, the gym leader of the Southern Cross Gym, and this is my brother Ada. You must be Ash, the champion of the Indigo League. I've heard your name long before." Ada leaned closer, curiously examining Pikachu on Ash's shoulder and the white Eevee, as well as the Riolu in his arms. "Wow. That Eevee is a shiny variant, right? And the one in your arms, is that a Riolu? It looks so unique, with its fur gradient." Ash smiled and gently patted Riolu's head. "Yes, it just hatched recently, so it's indeed a bit different from regular Riolu." "Miss Dunmay, I'm all set. Can we commence the challenge now?" Dunmay nodded, leading them to the central arena of the gym. "Certainly. However, our challenge rules differ from those of other gyms. It's not merely a battle, but rather a competition of skill involving water-type Pokemon across 3 rounds. Only the victor will earn the badge. Are you ready for this? A skill competition?" Ash paused momentarily, then his eyes gleamed with excitement. "That sounds intriguing. I accept." Misty whispered to Brock nearby. Fortunately, Ash's Squirtle has already evolved into Blastoise. Water-type skills should be no issue. If it were still a Squirtle, it might need some time to adjust. Brock nodded, his gaze landing on the props rack at the side of the arena. "Look at those empty cans and flying discs over there. Perhaps the first round will test accuracy." Dunmei quickly confirmed the rules for the first round, pointing to the stacked empty cans on the props rack. The first round is a precision shooting challenge. We will each send out a water-type Pokémon to knock down the cans on the opposite side using ranged skills. The side that knocks down the most cans within 5 minutes wins. If it's a tie, we'll see who took the least time. With that, Dunmei took out a Pokeball and tossed it lightly. Come forth, Seadra. A blue light flashed, revealing a Seadra adorned with silver scales and a dorsal fin shimmering with a light blue hue, which flicked its tail and regarded Ash with keen vigilance. Ash glanced down at Riolu, then patted Pikachu and Eevee on his shoulders before retrieving a red Pokeball. Blastoise, you're up. A red light burst forth as the formidable Blastoise landed firmly on the ground, shaking its head, its thick shell glinting like metal under the lights, and upon spotting Ash, it immediately issued a spirited Blastoise. May couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this Blastoise is much larger than a typical one, and its shell appears to be even tougher. Ada leaned closer to Dunmei, whispering, sister, his Blastoise seems quite impressive. Can we win? Dunmei placed a reassuring hand on Ada's shoulder, her gaze resolute. Don't worry. Our Seadra has trained extensively. Its accuracy is absolutely reliable. As Dunmei declared the start of the competition, the timer began its countdown. Dunmei issued the first command. Seadra, use water gun. Aim for the top row of cans. Seadra immediately turned, slightly parting its mouth, and a slender water gun shot forth with precision towards the stack of cans. With a resounding crash, the topmost can shattered, fragments scattering across the floor. Impressive. Misty clapped her hands. That precision is extraordinary. Ash remained calm, directing Blastoise. Blastoise, use water gun. Aim for the third can from the left in the middle row. Blastoise nodded, lowering its head slightly before launching a water gun thicker than Seadra's. Yet, just as the water gun was about to strike the can, Ash suddenly called out, adjust the angle, aim a bit higher. Blastoise reacted swiftly, making a slight adjustment to its aim, hitting the can side perfectly, causing it to shatter and inadvertently topple a neighboring can as well. Brilliant! Brock exclaimed. Ash deliberately allowed Blastoise some leeway, using the impact to knock down another can. Dunmei appeared taken aback, then smiled. I didn't expect you to employ such a technique. The sea serpent, amplifying the intensity of its water gun, effortlessly toppled 2 targets in a single strike. It immediately adjusted its stance, unleashing 2 simultaneous jets of water that precisely struck 2 adjacent cans. Ash, undeterred, commanded, Blastoise, employ hydro pump at high speed, targeting the bottom row of 4 cans. Taking a deep breath, Blastoise expelled 4 rapidly spinning jets of water, akin to bullets, hurtling towards the empty cans. In a cacophony of shattering glass, all 4 cans were obliterated, sending fragments flying. In the ensuing minutes, the 2 Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange, steadily diminishing the number of empty cans. Dawn occasionally recalibrated the sea serpent's angle of attack, alternating between targeting higher cans and those stacked atop one another, attempting to maximize impact. Meanwhile, Ash adeptly capitalized on Blastoise's formidable power and speed, sometimes directing it to deliver precise strikes with a narrow water gun, and at other times, employing a broader hydro pump to simultaneously assault multiple targets. As the 5 minutes elapsed, the timer emitted a chime. Dawn and Ada tallied the remaining empty cans, arriving at the final count. Both sides had toppled 28 cans, resulting in an identical score and time. A tie for the first round. A tie? Ash raised an eyebrow, affectionately patting Blastoise's head. Well done, Blastoise, you were magnificent. Blastoise nudged against Ash's hand, emitting a satisfied sound. Dawn retracted the sea serpent, smiling as she remarked, your Blastoise is indeed impressive. Its reaction time and accuracy exceeded my expectations. The next round will prove to be more challenging. The second round's venue shifted to an open-air platform at the gym's exterior, its edges connecting to the sea, adorned with a dozen colorful flying discs suspended in the air. Dawn pointed to the discs, explaining the rules. The second round involves dynamic shooting. These discs will move through mechanical contrivances in the air with unpredictable speed and direction. Our Pokémon must strike the discs while they are in motion. The side that hits the most discs within 10 minutes will emerge victorious. Ada, please manage the disc controls and scoring. Ada dashed to the control panel, exclaiming with enthusiasm, don't worry, sister. I've calibrated the parameters. The discs will accelerate. Xiaojian produced a sketchbook, swiftly drafting the aerial layout of the discs and the platform. This challenge tests not only precision, but also the Pokémon's dynamic vision and reaction speed. Although Blastoise possesses great strength, its size may prove disadvantageous. Yet Ash remained confident, stating, have no fear. Blastoise's reaction speed is swift, and I have other strategies. Dawn opted once more for the sea serpent, placing it in a large water tank to enhance its water abilities. Ash retained Blastoise, positioning it at the platform's edge for optimal targeting of the airborne discs. The competition commenced. With Dawn's command, Ada activated the control panel. Dozens of discs shot forth from the launchers on either side of the platform, swirling and darting through the air with increasing speed. Sea Serpent, use water gun. First, aim for the red disc. Dawn instructed. The sea serpent immediately raised its head from the tank, fixating on the red disc above, and unleashed a water gun. However, the disc abruptly changed direction, causing the water gun to narrowly miss its target. Do not fret, adjust your rhythm, Dawn calmly advised. Observe the disc's trajectory and anticipate its movements. The sea serpent nodded, this time refraining from hasty action. It focused intently on a blue disc, and as it neared a turn, it swiftly fired a water gun. With a resounding impact, the blue disc was struck, shattering into fragments. Yes, one hit, Ada exclaimed excitedly, adding a point to Dawn's score. Ash immediately commanded, Blastoise, utilize Bubble Beam. Target the two adjacent yellow discs. Blastoise opened its mouth, unleashing a cascade of tiny bubbles that formed a beam shooting into the air. Although the bubble beam lacked the velocity of the water gun, it boasted a wide coverage area. The two yellow discs passed directly through the beam's reach and were instantaneously struck, disintegrating into shards. Wow, you hit two at once. Misty clapped her hands in excitement. Ash, your choice of moves is remarkable. Ash smiled, replying, the broad coverage of Bubble Beam is perfect for moving targets. Blastoise, maintain your focus and pay attention to the disc's angles. The competition intensified as the discs accelerated, occasionally altering direction or spiraling through the air. Dawn instructed the sea serpent to switch to Hydro Pump, leveraging its speed to chase the discs. Meanwhile, Ash continuously varied Blastoise's techniques based on the number and position of the discs, sometimes commanding it to deliver precise shots with water gun, other times employing Bubble Beam to target multiple discs, and even directing Blastoise to utilize Ice Beam to create localized frost around the discs, disrupting their trajectories. Sea Serpent, to the left. That green disc is about to turn, Dawn shouted, her gaze fixed on the sky. The sea serpent swiftly adjusted its direction, unleashing a high-speed water gun that accurately struck the center of the green disc. Ash, 3 discs are converging on the right. Xiaojian alerted. Ash instantly understood. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Aim for the middle disc. Blastoise inhaled deeply, releasing a powerful Hydro Pump. The central disc was shattered instantly, and the residual force struck the 2 adjacent discs, causing all 3 to explode into fragments. Fantastic. You hit 3 at once. Brock marveled. Blastoise's control of power is impeccable. It shattered the central disc while using the excess force to hit the others, an extraordinary feat. Dawn wore a look of surprise, remarking, I didn't expect you could command Blastoise's skill intensity so adeptly. It seems the court's conference champion is indeed deserving of the title. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and after Ada calculated the scores, he rushed over, exclaiming, Sister, Ash, you've both struck 15 discs. Another tie? Another tie? Ash exclaimed in surprise, then chuckled, how intriguing. This adds to the challenge. Dawn recalled the sea serpent and approached Ash. It appears our strengths are evenly matched. The next round will be the final one, determining the victor, the surfing showdown. Chapter 72, The Wave Badge. The surfing challenge was set in a bay near Shiganj Island, where the waves were moderate, neither too perilous nor lacking in testing the Pokémon's surfing prowess. Dawn elucidated the rules. We will each ride a surfing water-type Pokémon, departing from here, circling around that small island ahead, and returning to the starting point. The first to return wins. With that, Dawn produced a Pokeball, her demeanor turning serious. This time, I shall deploy my ace. Come forth, Blastoise. A flash of red light revealed a Blastoise, comparable in size to Ash's, adorned with faint scratches upon its shell, indicative of numerous battles endured. Another Blastoise. Misty gasped in astonishment. Miss Dawn possesses a Blastoise as well, and it appears quite formidable. Brock scrutinized Dawn's Blastoise. Its limbs are muscular, and its shell's color is deeper, likely the result of rigorous training. It must be quite experienced in surfing. Ash, cradling Riolu, approached his Blastoise and gently patted its shell. Blastoise, this final round rests upon your shoulders. Though our opponent is strong, I believe in you, and should you face challenges, we can always Mega Evolve. Blastoise seemed to comprehend Ash's words, nodding resolutely and letting out a spirited cry. The white Eevee leapt down from Ash's shoulder and affectionately brushed against Blastoise's leg, as if to cheer it on. Dunmei, witnessing this scene, chuckled and remarked, It seems your Blastoise and you share a remarkable synergy. However, my Blastoise has been trained in surfing for several years, so do not underestimate it. I won T. Ash replied confidently, carefully handing Riolu over to Xiaojian. Xiaojian, could you please hold Riolu for me? I'm about to prepare for surfing. Xiaojian promptly took Riolu into his arms, gently stroking its silver-blue gradient fur. Don't worry, I will take good care of it. Riolu, shall we cheer for Ash and Blastoise together? Riolu blinked its ice-blue eyes and let out a soft Riolu, as the faint golden patterns on its back shimmered delicately. Ash climbed onto the back of his Blastoise, settling himself securely. Blastoise, are you ready? Blastoise nodded and slowly waded into the sea. As the water enveloped its limbs, it gently swayed its body, beginning to float upon the surface. Dunmei also mounted her Blastoise, and the two Blastoises faced each other on the water's surface, awaiting the commencement of the race. On your marks, get set, go. Ada shouted from the shore, waving the starting flag. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Dunmei's Blastoise surged forward, its limbs swiftly propelling through the water like an arrow released from a bow. Its surfing technique was exceedingly proficient, skillfully harnessing the power of the waves, gaining speed, and quickly establishing a lead over Ash's Blastoise. Wow, it's so fast, Misty shouted from the shore. Ash, hurry and catch up. Ash remained calm and called out to Blastoise, no need to rush. Just maintain the rhythm and observe the direction of the waves. Blastoise nodded, adjusting its posture and beginning to move in accordance with the waves. Although it initially lagged behind, its stability was commendable. Even when faced with larger swells, it managed to maintain its balance. Dunmei glanced back and noticed Ash's Blastoise gradually closing the gap. She promptly commanded, Blastoise, increase your speed and break through the waves with Hydro Pump. Dunmei's Blastoise lowered its head, aligning its shell with the approaching waves, and surged forward like a rocket, instantly breaking through the wave's barrier and accelerating once more. Ash, if this continues, you'll fall behind, Brock said with concern. Ash gripped Blastoise's shell tightly, feeling the direction of the sea breeze, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Blastoise, pay attention to the undercurrent on the left. We can conserve energy and increase speed by following it. Blastoise immediately adjusted its course and swam towards the left undercurrent. As it entered the region of the undercurrent, it distinctly felt a force propelling it forward, instantly boosting its speed and narrowing the distance to Dunmei's Blastoise. Dunmei was taken aback. You were able to detect the undercurrent. It seems your observations of the ocean are quite astute. Just then, a headwind suddenly whipped across the surface of the sea, and the waves became increasingly turbulent. Dunmei's Blastoise, being heavier, noticeably slowed in the face of the headwind, occasionally being rocked by the crashing waves. Perfect. An opportunity has arisen. Ash exclaimed. Blastoise, use Ice Beam. Create an ice path on the surface of the sea. Blastoise immediately raised its head and unleashed a light blue ice beam towards the water ahead. The seawater instantly froze, forming a smooth ice path. Blastoise ascended onto the ice and swiftly glided along it, its speed multiplying several times over. Wow. I can't believe there is such a method. Xiaojin marveled. Creating an ice path with Ice Beam not only avoids the headwind, but also accelerates speed. Ash is incredibly clever. Riolu, nestled in Xiaojin's arms, noticed Ash and Blastoise speeding forward and excitedly called out, its light purple aura around its neck glowing even brighter. Ash's Blastoise raced across the ice path, the sun reflecting off the icy surface, leaving a fleeting silver-blue trail in its wake. Dunmei gripped the shell of her Blastoise, her fingertips exerting slight pressure, clearly caught off guard by Ash's ingenious strategy to overcome the headwind, as her earlier advantage was visibly diminishing. Blastoise, steady now. Propel yourself with Hydro Pump. Dunmei swiftly adjusted her strategy. Her Blastoise abruptly lifted its head, releasing two powerful jets of water from the cannons on its shell, propelling its body forward amidst the waves. Although the headwind continued to hinder its progress, this maneuver effectively restored its speed, allowing it to maintain an even distance with Ash's Blastoise. Ash lay flat on Blastoise's back, the sea breeze tousling his hair, yet it did not detract from his focus. He fixated on a nearby island, the turning point. Once they rounded the island, they could ride the wind back. Blastoise, the ice path is about to end. Prepare to switch back to surfing mode. As soon as he spoke, the ice path indeed began to crack under the impact of the waves. Blastoise reacted swiftly, bracing its front limbs against the ice surface, and leapt into the sea, the splashes expertly evading the waves crashing from behind. Just as it adjusted its posture, Dunmei's Blastoise was already approaching the island, preparing to make the turn. Now is my chance. Ash's eyes sparkled as he aimed a water gun at the rocks beside the island, utilizing the recoil to accelerate the turn. Blastoise immediately understood. directing a precise water gun at the rocks. The moment the water struck the rocks, the resulting force caused it to spin rapidly. What would have taken 3 seconds to complete was condensed to just 1 second. By the time Dunmay's Blastoise leisurely rounded the island, Ash's Blastoise had already surged forward 10 meters in the direction of the starting point, riding the momentum of the wind. Darn it, I've been overtaken, Ada exclaimed anxiously from the shore, gripping the starting flag tightly. Sister, hurry and catch up. However, Dunmay remained unflustered, observing Ash sailing smoothly ahead. She suddenly wore a knowing smile. Ash, do you think this means you've won? Blastoise, utilize your surfing skills and ride the wave wall. Her Blastoise suddenly dove beneath the surface, resurfacing just in time to catch a 2-meter-high wave. It tilted its shell slightly, expertly gliding along the wave's wall. As if dancing atop the crest, its speed surpassing even Ash's in the favorable wind. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two Blastoises dwindled to less than 5 meters. Wow, what technique is that? Xiaojian exclaimed, his drawing pencil frozen in midair. To harness the power of the wave wall for acceleration, Miss Dunmay's Blastoise is truly impressive. Misty, cradling Togepi, felt her palms grow sweaty. Will Ash be able to keep ahead? It was manageable in the headwind, but now with the tailwind, Dunmay's Blastoise has found its groove. Brock, however, shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Ash. Don't worry, Ash surely has a plan. Look at his hand gestures. He is communicating with Blastoise, likely preparing a counter-strategy. Indeed, Ash felt the sound of splashing water growing nearer behind him. He quickly glanced back, then shouted to Blastoise, Blastoise, remember our training with the water currents? Let us put it to use. Blastoise nodded, no longer merely following the waves. It intentionally let its body sink slightly, allowing the power of the waves to lift its shell. Every time a wave surged towards it, Blastoise exploited the wave's thrust to propel itself forward, seemingly at a slow pace, yet each maneuver effectively widened the gap. More cleverly, it would gently flick its tail against the water's surface, creating small whirlpools that disrupted the gliding rhythm of Dunmay's Blastoise trailing behind. Dunmay noticed her Blastoise suddenly getting caught in a whirlpool, its speed momentarily faltering. She couldn't help but exclaim, to think you could create obstacles with the water currents. Ash, your mastery over water-type Pokémon exceeds my expectations. At this moment, the shore was almost within reach. Xiaojian, cradling his Riolu, waved his hand excitedly, exclaiming, Ash, we're almost there. Just a little bit more. Riolu, too, was enthusiastic, flailing its tiny paws, its pale golden striped back shimmering with radiant light. The soft lavender aura around its neck even released a few slender threads of light, seemingly conveying strength to Ash. The white Eevee leapt away from Brock, scampering onto the rocks by the shore, standing on tiptoe while calling out towards the sea, its voice brimming with anticipation. Two Blastoise plunged into the shallow water nearly simultaneously, their shells rasping against the sandy beach. Dunmay's Blastoise surged forward with great effort, its limbs paddling through the sand in a bid to hasten its pace, while Ash's Blastoise lowered its body, utilizing the last remnants of inertia to propel itself forward. Go! Blastoise! Ash couldn't help but stand up, gripping the shell of his Blastoise tightly. Just as the two Blastoise were about to cross the finish line, Ash's Blastoise suddenly lifted its head slightly, gently nudging the colorful ribbon of the finish line with its nose, a mark that Ada had set up in advance. Dunmay's Blastoise trailed just behind, its nose skimming the edge of the ribbon. We won! We won! Ash has triumphed. Ada was the first to react, tossing aside the starting flag and racing towards the sea. Sister, you lost. Ash's Blastoise is amazing. Dunmay hopped off her Blastoise, gazing at the panting yet still exhilarated Ash, smiling both with resignation and delight. It seems I have lost this time. Your Blastoise is not only powerful, your synergy is simply extraordinary. I never taught my Blastoise those techniques. Ash also dismounted from his Blastoise, affectionately patting its head as he replied with a smile. Actually, these techniques are the result of exploration during our travels. It's quite clever, always cooperating with me during training, which is why it can perform so well. The Blastoise nudged Ash's palm, emitting a satisfied grunt, droplets of water cascading from its shell, leaving a small wet mark on the sandy beach. Dunmay walked to the storage room and retrieved a blue badge shaped like a wave, with a small pearl embedded in its center. She handed it to Ash. This is the wave badge from the summer gym, now officially bestowed upon you. Congratulations, Ash, you have completed the challenge of the summer gym. Ash took the badge, lifting it high for everyone to see, his eyes sparkling like stars. This is fantastic. It's my first badge from the Orange League. Thank you, Miss Dunmay. Pikachu scampered over from the shore, leaping onto Ash's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek, cheerfully chirping, "Pika Pika." The white Eevee also approached, circling around Ash's feet, its tail wagging furiously. Xiaojian, holding Riolu, came over, and Riolu reached out with its tiny paw, gently tapping the badge in Ash's hand. Its ice-blue eyes filled with curiosity. "Where are you all headed next?" Dunmei inquired. "There are 4 more gyms in the Orange League, located on Napru Island, Yuzu Island, Lugon Island, and Ponkan Island, each with distinct challenge styles." Ash unfurled a map on the sandy beach, pointing towards Napru Island. "We plan to head to Napru Island first. I've heard there are many rare water-type Pokémon there, and Xiaojian wants to observe as well." Xiaojian nodded eagerly, raising his sketchbook. "Yes, I've researched. And the seabed of Napru Island has many glowing corals, and you can even see schools of lanternfish. Perfect for sketching." Misty crouched beside the map, pointing at Yuzu Island's location. "Yuzu Island seems to have a large Pokémon center. We can stop there to replenish our supplies and let our Pokémon rest." Brock added, "I've also heard that the gym leader on Yuzu Island specializes in electric-type Pokémon. Ash, you may need to bring out ground or flying-type Pokémon when the time comes." Dunmei observed the lively discussion among the 4 and smiled. "It seems you all have a plan. I wish you a smooth journey ahead. And I hope you achieve great success in the Orange League, Ash." "Thank you, Miss Dunmei. We will do our best." Ash tucked away the badge and map, returning his Blastoise to its Pokeball, then cradled Riolu back into his arms. After bidding farewell to Dunmei and Ada, the 4 of them strolled along the coastal path toward the dock. The setting sun elongated their shadows, shimmering over the surface of the sea, where a few Fearow occasionally soared through the sky, emitting crisp calls. Misty and Brock walked behind, exchanging smiles as they gazed at the vibrant Ash ahead. Xiaojian, meanwhile, sketched rapidly in his notebook, capturing the beautiful seaside scenery under the sunset along with the figures of his companions. Chapter 73. The Mystery of Disappearing Pokémon. The sea breeze carried the unique salty moisture of the Orange Archipelago, causing the stray strands of hair on Ash's forehead to sway gently. Riolu peered out from his embrace, its silver-blue gradient fur ruffled by the wind, while the pale golden stripes on its back glimmered in the sunlight. Its clear ice-blue vertical pupils curiously surveyed the surroundings. The dock of Jinkinj Island was already bustling with crowds, with various shop signs twinkling along the streets. And the air was filled with the tantalizing aromas of grilled seafood and sweet fruit juices. "Wow, is this Jinkinj Island? It's so much livelier than Ponkan Island," Misty exclaimed, holding her Togepi, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on a stall selling shell accessories, her pace slowing slightly. Brock followed behind, casually helping Xiaojian adjust the sketchbook that was nearly slipping out of his backpack, nodding with a smile. "After all, this is the commercial center of the Orange Archipelago. The foot traffic is indeed substantial, but be cautious in crowded areas so you don't get separated." Xiaojian, engrossed in sketching the outlines of the dock, looked up and added, "I read that Jinkinj Island is not only commercially thriving, but also boasts several unique Pokémon habitats. We might encounter some rare water-type Pokémon." Ash shook Riolu playfully in his arms, while Pikachu on his shoulder chimed in with a few Pika Pika calls. And the white Eevee gently brushed its tail against Ash's neck. "Whether it's for finding Pokémon or resting, let's first locate a Pokémon center to settle down," Ash suggested. "Riolu has just hatched not long ago. It deserves a good rest." However, before they could step out of the dock area, Pikachu suddenly stiffened, its previously gentle gaze turning sharp, and the sparks crackling from its tail erupted as it fiercely pecked Ash's arm. "Pikachu, what's wrong?" Ash exclaimed in surprise, quickly steadying himself, while Riolu too sensed something amiss, its lavender aura flickering slightly, and its ice-blue eyes filled with vigilance. Strangely, Togepi in Misty's arms began to squirm, its previously soft cheeks turning bright red as it kicked at Misty's hand with hostility, emitting angry Togepi sounds. "Togepi, stop it!" Misty exclaimed, hastily holding it tighter. But Togepi head-butted her, causing her to stumble and nearly collide with a passerby. Brock immediately rushed to support Misty, his expression grave. "This isn't right." They seemed to have suddenly lost their senses. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of panicked screams erupted nearby. A few Oddish and Rattata, which had been obediently following their trainers, were now wildly attacking their owners. A shelter from a nearby shop even smashed through the glass with its shell, plunging the entire dock into chaos. "What is happening? Why are the Pokémon suddenly attacking humans?" Xiaojian set his sketchbook down, anxiously observing the mayhem unfolding before them. His furball peeked out from its pokeball, trembling nervously, yet it didn't dare rush out. At that moment, a siren sounded in the distance, and Officer Ginny arrived on her motorcycle, her Arcanine alertly scanning the surrounding chaos of uncontrolled Pokémon. She halted her vehicle and swiftly retrieved a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "Everyone, please remain calm. All trainers, immediately recall your Pokémon. They are under the control of a hypnosis wave." Ash, cradling Riolu, carefully sidestepped a frenzied Staryu and called out to Miss Junsha, "Hypnosis wave? Who is behind this mischief?" Miss Junsha leaped from the vehicle and briskly approached Ash and his companions, lowering her voice to explain, "According to our investigation, it is Team Rocket's Yamato and Kojiro who are responsible. They have captured a Hypno and equipped it with a specially designed amplifier that can extend the hypnosis waves' reach across the entire city. Currently, a majority of the Pokémon on the island are under their control." "Team Rocket again," Misty exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, while her Togepi struggled in her arms. She had to use one hand to gently press down on Togepi's tiny head. "What are we going to do? We can't just stand by and watch our Pokémon remain under control." Brock furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Hypnosis is a psychic-type move. Are there any Pokémon with attributes that can resist it?" Miss Junsha nodded immediately. "According to the data, Ghost-type Pokémon possess a natural resistance to psychic moves, making it difficult for them to be affected by hypnosis. If we can find a Ghost-type Pokémon, perhaps we can dismantle Yamato and Kojiro's hypnosis apparatus." "Ghost-type," Ash mused, stroking his chin as his white Eevee nuzzled against his cheek. "I do have a Gengar. Its Ghost-type moves should be useful. But where are Yamato and Kojiro? We can't just search aimlessly on the island." No sooner had he spoken than a familiar scream echoed nearby. "Ouch. My wheezing. Don't bite my hair." Turning to investigate, Ash and his friends saw Musashi shielding her head, while her Arbok coiled wildly around her legs, and Kojiro was splattered with poison gas from his own wheezing, tears streaming down his face. Meowth was running frantically through the streets, pursued by a rampaging Geodude, exclaiming, "Those despicable Yamato and Kojiro. They've even taken control of our Pokémon. This is outrageous." "Team Rocket." Misty instinctively reached for her Pokeballs, only to be stopped by Brock. "Wait, their Pokémon are also under control. This is not the time to argue with them." Brock turned to Ash. "Having more allies would strengthen our cause. Perhaps we should temporarily join forces with them?" Understanding the urgency of the situation, Ash shouted to Musashi and her companions, "Hey, if you want your Pokémon to return to normal, join us in finding Yamato and Kojiro." Musashi hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and replying, "Fine. If it weren't for the Pokémon, we wouldn't even consider cooperating with you. But if we can seize the hypnosis apparatus, it will be a triumph for Team Rocket." Kojiro eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes. Once we deal with Yamato and Kojiro, we can settle the score." Meowth, panting and covered in dust, approached. "Just so we're clear, when we find the apparatus, Meowth gets to examine it first." Miss Junsha unfolded a map, pointing to a marked location. Based on the patrol team's clues, Yamato and Kojiro have hidden the hypnosis apparatus in the abandoned lighthouse on the outskirts of the city. Its elevated position allows the hypnosis wave to encompass the entire island. "We must set off at once to destroy the apparatus." The group immediately made their way towards the abandoned lighthouse. Along the journey, they encountered increasing numbers of uncontrolled Pokémon. And suddenly, a large Pidgeot swooped down, aiming for Ash's head. "Watch out." Brock quickly pulled out a Pokeball. "Onyx, come out. Use Rock Slide to block it." With a flash of red light, Onyx landed heavily on the ground, raising a formidable barrier of rock that effectively shielded them from the Pidgeot's attack. "Onyx, use Rollout to push it away," Brock commanded. Onyx curled into a ball and rolled towards the Pidgeot, which was forced to take flight to evade, only to be headed straight for a nearby small building. "Maril, use Confusion," Ash shouted. Maril leaped from the backpack, its eyes glowing with a pale blue light, causing the Pidgeot's movements to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, Ash called out, "Now, Ash." Understanding the cue, Ash swiftly retrieved a Pokeball. "Pikachu, you're not in the right condition. Take a rest. Gengar, come forth." With a flash of purple-black light, the shimmering Gengar appeared, floating in the air and grinning at the frenzied Pidgeot, revealing its sharp teeth. "Gengar, use Shadow Ball," Ash commanded. The luminous Gengar clasped its hands together, gathering a sphere of pitch-black energy before swinging its arms, accurately striking the Pidgeot's wing with the Shadow Ball. The Pidgeot shrieked in agony as it plummeted from the sky, unconscious. Miss Junsha quickly approached, ensnaring the Pidgeot with a specialized net. "I will take it to a temporary shelter and lift the hypnosis once the apparatus is destroyed." As they continued forward, Misty's Togepi suddenly began to struggle violently, shrieking towards an intersection ahead. Misty followed its gaze and saw Yamato and Kojiro standing at the entrance of the abandoned lighthouse. Yamato cradled a drowsy Hypno while Kojiro was adjusting a massive metallic device beside him, the antenna atop the apparatus radiating a soft purple glow. causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Finally found you. Ash halted, with shimmering Jengar floating in front of him, ready for battle. Yamato looked up, spotting Ash and his friends, and a cold smirk crept across his face. Oh, it's Ash, along with those inept Team Rocket members. What? Do you wish to thwart my plans? Kojiro adjusted his glasses, proudly patting the hypnosis device. Don't waste your efforts. This apparatus amplifies the hypnosis wave, allowing us to control all the Pokémon on Kinkin Island. No matter how strong your Pokémon are, they are no match for so many uncontrolled Pokémon. Enough chatter, Musashi declared, pulling out a Pokeball. Even though my Arbok is under control, I still have other Pokémon. Lickitung, come out. With a flash of red light, Lickitung appeared but staggered towards Musashi under the influence of the hypnosis wave. Ouch! Why are you helping outsiders? Musashi yelped, retreating in fear. Kojiro fared no better. As soon as he sent out his victory bell, it immediately unleashed Leaf Tornado at him. Thankfully, Brock Zubat intervened with Supersonic just in time to save him from disaster. How despicable! Yamato, Kojiro, you are too vile. Kojiro yelled in anger. Yamato chuckled mockingly, stroking the Hypno in his arms. Hypno, intensify the hypnosis wave. Let them experience the agony of being attacked by their own Pokémon. Hypno yawned, its eyes flashing with a peculiar light as the antenna at the top of the abandoned lighthouse blazed brighter, causing the nearby uncontrolled Pokémon to become even more frenzied. Several Magikarp leapt from a nearby ditch, spraying water guns at Misty's legs, while a swarm of Rattata charged at Brock, gnawing frantically at his pant legs. Everyone, be careful! Ash shouted. Jengar, use Dazzling Gleam. Distract the surrounding Pokémon. The luminous Jengar waved its hands, unleashing a burst of multicolored light that slowed the movements of the Rattata and Magikarp, leaving them dazed. Seizing the moment, Ash commanded Maril, use Bubble Beam. Drive them back. Maril jumped from its Pokeball, releasing a stream of bubbles that ensnared the Rattata and Magikarp. Brock sent out Steelix, use Earthquake. Stun the uncontrolled Pokémon around us. The massive Steelix slammed down onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, toppling the nearby Pokémon. Don't just focus on the minions, Kojiro shouted. Hypno, use Hypnosis to attack Jengar. Hypno exhaled a soft purple mist towards the shimmering Jengar. Though the shiny Jengar belongs to the ghost type, the hypnosis of the Hypno has been amplified by a device, rendering it far more potent than usual. Its movements slow to a crawl, and its gaze begins to lose focus. Jengar, snap out of it, Ash shouted anxiously, channeling the power of aura within him. A soft blue light emanated from his palm, flowing through the air to reach the shiny Jengar. The shiny Jengar trembled, a fleeting glimmer passing through its gray body, temporarily breaking free from the effects of hypnosis. What power is that? Yamato furrowed his brow, dismissing the thought. Hypno, continue your assault. Use Dream Eater. Hypno closed its eyes tightly, sending a purple energy line connecting to the shiny Jengar, whose expression instantly twisted in agony as its form began to fade. This is bad. Jengar's energy is being absorbed, shouted Takashi in alarm. Misty quickly dispatched Psyduck. Psyduck, use Psychic to disrupt Hypno. Psyduck stood dazed, clutching its head, and after a considerable delay, emitted a feeble psychic wave, which was easily countered by the amplified energy from the hypnosis device. Useless. Satoshi laughed triumphantly. This device enhances all of Hypno's moves. You stand no chance. At that moment, Togepi, nestled in Misty's arms, suddenly ceased its struggles, lifting its little head to gaze at the shiny Jengar being attacked by Dream Eater, then glanced at the energy being released by Hypno. Suddenly, it emitted a clear, melodic cry. A soft pink glow enveloped its body, and its tiny paws waved erratically in the air, mimicking Hypno's movements, executing the finger wave. Togepi, what are you doing? Misty exclaimed in astonishment, while even Yamato and Satoshi were taken aback. The finger wave is an exceedingly random move. No one could predict what skill would be executed. The soft pink light intensified, and with a sudden forward swipe of its paw, a brilliant golden beam erupted from within Togepi, shooting straight towards the hypnosis device atop the abandoned lighthouse. Is that the destruction beam? Takashi's eyes widened. He had never witnessed Togepi use such a move. Satoshi's expression shifted to alarm. This is bad. Block it. Yamato immediately commanded Hypno to release a hypnosis wave in an attempt to intercept the destruction beam. However, Togepi's destruction beam exceeded expectations, effortlessly piercing through the hypnosis wave and striking the antenna of the hypnosis device with a resounding impact. With a crack, the antenna snapped, and thick black smoke billowed from the device, the pale purple aura dissipating instantaneously. As the hypnosis device was destroyed, the surrounding Pokémon, once under control, ceased their frenzied actions and regained their clarity. Pikachu shook its head and emitted a plaintive pika-pika towards Ash, while the white Eevee gently rubbed its tail against Ash's cheek. Misty's Togepi, utterly exhausted, slumped down and closed its eyes in slumber. The shiny Jengar also broke free from the effects of Dream Eater, floating in the air and making a face at Yamato and Satoshi before launching a shadow ball at the core of the hypnosis device. With a thunderous explosion, the device shattered into countless fragments. "Cursed be, our plan has utterly failed," Yamato exclaimed in frustration, scooping up Hypno. "We're leaving. Next time, we shall not let you escape." Satoshi followed suit, and the two quickly vanished at the end of the street. Musashi, watching their retreating figures, stomped her foot in anger. "Darn it, they got away again. But this time, thanks to that little Togepi, our Pokémon were spared from disaster." Kojiro nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I never expected Togepi could unleash the destruction beam. It's truly remarkable." Meowth approached Togepi, curiously scrutinizing it. "What a marvelous little creature. If only we could snatch it away." Before he could finish, Misty shot him a glare, causing him to retract his head, too intimidated to continue. Miss Junsha stepped forward, surveying the damaged hypnosis device with a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, the hypnosis wave has finally been dispelled." "Thank you, Ash and company, and also, Team Rocket." Though she wasn't particularly fond of Team Rocket, she recognized their assistance this time. Ash, cradling Riolu, smiled as he gently patted Pikachu's head. "No need for thanks. Protecting Pokémon is a trainer's responsibility. The Orange Islands should be peaceful again now, right?" Miss Junsha nodded. "I will immediately notify the shelter to lift the hypnosis state from the controlled Pokémon. They will soon return to normal." Takashi, glancing at the sleeping Togepi in his arms, couldn't resist sketching its likeness in his notebook. That was quite a thrilling experience, yet we witnessed many fascinating Pokémon reactions. Particularly Togepi's finger wave. It was simply astounding. Brock then retrieved ingredients from his backpack. "Now that the crisis has been averted, why don't we find a restaurant to celebrate? It'll also give Riolu and Togepi a chance to rest." Yes, yes. Misty nodded eagerly, hurrying towards a nearby restaurant while cradling Togepi. Ash and Takashi followed closely behind, with Pikachu excitedly chirping on Ash's shoulder, while Riolu nestled in Ash's arms, closing its eyes in slumber. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets of Tangerine Island gradually returned to their former vibrancy. Ash and his companions entered the restaurant amidst laughter and chatter, their journey through the Orange Islands leaving behind unforgettable memories in the wake of yet another thrilling adventure. Chapter 74, The Crystal Onyx. The sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, swept across the docks of Tangerine Island. As Ash and his companions set foot on this island renowned for its glassware, they were drawn to the dazzling glass ornaments showcased in the windows lining the streets. Riolu, nestled in Ash's arms, peered curiously out, its silver blue fur shimmering in the breeze, its icy blue vertical pupils fixated on the light reflections dancing in the display, while the faint lavender glow around its neck flickered gently. "Wow, these glass crafts are simply exquisite," Misty exclaimed, bringing Togepi closer to the window, her finger tracing the engraved Pokémon patterns on the glass. "Look at this starfish design. It's just like my stereo." Brock stood nearby, meticulously inspecting the glass's intricate patterns. To create such delicate works, the artisan must possess an exceptional mastery over both timing and materials. Takashi produced his sketchbook, quickly capturing the glass ornaments in swift strokes, the pencil scratching the paper. The glass craftsmanship of Tangerine Island is quite famed in the Orange Archipelago. It is said that inspiration stems from the island's unique scenery. Just then, the white Eevee perched on Ash's shoulder perked its ears, gently calling towards the seaside. "What is wrong with Eevee?" Ash wondered aloud, glancing down to see Eevee nuzzling its head against his cheek, its gaze fixed on the distant sea. The friends followed Eevee's line of sight and spotted a glass bottle being carried ashore by the waves. "What is that?" Ash exclaimed, hurrying over to retrieve the bottle, bending down to find a rolled-up piece of paper inside. "It's a message in a bottle." Misty chimed in, her eyes sparkling. "Perhaps someone is in need of help." Ash carefully unfolded the note, revealing neat handwriting. Takashi eagerly took the paper to read aloud. "If you find this letter, could you help me locate the onyx? My brother, Akira, is a glass artisan who has recently lost his inspiration. Grandfather said he once saw a special onyx that helped him create the finest glass products. Signed, Masami." "A special onyx?" Ash pondered, stroking his chin, while Riolu, sensing the mention of onyx, gently nudged his arm. Brock speculated, since it's related to glass craftsmanship, perhaps this onyx is connected to crystals or minerals. Misty nodded in agreement. "That is highly plausible. How else could it inspire a glass artisan?" Then let us seek out Masami and Akira. Ash meticulously folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, his eyes gleaming with determination. Perhaps he could be of assistance and even encounter the extraordinary crystal onyx. Following the signs along the dock, the group swiftly arrived at the largest glass workshop on the island, marked by a wooden sign reading Agong Glass Workshop. The sound of clinking and clanging echoed from within. Upon pushing the door open, they found a young man clad in blue coveralls, anxiously pondering over a pile of glass materials. With several unfinished glass molds scattered across his workbench, beside him stood a girl with a ponytail, the very author of the message in a bottle, Saimai. "Brother, don't fret. Someone might see my letters soon," Saimai gently reassured him. "Excuse me," Ash called out, prompting both Agong and Saimai to turn their heads. Saimai's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Did you see my message in a bottle?" Ash nodded, raising the glass bottle in his hand. "Indeed. We did. We came specifically to inquire about the onyx." Agong set down his tools with a sigh. "Thank you for coming. Actually, my grandfather once saw a crystal onyx on a small island off the coast of Pomelo Island when he was young. Its scales were as transparent as crystal, refracting rainbows when sunlight hit them. Inspired by it, my grandfather created the first generation of crystal glass artifacts." Ash immediately took out his sketchbook, his pencil dancing across the pages. "A crystal onyx? That's a rare Pokémon. Is it still residing on the small island?" Agong nodded. "My grandfather mentioned that a waterway appears between the small island and the main island during low tide each day, leading to a crystal cave where the crystal onyx resides. However, I haven't found the right time to go, and," he paused, "I initially wanted to catch it, hoping to draw inspiration from it. Yet I fear I might disturb its life." "We'll accompany you," Ash declared promptly. "I'm quite interested in extraordinary Pokémon, and perhaps I can help you communicate with the crystal onyx." Misty chimed in, "Exactly. More hands can be of assistance, and it's always safer in numbers in case we encounter danger." Brock added, "I can prepare some survival supplies beforehand. The waterway might be tricky to navigate after low tide." Saimai looked at them gratefully. "Thank you so much. If you can help my brother find inspiration, I will be at ease." Agong smiled in return. "Then I appreciate your help. Let us set off tomorrow morning during low tide. The waterway will only be open for 2 hours in the morning." The following dawn, just as the first light began to break, Ash and his companions gathered with Agong at the dock. In Ash's arms, Riolu brimmed with energy, its icy blue eyes shining brightly in the morning light, while Pikachu and Eevee perched on his shoulders, occasionally peeking over to observe the sea. Brock carried a backpack filled with food and tools, while Ash meticulously organized his sketchbook and pencils, ready to capture the likeness of the crystal onyx. Low tide. Agong pointed towards the distant sea, where a shallow gray waterway emerged, stretching towards the small island. The group promptly boarded a small boat and paddled towards the small island, the oars slicing through the water and sending up delicate splashes. As they neared the small island, Misty suddenly pointed ahead. "What is that?" 3 familiar figures darted through the grass ahead. Team Rocket. Jessie stood with her hands on her hips, surveying the area, while James peered through binoculars, and Meowth sniffed around on the ground. "Not you lot again." Ash scowled, and Pikachu on his shoulder immediately stood up, electricity crackling on its cheeks. Jessie, hearing the commotion, turned to see Ash and his companions, and a smug smile spread across her face. "Well, if it isn't the little brat. What a coincidence." James waved a pokeball. "We heard there's a crystal onyx here, such a rare Pokémon. Naturally, it should be entrusted to us, Team Rocket. Do not even think about laying a finger on the crystal onyx," Ash declared as he gently placed Riolu on the ground. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Pikachu leapt into action, sending a surge of golden electricity toward Team Rocket. Jessie quickly released her Weezing. "Weezing, use smokescreen." Weezing expelled a cloud of purple smoke, obscuring the Thunderbolt, and Team Rocket seized the opportunity to board their concealed contraption hidden in the grass, rushing towards the crystal cave. "Darn it, they got away." Misty stomped her foot in frustration. Brock remained calm. "Don't panic. Let us head to the crystal cave. Team Rocket will surely wait for us there, and we can thwart them then." Agong nodded. "The entrance to the crystal cave is quite concealed. They might not find it. Let us hurry." The group hastened along the waterway, soon arriving at a cave adorned with sparkling crystals. A faint glow flickered at the entrance, accompanied by the melodious sound of water droplets falling onto the crystals. Upon entering the cave, they heard Team Rocket's voices echoing. "Ha ha, Crystal Onyx, come out." Jessie and James shouted into the depths of the cave, while Meowth set up traps nearby. In the center of the cave's pool, a fully transparent onyx glided gracefully, its scales reflecting a dazzling spectrum of colors, producing a chime-like sound as it moved. Indeed, the crystal onyx. "Do not harm it," Ash shouted as he charged forward. Agong hurried to follow. Crystal Onyx, don't be afraid. We're not here to hurt you. Jesse, spotting Ash and the others, scoffed. Annoying pests. James, let them taste our wrath. James immediately sent out Weezing. Weezing, use Sludge Bomb. Weezing unleashed a torrent of black sludge towards Ash. Brock swiftly threw a Pokeball. Geodude, go. Use Rock Block to shield us. Geodude emerged from the Pokeball, crashing down onto the ground, and several rock barriers sprang up from the earth, blocking the Sludge Bomb. Well done, Geodude. Brock cheered. Misty sent out Psyduck. Psyduck, use Water Gun to attack Weezing. Psyduck blinked and unleashed a powerful stream of water. Weezing attempted to dodge, but inadvertently collided with a nearby crystal, producing a sharp, shattering sound. The Crystal Onyx, startled by the noise, surged from the pool, letting out an enraged roar. Fantastic, it's attacking on its own. Jesse grinned with delight. Weezing, bind it. Weezing swiftly coiled around the Crystal Onyx, which struggled as its crystalline scales began to shimmer under pressure. Crystal Onyx. Agong cried out anxiously, producing a Pokeball. I'll help you. Shelter, come forth. Shelter leaped from the Pokeball, landing by the pool's edge. Agong commanded, Shelter, use Water Gun on Weezing. Onyxes typically fear water-type moves. Weezing won't withstand it. Shelter unleashed a powerful water gun towards Weezing, but unexpectedly, the Crystal Onyx twisted its body, positioning itself in front of Weezing. The water struck its crystalline scales and ricocheted off harmlessly, causing no damage whatsoever. How could this be? Agong was taken aback, while Ash quickly recorded in his sketchbook. Could it be that the Crystal Onyx, having lived in water for so long, has adapted to water-type moves, rendering it immune? Ash nodded in agreement. That seems likely. Ordinary Onyxes fear water, but the Crystal Onyx has been in the pool, making water-type moves ineffective against it. Jesse, witnessing this, smirked even wider. Ineffective, ineffective. Weezing, apply more pressure and suffocate the Crystal Onyx. Weezing tightened its grip, causing the Crystal Onyx to quiver slightly, its luminous scales dimming. We must think of a solution quickly. Ash gazed at the anguished Crystal Onyx, and in his arms, Riolu suddenly let out a soft whimper. The violet aura around its neck brightened, as if conveying a message. Instantly, Ash sensed Riolu's aura power and comprehended its implication. Riolu was suggesting the use of fire-type moves. Although the Crystal Onyx was immune to water-type attacks, it might have a fear of fire. Ugon's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes. How could I have overlooked that? Charmeleon, come forth. Charmeleon leaped out of its Pokeball, emitting a resounding roar, its tail flames burning even more fiercely. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Ugon commanded. Charmeleon inhaled deeply and released a torrent of searing flames directed at Weezing. Weezing, being particularly vulnerable to fire-type moves, immediately released its grip on the Crystal Onyx and clumsily dodged, the flames singeing a few scales off its body. Seizing the opportunity, the Crystal Onyx broke free from its constraints and returned to the pool, turning to look at Ugon and Charmeleon. Its expression was no longer one of wariness, but rather imbued with gratitude. Seeing their plan disrupted, Musashi stamped her feet in frustration. Darn it, Kojiru, deploy the secret weapon. Kojiru produced a massive capture net and pressed a remote control, sending the net flying toward the Crystal Onyx. Not on my watch. Ash immediately dispatched Charizard. Charizard, shatter the capture net with Fire Punch. He shouted. Charizard swung its flaming fist, striking the net, which was instantly engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes. The Team Rocket trio stood dumbfounded, with Musashi stammering, "How is this possible?" Kojiru, unwilling to concede, shouted, "So what if it can mega-evolve? Weezing, use self-destruct. Watch out." Brock cried out, releasing Geodude. Geodude, use Rock Tomb to shield everyone. Geodude swiftly erected a thick wall of rock in front of them, as Weezing's self-destruct detonated outside the rocky barrier. The tremendous shockwave caused the entire cave to tremble, sending shards of crystal cascading from above. Charizard immediately soared into the air, using its wings to shield against the falling debris. Charizard, counterattack with Fire Blast. Charizard unleashed a massive inferno, hurtling it toward Team Rocket. Musashi and Kojiru, terrified, abandoned their Pokeballs, grabbing Meowth and fleeing toward the cave's exit. Darn it, you win this time, but we shall return. With that, the trio vanished at the cave's entrance. Once the battle subsided, tranquility returned to the cavern. Ugon approached the pool, gazing at the Crystal Onyx, softly apologizing. "I'm sorry for wanting to capture you earlier, causing you pain." The Crystal Onyx gently swam before Ugon, nuzzling his hand with its head, the crystalline scales on its body reflecting a warm glow. Ash sensed the emotions of the Crystal Onyx and conveyed through aura to Ugon. It said it holds no grudge and is grateful for your protection. Agon stared in astonishment at Ash. You can communicate with it? Ash scratched his head. It's a sort of special ability. I can feel the emotions of Pokémon. Kenta took out his sketchbook, capturing the interaction between the crystal onyx and Agon, smiling as he remarked, "This moment is far more meaningful than capturing it. It inspires creativity." Agon gazed at the crystal onyx, a realization dawning upon him. Indeed, I had been fixated on capturing it, forgetting that true inspiration arises from interacting with Pokémon and appreciating their inherent beauty. Look at its scales, the way they shimmer under the light, and its graceful movements. These are the most profound sources of inspiration. The crystal onyx seemed to understand Agon's words, gliding gracefully through the water, its body tracing elegant arcs. The light reflected from its crystalline scales, illuminating the entire cave like a fantastical light show. Riolu excitedly scampered to the pool's edge, its icy blue eyes fixed on the crystal onyx, the aura around its neck resonating with the creature's glow. Pikachu and Eevee also approached, curiously observing this extraordinary onyx. However, time was of the essence, as the waterway was nearing inundation by the incoming tide. Brock glanced at the sky outside, offering a reminder. Agon, reluctant to part with the crystal onyx, vowed, "I will visit you often and share the glass creations inspired by you." The crystal onyx let out a soft cry, seemingly affirming their pact. As the group departed the crystal cave, Agon's eyes sparkled with determination, his previous uncertainty dissipating. Upon returning to Tangerine Island, Agon immediately rushed to the glass workshop, immersing himself in creation. Days later, as Ash and his companions prepared to leave, Agon hurried after them, clutching an exquisite glass ornament. "Ash, this is a gift for you, thanking you for helping me find inspiration." The ornament, crafted from crystal glass, depicted the crystal onyx intricately. Sunlight refracted through it, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, mirroring the true crystal onyx. "It's stunning," Misty exclaimed, while Kenta pulled out his sketchbook to document the ornament. Ash accepted the gift with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Agon. We are equally delighted to have encountered the crystal onyx and to have aided you." Agon nodded. "In the future, I shall create even more beautiful glassworks, allowing more people to appreciate the beauty of the crystal onyx." After bidding farewell to Agon and Masami, Ash and his friends resumed their journey. Riolu, nestled in Ash's arms, gazed at the distant sea, its silvery blue fur fluttering gently in the wind. Pikachu and Eevee perched on his shoulder, both displaying expressions of joy. What adventures awaited them on the next island? Chapter 75, The Island of Pink. The sea breeze, laden with briny essence, swept across the water's surface as Lapras glided smoothly through the waters of the Orange Archipelago, carrying Ash and his companions. Ash cradled Riolu, the silver-blue gradient fluff tickling his palms, while Pikachu intermittently flicked its tail on his shoulder, and the white Eevee curled up snugly, its fin-like ears quivering gently with the airflow. Brock, standing at the side of Lapras, furrowed his brow as he observed the ocean ahead, sensing something amiss in the currents. His keen eyes quickly caught sight of unusual ripples beneath the surface. "Brace yourselves, trouble may be imminent," he warned. No sooner had he spoken than the sea erupted violently, a colossal whirlpool manifesting unexpectedly beneath Lapras. Lapras let out a startled cry, its body uncontrollably drawn toward the swirling vortex. Ash tightened his grip on Riolu, clutching Lapras's dorsal fin with his free hand, shouting, "Lapras, hold steady. Use surf to counter the whirlpool." The light lavender aura around Riolu flickered nervously. Its icy blue eyes filled with apprehension, yet it remained nestled within Ash's embrace. The white Eevee lifted its head, issuing a wary growl at the whirlpool, while Pikachu braced itself, charging electricity in its cheeks. Misty clung tightly to Ash's arm, her Togepi peeking out from her arms, its round eyes wide with anxiety. "What do we do, Ash? That whirlpool is enormous." Kenta swiftly retrieved his sketchbook, hastily documenting the whirlpool's shape while urging, "Lapras's strength is waning. We need to find a way to assist it." Brock promptly released a Pokeball. "Geodude, come forth. Create barriers around the whirlpool, using Rock Tomb to reduce its suction." The brown Geodude leapt into the water, its fists crashing against the surface, summoning massive boulders from the depths to obstruct the whirlpool's edge. Yet, the whirlpool's force exceeded their expectations. The rocks were instantly shredded upon contact with the turbulent waters. "This won't do." Ash gritted his teeth, sensing Lapras's exhaustion. Channeling his energy, he quietly invoked the power of the earth, a gentle wave of energy flowing into Lapras. "Lapras, hang in there. With the power of Tokiwa, I shall assist you in regaining your strength. Together, we shall surge forth." As the Dragonair felt a warm surge within its body, its spirits lifted, and it vigorously lashed its tail fin, unleashing a powerful jet of water in an attempt to break free from the clutches of the whirlpool. Just then, a more formidable force of suction suddenly enveloped it, and with a mournful cry, Dragonair was ultimately drawn into the depths of the vortex. Ash and his companions felt the world spinning around them. Darkness enveloped their vision, and they lost consciousness. Uncertain of the passage of time, Ash was the first to awaken. Rubbing his throbbing head, he discovered himself lying upon a soft patch of grass, with Riolu still peacefully slumbering in his arms. Pikachu and Eevee, perched on his shoulders, had also awoken, gazing at him with concern. "Is everyone all right?" Ash inquired, propping himself up and surveying his surroundings. Misty, Brock, and Kenny gradually regained consciousness as well, sporting only minor scrapes. Kenny rose to his feet, examining the peculiar environment with excitement. "The vegetation here is so unique, and the air carries a faint fruity aroma. We must have been washed ashore on an unknown island." Brock approached the shoreline, studying the coastline. "These cliffs are exceedingly steep, and the surrounding currents are quite turbulent. This does not appear to be an ordinary island." At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and a man carrying a backpack and binoculars appeared. Upon seeing Ash and his group, he inquired in astonishment, "Who are you? How did you end up here?" "This is Penguin Island, and due to the whirlpools and cliffs surrounding it, access has long been prohibited to outsiders." Ash quickly stood up and smiled. "Hello. We are traveling trainers. My name is Ash, and these are Misty, Brock, and Kenny. We were swept away by a whirlpool." Kenny promptly added, "I'm a Pokémon observer. Are you here to study Pokémon as well?" The man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, "My name is Link. And indeed, I am a Pokémon observer. I have been here for several days to study the unique pink Pokémon that inhabit this island. Look, there's a pink Rhydon." He pointed towards a nearby thicket where a Rhydon, entirely pink, was grazing on fruits scattered on the ground. "Wow, a pink Rhydon!" Misty exclaimed, while her Togepi extended a tiny hand, curiously peering at the unusual Rhydon. At that moment, Riolu awakened, its icy blue eyes fixated on the Rhydon, the light golden stripes on its back shimmering subtly. "This is my first time seeing a Rhydon of this color," Ash exclaimed, taking a few eager steps forward for a better view. However, in his enthusiasm, he accidentally stepped on a twig. With a sharp crack, the noise startled the Rhydon. It abruptly lifted its head, its demeanor shifting to one of aggression as it lowered its horned head, directing a threatening roar at Ash and his companions. "Oh no, it's agitated." Link's expression changed as he warned, "Everyone, hide quickly. The temperament of the pink Rhydon is more volatile than that of a normal Rhydon." Ash quickly shouted, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to restrain it. Be careful not to harm it." Pikachu leapt down from Ash's shoulder, its cheeks crackling with electricity as a gentle thunderbolt arced toward the Rhydon. However, the Rhydon's tough hide rendered the attack nearly ineffective, only serving to further incite its rage as it charged toward Pikachu. "Geodude, use Harden to block it." Brock swiftly sent out Geodude, which fortified its body to become as tough as iron, standing resolutely in front of Pikachu. The Rhydon collided forcefully with Geodude, causing it to stagger backward. Yet it held its ground firmly. "This one T suffice. We must calm it down." Ash furrowed his brow as he quietly summoned his aura powers, attempting to communicate with the Rhydon. Soon, he sensed the creature's unease and wariness. It seemed to be defending its fruit grove, perceiving them as a threat to its domain. Kenny suggested, "Then we should quickly leave the grove and show it we mean no harm." Ash nodded in agreement and gently addressed the Rhydon. "Rhydon, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to see you and will not harm you or your home." As he spoke, he slowly began to back away, signaling for everyone to follow suit. The Rhydon regarded Ash and his companions, observing their retreat with a gradually calming demeanor, although it remained vigilant as it slowly retreated deeper into the grove. The group let out a collective sigh of relief, and Link wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's fortunate you reacted swiftly. Had a confrontation ensued, we might not have been able to subdue it." "Why are all the Pokémon here pink?" Misty asked curiously. Link explained, "This is due to the abundance of penguin fruit on the island. The Pokémon here have depended on it for generations, and with prolonged consumption, their bodies gradually take on a pink hue. It's a rare, ecological phenomenon." Just then, a blaring siren echoed, and a police car drove along the path. Halting before the group, Ms. Junshaw emerged, her expression stern as she addressed them. "Who are you? Are you not aware that Penguin Island has been designated a World Heritage Site, prohibiting entry to outsiders?" Ash hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Ms. Junshaw, we were swept here by a whirlpool. It was not our intention to intrude." Link chimed in, "Ms. Junshaw, They just helped me avoid an attack from the pink Rhydon, and mean no harm. Ms. Junshaw scrutinized the group, her tone softening somewhat. Since this was an accident, I shall not hold you accountable this time. However, the ecology of Penguin Island is delicate, and the pink Pokémon here are exceedingly rare. If news of their existence were to spread, it could attract poachers, so you must leave promptly. Concerned for the safety of the Pokémon they had just encountered, Ash asked. But can their safety be ensured? If poachers were to come, they would be in danger. He took out his phone and dialed Professor Oak, relaying the situation of Penguin Island. On the other end, Professor Oak responded with excitement. Ash, I know of Penguin Island. Its unique geography and currents have created a closed ecological environment, leading to such distinctive evolutionary processes in its Pokémon. However, you are correct. Protective measures must be reinforced. I will immediately contact the relevant authorities to assist Ms. Junshaw and the island's conservation officers in safeguarding the Pokémon here. After hanging up, Ash conveyed Professor Oak's words to Ms. Junshaw, who nodded in appreciation. Having Professor Oak's support is invaluable. We shall certainly protect the Pokémon here. Suddenly, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted. Haha, pink Pokémon? Capturing one would surely fetch a handsome price. The notorious Team Rocket trio leapt from the bushes, with Jessie striking a pose. Ash, it's you again. This time, we shall seize the precious Pokémon of this place. James brandished a Pokeball. Go, Weezing. Capture that pink Nidoqueen. From a distance, a pink Nidoqueen approached, seemingly drawn by the commotion. Weezing swiftly ensnared it with its binding attack. Nidoqueen, Ash shouted in anger. Team Rocket, you're up to your mischief again. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu leapt into the air, launching a powerful Thunderbolt toward Weezing. Although Weezing recoiled in pain, it quickly retaliated, shooting a barrage of poison needles. Venusaur, come forth. Use Vine Whip to block the poison needles. Ash threw a Pokeball, and Venusaur landed firmly, its robust vines extending swiftly to deflect all the poison needles. Misty also sent out Psyduck. Psyduck, use Water Gun to attack Weezing. Psyduck blinked and unleashed a Water Gun. Though its aim was somewhat erratic, it effectively disrupted Weezing's actions. Brock dispatched Zubat. Zubat, use Supersonic to confuse Weezing. Zubat emitted a high-frequency sound wave, leaving Weezing disoriented and losing its sense of direction. Xiao Jian, unwilling to be outdone, exclaimed, Mary Lou, assist Psyduck with Water Gun. Mary Lou leaped from her Pokeball and unleashed a precise jet of water that struck Arbok's body. Witnessing this, Musashi seethed with rage, declaring, How dare you interfere with us? Weezing, use Smokescreen. Weezing expelled a cloud of black smoke, enveloping the battlefield. Ash immediately tapped into his aura abilities to sense the surroundings and warned everyone, be cautious. Team Rocket is attempting to capture Nidoking. Infuriated by the recent attack, Nidoking let out an angry roar, and the horn atop its head glimmered ominously, preparing to unleash its Hyper Beam. Ash quickly admonished, Nidoking, don't act impulsively. The power of Hyper Beam is too great. It could harm you. He channeled his power to calm Nidoking's emotions. Feeling Ash's goodwill, Nidoking's agitation lessened slightly, yet it remained vigilant, fixating on Team Rocket concealed within the smoke. At that moment, Meowth dashed out, wielding a net to seize the opportunity to capture Nidoking, exclaiming, Come along, pink Nidoking. Riolu, use Aura Sphere. Ash's Riolu, nestled in his arms, suddenly sprang into action, its light purple aura glowing brightly. A dazzling aura sphere burst forth from its paws, striking Meowth's net with precision, obliterating it in an instant and causing Meowth to stumble backward in fright. Wow, Riolu can use Aura Sphere. Xiao Jian exclaimed, quickly jotting it down in his sketchbook. Ash was not surprised. However, he sensed the aura within Riolu was rapidly developing, suggesting that this rare Roo possessed exceptional talent beyond that of an ordinary one. As the smoke gradually cleared, Team Rocket's figures were revealed. Kojiro, in a fit of frustration, yelled, Those pesky kids, and that peculiar Riolu. Weezing, use Sludge Bomb. Weezing launched a mass of black sludge towards Ash and his companions. Jengar, come forth. Block it with Shadow Ball. Ash tossed a Pokeball, summoning Jengar, who conjured a black Shadow Ball, colliding with the Sludge Bomb and resulting in a tremendous explosion. Jengar let out a chilling laugh, swiftly darting behind Weezing to unleash a Nightshade attack. Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Ash commanded, and Jengar unleashed a torrent of Shadow Balls, relentlessly assaulting Weezing until it succumbed to defeat. Musashi, witnessing Weezing's defeat, furiously proclaimed, What of your shining Jengar? Arbok, use Bite. Arbok opened its maw wide, lunging at Jengar. Jengar effortlessly evaded the attack with a flicker, then retaliated with a lick that left Arbok paralyzed. Just then, Kasumi's Togepi leaped from her arms, mimicking the hypnotic gestures of the Hypno they had seen on Jindian Island, performing a finger wave. A rainbow-hued light emanated from Togepi as it inadvertently unleashed a hyper beam, albeit of minor strength, striking the machine Team Rocket had concealed in the bushes, which exploded instantly. My machine! Musashi and Kojiro cried out in dismay. Seizing the moment, Ash shouted, Pikachu, finish them off with Thunderbolt. Pikachu gathered its energy, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt that struck Team Rocket, enveloping them in smoke as they lamented. What a dreadful sensation! Before being sent flying. With the battle concluded, Nidoking approached Ash, affectionately nudging his hand with its head, seemingly expressing gratitude. Ash smiled and replied, No need for thanks, we merely did what was right. Miss Junshao approached, thanking Ash and his friends. Without your help, Team Rocket might have truly captured Nidoking. Link added gratefully, Thanks to you, the Pokémon here are safe. I will work with Miss Junshao to enhance the island's protective measures, preventing poachers from taking advantage. Observing the time, Ash remarked, It's getting late. We should take our leave and not trouble you further. Miss Junshao nodded. I will escort you to the port in a police car, where a boat awaits to take you to the next island. After gathering their belongings and bidding farewell to Link and Miss Junshao, the group boarded the police car. As they traveled along the island's winding roads, Ash gazed out at the pink Pokémon, reflecting quietly, We must protect these precious Pokémon, allowing them to live joyfully in this pristine land. Upon arriving at the port, Ash and his companions boarded the vessel bound for the next island. Lapras awaited them at the dock, excitedly calling out upon seeing Ash. Ash, cradling Riolu, climbed onto Lapras's back, followed by Kasumi, Brock, and Xiaojian. Lapras swayed its tail fin, gliding through the sea, continuing their wondrous journey across the Orange Archipelago. Chapter 76, The Secret of Kabuto. According to the map, the next island should be roughly half a day's journey away, right? Kasumi poked Togepi's cheek, watching it giggle, then turned to Ash, who was observing the sea. Just as Ash was about to speak, his eyes caught a glimpse of a white blur skimming across the left side of the water. It was a speedboat, slicing through the waves at such velocity that it seemed to leave a silver trail. Look at that. He pointed towards the speedboat, and Riolu, curious, lifted its head. Its icy blue slit pupils fixated on the receding vessel, its light purple aura flickering slightly. Xiaojian immediately straightened up, quickly unfurling the map on Lapras's back. The islands marked in this vicinity only indicate Fura Island number 4. That speedboat is definitely headed there. Fura Island number 4? I feel like I've heard of that. Brock put down the healing ointment he was holding and leaned over to examine the map. Right. I heard at the Pokémon Center that an archaeological team is active on that island, searching for some fossil Pokémon remains. Fossil Pokémon. Ash's eyes lit up, and Riolu seemed to sense his excitement, gently nudging his palm. Then let's go check it out. Who knows, we might encounter some extraordinary Pokémon. Kasumi, clutching Togepi, leaned in with curiosity, asking, Fossil Pokémon? Are they like the Aerodactyl we met before, revived from fossils? Exactly. Xiaojian nodded, pointing at Fura Island no. For on the map. However, we don't have any precise information on which specific fossil Pokémon it might be. If we could witness the archaeological process, we might record some invaluable observational data. Brock agreed, nodding. Our supplies of healing ointments and food are sufficient. Visiting the island for resupply and to see the archaeological team sounds like a splendid idea. Reaching a consensus, Ash gently patted Lapras's back and conveyed a gentle thought through his aura. Lapras, please head towards Fura Island at a leisurely pace. Lapras emitted a soft, obedient call, changing course towards the direction the speedboat had vanished. About an hour later, the outline of Fura Island became increasingly distinct. As they approached the island, they indeed spotted several all-terrain vehicles parked along the shore, with numerous individuals in work attire busily engaged on the beach. The speedboat was anchored at a nearby dock, where several people in lab coats were gathered around a metallic box, deep in discussion. It truly is an archaeological team. Xiaojian excitedly stowed his sketchbook into his bag and was the first to leap onto the shore. Ash, carrying Riolu, instructed Lapras to wait in the shallow waters nearby, then followed suit with Kasumi and Brock. May I ask who you are? A middle-aged man wearing a hard hat and a badge identifying him as the head of the archaeological team noticed them, pausing his work to approach. He beheld Pikachu perched upon Ash's shoulder, along with the elegant white EV and the distinctive Ryu nestled in his arms, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Ash instantly broke into a smile, stepping forward while cradling Ryu. Greetings. My name is Ash, a Pokémon trainer, and these are my companions, Misty, Brock, and Sillin. We spotted your speedboat from the sea and heard that archaeological work is being conducted here. so we thought we might offer our assistance. Sillin eagerly added, I am Sillin, a Pokémon observer. I previously learned about the archaeological project on 4 Island at the Pokémon Center, and if there is any work involving documenting Pokémon ecology, I believe I could be of service. The captain scrutinized them for a moment, noting Brock's first aid kit and Misty's tranquil Togepi, a warm smile gracing his features. I am Morita, the leader of this archaeological team. I never anticipated encountering such enthusiastic young individuals. As it happens, we have recently encountered some difficulties, and if you wouldn't mind, we could indeed use your help. Difficulties? Brock furrowed his brow. What sort of troubles have arisen? Morita sighed, leading them over to an all-terrain vehicle, pointing at several conspicuous scratches on its body. For the past few days, we have been excavating on the eastern side of the island, yet someone has been covertly sabotaging our efforts. Our tools have been hidden, marked excavation points have been disrupted, and even yesterday, the fossil samples we intended to transport to the laboratory were almost taken. Suddenly, Riolu, nestled in Ash's embrace, emitted a gentle call. Its ice-blue eyes fixated on the depths of the island, the halo around its neck pulsating anxiously. Perceiving its unease, Ash comforted it with his aura. Fear not. I am here. Simultaneously, he turned to Morita. Could it be that the island's residents do not wish for you to excavate here? Morita nodded. We have harbored suspicions. There are only a few indigenous families on this island, and one elder has approached us before, warning that the land should not be disturbed, lest disaster befall us. However, our investigations have shown that the geological structure here is quite stable, and all excavation work is conducted within protective boundaries, ensuring no harm comes to the island's ecology. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted from afar. A young archaeologist rushed over in a panic. Captain, this is bad. The excavation point we marked today has been tampered with again, and the ropes used to secure the supports have been cut. What? Morita's expression shifted, and he immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie, commanding everyone to assemble at the eastern excavation point. Ash instinctively tightened his grip on Riolu and said to his friends, let us go take a look. Perhaps we can catch the saboteur. As the 4 followed Morita to the eastern excavation site, they found several archaeologists fretting over a collapsed support, the previously orderly excavation lines trampled into chaos. With shovels and spades nowhere in sight, someone must have come through here. Sillin crouched down, pointing at fresh footprints on the ground, which appeared to belong to an elder, extending toward the woods on the northern side of the island. Suddenly, Riolu peeked out from Ash's arms, emitting a soft call toward the forest, its ice-blue eyes brimming with vigilance. Ash sensed his surroundings with his aura, quickly detecting a faint presence lurking at the edge of the woods. A figure hidden behind a tree, observing them. There, Ash pointed towards the forest's edge, swiftly pursuing the figure while cradling Riolu. Pikachu leapt down from his shoulder, closely following, while the white EV remained behind, watchfully scanning the surroundings. Misty, Brock, and Sillin promptly followed, with Morita and several archaeologists trailing closely behind. As they traversed a patch of low shrubs, they indeed spotted an elder clad in coarse garments, crouched on the ground, holding one of the lost shovels belonging to the archaeological team. Elder, why are you sabotaging our excavation efforts? Morita approached quickly, his tone tinged with urgency. The elder lifted his head, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, yet his gaze was resolute. I am not here to destroy. I am here to save you. This island cannot be excavated. Doing so will bring calamity. Calamity? Misty, cradling Togepi, queried, bewildered, but Captain Morita said your excavation work would not harm the island. The elder sighed, placing the shovel down and sitting on a nearby stone. You do not understand. A few days ago, fishermen on the island caught a peculiar stone while fishing by the sea, only to later discover it was a fossil of a fossil kabuto. These fossils drifted from beneath the island. The foundation of this island cannot withstand your digging. Fossil of a fossil kabuto. Sillin's eyes brightened, swiftly retrieving his sketchbook. Are you suggesting that this island contains fossil kabuto fossils? The elder nodded. The people of our island have known for generations that many ancient fossils lie beneath this island. Yet no one has ever dared to excavate. The elders warned that these fossils are the spirits that protect the island. If disturbed, calamity would befall us when the red moon rises. Morita furrowed his brow. Elder, fossil kabuto is an extinct Pokémon. Their fossils are only beneficial for research and pose no threat of calamity. We are here to investigate the ecology of fossil kabuto. No matter what you say, excavation is forbidden. The elder stubbornly shook his head. Ash glanced between the elder and Morita, suddenly speaking up. Elder, how about this? We will carefully excavate alongside the archaeological team, ensuring we do not disturb the foundation of the island. Furthermore, we will remain vigilant for any signs of danger, and if anything seems amiss, we will halt our excavation immediately. How does that sound? Riolu in his arms gently nuzzled his hand, its ice-blue eyes filled with trust. Ash sensed the elder's emotions through his aura, feeling the deep-rooted concern and protective spirit he held for the island. Recognizing there was no malice in his intent, the elder remained silent for a moment, observing Riolu nestled in Ash's arms, then glancing at the earnest expressions of Scylla and Brock, ultimately nodding. Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution. If anything seems out of place, you must stop at once. Thank you. Morita exhaled in relief, promptly directing the archaeologists to reorganize the excavation site. Ash and his companions joined in, with Brock assisting and checking the stability of the supports, Misty and several team members organizing the tools. Scylla meticulously documenting the excavation site's topography and surrounding plant distribution in his sketchbook, while Ash held Riolu, periodically using his aura to sense the geological conditions around them, ensuring everything remained normal. Ash, look at this. An archaeologist suddenly shouted in the afternoon. Ash hurried over to see a massive rock emerging from the excavation pit, its surface adorned with spiral patterns, identical to the shell of a fossil kabuto he had seen in books. This is a fossil kabuto fossil, and it appears to be intact, Scylla exclaimed, eagerly leaning closer to sketch the fossil's outline in his book, astonished that so many fossil kabuto fossils lay beneath the island. Morita, equally excited, crouched down, carefully brushing away the dirt from the fossil's surface. Based on the size and density of the fossil, it is highly likely that the underground of this island is filled with fossil kabuto fossils. This implies that the entirety of Four Island is essentially situated atop a layer of fossil kabuto fossils. Incredible, Misty exclaimed, holding Togepi as she approached the excavation pit. Marveling at the fossil, if we continue to excavate, could we find even more fossil kabuto fossils? Brock furrowed his brow. However, if that is the case, the elder's words hold some truth. If the island's foundation consists of fossil layers, we must indeed proceed with greater caution, lest we risk a collapse of the ground. Ash nodded, utilizing the power of aura to sense the land beneath his feet, where he could detect a concentrated energy of fossils deep underground. Though faint, this energy emanated an ancient and mysterious aura. Suddenly, the Riolu in his arms let out a gentle sound, its ice-blue eyes gazing towards the heavens. The sun had begun to set, casting an orange-red hue across the sky. The night was approaching, and it was wise to halt their excavation for the day. Morita rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Let us transport this fossil to the temporary laboratory for now and resume our excavations tomorrow. Everyone, please exercise caution and avoid wandering the island alone after dark. The group tidied their tools and carefully loaded the excavated fossils onto the vehicle before heading back to their campsite by the beach. During dinner, Morita shared a wealth of knowledge about the fossil Pokémon, with Xiaojian listening intently, occasionally posing questions regarding the ecology of fossil Pokémon. Brock busied himself preparing steaming soup, while Misty played with Togepi, Pikachu, and Eevee. Ash, cradling Riolu, sat by the shore, gazing at the distant sea. What are you pondering, Ash? Xiaojian inquired as he approached and settled beside him, sketchbook in hand. Ash looked up at the darkening sky, and Riolu nuzzled his palm gently. I'm reflecting on what the elder spoke of. When the red moon rises, calamity will follow. Just now, when I tapped into the aura, I sensed the fossil energy underground was unstable, as though something were stirring to awaken. Xiaojian paused for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. I, too, found it peculiar. The magnetic field of this island is unlike that of others. Moreover, during our excavation, my Mariel seemed quite agitated, trembling incessantly. At that moment, the sky abruptly darkened, the once orange-red twilight replaced by an eerie crimson hue. Ash and Xiaojian looked up simultaneously to behold a blood-red moon slowly ascending from the ocean's surface, its light casting a dark red sheen across the waters. Look, the red moon. Misty's voice pierced the air, her face a mask of terror as she pointed skyward. Clutching Togepi, Brock and Morita rushed over, and upon seeing the crimson moon, Morita's complexion turned pale. The elder's words were indeed prophetic. The red moon has risen. Suddenly, Riolu emitted a sharp cry, its ice-blue eyes fixated on the depths of the island, the faint purple halo around its neck pulsing violently. Ash immediately tapped into the aura to survey their surroundings, and this time, he distinctly felt the fossil energy underground growing frenzied. Countless faint consciousnesses stirring to life. It was the fossil Pokémon. This is bad. Everyone, hurry to the Lapras, Ash shouted, rising with Riolu in his arms. The fossil Pokémon were about to revive, and the island might collapse. As his words echoed, the ground began to tremble violently. The sand on the beach started to sink. The hastily erected tents collapsed, and a thunderous roar emanated from the excavation site, indicating that the pit had caved in. "Quick, everyone, to the speedboat," Morita bellowed, organizing the archaeological team's retreat. Ash, holding Riolu, urged Pikachu and Eevee to leap onto his shoulders, then grasped Xiaojian's hand as they sprinted towards the shallow waters where Lapras awaited. Misty clutched Togepi closely, trailing behind Brock, who frequently glanced back to ensure no one was left behind. Just as they were nearing Lapras, a massive fissure suddenly split open in the ground. Misty slipped, teetering on the brink of falling in. "Misty!" Brock reacted swiftly, seizing her wrist while commanding Geodude, "Geodude, use Rock Tomb to seal the gap." Geodude leaped next to the chasm, a white glow enveloping its body as countless rocks rose from the earth, temporarily sealing the gap. Trembling, Misty regained her footing and rushed to Lapras's side. "Thank you, Brock. Let us discuss this later. We must board Lapras," Brock urged, and he and Misty jumped onto Lapras's back. Meanwhile, the island's surface began to collapse extensively, the former excavation site transforming into a vast pit, from which countless fossil Pokémon emerged, their shells glistening in the red moonlight, eyes shimmering with ancient wisdom as they slowly moved towards the shore. "Those are the revived fossil Pokémon," Xiaojian exclaimed, leaning over Lapras's back to observe the Pokémon emerging from below, tightening his grip on his sketchbook. As they seemed to be heading towards the sea, Ash, cradling Riolu, attempted to communicate with the fossil Pokémon using his aura, sensing that they harbored no malice. They were merely following their ancient instincts, yearning to return to the sea. "They do not intend to attack us. They simply wish to return to their rightful place," Ash conveyed to his companions. "Yet the island continues to crumble. We must depart swiftly." At that moment, a speedboat suddenly approached, the archaeological team's vessel. Morita leaned out, shouting, "Ash, quickly board the speedboat. Lapras is too large and may become trapped in the collapsing ground." Ash glanced at Riolu in his arms, then at Lapras beneath him, sending a calming thought through his aura. "Lapras, follow the speedboat. We will catch up with you shortly." Lapras emitted a gentle call and swam alongside the speedboat. Ash, holding Riolu, instructed Pikachu and Eevee to secure themselves on his shoulders before leaping onto the speedboat with Misty, Brock, and Xiaojian. Just as they boarded, a tremendous crash erupted behind them as the center of Isla Fura 4 collapsed entirely, countless fossil Pokémon surging from the collapse into the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the red moonlight. "Phew, we managed to escape just in time," Misty sighed in relief, collapsing onto the speedboat with Togepi, who clung tightly to her clothing in fear. Brock gazed at the receding island, exhaling deeply. It seems the Elder's warnings were indeed valid. This island should not be carelessly excavated. However, witnessing the revival of the fossil Pokémon was a rare experience. Xiaojian retrieved his sketchbook, and despite the chaos having left it somewhat damaged, he diligently recorded the scene he had just witnessed. The fossil Pokémon revived in the red moonlight, perhaps linked to their survival instincts, possibly indicating that in ancient times, the red moon served as a signal for their return to the sea. Though they could not continue investigating the mysteries of the fossil Pokémon, at least they were all safe. Ash looked at his friends, a smile gracing his lips, realizing that some things are indeed worth protecting, just as the fossil Pokémon of this island and the Elder's guardianship over it. Morita approached Ash, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I truly must thank you, Ash. Had it not been for you, we might not have recognized the danger in time and could have been trapped on the island. In the future, we will certainly take greater care to protect nature and ancient relics during our archaeological endeavors." As the speedboat gradually distanced itself from Isla Fura 4, the red moon remained suspended in the sky, while the sea had returned to tranquility and the revived fossil Pokémon vanished into the depths. Chapter 77, The Pokémon Luxury Cruise. The sea breeze, infused with a salty tang, swept across the deck as Ash's Riolu nuzzled against his jacket, its silver blue fur shimmering softly in the sunlight, the faint purple halo around its neck gently undulating with each breath. He reached out to stroke Riolu's head and smoothed the white fur of Eevee perched on his shoulder, grinning as he waved the ship tickets in front of his companions. At last, Eevee caught up with this luxurious Pokémon cruise. "I've heard there are some incredibly entertaining performances on board. We must make sure to enjoy them." Xiaoxia cradled her Pachima, her fingertips gently tapping on its round belly, her voice brimming with anticipation. "A Pokémon performance? Does that mean the Pokémon will take the stage to showcase their talents? Pachima, do you think there could be any Pokémon cuter than you?" Pachima blinked its large eyes, emitting a soft coo, as if in response to her excitement. Brock walked alongside the group, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the dining area on the deck before returning with a smile. I overheard a crew member mention that these performances involve Pokémon acting in sync with the storyline, while humans provide the voiceovers, creating the illusion that the Pokémon are truly speaking. It sounds quite innovative. Meanwhile, Shinji had already taken out his sketchbook, quickly sketching the seagulls gliding over the distant sea. He looked up and remarked, "It would be wonderful to capture the Pokémon during their performance. Perhaps we could discover expressions they don't usually display, which would greatly aid in observing their habits." The four of them laughed and chatted as they entered the cabin. Just around the corner, they were suddenly met with the sound of a distressed whimper. Following the sound, they found a girl in a pink dress crouched in a corner, clutching a Pokeball. Her eyes red-rimmed. At her feet, a Raichu hung its head low, its tail drooping sadly, occasionally glancing up at the girl before quickly averting its gaze. Ash paused, sensing the girl's turmoil, as his Riolu seemed to sense her emotions too, its icy blue eyes narrowing slightly, the halo around its neck dimming. "Are you all right?" Ash approached gently, his voice soft. "Have you encountered some trouble?" The girl looked up, momentarily taken aback by Ash and his friends, then sniffled and introduced herself. "I'm Kale, an entertainer on this ship. But my Raichu." At this point, her eyes welled up again as she pointed to the Raichu at her feet. "It has been unable to perform lately. It gets so nervous on stage that it can't even manage the most basic moves." Xiaoxia knelt beside the Raichu, gently stroking its head as she asked softly, "Does Raichu have something on its mind? Have you ever forced it to do something it didn't want to?" Kale's gaze flickered, and she looked down with guilt. "Actually, during rehearsal, Raichu accidentally shocked me, and I instinctively pushed it away and said some harsh words. Ever since then, it has been terrified of me and too afraid to use its moves on stage." "I see," Ash said, using his aura to gently sense Raichu's emotions, clearly feeling its fear and guilt. "Raichu didn't mean to, but now it's afraid of hurting you again, which is why it's so tense. You need to sincerely apologize to it, so it knows you don't blame it." Kale paused, her heart aching at the sight of Raichu's distressed expression, her eyes growing even redder. "I thought it was just throwing a tantrum. I had no idea it was afraid of me." Just then, a loud crash echoed from deep within the cabin, followed by the startled gasps of tourists. Ash sprang to his feet, Pikachu leaping from his shoulder into a defensive stance, its cheek pouches sparking with electricity. "What is going on?" Brock furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for his Pokeballs. Could there be an accident? Shinji quickly stowed his sketchbook, looking towards the source of the noise. "It sounds like it's coming from backstage. Let us go check it out." The four rushed towards the backstage area, and as they flung the door open, they were met with chaos. Props lay scattered across the stage, and several spotlights hung askew. Team Rocket stood in the center of the stage, Jessie with her arms crossed, laughing triumphantly. "Ha! The Pokémon on this ship seem quite rare. They will all belong to Team Rocket." James wielded a specially designed net, scanning the area as he chimed in. "Exactly. Bringing these Pokémon back to headquarters will surely earn us the boss's praise." Meowth was perched atop a prop box, licking its paw. "If we can snag that shiny EV and that glowing Riolu, it would be perfect." "Team Rocket," Ash shouted angrily, carefully handing Riolu over to Shinji. "Shinji, take care of Riolu and EV." Shinji nodded immediately, shielding Riolu behind him, while the white EV hopped onto his shoulder, warily eyeing Team Rocket. "You little brats again." Jessie's expression darkened upon seeing Ash and his friends. "You ruined our plans on Citrus Island last time. We won't let you escape this time. Arbok, go!" With a flash of red light, Arbok emerged from its Pokeball, hissing menacingly as it slithered toward Ash's group. James quickly threw his Pokeball. "Weezing, use smokescreen." Weezing appeared and immediately released a thick cloud of purple smoke, enveloping the entire backstage area. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to disperse the smoke," Ash commanded without hesitation. Pikachu leaped into action, its cheek pouches bursting with golden electricity, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt that exploded through the smoke, clearing it away. Seizing the opportunity, Brock threw his Pokeball. "Geodude, use Rock Throw." Geodude landed on the ground, conjuring several boulders that hurtled toward Arbok and Weezing. Arbok deftly dodged most of the rocks, but one grazed its tail, eliciting a pained hiss. Xiaoxia, still holding Pachima, threw her Pokeball. "Psyduck, use Confusion." Psyduck stumbled out, clutching its head, its eyes glowing blue as it lifted Weezing into the air, immobilizing it. "Now's our chance," Xiaoxia shouted. "Psyduck, use Water Gun." Psyduck opened its mouth, shooting a jet of water that hit Weezing, knocking it to the ground, where it fainted. "Curse you, Weezing!" James exclaimed in dismay. Jessie, flustered, commanded Arbok. "Arbok, use Bind." Arbok lunged at Pikachu, ensnaring it tightly. Pikachu struggled to breathe, its electrical glow dimming. "Pikachu!" Ash cried out in desperation, just as Kale suddenly burst forward. positioning herself protectively in front of Arbok. Don't hurt Pikachu. Raichu, let us fight together. Trembling, Kale tossed her Pokeball, and Raichu sprang out. Seeing Pikachu ensnared, Raichu hesitated momentarily, but, upon hearing Kale's voice and seeing her determined gaze, gathered its courage and charged toward Arbok. Raichu, use Thunderbolt, Kale shouted. However, halfway there, Raichu abruptly halted, its tail quivering with residual fear. Seizing the moment, Arbok released Pikachu and lunged toward Raichu. Don't be afraid, Raichu, Kale cried, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Raichu. I shouldn't have pushed you away, nor spoken harshly to you. I know you didn't mean it. Will you trust me again? Upon hearing Kale's heartfelt apology, Raichu lifted its head, its icy blue eyes reflecting Kale's image. Ash, sensing through his aura, felt Raichu's fear gradually dissipating, replaced by a warm bond. Suddenly, Raichu erupted with a surge of electricity, charging at Arbok without hesitation, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. The golden current struck Arbok like a bolt of lightning, causing it to convulse in pain before collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Jesse and James paled at the sight. What just happened? Meowth shouted in alarm. Oh no, it's Miss Junsha. The group turned to see her approaching. Miss Junsha burst into the scene, accompanied by officers. Handcuffs in hand. Team Rocket, you are wreaking havoc once again. This time, you shall not escape. Musashi and Kojiro exchanged glances, unwillingly exclaiming, curse you. This time, you have the upper hand, but we will return. With that, they hurled smoke bombs, seizing the chaos to make their escape. Kalu rushed over to Raichu, her heart brimming with excitement. Raichu, thank you. You finally chose to trust me. Raichu nuzzled her cheek, emitting a joyful cry, its tail held high in delight. Miss Junsha inspected the backstage situation and expressed her gratitude to Ash and his companions. Thank you so much. Had it not been for you, the Pokémon aboard this ship would likely have fallen prey to Team Rocket. Ash sheepishly scratched his head and replied with a smile, no need for thanks. It is our duty. Before long, the crew commenced the cleanup, repairing the damaged props. Kalu observed the bustling activity and said to Ash, you must come to our performance later. Raichu and I will deliver the most spectacular show. Ash and his friends nodded eagerly in agreement. As evening descended, the Pokémon performance officially commenced. The stage was awash with brilliant lights as Kalu, adorned in a beautiful costume, stood beside Raichu. As the music played, Raichu executed an array of adorable movements in sync with the storyline, occasionally tapping its tail on the ground or bowing to the audience, perfectly complementing the voiceover from backstage, as if genuinely conversing with everyone present. When the climax of the story arrived and Raichu was required to unleash its Thunderbolt attack, it hesitated not for a moment, directing the powerful move towards a prop mountain on stage. The golden currents of electricity erupted in resplendent brilliance, garnering thunderous applause from the audience. After the performance, Kalu led Raichu to Ash and his friends, her face radiant with joy. Thank you. Without you, Raichu and I would not have reconciled. Nor would we have had this wonderful performance today. Ash smiled and replied, this is all the result of your and Raichu's hard work. As long as you trust one another, there is no problem that cannot be resolved. Riolu peeked out from Ash's arms, its ice blue eyes focused on Raichu, the halo around its neck flickering as if bestowing blessings upon it. The following morning, the luxurious ferry docked at the next island's harbor. Ash and his companions stood on the deck, bidding farewell to Kalu. We will surely come to see you and Raichu perform again. Misty waved her hand. Kalu also waved back, her eyes glistening. Goodbye, wishing you a smooth journey. As the ferry gently departed the harbor, Ash looked at Riolu nestled in his arms. Pikachu perched on his shoulder and the white EV beside him, then glanced at Misty, Brock, and Shinji, a brilliant smile gracing his lips. Next, we shall challenge the next gym of the Orange League. Let us all give our best. All right. Misty, Brock, and Shinji chorused in unison, the sunlight bathing them in warmth, adding a touch of brightness to their adventurous journey filled with bonds. Chapter 78, Surfing with Miss Joy. Ash and his companions arrived at Hasa Island. There, they encountered a water-type Pokémon trainer named Xiaozhuang. He rescued Misty's Psyduck from the water, informing her that it exhibited signs of evolution, with its tail glowing. Subsequently, Misty engaged in a Pokémon battle with Xiaozhuang. During the battle, a Golduck suddenly emerged from the bag that Ash had thrown into the water, leading Misty to mistakenly believe that her Psyduck had evolved into a Golduck. This Golduck was remarkably obedient and demonstrated tremendous prowess. It not only employed water-type moves, but also unleashed powerful psychic-type moves, successfully thwarting the flames that surrounded Xiaozhuang's two Pokémon. However, Misty later discovered that this Golduck was actually wild, its compliance stemming from its infatuation with girls, while her own Psyduck remained peacefully napping in its Pokeball. Afterward, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Xiao Zhuang and continued their journey toward the next gym. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the sea of the Orange Archipelago, the shimmering surface resembling a scatter of crushed gold. Ash, cradling Riolu in his arms, sat atop the broad back of a Lapras, with the white Eevee curled on his left shoulder, its tail occasionally brushing against his neck, and Pikachu squatting on his right shoulder, its paws resting on the brim of his cap, curiously gazing at the distant horizon. Lapras, let's pick up the pace a bit. Ash gently patted Lapras's back, while Riolu raised its ice-blue eyes, the pale purple halo around its neck flickering, as if conveying a message to Lapras. With a soft hum, Lapras quickened its swimming pace, sending splashes of water flying behind, causing Misty to gasp lightly. Slow down, Ash. My Togepi's fluff is going to get tousled by the wind. Misty tightened her hold on Togepi, who peered out curiously with its round eyes fixated on the sea. Brock stood on the opposite side of Lapras, hands on his hips, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. At this rate, we should reach the next island by afternoon. Shinji crouched at the edge of Lapras, quickly sketching in his notebook. The sound of his pencil gliding across the paper remarkably clear. Lapras's swimming posture is truly graceful, especially in the sunlight. The sheen of its scales is perfect for capturing on canvas. Just then, a brown figure suddenly darted across the surface of the sea at lightning speed. Pikachu's ears perked up, its tail taut, as it called out in excitement. Following Pikachu's line of sight, Ash beheld a girl, clad in orange athletic wear with sun-kissed skin, skillfully paddling a canoe, leaving a slender trail of water in its wake. Who is that? She's paddling so fast, Misty exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. While Togepi waved its tiny paw in that direction, Brock squinted to get a better look. It seems her canoe bears the emblem of the Pokémon Center. Could she be Miss Joy? No sooner had he spoken than the canoe abruptly changed course, heading towards Lapras. As it drew near, they could finally see the girl clearly. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, her arms showcasing well-defined muscles, and a silver badge pinned to her chest, the very emblem of the Pokémon Center. The girl stopped paddling, wiping the sweat from her brow, and greeted them with a smile. Hello there. I'm Joy, responsible for taking care of Pokémon here in the Orange Archipelago. It really is Miss Joy, Shinji exclaimed, immediately raising his sketchbook. I'm a Pokémon observer, Shinji. May I draw a quick sketch of you in your canoe? Your paddling form is so powerful. Joy laughed heartily. Of course. However, I must hurry to the nearby island. There's a sick seal that needs immediate attention. Ash quickly interjected. Miss Joy, our Lapras is quite swift. Why not accompany us? It would expedite your journey to the island. Joy's eyes sparkled. That sounds wonderful. I'll tie my canoe to the back of Lapras right away. With swift movements, she secured the ropes and climbed onto Lapras's back. Once settled, she noticed Riolu in Ash's arms. Wow, this Riolu is so unique. Its fur is entirely different from ordinary Riolu. And this halo, could it be the aura? Ash was taken aback. He hadn't expected Joy to recognize Riolu's aura. He gently presented Riolu forward. Yes, it just hatched not long ago, and its aura is still quite weak. Miss Joy, do you understand aura? Joy shook her head, lightly touching the tips of Riolu's ears. Riolu obediently nuzzled her finger. I don't fully understand it, but I can sense its warmth. I have been interacting with the Pokémon on this island since childhood, making me particularly sensitive to their auras. With a spark of curiosity, Misty inquired, Miss Joy, why do you not remain at a fixed Pokémon Center? Instead, you paddle around in a canoe? Joy sighed, her gaze drifting towards a distant isle. There are too many isles in the Orange Archipelago, and many of them are scarcely populated, with few Pokémon, making it impossible to establish a Pokémon Center. I grew up here and befriended a Magikarp that was washed ashore by the waves, nearly lifeless. I fed it daily and nurtured it to health. Now it has grown remarkably large and occasionally assists me in transporting medicines. A gigantic Magikarp? Brock exclaimed in astonishment. I've only seen them in books. I never imagined one truly existed. Where is it now? Joy smiled and pointed towards the left front. It resides near that small island up ahead, favoring the shallow waters there. Once we rescue the little seal, I shall take you to see it. At that moment, a sudden, jarring sound of an engine erupted from the sea, as a black submarine emerged from beneath the waves. The hatch opened, and Jessie's hands were perched on her hips as she called down from above. Since we've encountered you, we, Team Rocket, shall take both the gigantic Magikarp and the little Brad-S Pokémon. James poked his head out, brandishing a colossal capture net. Go, Weezing. Obscure their vision with smoke. Weezing leapt from its Pokeball, releasing a thick cloud of purple smoke that swiftly enveloped the waters surrounding the Dragonair. Pikachu immediately leapt in front of Ash, its cheeks charged with electricity, while the white Eevee also stood ready, its fur bristling in preparation for battle. Darn it, Team Rocket again, Ash shouted, handing Riolu to Sillin. Sillin, hold on to Riolu and protect yourself. Sillin quickly accepted Riolu, whose aura glowed brightly around its neck, seemingly sensing the impending danger. Brock stepped forward, retrieving a Pokeball. Geodude, emerge. Use Rock Throw to block the smoke. Geodude landed on Dragonair's back and smashed into the water, causing massive rocks to rise from the depths, effectively obstructing the spreading smoke. Joy's expression shifted to one of concern. Oh no, the seal is still waiting for me. We cannot afford to waste any time. Just as she was about to leap back into the canoe, Jessie suddenly hurled a rope that ensnared her wrist. Trying to escape? Not so easily. James, capture them all. James pressed a button, and mechanical arms extended from the sides of the submarine, reaching toward Dragonair. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash shouted, and Pikachu leaped into the air, unleashing a golden current of electricity towards the mechanical arms. The arms were struck, sparking wildly and halting their movements. Misty produced a Pokeball. Psyduck, come out and battle. Use Confusion to immobilize their mechanical arms. Psyduck wobbled out of its Pokeball, placing its hands on its temples, successfully freezing the mechanical arms in midair with an invisible force. Well done, Psyduck, Misty exclaimed with delight, causing Psyduck to beam with a goofy smile at the praise. Seizing the opportunity, Joy broke free from the rope. Just as she was about to summon her Pokémon, the submarine shot forth a jet of water aimed at Dragonair. Watch out, Ash shouted as he pulled Joy behind him, channeling his aura to create a faint blue barrier that absorbed the impact of the water jet. Is this the aura power? Joy marveled at Ash, feeling the warm energy emanating from the barrier. Brock and Misty exchanged glances, already aware of Ash's aura abilities, and their expressions softened with reassurance at his adeptness. Sillin, cradling Riolu, whispered, Look, Riolu, Ash is protecting us. Riolu nodded, its ice-blue eyes filled with trust. Fuming inside the submarine, Jessie stamped her foot in frustration. Darn brat. Weezing, use Sludge Bomb. Weezing opened its mouth, launching a mass of black sludge towards Dragonair. Bulbasaur, go. Use Vine Whip to block it, Ash commanded, releasing Bulbasaur from its Pokeball. As Bulbasaur hit the ground, thick vines burst forth from its flower bud, catching the sludge bomb securely before flinging it back into the sea. Observing this, James produced another Pokeball. Arbok, bind them. Arbok writhed its body towards Bulbasaur. Brock quickly called out, Onyx, use Rollout. Onyx rolled off Dragonair's back, colliding with Arbok, forcing it to release Bulbasaur and dodge the attack. Joy glanced at the chaotic battlefield, anxiously stating, This one do. We can't delay any longer for the seal's sake. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ash looked towards Bulbasaur and said solemnly, Bulbasaur, prepare for Mega Evolution. But wait for my signal, don't waste your energy. Bulbasaur nodded, the bud on its back beginning to emit a soft glow. Misty noticed Bulbasaur's change and quickly interjected, Ash, one Team Mega Evolution exhaust Bulbasaur's stamina? We still don't know if Team Rocket has more tricks up their sleeves. Brock concurred, indeed, let us assess the situation first. We can resort to Mega Evolution if absolutely necessary. Ash nodded in agreement. I understand, I'll seize the right moment. Just then, a colossal splash erupted from the sea as a Magikarp, significantly larger than ordinary, leapt from the water, charging straight towards the submarine. It's my Magikarp! Joy exclaimed with delight. The Magikarp let out a resounding cry, its tail crashing against the water's surface, sending waves crashing onto the submarine. Jessie and James were drenched by the spray as Meowth clung to James' leg, shrieking, That annoying Magikarp! You soak my fur! Seizing the moment, Ash shouted, Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Pikachu, enveloped in golden electricity, darted towards the submarine, slamming into the hatch with tremendous force, creating a dent. Frustrated, Jessie yelled, Arbok, use Giga Drain. Arbok unleashed a purple energy wave towards Pikachu. Dodge it, Ash shouted, his heart racing. Just then, Magikarp unexpectedly shielded Pikachu, absorbing the Giga Drain. Magikarp, Joy gasped, watching as Magikarp was struck and crashed heavily onto the surface, scales cracking. Yet, it refused to yield, struggling to rise once more, enveloped in a radiant white light. Is that the light of evolution? Sillin excitedly noted, quickly sketching the moment. As the light faded, a vibrant, orange Gyarados emerged, its scales glimmering under the sun. More imposing than its former self, Magikarp evolved into Gyarados. Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Gyarados unleashed a thunderous roar, charging towards the submarine, its head colliding forcefully against the side. The submarine rocked violently, and Jesse and James cried out, "Retreat!" The submarine began to sink, and Jesse shouted defiantly, "Brad, we will return." With that, the submarine disappeared beneath the waves. Joy rushed to Gyarados, gently caressing its scales. "Thank you, Gyarados. You've finally evolved." Gyarados let out a soft grunt, affectionately nudging Joy's cheek. Ash stepped forward, channeling his aura power, a pale green light enveloping Gyarados. "Let me heal its wounds." That Giga Drain caused significant damage. The aura power flowed into Gyarados, gradually mending the cracks in its scales as Gyarados blissfully closed its eyes. Joy watched in awe. "Is that the aura power? You possess both aura and the power of the Ancient One. Truly remarkable." Ash smiled and remarked, "These abilities exist solely to safeguard Pokémon. They are nothing extraordinary. Let us hasten to rescue the little sea lion." The group boarded a Lapras, swiftly escorted by a Gyarados, and soon arrived at the small island. Nurse Joy, clutching a medical kit, hurried towards a cave by the sea, where a feeble little sea lion lay on the ground, its breaths faint. Immediately, Joy produced a stethoscope and meticulously examined the little creature. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. It had only inhaled some water and was running a slight fever. She retrieved a syringe from her kit, preparing to administer treatment. Ash knelt beside her, gently comforting the little sea lion with the soothing power of harmony. "Do not fear. You shall soon recover." Sensing the warmth of harmony, the little sea lion gradually relaxed and willingly accepted the treatment. After a while, its breathing stabilized, and it slowly opened its eyes. Joy breathed a sigh of relief. "Wonderful. It is going to be all right." Gyarados approached the cave entrance, letting out a low rumble, seemingly pleased for the little sea lion. Max tucked away his sketchbook and exclaimed with delight, "Today has been truly spectacular. Not only did we witness the majestic Magikarp evolve into Gyarados, but we also experienced Ash's aura and harmony powers." Brock nodded in agreement, saying, "Miss Joy, if you ever find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to reach out to us." Joy smiled, "Thank you all. It is with your assistance that I was able to rescue the little sea lion successfully." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea was painted in hues of orange and red. Ash held Riolu in his arms, perched atop Lapras, with the white Eevee and Pikachu snuggled beside him. Gyarados accompanied them closely, while Joy stood on the island, waving goodbye. "Do come back to visit. I will take good care of Gyarados and the little sea lion. Farewell, Nurse Joy." Ash and the others waved in response as Lapras gently departed from the island, heading towards their next destination. Chapter 79, Nephrogym. The biting wind whipped snowflakes fiercely against Ash's cheeks as he tightened his embrace around Riolu, whose silvery blue fur was dusted with a light layer of snow, yet remained undeterred by the cold. The icy blue pupils gazed curiously at the towering snow-capped mountains before them. On Ash's shoulder, Pikachu huddled closer. While the white Eevee brushed away the snow accumulating on his shoulder with its tail, the trio clung tightly to him, seemingly helping to ward off the frigid air. "Goodness, Nephro Island is exceedingly cold," Misty exclaimed, rubbing her reddened hands together, while Buniri peered out from her arms, its soft cheeks puffed slightly by the wind. Brock, leading the way with a backpack, occasionally turned back to remind everyone, "Wrap your scarves tightly. It's easy to succumb to hypothermia on the mountains. I have hand warmers in my bag, so let me know if you feel cold." Max held up his sketchbook, his fingers slightly stiff from the cold. Yet he could not resist sketching the snowy landscape. The topography of these mountains is extraordinary. Pokémon living in such an environment must possess unique traits. Ash gazed upwards towards the mountain peak, his breath dissipating into the wind. "The Nephrogym is at the summit. Mr. Dan mentioned that we must climb first to challenge him. It will be a splendid view for Riolu." He gently rubbed Riolu's head, the golden patterns on its fur shimmering in the snowy light. "Riolu, can you sense the presence of Pokémon in the mountains? Try using your aura." Riolu blinked, its lavender aura gently swaying, then nuzzled Ash's palm, as if to convey that it could feel something warm. At that moment, a man clad in a deep blue mountaineering suit, carrying a hiking pole, slid down the snowy slope and halted before them. The man had dark skin and sharp eyes. Smiling as he asked, "You must be the trainers here to challenge the Nephrogym? My name is Dan, the gym leader." Ash's eyes lit up, and he stood tall. "You are Mr. Dan. I am Ash from Pallet Town, and these are my friends Misty, Brock, and Max." He gestured to his companions, tightening his hold on Riolu. "I am ready. Let us begin our climb." Dan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Pikachu and Eevee perched on Ash's shoulders, finally resting on Riolu. A glimmer of surprise in his eyes. This Riolu is quite special. Its aura is remarkably pure. However, climbing the mountain is no simple feat. There are many hidden crevasses and geysers that can erupt unexpectedly. Are you certain you wish to set off now? Absolutely, Ash declared without hesitation. After all, challenging the gym required courage, and such challenges were trivial in comparison. Misty, though apprehensive of the cold, nodded in agreement. We have faced numerous trials together. This snowy mountain shall not deter us. Brock patted his backpack. I have prepared ample supplies and emergency gear, rest assured. Max stowed away his sketchbook. I can assist in observing the surroundings to identify dangers in advance. Seeing their determination, Dan's smile deepened. Very well, follow me. However, I must warn you, until we reach the summit, I will not offer any assistance. Whether you qualify for the challenge depends solely on your own abilities. The group followed Dan deeper into the snow-laden mountain, where the snow thickened and the path grew treacherous. After walking for about half an hour, a sudden rumbling echoed ahead, and a plume of steam erupted from a crack in the ground. Max halted abruptly. It's a geyser. Everyone, be careful not to get too close. Ash utilized his aura to sense the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. There is a Pokémon's presence within. It seems concerned for us. Just as he finished speaking, a little sea lion peeked out from a nearby snow cave, barking at them as if to warn of impending danger. This little sea lion is alerting us. The geyser ahead is about to erupt. Misty retreated with Buniri in her arms. Brock swiftly retrieved a rope from his backpack. Let us circumvent this area and proceed past the adjacent rocks. Everyone, hold on to the rope tightly to avoid slipping. Just as they prepared to take a detour, Dan suddenly quickened his pace, deliberately stepping on a patch of loose snow, which immediately cascaded towards Misty. Watch out. Ash reacted swiftly, utilizing his aura to erect a barrier before Misty, as the snow collided with the shield and scattered. He turned to Dan, his expression puzzled. Mr. Dan, what was that for? Dan's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Avalanches can occur at any moment in the mountains. If you cannot handle such unforeseen circumstances, how can you hope to compete with me in the gym? Ash paused for a moment. Then comprehension dawned on him. You were testing our adaptability. He clenched his fist. I understand now. We will be more vigilant. From that point onward, they proceeded with heightened caution. Riolu's aura and Ash's own aura worked in tandem, allowing them to sense several crevasses and impending geysers ahead of time. Max diligently recorded their route in his sketchbook, helping them avoid perilous paths. Brock occasionally distributed hand warmers and hot drinks, while Misty cared for Buniri and the little sea lion. The group supported one another, and at last, as the sun began to set, they reached the summit. At the peak stood a gym constructed of ice bricks, with several towering ice columns emanating a faint chill in the courtyard before it. Dan stood at the entrance, applauding them. Excellent. You have passed the test. You may now challenge the gym. He led them inside, revealing a space that resembled a frozen lake, dotted with several geysers releasing steam. The challenge at the Nephru gym consisted of 3 rounds. The first trainer to win 2 rounds would be awarded the wave badge. Dan gestured towards the geysers. For the first round, we shall utilize the hot water emitted from the geysers, using Pokémon moves to freeze the water into ice pillars. The taller and more complete the pillars, the better your chances of victory. Ash nodded, entrusting Riolu to Xiaojian. Xiaojian, could you please take care of Riolu for me? Xiaojian accepted Riolu with a smile, assuring, don't worry, I will look after it well. Riolu nuzzled Ash's palm, as if encouraging him. I will send out my Pokémon first. Xiaodan tossed a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a robust Nidoking appeared on the field. Nidoking, get ready and unleash Ice Beam. Nidoking let out a low growl, gathering a blue beam of energy, aiming at the erupting geyser. Upon contact, the hot water met the ice beam and instantly crystallized, forming a glistening ice pillar that rapidly ascended, its surface smooth and flawless. Impressive, Misty exclaimed. Nidoking's ice beam is executed with such precision. Brock nodded in agreement. Moreover, its power is remarkably stable. The structure of that ice pillar is quite solid. Ash took a deep breath, retrieving a Pokeball. Now it's our turn, Dragonair. You are the one. A flash of red light revealed Dragonair, its light blue scales shimmering softly under the arena lights. Upon seeing Ash, it immediately emitted a gentle call. Dragonair, use Ice Beam. Ash commanded. Dragonair nodded, arching its neck slightly, and released a pale blue ice beam directed at another erupting geyser. The hot water began to freeze, forming an ice pillar, albeit at a noticeably slower rate than Nidoking's, with a somewhat uneven surface. Xiaodan observed the unfolding situation and remarked, Dragonair's ice beam has decent power, but its control lacks precision, and the output is not stable enough. Ash furrowed his brows, communicating with Dragonair through the power of bonds. Dragonair, don't rush. Focus and release your energy evenly. Take your time. Feeling Ash's encouragement, A flicker of determination shone in Dragonair's eyes. It adjusted its breathing, stabilizing the intensity of the ice beam, and the growth of the ice pillar accelerated, its surface gradually smoothing out. Just then, Nidoking's ice pillar towered over Dragonair's, significantly larger and sturdier. "Time's up," Xiaodan announced. Nidoking ceased its attack, the ice pillar standing tall, while Dragonair's creation, though completed, fell short in height and integrity. "In the first round, I emerged victorious," Xiaodan recalled Nidoking, adding, "Ash, you still have 2 more chances. The difficulty will increase in the next round." Ash returned Dragonair and patted its head. "You did great, thank you." Dragonair nuzzled his hand before retreating into its pokeball. Misty approached, patting his shoulder. "Don't be disheartened. There are still 2 rounds left. We can figure it out together." Brock added, "We haven't even discussed the rules for the second round. Let us hear them." Xiaodan cleared his throat. "In the second round, we will transform the ice pillars from the first round into sled-like shapes. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon. The first team to complete a sled capable of carrying 1 person's weight will win." He paused, then declared, "The Pokémon I will send out are Machoke, Scyther, and Nidoking." The 3 Pokémon entered the arena in succession. Machoke flexed its fists, radiating strength. Scyther brandished its scythe like forelimbs, eyes sharp, while Nidoking stood ready to assist. After a moment of contemplation, Ash pulled out 3 Pokeballs. "I will send out Pikachu, Charizard, and Dragonair." Pikachu leaped from his shoulder to the ground, striking a battle pose against Machoke and the others. Charizard emerged from its Pokeball, unfurling its wings with a mighty roar, eyes filled with combat spirit, while Dragonair reappeared. Circling Charizard, prepared for action. "The match begins," Xiaodan commanded. Machoke charged forward, pummeling the ice pillar with its fists as chunks of ice broke away, swiftly outlining the sled's shape. Scyther expertly sliced through the ice, smoothing the edges of the sled, while Nidoking used Ice Beam to form a thin layer of ice on the sled's underside, reducing friction. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to help shape Dragonair's work. Charizard, control the temperature of the ice with your flames. Don't let it become too brittle. Dragonair, stabilize the sled structure with Ice Beam. Ash quickly issued his commands. Pikachu leaped onto the ice pillar, its tail glowing white, delivering a precise strike that shed excess ice. Charizard exhaled gentle flames onto the sled, just enough to soften the ice for shaping without melting it. Dragonair employed Ice Beam to solidify crucial points of the sled, enhancing its durability. Misty observed the synchronization on the field, unable to contain her admiration. Ash and his Pokemon's teamwork has improved remarkably. Xiaojian, cradling Riolu, nodded. Pikachu's Iron Tail is executed with precision. Charizard's flame temperature is perfectly calibrated, and Dragonair's Ice Beam ensures the sled's structure is stable. Brock furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiaodan's Pokemon. Machoke possesses considerable strength and shapes the sled swiftly. Scyther's cuts are precise, and Nidoking's Ice Beam contributes to a smoother sled. Their coordination is commendable. We must hasten our pace. Hearing Brock's words, Ash encouraged his Pokemon through their bond. "Everyone, let's push harder. We can do this." Charizard, slightly intensify the flames for quicker shaping. Charizard nodded, flapping its wings as the temperature of the flames increased, significantly accelerating the sled's shaping process. Just then, Machoke unleashed a powerful punch against the ice pillar, the sled's outline nearly complete. Scyther, quickly trim the edges. Nidoking, secure the base. Xiaodan shouted. Scyther sprang into action, its forelimbs slicing swiftly to smooth the sled's edges, while Nidoking solidified the bottom with Ice Beam, completing the sled in no time. "We did it," Xiaodan exclaimed. Meanwhile, Ash's Pikachu had just used Iron Tail to knock off the last excess ice, and Dragonair successfully reinforced the structure with Ice Beam. "We also finished," Ash declared. Xiaodan approached his sled, stepping lightly onto it, which held his weight without issue. "My sled is fine." Ash stepped onto his sled, which also remained stable. Xiaodan smiled. "Not bad. Your sled is quite sturdy as well. However, I completed it first, so in the second round, wait." Xiaojian interjected suddenly. "Mr. Xiaodan, although your sled's underside is smooth, there's a minute crack at the edge. If it encounters bumps while skiing, it may break." Ash's sled, reinforced by Dragonair's Ice Beam, has a more stable structure. Xiaodan paused, carefully inspecting his sled, and indeed discovered the crack. He turned to Ash, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so meticulous." "Very well, in the second round, you win." Ash let out a sigh of relief, high-fiving Pikachu, Charizard, and Dragonair. "Fantastic job, everyone." Pikachu cheered excitedly, while Charizard affectionately nudged Ash's hand with its head. Chapter 80, The White Wave Badge. After a 10-minute break, the third round commenced. Xiaodan pointed to a ski slope outside the gym. The third round is a skiing competition. We will ride on our crafted sleds, starting from the mountain summit, navigating around rocky obstacles along the way. The first to reach the base of the mountain will win. However, be cautious, as the slope conceals many hidden ice crevices, and sudden snowstorms may arise. Ash nodded, gently placing Pikachu onto the sled before taking a seat himself. Pikachu, if we encounter any danger, use Thunderbolt to alert me. Pikachu nodded, positioning himself at the front of the sled, vigilantly surveying the path ahead. Dawn, having left Nidoqueen at the gym, hopped onto the sled, ready for departure. Positions. Ready, go? Shouted Brock. Simultaneously, Ash and Dawn propelled the sled forward, gliding down the snowy slope. Initially, Dawn's sled, with its smooth base, sped ahead, leaving Ash far behind. Mr. Dawn is so fast, Misty exclaimed from the mountaintop, her Togepi nervously waving its tiny hands. Brock furrowed his brow, noting, while Ash's sled is stable, it is indeed a tad slower. We must find a way to increase our speed. Realizing the issue, Ash communicated with the Dratini beside the sled. Dratini, could you use a whirlwind to help us accelerate? Just ensure it doesn't affect the sled's balance. Dratini circled the sled, nodding before flapping its wings, conjuring a small tornado that enveloped the sled, significantly increasing its speed and gradually closing the gap with Dawn. Dawn glanced back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, followed by a smile. Interesting, but it won't be that easy. He skillfully maneuvered around a massive rock, continuing to gain speed. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind swept through, whipping up a flurry of snowflakes that drastically reduced visibility. A sudden snowstorm, Brock shouted, while Riolu voiced its concern towards the snowy path. Ash used his aura to sense ahead and detected a crevice in the ice not far off. Pikachu, be careful. There's a crevice ahead. We need to veer left. Pikachu promptly indicated to the left with its tail, and Ash swiftly adjusted the sled's direction, narrowly gliding past the edge of the crevice. However, Dawn, hindered by the blizzard's intensity and reduced visibility, failed to notice the crevice, causing the front wheels of his sled to get stuck. Though he quickly freed them, his speed diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Ash accelerated and overtook Dawn. At that moment, Team Rocket unexpectedly leapt from a nearby snowbank. How could we miss out on all this excitement? Jessie declared, hands on her hips. Go, Weezing. Use smokescreen. James commanded, releasing Weezing, which unleashed a cloud of purple smoke, obscuring Ash and Dawn's vision. Darn it, Team Rocket. Ash gritted his teeth, instructing Dratini to disperse the smoke with a whirlwind. Once the smoke cleared, Team Rocket had vanished, but several traps they had set now littered the slope, with large wooden planks blocking the way. Dawn's sled, traveling too swiftly, could not avoid the planks and collided with them, causing a crack to widen at the base, nearly dismantling it. Mr. Dawn. Ash quickly halted his sled and rushed over to assist. Dawn inspected the sled, lamenting, my sled is unusable now. This race. Wait. Ash retrieved tools from his backpack and asked Dratini to assist with Ice Beam. Let us fix it. Dratini, freeze the cracks. Brock, could I borrow your hammer? Brock promptly approached, handing over the hammer. No problem, just be careful not to smash the sled. With everyone's help, Dawn's sled was soon repaired. Dawn looked at Ash, gratitude evident in his eyes. Thank you, Ash. You could have easily won the race, yet you chose to help me. Ash replied with a smile. Gym battles should be a fair competition. I wish to compete with you on equal terms. Dawn nodded, returning to his sled. All right. Let us restart from the second checkpoint ahead. Ash climbed back onto his sled, and together they set off once more. This time, Ash discovered a shortcut, a narrow path hidden within the woods, free of obstacles, allowing for greater speed. Dratini led the way, using its whirlwind to clear the snow, while Pikachu knocked aside any obstructing branches with Iron Tail. Although Dawn was fast, he gradually fell behind due to having to navigate around rocky barriers. We're almost at the finish. Misty cheered. Ash spotted the finish line and quickened his pace, the sled darting forward like an arrow. Ultimately, Ash crossed the finish line first, claiming victory in the third round. Dawn approached, patting Ash on the shoulder. You've won, Ash. Your synergy with your Pokémon is exceptional, and you possess a kind and fair heart. This is what truly makes a trainer. He pulled a silver-white badge from his pocket, handing it to Ash. This is the Wave Badge. It now belongs to you. Ash accepted the badge, jubilantly raising it and displaying it to his companions and Pokémon. Fantastic. I've obtained the Wave Badge. Pikachu immediately jumped up, nuzzling Ash's palm, while the white EV peeked from Ash's shoulder, its tail wagging joyfully. Riolu, cradled in Brock's arms, enthusiastically kicked its little legs, the soft purple glow around its neck shimmering brightly, as if cheering for Ash. Misty rushed over, wrapping her arms around Ash's. I knew you could do it. I was so worried when you were fixing the sled, but thankfully Dratini's ice beam helped. Brock nodded with a smile. Ash, your decision to assist Mr. Dawn in fixing the sled shows a grace far more commendable than merely winning the race. Brock tucked away his sketchbook, earnestly remarking, earlier, Dratini's control of the whirlwind was exceptionally precise. It not only increased speed, but also maintained balance. And Pikachu's timely warning of the crevice. Your coordination is truly impeccable. Dawn observed the lively scene, his heart swelling with pride. From your adaptability during the climb, to the meticulous construction of the sled, and then the fairness during the race. You have fully met the standards of the Wave Badge. He paused, scanning Ash's Pokémon. Moreover, your Pokémon's unwavering trust in you is the most precious asset a trainer can possess. Ash scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. Honestly, it's all thanks to everyone. Without Pikachu and the others' help, I wouldn't have won. He carefully placed the Wave Badge into his badge case, which now housed the Summer Gym badge neatly alongside it. Now I have 2 badges from the Orange League. I must keep pushing forward. At that moment, a familiar wail echoed from a distance. Ah, my hair. Darn it. How did we fail again? Ash and the others exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. It was unmistakably Team Rocket causing yet another ruckus. Weren't they just running away? Brock queried curiously. How could they be calling out again? Brock shook his head. Team Rocket's plans have never succeeded. They probably set the traps poorly and ended up falling into them. Misty rolled her eyes, cradling Togepi. Honestly, they always come to cause trouble with no originality whatsoever. Ash pondered for a moment, but decided to investigate. Regardless, if they're trapped in the snow, they could be in danger. Riolu, can you sense their location? Riolu blinked. The glow around its neck softly swaying before pointing towards the left side of the woods. Following Riolu's lead, the group ventured into the forest and soon discovered Team Rocket ensnared in a snow pit. Jesse's hair matted together with snow, James's scarf caught on a branch. While Meowth shivered, clutching its paws. Hey, are you guys alright? Ash called from the edge of the snow pit. Jessie looked up, and, upon seeing Ash, her eyes widened in surprise. You little brat. If it weren't for you, we would have succeeded long ago. Kozu also chimed in, indeed. It's all your fault for disrupting our plans. Meowth, with a pitiful expression, lamented, it's so cold. Can you pull us up first? With a resigned sigh, Brock retrieved a rope from his backpack, stating, let us pull them up. The temperature in this snow pit is far too low. And remaining here any longer could lead to frostbite. Ash and Shinji assisted in hoisting Team Rocket up. As Musashi climbed back up, she was ready to vent her frustration, but was silenced by Misty's fierce glare. If you dare to cause any more trouble, we won't help you next time. Shoten frowned at Team Rocket, advising. The snowy mountains are perilous. You should vacate this area swiftly. A snow avalanche could spell disaster. The trio of Team Rocket exchanged glances, despite their reluctance. They understood that this was not the moment for bravado. Musashi huffed, we'll let you off this time. We're leaving. With that, the 3 of them stumbled clumsily down the mountain, only to fall flat on their backs shortly after, eliciting a mix of laughter and exasperation from Ash and the others. Once the brief incident with Team Rocket was resolved, twilight descended upon the landscape. Shoten extended an invitation for everyone to stay overnight at the dojo. The night at the mountain summit can be quite frigid. The dojo has heating and guest rooms, and descending in the morning would be more prudent. Ash and his companions readily agreed, following Shoten into the dojo. Inside, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. Shoten served hot cocoa and prepared food for their Pokémon. Hakuryu nestled by the cozy fireplace, its pale blue scales shimmering softly in the flickering glow, while Lizardin leaned against the window, gazing out at the snow-covered scenery, occasionally emitting a satisfied low growl. Pikachu and the white Eevee snuggled close to Ash, while Riolu curiously wandered around the room, sniffing here and there with its little nose. Shinji took out his sketchbook, seizing the moment to rapidly sketch. Hakuryu's pose was truly elegant. Lizardin's gaze, though fierce, revealed a gentle nature, and Riolu's every movement was irresistibly adorable. Misty leaned over to take a look, exclaiming, Shinji, your drawings are fantastic. You've captured their characteristics perfectly. Brock, meanwhile, engaged Shoten in a discussion about culinary delights. The ingredients from the snowy mountains are exceptionally fresh. I can prepare a special breakfast featuring local vegetables and onsen eggs tomorrow morning. It will surely be delectable. Shoten's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful. I've long wished to sample your culinary skills, Mr. Brock. Sipping his hot cocoa, Ash observed his friends and Pokémon, feeling a warm glow within. He used his bond with nature to sense the Pokémon's emotions. Pikachu was delighted, Eevee felt secure, Hakuryu was content, Lizardin relaxed, and Riolu brimmed with curiosity. Gazing out at the snowy mountains through the window with his aura vision, he sensed the presence of Pokémon resting peacefully, devoid of any danger. Tomorrow we shall depart from Napuru Island. What is our next destination? Misty inquired. Ash unfolded a map, pointing to the next island. Our next stop is Yuzu Island. Home to the Yuzu Gym. I've heard that the gym leader is quite formidable. We must prepare ourselves. Shinji nodded in agreement. The ecosystem of Yuzu Island is entirely different from that of Napuru Island. I can observe the Pokémon there closely. Brock added with a grin. Wherever we go, I'll ensure everyone enjoys delicious meals. The following morning, true to his word, Brock prepared a sumptuous breakfast featuring onsen eggs paired with a fresh vegetable salad, along with steaming porridge, and everyone relished the meal. After breakfast, Ash and his friends bid farewell to Shoten. Waving goodbye, Shoten called out, Ash, I wish you great success in the Orange League. You are always welcome to return to Napuru Island. Thank you, Mr. Shoten. We will. Ash and his companions responded before boarding Lapras, setting sail towards Yuzu Island. The sun cast its golden rays upon the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. On Lapras's back, Ash cradled Riolu while Pikachu and Eevee sat beside him. Misty, Brock, and Shinji discussed their upcoming plans, while the Pokémon relaxed nearby, heralding the onset of a new adventure. Chapter 81, Capturing Snorlax. The sea breeze carried the sweet fragrance of fruit across the deck as Ash leaned against Lapras's dorsal fin, his fingertips gently brushing against Rio's silver-blue fur. The little creature danced around his feet, its translucent fin-like ears fluttering with each bound, the pale purple glow around its neck sparkling in the sunlight. It seems there's an island ahead. Misty suddenly pointed into the distance, and her tiny Togepi in her arms bobbed its head in agreement, emitting soft sounds of delight. Brock followed her gaze and observed a lush island emerging from the sea, with clusters of bright yellow fruit hanging from the trees. That must be Yuzu Island. I've seen it on nautical charts. I've heard the pomelos here are large and sweet. No sooner had he spoken than Lapras gently glided to shore. As soon as they set foot on the sandy beach, they were met with the sound of hurried footsteps. Several villagers, wielding hoes and bamboo baskets, rushed anxiously into the woods. Excuse me, what is happening? Ash quickly approached, with Pikachu and Eevee peering curiously from his shoulders. The leading elder sighed, pointing towards the pomelo orchard behind him. Last night, we were robbed again. Our once pristine pomelo orchard has been ravaged overnight. If this continues, our harvest will be lost. Misty furrowed her brow, sensing the tension in the air as Togepi nestled closer to her. Robbing pomelos? Was it a wild Pokémon? The elder nodded. We've searched for days, yet we haven't seen a trace. Only massive footprints left in the orchard. We'll help you find it. Ash immediately volunteered, with Riolu echoing his determination with a determined bark, its icy blue eyes filled with seriousness. Shinji pulled out his sketchbook, quickly noting clues while saying, I can help examine the footprints. Perhaps we can deduce what Pokémon it is. Brock added, I just happen to have emergency tools. If we encounter any danger, I can lend a hand. The group followed the elder to the pomelo orchard, and the sight that greeted them left everyone speechless. The ground was littered with pomelo peels, and numerous branches had been broken, with large circular footprints, bigger than a basin, clearly visible in the soft earth, their edges still moist with mud. Shinji crouched down, measuring the footprints with his fingers before comparing them with his Pokédex. The size and shape of these footprints resemble Snorlax, but isn't Snorlax known for its slothful nature? Why would it venture out to steal food at night? Could it be starving? Ash pondered aloud, when suddenly, a crunching sound from the nearby woods caught their attention. The sound is coming from over there. He promptly led the charge into the woods, with Pikachu and Eevee clinging tightly to his shoulders, while Riolu followed closely behind, its neck aura glowing a little brighter. It sensed a large Pokémon ahead, exuding a lazy and contented presence. Navigating through the dense underbrush, they stumbled upon a blue Pokémon, even larger than the average Snorlax, sprawled beneath a pomelo tree. Its rotund body pressed down the branches slightly, one paw clutching half a pomelo while the other paw stuffed fruit into its mouth, its jaws glistening with juice. Upon hearing the commotion, it lazily lifted its eyelids, then returned to devouring its food, seemingly oblivious to the intruders. It really is a Snorlax. Misty gasped, but it certainly has quite the appetite. The pomelo peels are piled high. Brock stepped closer, observing Snorlax intently, and it doesn't seem overweight at all. In fact, it appears quite agile. Just look at how deftly it grabs the pomelo. As Ash was about to step forward, Snorlax abruptly ceased its chewing, rising to its feet with a sudden vigor. Before anyone could react, it had already scampered towards the seaside, its rotund form surprisingly agile, resembling a lively beach ball as it bounded across the sand. to everyone's astonishment. It leapt into the water, limbs splayed out, executing a flawless butterfly stroke, leaving behind a graceful arc of white foam as it swam toward a distant island. Wow, Snorlax can swim butterfly stroke? Misty exclaimed, her eyes wide, while Togepi in her arms reached out with its tiny hands as if trying to grasp the departing Snorlax. Brock quickly produced his sketchbook, his pencil dancing across the page. This is incredible. I've never seen a Snorlax swim, let alone with such proficiency in butterfly stroke. If I include this in my observation notes, it will surely create a stir. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, adding, it seems this Snorlax is quite extraordinary. It must have devoured an entire island's worth of pomelo before swimming to the next one. If we don't intervene, the crops on the surrounding islands will be at risk. Ash nodded, clenching his fist. I will capture it, not only to protect the villagers' harvest, but also to gain a new companion. However, the endeavor to capture Snorlax proved far more arduous than anticipated. That afternoon, when Ash and his friends discovered it again in another pomelo grove, Snorlax was happily munching on the biggest pomelo it could find. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded. And Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, its cheek sacs sparking with golden electricity as a powerful current shot towards Snorlax. To their surprise, Snorlax lazily lifted a paw. The electricity merely caused it to twitch its ears, and it continued munching without interruption. Such formidable defense. Misty gasped. Brock furrowed his brow. Standard attacks may not work on it. We need to find a way to make it take us seriously. After a moment of contemplation, Ash retrieved the Pokeball containing Venusaur. Venusaur, come forth. Use Vine Whip to ensnare it. A flash of red light revealed Venusaur's massive form, its sturdy vines extending towards Snorlax. At last, Snorlax paused its feast, pivoting sharply to collide with the vines. With a resounding thud, Venusaur's vines were momentarily stunned, while Snorlax remained unscathed, yawning widely before lying down, eyes closed, ready to nap again. Not again. Ash scratched his head in exasperation as Riolu scampered to his side, nuzzling his hand, its ice-blue eyes filled with urgency. Suddenly, a realization struck Brock. I remember from the Pokédex that Snorlax falls asleep immediately when it feels tired. To keep it awake, we need something stimulating. At that moment, a familiar laughter echoed from the distance. Ha ha. Such a large Snorlax will surely earn us great favor with Boss Giovanni. Ash turned to see Team Rocket's trio. Jessie, hands on her hips, proclaimed triumphantly. This time we are fully prepared. It won't escape us. James brandished a massive capture net. This is a specially reinforced net. Even Snorlax cannot break free. Meowth pressed a button on the remote, and the net soared towards Snorlax, ensnaring it tightly. Awakened by the commotion, Snorlax began to thrash in anger. But the net constricted even more, rendering it unable to escape. Team Rocket, you're causing trouble again. Ash shouted, Charizard, come out. Burn the net with Flamethrower. Charizard emerged from its Pokeball, wings flapping as it unleashed a torrent of flames towards the capture net. However, to their dismay, the net proved fire-resistant, leaving no trace of the flames behind. Jessie laughed. It's useless. This net is fireproof. Just wait and see the show unfold. James then produced a gas canister, releasing sleep-inducing gas into the net. Just as Snorlax appeared on the verge of slumber, Ash recalled the villagers' words. Right. They mentioned that the spicy pomelo on the island is particularly stimulating. Misty, can you ask Starmie to gather some? Misty nodded eagerly. Of course. Starmie, come out. Go fetch some spicy pomelo. Starmie leapt from its Pokeball and swiftly headed towards the grove. Soon, Starmie returned with a collection of spicy pomelo. Ash seized the pomelo and hurled it towards Snorlax. The fruit struck Snorlax, which instinctively opened its mouth to bite down. The spicy flavor exploded in its mouth, causing it to open its eyes wide in fury, and, with a mighty roar, it broke free from the capture net. What? Team Rocket gasped in disbelief. Snorlax charged towards them, its colossal body rolling over, sending Jessie, James, and Meowth flying. That is such an annoying sensation. Their cries faded into the distance. With Team Rocket dealt with, Ash faced Snorlax once more. Now agitated by the spicy pomelo, Snorlax was swinging its claws menacingly at the group. Now is our chance. Pikachu, unleash a full-powered thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Pikachu inhaled deeply, its cheek sacs glowing brightly as an even stronger electric current shot towards Snorlax. Caught off guard, Snorlax was struck by the electricity, its body trembling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ash produced a Pokeball. Snorlax, I will capture you. The Pokeball soared through the air, enveloping Snorlax within. Snorlax. Category, sleeping Pokémon. Type, normal. Gender, male. Ability, thick fat, This ability halves the damage taken from fire type and ice type moves due to the protective layer of fat. Potential, blue. Strength, early gym stage. Moves, yawn rest. Sleep talk, body slam, thunder punch, hyper beam. Held item, none. The Pokeball shook 3 times in the air before coming to a stop with a satisfying ping. I captured Snorlax. Ash exclaimed excitedly, as Pikachu jumped into his arms. Eevee affectionately nuzzled his cheek, and Riolu joyfully circled the Pokeball. The villagers, hearing the commotion, rushed over and cheered upon seeing Snorlax captured. An elder grasped Ash's hand, expressing gratitude. Thank you so much. Without you, our Pomelo Grove would have been ruined. That evening, Ash and his companions arrived at the Pokemon Center on the island. Holding Snorlax's Pokeball, Ash sighed. With how much it eats, I certainly can't afford to keep it. I should leave it with Professor Oak. Brock agreed. Professor Oak's lab has ample space and plenty of food. It's indeed the best option. Misty, cradling Togepi, smiled. It's also a good chance to check on the legendary birds. I miss them. Curious, Tracy asked, do you know Professor Oak, the renowned Pokemon researcher? Ash nodded. Yes, Professor Oak has always looked after me. Many of my Pokemon are cared for there. Tracy's eyes lit up as he quickly pulled out his sketchbook. Could I show my observation notes to Professor Oak? I've always admired him. Soon, the call connected, and Professor Oak's warm smile appeared on the screen. Ash, how are you all doing on the Orange Islands? He inquired cheerfully. Ash lifted Snorlax's Pokeball. Professor, I captured a rather special Snorlax. It not only swims, but does so with butterfly stroke. However, it eats far too much. So I'd like to leave it with you. Could you please take care of it? Professor Oak expressed his astonishment. A Snorlax that swims butterfly stroke? How rare indeed. Certainly, please send it over. I will thoroughly study its behaviors. Ash inquired further. By the way, Professor, how are the legendary birds, Aerodactyl, Beedrill, and Gyarados that I entrusted to you? They are all thriving, Professor Oak responded with a smile. Zapdos and Moltres occasionally engage in battles together, while Articuno prefers to stay in the cold storage. Aerodactyl often soars above the laboratory, and Beedrill and Gyarados take great care of the other Pokemon. So you need not worry. At that moment, Brock leaned closer to the screen, his voice tinged with nervousness. Professor Oak, I am Brock, a Pokemon observer. Here are my observation notes, detailing various Pokemon I encountered in the Orange Archipelago. Could you kindly review them? Professor Oak watched as Brock flipped through his sketchbook, observing intently and nodding in approval from time to time. Well done. Your observations are quite meticulous, particularly your records on the pink Rhydon and the swimming Snorlax. They hold substantial research value. Receiving Professor Oak's commendation, Brock's face flushed with excitement. Thank you for your praise. I will continue to strive for excellence. After ending the call, Ash entrusted Nurse Joy with Snorlax's Pokeball, requesting her to send it to Oak's lab. As night fell, Ash and his companions sat in the Pokemon Center's courtyard, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars. Riolu nestled beside Ash, its neck's glow harmonizing with the starlight. Misty cradled Togepi, smiling as she remarked, "Today has been fulfilling. Not only did we assist the villagers, but we also captured a unique Snorlax." Brock nodded in agreement. Next, we must challenge more gyms to secure a commendable standing in the Orange League. Ash clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Yes, I will strive to become the champion of the Orange League, honoring everyone's and the Pokemon's efforts. Pikachu and Eevee seemed to sense his resolve, nuzzling against his cheeks, while Dragonite gently chirped from the side, as if cheering him on. Thus, carrying newfound accomplishments in anticipation, Ash and his companions spent a cozy night on Pomelo Island, ready to embark on new adventures towards the next gym the following morning. Chapter 82, Ghost Pokemon and the Ghost Ship. The salty breeze swept past the ship's railing as Dragonite smoothly glided towards Stock Island. We must be nearing Stock Island, Misty exclaimed, holding Togepi close and pointing ahead with eager anticipation. I wonder if they sell fresh seafood there. I've been craving grilled squid. Brock, squatting at the ship's stern to organize the ingredients in his backpack, looked up and smiled. Rest assured, an island by the sea will surely have an abundance of fresh seafood. Once we settle in, I'll whip up a seafood risotto that will surely satisfy you. His gaze drifted to Riolu by Ash's feet, and he added, if Riolu desires some jerky, I have prepared some low-salt beef jerky, perfect for its taste. Riolu seemed to understand Brock's words, gently shaking its ear flaps adorned with translucent fins, its light purple halo flickering as it nodded in agreement, softly uttering, Rolu. Brock was busy sketching the scenic seascape when he paused to listen to their conversation and chuckled. I am more interested in the museum on Stock Island. I discovered during my research that they exhibit the championship trophy from the Orange League 3 centuries ago, a relic of immense historical significance. Perhaps it could shed light on the battle styles of Pokémon from that era. The championship trophy? Ash perked up, stirring Pikachu awake on his shoulder, who sleepily rubbed its cheek against Ash's face. Eevee lifted its head, its ruby-like eyes fixed on Ash. We must see it. A trophy that has endured for 300 years must belong to a formidable champion. Perhaps we could glean some battle techniques. As he spoke, a faint green glow emanated from his fingertips, a gentle shimmer of the power of the aura. Moreover, we might even sense the lingering essence of Pokémon within the trophy, for it undoubtedly bears connections to many powerful Pokémon, being an artifact of a champion. Misty raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. You always think about battles and Pokémon wherever you go. Can't you occasionally consider food or scenery? Yet, despite her words, Togepi in her arms waved its tiny hand toward Ash, seemingly echoing his sentiments. Brock finished organizing his backpack and stood, brushing off the dust. Observing the trophy wouldn't be amiss. It may inspire Ash. After all, you are already the champion of the Indigo Conference. Securing the Orange League title next would be truly remarkable. He paused, his gaze landing on the Pokeballs at Ash's waist. However, you must manage your Pokémon judiciously. While Mega Evolution is powerful, it shouldn't be used indiscriminately. It should be reserved for critical moments. Ash nodded. I understand. Mega Evolution is my trump card, and I won't deploy it unless absolutely necessary. Besides, my Pokémon share a profound synergy. Even without Mega Evolution, they can deliver exhilarating battles. He gently patted Riolu's head. Right, Riolu? Riolu nuzzled his palm, its pale golden stripes shimmering softly as the surrounding air seemed to resonate with intertwining waves of aura. A manifestation of the bond between Ash's aura and its own. Ash could distinctly feel Riolu's excitement and eagerness for the forthcoming journey. A remarkable connection fostered by the power of aura. Before long, Dragonite carried everyone to Stock Island's harbor. As soon as they set foot on the dock, they noticed numerous villagers gathered around the announcement board, animatedly discussing something. Upon closer inspection, they discovered the topic was the championship trophy displayed at the museum. I heard the trophy is made of pure gold, adorned with engravings of the champion's Pokémon. One exclaimed, I saw it yesterday. It truly is exquisite, though we can only view it through glass. Do you think someone will attempt to steal the trophy? After all, it's incredibly valuable. Misty scoffed. Of course, there will be. Perhaps some individuals who are perpetually scheming to pilfer Pokémon and treasures. She instinctively cast a glance toward the nearby bushes, as if anticipating Team Rocket's trio to leap out at any moment. Brock chuckled wryly. Let us not be too pessimistic. Perhaps we won't encounter them this time. Let's head to the museum first. The sooner we see it, the sooner we can find a place to stay. Just as they approached the museum's entrance, a commotion erupted from within. Oh no, the trophy has been stolen. A panicked security guard rushed out, shouting to the crowd. Two individuals in white clothing, accompanied by a feline Pokémon, made off with the championship trophy. White clothing, feline Pokémon. Ash instantly pieced it together, and Pikachu's ears perked up, alertly focusing on the entrance. It's Team Rocket. They must be after the trophy. Darn it, they've beaten us to it. Misty, cradling Togepi, stomped her foot in frustration. We must pursue them. We can't let them take the trophy. Brock immediately proposed. I recall a small path near the dock. They might escape that way. Let's flank them from the side. We might be able to intercept them. Brock packed away his sketchbook and nodded. I'll join you. If we encounter any Pokémon obstacles along the way, my Swablu and Marill can assist. Ash decisively stated, all right. Riolu, stay close to me and use your aura to sense Team Rocket's location. The moment Riolu stood up, its ice blue slit pupils scanned the surroundings, and the pale purple halo around its neck became even more pronounced. It gently called out towards the east, and Ash instantly understood, prompting them to run in that direction. Let us hurry and chase them. The group sprinted down the street, and before long, they spotted the unmistakable figures of Team Rocket ahead. Jessie clutched a gleaming golden trophy, while James followed closely behind, and Meowth led the way. The trio, panting heavily, still managed to turn back and shout boastfully, ha ha ha, those kids will never catch up to us. Jessie proudly shook the trophy, exclaiming, once we present this trophy to Boss Giovanni, we're sure to get promotions and raises. Absolutely. We'll become the most valued members of Team Rocket. James chimed in, glancing back, though it appeared they were drawing closer. Should we use a Pokémon to slow them down? Meowth flicked its tail dismissively. No need, no need. We're almost at the seaside where our submarine awaits. Once we board, they won't be able to follow us. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Ash quickened his pace, addressing Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pikachu, prepare to use Thunderbolt. Block their path. Pikachu immediately leaped down, standing by the roadside. Its tail raised high as yellow electricity crackled around it. Pikachu, Upon releasing a sharp call, a golden bolt of electricity surged towards Team Rocket. Hearing the crackling, Jessie turned around in alarm and hastily shoved the trophy into James's hands, then produced a pokeball from her waist. Darn you, Ash. Arbok, come out and block it. Arbok, the purple serpent Pokémon, leapt from the pokeball, positioning itself in front of Team Rocket, shielding them from Pikachu's thunderbolt. The electric current struck Arbok, which merely swayed slightly, evidently unharmed. Arbok's defense is indeed formidable, Ash noted, furrowing his brow. He turned to Brock. Brock, can your Zubat use Supersonic to disrupt Arbok? Brock immediately retrieved his Pokeball. Leave it to me. Zubat, go. Use Supersonic. Zubat flew out from the Pokeball, emitting a piercing supersonic wave directed at Arbok. Struck by the sound wave, Arbok began to wobble violently, clearly confused. Misty seized the opportunity to pull out her Pokeball. My Starmie will help too. Starmie, use Rapid Spin. Starmie emerged from its Pokeball, its blue body spinning in the air, unleashing countless golden star-shaped energy blasts towards Team Rocket. Seeing this, James quickly retrieved his Pokeball. Weezing, come out. Use Smokescreen to cover our retreat. Weezing expelled a cloud of black smoke, instantly enveloping the area and obscuring visibility. When the smoke finally cleared, Team Rocket and their Pokémon had vanished, leaving only a few footprints leading towards the seaside. Darn it, they got away. Misty fumed, stomping her foot, while her Togepi waved its tiny arms toward the direction Team Rocket had fled, seemingly expressing its discontent. Let me check the footprints. Tracy squatted down to examine the ground. They must be heading for the submarine at the seaside. Let us hurry, we might still catch up. Just as they were about to continue their pursuit, the sky darkened abruptly, transforming the previously clear weather into an ominous gloom. A thick fog rolled in without warning, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Why did the fog come in so suddenly? Misty clutched her Togepi tighter, uneasily remarking, this fog is too strange. It was fine just a moment ago. Brock frowned, surveying their surroundings. Everyone, be cautious and stick together. This fog appeared too abruptly, and there may be danger. Ash gently patted Riolu's head, speaking earnestly. Riolu, use your aura to sense the surroundings. Check for any dangers and the location of Team Rocket. Riolu closed its eyes, the pale purple halo around its neck glowing brighter as it extended its intertwined aura power outward. After a moment, it opened its ice blue slit pupils and called out towards the sea, its tone laced with curiosity. What is it, Riolu? Ash quickly inquired, sensing a peculiar feeling emanating from Riolu's aura, as if something was beckoning it with a mysterious essence. Riolu, it moved towards the sea, prompting Ash and the others to follow closely behind. As they approached the shore, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a dilapidated vessel before them, a ghost ship that appeared long abandoned. Its hull riddled with rust and broken planks. The sails on the mast were tattered, creaking eerily in the wind, creating an unsettling atmosphere. What is that? Misty instinctively huddled closer to Brock, while her Togepi shrank back. That ship looks frightening. How did it suddenly appear here? Tracy, holding his sketchpad, scrutinized the ship. It resembles the legendary ghost ship. It is said that some maritime regions are plagued by such mysterious abandoned vessels, often accompanied by strange phenomena. At that moment, a familiar voice emanated from the ghost ship. Hey, you guys, come help us. This ship is terrifying. It was Jessie's voice. Ash immediately realized that they too had been drawn to this ship by the fog. Brock frowned, though they are Team Rocket. We can't just leave them trapped in a place like this. Let us board the ship and assess the situation, but everyone must be cautious. This ship seems off. Ash nodded, stepping onto the ghost ship first, with Riolu closely following. Pikachu and the white EV on his shoulder became alert as well. Upon boarding, they discovered the deck was covered in dust and cobwebs, with the floorboards creaking ominously beneath their feet, as if they might collapse at any moment. Jessie, James, Meowth, where are you? Misty called towards the ship's cabin, her voice echoing eerily across the desolate vessel. We're here. James's voice came from inside the cabin, laced with trepidation. There is something strange here. It's terrifying. The group hurried towards the cabin, and as soon as they pushed open the dilapidated door, they found Team Rocket huddled in a corner, pale-faced, with two ghost Pokémon, Ghastly and Haunter, floating ominously before them. Ghastly, Haunter. They emitted eerie laughter, circling around Team Rocket, causing them to cower back in fear. Ghost Pokémon, Tracy exclaimed, astonished. I can't believe we're actually encountering Ghastly and Haunter. They rarely appear before humans, especially on such a deserted ship. Ash stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his friends, while Pikachu assumed a battle stance, electricity flickering around its body. Ash sensed the presence of Ghastly and Haunter. Although they appeared eerie, they radiated no malice, only a hint of sadness and a protective aura, which he discerned through his aura powers. Why are you scaring them? Ash questioned the ghostly duo. And is this ship your home? Upon hearing Ash's words, Ghastly and Haunter ceased their antics, floating closer to Ash. Haunter extended its translucent hand, pointing towards the championship trophy that Jesse had dropped, then gestured towards a portrait hanging deep within the cabin. Following Haunter's indication, Ash noticed a worn portrait hanging in the depths of the cabin. The image depicts a man clad in a captain's uniform, flanked by two Pokémon, namely Ghastly and Haunter. Beneath the picture lies a diary, which appears to have weathered many years. Could this trophy belong to the captain? Misty pondered aloud, as her Togepi extended its tiny hand, pointing towards the captain in the portrait. Brock stepped forward, carefully retrieving the diary, brushing off the dust that had accumulated upon it. As he opened it, he began to read softly. 300 years ago, I sailed with Ghastly and Haunter, navigating this vessel to transport supplies between the Orange Islands, aiding the inhabitants of each island. However, during one fateful voyage, we encountered a tempest. The ship met its tragic demise, and I too perished. Yet, my greatest sorrow lies in never witnessing the Orange League's competition. This champion's trophy was once my aspiration, a dream that regrettably remained unfulfilled. Upon hearing this, Ghastly and Haunter trembled slightly, emitting mournful cries. Ash could distinctly sense their sorrow and longing for the captain. For 3 centuries, they had vigilantly guarded this ship, preserving the captain's dream, with the trophy representing the unachieved ambition of their master. Understanding dawned upon Ash as he picked up the champion's trophy, gently wiping away the dust that cloaked it. He turned to Ghastly and Haunter, saying, "This trophy rightfully belongs to your master. We must not take it away, nor allow Team Rocket to steal it." In response, Jesse retorted defiantly, "Why should we? We struggled to obtain this trophy. Why return it to them?" Silence. Misty shot a glare at Jesse. "This trophy is the captain's legacy, a cherished possession that Ghastly and Haunter have safeguarded for 300 years. How can you be so selfish?" Brock added, "Moreover, your act of thievery was inherently wrong. Returning the trophy now is the only just course of action." The trio from Team Rocket attempted to argue further, but were met with a fierce glare from Ghastly and Haunter, prompting them to hastily silence themselves. Meowth gulped nervously and murmured, "All right, fine. We won't take the trophy anymore." Ash extended the champion's trophy to Ghastly and Haunter, kindly stating, "This is your master's belonging. We return it to you now, hoping you continue to protect it and fulfill the captain's wish." Upon receiving the trophy, Ghastly and Haunter exhibited expressions of joy, swirling around the trophy while emitting cheerful cries. Subsequently, they bowed to Ash and his companions, seemingly expressing their gratitude. At that moment, the ghost ship began to sway, a soft glow enveloping its body. Ghastly and Haunter ascended to the ship's deck, clutching the trophy, as Ash and the others quickly followed suit. Discovering that the ghost ship was gradually rising into the sky, the surrounding mist dissipating, and sunlight streaming back onto the vessel. "Are they taking the ship away?" Tracy exclaimed, holding up his sketch pad, eager to capture this scene, his voice tinged with reluctance. Ash nodded, waving goodbye to Ghastly and Haunter. "Farewell, Ghastly and Haunter. Thank you for sharing the captain's story with us. We shall remember this place." In return, Ghastly and Haunter waved back, along with the champion's trophy and the ghost ship, slowly vanishing into the sky. The trio from Team Rocket looked at the disappearing ghost ship, sighing in relief. Just as they contemplated slipping away unnoticed, Ash called out to them, "Team Rocket, do you think you can escape just like that?" Ash raised an eyebrow at them, as Pikachu on his shoulder unleashed a thunderbolt that struck the ground beside them, sending sparks flying. "Ah, we understand our mistake," Jesse and James pleaded hastily, with Meowth nodding fervently. Yes, we'll leave now and never disturb you again." With that, the 3 turned to flee, quickly disappearing in the direction of the dock. Misty observed their retreating figures, shaking her head in exasperation. "Honestly, it's always like this. They'll certainly be back to cause trouble again." Brock chuckled. "At least this time we returned the trophy to Ghastly and Haunter, so it's a resolution of sorts." As the daylight waned, the group decided to find accommodation for the night, planning to continue their journey the next day. They nodded in agreement and headed towards the island's inn. Riolu trotted alongside Ash as the sun dipped lower, casting a golden glow upon the ocean's surface. The silhouettes of Ash and his companions gradually faded at the street's end, their journey still unfolding. Chapter 83, Scyther, the Dignity of a Warrior. The sea breeze, laden with moisture, swept across the coastline of Makoto Island, the dense jungle resonating with the sounds of insects and rustling leaves. Ash and his companions tread upon the soft earth toward the island's center. There are so many bug-type Pokemon here. Misty suddenly recoiled behind Brock, gripping his sleeve tightly. Look at that tree. There are 3 caterpies climbing it. And that one flying. Its wing patterns are quite frightening. Brock, with a gentle smile in his unglasses-clad eyes, reassured her, there's no need to be so afraid. Most bug-type Pokemon are quite docile. Look at Tracy. He has already started documenting them. The group followed Brock's gaze to find Tracy crouched before a patch of grass, rapidly sketching in his notebook, while Ismaril curiously prodded at a sluggish caterpie. This caterpie has slightly shorter antennae than usual, Tracy remarked without looking up. And its shell has a brighter sheen. Perhaps it has adapted to the island's climate. He then turned to Ash. By the way, Ash, could you use your aura to sense if there are any particularly unique Pokemon nearby? Ash nodded, a faint azure aura emanating from his fingertips. His aura spread across the ground, quickly brushing against several distinct Pokemon signatures. There were the gentle caterpies, lively Butterfrees, and a notably powerful yet weary presence emanating from deeper within the jungle. Let us head east, Ash concluded, retracting his aura. There's a Pokemon over there. Its presence is strong, but it feels somewhat weakened. At that moment, Riolu also lifted its head, letting out a soft whine toward the east. Its neck adorned with a faint purple glow flickering, seemingly affirming Ash's assessment. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, straightened, ears perked and tail crackling with sparks. Pika pika. The group hastened their pace towards the east, and upon traversing a dense thicket, they abruptly halted at the sight before them. In the clearing stood 2 scythers locked in confrontation. One was robust, its green shell gleaming with a vibrant luster, its scythe-like forelimbs sharp as blades. The other, an obviously aged scyther, bore a duller shell, its right wing marred by a deep scar, and its forelimbs trembled slightly as it gasped for breath, signifying its disadvantage. Is this a battle for leadership among the scyther? Tracy gasped, eyes wide in astonishment. The older scyther must have been the former leader, but its condition was dire. As if on cue, the younger scyther lunged forward, launching a fierce attack towards the elder one, its forelimbs slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The elderly scyther barely managed to dodge, yet still suffered a cut to its left leg, stumbling back a couple of steps, its wings fluttering weakly. Stop! Ash could not restrain himself from stepping forward, with Riolu immediately by his side, its aura glowing more intensely. The younger scyther turned its gaze toward Ash, its scythe-like forelimbs poised threateningly in his direction, emitting a sharp screech. However, the elder scyther suddenly positioned itself in front of Ash, shaking its head at the younger scyther, its voice raspy. No, do not harm humans. Ash was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the power of the Tokiwa was at work, allowing him to distinctly perceive the thoughts of the elderly scyther. You don't wish for it to harm us? Ash inquired softly, as the Tokiwa energy manifested as a soft green aura, gently enveloping the elderly scyther. Your injuries are severe. Do you require treatment? The elderly scyther lifted its head, a flicker of surprise gleaming in its murky eyes, which soon dimmed again. It is futile. I can no longer contend with it. Our clan does not need a leader who is of no use. Its forelimbs drooped, and its wings hung limply, embodying a sense of resignation. At that moment, Brock approached, squatting beside the elderly scyther, his voice filled with admiration. Even if you cannot win, your every move during the confrontation just now was executed with precision, completely unfazed by age. You are a formidable warrior. Warrior? The elderly scyther paused, seemingly unaccustomed to such a title. Now, I am merely a discarded relic. You are far from a relic. Misty summoned her courage and stepped forward. Although still somewhat intimidated by the scyther's blades, she earnestly declared, the fact that you have persevered until now is already remarkable. Moreover, you have protected us. Far superior to that young scyther who only knows how to bully the weak and elderly. The young scyther seemed to grasp Misty's words, letting out an enraged screech and raising its forelimbs once more to launch an attack. Just then, a familiar laughter echoed from above. Ha! Who would have thought we would encounter 2 scythers here? We can capture them and present them to Boss Giovanni. The group looked up to see Team Rocket's hot air balloon gently descending, with Jesse standing confidently, James crossing his arms, and Meowth perched on the edge, his eyes gleaming with greed. Not you again. Ash furrowed his brow, and Pikachu immediately leapt down from his shoulder, its tail crackling with electricity. Pikachu, prepare Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu, it affirmed, launching itself forward, golden electricity gathering around its form. Jessie, however, remained unfazed, retrieving a pokeball from her waist. Don't think we're the same as before. Come forth, Arbok. A flash of red light revealed Arbok, twisting its body and baring its fangs. James threw out his own pokeball. My Weezing is no pushover either. Wheezing floated above, emitting dark smoke from its body. Want to capture the Scyther? You'll have to get through us first. Brock stepped forward, pulling out a Pokeball. Geodude, you're up. Geodude rolled out, letting out a low growl directed at Arbok. Meanwhile, Glisker cradled Maril and whispered, Maril, we might need your water gun to assist everyone shortly. Is that all right? Maril nodded, tiny droplets of water forming in its paws. Suddenly, the elderly Scyther stood tall, addressing Ash. Allow me to fight. I can still battle. This is the dignity of a warrior. Its wings unfolded once more, trembling slightly, yet its eyes ignited with determination. Ash regarded it, then glanced at Team Rocket before nodding. Very well, but be mindful of your injuries. Do not overexert yourself. His Tokiwa energy surged forth again, enveloping the elderly Scyther in a gentle green glow. I shall use the Tokiwa to stabilize your injuries temporarily. If it becomes too much during battle, you must speak up. The elderly Scyther felt warmth coursing through its body, the pain in its wounds alleviating significantly. It nodded at Ash and stepped forward, approaching Arbok with its forelimbs raised once more. Jessie, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. Arbok, use Bind. Capture that old Scyther first. Arbok lunged forward, attempting to ensnare the elderly Scyther with its body. Dodge! Misty shouted loudly. Yet the elderly Scyther did not evade. It swiftly turned, precisely slicing through Arbok's body with its scythe-like forelimbs. Arbok cried out in pain, momentarily halting its binding action. Now is your chance. Geodude. Use Rock Throw. Brock commanded. Geodude immediately spewed forth a multitude of rocks, blocking Arbok's retreat. James, flustered, shouted, Wheezing, use Smoke Screen. Cover Arbok. Wheezing's body expanded, releasing a cloud of black smoke that obscured everyone's vision. This is troublesome. I can't see. Misty frowned. At that moment, Riolu emitted a soft cry, its aura radiating outward and forming a transparent barrier that kept the smoke at bay. Riolu, can you sense their positions? Ash inquired. Riolu nodded, its ice-blue eyes directed toward a spot within the smoke, the purple glow around its neck flickering. Riolu, Arbok is to the left. Wheezing is to the right. Ash understood instantly, directing Pikachu. Pikachu to the left. Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped into action, unleashing golden electricity towards the left side of the smoke. A crackling sound echoed, followed by Arbok's anguished cry, and soon it collapsed to the ground, its body twitching slightly. Arbok! Jessie gasped. Seizing the opportunity, Glisker shouted, Maril. Attack Wheezing with water gun. Maril unleashed a jet of water that struck Wheezing accurately, sending it crashing against a nearby tree, rendering it unconscious. At that moment, the elderly Scyther dashed toward Jessie and James, its scythe-like forelimbs slicing through the air in front of them, causing them to retreat in fear. Stay back, James stammered. Do you still refuse to surrender? Ash approached, and the white EV leapt down from his shoulder, issuing a sharp cry towards Team Rocket, as if warning them. Jessie gritted her teeth, pulling out a black device from her pocket. Damn it, even if we can't capture the Scyther, we'll show you. This is our latest invention, the sleep gas bomb. She pressed the button on the device, and black gas immediately spewed forth. This is bad. Get away, Ash shouted, simultaneously summoning a transparent barrier with his aura. The gas collided with the barrier, dissipating instantly. An aura barrier? Brock exclaimed in astonishment, having witnessed Ash utilize his aura power for the first time to create such a complete shield. Ash had no time to explain, calling out to the elderly Scyther now. Use Fury Cutter. The elderly Scyther understood immediately, flapping its wings and flying toward Jessie's device, bringing its scythe-like forelimbs down with force. With a sharp crack, the device was cleaved in two, halting the gas emission. Realizing they could not succeed today, Jessie and James swiftly retreated, climbing back into their hot air balloon. Damn it. You got lucky this time. We'll be back. The balloon ascended rapidly, vanishing above the treetops. With Team Rocket's departure, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The young Scyther approached the elderly Scyther, observing its injuries and recalling the elderly Scyther's valiant display in battle. It suddenly bowed its head, gently nudging the elderly Scyther's wing in a gesture of apology. Is it acknowledging you? Glisker remarked in astonishment. The elderly Scyther gazed upon the young Scyther, a glimmer of comfort shining in its murky eyes. It understood that a warrior's dignity is not merely determined by strength, but by courage and responsibility. At that moment, Glisker summoned his courage, stepping forward to address the elderly Scyther earnestly. Scyther, I greatly admire you. Would you be willing to become my partner and travel together? I will care for you and help heal your wounds, restoring your strength. The elderly Scyther paused, meeting Glisker's sincere gaze before glancing at Ash and his companions. At this moment, Ash smiled and remarked, Xiao Jian is a remarkably reliable trainer. He is gentle with Pokémon and possesses an extensive knowledge of bug-type Pokémon. Following him, you are bound to find happiness. Moreover, we can embark on journeys together. Misty also smiled, adding by that time, I will overcome my fear of bug-type Pokémon and become good friends with you. Brock nodded in agreement, saying, I will prepare the most suitable food for you, so your wounds heal swiftly. The elderly Scyther fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised its forelimbs, gently touching Xiao Jian's hand. Xiao Jian instantly understood its intentions and excitedly retrieved a Pokeball, exclaiming, Wonderful! I shall capture you, Scyther. The Pokeball emitted a crimson light, enveloping the elderly Scyther, which shook 3 times before coming to a steady halt. Xiao Jian carefully picked up the Pokeball, a radiant smile adorning his face. I look forward to your guidance. Scyther. The Pokeball gave a gentle tremor, as if in response. At that moment, the young Scyther let out a screech towards Xiao Jian's Pokeball before turning and heading deeper into the forest. Intending to inform its clan that their former leader had found a new companion, a trainer worthy of its loyalty. Ash watched this scene with a sense of satisfaction, smiling. The white EV on his shoulder nuzzled his cheek, and Pikachu jumped back to rub against his hand. Riolu approached his feet, its ice blue eyes gleaming with joy, the golden ridges on its back shimmering softly. All right, we should continue on our journey, Ash said, his smile fading as he addressed the group. There are many adventures awaiting us. Yes, Misty, Brock, and Xiao Jian chorused in unison. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays spilled across the forest, and Ash and his companions, accompanied by their new ally, pressed onward to the next island, their laughter and the calls of Pokémon echoing in the skies above Makoto Island. Chapter 84, Challenge Kana. Ash and his companions arrived at an uninhabited island in the Orange Archipelago, located to the southeast, where the land was teeming with delectable fruit trees. They decided to rest here, releasing all their Pokémon. Since Xiao Jian had just captured Scyther, the other Pokémon were still unfamiliar with it, and the inherently proud Charizard even found itself at odds with Scyther, both intentionally and unintentionally provoking one another. Meanwhile, Team Rocket also arrived on the island for a vacation. Upon seeing Ash and his companions' Pokémon, they abandoned their holiday plans to execute their capture scheme. Utilizing Weepinbell's sleep powder, Team Rocket aimed to put Ash and his friends into slumber and steal their Pokémon. However, Scyther and Charizard remained alert and woke everyone just in time. Subsequently, Scyther and Charizard joined forces to fend off Team Rocket, gradually acknowledging each other's strength throughout the battle. Ultimately, Team Rocket was defeated, and Ash's Pokémon remained unharmed as they continued to enjoy their respite on the island. The sea breeze of the Orange Archipelago carried a salty mist, caressing the golden sands, while the sun slowly ascended the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the ocean. Ash and his companions walked along the soft sand towards the Pokémon Center nestled deeper in the island, having just concluded their rest on Makoto Island. Today, they intended to journey to the next island, but unexpectedly encountered a white yacht anchored in the harbor. And the owner of the yacht turned out to be the greatest surprise of their trip. Ash, look at that ship, Xiao Jian exclaimed. Raising a telescope with an excited tone, the emblem appears to be the badge of the Elite Four. Could it be Miss Kanna's vessel? Ash halted, the white EV on his shoulder gently rubbing against his cheek, its cerulean eyes filled with curiosity. Pikachu, perched on the other shoulder, perked its ears up, resting its tiny paws on Ash's collar as it gazed towards the yacht. Meanwhile, Riolu at Ash's feet shook its light golden ridges, its icy blue pupils narrowing slightly, as if sensing a powerful icy energy. Kanna, the one among the Elite Four known for her prowess in Ice-type Pokémon? Misty quickly joined in, her Togepi peeking out from her arms and chirping a couple of times. I heard she occasionally visits the Orange Archipelago for inspections. I can't believe we might actually encounter her. Brock crossed his arms, his gaze landing on a figure in a blue gown with a cool demeanor on the yacht's deck. Speaking with a hint of respect, Miss Kanna's Ice-type Pokémon are exceptionally strong. It was already astonishing for Ash to defeat Mr. Shiba at Miacha Mountain, encountering Miss Kanna. What a fortuitous meeting. Ash's eyes suddenly lit up, reaching out to stroke Riolu's head, its silver fur glistening softly in the sunlight. I am now the champion of the Quartz Conference. According to league rules, champions have the right to challenge the Elite Four, right? This opportunity to engage in a battle with Miss Kanna is perfect. Ash, are you serious? Misty asked, somewhat surprised. Miss Kanna's Ice-type moves are not to be taken lightly. I witnessed her cloister at the museum, and its defense and offense are formidable. No need to worry. Ash smiled, and Pikachu echoed him with a few cheerful cries, as if in agreement. My Pokémon have been making progress during this time, he said, gently raising his hand. A faint blue aura of aura energy swirling in his palm. With both my aura and the power of the Tokiwa, I can better coordinate with them. Brock nodded, his tone becoming resolute. Since this is Ash's decision, we will certainly support you. However, Miss Kana may not easily accept the challenge. You must explain your intentions clearly. Just then, Kana on the yacht's deck had already noticed them. She gracefully descended the gangway, her blue hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Her calm gaze swept over Ash and his companions, finally resting on Ash, specifically on Pikachu and Eevee perched on his shoulders and Riolu at his feet. Greetings. Kanna's voice was as clear as a mountain spring, yet carried a gentle warmth. I am Kanna, one of the Elite Four. It seems you are traveling trainers? Hello, Miss Kanna. My name is Ash, a trainer from Pallet Town. These are my companions Misty, Brock, and Xiao Jian. Ash stepped forward eagerly, his tone laced with anticipation. I have heard that the Elite Four accept challenges from capable trainers, and I have just won the court's conference championship. According to the rules, I should be qualified to challenge you to a 6-on-6 battle, correct? Kanna raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. The court's conference champion? I did not expect to encounter you here. I had indeed heard that this year's champion is quite young and had defeated Mr. Shiba at Miyacha Mountain. It appears the rumors are true. She paused, her gaze drifting to Riolu at Ash's feet. Your Riolu possesses a remarkably pure aura. I see you are also an aura guardian. You can sense aura? Ash exclaimed in surprise, then chuckled. Indeed, I have awakened my aura, as well as the Tokiwa power, enabling me to communicate better with Pokémon. As for the challenge, Miss Kanna, would you be willing to accept? Kanna pondered for a moment before nodding. Since it is a challenge from the court's champion, I have no reason to refuse. However, my Ice-type Pokémon have an advantage over many types. Are you certain you wish to proceed with a 6-on-6 battle? Absolutely certain. Ash promptly retrieved a Pokeball, lightly rubbing its surface with his fingertips. My Pokémon are eager to engage in battle with the Elite Four's Pokémon. Very well, Kanna turned, gesturing toward the battle arena located behind the yacht. A spacious artificial lawn surrounded by protective barriers. We shall commence the battle there in 10 minutes. The rules dictate a 6-on-6 format, where Pokémon can be substituted. And the battle concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. No issue. Ash nodded vigorously, while Pikachu jumped excitedly, and the white Eevee rubbed its chin against him, emitting a gentle sound. 10 minutes later, surrounding the battlefield, Misty, Brock, and Ken stood on one side, their gazes fixed intently on the center of the arena. Ash and Kona positioned themselves at opposite ends, the air thick with the tension of impending combat. Thus, the battle commenced. Kona was the first to retrieve a Pokeball. Tossing it gently into the air, my first Pokemon, Shelder. A flash of white light revealed a Shelder, its hard shell adorned with sharp spikes. Landing in the center of the field, its blue shell gleamed with a frosty sheen, and its small eyes warily peered in Ash's direction. A smirk played on Ash's lips as he reached up to stroke Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, it's your turn. Pika, Pikachu exclaimed, leaping down from Ash's shoulder to land firmly on the grass, powerful currents of electricity surging through its petite form, golden sparks flickering on its cheeks. Pikachu against Shelder. Kona's eyes shimmered with understanding. Shelder, withdraw into your shell. Instantly, Shelder retracted into its thick shell, leaving only its sturdy exterior exposed, resembling a diminutive fortress. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded without hesitation. Pikachu leaped high, its tail erect, as golden electricity erupted from its body, striking towards Shelder. However, upon hitting Shelder's shell, the current was forcefully repelled. Unable to breach its defenses, withdrawing into its shell significantly enhances its defense. Your Thunderbolt, though potent, cannot penetrate Shelder's shell. Kona's voice remained calm. Shelder, use Reflect. Shelder extended a fraction of its body from the shell, and a translucent barrier suddenly materialized in front of it, shimmering with a faint blue glow. This was Reflect. Designed to weaken special attacks, clearly aimed at Pikachu's electric moves. Impressive, Ash mused internally, then communicated with Pikachu through his aura. Pikachu, don't panic. Let's use speed to restrain it. First, use Quick Attack to get close, then follow up with Iron Tail. Pikachu instantly comprehended Ash's strategy. Enveloped in golden electric light, it transformed into a blur, charging towards Shelder. As Shelder attempted to mount a defense, it was unable to keep pace with Pikachu's velocity. Watching helplessly as Pikachu maneuvered behind it. Now's the time. Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail hardened, gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen, and it struck fiercely at the gap in Shelder's shell. A faint crack echoed as Shelder's exterior trembled, though it remained unbroken, a subtle shiver resonating within its body. Shelder. Use Aurora Beam. Kona commanded swiftly, blasted in every direction, prevent Pikachu from getting close. Shelter unleashed a chilling beam of light, the blue radiance expanding rapidly, sweeping through the area like icy blades. Pikachu leaped to evade, yet was grazed by the residual wave, its small body shuddering in response. Pikachu, use your aura to sense its weakness. Ash closed his eyes, a soft blue aura flowing from his arm to Pikachu. Though Shelter's shell was tough, there were gaps at the joints. Those were its vulnerabilities. Pikachu detected Ash's aura, its black pupils narrowing as it locked onto a minute fissure beneath Shelter's shell. Drawing a deep breath, it summoned electricity once more, this time more concentrated, a thunderbolt amplified by Ash's aura. Shelter, retract into your shell. Kona's command was quick. But this time, Pikachu did not afford Shelter the chance to fully withdraw. Now, Ash shouted, Thunderbolt, aim for the gap. The golden current shot forth like a piercing arrow, striking precisely at the fissure in Shelter's shell. Shelter emitted a cry of anguish, its body quaking violently as a hairline fracture appeared upon its hardened exterior. The reflect barrier shattered under the impact, dissipating into shimmering blue light. Shelter, use Tackle. Kona remained composed, pressing the offensive as Pikachu's move concluded, close in, injured yet determined. Shelter charged directly at Pikachu. Having just expended its Thunderbolt, Pikachu's stamina was waning, leaving it unable to dodge as Shelter collided with its body, sending it flying to the grass. Pikachu! Ash cried out, the strength of his aura surging within his palm. Are you all right? Pikachu struggled to rise, shaking its little head and calling out resolutely to Ash, Pika, well done. Ash smiled. Next, use Volt Tackle. Pikachu enveloped itself in crackling golden electricity, hurtling towards Shelter like a shooting star. This time, Shelter had no time to withdraw, and the Volt Tackle struck solidly. The electric currents danced across Shelter's blue shell, and it collapsed onto the ground, its eyes spiraling into circles. Shelter is unable to battle. Pikachu is victorious, Ash declared, his voice brimming with excitement. Kona recalled Shelter, her expression devoid of disappointment, instead brimming with admiration, a commendable strategy, identifying Shelter's weakness and coordinating so seamlessly with Pikachu. No wonder you triumphed over Shiba. She produced her second Pokeball. Now, it's your turn, Walrein. In a flash of white light, a massive Walrein appeared in the center of the arena. Its snow-white fur glistening in the sunlight, the blue fin-like flaps around its neck gently waving. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the area, frost forming along the edges of the battlefield. Walrein, an ice and water type, while Pikachu's electric moves are strong against water types. Ice types possess a certain resistance to electric attacks, Brock analyzed with furrowed brows. Moreover, Walrein is exceptionally swift, adept in both aquatic and terrestrial combat. Pikachu may face some challenges. Ash noted this as well. Glancing down at Pikachu, he inquired through their bond. Pikachu, do you wish to continue? Pikachu shook its tail, resolutely gazing towards Walrein. Golden sparks flickering anew, it was eager to press on. Very well. Ash nodded. Pikachu, use Quick Attack to create distance. Then combine Iron Tail with Thunderbolt for a conductive effect. Pika. Pikachu immediately sprang into action, initiating Quick Attack and circling around Walrein. Walrein unleashed a beam of icy light, sweeping towards Pikachu but always falling short. Walrein, use Agility. Kona's command rang out, and Walrein accelerated abruptly, its snowy form swiftly closing in on Pikachu, its massive flippers poised to strike. Pikachu jump, Ash shouted, then slam Iron Tail into the ground. Pikachu leaped high, its tail hardening as it brought it down forcefully onto the grass. With a resounding thud, the earth cracked open slightly, while Pikachu infused its Iron Tail with Thunderbolt, sending golden currents racing along the ground towards Walrein. As Walrein prepared to pursue, a sudden sense of paralysis coursed through its limbs, the electricity surging into its body, rendering it momentarily immobilized. Now's the chance. Pikachu Volt Tackle. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu charged, enveloped in electric energy, colliding forcefully against Walrein's back. Walrein let out a pained cry, staggering briefly before regaining its footing and retaliating with a stronger beam of icy light. Pikachu quick dodge, Ash shouted, but the icy beam was too swift, striking Pikachu's wing, instantly freezing a small portion of its body and causing its movements to slow. Oh no! Misty exclaimed anxiously, clenching her fists. The ice-type move would hinder Pikachu's speed, erasing its advantage. Kona's eyes glinted sharply. White Sea Lion, use Ice Beam, aim for Pikachu's legs. A blue beam of ice shot forth, hurtling toward Pikachu's lower limbs. In a critical moment, Ash suddenly raised his hand, channeling a faint green energy of the evergreen force into Pikachu. Pikachu, Utilize evergreen force to thaw out. Then, unleash a powerful thunderbolt in retaliation. The soft green light enveloped Pikachu's body, melting the frozen area instantaneously, and the numbing sensation vanished. Pikachu took a deep breath, its golden current shining even brighter than before, and with all its might, a thunderbolt erupted like thunder, striking the white sea lion fiercely. The white sea lion emitted a piercing cry as it crashed heavily to the ground, its pristine white fur still crackling with electricity, its eyes spiraling. The white sea lion was rendered unable to battle. Pikachu emerged victorious. "Way to go!" shouted Brock, his voice brimming with excitement. "Ash is incredible. Pikachu has won against 2 already." Ash smiled as he recalled Pikachu, gently ruffling its head. "You've done well, Pikachu. Now take a rest." Pikachu nuzzled Ash's palm before being returned to its Pokeball. Chapter 85, Clash with Kona. Kona recalled the white sea lion, her expression growing more serious. Having consecutively defeated the armored shell and the white sea lion, your Pikachu truly is formidable. However, what awaits you next is my third Pokemon. She produced her third Pokeball. "Come forth, Lickilicky." A flash of white light revealed a Lickilicky clad in a red dress and a white scarf. Its purple hair curling enchantingly, eyes glimmering with allure as it gracefully waved its hands, causing the temperature around to drop several degrees. Lickilicky, an ice and psychic type. Brock promptly noted, psychic types counter fighting and poison types, but have little effect on electric and water types. However, ice types still pose a threat to many attributes. Pondering for a moment, Ash retrieved a blue Pokeball. "Now, I entrust you with this, Dragonair." A flash of white light revealed a Dragonair, its body adorned with pale blue scales, gracefully descending to the center of the arena, its long form glistening in the sunlight, golden eyes radiating authority. The air seemingly shifting with its breath. A pale blue-scale Dragonair? Kona's eyes widened in surprise. Is that a shiny Pokemon? Its scales appear to radiate a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary Dragonair. Indeed, Dragonair is a trusted partner. Ash replied with a smile. Communicating with Dragonair through his aura, Dragonair, use Dragon Breath. Dragonair opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of pale blue energy imbued with potent dragon-type power, charging towards Lickilicky. "Lickilicky, evade with teleport." Kona commanded instantly, and Lickilicky's form vanished in an instant, the dragon breath striking the ground and leaving only a shallow mark. "Such rapid teleportation," Misty exclaimed. "Lickilicky's psychic moves are indeed impressive. Lickilicky, use Ice Punch." Kona's command followed, and Lickilicky suddenly appeared behind Dragonair, its right hand coalescing with frigid energy, striking toward Dragonair's body. "Dragonair, coil up for defense." Ash called out immediately, Dragonair swiftly spiraling, its pale blue scales pressing tightly together to form a solid barrier. The Ice Punch struck the scales with a sharp crack, but failed to breach the defense. "Dragonair, use Whirlwind." Ash continued, as Dragonair expanded its body, the surrounding air swirling rapidly to create a massive whirlwind that enveloped Lickilicky. Lickilicky struggled within the vortex, but could not escape. Kona frowned. "Lickilicky, break the whirlwind with Psychic." Lickilicky's eyes glowed blue, powerful psychic energy surged toward the whirlwind. A crack appeared in the whirlwind, but it quickly restored itself. Dragonair's dragon energy surpassed Lickilicky's psychic strength. "Now's our chance. Dragonair, unleash Dragon Pulse." Ash shouted, and Dragonair released a purple dragon pulse that accurately struck Lickilicky within the whirlwind. Lickilicky let out a cry of pain as it was thrown from the whirlwind, crashing hard onto the ground. But it quickly rose again, its eyes shining more brightly. "Lickilicky, use Blizzard." A flurry of snowflakes cascaded from the sky. Icy winds mixed with ice particles surged towards Dragonair. The arena was swiftly blanketed in white, and Dragonair's body began to be encased in frost, its speed gradually diminishing. "Dragonair, use Scald." Ash commanded immediately, and Dragonair opened its mouth, spewing forth scalding hot water that collided with the blizzard. Steam enveloped the area, significantly diminishing the power of the blizzard, yet Dragonair still sustained several frost injuries. "Lickilicky, now's the time, use Illusion." Kona seized the opportunity, and Lickilicky's eyes glowed blue as it exerted an invisible force, immobilizing Dragonair in midair. "Dragonair." Ash swiftly released the evergreen force, wrapping Dragonair in a soft green glow, breaking the control, and then used Dragon Dance to enhance its abilities. Dragonair sensed Ash's strength, determination shining in its golden eyes. As its pale blue scales shimmered, it suddenly broke free from the control of illusion. Next, it began to spin, the energy from Dragon Dance encircling it, greatly enhancing its attack and speed. "Now, Dragonair, unleash a full-powered Dragon Pulse." Ash's voice rang out through the steam-laden arena with unwavering conviction. The energy from Dragon Dance still surrounded Dragonair, its pale blue scales gleaming sharply in the sunlight. It opened its mouth wide, a purple dragon pulse coalescing with the force of the entire sky, aimed directly at the recently freed Lickilicky. Kona's pupils constricted as she urgently shouted, "Lickilicky, block it with Ice Punch." Lickilicky hurriedly gathered icy energy in its fists, attempting to withstand the dragon pulse's might with the hardness of Ice Punch. However, having been strengthened by Dragon Dance, Dragonair's move was far beyond ordinary. The moment the purple energy collided with the Ice Punch, a sharp crack echoed as Lickiliky's Ice Punch shattered, the dragon pulse's residual force crashing into its chest. Lickiliky's body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena, slowly sliding to the ground. It struggled to rise but found its limbs numb from the impact of the dragon pulse, its eyes gradually spiraling. Lickilicky was unable to continue battling. Dragonair emerged victorious. Brock's voice trembled with excitement, barely able to hold onto his notebook. Ash has won 3 rounds. The combination of Dragonair's Dragon Dance and Dragon Pulse is simply magnificent. Misty, cradling Togepi, nodded vigorously, and Dragonair's Scald can counter Ice-type moves. It was so cool when it mitigated the blizzard earlier. Brock stared intently at Dragonair in the arena, admiration shining in his eyes. A shiny Dragonair with pale blue scales. Not only is it visually stunning, but its strength surpasses that of an ordinary Dragonair. The effort Ash has put into raising such a Pokémon is evident. Kona retrieved her dugong, her fingertips gently caressing the Pokeball, admiration deepening in her eyes. Having consecutively defeated my 3 Pokémon, your prowess indeed merits the title of Quartz Champion. However, the battle is far from over. This next Pokémon will unveil to you the true might of the Ice type. She produced her 4th Pokeball, its surface shimmering with a soft blue light, clearly indicating a profound connection to the Ice type within. Arise, Hippowdon. In a flash of white light, an imposing Hippowdon materialized at the center of the arena. Its skin was a pale lavender, its underbelly white, its lengthy tail trailing upon the ground, and its small eyes half closed, exuding an air of languor. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a delicate veil of icy mist enveloping its form. This was no ordinary Hippowdon, but rather a unique specimen meticulously nurtured by Kona, adept in Ice-type moves. Hippowdon, a fusion of Ice and Psychic types? Ash pondered, immediately flipping open his notebook to take notes. The typical Hippowdon is a Water and Psychic type. Yet Miss Kona's has remarkably mutated to possess Ice attributes. How exceedingly rare. Ash narrowed his eyes, perceiving the Hippowdon's energy through his aura. Such a potent Ice energy. And its psychic capabilities appear remarkably stable. It seems to be one of Miss Kona's mainstays. He glanced down at Dragonite, relaying through their bond. Dragonite, you've expended considerable stamina in the previous battle. Do you need to rest first? Dragonite twirled gracefully, gently nudging Ash's arm. Its golden eyes brimming with determination, it yearned to continue fighting. Yet Ash shook his head, stroking its scales. No need to push yourself. Let our companions handle the forthcoming adversary. You have performed admirably. Take a moment to recuperate. With that, he withdrew Dragonite into its Pokeball. Next, he retrieved another Pokeball, adorned with faint shimmering patterns. Now, it is your turn, Alakazam. A flash of white light revealed a radiant, shiny Alakazam, its entire body gleaming in silver. Its broad head and keen blue eyes resembled an eagle's, its limbs elongated, clasping 2 silver spoons, surrounded by a swirling aura of intertwined golden and silver psychic energy, exuding a more commanding presence than a typical Alakazam. A shiny Alakazam? Kona's eyes widened in astonishment. Another anomalous Pokémon, with psychic energy more pristine than any Alakazam she had encountered before. It seems your Pokémon team harbors numerous surprises. Alakazam's psychic prowess is formidable, Ash exclaimed, smiling as he forged a deeper connection through the bond of harmony. Alakazam, initiate confusion to lock onto Hippowdon. Alakazam's eyes glimmered blue, its spoons gently swaying as 2 invisible threads of psychic energy darted toward Hippowdon. Kona swiftly commanded, Hippowdon, fortify your skin with Ice Body, then retaliate with telekinesis. A thin layer of ice encased Hippowdon's surface in an instant, its eyes igniting with blue light as it sought to counter Alakazam's confusion. The 2 psychic energies clashed midair, generating an invisible shockwave that sent the grass of the arena bending to one side. Alakazam, use teleport to maneuver behind Hippowdon. Ash's command followed swiftly. Alakazam vanished from its position, reappearing behind Hippowdon in the next moment. channeling psychic energy through its spoons to unleash a psychic blast. A blue beam of psychic energy surged forth from the spoons, aimed directly at Hippowdon's back. Kona had anticipated this. Hippowdon, counter with Ice Beam. Hippowdon swiftly pivoted, exhaling a blue ice beam that collided with the psychic blast in midair. The two forces wrestled against each other, intertwining blue mist and purple psychic light to create a remarkable spectacle. Alakazam, amplify your psychic output, Ash urged, channeling his energy through the bond, causing Alakazam's golden and silver aura to intensify, thereby augmenting the power of its psychic blast, which began to force back the ice beam. The psychic blast struck Hippowdon, causing it to stagger as cracks appeared in the icy shell on its back. Kona furrowed her brow. Hippowdon, use yawn. Hippowdon opened its mouth wide, unleashing an invisible wave of energy toward Alakazam, a yawn move capable of inducing sleep in its opponent. Alakazam, use teleport to evade, Ash shouted. Alakazam swiftly teleported to the opposite side of the arena, narrowly avoiding the yawn energy. Subsequently, it raised its spoons high, drawing a graceful arc in the air. A transparent energy mark silently materializing above Hippowdon's head. This was Future Sight, an impending strike of immense damage to befall the target in 2 turns. Future Sight, is it? Kona scoffed. Hippowdon, unleash Ice Shard. Hippowdon expelled a barrage of tiny ice shards, akin to a torrential downpour, hurtling toward Alakazam. Alakazam activated teleport once more, deftly navigating through the rain of ice shards without sustaining a hit. Alakazam, use confusion to manipulate the ice shards, Ash suddenly commanded. Alakazam's eyes gleamed with blue light as the shards aimed at it abruptly froze mid-air, then, under the influence of confusion, redirected towards Hippowdon. What? Kona gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had not anticipated Alakazam's psychic strength to be potent enough to commandeer its opponent's moves. Hippowdon, caught off guard, was struck by its own ice shards, accumulating further frostbite. At that moment, the energy mark in the sky erupted, the force of Future Sight crashing down upon Hippowdon like a meteor. Hippowdon let out a pained cry, collapsing heavily onto the ground, struggling momentarily before its eyes spiraled. Hippowdon succumbed to unconsciousness. Alakazam emerged victorious. Little Jin's voice trembled with excitement. For victories in a row, Ash has now won 4 battles. Alakazam's psychic abilities are remarkably overwhelming, capable of redirecting ice shards for a counterattack. Misty leapt in exhilaration. Ash is incredible. Alakazam is magnificent. It seems this battle is nearing its conclusion. Yet Brock shook his head. Do not grow complacent. Miss Kona still has 2 Pokémon yet to reveal, one of which may very well be her trump card. Moreover, the remaining 2 Pokémon will undoubtedly be stronger than the previous ones. Indeed, as Kona withdrew Hippowdon, her expression remained unfazed. A smile graced her lips. Well done. Your Alakazam has truly taken me by surprise. However, the next Pokémon is one I have nurtured for many years on the Orange Islands. Emerge, Wylord. In a flash of white light, an even larger Wylord materialized at the center of the arena. Its skin was a deep blue, its underbelly white, adorned with a golden crown atop its head, exuding an aura of regal authority. Its eyes were sharper than Hippowdon's, surrounded by a formidable psychic energy, accompanied by a chilling aura. Evidently, this Wylord was also a fusion of ice and psychic types, and its power surpassed Hippowdon's by a significant margin. Wylord, Miss Kona possesses such a Pokémon. Little Jin gasped. Wylord's psychic abilities are superior to Hippowdon's, and it seems to excel in controlling ice-type moves. Ash's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Alakazam, you have already battled. Let Squirtle face the next opponent. He retrieved a Pokeball. Squirtle, it is your turn. A flash of white light revealed a robust Squirtle at the center of the arena. Its shell was a deep blue, adorned with white patterns, its limbs strong and powerful, and the 2 water cannons on its back glimmered with a metallic sheen, radiating immense water-type energy. Squirtle, Kona's eyes glimmered with understanding. The water-type counters ice. You have chosen Squirtle to exploit the type advantage, haven't you? Indeed. Ash nodded, recognizing that Blastoise's water-type moves not only countered ice-type attacks, but also provided formidable defense, making it well-suited to face Hippowdon's psychic and ice-type moves. But you are mistaken, Kona said, a smirk gracing her lips. Hippowdon, use Ice Beam. Hippowdon opened its mouth, unleashing a swift blue beam of ice, its speed significantly surpassing that of the sluggish Hippopotas. Ash immediately commanded, Blastoise, counter with Hydro Pump. The cannons on Blastoise's back erupted with powerful jets of water, colliding with the ice beam midair. The hissing noise was incessant as the water jets were partially frozen into ice pillars, but soon thereafter, they shattered under the force of the subsequent water blasts. Blastoise, close in with Hydro Cannon. Ash continued, prompting Blastoise to retract into its shell, its legs propelling it forward like a rocket towards Hippowdon. A glint of sharpness flickered in Konoha's eyes. Hippowdon used confusion to control it. A blue glow enveloped Hippowdon's eyes, and its formidable psychic power ensnared Blastoise. Suddenly, Blastoise's Hydro Cannon halted mid-flight, unable to advance despite its struggles. "Oh no, Blastoise is under control," Misty exclaimed anxiously. However, Ash remained composed. Communicating with Blastoise through the power of the bond, Blastoise, unleash a high-pressure water jet from the gaps in your shell to disrupt the psychic flow. Blastoise immediately understood Ash's intent, and jets of fine, high-pressure water burst forth from the cracks in its shell, spraying in all directions. Although the jets lacked immense power, they effectively disrupted Hippowdon's confusion, causing a slight disarray in its psychic grip. "Now's the time. Blastoise, break free and attack with Hydro Pump," Ash shouted, seizing the opportunity. Blastoise broke free from the psychic hold, unleashing a powerful jet of water from its cannons aimed directly at Hippowdon. Konoha hastily commanded, "Hippowdon, erect an ice wall for defense." A thick ice wall appeared before Hippowdon, and the water jet collided with it, producing a cracking sound as a fissure formed. Yet it managed to absorb the brunt of the Hydro Pump's force. "Blastoise, Mega Evolve!" Ash suddenly cried, producing a Mega Evolution Stone. A dazzling light erupted from Blastoise, its form expanding into a more imposing figure, the patterns on its shell turning red, the cannons transforming into massive artillery, and smaller cannon barrels extending from its arms. Surrounded by an overwhelming surge of water-type energy, Mega Blastoise had arrived. Mega Evolution. A flicker of surprise crossed Konoha's gaze. She hadn't anticipated Blastoise could Mega Evolve. However, even with Mega Evolution, it may not prevail against my Hippowdon. Let us put that to the test. Ash replied with a smile. Mega Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump. The cannon on Mega Blastoise's back expelled a water jet 3 times thicker than before, surging forth with an earth-shattering momentum towards Hippowdon. Konoha immediately ordered, "Hippowdon, defend with Blizzard." Hippowdon opened its mouth, releasing a blizzard that clashed with the Hydro Pump. This time, the power of the Hydro Pump exceeded its previous strikes, forcing the blizzard apart, and the residual force slammed into Hippowdon. It let out a pained cry, crashing heavily to the ground, the icy mist around it dissipating significantly. Yet, it quickly rose again, its eyes shining even brighter. "Hippowdon, use Psychic." A powerful psychic force surged towards Mega Blastoise. Ash instantly commanded, "Mega Blastoise, defend with your shell." Mega Blastoise retracted into its shell, and the psychic force collided with it, producing a resounding impact. A faint blue glow shimmered across the shell, but it successfully absorbed the attack. "Mega Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon," Ash directed, and once again, Mega Blastoise drew into its shell, launching itself towards Hippowdon. Konoha, aware that a direct confrontation was unwise, shouted urgently, "Hippowdon, use Teleport to evade." In an instant, Hippowdon vanished from its position, causing Mega Blastoise's Hydro Cannon to strike the ground, leaving a large crater. But at that moment, Mega Blastoise swiftly turned. Its cannon aimed at the location where Hippowdon had reappeared. Now, Hydro Pump. Ash had sensed Hippowdon's trajectory through the power of Aura. The Hydro Pump surged forth, striking Hippowdon as it materialized, sending it hurtling backwards into the protective barrier, where it slid down to the ground, its eyes swirling. Hippowdon was rendered unable to continue fighting. Mega Blastoise emerged victorious. 5 consecutive wins, shouted a nearly hoarse voice from Brock. Ash is just 1 match away from victory, Misty exclaimed, holding Togepi, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. That's fantastic. Ash is on the verge of winning. Brock smiled. The power of Mega Blastoise is indeed formidable. Its strength and reaction speed have both markedly improved post-Mega Evolution. Konoha recalled Hippowdon, taking a deep breath before producing her final Pokeball, which was white with delicate blue patterns, a clear indication of her trump card Pokémon. "I never expected you to make it this far," Konoha said with admiration in her voice. "My final Pokémon, my closest partner, come forth, Dragonite." A flash of white light revealed a massive Dragonite at the center of the arena. Its skin was a pale blue, with a white underbelly and a red collar adorning its long neck. Its back resembled a ship's deck, enveloped in a potent aura of ice energy, yet radiating a gentle presence. "Dragonite," Misty gasped. "Miss Konoha's Dragonite looks incredibly strong. Its ice energy is denser than any previous Pokémon." Ash, too, lost his smile, his expression becoming grave. He withdrew Mega Blastoise and retrieved a red Pokeball, containing his most powerful asset. Miss Kona, your Dragonite is impressive, Ash remarked with respect. But my final Pokémon will not be outdone. Arise, Charizard. A burst of white light heralded the arrival of a colossal Charizard in the arena. Its skin was a vibrant orange-red, its wings broad and powerful, flames roaring from its tail, surrounded by an immense fire-type energy, its eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding the aura of a king. Charizard. A glimmer of anticipation danced in Kona's eyes. I've heard tales of your Charizard's ability to Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard X. Today, I finally have the opportunity to witness it. Indeed, Ash declared, producing the Mega Evolution Stone. Charizard Mega Evolve. A brilliant red light erupted from Charizard, its form expanding further, its skin turning black. The flames on its wings transforming to blue, surrounded by an overwhelming energy of both dragon and fire types. Mega Charizard X had arrived. Mega Charizard X. Brock cried out in excitement. We are finally going to witness the battle of Mega Charizard X. Kona's eyes sparkled with excitement as she commanded, Dragonite, unleash Blizzard. Dragonite opened its mouth, unleashing a sweeping blizzard filled with icy winds and ice particles, rushing towards Mega Charizard X. Ash immediately commanded, Mega Charizard X, use Flamethrower. Mega Charizard X opened its mouth, releasing a blue flame that collided with the blizzard. The blue flames swiftly melted the blizzard, continuing forward with unabated force towards Dragonite. Kona quickly instructed, Dragonite, erect an ice wall for defense. A thick ice wall appeared before Dragonite, and the flamethrower struck it, producing a cracking sound as a fissure formed. Yet it managed to block the attack. Dragonite, use Ice Beam. Kona issued another command, and Lapras opened its mouth, firing a beam of icy blue energy that shot straight towards Mega Charizard X. Ash immediately commanded, Mega Charizard X, block it with Dragon Claw. The claws of Mega Charizard X gathered Dragon-type energy, turning pitch black, and then it lunged forward, fiercely grasping the icy beam. With a sharp crack, the icy beam shattered under the force of the Dragon Claw, scattering into countless ice particles. Incredible, Misty exclaimed. Mega Charizard X's Dragon Claw is actually capable of shattering the icy beam. Kona also displayed a look of astonishment. I didn't expect Mega Charizard X to possess such formidable power. Lapras, use Liquidation to recover your strength. A blue aura enveloped Lapras, initiating its recovery process. Yet Ash would not allow it that opportunity. Mega Charizard X, use Dragon Dance to enhance your abilities. The body of Mega Charizard X began to spin, surrounded by swirling dragon energy, significantly boosting its attack and speed. Kona frowned. Lapras, use Confuse Ray to control it. Lapras's eyes glowed blue, and its powerful psychic abilities enveloped Mega Charizard X. However, having been empowered by Dragon Dance, Mega Charizard X, now stronger than ever, broke free from the control of Confuse Ray and charged towards Lapras. Mega Charizard X, use Dragon Claw, Ash shouted. The Dragon Claw cut through the air with a tearing sound, the black dragon energy coalescing at its tip as it aimed for Lapras's side. Kona's pupils constricted. She hadn't anticipated that the enhanced Mega Charizard X could easily break free from Lapras's Confuse Ray. She quickly commanded, Lapras, use Shell Shield. A faint blue glow emanated from the shell on Lapras's back, forming a barrier akin to the sturdiest armor. With a resounding clang, the Dragon Claw slammed into the shell shield, the clash of black dragon energy and blue shield light igniting a cascade of energy ripples. Lapras was pushed back 2 meters, its 4 flippers leaving deep gouges on the grass, yet the shell shield ultimately absorbed the blow. Such formidable defense, Ash remarked, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Communicating with Mega Charizard X through their bond, he instructed, don't rush, let's first probe its weaknesses. Use Fire Fang. Mega Charizard X flapped its wings and surged forward like an arrow, its jaws opening wide as blue flames enveloped its fangs, aiming to bite down on Lapras's neck. Kona was prepared. Lapras, counter with Ice Beam. Lapras shot its head up, unleashing a narrow ice beam that accurately targeted Mega Charizard X's mouth. Mega Charizard X had to abandon Fire Fang, twisting to evade the ice beam, which grazed its wing and left a long icy trail on the ground. Lapras, now use Surf. Kona seized the opportunity, and torrents of seawater surged around Lapras, propelling it forward on the waves. Under Lapras's control, the water crystallized into countless tiny ice spikes, poised to inflict both water-type damage and freeze upon impact. Mega Charizard X summoned a heat wave. Ash's command followed swiftly. Mega Charizard X spread its wings and flapped vigorously, transforming the blue flames into a scorching gust, directing it towards the oncoming waves. The heat wave collided with the water, instantly evaporating it into a thick mist that enveloped the entire arena, obscuring visibility. Is it trying to use the steam to conceal its form? Kona furrowed her brows and immediately alerted Lapras through telepathy. Lapras, freeze the steam with ice-type energy while sensing Mega Charizard's position. Lapras nodded, unleashing a burst of ice-type energy that rapidly froze the surrounding steam into fine ice particles, reminiscent of snow gently falling. Simultaneously, it closed its eyes, utilizing its psychic abilities to detect the energy fluctuations around it, searching for Mega Charizard X's whereabouts. Just then, a dark silhouette burst forth from the ice particles. It was Mega Charizard X. Utilizing the steam as cover, it maneuvered behind Lapras, its claws once again gathering potent dragon energy. Now's the time. Dragon Claw. Although Lapras sensed the energy behind it, there was no time to fully evade. It could only awkwardly sidestep to avoid a fatal blow. The Dragon Claw raked deeply across Lapras's back, leaving 3 severe gashes, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Lapras, Kona cried out, heart aching. Unleash Blizzard with all your might. Enduring the pain, Lapras opened its mouth, releasing an even more powerful blizzard. Flurries of snowflakes mixed with ice shards surged towards Mega Charizard X, plunging the arena into sub-zero temperatures, forming a thick layer of ice upon the grass. Mega Charizard X. Create a flame barrier with Flamethrower. Ash shouted. Mega Charizard X opened its mouth, unleashing a continuous stream of blue flames that formed a semicircular barrier in front of it. The blizzard collided with the flame barrier, producing a sizzling sound as numerous ice shards melted away. However, the force of the blizzard was overwhelming, causing the flame barrier to begin cracking. We can't remain in this stalemate, Ash thought urgently, channeling his energy through the bond to continuously empower Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X combined Dragon Pulse with Flamethrower to form a Dragon Flame Shockwave. Mega Charizard X instantly grasped Ash's intention, gathering both dragon and fire energy in its mouth. The purple Dragon Pulse intertwined with the blue Flamethrower, creating a shockwave of purple and blue that surged towards the blizzard. Boom! The Dragon Flame Shockwave collided with the blizzard, producing a thunderous roar. A powerful energy storm swept across the arena, causing the protective barrier to shimmer with a faint glow as it barely withstood the impact. Misty, Brock, and Tracy were forced to take several steps back to regain their footing. As the energy storm dissipated, the scene in the center of the arena left everyone breathless. Both Mega Charizard X and Lapras stood their ground, bearing varying degrees of injuries. A thin layer of ice coated Mega Charizard X's wings, and the flames on its tail had dimmed, while Lapras bore deeper claw marks, its ice-type energy becoming erratic. Lapras, use liquidation to recover. Kona commanded immediately, and a blue aura reappeared around Lapras, slowly restoring its health and energy. But Ash would not allow it that respite. Mega Charizard X, deliver the final blow. Burnout. Mega Charizard X let out a thunderous roar, its blue flames surging to new heights, the fire on its tail transforming into a brilliant white. It concentrated all its fire energy within its mouth, then unleashed a powerful stream of white flames. This was Burnout. Although it would significantly lower its special attack afterward, the power was unparalleled among fire-type moves. A glint of determination flashed in Kona's eyes. Lapras, use Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero, the ultimate ice-type move, would incapacitate any opponent upon contact, regardless of their strength. However, its accuracy was notoriously low, and it drained the user's stamina significantly. Lapras took a deep breath, gathering its ice energy in its mouth, releasing a pale blue beam that surged toward the white flames of Burnout. All eyes were fixed on the 2 beams of light in the center of the arena. The white flames clashed with the pale blue beam, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Initially, the 2 beams held their ground, but soon, the might of Burnout began to overpower Absolute Zero. With Ash's bond enhancing its energy output, Mega Charizard X exceeded Lapras in strength. Bang! The beam of Absolute Zero was devoured by the flames that had been consumed in their own inferno. Yet the white flames retained their ferocity as they struck down upon the Dragonite. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its form enveloped in fire, before crashing heavily to the ground. As the flames dissipated, Dragonite lay defeated, its strength waned, eyes swirling in a daze, and the icy energy surrounding it had completely evaporated. Dragonite is unable to battle. Xiao Jian's voice trembled with excitement as he fervently waved his notebook, proclaiming, Super Charizard X emerges victorious. Thus, in this 6-on-6 battle, the victor is Ash from Pallet Town. Upon hearing this declaration, Ash dashed forward, embracing Super Charizard X's neck. Charizard, we did it. Thank you. Super Charizard X affectionately nuzzled Ash's cheek. Although the flames on its tail had dimmed considerably, they still glimmered with a warm glow. Soon after, its body radiated light, reverting to its ordinary Charizard form, a clear indication that the time for its mega evolution had come, yet the toll of its earlier exertions had left it significantly drained. Kona stepped forward to retrieve Dragonite, her gaze filled with admiration as she addressed Ash. Ash, you are truly remarkable. Not only do you possess formidable Pokémon, but the bond you share with them is more precious than any technique. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat in this battle. Miss Kona, you are impressive as well. Ash quickly replied. Your Ice-type Pokémon have taught me so much, and this battle has fostered growth among my companions and me. Misty, Brock, and Xiao Jian gathered around, with Misty exclaiming, Ash, you're incredible. You actually defeated the Elite Four's Kona. You'll surely become an even stronger trainer. Brock nodded in agreement. Your mastery of the power of Tokiwa and your application of Mega Evolution have reached remarkable heights. However, do remember to allow your Pokémon ample rest. We must not overexert them. Xiao Jian, holding his sketchbook, excitedly remarked, Ash, every detail of this battle is so thrilling. I must record it meticulously. Perhaps it could even become a book one day. Kona observed the harmonious scene before her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Ash, with such wonderful companions and such powerful Pokémon, your future is undoubtedly limitless. I hope we can have another battle in the future. Absolutely. Ash nodded vigorously. Once I become stronger, I will certainly challenge you again. Subsequently, Kona invited Ash and his companions aboard her yacht for the treatment of their Pokémon. On the yacht, Ash's Pokémon received meticulous care, with Dratini, Alakazam, and Blastoise regaining their strength, each brimming with vitality. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the yacht docked at the harbor. Ash and his companions stood on the deck, bidding farewell to Kona. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Kona. Ash waved. No need for thanks, Kona replied with a smile. Should you encounter difficulties during your travels, feel free to reach out to me anytime. I wish you smooth sailing on your upcoming journey and success in the Orange League. As the yacht slowly departed, Ash and his companions turned, setting their sights on the next island. Chapter 87, The Birth of Lugia. After bidding farewell to Kona, Ash and his companions continued their journey through the Orange Islands, where the warm, briny sea breeze caressed the back of Dragonite beneath them. The pale blue waves unfurled gently beneath Dragonite's belly, sparkling with flecks of silver. Ash sat cross-legged at the front, his left hand resting lightly on Dragonite's smooth neck, while his right hand occasionally scratched Pikachu's chin, who was blissfully squinting its eyes, its pink tongue poking out to lick Ash's fingertips. On Ash's other shoulder, a white, unusual Eevee curled up, its fluffy fur gently swaying in the sea breeze. Its ice blue eyes curiously fixated on the water-type Pokémon gliding past the surface of the sea. Dragonite, you've worked hard. Shall we pause for some berries? Ash looked down at Dragonite, his voice imbued with tenderness. With the awakening of his Tokiwa power, he could clearly sense Dragonite's calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of fatigue, as they had been sailing for most of the day in search of the next island to replenish their supplies. Dragonite let out a gentle hum, nuzzling Ash's hand as if to say it was all right. From the back, Brock swiftly produced a bamboo basket filled with fresh blue-orange berries and peach berries. I've been prepared for this. Dragonite, these are specially chosen berries that are rich in moisture. They will restore your strength and quench your thirst. He carefully offered the basket to Dragonite, his movements deft and gentle. Misty, cradling her Togepi, leaned against Dragonite's dorsal fin, her legs swinging in boredom. By the way, how much longer until we reach the next island? Floating on the sea all day makes me forget what it feels like to be on solid ground. She playfully poked Togepi's round belly, eliciting adorable Togepi sounds from the little creature, causing Misty to chuckle. Xiao Jian held up his sketchbook, focused on capturing Dragonite's graceful navigation across the waves, and chimed in. According to the map, we have about half a day's journey left. However, the weather in the Orange Islands can change rapidly. We should keep an eye on the skies to avoid a storm. No sooner had he spoken than the once clear sky darkened abruptly. In the distance, ominous clouds gathered at a visible pace, and the sea breeze intensified, whipping up tumultuous waves. Oh no, it seems a storm is indeed brewing. Ash sprang to his feet, the Tokiwa power surging through him as he sensed the violent energy lurking within the distant clouds. Dragonite, we need to find shelter quickly. Dragonite immediately increased its speed, its massive form skillfully weaving through the waves in an attempt to evade the impending tempest. However, the dark clouds approached with alarming swiftness. Within minutes, fierce winds howled, and torrential raindrops pelted down upon them. The white Eevee instinctively shrank against Ash's neck, while Pikachu perked up its ears, warily watching the roiling clouds. Faint sparks of electricity crackling around it, sensing that this storm was fiercer than any it had encountered before. "Hold on tight," Ash shouted, swiftly lifting Togepi from the ground and handing it to Misty. "Misty, keep Togepi secure. Don't let the wind sweep it away." "I know." Misty promptly sheltered Togepi in her arms, wrapping it snugly in her coat, while her other hand grasped Dragonite's fin tightly. Brock quickly stowed away their belongings, reaching out to steady Xiao Jian. "Xiao Jian, be careful. Don't fall." Just then, a blinding flash of lightning split the sky, followed by an ear-splitting clap of thunder. The raging waves surged like an enraged beast, lifting Dragonite's body high before slamming it back into the sea. Ash gritted his teeth, instinctively releasing his aura, forming a faint blue barrier around himself and his companions. "Ash, this isn't sustainable," Brock shouted, observing Dragonite's breathing becoming labored, its fins trembling. The Tokiwa power allowed Ash to instantly perceive Dragonite's exhaustion and fear. He leaned down, wrapping his arms around Dragonite's neck, whispering softly in its ear, "Dragonite, just hold on a little longer. We can make it through this. If you're too tired, just let me know, and I can send Charizard out to assist." Dragonite shook its head, emitting a resolute low hum, seemingly conveying that it could still persevere. However, the ferocity of the storm exceeded all expectations. Another colossal wave surged forth, tilting the body of the Dragonite. In an instant, the sketchbook held by Xiao Jian was whisked away by the wind, spinning through the air before vanishing into the curtain of rain. "My sketchbook," Xiao Jian exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grasp it, only to be halted by Xiao Jiang's firm grip. "Don't be impulsive. It's too dangerous to venture out now." Just as despair enveloped the group, Ash felt an unusual stir from the Pokeball nestled in his arms. It was Mutwo. Through telepathy, Mutwo's voice resonated in Ash's mind. "Ash, let me out. This storm is not ordinary. It harbors energy fluctuations from other legendary Pokémon. Our standard defenses won't hold for long." A chill ran down Ash's spine. He knew Mutwo's intuition was infallible, yet he was acutely aware of Mutwo's unique presence. Revealing it in such chaos could attract unnecessary trouble. However, the urgency of the situation brooked no hesitation. "Mutwo, can you control the storm? Try to remain inconspicuous. Fear not. I shall only suppress the energy that threatens us." Mutwo's voice remained calm, imbued with undeniable strength. Ash, resolute, gently touched the Pokeball at his waist, a soft lavender light enveloping the air as Mutwo materialized beside Dragonite. Hovering above the ocean's surface, surrounded by a faint aura of psychic energy, Mutwo raised its hand slightly, and an invisible force swiftly radiated outward. The formerly tumultuous waves gradually began to calm under Mutwo's psychic restraint, and the fierce winds assailing the group diminished significantly. "Is that Mutwo?" Both Misty and Brock exclaimed in unison. Although they were aware of Ash's connection to Mutwo, witnessing its intervention in such a dire moment was a first. Xiao Jian's eyes widened in astonishment, his pencil slipping from his grasp. He had read tales of Mutwo in books, but never imagined the legendary Pokémon would be right beside Ash. Ignoring the awe of the onlookers, Mutwo turned to Ash. "The eye of the storm lies to the east, where intense energy clashes are occurring. Someone is attempting to capture legendary Pokémon. We are presently ensnared by the storm's currents, unable to steer ourselves. But an island should lie ahead where we can land." "Understood." Ash nodded decisively. "Dragonite, let's follow Mutwo's guidance and head east." With Mutwo's protection, Dragonite's flight gradually steadied. After approximately half an hour, the outline of an island finally emerged through the rain. As they drew nearer, they could see the island adorned with lush tropical foliage, crowned by a small temple perched atop a mountain. At last, solid ground. Misty sighed with relief, her Togepi peering out curiously at the island ahead. Mutwo landed first on the sandy beach, ensuring the area was safe before gesturing for Ash and the others to follow. Dragonite eased ashore, and Ash was the first to leap down, assisting Misty, Brock, and Xiao Jian onto the beach. The white Eevee leaped from his shoulder, shaking off droplets of water before dashing to Mutwo, nuzzling against its leg. Ever since Mutwo joined Ash's entourage, the peculiar Eevee had taken a particular liking to it. "Mutwo, thank you for your assistance just now," Ash said earnestly as he approached. Mutwo nodded slightly, its gaze drifting toward the island's depths. "The energy here is unique. I can sense the presence of Hippo King, along with a familiar fluctuation. Additionally, during the storm, I detected the energies of Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. They seem to be bound by something. The legendary birds?" Brock furrowed his brow. How could the guardians of the Orange Archipelago be ensnared? Is someone trying to capture them? Chapter 88. The Birth of Lugia II. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the woods behind the beach. The group turned to see a gathering of islanders clad in traditional attire approaching, led by an elderly man with white hair. He leaned on a staff intricately carved with the likeness of Hippo King, accompanied by a young maiden in a flowing white dress, cradling a delicate shell wind chime. Who are you? What brings you to Asia Island? The elder approached the group, his gaze wary as he scrutinized them, especially when he laid eyes on Mutuo. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. Ash stepped forward, offering a friendly smile. Hello, we are trainers from the Kanto region. My name is Ash, and these are my companions Misty, Brock, and Xiaojian. We were sailing when we encountered the storm and were blown here. We mean no harm. As he spoke, he allowed Pikachu to hop down from his shoulder, the little creature chirping amiably at the elder. The elder regarded Ash for a moment, then glanced at Mutuo, seemingly assessing whether they posed any threat. After a brief pause, he relaxed, his voice softening. Ah, I see. You are guests brought here by the storm. I am the village chief of Asia Island, known as Grandpa Hippo King. This is our island's festival maiden, Furula. Furula gave a gentle bow to the group, her voice soothing. Welcome to Asia Island. The storm has just passed, and you must have endured considerable hardship. Our island offers clean water and food. Why not come back to our village to rest? We are immensely grateful. Ash replied with heartfelt sincerity, sensing the goodwill emanating from the chief and Furula through the power of the Spiritome. Following the chief and Furula through the dense woods, the group soon arrived at the village of Asia Island. The homes were constructed from wood and thatch, exuding an aura of primal simplicity. The islanders regarded Ash and his companions with curiosity, but greeted them with warm smiles. Furula led them to a spacious wooden house, then turned to prepare food and clean clothes, while the chief seated himself at a wooden table, pouring steaming herbal tea for the group. This tea will ward off the chill. Having just emerged from the storm, you should warm yourselves, the chief said with a smile, his gaze landing on the Riolu beside Ash. Riolu was curiously observing the interior, its golden ridges glinting softly under the light, while the pale purple aura around its neck gently swayed. This Riolu is quite remarkable, the chief remarked, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. In all my years, I have never encountered such a Riolu. Its aura seems connected to legendary Pokémon. Ash's heart skipped a beat. The system had previously informed him that Riolu's egg contained the essence of 2 divine beasts, a fact he had never disclosed to anyone. However, sensing only genuine curiosity from the chief, he smiled and replied, Riolu just hatched not long ago. It is indeed a bit different from other Riolu, but it is well-behaved and quite powerful. Riolu seemed to comprehend Ash's words, rushing to his side and nuzzling against his hand, its ice-blue eyes filled with trust. The chief chuckled before his expression turned serious. In truth, the storm you encountered was no ordinary weather phenomenon. Asia Island is the heart of the Orange Archipelago and a sacred ground that protects legendary Pokémon. According to a prophecy passed down on the island, when the legendary birds are awakened, the world will descend into chaos. Only the chosen conductor can quell the wrath of the legendary birds through the Song of Lugia and save this world. The legendary birds? Is it really just the legendary birds, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno? Ash inquired, instinctively pulling out a new sketchbook to document the elder's words. The elder nodded, letting out a sigh. Indeed. Just 3 days ago, a collector named Jirutai arrived at the Orange Islands, equipped with a device capable of capturing legendary Pokémon. We sensed something amiss and dispatched individuals to intervene, but we were a moment too late. He had already succeeded in capturing Moltres. The binding of Moltres' power has thrown the climate of the Orange Islands into disarray, leading to the storm we just experienced. Jirutai? Ash furrowed his brow, the name ringing a bell. Why would he seek to capture the 3 legendary birds? Because he aims to summon the sea god, Lugia, Furura interjected, entering with food just as Ash posed his question. According to legend, the 3 birds serve as guardians for Lugia. Only when all 3 are awakened simultaneously will Lugia make an appearance. What Jirutai desires extends beyond the birds. He seeks the power of Lugia. Misty clenched her fists in indignation. This is outrageous. To satisfy his own selfish desires, he disregards the safety of the world. Ash, we must put a stop to him. Brock nodded in agreement. Absolutely. With the birds captured, the climate is already in turmoil. If he captures Zapdos and Articuno as well, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, Ash looked resolutely at the elder and Furura. Elder, Furura, we are willing to assist in stopping Jirutai and rescuing the legendary birds. Regardless of who the commander is, we will do our utmost. The elder regarded Ash with a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Child, your courage is commendable. In fact, When I saw you on the beach earlier, I sensed a unique power within you. It is a force that resonates with Pokémon, a quality essential for a commander. Furura, you must have felt it too? Furura nodded, retrieving a delicate shell pendant from her pocket and handing it to Ash. This is a token of the commander from Asahi Island. Only the chosen one may wear it. When I approached you earlier, the pendant emitted a soft glow, indicating that you are indeed the commander foretold in prophecy. Ash accepted the shell pendant, feeling its coolness in his palm, intricately engraved with the image of Lugia. Faintly shimmering with light, he sensed a gentle energy emanating from it, resonating weakly with his own aura. Am I truly the commander? Ash was taken aback, never having considered himself connected to such prophecies. Indeed, the elder stated solemnly, as the commander, you must journey to Fire Island, Thunder Island, and Ice Island to retrieve the glass orbs guarded by the legendary birds and return them to the temple on Asahi Island. At that time, Furura will perform the Song of Lugia in the temple. Only this way can we quell the fury of the legendary birds and awaken Lugia's benevolence. Ash glanced at his companions and then at the shell pendant in his hands, ultimately declaring with determination, very well. I will take on the role of commander and retrieve the glass orbs. However, I have one question. I also possess Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, which I captured during my travels. If I encounter the 3 legendary birds that Jirutai has captured, will there be a conflict? Both the Elder and Furura were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Ash to also possess the legendary birds. After a moment, the Elder slowly responded, according to legend. Each of the 3 birds guards a specific domain, and each is unique. If the legendary birds you possess have chosen to follow you willingly, then they may indeed come into conflict with those captured by Jirutai due to territorial and guardian responsibilities. However, as long as your legendary birds remain resolute in spirit, they should not instigate a battle. Ash nodded, confident that his legendary birds were gentle by nature and unlikely to act unless provoked. Yet, he recognized that the birds captured by Jirutai would likely be agitated due to their binding. Regardless, we must first investigate Fire Island. Ash rose, addressing the Elder and Furura. Please, tell us the location of Fire Island. We will set off at once. The Elder nodded, producing an ancient map from his pocket and handing it to Ash. This is the secret map of the Orange Islands, marking the locations of the legendary bird islands. Fire Island lies to the south of Asahi Island, eternally surrounded by flames. Exercise caution. We will be careful, Ash assured, taking the map and turning to Misty, Brock, and Small Jin. You stay here. I will return after retrieving the glass orb from Fire Island. No way. Misty immediately protested, clutching her pokeball. We are partners. How can we let you venture alone? I'm going with you. Brock nodded in agreement. Absolutely, Ash. The more of us there are, the stronger we become. Besides, my Pokémon can provide support in battle. And Small Jin can help analyze the terrain and the Pokémon's conditions. Small Jin adjusted his non-existent glasses, earnestly stating, I also want to join you. I might be of assistance. Ash looked into his friend's determined eyes, warmth swelling in his heart. He knew he was not alone in this fight. All right. Then we shall go together. Lapras, would you kindly carry us once more? Lapras emitted a gentle hum, seemingly affirming its willingness. Just as the group prepared to set off, Mutwo suddenly spoke. Ash, I will accompany you. The fact that Jirutai captured Moltres indicates his strength. Having me along will better equip you to handle unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, I wish to see what sort of device can capture legendary Pokémon. Ash pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Mutwo, you may join us. However, unless absolutely necessary, try to keep your presence concealed. Understood, Mutwo replied with a slight nod. The group gathered their belongings and bid farewell to the Elder and Furura. Boarding Lapras once more, setting sail towards Fire Island. The tumultuous waves of the sea had calmed, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the water's surface. The white EV perched on Ash's shoulder, curiously gazing at the distant sea, while Riolu sat at Ash's feet, occasionally sniffing the air for scents. Chapter 89. The Birth of Lugia 3. Ash, do you think Jirutai will be on Fire Island? Misty asked, cradling Togepi in her arms. Her voice laced with concern as they approached the increasingly visible Fire Island. The island appeared from a distance like a burning fireball. Its rocky edges stained a dark crimson by the molten lava, and a faint scent of sulfur hung in the air. Ash glanced down at the map in his hands and sensed the energy fluctuations ahead with his aura. Shaking his head, I don't detect any strong mechanical energy. Instead, I sense an intense fiery energy, likely left behind by the captured Moltres. Jirutai may have already departed, perhaps to pursue Zapdos. As they spoke, Lapras drew closer to the shore of Fire Island. The beach was scorching hot, the heat palpable underfoot. The white EV instinctively jumped back onto Ash's shoulder. Its ice-blue eyes filled with caution, as it was naturally sensitive to high temperatures. Riolu slightly hunched its body, the golden patterns along its back glowing faintly, seemingly trying to ward off the surrounding heat. It's so hot. This place feels like a giant oven. Xiaoxia could not help but voice her frustration, hastily retrieving a towel from her backpack to wipe the perspiration from her forehead. In her arms, the Pokebee squirmed restlessly, emitting soft whines of discontent. Brock produced several bottles of chilled soda water from his backpack, distributing them amongst the group. Let us drink some water to cool down. The temperature on Fire Island is even higher than we anticipated. Everyone, be cautious and avoid heatstroke, he advised. He then extracted several fire-resistant wristbands from his bag. These wristbands were purchased earlier. Although they cannot completely insulate against high temperatures, they provide a degree of protection. Ash accepted the wristbands and equipped Pikachu and Riolu with them as well. Pikachu's fur was prone to burns from excessive heat, and while Riolu could withstand some heat, an extra layer of protection was always beneficial. The white EV was tenderly cradled in Ash's arms, wrapped in his jacket, with only its little head peeking out. EV, hang in there. Once we acquire the glass orb, we will leave this place, he reassured. Following the map's guidance, the group made their way to the temple at the heart of Fire Island. Along the journey, they encountered numerous erupting hot springs and flaming shrubs. With the air thick with a pungent sulfurous scent, Mutwo hovered beside them, its psychic waves forming an invisible barrier that shielded them from the surrounding heat, affording them some comfort. There it is, the Temple of Fire Island, exclaimed Xiaojian, suddenly pointing ahead. The group turned in the direction he indicated, spotting a modest temple perched on the edge of a volcanic crater. The temple's walls were constructed from black volcanic rock, lacking full walls, supported only by a few stone pillars, exuding an air of simplicity and antiquity. At the center of the temple, a red glass orb lay quietly on a stone pedestal, its surface shimmering with a faint flame-like luster, surrounded by subtle energy fluctuations. Wonderful! We've finally located the glass orb, Ash exclaimed, rushing forward. Just as he reached out to grasp it, he sensed a familiar presence. Team Rocket. Ash, we meet again. Indeed. The voices of the Team Rocket trio echoed from behind the temple, as Jesse, James, and Meowth leaped out from behind the stone pillars, striking their signature pose. Team Rocket, what are you doing here? Xiaoxia swiftly drew a pokeball, eyeing them warily. Are you here to steal the glass orb as well? Jessie, hands on her hips, smirked confidently. Of course not. We're here to capture the legendary Pokémon. But since we've encountered you, we might as well take your Pokémon too. With that, she tossed a pokeball. Come forth, Arbok. James followed suit, throwing his pokeball. Weezing, it's your turn. Meowth brandished a specially designed capture net, grinning maliciously. Pikachu, you want to escape this time. Ash furrowed his brow. He did not wish to waste time here, especially with the fate of Zapdos on Lightning Island unknown. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded, and Pikachu leapt down from his shoulder, enveloped in golden currents of electricity, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt that struck Arbok and Weezing instantly. They were caught off guard, letting out cries of distress as they succumbed to defeat. Before Jesse and James could react, Mutwo appeared before them, enveloping them in its psychic waves. You nuisances, it's time for you to disappear. With a gentle wave of its hand, the Team Rocket trio was launched away like cannonballs, leaving behind their disdainful remark, "How annoying," as they vanished into the distant volcanic mist. All done, Ash sighed in relief, quickly approaching the stone pedestal to carefully retrieve the red glass orb. The orb felt warm in his hands, seemingly harboring a gentle flame energy, resonating subtly with Ash's Tokiwa power. This is the glass orb of Fire Island. Let us hurry to Lightning Island. The group immediately returned to the side of Lapras, setting off towards Lightning Island. Positioned to the east of Asia Island, Lightning Island was shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning occasionally slicing through the sky. The air thick with potent electrical energy. Such intense electrical energy. Pikachu nudged Ash's hand nervously. It could sense that the electrical energy on the island was stronger than anything it had previously encountered. Moreover, there lingered a tempestuous aura, clearly left behind by the captured Zapdos. Lapras gradually made its way to shore, and as the group stepped onto the sandy beach of Lightning Island, they felt a faint electric current pulsing beneath their feet. The white EV shivered involuntarily, quickly retreating back into Ash's embrace. The ground was composed of black rock, riddled with tiny fissures, from which electrical currents occasionally surged, accompanied by a sizzling sound. The Temple of Lightning Island is over there. Xiaojian pointed towards a small mountain at the center of the island, where a temple resembling that of Fire Island crowned the summit. surrounded by thick, dark clouds, with lightning striking the rocks nearby with deafening booms. The group cautiously approached the temple, carefully avoiding the electric fissures in the ground. Just as they neared the temple, Ash suddenly halted, the Tokiwa power radiating outward. Oh no, there's mechanical noise. And the presence of Zapdos, it's very weak. The group quickened their pace, soon catching sight of the scene near the temple. A massive airship hovered above, its underbelly featuring a giant iron cage imprisoning a Zapdos, its wings bound by iron chains. Its eyes filled with fury and fatigue as it emitted weak cries. Inside the cockpit of the airship, a man clad in a lavish suit watched the Zapdos with indifference through the window, while an assistant operated a complex machine, its screen displaying the energy data of Zapdos. That must be Gilder. Xiaoxia gritted her teeth, recognizing the triumphant expression on Gilder's face, clearly pleased with having captured the Zapdos. Gilder seemed to sense the arrival of Ash and his companions, opening the airship's hatch and looking down at them condescendingly. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter you little brats here. But it doesn't matter, you won't be able to stop me. Gilder, release Zapdos at once. Ash shouted angrily. You, driven by your selfish desires, have captured a legendary Pokémon, causing chaos in the climate. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the disaster this will bring upon the world? Gilder scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Disaster? As long as I can obtain the power of Lugia, none of this matters. Besides, these legendary Pokémon rightfully belong to the strongest collectors, and I am that strongest collector. With that, he commanded his assistant, activate the energy absorption device and quickly absorb Zapdos' energy. Then we will head to Ice Island to capture the last Articuno. Yes, Mr. Gilder, the assistant replied, immediately pressing a button. The machine emitted a shrill sound, and a faint red glow enveloped the iron cage as Zapdos' body began to tremble slightly, evidently being drained of energy. Stop it! Ash could no longer contain himself. He immediately tossed a Pokeball. Charizard, come forth. Use flamethrower to attack the iron cage of the airship. A flash of red light erupted as Charizard appeared in the air, spreading its wings and inhaling deeply, unleashing a searing flamethrower directed at the iron cage. However, the exterior of the airship was exceptionally sturdy. Upon impact, the flamethrower left only a faint scorch mark, causing no damage to the cage whatsoever. Useless. Gilruta let out a chilling laugh, proclaiming, my airship is forged from a specially crafted alloy, impervious to ordinary Pokémon moves. I advise you not to meddle, lest I find myself inclined to capture you as well. Just then, the sky darkened ominously, and an icy aura enveloped the entirety of Thunder Island. The crowd looked up to witness a colossal Articuno descending from the distant clouds, its wings flapping, causing the surrounding air to crystallize into ice. Its eyes burned with fury, clearly sensing the void left by the disappearance of Moltres and Zapdos, and had come to investigate, only to arrive at the scene of Gilrutu capturing Zapdos. Oh, Articuno has delivered itself to me? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Gilrutu's eyes. This certainly saves me considerable effort. Assistant, activate the capture device and prepare to ensnare Articuno. Yes, the assistant immediately manipulated the machinery, and from the top of the airship, an enormous capture net extended, radiating a faint blue glow. Evidently crafted from special materials designed specifically for the capture of ice-type Pokémon. Not good. Articuno is in danger, Ash shouted, swiftly tossing his legendary bird's Pokeballs into the air. Come forth, Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno. Quickly, thwart Gilruta's net. 3 beams of light flashed as Ash's Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno materialized in the sky. Upon witnessing the capture of Zapdos and the approaching Articuno from Orange Archipelago, they grasped the gravity of the situation. Moltres let out a resounding cry, flapping its wings as a torrent of searing flames surged towards the capture net. Zapdos, surrounded by crackling golden currents, unleashed a powerful thunderbolt that struck the control device of the net. Meanwhile, Ash's Articuno flew beside the Orange Archipelago Articuno, shielding it from the net, emitting a gentle coo as if to soothe its agitation. Clearly taken aback by the appearance of another Articuno, the Orange Archipelago Articuno's fury subsided somewhat. Yet upon spotting the captured Zapdos in the iron cage, it could not suppress an enraged cry, flapping its wings and launching a frigid ice beam towards the airship. With Ash's Moltres and Zapdos dismantling the capture net, the control device malfunctioned, causing Gilrutu to seethe with frustration. Damn those brats. And you pesky legendary birds. Assistant, activate the backup devices and launch an attack on them. Instantly, 2 enormous cannon barrels emerged from either side of the airship, glowing with a faint red light, indicative of energy cannons. Ash, be careful. Mutwo swiftly positioned itself in front of the group, its psychic waves forming a thick barrier to shield them. Simultaneously, Ash's legendary birds and the Orange Archipelago Articuno commenced their counterattack. Ash's Moltres and Zapdos united in their assault on the airship's cannons, while Ash's Articuno endeavored to calm the Orange Archipelago Articuno, hoping to prevent further hostilities. However, the Orange Archipelago Articuno, blinded by rage, disregarded Ash's Articuno's pleas, perceiving it as a territorial threat, and launched an attack against Ash's Articuno. Left with no choice, Ash's Articuno was compelled to retaliate. Thus, a fierce clash erupted between the two Articunos, while the Zapdos trapped in the iron cage witnessed the turmoil, struggling against its chains in a bid to join the fray. From the direction of Fire Island, an angry cry echoed, clearly signaling that the Zapdos captured by Gilrutu was also aware of the commotion and began to thrash about. Chapter 90. The Emergence of Lugia. In an instant, the skies above Thunder Island descended into chaos. Ash's legendary birds were caught in a dual struggle to thwart Gilrutu, while simultaneously fending off the assaults of the Orange Archipelago's legendary birds. And they were beginning to feel overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, Gilrutu maneuvered the airship towards Ice Island. Although he had failed to capture Articuno, he had successfully ensnared Moltres and Zapdos. He simply needed to locate the final Prism Orb on Ice Island to summon Lugia. This is untenable. Ash furrowed his brow, sensing that the battle of the legendary birds was already influencing the surrounding climate. With lightning becoming increasingly rampant over Thunder Island and turbulent waves beginning to rise in the distant sea. Mutwo, please work alongside my legendary birds to halt the Orange Archipelago's legendary birds. We cannot allow them to continue fighting. I will retrieve the last Prism Orb from Ice Island and return to Asia Island immediately. Mutwo nodded. Rest assured, Ash, I will keep a close watch on them. Take care, for the environment of Ice Island is harsh, and Gilrutu may very well be there. I understand, Ash replied, handing the red Prism Orb and the yellow Prism Orb he had acquired amidst the chaos to Misty. Misty, safeguard these two Prism Orbs. You, Brock, and Tracy should return to Asia Island. I will retrieve the Prism Orb from Ice Island and return promptly. Ash, it's far too dangerous for you to go alone. Misty protested anxiously. I'll accompany you. Absolutely not. Asia Island requires guardianship, and Flute is still awaiting our return to summon Lugia, Ash asserted firmly. Pikachu, Eevee, and Riolu, you will accompany me. Charizard, you too, for the frigid temperatures of Ice Island require your flames for warmth. Pikachu promptly leaped onto Ash's shoulder, while the white Eevee clung tightly to his neck, and Riolu ran alongside him, its eyes resolute. Charizard let out a powerful roar, clearly prepared for the journey ahead. Please, exercise caution. Misty understood Ash's stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, he rarely wavered. She could only secure the Prism Orbs, resolving to summon Mutwo should danger arise. I will, Ash replied, mounting Charizard. Charizard, let us depart. Charizard spread its wings, soaring with Ash, Pikachu, Eevee, and Riolu towards Ice Island. Ice Island lay to the north of Asia Island, and from a distance, the entire isle appeared to be blanketed in thick ice and snow, with a biting cold wind permeating the air, rendering the sky a pallid gray. Charizard struggled against the frigid air as it flapped its wings, while Ash wrapped his coat tightly around himself and his Pokémon. Riolu nestled against Ash, its golden ridges emanating a soft glow, radiating warmth to stave off the cold. The Temple of Ice Island should be atop that snow-capped mountain. Ash pointed towards a distant peak, where a small temple sat, encased in thick layers of ice, appearing ancient and rudimentary. Just as Charizard was nearing the temple, a massive jet of water erupted from the sea, and moments later, a gigantic Lugia soared from the water column. Its body was adorned with pale blue feathers, and as it flapped its wings, the surrounding air became temperate, calming the once violent cold winds. Lugia's gaze fell upon Ash and Riolu, its eyes filled with curiosity, sensing the similar bloodline essence emanating from Riolu, alongside a powerful force from the sky. Lugia! Ash gasped in astonishment at the legendary Pokémon before him, never anticipating that Lugia would appear of its own volition. Lugia emitted a gentle call before gracefully descending before Ash, its eyes fixating on Riolu. It softly flapped its wings, bestowing a stream of pale blue energy that flowed gently into Riolu's being. Riolu. Category: Ripple Pokémon. Type: Fighting Steel. Gender: Male. Ability: Prankster, can use status moves first. Quality: Purple. The system has fused the essence of two divine beasts. Strength: Elite early stage. Moves: Aura Sphere, Quick Attack, Force Palm, Reversal, Aerial Ace. Held item: None. Riolu promptly closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly as the golden ridges along his back gleamed more brightly, and the pale purple aura around his neck expanded considerably. It was evident that Lugia was assisting Riolu in enhancing his strength. After a moment, Lugia withdrew its energy, and Riolu opened his eyes. The icy blue slit pupils shimmering with newfound confidence. The aura surrounding him intensified, imbued with a delicate interplay of golden and silver glimmers. "Thank you, Lugia," Ash said sincerely. Sensing the absence of malice from Lugia, which instead appeared friendly towards Riolu, Lugia emitted a gentle call, seemingly indicating that no thanks were necessary. It then pointed towards the temple on Ice Island, clearly guiding Ash to retrieve the glass orb. "Do you wish to help us fetch the glass orb from Ice Island?" Ash asked in astonishment. Lugia nodded affirmatively and soared ahead towards the temple. Ash mounted Charizard, closely following Lugia until they reached the temple. In the center of the temple, a white glass orb lay quietly on a stone pedestal, surrounded by a faint chill. Ash cautiously picked up the white glass orb. It felt icy to the touch, yet contained a gentle energy that resonated with the previous two orbs. "Wonderful. We've finally gathered all 3 glass orbs," Ash exclaimed. "Lugia, thank you for your assistance. Now we must return to Asia Island to perform the Song of Lugia and quell the wrath of the 3 legendary birds." Lugia nodded and unfurled its wings, signaling for Ash to climb onto its back. "You wish to take us back?" Ash asked in surprise, to which Lugia nodded once more. Ash swiftly mounted Lugia, with Pikachu, Eevee, and Riolu clutching tightly to its feathers. Lugia spread its wings and soared towards Asia Island, its speed far surpassing that of Charizard. Flying smoothly as the surrounding air turned gentle, providing a sense of comfort to Ash and his companions. Along the way, Ash noticed that the climate of the Orange Archipelago had become increasingly chaotic. The volcano on Fire Island erupted more violently, the lightning on Thunder Island intensified, and the snow on Ice Island began to melt, giving rise to massive tsunamis. Even the direction of the Kanto region was shrouded in dark clouds, clearly indicating the weather had been affected. "We must hasten back to Asia Island," Ash thought anxiously, feeling the escalating conflict between the 3 legendary birds. If this continued, the entire Orange Archipelago, perhaps even the Kanto region, would descend into disaster. Lugia's wings sliced through the clouds, and the outline of Asia Island grew clearer. Ash looked down, seeing the waves at the island's edge raging far more violently than before, with the once tranquil beach being relentlessly battered by the sea. The trees on the island swayed perilously in the fierce winds, while villagers supported one another as they moved towards the temple, clearly impacted by the battle of the 3 legendary birds. "We're almost there." Ash tightened his grip on the white glass orb. Feeling the 3 orbs in his palm growing warm, their energies resonating more strongly, as if urging him to complete his mission swiftly. Lugia let out a long call, accelerating its speed, swiftly gliding over the coastline and landing steadily in the plaza before the temple on Asia Island. Upon landing, Ash spotted Misty, Brock, and Tracy anxiously scanning the plaza. Mutwo hovered above the temple, surrounded by a psychic barrier that repelled the fierce winds trying to encroach. The 3 legendary birds circled around the barrier, occasionally calling out towards the distant sky, where 3 radiant beams collided, indicating that the legendary birds of the Orange Archipelago were still engaged in combat. "Ash, you finally returned." Misty was the first to rush over. Upon seeing the white glass orb in his hand, her eyes lit up. "That's fantastic. We gathered all 3 glass orbs." Brock quickly approached, offering a dry towel. "Hurry and dry off. Ice Island must have been quite cold. Professor Oak, Professor Elm, and your mother have already arrived. They are discussing strategies with the village chief inside the temple." As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the temple swung open, and Professor Oak, Professor Elm, and Ash's mother, Hanako, stepped out briskly. Hanako rushed towards Ash, embracing him tightly, her eyes glistening with concern. "Ash, are you all right? I heard you went to Ice Island, and I was so worried." "I'm fine, Mom. Look, I even brought Lugia back with me," Ash said with a smile, pointing to Lugia beside him. Hanako gasped in surprise, covering her mouth upon noticing the legendary Pokémon. Professor Oak adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with admiration, as expected of Ash, managing to establish such a bond of trust with Lugia. However, this is not the time for sentiment. The conflict among the legendary birds is intensifying. The Kanto region is now experiencing heavy rain, and some cities are even facing minor floods. "We must perform the Song of Lugia at once." The village chief and Flula emerged from the temple, Flula cradling a large seashell intricately carved with Lugia's likeness, which served as the instrument to perform the Song of Lugia. "Ash, Quickly place the 3 glass orbs on the altar in the center of the temple. Only by activating their energies can I perform the complete Song of Lugia. Ash nodded and promptly followed Flula into the temple. The interior was even more austere than its exterior, with a structure that allowed the fierce winds to flow through. However, the stone altar in the center stood remarkably firm, featuring a circular indentation perfectly suited for the 3 glass orbs. Ash carefully placed the red, yellow, and white glass orbs into the indentation. As soon as the orbs made contact with the altar, they erupted in dazzling light, intertwining red flames, golden electricity, and white frost to form a beam of light that shot skyward. Now, Flula took a deep breath and raised the seashell to her lips, gently blowing into it. A melodious, ethereal tune resonated from the seashell, spreading with the light beam across all of Asia Island, even reaching the distant site of the battle between the 3 legendary birds. The melody carried a gentle energy, akin to a mother's lullaby or the breath of nature, instilling a sense of peace in all present, both humans and Pokémon alike. Ash stood beside the altar, clearly sensing the energy released from the glass orbs resonating with the Song of Lugia, and the surrounding air gradually became gentle, the raging winds beginning to calm. He turned to look outside the temple, where he saw Lugia soaring into the air, surrounded by a soft blue energy, harmonizing with the light beam and melody, letting out a gentle call towards the direction of the battle between the 3 legendary birds. In the distant sky, the 3 legendary birds of the Orange Archipelago, embroiled in fierce conflict, paused upon hearing the Song of Lugia and its gentle call. The fiery Moltres ceased its fiery onslaught, a flicker of confusion replacing its angered gaze. Zapdos retracted its electric currents, halting its strikes towards the ground, while Articuno stopped flapping its wings, causing the surrounding ice crystals to begin melting. Ash's legendary birds seized the opportunity to approach their counterparts. His Moltres emitted a gentle cry, delicately brushing its wing against the Moltres of the Orange Archipelago, seemingly conveying goodwill. Meanwhile, Ash's Zapdos circled around the Zapdos of the Orange Archipelago, emanating a soft current of electricity, as if to soothe its emotions. Ash's Articuno gracefully landed beside the Articuno of the Orange Archipelago, shielding it from any potential attack while issuing a friendly call. The legendary birds of the Orange Archipelago gazed at Ash's trio, their ears filled with the enchanting melody of Lugia's song, and their anger gradually dissipated. They sensed that the melody was imbued with a protective power, Lugia's benevolence, and the friendship conveyed by Ash's legendary birds. Their previous agitation stemmed, in part, from being captured and restrained by Gyarados, and, in part, from the misconception that Ash's legendary birds sought to usurp their territory. However, they now comprehended that they were all allies in safeguarding the Orange Archipelago, rather than adversaries.